Chapter 1, Changing Jobs. Our performance didn't beat 001 again. 002 held up the performance sheet in front of it, angrily shouting at the few souls sitting before it. On the sofa in front of it, several slumped souls displayed looks of complete apathy, entirely unaffected by 002's yelling. Lin Feng rubbed his ears that were buzzing from the shout, then crossed his legs as he lazily lifted his chin to the elegant and cold teenager beside him and asked, "Where should we go eat later?" Mou sat upright, and upon hearing this, his long, thick eyelashes slightly quivered as he coldly replied, "Anywhere." The others didn't even bother opening their mouths, some were reading books, others sipping tea or drinking themselves into a stupor, lounging on their respective sofas as if everything were tranquil and peaceful. 002 became frustrated, its small light body bouncing around multiple times. It forcefully shoved the performance sheet in front of the few bastards, saying word for word, "Look. What is this?" Lin Feng picked up the sheet, took one glance, and blew a loud whistle, teasing, "Oh, we're only short 3 stable world assignments. We're not too far from first place. It's almost acceptable." 002 could hardly believe what it had just heard. Its work-first programming made it unable to tolerate such nonsense, so it jumped up and gave Lin Feng a slap with its tiny arm. "Go die. You lazy bum." Lin Feng was pushed back slightly but grabbed the small light ball and shook it roughly, making the system dizzy. He sneered, "You little thing, trying to rebel." 002, unyielding, attempted to hit him again, "Not taking your job seriously. You deserve it." Lin Feng chuckled darkly, stretching out his hand to pinch and tug at it, pulling harshly until 002 let out a scream, "It hurts, stop pulling me, wah." Then, a pair of long, elegant hands gently took it, massaging it lightly in the palm to relieve the system's pain. Ching Ching's handsome face revealed a gentle expression. He responded slowly, speaking softly and gently, "Does it still hurt?" 002 sniffled while nodding, "Yes, it hurts." "Oh." Ching Ching's tossed it aside, landing it inside a teacup where it spun around helplessly. He tilted his head with a smile, "No choice if it hurts, you'll just have to endure." 002. After hugging itself to calm down, 002 regained courage and leaped onto the table, carrying a few missions as it enthusiastically addressed the group of reformed souls under its command. "We always lose to 001 because the tasks are tedious and exhausting, right? No wonder none of you have any interest." Lin Feng frowned and rolled his eyes at him, finally realized, Who would have thought that after my death, I'd end up being recruited by the Time-Space Bureau? Truly destined to be a corporate slave, even in death, especially doing these troublesome and important jobs. Such a curse. 002 glowed with excitement, its voice growing more animated, "So, I've changed your jobs." The room fell silent. Even Gung, who had been absent-mindedly spacing out, turned around with raised eyebrows, asking, "Changing jobs? How does it compare to before?" 002 said confidently, "Easier." Lin Feng's eyes lit up as the corners of his mouth curved into a rather attractive smile. He snatched 002 and planted a firm kiss on it. "Good job, 002, you truly don't disappoint as our little sweetheart." The system slapped him once again and quickly scurried away from the attack range, saying, "This mission isn't about chasing enemies or stabilizing worlds, it's about saving people." Everyone. After a long pause, the drunk man dozing off on the couch opened his eyes. His narrow eyes glanced at 002 as Shenrong spoke with a mocking tone, "Saving? Us? Are you joking? Spirits recruited by the Time-Space Bureau all died dramatically during their lifetimes, causing significant impacts on their original worlds. These impacts could be positive or negative. Most of 002's spirits certainly weren't good-hearted individuals, they were more like morally ambiguous characters, neither wholly evil nor wholly righteous. If they weren't indulging in pleasures or simply seeking retirement and ease, the Time-Space Bureau wouldn't have given them legitimate roles so easily. 002 glanced over the task details and confirmed, "That's correct. You will save villains." Lin Feng stared down at his fingers, playing with them idly. Mou began thinking about where to eat next. Ching Chingza once again picked up the book in front of him, slowly reading word by word. Gung returned to zoning out. Shenrong closed his eyes and resumed sleeping soundly. 002. At least give me some face here, I've carefully selected these specifically for you. No one responded. Long vacation after the mission completion. Lin Feng grinned and lifted his head, pretending to refuse with a tone of embarrassment. "Oh, come on, don't be so serious, it's just awkward." While saying this, he candidly stretched out his hand. "Isn't this better? Just give me the mission, and I'll go first." 002 picked a mission from its pile and tossed it into Lin Feng's arms, muttering, "You're always the most eager." Such a sycophant. Lin Feng was just about to take a look when the system opened the world channel in front of him. With one strong leap, it pulled the man inside. "Go." Lin Feng turned back in shock, cursing instinctively, "You son of a..." Before he could finish the curse, the suction behind him completely dragged him in. The rest of the group. Workaholic 002 still acted with such frenetic energy as ever. Chapter 2, The Cool Prime Minister Falls in Love with Me 1. Disclaimer, this world is biased towards the pet recipient. If you want to see a story about a dominant lover, please check another one. Deep inside the palace. The chill of late autumn enveloped the withered grass, causing it to tremble. The occasional chirping of birds echoed sparsely in the quiet evening. A secluded and dilapidated palace blended perfectly with the bleak surroundings in such a season, adding an inexplicable desolation. Lin Feng also felt this desolation. He sat cross-legged on the bed, leaning lazily against the wall behind him, scrutinizing his wretched surroundings. A creaky wooden bed, a black peeling table, 2 makeshift chairs, and a battered red cabinet, these were the only pieces of furniture. This decrepit room was what people called a palace. Lin Feng's clothing was rather thin for the depth of autumn, leaving half of his body numb from the cold air that whistled through the broken window. With his exquisite phoenix eyes, he sized up the room and himself, remaining silent for a moment before finally uttering, "Damn it, 002. Just then, 002 spoke up, "I don't have a grandfather, only have a program." Lin Feng sneered, "Cheap goods are always crap. No wonder you granted me a long leave so easily. What kind of food or sleep can one get here in this ghostly place?" As a gourmand who enjoys life, Lin Feng felt restless all over, frowning as he cursed, "You threw me here so fast because you were afraid I'd change my mind and refuse to work after knowing the conditions. You've become cunning now. Weren't you adorable before? Now you're just like Zhou Bapi reincarnated." 002 scratched its head and refused to engage further, simply reminding, "Work hard for a few years, and you'll earn your long vacation." Lin Feng, whose ability to change faces came naturally, made no effort to hide his calculating demeanor as he flattered ingratiatingly, "What's the task, my sweet little sweetheart?" 002 snickered at him and tossed the incomplete mission dossier onto his lap. "Save the villain and maintain the stability of the small world." Flipping through a page, Lin Feng replied casually without lifting his head, "Why save the villain, and what has it got to do with the instability of the small world?" 002 explained, "In a strict sense, they aren't villains but abandoned heirs of the celestial path. They have talents, character, and temperament, nothing is lacking. Yet when another heir appears, their fortunes begin to be gradually deprived. Their lives decline until they end tragically. When a world spawns 2 fortune-bearers, competition is inevitable. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless they are male and female. Usually, such matters shouldn't concern the Spacetime Bureau, but since the supposed winner fails, leading to instability in the small world." Lin Feng stopped flipping through his manual, surprised as he looked toward 002, "So, what you're saying is, a quality heir was replaced by an inferior one, leading to a terrible demise. Is the world consciousness blind to allow this?" 002 shook its head, "Of course, the celestial path prefers capable successors. It's not stupid, but hundreds of years ago, an evil entity lost by external forces, porcelain, which you know was shattered by the souls under System 001. Unfortunately, that vile thing developed intelligence. When it broke into several fragments, they found loopholes in small worlds, fused with the substandard celestial path children, and altered the natural progression of those worlds. Several worlds have been disrupted, and the Spacetime Bureau assigned missions voluntarily, allowing agents to clear up the mess. I took it because the reward seemed decent." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, sighing softly, "It sounds easy but doing it might be something else. You must try hard." 002 bounced energetically despite being a tiny mass, urging desperately, "Put in extra effort. Work harder. Don't slack off like you used to before, think of the long holidays." Lin Feng gave a perfunctory nod. Not slacking off wasn't possible, never in his entire life. All he could do was pretend to keep living for show. Having been subjected to years of oppression from the Spacetime Bureau, Lin Feng would revel in being lazy whenever possible and waste time when permitted. He admitted he was useless but reasoned, since he had already died once, why not retire early and enjoy life? "What should I do?" 002, maintain your persona, use every means necessary to ensure Lu Jinjian achieves his dreams, revitalizing Yi country. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, understood, transfer the memory then, sweetie. Don't call me that name. Are you disgusting or what? Ignoring the outburst, Lin Feng flipped through the transferred memories, his fingers darting across rapidly. As time passed, his expression turned increasingly peculiar, his gaze filled with complexity. This was a story where political intrigue intertwined with melodramatic romance. Let's start with the background of Lu Jinjian. Lu Jinjian, the son of a convicted minister, managed to escape execution when his family was framed and all clan members were put to death. As a fortunate child of destiny, he secretly switched places with someone else, saving himself, and was raised by a peasant family in a remote countryside. Even despite such tragic origins and an unremarkable rural upbringing, Lu Jinjian remained diligent and earnest, studying hard, holding hatred but not becoming radical. Taught by a wise master who valued talent, he climbed step by step through the academies, humiliating those who looked down on him. Excelling repeatedly, at just the age of wheat crown, around 20 years old, he became universally recognized as the reincarnation of the literary star. Up until this point, it was all quite normal for a fortune-bearing protagonist's life, getting married to his love, shining brightly, clearing his family's name, seeking vengeance, overcoming various political challenges, ultimately rising to the rank of prime minister, leaving his name in history as a marvel to future generations. Of course, this was the original main character's fate, now it is the second male lead's journey. The current storyline changes dramatically. The emperor is incompetent and ruthless, officials are riddled with corruption, the common people live in misery, and the Yi kingdom stands on the brink of collapse. The higher Lu Jingzhen climbs, the more he realizes that the peril facing the nation is beyond the reach of any single official. What the Yi kingdom needs is a wise and decisive emperor, reformative policies, incorruptible officials. So, Lu Jingzhen succumbed to darkness. Transforming from an upright gentleman aiming to assist his king and avenge his father, into a villainous minister despised by everyone, after ascending to a position only inferior to the emperor, Lu Jingzhen's heart turned desolate, leading to him becoming an immoral schemer. Thus, the great prime minister sidelined the debauched emperor, supported the crown prince, killed numerous courtiers. Everyone hated him, cursed him, yet could not help but bow to him, hoping he'd die soon so they might find peace again. Lu Jingzhen's personality was calm and detached, his features clear and stunning. He had once been hailed as a prodigy, praised as a genius of the Lu family, having socialized with many royal relatives during childhood, including Crown Prince Lin Feng. Perhaps due to his lack of love, Lin Feng easily won over Lu Jingzhen with mere flattery, treating him as a friend. However, after the tragic incident of the Lu family, they never met again. Later, Crown Prince Lin Feng's mother failed in her bid for favor and was thrown into the cold palace, and Lin Feng himself fell out of favor, being completely forgotten within the deep palace confines. The old emperor was foolish and lustful, and the entire palace followed suit in absurd behavior. To survive better, Crown Prince Lin Feng honed his skills in sweet talk, charming maids, eunuchs, and guards alike, using their affections to gain the life he desired. Yet, life remained difficult for an unfavored prince, so even though Lin Feng had a handsome face, he resorted to luring influential courtiers to improve his status. At this point, Lin Feng began noticing something was off. What interaction will I have with Lu Jingzhen? 002 paused uncomfortably before replying awkwardly, just keep reading. Lin Feng continued. By this time, as Lu Jingzhen gained renown and rose to become prime minister, he caught the eye of Crown Prince Lin Feng. Forget other qualities, solely based on appearance, the cool and striking Lu Jingzhen did not fall short of the first beauty in the capital and even surpassed them in terms of aura. Since Crown Prince Lin Feng had no gender preference, he took notice and decided to pursue. Though Lu Jingzhen was straight, he too lacked affection. His intelligence made him recall the young Crown Prince Lin Feng from his early childhood. With nostalgia combined with emotional weariness, he actually paid attention to Lin Feng, albeit innocently. From Lin Feng's perspective, this seemed like polite and respectful care, free of romantic entanglements, something the prime minister didn't even think about. In theory, enjoying the support of Lu Jingzhen should have made Lin Feng content, but greed overtook him. Smitten with Lu Jingzhen's beauty, Lin Feng wanted more. He planned to force intimacy with him using seductive incense, only to be brutally castrated by the expressionless prime minister. Watching this as if it were someone else's ordeal, Lin Feng burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, exclaiming, "Magnificent." 002. Having been emasculated and transformed into a eunuch, Crown Prince Lin Feng became psychologically twisted, secretly communicating with high-ranking enemies of the country, preparing to pull Lu Jingzhen off his pedestal, publicly disgracing him for revenge. Lin Feng sneered, "What shameless nonsense." 002. And then, the true plot thickened. Another protagonist emerges, Jun Lin. Jun Lin was domineering, self-important, the crown prince of the enemy country, eyeing Yi country with territorial ambitions. Now the dumb crown prince approached him, which naturally provided an excellent opportunity. But Crown Prince Lin Feng wasn't much skilled, and his part comes later. For several years, the main protagonist and Lu Jingzhen engaged in fierce confrontations without a definitive upper hand. Several times, Lin Feng almost died, but the yin porcelain in his body revived him each time, turning potential calamities into safety. He engaged with Lu Jingzhen in their careers and also in emotions, at which point the female lead appeared. Even though Lu Jingzhen was now considered a rebellious traitor, his nature remained that of an upright gentleman, undoubtedly a handsome, capable but tragically pitiable second male lead, like the kind who shines coldly as the moonlight on the frosty night. With this setup, it was natural for the female protagonist to choose the audacious and wild main character. In matters of the heart, Lu Jingzhen suffered, watching helplessly as the woman he loved grieved for the crown prince of the enemy country, yet remaining clear-minded, harboring deep affection while unwavering in his idealistic principles. The heroine, a prime example of obsessive love interest, criticized Lu Jingzhen for this, believing she should be more important than all the citizens of Yi country, declaring that he didn't care for her, she alone mattered above everything else, even if it meant betraying the entire world. Lu Jingzhen chose to part ways with her entirely. Thus, the heroine, despite not loving Lu Jingzhen, still felt that he was a despicable man and sorrowfully left him. Normally speaking, if the second male lead wished to ascend, this would be the time for dramatic pursuits such as kneeling before swords or jumping off cliffs. But Lu Jingzhen was unconventional. Upon hearing about the heroine's despair, he simply remarked coldly, "If her heart doesn't belong to the nation, how could it break?" Merely groaning without real pain, so pretentious. Lin Feng, ha 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 ha. Seriously, does this guy even like the female lead? This must have been forced upon him by some higher power, ha 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 ha. The war between Yi country and Delong soon commenced. Amidst Yi country's internal strife, Lu Jinzhen, bearing multiple responsibilities, decided to join the army on the battlefield to boost the morale of the troops at the front line. Everything was going smoothly, except for the disruption caused by third Prince Lin Feng and the female lead Jiang Ruoshui. It wasn't clear how they managed it, but they successfully leaked the military secrets to Jun Lin. Lin Feng believed the influence of Yin porcelain might be responsible, underestimating its power at one's peril. In the end, there was a great defeat, soldiers dying or being injured in masses, resulting in the fall of Yi country. Lu Jinzhen was captured and imprisoned in a dungeon. Third Prince Lin Feng, having accomplished his objective, asked Jun Lin for Lu Jinzhen. Surprisingly, that stupid enemy crown prince agreed, truly handing over Lu Jinzhen to Lin Feng. Lu Jinzhen stood firm in his integrity, high and noble, opting for mutual destruction when Lin Feng tried to humiliate and violate him, both perishing in the act. So, Lu Jinzhen died. The heroine, conversely, was overcome by guilt, believing herself to be responsible for his death. Thereafter, Minister Lu became the white moonlight etched deeply onto her heart, constantly reminiscing about the goodness Lu Jinzhen showed towards her. Enraged, the male lead began his dark charm offensive, among them forcing the heroine at Lu Jingyin's grave. Shaking his head, Lin Feng said, if Minister Lu were aware of these dogs' actions in the afterlife, surely he'd curse himself for dying once too few times, unrest both in life and after death, almost polluting the path of reincarnation. The subsequent plot revolved around the deep torturous relationship between the heroine and the main male lead, intertwined with feelings of losing the nation and grieving for a lost lover. After going through disturbances orchestrated by secondary characters, pregnancy loss, misunderstandings leading to cold wars, and other cliché events, the heroine ultimately decided true love conquers all, forgave the main lead, and reached a seemingly perfect happy ending. It was just a surface he. Originally, the storyline was for Lu Jinzhen, as the son of destiny, gradually reviving Yi country, becoming the foremost statesman, marrying his beloved Jiang Ruoshui, and finally uniting the empire with the emperor he helped establish, thus concluding inter-country disputes. But now, thanks to the chaos brought on by Yin porcelain, the narrative collapsed to unimaginable extremes. Not even the protagonist's father, the embodiment of the cosmic order, recognized his fated child and watched helplessly as his chosen son met a miserable end. Eventually, the inferior one bore the responsibility of unifying the world, and the heroine deteriorated into a love-crazed lunatic, far from the originally strong and self-aware version of herself. Had it gone well, it might have ended better. However, considering Jun Lin's stubborn pride and desire for glory, what instability this small world will end up in is already evident. No wonder cosmic authorities were crying tears, demanding explanations from the Time Bureau. Yin porcelain being a consequence unresolved by the Time Bureau, the mission came. Sighing, Lin Feng reflected, truly, this is a masterpiece gathering every criticism-worthy element together, purely entertaining when viewed lightheartedly. 002 spat back, PFT. I spit. Stop enjoying the show, have you thought about what to do? I have. Leaping off the bed and putting on his shoes while observing the sky completely turning dark, ominous and oppressive clouds covered the sky, making the bleak and lonely place appear eerily. He grinned impishly, fill your grandpa's belly first, that's what I should do. As for Lu Jinzhen, Jun Lin, Jiang Ruoshui. No skin off his nose. Chapter 3, The Prime Minister falls in love with me too. Lin Feng is a man who has died once. Death didn't bring him much, but it took away many things instead. The only thing left might be the carefree attitude of not being attached to life and death. Which of the people in the Time-Space Bureau were not famous figures before they died? But death is death, and now they are alive again, so why not let go of the past? In the end, no one knows what happened before except themselves. All that can be seen now is this lethargic figure, enjoying an idle life like a salted fish. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking in the deep autumn night, skillfully avoiding several patrolling guards. The place was desolate and silent, and the guards weren't paying attention either. He turned a few circles and managed to shake off everyone, eventually arriving at an unknown place. He remained calm as he looked around this place. It was pitch black, with just a few lanterns hanging occasionally, the dim light barely allowing him to see clearly. It seemed uninhabited, surrounded by high walls. In the secluded distance, faint outlines of several upright pine trees could be seen, with a few branches extending over the wall, on which hung some dry-looking red dates. Lin Feng ran back a few steps, then jumped, using his hands to support himself, nimbly climbing up the wall. He sat on the high wall and picked those dried-up red dates without any disgust for their shriveled skins. After picking a few, he wiped them on his clothes and took a bite without hesitation, nodding and saying, not bad. 002. The workaholic couldn't bear his idle appearance but dared not challenge him openly. Finally, the tone became somewhat harsh, snap out of it. There's still a villain waiting for you to save. Is there something to save right now? Lin Feng continued munching on the dates, showing no intention of caring about what a stranger said, indulging happily in his feast. 002 checked the plotline and looked serious, yes. The old emperor is flirting with Lu Jingyan. Lin Feng paused, feeling something was amiss. Isn't Lu Jingyan currently the prime minister ranking second only to the emperor? How is he getting flirted with by the emperor? 002 became anxious. The dark transformation comes later, not now. Right now, he's a newly appointed prime minister known for his beauty, still humble and courteous, not yet heartbroken or planning to sideline the emperor. Hurry up, Lu Jingyan won't become corrupted overnight. Step by step he's led to despair until he finally makes that choice. Lin Feng laughed. Being a darkened prime minister sounds pretty good, even better to be a treacherous minister. With his character, he'd be a rogue official for the good of all under heaven. Why stop him? 002. Don't make excuses for not wanting to work. Once you've accepted the task, you must take responsibility. Alright, Lin Feng admitted defeat, raising his hands. I'll go if you insist. He gazed into the distance and smiled. That place lit up with lights, full of dancing and singing. Is it the old emperor's bedroom? The emperor's bedroom, Weiyang Palace. Emperor Lin Jing sat on a soft couch, his eyes fixed with a dazed look at the tall, slender, cold and aloof prime minister in front of him. Drunk, his tongue thickened, he waved his hand at Lu Jingyan and said, Prime Minister, come. Lu Jingyan wasn't wearing his formal court robes but rather a set of white casual clothes, creating a refined curve around his slim waist. His jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall behind him, while his skin was smooth and delicate like jade. His cold eyes shone brightly like stars, adorned with lashes like crow feathers, with a prominent nose bridge and elegant cheekbones. Slightly pale lips highlighted his physical weakness. Just a fleeting glance from him could leave a deep impression due to his exquisitely sculpted features. As the saying goes, a beautiful person looks more attractive under lamplight. Lu Jingyan naturally carried this aura, looking ever more exquisite. His aloof and ethereal temperament resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, capable of penetrating the deepest corners of one's heart. He had already grown accustomed to the unreasonable requests from the emperor. With a cold tone, he responded, Your Majesty, this goes against propriety. The emperor, growing impatient, slammed his hand on the table. I am the reason. I am the rules. Come when I say so. Lu Jingyan's expression hardened, his cold eyes seeming even icier. After standing there for a while, he moved forward a few steps due to the emperor's current authority. He did not get too close, stopping 2 steps away. An avid look flashed through the old emperor's eyes. Even at such a close range, Lu Jingyan's appearance hadn't diminished, instead appearing even more outstanding and extraordinary, with an ethereal charm that made one's heart itch uncontrollably. Even though Lu Jingyan was the prime minister, the old emperor may not be able to touch him directly, but he could at least take advantage of the situation and relieve the itching in his heart. Come closer. This time, Lu Jingyan stood for a longer period. His eyes lingered on the teapot on the desk, thinking about how he could openly use it to knock the emperor's head without getting punished afterward. After remaining silent for half a while, he finally sat beside the emperor. A pair of pale hands picked up the teacup from the table, skillfully evading the emperor's outstretched hand. Lu Jingyan lowered his head to drink the tea, feeling disgust and despair within. This is how the dog emperor of Yi country behaves. Nowadays, officials protect each other while corruption has become the norm. The people are suffering greatly without relief. How can Yi country be saved? While pondering these issues, the chill in Lu Jingyan's eyes deepened. When he looked up, he appeared again as an immortal who cared for nothing. The emperor had missed grabbing his hand, so he stopped awkwardly. He pointed at the exquisite dishes on the table and grinned at Lu Jingyan like a blooming chrysanthemum, his face crinkling into folds. In a kind tone, he said, Minister Lu, have you eaten dinner yet? A normal subject would say no at this moment, avoiding making the emperor feel disappointed. But Lu Jingyan cast a glance at the dishes and replied indifferently, I've already eaten. I have no appetite. Being continuously snubbed, the emperor could no longer keep his composure, his voice became stern as he shouted, I am giving you face, Minister Lu. Why do you look unwilling? You're acting overly arrogant because of favor. Annoyed, Lu Jingyan didn't want this kind of honor. Besides shame, there was nothing else, but the emperor was still the emperor, even if he were a dog emperor. He softened his tone to explain, I did not defy your majesty's intention. I simply wished to know the reason for my summons into the palace. Both parties knew why he had been summoned. A trace of embarrassment flickered across the emperor's face, and his tone wasn't as aggressive as before. Picking up the wine bottle nearby, he poured 2 glasses and handed one to Lu Jingyan. I've invited you not for official business. No need to be so formal. Have a drink, talk a little heart to heart, and share your thoughts with me. Lu Jingyan swirled the clear wine in his hand, guessing what might have been added to it. Unwilling to drink something of unknown origin, when he met the emperor's scrutinizing gaze, he lifted the cup slightly, accidentally letting it clink against the emperor's goblet. Bang! The cups flew off and shattered into pieces on the floor, spilling the wine everywhere. The old emperor roared furiously, Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan knelt down in front of him, respectfully looking terrified, Your Majesty, please forgive my sins. You dare to test my patience. Infuriated by the thought that despite all the favor bestowed over the years, Lu Jingyan resisted him so openly, the emperor grabbed Lu with a rough hand and growled menacingly, "All this time, I have treated you well, and yet you refuse me?" A flash of annoyance crossed Lu Jingyan's eyes, unnoticed by the emperor. Turning his head away, further away from the emperor, he spoke clearly, "Your humble minister feels unworthy and cannot accept your majesty's favor." "You!" Anger and frustration boiling within, the emperor instinctively raised his hand to strike. Lu Jingyan clenched his eyes shut, preparing to endure the slap. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped through the window, striking the emperor's palm in an instant and deeply embedding itself into it. A scream of pain erupted as the large hand gripping Lu Jingyan's shoulder loosened, allowing him to retreat hastily 2 steps. Around them, eunuchs let out sharp cries of terror. "There's an assassin! Protect His Majesty! His Majesty! His Majesty has fainted! Doctor!" Stunned, Lu Jingyan immediately glanced toward the window. All he saw was a shadow swiftly leaping over the high wall, disappearing as nimbly as a flying bird. He bit his lips, remembering the silhouette, then turned to support the wailing emperor and instructed the head eunuch beside him, "Escort His Majesty to the inner chamber, here is unsafe." Helpless servants obeyed instinctively, carrying the old emperor into the inner chamber under their protection. Meanwhile, Lin Feng truly moved like the wind, racing across beams and rooftops between different palaces, hoping to escape the pursuit of shadow guards and soldiers. With a low laugh, he patted 002 remotely, his eyes shining brightly. That person just now was Lu Jingyan. He's too handsome. 002 clung to his hair, shaken by the strong winds, mumbling broken words. "Ah, yes. That was Lu Jingyan. Fantastic. So beautiful, like a lone moon in the sky, incomparably radiant." Lin Feng flipped himself and snatched a cracked tile from the beam, twisting his flexible figure. Clutching the fragment in his fingers, he spun backward, and a few puff sounds indicated the tiles piercing into flesh. Several shadow guards fell with cries of agony. Dropping from the beam, he delivered rapid kicks, sending maids and eunuchs guarding the entrance flying aside, overturning water basins and towels in the process. Seizing the edges, he swung away dramatically. Incredibly audacious. 002 hurriedly said, "I know you're too lazy to listen, but try not to be too OOC. I can only cover for you so much. Be careful the natives don't notice something's wrong." Lin Feng dismissed him with a wave of his hand, "I'm wearing a face cloth, no one will recognize me." 002 was getting annoyed, "You never take things seriously. Why did I have to get stuck with someone as scatterbrained as you? Everyone's just enjoying life. You're the one who works hard. We should be asking why we got stuck with you." The wind blew through Lin Feng's jet black hair, disheveling it as his thin and worn-out clothes flapped in the cold breeze. He spotted his chance and darted into a secluded mountain hollow, evading the pursuing soldiers outside. "Keep chasing. The thief is just ahead." As the voices of the guards faded away, Lin Feng leaned back against the cold, hard stone wall, his chest heaving from exhaustion. He panted, calming himself down, lazily waving at 002 while saying, "The mission is done. If I hadn't come, Lu Jingyan would have been fine without me." A man of such noble and unbending character, graceful like a clear breeze over jagged rocks, could never allow himself to be disgraced. 002 worrying about this matter was completely unnecessary. 002 disagreed, no, he wouldn't have, but every little event like this adds up, step by step leading him away from his original ideals onto a different path. Lin Feng, there are already too many events like this for him to see hope in Yi country, ultimately forcing him down the path of a corrupt minister, losing all his allies and left abandoned, leaving him vulnerable to Jun Lin's schemes. With his breath recovered, Lin Feng started walking out, casually picking some fruits from a nearby tree along the way. While wincing at their sourness and making faces, he said, "To become a corrupt minister means to openly save the country. Framing and replacing the emperor is a method to seize real power. Killing ministers aims at eradicating the greedy and corrupt officials, and criticizing loyal ministers is actually to protect their lives. The betrayal he faces, choosing to walk this universally detested path, and ending up stinking forevermore, these are all his own choices. It has nothing much to do with either you or me. All we need to ensure is that he doesn't die, and instead Jun Lin does." Results were all that mattered, the process didn't count for anything. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, "Back to sleep, what's more important than eating and sleeping?" Unwalled palace. The chaotic commotion had subsided. Inside the inner chamber, the emperor moaned and groaned as he was being treated for injuries. The cries of pain mingled with people kneeling and offering words of condolence formed an irritating cacophony. Lu Jingyan slipped out quietly and took a slow stroll. His silhouette appeared lean and elegant under the night sky. The spine that usually never gave an inch on official matters remained upright. He walked, paused occasionally, and finally stopped under a tree. For a long time, he stared at the branches above. After observing for quite a while, his gaze lingered longer on a certain bent branch, then slowly withdrew his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, something caught his eye, causing him to pause his long, graceful figure. After a long while, a pale, slender hand picked up something off the ground. Round and plump, its skin slightly wrinkled, it was a bright red, overly ripe jujube fruit. A date that shouldn't have been here. Lu Jingyan's dark eyes flickered as they moved from the fruit in his hand to a certain direction deep within the palace. There were no date trees around here, but near the palace of the third crown prince, who was said to have fallen out of favor, indeed stood one. Chapter 4 The Prime Minister Loves Me 3. His Majesty was attacked, and the weapon was a pebble. This news spread like a kite from the deep palace courtyards to the remote cold palaces. When Lin Feng heard this news, he was huffing and puffing as he dried fruit, dug up wild vegetables, and casually complained to 002, "Just look at those eunuchs and maids outside. Their attitude is so careful about these gossips." The whispers of the young maids and little eunuchs by the door were filled with excitement and fear. They murmured softly about something, their dilated pupils constantly looking towards the center of the Forbidden City, trying to figure out what happened there. It was quiet and remote here. The third prince was almost confined in half a cold palace, considered a wasted heir, having no hope for the throne. Thus, they didn't have many rules, unlike the usual caution shown by the eunuchs and maids inside the palace. 002 reminded Lin Feng, given the image of the third prince, you need to go outside, flirt with the maids, get information from them, and you might even receive some warmth in your bed or hot meals. Lin Feng was unwilling. He shouted, "Why? I am pure as jade. Here you are making me uncomfortable. If you want to do the flirting, you do it. I'll take videos and send them to Gung to admire your hardworking charm." 002 angrily said, "Be more professional. Except for the stone incident from a few days ago, all you've done is steal fruits from the royal kitchen and dig wild vegetables in the backyard. You haven't actively completed any missions, damn lazy fish." Lin Feng tried to teach him with a long, heartfelt speech, "Everyone else is slacking off while you're being serious. Open up to things. It's bad enough that we workers are oppressed by our bosses, why push yourself?" 002 had the principle of mission first ingrained into its system since its creation. It truly couldn't understand the human tendency to slack off, shaking its head and falling silent. Get used to it, just get used to it. After all, everyone below has this attitude. Just get used to it, get used to it. After all, this is how I personally chose them. Get used to my ass. The small light body of 002, swish, suddenly jumped high, leaping onto Lin Feng's head and yanking his long hair violently. "I'll pull you bald. It's because of you I didn't get rated as one of the top systems, and didn't win the first outstanding award. Don't pull. Ancestors." Lin Feng shook his head frantically, wailing and colliding left and right. Even though he was in pain, he still remembered not to drop the freshly cut fruit slices he had prepared, moving farther from the basket to preserve his foodie dignity. Finally pulling 002 down, Lin Feng immediately checked if his fruit slices were intact, sighing with relief upon seeing they were undamaged, beginning his processing work once again. "What are you doing? Too far. Almost wasted my grain. This is my reserve food for winter." 002 mocked him, "Are you a hamster? Or can you provide me food? Warm clothes? Winter is coming, you might as well let me starve and freeze to death." Lin Feng complained sourly, glaring at it with an ominous look. 002 sighed helplessly, "Even the real third prince could live better than you. At least he doesn't steal or grab, but relies on his sweet talk and handsome face." But Lin Feng refused both to flirt and to contact the previous old lovers, relying instead on stealing food from the imperial kitchen to survive, wrapping himself tightly in blankets every night due to the cold, leading a miserable life. Lin Feng spat at it. Saying it so easily. After that, he kept quiet, seriously taking out the honey jar he'd scooped yesterday, heating water in a pot, boiling it, adding the clear, sweet honey, then adding the fruit pieces, simmering for about 15 minutes before placing them neatly on clean stone plates to dry. Lin Feng thought to himself that his life was rough. To enjoy some dried fruits, he had to sneak and steal, and he didn't know when it would end. Judging by Lu Jingyan's storyline ending in death, it was likely to continue for several years. He let out a despondent sigh. In the following month, Lin Feng remained calm with the laid-back attitude that as long as troubles didn't find him, he wouldn't invite trouble either. He ate and slept each day, living carefree until he soon forgot the assassin event he had previously participated in. He forgot, but someone did not. Today, the first snow fell lightly at first, scattering small flakes that pattered onto the beams, corridors, and ground. Then came the soft, cotton-like snowflakes, drifting down in large patches, breathtakingly beautiful as if in a fairyland rather than the human world. For Lin Feng, who had neither food nor proper clothing, the snowfall felt like a nightmare. Snowfall during the night darkened the sky, making the howling winds even fiercer, carrying away the last bit of warmth from his body. He went to sleep very early today. When the rest of the world was glittering with lights and filled with the sounds of music, Lin Feng was already in his little shabby room, taking out all his clothes and wrapping himself up in a quilt to reach the peak of human warmth. With the snowfall, his dream turned into a nightmare. Achoo! Lin Feng sniffled, silently hugging himself tightly, curling up on the bed without saying a word. 002 felt guilty watching him like this. Lin Feng had never endured such hardship before, he always treated himself to fine wine and delicious food, living a carefree life. When had he ever experienced hunger or cold? It hesitated as it moved closer, wanting to warm him with its small body. Are you still cold? Lin Feng's face remained expressionless as he replied, do you think I'm cold? 002 moved even closer, feeling more guilt. Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling that his life was no longer bearable for a human being. He suddenly grabbed the small light orb, his features turning fierce, and he barked menacingly, tell me, how can I escape from here? The small light orb managed to squeeze a moan out of its tiny mouth, go, find Lu Jingyan. Lin Feng threw 002 away, then wrapped himself in clothes and got off the bed, preparing to look for someone while walking toward the door and asking, where is he? 002 caught its breath, and its voice changed to a cheerful tone, you've finally seen reason. It's correct for you to build good relations with the person destined to bring fortune in this world. The original third prince lived comfortably by associating closely with Lu Jingyan. As it spoke, it quickly checked the current time and said, there's a banquet at the palace tonight where the emperor indulges in luxury and debauchery, requiring all ministers to attend. He is there now. Lin Feng opened the broken wooden door, only to be greeted by a fierce gust of cold wind making his bones feel brittle. His voice trembled as he surprisingly asked, if I kneel down and cry to him, will he take me in? 002 was shocked, why don't you cultivate your own power base instead? How can you say you'll kneel down just like that with no dignity? Lin Feng angrily cursed, bullshit. You have no idea what it feels like standing and talking when your back hurts. To cultivate my own power would exhaust me to death for years before enjoying any fruits. By the time Lu Jingyan reaches the end of his lifespan, how long could I possibly enjoy it? Living off others is much better. 002 remarked, a month ago, you were still holding on to your chastity. As Lin Feng walked forward against the biting wind, followed closely by the bouncing 002 behind him, he smirked coldly and said, I'll rely on sympathy to hang on to him, not beauty. 002 bumped him, don't say outside that I recruited you, it's so embarrassing. Without the shelter of the house, the snow swiftly enveloped everything in the dark night with a layer of white, stealing the last bit of warmth from his body. The white mist exhaled by Lin Feng twisted through the cold night winds. His eyelashes were already covered with a thin layer of frost, occasionally blinking gently, melting the frost into small droplets of water with the residual heat from his body. His footprints were uneven in the snowy ground, trudging deeply one step after another until, predictably, Lin Feng grew too lazy to walk anymore after about 10 minutes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, realizing that he might freeze to death in the snow that night. And his reaction to that possibility was calmly lying down and peacefully closing his eyes. This peaceful posture waiting for death startled 002 quite a bit, raising its pitch to ask sharply, what are you doing? Lin Feng's face seemed almost bathed in divine light. He exhaled and smiled faintly, that's enough. Let me die and return to the temporal bureau, letting me quietly sleep for a moment. 002. How could it be said that Lin Feng lacked ambition? He pushed the meaning of losing face to its ultimate limit, preferring to die of freezing rather than live and suffer the inconvenience. At this moment of first snow, the plum blossoms bloomed vibrantly. Their rich colors added vitality amidst the pure white and deep black of the surroundings. In the distance, a tall and slender figure approached slowly, very tall and slim, wrapped in a white fox fur cape. The soft white velvet brushed lightly against his face, making him appear clean and unsullied. A servant's quiet voice reached them. Sir, please go back inside. It's bitterly cold out here, nowhere compares to the warmth of the evening feast. Don't risk catching a chill. A clear and penetrating voice responded leisurely. They're all pretentious hypocrites anyway, faking benevolence and righteousness. It's better to endure the cold out here where the plum blossoms are pure. 002's little body froze momentarily before bouncing around excitedly at its place. Wanting to wake Lin Feng up, it feared that the lazy man would concoct another ridiculous plan, so with clenched teeth, it rammed its small body against Lin Feng's chest, squeezing itself under the clothes. It thought, if it didn't interfere with Lin Feng's next actions, just observing from the sidelines and letting things take their natural course, Lin Feng might actually willingly start completing missions. This was the little world that had been carefully selected for Lin Feng by himself, even using instruments to match it. The display indicated that Lin Feng's compatibility with this mission was rather high. There would absolutely be no problems. This time 002 would rise and surpass 001. The gloomy night, lit by the immaculately white snowflakes, glimmered gray. The road ahead wasn't pitch black, it could be faintly seen, which made the figure lying on the ground slightly prominent. The small servant was leading the way in front. At first glance, seeing a shadow lying there, they thought they might have mistaken it. After rubbing their eyes several times, they suddenly exclaimed loudly, there's a person lying ahead. Lu Jingyan tightened his cloak around himself, his cold gaze directed toward where the small servant was pointing at, frowning as he said, go and take a look. The two didn't dare delay and approached to check out the individual who appeared to be unconscious. Upon seeing the face of this person, Lu Jingyan momentarily froze. The third prince? The small servant was surprised and shouted, "Is this the third prince? Could it get any worse?" He was lying like a corpse in the snowy weather. Lu Jingyan bent down to feel the other person's neck pulse, breathing a sigh of relief after a few seconds. Standing up, he told the servant, "He's still alive, bring him back." The servant hesitated, asking, "Take him to the Chancellor's mansion?" Privately sheltering a prince inside the Chancellor's mansion wouldn't look good if it got out. Lu Jingyan shook his head, "No, take him to my room reserved in the palace. Ministers shouldn't usually lodge in the palace." But the old emperor, Lin Jing, lusted for Chancellor Lu's beauty and, harboring unknown intentions, specially arranged a relatively remote house within the palace. Previously, Lu Jingyan avoided staying there because it felt disgusting. This marked his very first step into the quarters in the palace. Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep, his subconscious alertness telling him something about the environment outside was off. But he was too lethargic to wake up and fight it. Just let it be. Live or die, nobody should disturb his sleep. The gentle crackling of the charcoal fire basin echoed softly. Its rising heat filled the room with warmth, making one comfortable enough to want to roll 3 times right there. Under the red glow of the charcoal fire, Lin Feng fluttered his eyelashes twice, his sharp and handsome face looking rare at ease. Enduring hunger, cold, and lack of sleep for an entire month had finally driven Lin Feng to a satisfying slumber. It wasn't clear how long had passed before he lowly groaned, trying to open his hazy eyes. "Are you awake?" A pleasant voice came from beside him, prompting Lin Feng to instinctively raise his hand to cover his ears, feeling tingles all over his earlobes. He completely woke up, widening his beautiful phoenix-like eyes, looking toward his side. Beside the desk sat a casually dressed white-robed man holding a book. The lamplight made his profile shine brilliantly, with the complexion of translucent jade. Upright and elegant, his noble demeanor gave off a sense of being beyond intrusion. His eyes shone brightly, glancing calmly at him, revealing an unparalleled beauty. This was a man of exceptionally high looks, a true ice lotus and unreachable flower. Lin Feng couldn't help but appreciate him a bit more, eventually nodding slowly and saying, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Hearing this, Lu Jingyan shook his head, flipping through an ancient text nonchalantly, saying calmly, "It's nothing. If there is no trouble, third prince, please go back." "Back where?" "To eat cold steamed buns paired with dry pickled vegetables." This time, Lin Feng endured the freezing temperatures just to latch on to Lu Jingyan. As long as he was here, this bearer of fortune wouldn't die, but Lin Feng's quality of life was severely lacking. To ensure he wouldn't suffer hardships for the next few years, he needed to devise a plan to tie himself to Lu Jingyan. "Third prince, please leave." After probing without hearing a response, Lu Jingyan looked confusedly over and met a pair of moist and wronged phoenix eyes. He was stunned, hesitating, saying, "You. Have you forgotten me?" Lin Feng took the initiative first, pointing accusingly at Lu Jingyan like a forsaken lover, his tone full of unmasked disappointment. You actually forgot me? What nonsense." Both 002 and Lu Jingyan were dumbfounded in place. In one swift motion, Lin Feng got up from the bed, pressing against his chest with a hurt expression. "Have you really forgotten when I used to call you sweetheart and wanted to marry you home when we were kids?" Lu Jingyan. 002. In the midst of an oppressive silence, 002 muttered vaguely, "What? Really? How come it didn't recall this episode from the childhood memories of Third Prince and Lu Jingyan?" Lin Feng coldly remarked in his mind, "It's fake." Regardless of whether what he said was true or false, one thing was certain, he really did have ties with Lu Jingyan. Chapter 5, The Cool Prime Minister Falls for Me 4. "Prime Minister, will you take me in?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingyan momentarily thought he saw a beggar asking for refuge. He asked, "Why?" "Because he was too lazy to move." Lin Feng swallowed this response and replied with listless eyes, "Is the Prime Minister worried about the food shortage in the South City these days?" Lu Jingyan frowned at the news, his refined appearance masking his inner surprise. He nodded slightly. "Yes, there's been a snow disaster in the South City, about half a month earlier than in the capital city. The local surplus of grain is insufficient, the common people are without food, with more than 100 people starving to death and another 100 freezing to death." Lin Feng almost yawned but resisted it. He turned his head, looked at Lu Jingyan's beautiful and cold appearance, became serious as he mentioned the matter, and began to speak formally. "Hundreds of people in South City have died from starvation and the cold. Meanwhile, the emperor of the capital indulges in nightly revelry, holding feasts daily, and the aristocrats enjoy luxury. The stench of excess fills the wealthy doors, while frozen bones lie on the roadsides. Can you, Minister Lu, be content with this?" Lu Jingyan put down the ancient book, solemnly expressioned, "Naturally, I am discontent." Having received the answer he wanted to hear, Lin Feng smirked slightly, lifted his elegant chin toward Lu Jingyan, and smiled, "If you're discontent, would you consider taking me in?" Lu Jingyan's eyebrows flickered. "Do you have a solution?" "Of course." The young man by the desk instinctively straightened his back, his expression cold and solemn. He looked back directly and countered, "What must I pay in return?" "1 room, 1 bowl of rice." Lu Jingyan thought he misheard something. What? Lin Feng lazily reclined again, returning to the same carefree attitude as before. He ed once and said, "You heard correctly. Give me a room and a bowl of rice, and I'll help you solve the food shortage problem in South City." 002 had tried to suppress his doubts but couldn't hold it any longer, relying on pity to cling to him. Lin Feng internally questioned, "Do I not look pitiful enough?" It was quite pitiful, but this didn't feel like pandering. 002 felt something off and later realized, "Where did you even learn about the South City food shortage?" Lin Feng laughed once, "Do you really think I'm useless?" "That certainly isn't the case." 002 responded without hesitation, "If you were useless, then in your previous life small world, there wouldn't be any capable people, just rubbish." Lin Feng, who could be recruited by the Time-Space Bureau, must inherently differ greatly from his carefree exterior. There was some data regarding Lin Feng within 002's system, and it indicated that this guy had been quite formidable in life. Deciding silence was golden, it chose to observe task progress. 002 had interacted with Lin Feng for a long time and gradually understood Lin Feng's personality somewhat. He was very laid back, yet reliable sometimes. Fundamentally, he was highly rebellious. If it kept pushing Lin Feng, this kid would mess everything up just to return 002's disturbance. Therefore, the system resolved to become an observer, no longer urging Lin Feng as insistently as before. If he angered Lin Feng, 002 feared being ground into powder by subordinate recruited souls, becoming the greatest laughingstock of the Time-Space Bureau. Other recruited souls, such as MOU, had relatively stable personalities, at least they wouldn't kill 002 out of extreme anger. Lin Feng might or might not hesitate to do the same, let alone targeting the system. After much contemplation, Lu Jingyan eventually remembered the mysterious person who helped him that day, someone with such martial arts skills. If that mysterious individual was truly the third prince, solving the food shortage in South City wouldn't be surprising. He calmed down slightly and was willing to elaborate further. "I can have the court open its granaries to assist the disaster victims and also have my subordinates search for corrupt officials. These matters should ideally be supervised personally by me, to secure the best interests for the people. However," Lin Feng continued his words, "however, because the court is corrupt, there aren't many real working officials. Minister Lu is genuinely unable to leave and handle this matter, lest important public affairs outside of South City are neglected." He straightened up, slowly easing the numbness in his body, feeling slight pricks of pain. Lin Feng ignored the frostbite wounds on his body. Resting his wrists on his knees, he looked straight at Lu Jingyan, his eyes gleaming with bright, sharp light. "Without Minister Lu's supervision, the capable talents under you are already few in number, while the corrupt officials abound. With layered exploitation and greed creating deep pitfalls, how much grain and clothing would actually reach the hands of the common people? Even if it does, how long will it take? By then, probably most people will have already frozen to death." Lu Jingyan was momentarily speechless and, after enduring the sorrow in his heart, finally nodded. "You're right. If I stay here guarding the capital, the people in South City will die. But if I leave this place, unable to protect the other areas, even more people will perish." Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of stale air. His sharp eyebrows arched, and he pointed at Lu Jingyan as he spoke sharply, "You have no one you can use, no one you can trust." A long, dark road lay ahead with no end in sight. There would be no reinforcements coming from behind. And there was Lu Jingyan, all by himself, facing challenges, doing his best to find solutions. Lu Jingyan shook his head and said lightly, "This is the path I chose myself, and however difficult it may be, I must walk it." Lin Feng looked at him for a while longer. The blank impression he'd had of Lu Jingyan was filled with a new detail, and Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel, "You're not bad." Lu Jingyan didn't want to hear praise, he wanted to know how to solve the problem of the broken supply chain in South City. "What does the third prince plan to do?" Lin Feng got up from the bed, still pale-faced. He walked slowly over to Lu Jingyan and sat down in front of him, separated only by a table. "I'll go and guard South City for you." "The emperor won't agree," Lu Jingyan cut in without hesitation. "The emperor doesn't like the third prince. Solving the food shortage in South City could be considered a great achievement, whereas failing would allow blame to be shifted to disasters or misfortune. This task could be done by me, other ministers, even other princes, but never by you." Lin Feng wasn't upset by this outright rejection. Instead, he found Lu Jingyan quite interesting, wondering how someone so straightforward had become the notorious hypocrite that everyone feared later on. He smirked and replied, "He doesn't like me because my mother poisoned his offspring, resulting in the current crown prince's fragile health. So many years have passed, my mother has been dead for who knows how long, and I've been long forgotten by him. If so, I'll find a way to make him like me again." Lu Jingyan scrutinized the third prince before him. "How do you intend to do that?" Lin Feng poured him another cup of tea, replacing the cold one already there. His voice sounded casual and flippant, but when discussing serious matters, he remained composed, giving a sense of reassurance that nothing was insurmountable. "In a few days, Dalong country will send envoys to exchange insights with Yi country and possibly discuss alliances. He lifted his piercing eyes, like knives or swords, staring straight at Lu Jingyan as he earnestly continued, "Until I regain the Emperor's favor, the situation in South City requires your diligence for a few days, Prime Minister Lu." 002 watched the entire process and silently cheered inside. "Oh wow. What's going on with this lazy bum? Trying to revive old habits? Lin Feng, why are you suddenly so serious?" 002 cautiously asked in amazement. It was none other than Lin Feng who had refused to budge for an entire month despite its constant urging. "So as not to displease my providers and get kicked out of the Prime Minister's residence, ending up freezing into an icicle in the biting cold." Lin Feng responded dismissively. 002 questioned, "That's just part of the reason, right? What else?" "There's also." Lin Feng gradually moved his gaze to Lu Jingyan's features etched with worry. That moonlight-like beauty wasn't marred by the shadow of melancholy but instead gained an additional hint of fragility. He touched his nose as he continued, "There's also the fact that he's simply too good-looking." It made Lin Feng's mind dizzy, and without much thought, he took on the troublesome matter. Truly, beauty leads one astray. Lu Jingyan handed him a cup of tea and whispered softly, "Thank you, Third Prince, for offering assistance to Jingyan." "Oh, you're most welcome." Lin Feng accepted the tea cup, grinning sheepishly, "It's all thanks to Minister Lu's excellent character that made me act without thinking." "Too handsome to resist." 002 remarked dryly, "I haven't seen you get this smitten before." Lin Feng countered nonchalantly, "Seeing at first glance and observing closely makes quite a difference. One view from afar under a tall tree leaves only a fleeting impression, while the other, a close-up in lamplit serenity, is breathtaking and unforgettable." 002 frowned, "Try focusing on the substance beyond appearance, don't be so shallow." Lin Feng confessed honestly, "Can't seem to look away." Chapter 6, The Cold Prime Minister Loves Me 5. Regarding the move to the Prime Minister's residence, Lin Feng didn't have to wait long. Prime Minister Lu took full responsibility for the matter and notified him to move out of the palace by the afternoon of the next day. Lin Feng, munching on fruit dried by himself while sitting on the bed, looked at Prime Minister Lu, who stood like a noble cypress pine in front of his dilapidated palace, and asked curiously, "Master Lu, how did you manage that?" Lu Jingyan was evaluating the living conditions here, shaking his head secretly as he replied calmly to Lin Feng, "It's not difficult." The old emperor, often enchanted by Lu Jingyan's beauty, was mostly willing to listen to his words. Moreover, the third prince had indeed reached an age where he should move out of the palace and avoid being seen with the concubines, otherwise, if the palace became a sea of green grass, where would Emperor Zhang Jing cry? The emperor simply forgot about your existence, which is why there is no proper princely residence. Reminding the emperor of the presence of an adult third prince in the harem naturally prompted him to rush your highness out. However, repairing the third prince's palace also required time, who could wait around for half a year or more. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jingyan proposed that he could temporarily accommodate the third prince at the prime minister's mansion. The decrepit emperor wouldn't refuse such an arrangement, and he even praised Lu Jingyan for relieving his worries. At court today, the emperor's satisfied yet nauseating gaze made Lu Jingyan feel restless and uncomfortable inside. As for whether this action was appropriate according to propriety, the rights department wouldn't provoke the emperor by using a useless pawn like the third prince. Lin Feng laughed, "Prime Minister Lu has done a great job. Did you suffer any hardships?" Hearing the concerned words, Lu Jingyan's eyes softened for a moment. Although he didn't seek credit, it was pleasant to have his efforts recognized and cared for. Not really, at court, he won't do anything inappropriate. Just the sticky gaze made Lu Jingyan feel nauseous, but he could endure it. It seemed that Lin Feng knew he still felt uneasy inside. He picked up a piece of apricot preserved with sugar frost from his bowl, looking thick and full, rich with fruity aroma. He walked over and shoved it into Lu Jingyan's mouth, stopping the latter's movement to dodge, and winked mischievously, "Don't spit it out, chew a few times to calm your nerves." Lu Jingyan originally wanted to take a step back to distance himself from Lin Feng, whose proximity was too close. However, his shoulder was caught by Lin Feng, and he found himself half-hugged, with a sweet apricot already stuffed into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times unconsciously, purely driven by reflex, and then froze, his mouth stuck halfway on a piece of apricot, glaring wide-eyed at Lin Feng. A handsome man biting an apricot, his cold eyes filled with panic, alluring beyond description. Lin Feng wanted to tease him a little, but eventually gave up on this tempting idea due to their unfamiliarity. He cleared his throat twice, pulling out the remaining half-piece of apricot from his mouth awkwardly. "Do you still feel sick?" Lu Jingyan clenched his fists tightly and forcefully took a step back, breaking free from Lin Feng's embrace, and said angrily, "Prince Third, you must respect yourself." He always upheld propriety and discipline, requiring himself to be a true gentleman. Being embraced and fed by a man he wasn't familiar with, acting in such embarrassing behavior, it caused Lu Jingyan both anger and shame. "Sorry," Lin Feng apologized guiltily, lowering his head, "I'm just used to feeding my own dog this way, so subconsciously I hugged and fed you." The audience member 002, who was watching happily before, instantly exploded, "Who are you calling a dog? Lin Feng, when did I ever not use dog feeding methods on you? Are you only realizing now?" 002. Lu Jingyan blushed red upon hearing these words, wanting to shout insults but unsure what to say. In the end, all he managed to squeeze out was, absurd. How cute. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, holding back laughter and sincerely stated, it won't happen again. Please forgive me this once. This person was too handsome and refined, his phoenix-like eyes gleaming brightly as he looked at him, much like a loyal large dog with luxurious fur and wet eyes. Very likable. Speaking apologetically in such an honest manner, no one could maintain their temper and would rather follow his words to forgive. Lu Jingyan turned and left immediately, saying firmly, I'll wait for you outside the palace. Lin Feng looked on, raising his toes slightly, feeling that this person's figure remained dignified and elegant even walking far away in anger, and sighed, why does someone so good-looking and easy to please end up liking someone else, that person named Jiang Ruoshui. 002 shocked everyone with a statement, did you fall for him? Lin Feng paused, amused, I just think he looks good and want to get closer, don't think too dirty thoughts. My mind is very clean. This person was clean and pure, straightforward and open-minded, and astonishingly beautiful. Lin Feng thought no one would dislike such a Lu Jingyan. In terms of appreciating beauty, Lu Jingyan was also someone who constantly danced at the peak of common people's aesthetics. After the casual conversation ended, Lin Feng turned to pack his things. Unfortunately, he was as poor as a church mouse and had practically nothing but the wild vegetable and fruit dry goods he prepared during late autumn. He picked up a bundle, neatly wrapped these items inside, lightly swung it over his shoulder, and dashed out with excitement, preparing to start a pleasant cohabitation life with the newly acquainted beauty Prime Minister Lu Jingyan. He was led out of the palace by some overly respectful eunuchs. These people usually acted according to who they thought held favor, and their attitude toward the third prince wasn't particularly good. Lin Feng even had to prepare his own winter food upon arriving here because everything was withheld by them. Third prince, the Prime Minister's carriage is ahead. A small eunuch grinned flatteringly, bowing deeply before Lin Feng. The eunuch was uneasy throughout, fearing that this suddenly remembered third prince might retaliate. Deeply worried, he bent down humbly, raising his hand, it's right there, just a few more steps. Lin Feng scrutinized him up and down, saying meaningfully, I seem to recognize you. The little eunuch's face turned pale. You once showed off your authority in front of me and deducted the monthly allowance that should have been mine. Flipping through what little memories the third prince had, Lin Feng confirmed, yes, it was you. The eunuch went limp, completely prostrating himself on the ground, trembling and stammering, servant, dared not. Lin Feng laughed, I think you dare quite a bit. The eunuch was so scared he nearly wet his pants, wailing sorrowfully and refusing to meet Lin Feng's affable eyes. He felt the need for urination creeping up on him. Mercy, your highness. Lin Feng wore an amiable expression, smiling cheerfully, mercy. So you know you've done wrong and fear I'll hold it against you. Seeing the eunuch about to wet himself, Lu Jingyan from afar heard the commotion and lifted the carriage curtain. Lin Feng coughed slightly and said quietly, get up, I won't kill you. The eunuch slowly raised his head in dread. Lin Feng pointed towards his palace, several servants from my place have mistreated me, correct? The eunuch's body trembled, his voice quivering, me. You were the leader of them, weren't you? For those deceitful, two-faced servants, do you know what should be done? The eunuch stopped trembling, seemingly catching Lin Feng's hint. His knack for reading between the lines hit its peak. He somehow found the strength to leap off the ground, bowing obsequiously before Lin Feng, yes. Servant knows what to do. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He waved a hand dismissively and walked leisurely toward the carriage, shouting aloud, Prime Minister Lu, did you wait long? Lu Jingyan shifted his gaze away from the eunuch, never asking about the crying and fuss moments ago. He got off the carriage and politely addressed Lin Feng, third prince, please get in the carriage. Lin Feng momentarily froze, realizing how this person could maintain such respectful demeanor flawlessly while putting on a show for outsiders. He found this rather intriguing and couldn't help but take another glance. Then, he received a subtle warning look from Lu Jingyan and quickly put on a serious facade while backing his hand, Prime Minister Lu, there's no need for excessive formality, please. Once both of them entered the carriage, Lin Feng couldn't keep up a proper act for even 3 seconds. Chuckling mischievously, he moved closer to Lu Jingyan, teasing, what a formal Prime Minister, why aren't you showing that level of respect now? Lu Jingyan flicked his sleeves, in a motion that appeared inadvertent, he swiped them, slap, across Lin Feng's face. The sound was so clear and resounding that listeners were brought to tears, viewers heartbroken. Silently covering his cheek and retreating to his original spot, Lin Feng no longer teased Lu Jingyan. Now quiet, it was instead Lu Jingyan who felt uneasy, turning his head to ask, did it hurt? No. Lin Feng rubbed his face, looking complex, just, kind of weird. Exactly what was odd, he couldn't exactly explain. Audience 002 curled itself tighter, reluctant to mention how much this whole scene resembled couples' playful bantering. There were plenty of couples within the temporal bureau, it saw nothing strange anymore. But who would have expected this scenario playing out within the soul under its jurisdiction? Inside the carriage, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the pair, continuing until the carriage started moving, passed through the palace gates, onto the capital city streets, swaying for half an hour, finally stopping at the Prime Minister's mansion entrance. Outside, a coachman called, "Master, we've arrived." Lin Feng sighed in relief, lifting the curtain to jump out and raising his hand to assist Lu Jingyan down. "Prime Minister, take my hand." Lu Jingyan paused mid-motion getting out of the carriage, his clear eyes staring at Lin Feng coldly stating, "This is improper." Lin Feng firmly gripped his wrist, using the other hand to pinch his arm as he half-supported and half-carried him out of the carriage. Grinning to reveal a set of white teeth, Lin Feng earnestly said, "Perfect. You look like you're in bad shape, my strong body can take care of you." Lu Jingyan denied this claim, "I am perfectly healthy, I just appear frail." "Ah." Lin Feng ignored the denial, letting go of the young man's arm and striding ahead boldly into the Prime Minister's mansion without looking back, asking, "Where is my room?" Lu Jingyan slowly caught up with him, feeling helpless at Lin Feng's familiarity, and was about to speak when he saw Lin Feng turning around to wave the small servant waiting behind. "Close the door. If you have a mother, go to her, if you have a father, go to him. I need to talk to your master for a while." The little servant hesitated, stopping and looking towards Lu Jingyan, seeking confirmation through his gaze. Lu Jingyan gave an almost imperceptible nod, putting the attendant at ease to close the door and leave. Once Lin Feng confirmed there was no one nearby, he sprang forward toward the Prime Minister, bending down and leaning closer until his warm breath brushed against Lu Jingyan's cheek, prompting an awkward step backward. "Just talk. Don't get so close." Lin Feng moved closer again, wrapping his right arm around Lu Jingyan's thin shoulder, only to be shrugged off with a frown. "You really care too much, men brushing arms doesn't require dodging, it's meaningless." Lin Feng teased, accusing him first. Feeling uncomfortable, Lu Jingyan took another step aside apologetically, saying, "I pay attention to this." Emperors or certain ministers had always tried to take advantage of Lu Jingyan. Originally not being the most powerful prime minister, Lu Jingyan suffered many humiliations behind the scenes over the past few years. As a result, such physical contact now made Lu Jingyan shiver with goosebumps, causing him inner discomfort. "I've never let anyone succeed, yet it still leaves me uneasy inside." Understanding immediately, Lin Feng stopped approaching closely and stepped back apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't know." He only had a rough idea of Lu Jingyan's life story, unaware of these intricate details where losses were incurred, which wouldn't be included in the storyline. Shaking his head, Lu Jingyan replied, "It's not your fault, it's my own problem." "How could it possibly be your problem? It's those others who are wrong." Lin Feng frowned upon hearing that sentence, warning him, "They made you feel repulsed and unwilling to interact too closely with others, their mistake, not yours. Why are you apologizing?" This mindset of victim-blaming infuriated people deeply. The old emperor and those lecherous ministers filled their minds with lustful greed, leaving Prime Minister Lu Jingyan guilt-ridden despite being clean-hearted himself. It seemed clear, good people's moral bottom line was too high, or perhaps Lu Jingyan held overly rigid ideals of a righteous gentleman, always thinking incidents were somehow partly his own fault. A faint smile surfaced on Lu Jingyan's lips. No one had ever spoken those words to him before, entirely contrary to what teachings he had received but surprisingly refreshing to hear. Lin Feng took a straightforward lead and walked ahead with Lu Jingyan, stepping along a path swept amidst the accumulated snow. A thin layer of ice covered the ground, glittering with crystalline brilliance underfoot. A biting cold wind howled past, occasionally scattering snow particles across their faces, eliciting a low cough from Lu Jingyan. Looking at him, Lin Feng undid the sable fur cloak he'd just been granted, draping it onto Lu Jingyan. "Still arguing about being fine when you're not? Your early years drained your vitality due to excessive strain. In recent years, all the labor and stress have exhausted your foundation. At this rate, even a slight breeze could send you into cold pains." Blinking his eyes, Lu Jingyan hadn't expected Lin Feng to perceive his physical depletion caused by excessive mental exertion. He touched the fur cloak draped over him, muttering softly, "This was specially bestowed by His Majesty." Lin Feng scoffed, "It's just because he realized his son isn't living well, not even having proper clothes, so he gave this specifically so I don't embarrass the royal family once outside the palace. An emperor who acts like this deserves nothing but failure." Lu Jingyan sighed lightly. Back when he started serving as an official, he had some hope for the emperor, but now his heart had turned dead and gray. His current hopes rest with the crown prince, wishing he might endure long enough to officially ascend the throne, bear heirs, and offer Yi state a chance for a renewed future. Though the current crown prince is intelligent, he's weak and often sick, making survival until then quite uncertain. In thought, Lu Jingyan's expression inadvertently darkened, contemplating alternative paths. A warm finger gently tapped his forehead, startling Lu Jingyan back to awareness. Setting aside his furrowed brow contemplation, he glanced toward the owner of that finger. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and grinned at him, "Why do you always look so worried? You have such a pretty face, but your constant sorrow ruins it." Even though Lu Jingyan hadn't spent much time with him, he knew this was an irresponsible person. Thinking that Lin Feng was teasing him again, Lu Jingyan felt both annoyed and amused. "Prince Lin Feng, your words are too disrespectful. I am not close to you, yet you talk like this about me." Lin Feng said, I'm not teasing you or overstepping. I just want to tell you not to think too much. Just now when we talked about stress, you immediately showed it. Lu Jingyan pressed his lips, his gaze dimming. If I don't think more, who will care for the Yi state? Otherwise, he would be a slave of a fallen country, a man without family, with nothing left to think about. Lin Feng realized he was speaking without empathy and stopped talking, focusing instead on his own path. After walking for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Jingyan softly said, We've arrived. The place was quiet and elegant. Around the area were planted greenery, less visible in winter but still spacious enough to indicate its size. There was only one large room. Inside, there was a warm stove heating up the cozy room, adorned with gold threads along the walls, every detail around meticulously crafted. The bed was soft and large, made from some unknown material perfect for someone who loved sleep like Lin Feng. Seeing his luxurious but tastefully simple room, Lin Feng was quite pleased. He turned to Lu Xiang, where is your room? Lu Jingyan said, it's a distance away from here. Lin Feng, how does it compare to this one? Lu Jingyan, of course, Prince Lin Feng has the best. Lin Feng asked, why don't you treat yourself better? Lu Jingyan casually replied, I'm not greedy. He didn't have that much money, and even if he did, he'd spend it on important matters rather than himself. After seeing Lin Feng properly settled, Lu Jingyan didn't stay longer. He bid farewell and gracefully left. Lin Feng watched his departing back and then glanced at his elaborately decorated, lavish room, lost in thought. Chapter 7, The Prime Minister Falls for Me 6. The cold winter night was so quiet that one could see their breath freezing in the air, and icicles hung transparently from the eaves. All living things were immersed in the deep sleep of night, except for a room glowing with candlelight under the moon, signaling the diligence of its owner. The room was lit by only a few candles. In the dim light, a pale, elegant hand was gripping a writing brush, scribbling something on pieces of paper. In the flickering lamplight, his clear and handsome face was veiled in shadow, yet his bright, icy eyes remained unchanged, shining brilliantly in the darkened room. Lu Jingyan wrote some messages and orders on slips of paper and quickly tucked them into a small pouch, beckoning to someone lurking in the darkness. A figure darted forward and knelt before Lu Jingyan. The person kneeling had a robust build, their face covered by a black mask revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Lu Jingyan handed him the pouch, his voice as clear as a flowing spring, lightly murmuring, deliver it into the hands of the magistrate of Huai County. The shadowy guard respectfully accepted the package and disappeared in a flash from the spot. A gentle breeze swept past the window, and the kneeling figure had already departed. Lu Jingyan stood up, facing the biting winter wind at the window. The wind pierced like knives, and his eyes gradually grew dark and inscrutable. The road has already been laid, all efforts will not go to waste. The country of Yi can be saved, and the common people can survive. No matter what the cost, he would surely accomplish the ideals in his heart. Lu Jingyan's long lashes slightly descended, concealing the cold calculation in his gaze. Bugu. From the branches outside the window came the call of a cuckoo bird. Captured by the sound, Lu Jingyan did not even turn his head when he realized something was wrong. It was winter, where would there be a cuckoo bird? His expression instantly changed as he swiftly leapt away from the window, his slender hand flicking to tightly shut it. Between his fingers lay a hidden dagger from within his sleeve. Lu Jingyan's face became solemn as he concealed himself in the crevice of a wall, using the wall to shield his back as he warily observed his surroundings. He was about to call out for help when a low-pitched voice sounded from the closed window, alas. I was just teasing you, no need to overreact. After a pause, the same voice continued, put down your dagger and don't call anyone inside. I'll climb through this window. Lu Jingyan frowned, Prince Lin. The window was opened by a pair of hands, revealing Lin Feng's handsome face. He grinned broadly and chirped, what's the matter? Relieved, Lu Jingyan returned the dagger to his sleeve and straightened up unhappily, next time, simply call my name, your highness doesn't need such childish methods. Lin Feng nimbly jumped inside and entered smoothly. Call me Lin Feng, not your royal highness. He wasn't that idiotic third prince, the title made him uncomfortable. Lu Jingyan treated Lin Feng's request like an insignificant fart, acknowledged but promptly dismissed, and replied indifferently, why has his royal highness come here? I'm bringing you something. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan looked at him curiously. Bringing what? Lin Feng pulled out a parcel wrapped in oil paper containing thick fruit strips. Grinning, he said, I offended you today, so I've come bearing gifts as an apology. Lu Jingyan was taken aback. Fruit preserves. Yep, homemade. Lin Feng moved closer to tug at Lu Jingyan, then remembering at the last second how the latter disliked physical contact between men, he naturally dropped his hand and pointed to the desk. Sit down to talk, standing is impolite. Lu Jingyan pursed his lips. Indeed, valuing propriety, since Lin Feng mentioned it, he felt compelled to comply. When they both took their seats, Lin Feng cleared the table of pastries and placed his dried fruits at the center, pushing them toward Lu Jingyan. You've spent the whole day being angry and looking sullen. You haven't even properly tasted the fruit preserves I made. Let me apologize to you, please don't take it personally. Lu Jingyan hadn't expected that this person, despite appearing easygoing, paid so much attention to his mood. His earlier irritation vanished, replaced with wry resignation. I'm not mad at you, I'm restless for another reason. Lin Feng grinned widely. I know, Prime Minister Lu cares deeply for the nation and its people, worrying about major issues. Lin Feng can only try his best to cheer you up this way. Don't frown anymore, smile once. It was strange, but Lu Jingyan's mood had lifted, and he wasn't as opposed to these almost flirtatious requests as he usually would be, actually allowing a slight smile to creep onto his lips. Lu Jingyan had a very complex aura, combining purity with icy calculation, seeming warm like gentle ripples on the surface, but more like a facade covering true tenderness. Coupled with his obstinate nature bordering on obsession, everything seemed to add depth to his charm. With a personality both clear and proud, yet complex and elusive, such a fleeting smile carried an inexplicable allure. Like an orchid blooming in decaying soil, appearing pure and flawless amidst blood and stench, it seemed bizarre yet harmonious. Lin Feng, having achieved his goal, eyes shining brightly, marveled at the corner of Lu Jingyan's lips as he smiled. Observing his overly elegant and otherworldly face, Lin Feng was momentarily struck speechless by its beauty. Lin Feng had encountered many beauties, among the top-tier beauties from different times and spaces, he had even seen true immortal rulers who were transcendentally beautiful. Yet, the appreciation in his heart for beauty never quite reached its pinnacle, until Lu Jingyan came along. Regarding this, Lin Feng believed that it could be due to the magnetic harmony between them. Lu Jingyan was truly the most aesthetically pleasing beauty Lin Feng had ever met. He was akin to a poisonous snow lotus from Mount Tian or a lily blossoming in a rotting marsh, such pristine beauty mixed with a venomous sharpness made one unable to stop yearning. Lin Feng blurted out, Lu Jingyan, you really, are very attractive. He rephrased quickly, you're, pretty great. Lu Jingyan assumed he was talking about his dedication to official duties and replied, when in position, one must do their duty. Then he casually added, when did the third prince arrive? One should have informed me beforehand. It was an indirect probe to see if the scene with his subordinate was noticed. I just arrived, mimicking a bird call scared you. Lin Feng poured him a cup of tea, shoved some fruit preserves into his mouth, and laughed naturally without any hint of guilt, it's my fault again. I'll pay attention next time and let you know beforehand. Lu Jingyan scrutinized him but the youth before him smiled calmly and carefree. There was no trace of insincerity in his eyes. Seeing no signs of unease, Lu Jingyan relaxed. He said, follow the third prince. Lin Feng nodded, all right. 002 sighed in relief and exclaimed, phew. You scared me half to death. The few dark guards by the door had their arrows pointed right at your neck, if you gave the wrong answer, you would have been shot dead tonight. Yikes, even before Lu Jingyan turned dark, he's already this intense. If Junlin didn't have Porcelain's protection, they'd truly not stand a chance against him. Lin Feng said, toxic highland flowers sure are exciting. 002, you better watch it. I told you he wasn't easy to mess with. Just maintain normal friendship, why did you have to visit him tonight? If you die, there will be no salvation for this small world. Then the heavenly Tao would collapse, and the Porcelain would never be reclaimed. Lin Feng sighed, dying under the beauty of a peony, being a ghost still flows gracefully. Watching this beauty smile made my heart race, I'd give up everything just for her. 002 screamed, go away. Lu Jingyan asked the distracted Lin Feng, third prince, is there anything else? Lin Feng snapped back to reality and hesitated, yes. What? You smell really good. What kind of sachet are you using? Lu Jingyan. This incident ended with Lin Feng being cruelly thrown out of the room. One of the parties involved knocked on Lu Jingyan's door unhappily, pouting, I didn't intend to flirt with you, how could you get so mad? You even agreed to come with me. Lu Jingyan's voice filled with suppressed anger came from behind the tightly shut door, third prince, you'd best close your mouth. That blessed mouth easily shattered all of Lu Jingyan's rationale and calmness. Lin Feng didn't want to shut up. He sighed theatrically, saying, in the end, it's the sister causing trouble to the elder sister, I'll leave then. Though speaking this way, his feet remained firmly rooted on the ground, showing no sign of movement. Raising his voice further, he continued, sister, I'm unsure of where. Get out. Okay. Lin Feng ran away swiftly without hesitation. Lu Jingyan furrowed his brows listening to the fading footsteps. His anger subsided and, looking at the restored cold, quiet room, a sudden feeling of loss arose within him. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, just now Lin Feng's jokes had effortlessly shattered his long-maintained pressure and gloom, turning it into a pleasant lightness and even vitality, a liveliness that had not been experienced in a long time. There was usually no idle chatter or teasing around him. All those around him were painted ghosts wearing human skins. Lu Jingyan always treaded carefully, weighing his words carefully so as not to misstep into irreversible ruin. He shook his head, discarding all unwarranted emotions. These thoughts shouldn't be considered right now. What he needed to consider was, now that taxes have been paid and the peasants have no surplus grain, how will they survive through the winter? Or whether the county magistrate of Y County can safely receive the instructions and what the next step would be. Lu Jingyan forced himself to think and was about to sit back at his desk when he caught a glimpse of an oiled paper bag out of the corner of his eye. It was half open, seemingly enticing on purpose. Inside, thick fruit preserves dusted with sugar frost glistened invitingly under the candlelight. Lu Jingyan blinked, stared at it for a long while, and finally couldn't resist taking out a small piece. It was a plum, sour yet sweet, very refreshing. As Lu Jingyan chewed on the plum, he remembered how earlier that day Lin Feng had hugged him and forcefully fed him some apricot preserves. He thought to himself that the apricot preserves were slightly tastier. Chapter 8, The Cold Prime Minister Falls for Me 7. Lin Feng's toes lifted, and he leaped down from a height. Several successive jumps had his figure ghostly gliding across the horizon. 002 asked him, "How about it?" Lin Feng gave a sideways glance with his phoenix-like eyes. "What, how about it?" 002 was stunned. "It's about Lu Jingyan." "What do you think? Do you know what to do next?" Lin Feng frowned. "Do what?" The two exchanged a few sentences that didn't connect at all. At this point, 002 realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! You're not planning to stop Lu Jingyan from turning dark?" Lin Feng asked curiously, "Why would I stop him?" 002 started to panic, his voice getting weaker. "But, you seem to really like him. Turning dark means Lu Jingyan will undergo many tortures, you really—" "I do like his face," Lin Feng said calmly. "Does this have anything to do with me stopping him from turning dark? All I need to take care of is my accommodation fee and face-observing fee, the issue of food shortages in South City." Though these words sounded careless, they weren't entirely so. He liked Lu Jingyan's face and was willing to do things to get closer to him just to be able to look more, but it was limited to that. He just simply wanted to take a glance or two and was also willing to do a bit, although the maximum extent he'd go to was this. It was equivalent to an openly negotiated transaction. "Also, I don't like him." Lin Feng reached out, touching the floating 002 in the air, a smile playing on the corner of his lips. "Silly 002, how long have you known me, and still can't tell who I am?" 002 suddenly fell silent. Of course, he knew who Lin Feng was. Knowing too well made one always feel regretful. Despite being such a promising talent, comparable to any number of elite souls under the first system 001, Lin Feng's spirit was utterly crushed, leaving him as idle and lazy as he now was. "Lin Feng, you..." 002 hesitated to speak up, yet couldn't bring himself to say a word. Comfort was easy to offer, but it wasn't him being wounded. "You should let go a little. Life before is over now. You're currently a recruited soul within the Spacetime Bureau, a legitimate task executor, not Chief Lin from your past life." Lin Feng showed no particular opinion, giving a light, then grabbing 002 and running back to his place. He chuckled lightly and said indifferently, 002, a lot of things are impossible to clear up or even let go of. 002 sighed deeply. It hit its form and followed Lin Feng through the air, instinctively opening the program to see the information page belonging to Lin Feng. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Place of birth, the first family of the Tianqi Empire in the Star World. Occupation, chief negotiator. Age at death, 27. Cause of death, mech explosion while solo negotiating on the road to an enemy country. At the top right corner of this info page was a photo belonging to Lin Feng. Behind him, ferocious flames raged, and bright columns from mech blasts roared and hummed, shaking the world. Among the heavy, acrid smell of burning machinery oil, a figure walked slowly toward the front against the backdrop of a battlefield where limbs were severed and arms were bloodied red. He was dressed as an imperial negotiator, his face stained with soot, his sharp side profile austere, his gaze cruel and direct, as if the sharpness of his glare was brutally cutting through everything, his gaze burning with unresolved anger. As if saying, I will absolutely never submit to anyone, anything. Not even amidst the blood-drenched battlefield of interstellar wars. The photographer was momentarily unsettled by his wolf-like fierce stare, capturing an unsteady shot. This photo was taken in Tianqi year 156, when Lin Feng was just 23 and newly climbed to the position of chief officer in the Starry Realm. He had been tricked into the interstellar battlefield where enemies hoped to capture him in humiliating photos showing him crying in terror, as a means to disgrace Tianqi. But Lin Feng showed not a shred of fear, instead, his eyes burned with defiance. His fierce momentum shocked the photographer, making him lose control of his camera equipment. This photo caused quite a stir once it spread throughout the Star Realms. Silent, 002 turned to the last page of the information. On a wasteland full of radiation, among messy ruins, Lin Feng's corpse was thrown onto the garbage pile, a gaping wound drenched in blood around his neck. His eyes gazed hatefully and hopelessly at the gray sky, silently questioning heaven. He died in some unknown waste corner, thrown onto the garbage pile like trash. People believed he died on the way to negotiate peace on behalf of the Empire, calling him the hero whose ideals were unfulfilled. Thus, citizens of the Empire were moved to sadness and demanded action from their government, urging them not to start war with the enemy nation. This perfectly aligned with the imperial government's intentions. They accepted the request for negotiations openly, fulfilling the people's wishes and receiving endless gratitude and praise. Only Lin Feng was being exploited until his last remaining value, even in death. No one cared why his always healthy body suddenly fell ill on the way to the empire's negotiation. No one paid attention to the slogan Lin Feng shouted before his death, never yield, fight back. And no one wondered why Lin Feng, who supposedly died of illness on the way to negotiations, never had his body returned. They just wanted to see what they most desired to see. 002 had nothing to say and silently closed Lin Feng's information page. The next day, the weather started with drifting snowflakes. The air turned into a large mass of frozen ice blocks, exhalation becoming visible frost almost as tangible as solid ice. Lin Feng woke up when the sun was already high at midday. He stretched lazily, yawned and lingered in bed. His sleepy eyes barely open, he crawled out of bed, only to feel drowsy again due to the warm indoor heat. It was too comfortable. He smashed his head back into the pillow, his arms dangling listlessly over the edge of the bed, mumbling softly, sleepy. This behavior irritated 002, who sighed and slammed itself onto Lin Feng's back. Not wanting to urge him like it used to, it thought about being an observer but found Lin Feng's lack of motivation too much. It muttered unhappily, "Do you want to sleep more?" Lin Feng struggled to climb off the bed slowly, dressing himself lazily. In response, he shook his head, "No, I'll go out for a walk today." 002 made a light surprised sound, intending to ask where he was going, but eventually swallowed the words back. "Fine, let's see how it goes. This is the compiled soul 002 personally chose after all. However unreliable looking, there must still be some reliability. At least in doing tasks, he showed a sense of responsibility, right?" The capital streets of Yi country were bustling with activity, maintaining apparent prosperity within the city. Lin Feng was dressed in black brocade clothing with a golden sash tightly around his slim waist. His good looks commanded attention. When he looked at someone, his proud phoenix-like eyes radiated quiet elegance and nobility, making him attract nearly 99% of the passers-by's gazes as he strolled down the street. Lin Feng lacked self-awareness about his appearance. He used to, but later became increasingly indifferent. He casually flipped through items on a small stall nearby, then stood up and continued walking, occasionally stopping to look at local specialties, without any rush. A vendor called him over with a flattering smile. "Master, take a look at these exquisite hairpins. You could give them to your wife." Lin Feng glanced twice at the vendor's booth. The hairpins were decently crafted, their surfaces gilded with shiny gold powder, adding to their splendor. He lifted his chin slightly and replied arrogantly, "I have no wife." The vendor, calm and composed, didn't show any change upon hearing this. Instantly laughing it off, he suggested, "Then gift it to your lover." "No lover," said Lin Feng flatly. Feeling somewhat awkward now, the vendor chuckled uneasily, "Then perhaps an elder in the family?" "Your mother will do." "My mother passed away," Lin Feng responded coldly. The vendor's smile faltered completely. Awkwardly pulling back his ingratiating attitude, he forced out, "Sir, my deepest apologies." Initially judging from his rich attire that Lin Feng hailed from a wealthy household and should be of an age to own numerous wives, yet none of it turned out to be true, no wife, no concubine, no lover, and even his mother deceased. Such a miserable case. Under the vendor's sympathetic and pitiful gaze, Lin Feng, who had been about to leave, paused. Truly speaking, such pitying stares made Lin Feng feel utterly nauseated. So, he decided to retaliate in kind. Turning around with a dazzling smile, Lin Feng leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Hey, do you know why I don't have a lover?" The vendor hesitated for a moment, also lowering his voice, asking, "Why?" With a chilling expression replacing his cheerful face, Lin Feng hissed eerily, "Because I like men like you. You who smile at me so brightly, those are the ones I adore." Vendor. 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 On a normal corner of the bustling street in the capital, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. "Aya!" Everyone jumped, startled. An old woman dropped the radish she was holding with a thud, bewilderedly looking towards the source of the screams. What happened? After an unknown period, a long, delicate hand picked up the radish from the ground and handed it to the old woman. Seeing it was such a handsome young man, the old woman's eyes brightened momentarily. She exclaimed, "Young man. You're really handsome." Lin Feng, who had just squeezed out of the crowd, smiled at the old woman, "Yeah, I am good looking." The old woman couldn't help but look at him a few more times and asked, "Do you know what happened over there? Why did someone scream so terribly?" Lin Feng thought for 2 seconds and seriously said, "I know, because that person met a pervert and felt like their dignity was in peril." The old woman burst into laughter after being amused by him, "Oh my, young man, you're really funny." Lin Feng also smiled and nodded to her, "Yeah, I'm funny." As the old woman pulled him along while laughing, she began introducing marriage prospects. "Let me tell you, there's a daughter in my neighboring household, so beautiful and lively." Lin Feng played along with amazement, "Ah. Really? Then I should meet her." 002. A feeling of speechlessness reached its peak when Lin Feng dismissed the old woman and entered the wine shop, ordering a large amount of delicious dishes. Lin Feng, you really came out just to have fun. Lin Feng irregularly tapped the teacup with his chopsticks, his long, dense eyelashes curving. He casually told 002, yeah, to have fun. 002 took a deep breath, you're really. It didn't know what to say and eventually blurted out, like you. Even with all the girls around, who could be blind enough to fancy you? Why would those girls have any connection to me? They will find their own partners. Lin Feng picked up the wine pot nearby and started indulging in drunkenness. It's unfortunate we're not in the Spacetime Bureau, otherwise, I could gather some good friends who share the same interests to drink together. He took a sip and sighed, loneliness. 002 unwillingly confirmed, are you really here just for fun? Don't even think about completing the mission. Lin Feng, nope. 002 choked for a while and finally got angry to the point of becoming invisible, shouting furiously, you dare. Lin Feng grinned, his handsome face holding a faint smile as he clamped his thin lips around a wine cup, his gaze aimlessly scanning downstairs. By this time, it was nearing noon. The warm sun chased away the early morning chill. Snow stretched across rooftops in vast patches, and roads swept clean interconnected. Everyone was busy living their lives, the vendors' calls, the hurried expressions of pedestrians, the laughter and playing of children on the streets combined into a lively scene of ordinary life. At moments like these, the bustling yet cheerful of human life wakes up, revealing its vibrant colors unique to the capital city. This serenity was broken by sharp accusations and the cries of a child. Don't you have eyes? Didn't you see you bumped into my child? A richly dressed, jewel-laden, harsh-looking woman angrily scolded a youth simply dressed before her, whose elegance exuded an aristocratic aura. Pay up. Or I'll take you to the court. Lu Jingyan frowned, contemplating the origins of the woman rudely criticizing him without knowing the whole story. Her accent revealed her origin, she must have come from another region, possibly a relative of some officials promoted recently. The little servant boy beside Lu Jingyan, his face flushed red with anger, stuttered, how unreasonable can you be? Clearly your child ran carelessly without paying attention. What do you mean, you? The woman glared at him. Having married into a scholar family originally of modest means, this formerly impoverished student rose to his current position, granting her high status in Nanjing City. She had been indulged so much over the years that she lost all sense of propriety. She spat and cursed, what uncouth brat has no manners? Neither you nor the servants around you seem properly taught. Lu Jingyan massaged his temple, finding himself powerless against this quarrelsome woman. He wasn't one to curse, and retaliating later wouldn't serve anything now. He was truly helpless against her aggressive attitude. Struggling with a headache, he managed to explain, it was your child who suddenly dashed out and startled my horse, causing them to cry. If you're unsatisfied, feel free to bring the matter to court. The woman spat again, pointing at Lu Jingyan's nose and cursing loudly, to hell with you. You're bullying me, a weak woman. Apologize. Pay compensation. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Lu Jingyan grew impatient. His cold eyes turned icier instantly, commanding frostily, put your hand down. Startled by his fierce demeanor, the woman instinctively retracted her finger, but then realizing she couldn't afford to lose face, barked, you. Madam, is there no need to make such false excuses? A gentle female voice came, filled with disapproval. This gentleman would never bully civilians, nor would he act as you claim toward women and children. A slim figure gracefully approached, bowing to Lu Jingyan, Director Lu, it's been a long time. The arrival was a woman, and not just any woman, she was beautiful, with a charming smile and bright eyes. She laughed in a gentle yet composed manner, but her brows carried a light sorrow, making her appear delicate yet dignified despite her apparent fragility. Lin Feng, who had been watching from the tavern for half a day while drinking, chuckled and said, here comes Jiang Ruoshui. She's the true soulmate of Minister Lu. Lu Jingyan is about to fall for her. 002 was bewildered by his words for a moment before incredulously murmuring, so you came out here, just to watch Jiang Ruoshui and Lu Jingyan meet? You want to set these two up? What do you mean, set up? This is called letting things take their natural course, Lin Feng replied casually, crossing one leg over the other as he watched. He leaned his cheek on his hand and said, do I know Jiang Ruoshui? Have I mentioned her to Lu Jingyan? So what does their ending have to do with me? I'm just here to watch the show. My only job is to make sure Lu Jingyan doesn't die. 002 was completely unsettled, shocked, but last night you sent him dried fruit. Lin Feng looked puzzled, what's wrong with sending dried fruit? Did I send less to you? If you want some, I'll cook you a whole pot when we get back. 002 didn't even know why it was so shocked but still couldn't help being deeply surprised, stammering, unable to speak clearly. You even complimented how good-looking Lu Jingyan is. Lin Feng responded curiously, so what if I complimented him? I've praised every beauty in the Spacetime Bureau. Even that legendary mad and alluring beauty, crazy as she was, I still praised her face to her face. Even though the end result was getting stabbed 3 times and nearly dying at the hands of that insane beauty. 002. Lin Feng. You despicable scoundrel. Chapter 9, The Cool Prime Minister Falls for Me 8. Lin Feng and 002 were engaged in a mutual verbal sparring, while the situation downstairs was gradually coming to an end. The female protagonist Jiang Ruoxue greeted Lu Jingyan, then cleverly pushed back the overbearing woman in front of her with witty words. She looked delicate, but her attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Her speech was clear and logical, and her upright and elegant demeanor made the harsh and spiteful woman in front appear extremely inappropriate. The surrounding commoners seemed to suddenly grow a mouth and eyes as well. They no longer watched coldly but began to point fingers instead. Exactly, this young sir was just peacefully driving his carriage without touching anyone. How can you say your child almost got hit by the carriage? Where did these lowly people come from? How dare they be so audacious in the capital city? It's obvious they're from a small place. Young sir, let's go to the government office next. We'll ask the officials to decide what's right. At this moment, Lin Feng stopped chatting idly with 002. Seeing this scene, he sighed, is this the charm of the female protagonist? 002 nodded, the female protagonist is someone who has all kinds of adoration concentrated on her. Character, virtue, and handling situations, none of them can be missing. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, isn't she some kind of extreme love brain? After being speechless for half a while, 002 sighed, evil not only influenced Lu Jingyan, it also affected the female protagonist. They should have been the perfect pair, one an unmatched elegant gentleman, the other an enlightened and independent heroine. But because of a Yin artifact. Lin Feng commented, it causes quite a lot of harm. A great couple became a bitter one. No, they didn't even become a bitter couple. The female protagonist was directly lured away by Jun Lin. Underneath the tavern, on the bustling pedestrian street. Lu Jingyan bowed to the slender woman in front of him and said, thank you for your help, Miss Jiang. I will visit your esteemed father later to thank him for today's assistance. Jiang Ruoxue smiled and returned the bow gracefully, her elegant figure bending into an arc as her eyebrows and eyes reflected warmth. Mr. Lu, please don't be too polite. At this time, the crowd gathering around slowly dispersed. After watching the drama unfold, everyone left with satisfaction, leaving the two among a few scattered passers-by exchanging smiles, looking like a blessed celestial couple. Lin Feng supported his cheek and watched them exchange smiles from afar. Finally, they seemed to have discussed some amusing topic, prompting Jiang Ruoxue to laugh lightly while covering her sleeve, and Lu Jingyan's gaze became gentler. Truly a good match. Lin Feng, playing the part of a bystander very skillfully, took some snacks nearby, cracked sunflower seeds leisurely, and reviewed, both talent and beauty are present here. Both handsome and pretty. 002, do you think they are a good match? 002 replied indifferently, yes, they're a good match, for the male lead. Lin Feng mocked him, so conservative. Even if Jiang Ruoxue ends up with the male lead, what about that guy's timeline where he's bound to die within a few years? I absolutely won't let him survive. In the end, there will only be Jiang Ruoxue left. Regardless of whether she is a widow, does Lu Jingyan still have a chance? At this moment, 002 felt like someone who enjoyed a certain ship only to see it destroyed in the next second. It was uncomfortable. It held its tongue in frustration, glancing at Lu Jingyan, whose aura was bright as the moon, and whose refined features were drawn as if in a painting, wondering why Lin Feng wasn't moved. As for why it was uncomfortable, 002 couldn't explain clearly either. It was just a machine, at most a high-end machine, with high sensitivity to emotions but unclear origin. Lu Jingyan was conversing with the woman in front of him. He was somewhat surprised by how much Miss Jiang had changed in the few years since they hadn't met. Unconsciously, he adopted a tone suitable for elders. You've grown taller. The last time I saw you, you still had some childishness. Being reminded by him, Jiang Ruoxue remembered something and laughed. Back then, my wild personality often scared you when I climbed trees or scaled walls. It was my fault. Jiang Ruoxue appeared to be a frail woman now, poised and dignified. However, several years ago, she was quite lively and adept at climbing trees. Once, Lu Jingyan visited Mr. Jiang, and was startled by a monkey-like creature on the tree. Worried that the girl on the tree might fall, he hurriedly held out his arms and tried to embrace her down. Back then, Jiang Ruoxue shook her head slightly and swiftly climbed down from the tree like a small adult, lecturing Lu Jingyan, you, a big man, how could you have such a small heart? Back then, Lu Jingyan had just passed the imperial examination not long ago, still a minor official, and was trained in public until his face turned red awkwardly. Afterward, Mr. Jiang dragged his unruly daughter to apologize reluctantly, which was kindly forgiven by Lu Jingyan. At that moment, Jiang Ruoxue thought, this effeminate man is actually quite nice with such a soft temper. That was their first meeting, and also an era of carefree happiness that could never be returned to. Now upon meeting again, the once naive Hanlin Academy scholar had become a powerful prime minister, and the tomboyish girl had transformed into the present form of a proper young lady. The two looked at each other, feeling a moment of speechless awkwardness. It was just, they didn't know what to say. One had been a mischievous monkey from Mountamay, and the other a timid man with feminine traits. Now, looking at each other, they felt so awkward that they didn't know what to say. Finally, Jiang Ruoxue smiled faintly at him and said, Mr. Lu, would you like to take a walk together? Lu Jingyan's pale face seemed to be glowing in the sunlight, his eyes dark and profound, his lips slightly red, as he gazed intently and earnestly at her. Jiang Ruoxue subconsciously thought, how does this sissy have such good skin and look so handsome? Anyway, she found herself critiquing Lu Jingyan again, so she coughed dryly and maintained her polite smile, saying, Mr. Lu, is something wrong? Lu Jingyan replied, your hair is messy. Damn your messy hair. Jiang Ruoxue swallowed these words back, turned around, and gently said to her maid, is it? Please check for me. The maid approached and subtly adjusted Jiang Ruoxue's strands, whispering low, Miss, your poise. Your poise. This mess in her hair, wasn't it caused by walking too fast earlier? Hurry up and regain your composure, miss. Jiang Ruoxue frowned impatiently, rolling her eyes ungracefully when facing away from Lu Jingyan. What poise? She doesn't care about this damned poise. It's driving her insane. Lin Feng upstairs caught her eye roll entirely, and involuntarily slowed down his melon seed cracking. The ultimate love brain. The heroine who's weak yet strong from an abuse-themed novel. That oddity, Jiang Ruoxue, who ended up with the destroyer of her nation and murderer of her father in the original plot. This person doesn't look anything like that description. Their personalities are so different, obviously, the Yin artifact changed her. 002 struggled to remind him, the Yin artifact. Yes. It's all because of the Yin artifact. Lin Feng observed Jiang Ruoxue, using the negotiation experience accumulated over many years. After a long pause, he shook his head and said, if Jun Lin destroyed her nation and murdered her father, I think this woman could rip Jun Lin's head off. There's no way she'd end up being that oddity. 002 said, evil objects twist small worlds, and Lu Jingyan, Jiang Ruoxue, and Jun Lin were all influenced, transforming into warped and pathological versions of themselves, causing upheaval throughout the world. At the moment, there are simply not enough taskers capable of destroying evil objects, and though people in the small world may have strong wills, at most they can only minimize the influence of the evil object. You need to observe more progress. Right now, Lu Jingyan already shows tendencies towards darkness, and Jiang Ruoxue has some elements of a tragic heroine in her behavior. Can't you see it? Lin Feng thought deeply as he looked down at the two individuals, then stood up and walked to the window. Lu Jingyan was just staring deeply into Jiang Ruoxue's eyes when he suddenly felt a gaze fixated on him. Without hesitation, he returned the look and immediately saw Lin Feng leaning out of the window. He was somewhat surprised, remembering the recent farce, realizing that this person must have been watching the drama unfold upstairs, watching while he himself had been tangled with that aggressive woman. And now, this intruder even dared to watch the scene between Lu Jingyan and Jiang Ruoxue, undoubtedly crafting some emotional love story in their heads about them. Lu Jingyan narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he glared at Lin Feng. What an infuriating bastard. Lin Feng. 002, oh wow. Did you screw it up? Lin Feng remained composed, impossible. Then he saw Lu Jingyan exchange a few words with Jiang Ruoxue before turning coldly and walking away. His demeanor seemed to send a final ultimatum. If Lin Feng didn't intervene soon, he'd meet a dramatic demise. Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt, though he wasn't exactly sure why he felt guilty. 002 became extremely cheerful, laughing and saying, go quick. Mr. Lu's angry. Ha. Shouldn't happen, right? I was just watching the show, didn't do anything morally objectionable. Prime Minister's heart can carry boats, so why should he get upset with someone like me? While Lin Feng said this, his body acted differently. He descended the stairs, paid the innkeeper more than enough money, and rushed outside in great haste. The innkeeper, seeing the graceful young man's swift actions, assumed he was rushing off without paying enough until he noticed the excessive amount of coinage on the counter. He muttered, chased by death or what? Such a hurry. As if chased by a ghost. Selling fritter candies. A vendor hawked his goods, stomping his feet and calling out through chattering teeth. His nose was frozen bright red as he rubbed his hands constantly. He sniffled once and continued hawking, fritter candies, delicious, crispy fritter candies. Lu Jingyan moved his gaze from the sugar candy and continued walking briskly ahead, his fingers lightly flicking. A cheerful voice came from behind, hey. Wait for me. Lu Jingyan. Minister Lu. Lu Jingyan's face grew colder as he quickened his pace. Behind him, Lin Feng pushed through the crowded people, struggling to free his arms and legs. The crowd burst out in exclamation. Which dog dared to push me? Ah. My vegetables. Little beasts. Amidst the unfriendly shouts from the crowd, Lin Feng awkwardly hopped forward with great difficulty. Out of breath, he pleaded, Minister Lu, can you please wait for me? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have watched your drama unfold, nor should I have gossiped about your feelings. Hey, stop walking. Lu Jingyan was almost amused by the commotion behind him but restrained himself and kept walking forward expressionlessly. He hadn't taken a few steps before a hand reached out and firmly grabbed his shoulder, forcibly turning him around. Lin Feng had been kicked a few times by unknown people, Wincing, he massaged his bottom while stubbornly holding on to Lu Jingyan with the other hand. He carefully observed the youth's cold expression, his intake of breath unable to hide his guilt. That. Minister Lu, it was an accident earlier. Lu Jingyan, lowering his long lashes, spoke indifferently. What kind of accident? An accident where he happened to be watching him get tangled up with an abrasive woman on the balcony of a tavern? Or an accident where Jiang Ruoshui intervened, and they both smiled at each other? Could anything be that coincidental, an accident to witness, stay silent, yet avoid scrutiny? Lin Feng, do you take me for a fool? Lin Feng thought to himself, you are no fool, if you were, what would that make me? He hurriedly said, no, it was my fault. Earlier, I thought, it's better to break down 10 temples than ruin one marriage, so. Lu Jingyan laughed in irritation, where did you see any marriage? From the system, also from yourself. Swallowing this sentence, Lin Feng replied, you two seemed quite, in love. At least seen from afar, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, quite well matched. Lu Jingyan. Could this guy possibly be stupid? Ultimately, the Prime Minister decided to turn hostility into peace. All because of Lin Feng's piece of sugar candy. When Lin Feng pulled him over to the little stall, the young man still felt extremely uneasy, believing he shouldn't eat something so sweet. Lin Feng ignored his refusing gestures and expressions and told the vendor, one piece of sugar candy, please. With one strike of the hammer, a piece of irregularly shaped sugar candy broke off from a large block. The splashing sugar fragments looked very tempting. Carefully picking up a small piece from the sugar candy, he wrapped it in oiled paper and handed it over to Lin Feng, smiling joyfully, please try. My sugar is really sweet. Sugar and salt weren't exactly cheap in this world, and most buyers usually bought just 1 or 2 pieces to taste. The vendor, having seen plenty of people who only bought 1 piece of sugar, didn't find this unusual. Lin Feng held the sugar candy near Lu Jingyan's lips, cajoling, to apologize to the minister, eat this piece of sugar and don't be angry with me anymore. The emotions in Lu Jingyan's eyes were complex as he asked softly, how did you know? Knew that he liked sugar candy. I do have some ability to read expressions. As a former chief negotiator, Lin Feng's skill in observing subtle cues was honed to perfection, he dare claim second place, and no one else would challenge first. He extended the sugar candy closer again, pushing it into Lu Jingyan's mouth, and grinned as he looked into his beautiful eyes, after eating the sugar, don't be mad anymore. With the fragrant, crisp sugar in his mouth, the last flicker of unexplained anger in Lu Jingyan dissipated completely. After hearing this, he faintly glanced at him, unwilling to deal with this rogue. He remained silent for half a day, not until the sugar in his mouth was chewed up entirely did he say, why are you here? Though he wasn't mad anymore, seeking accountability was still necessary. Just yesterday, he had pitifully been rescued by Lu Jingyan from the palace. Today, he was leisurely strolling the streets in splendid robes. Faces changed rarely this fast. The clothes were prepared by someone from your household, and the money came from asking the steward. Everything is yours. Lin Feng chuckled, clearly unconcerned about relying on others for meals. Having finished the sugar, Lu Jingyan's mood improved significantly, and he no longer dwelled on these trifling matters. However, he couldn't resist throwing a sarcastic remark, the third prince sure has elegant tastes. Are the preparations for the famine in the southern city and the envoy's visit ready? Lin Feng treated this tone like it wasn't there, politely responding, we're just waiting for them to arrive. Once the great long envoy arrived, he'd have a chance to stand before the emperor to accept the responsibilities concerning the southern city. In that case, may the third prince achieve great success. The sweetness still lingered on Lu Jingyan's tongue, reminiscing the fragrant and sweet flavor from moments ago. His eyes, usually cold and intimidating, now looked softer, flushed with a slight redness, as if truly fond of candy, his aloofness melting away a little. Lin Feng admired this and took the initiative to offer, let me invite you for a meal. There are quite a few alleys here, so there must be plenty of delicious foods. Prime Minister Lu paused, replying, a meal has been prepared at home. Lin Feng had the vendor pack up a few pieces of sugar candy, then dragged him forward, walking in circles until he was behind Lu Jingyan, pushing him gently by his shoulder. So what if dinner's been set aside? Can it compare with this little snack street? Lu Jingyan soon learned what was meant by, this is good. Get it away. Rarely so uncomposed, Lu Jingyan stepped back twice, detesting the freshly made stinky tofu Lin Feng held. Lin Feng brought the stinky tofu closer to him, have a bite. Go to hell. No way. Try a bite, it smells amazing. Is this what you call delicacy? Yeah, it's delicious. Lu Jingyan would rather die than put such stuff in his mouth. He tried slipping away through the side, but before taking 2 steps, Lin Feng swung his big hand, pulling him close into his embrace. Lu Jingyan couldn't believe it, you're embracing me again. Lin Feng pushed him out again. Watching all this like a bystander, 002 rolled her eyes with regret. No wonder Lin Feng had been single for centuries, while others in Space Bureau's tasks were paired off one by one, he stubbornly kept his lone dog status. If someone like him could find a partner, 002 would eat this stinky tofu herself. 002 also felt puzzled. Other system users either lived a carefree life or lived faithfully, yet those under her were just lazy fish, too lazy even to bother finding a wife, indulging themselves drunkenly in pleasure. It was strange how they turned out like this when she originally saw them as a group of excellent souls that should have been recruited, ending up being nothing but bastards. Was the feng shui here bad? As a reincarnation of a straightforward man, Lin Feng couldn't understand why Lu Jingyan's expression seemed so displeased, assuming he was still angry about earlier, and so shoved another piece of packed sugar into his mouth. Eat the candy, it'll make your mood better. Chewing on the sugar, Lu Jingyan thought that Prince San before him was indeed a strange person. People who lusted after his looks, his power, and wealth, Lu Jingyan had seen countless of them. But seeing Lin Feng, living frivolously without a care, content with a bowl of rice and a room, made him suspect something nefarious. Yet Lin Feng really didn't seem like. Swallowing down the candy before he could say a word, he was then abruptly grabbed by the carefree man moving forward. Lu Jingyan, startled, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Regretfully throwing the stinky tofu away, Lin Feng turned back and smiled at him, "Eat. I passed a store just now, crowded with people queuing up, which clearly indicates its food tastes great." The shop lay in a deep alley, unknown how this man found it. The storefront was narrow, the wooden door somewhat broken, but everything was neatly organized, very hygienic. The owner was a middle-aged couple bustling around busily, who immediately greeted upon seeing the two imposing men enter. "Ah. Sirs, sorry, there's no seating available inside, only outdoor dining." Lin Feng shook his head, "It's fine, outside works too, bring us a bowl of clear soup noodles." "Ah. Coming up." Lin Feng took a seat with Lu Jingyan on a wooden chair, poured him a cup of tea. "Don't think poorly of the tea here compared to the Prime Minister's residence, just make do." Lu Jingyan wasn't picky, growing up wealthy as a child and later falling into poverty, suffering a lot, having tasted plain food and worked hard in muddy fields. He picked up the coarse porcelain, sipping slowly. It wasn't tasty, but quenched thirst well. The noodles came quickly, light vegetable floating on top, with little grease, yet exuding an inviting fragrance, likely using some local seasonings. Lin Feng took the first bite, approving, "Tastes good, have some too." Lu Jingyan picked up his chopsticks, dipping a piece of green vegetable into his mouth. Indeed, it was edible. Lin Feng considerately offered, "If there's anything you don't eat, give it to me." Lu Jingyan questioned, "Won't you feel disgusted?" "Not at all. He'd be the one to disdain ugly faces, not handsome beauties." Lu Jingyan silently lowered his head, continuing eating the clear soup noodles without responding to Lin Feng, who unintentionally flirted with him again. After devouring a bowl of noodles, Lin Feng propped his feet up on the chair, lazily leaning against Lu Jingyan as he watched him eat slowly. Even though Lu Jingyan had endured years of life in a peasant household, none of the etiquette lessons he'd been taught had fallen by the wayside. He chewed slowly and gracefully, with unhurried movements that were elegant and casual, making for quite an enjoyable sight. If only such a person could be brought home as a husband, just sitting around would bring joy to one's eyes. Lin Feng licked his back teeth and grinned again. However, this man was destined to have someone special in his heart, only Jiang Ruoxue would hold his undivided affection. The destined romance between a son and daughter of prophecy was something Lin Feng didn't intend to meddle in, they were made for each other. Without any interference from ill influences, their union would truly make them celestial lovers, a perfect pair of mandarin ducks. At just the right moment, because Lin Feng had gotten too close, causing Prime Minister Lu to slightly shift his shoulders, Lin Feng followed the subtle force and shifted aside a little, giving him more space. Lu Jingyan paused, glancing at him curiously, not understanding why Lin Feng now seemed so obedient all of a sudden. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Lu Jingyan finished his noodles, picking up a white handkerchief to gently wipe his mouth. His fingers were slender and fair, radiating a jade-like luster. Lin Feng instinctively focused his gaze there, only looking away once Lu Jingyan put down the kerchief. "Let's go for a walk." Lu Jingyan agreed. As it turned out, interacting with Lin Feng throughout the day ended up surprisingly harmonious. Originally, Lu Jingyan had thought to use Lin Feng like trying acupuncture on a dead horse, bringing him along casually to eat and drink, assuming there would be no official business entangled with today's outing. That was until Lin Feng casually mentioned a troubling political issue that had been nagging him for days. At that time, Lin Feng was playing idly with a newly bought mask, not even looking up as he blurted out a solution. Young Lu took notice. He began fishing subtly for advice. Lin Feng might have sensed it but paid no mind, or perhaps he was absorbed in playing with the mask in his hands, answering whatever questions were asked without hesitation. Excellent policies emerged from his lips one after another, concerning bureaucracy, battlefields, local governments, powerful clans. Lu Jingyan's eyes shone brighter and brighter, and his urge to return to the office to deal with state affairs grew stronger and stronger. "I have to." "You're going back." Lin Feng cast him a sidelong glance. "After getting so much from me, aren't you going to thank me? I don't ask for anything indecent, just want you to accompany me while eating and drinking as a decoration." Upon hearing those words, Lu Jingyan felt a faint blush of shame creep into his eyes, yet he actually stayed, accompanying Lin Feng as they strolled from the east street to the west street. Not knowing how long he'd been walking alongside Lin Feng, watching him squat down and chat playfully with a group of children, Lu Jingyan mused inwardly, this man would suit that position well, yet somewhat unsuitable too. Wise, strategic, insightful, with a rather amiable disposition, he'd surely be a wise ruler. But his manner was far too carefree, that high position might just confine him too tightly. Big brother, did you really kill monsters? The wide, sparkling eyes of the child were filled with awe as they stared at the big brother who was crouching and speaking animatedly with them. Lin Feng solemnly said, yes, I've killed monsters. A sea monster suddenly leapt out from the ocean, its gaping maw larger than a city wall and bigger than the capital itself. When it toppled over, it thundered, crushing everything beneath it, and countless people perished. Wow! Incredible! Just moments ago, Lin Feng was strategizing about governing the land as if shaping history, now exaggerating tales about a mythical sea creature nobody had seen before. Lu Jingyan chuckled lightly. The mother's calls for dinner echoed from the street corner, causing Lin Feng to stop reluctantly. Go home and eat, I'll come back tomorrow to tell you about the sea monster. The children glanced at him unwillingly, turning back again and again as they left. Big brother, you must find us tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded with a bright smile, all right. Lu Jingyan walked to his side, watching the children rush toward their mother's embrace. Amused, he glanced at him, sea monster. Lin Feng gave him a serious look. Lu Jingyan returned the look, not understanding what was wrong with him. Prime Minister. What is it? Lin Feng's stern expression crumbled bit by bit. He trembled, pointing behind Lu Jingyan, his expression gradually becoming terrified, sea monster. Lu Jingyan froze, startled by his uncannily lifelike performance, reflexively turning around to see where the sea monster was. A sharp clap rang in his ear, it was Lin Feng teasing him with a casual clap. Got scared, ha 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 ha. Damn fool. Chapter 10, The Cool Prime Minister Loves Me 9. Diplomats from Dejong were sent out, engaging in friendly discussions and exchanges with each country. But everyone was clear about their real purpose for coming. The tension between the two nations had escalated from the imperial courts to the common folk, so much so that even the peasants would give unfriendly stares to those from Dejong. As for the court, which stood directly in the storm's path, it was no different. To display national prestige, His Majesty required everyone to dress in formal attire, including the third prince who was usually neglected. Inside the palace, cups and goblets crossed as people indulged in revelry and song at the banquet. Everyone was clad in splendid garments, holding wine glasses while eating sumptuous food with gleaming faces. Lu Jingyan sat impassively at the head of the officials, his cold gaze watching them indulge themselves. He smirked sarcastically and averted his eyes towards the desk in front of him, where exquisite delicacies lay displayed, their high value apparent, delicacies crafted with an excess of silver. After wrangling with these officials and even the emperor for so long, he had not gained nearly as much wealth as what was spent on this single feast. Lu Jingyan thought about the soldiers starving at the border and the civilians suffering through hunger and cold, his heart becoming heavy. High up on the dais, Lin Feng glanced downward since he was seated higher than most due to being a prince. He caught sight of Lu Jingyan's evidently troubled expression. With a blink, Lin Feng picked up a peanut from the table and, making a whoosh sound, flicked it towards the side of Lu Jingyan's table, causing a soft noise. Lu Jingyan's attention was drawn to the source of the noise and met a pair of smiling eyes. The owner of these eyes grinned openly at him, looking carefree as if there wasn't a worry in the world. Lin Feng silently mouthed these words to him. Don't get angry or you'll ruin your health, who will replace you then? Lu Jingyan's gloomy mood softened slightly, a fleeting smile appearing in his cool gaze as he turned away from the third prince above, lifting his wine cup to drink instead. Unconsciously, his peripheral vision followed every movement of Lin Feng. Coincidentally, Lin Feng also lifted his own wine cup at that moment, signaling a servant girl to refill it. His inviting smile was truly captivating. A libertine who smiles at all and worries about nothing. Lu Jingyan's improved mood worsened once again. At this time, there were about a dozen envoys present. To show respect for Yi country and avoid unnecessary criticism, Dejong specifically sent one of its heirs, Jun Lin, along. Seated at the forefront of the envoys, Jun Lin had sharply defined facial features and extraordinary good looks. With eyes akin to wolves or eagles, he exuded dominance and a cool aloofness typical of leading male characters in dramas. As Lin Feng drank his wine, he subtly observed the man below and thought, so this is the inferior son of the celestial way, Lu Jingyan's rival, Jun Lin. Examining him carefully from top to bottom, Lin Feng shook his head, not as good-looking as Lu Jingyan. Jian Ruoxue must have been blinded by Yin Si's influence to choose this man over dependable and attractive Lu Jingyan. Having offspring with Jun Lin would surely lead to inferior genetics. He has ulterior motives, 002 whispered softly. Lin Feng scoffed, placing his wine glass back onto the table and muttering while curling his lips, I see. It's almost written on his face, he harbors ill intentions towards Lu Jingyan. Before 002 could finish speaking, Jun Lin indeed spoke, his opening remark filled with undisguised provocation. The music here is too dull. Truly befitting a backward country like yours. His tone was contemptuous, his eyes cold and indifferent, projecting arrogance as he tilted his chin upward. The atmosphere immediately froze into ice. The emperor and ministers of Yi country looked increasingly grim-faced. Insulting the etiquette and dance within Ye's territory amounted to trampling on the dignity of Yi. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh out loud until 002 roughly stopped him. The little light orb jumped anxiously on his shoulder. Look at the situation before mocking Jun Lin's arrogance. I know it's funny, but the ambience doesn't allow for it. Restrain yourself. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he struggled to suppress laughter, distorting his facial expression before quickly nodding, all right. I'll hold back. Originally braced for battle, Lu Jingyan glared icily at Jun Lin, who dared to offend Yi country. But before maintaining this expression for 3 seconds, he noticed some unusual movement from Lin Feng behind him and shot a questioning glance. What's wrong with you? Silently, Lu Jingyan asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at Jun Lin, then tapped his temple, and finally made an exaggerated yet restrained gesture while shaking his head in a contorted manner. Lu Jingyan understood and almost burst out laughing. Lin Feng was saying that this arrogant and confrontational Jun Lin probably had some issues with his brain, behaving much like a rooster after winning a fight, proudly fluffing its feathers and boasting loudly. Lu Jingyan cast another look. True enough, the longer he looked, the more Jun Lin resembled one. The chancellor lowered his head, hiding a smile as he raised his wine glass to his lips, trying to conceal the corners of his mouth that were threatening to turn upward. Lin Feng was just too mischievous, effortlessly tickling Lu Jingyan every time. Jun Lin seemed ready for Lu Jingyan's reaction. As soon as he saw the latter take a sip of wine, he taunted again, it seems the Prime Minister of Yi country agrees with my point of view. What a psycho. Lu Jingyan put down his wine cup, lifting his cold and handsome eyes, speaking indifferently, our country Yi has 500 years of historical records. De Zhong's origins are from nomadic tribes, adding up to not even 100 years. So what gives you the right to criticize the etiquette of our country as backward? Based on your big mouth, maybe? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instinctively, ready to grab some sunflower seeds and enjoy the show. A clash between two destined rivals wouldn't be unexciting. 002 reminded, there aren't any sunflower seeds at this banquet. Frowning unhappily, Lin Feng said, Jun Lin is right, how backward it is here. Why isn't there even a bit of sunflower seeds or peanuts prepared? 002 snorted coldly, shut up. You'll be eating a handful of slaps before long if you keep talking nonsense. After being scolded, Jun Lin glared at Lu Jingyan with a gloomy face, Minister Lu is sharp-tongued, I can't compare with him. Lu Jingyan cast his eyes downward, his exquisite features as sharp as a blade, exuding icy coldness. He refuted without hesitation, for hundreds of years, Yi and De Zhong have maintained an alliance. In the agreement signed at the beginning of De Zhong's foundation, it was explicitly stated that Yi had profound etiquette traditions and was renowned as a land of propriety, which De Zhong should emulate. How much has De Zhong actually learned from us? According to reason, Yi should be the origin of propriety, but now you come to critique us. A smirk tugged at Lu Jingyan's lips as he spoke word by word, perhaps you've forgotten where you came from. What a cool line. It was indeed reminiscent of his past when he would assert himself during diplomatic talks. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He appreciated the quiet, elegant side of Lu Jingyan, admiring such beauty in silence. However, he discovered that he favored the brilliant Lu Chancellor even more, gracefully responding to foreign provocation in his role while upholding national pride, radiant and dazzling. After Lu Jingyan's statement, officials of Yi wore smiles on their faces, pointing fingers at the De Zhong envoys gathered before them. The De Zhong Empire is getting out of hand. Our emperor called De Zhong the land of etiquette. Now these young ones dare to defy their ancestors. Seated high, the emperor burst into laughter, clapping his hands, that's right. That's right. Our country Yi, being the true land of etiquette, deserves the title of originator of propriety. Once the emperor spoke, Lu Jingyan found the situation dull and nauseating, losing interest in arguing further, frowning and looking back toward the sumptuous dishes on his table. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Jingyan unconsciously twice, thinking that his majesty must know little about Lu Jingyan despite allegedly having admired him for years. He couldn't even tell Lu Jingyan's tastes. Probably, Lu Jingyan's stomach wasn't in good condition, he couldn't handle spicy or greasy foods. If he accidentally consumed something inappropriate, he might easily feel gastric discomfort. Previously, Lin Feng had seen Lu Jingyan pale-faced clutching his stomach. That's why he didn't bring anyone to eat clear soup noodles. At the banquet, the messengers from De Zhong looked grim, silently blaming Jun Lin for finding unnecessary trouble. They had heard long ago that Jun Lin was stubborn and rude, yet inexplicably always escaping adverse situations. They assumed he possessed some special qualities. However, shaking their heads, the envoys didn't wish to denounce their own prince but truly believed that Jun Lin was undeserving of his position. Jun Lin was extremely enraged at this point, glaring at Lu Jingyan with chilling eyes, Lu Jingyan, you. Lu Jingyan had already lost interest in responding to him. After drinking earlier, the alcohol stimulated his stomach, bringing a latent pain that made him physically uncomfortable. He really needed to eat something to relieve the pain, but the food in front of him. Sighing, Lu Jingyan shook his head. Seeing that Lu Jingyan was not rising to the bait, Jun Lin decided to switch tactics. If so, then regarding gentlemanly archery skills, surely you, Master Lu, must be highly skilled at it. Pausing, Lu Jingyan pursed his lips and looked at Jun Lin. Jun Lin smiled. I've heard that Master Lu resembles a man of clear virtue, someone proficient in the 6 arts. Since he is considered a nation of propriety, the original source of it all, you certainly ought to compete against me in a challenge. If we win, isn't he the land of propriety? Of course, they will win. But if we lose, who exactly is the ancestor? 002 suddenly screamed wildly in Lin Feng's ear. Ah! What a nasty thug! Lin Feng whispered, what's going on? Is Lu Jingyan not skilled at riding and shooting? 002 angrily said, what do you mean, not skilled? If Lu Jingyan were skilled at riding and shooting, he could beat him like a drum. Lin Feng asked, what does that mean? 002 hurriedly explained, Lu Jingyan once had broken fingers and couldn't hold a bow. He was unmatched in riding and shooting when he was still the young master of the Lu family, but later, the entire Lu family was executed, and it was already good that Lu Jingyan survived. With too many severe injuries and fractures, he couldn't handle swords or bows anymore. Accumulated old ailments over the years, along with constant emotional distress, have left his health not so great. Lin Feng thought to himself that some things must have been missed when he previously diagnosed Lu Jingyan's body. He didn't know about Lu Jingyan's chronic conditions from the past. Something came to his mind, Lu Jingyan's stomach problems. 002 sighed unhappily, they came from starvation during his escape in the early days. Lin Feng looked down at the slim youth who stood tall despite a somewhat pale complexion indicating physical weakness. Facing provocations, the youth displayed an unbelievable calmness. He wasn't sure how Jun Lin knew about the fracture in his fingers, but Lu Jingyan maintained utmost grace and composure against this unwarranted malice. Jun Lin continued to pressure, so what? Afraid, Prime Minister. Lu Jingyan found himself in a predicament. He couldn't reveal his own weakness nor admit that he couldn't ride and shoot. Those cold eyes looked at his powerless right hand without any visible fluctuation in emotions. Lin Feng acutely sensed that Lu Jingyan's current mood was extremely bad, even though this young man seemed outwardly very calm. He should have been the peerless prodigy of riding and shooting. Fine. Lu Jingyan's chilly voice rang out, I'll compete with you. Jun Lin's expression softened as he burst into laughter and applauded. Not bad, Mr. Lu. Lin Feng asked 002, did the original plot also have this part? What happened afterward? 002 felt almost choked and stammered, Lu Jingyan deliberately broke his own hand and framed Jun Lin for it. How ruthless. Knowing he couldn't beat Jun Lin, he decisively broke his own hand, making Jun Lin appear in the wrong so that he couldn't demand further trials. Moreover, he got tagged as the loser. No one thought Lu Jingyan was unskilled at riding and shooting, they rather believed that Jun Lin couldn't accept defeat and resorted to sabotaging Master Lu's hand under these pretenses. This is how the enmity between the two destined rivals started. Lin Feng felt his mood shift from sunny to gloomy then torrential rain. 002 hesitated to ask him, do you want to leave Lu Jingyan as he is and let him turn dark and become the corrupt official from the original storyline? In that case, you shouldn't interfere with such matters. There will be many similar incidents in the next few years, with even more extreme situations filled with pain, helplessness, and despair. Lin Feng, are you really determined not to intervene? Lin Feng frowned irritably. The horseback archery competition was set for the next day. Officials gradually dispersed. Familiar ones chatted and laughed together as they left. Since Lin Feng temporarily stayed at the Chancellor's residence, he followed Lu Jingyan outside the palace. Throughout this walk, he remained eerily silent. Despite several glances from Lu Jingyan, Lin Feng didn't come close with a smile as usual. For the first time, he couldn't stand the silence and tried to start a conversation. In this envoy's visit, what do you plan to do? Lin Feng snapped back to reality and replied in a heavy tone, there will be negotiations later. They're here to modify the agreement this time, and I'll take the lead in it. Lu Jingyan wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Feng's slightly melancholy expression, he chose to remain silent eventually. Getting on the carriage, Lin Feng directly boarded, pulled up the curtain, and squatted by the tracks while extending his hand. Without resisting, Lu Jingyan placed his hand in Lin Feng's palm, using the support to get on the carriage. At this moment, Lin Feng focused on the beautiful hand in his palm, long, elegant, delicate fingers with clear joints. However, the slight misalignment of the bones in the joints could hardly be noticed unless looking closely. As he kept observing, Lin Feng suddenly rubbed the joint lightly with his thumb, slowly and meticulously caressing it. Startled, Lu Jingyan quickly withdrew his hand and exclaimed, what are you doing? Nothing. Lin Feng drew back his hand, sitting back beside Lu Jingyan in the carriage, just looking at your hand. Lu Jingyan's face turned red, his heart pounding wildly. Always being cautious 3 steps ahead, he hadn't even thought why Prince Lin would examine his hand or if he had discovered anything. Instead, he scolded, help me if you need to, look if you feel like it, but don't grope around. Lin Feng forced a smile toward him and promised, it won't happen again. Chapter 11 Qingling Prime Minister falls for me 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan felt no joy in his heart. Inadvertently, he touched the knuckles of his fingers, and the remaining warmth caused his breathing to become slightly rapid. With a tinge of annoyance, he pinched his own palm. Finally, he dryly said, if you remember that, then good. Lin Feng hummed in acknowledgement, ceased speaking with him, and instead lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. In this manner, he avoided communication with Lu Jingyan, hiding complex emotions in his dark eyes. Through the carriage window, there were cheers and laughter as clouds of steam rose from street food vendors, creating a lively cacophony. However, the atmosphere inside the carriage remained stiff and awkward. After what seemed like ages, Lin Feng still did not turn around. Maintaining his gaze out the window, he spoke without facing Lu Jingyan, masking all his emotions with his back turned toward him. Lu Jingyan, his voice steady but slow, will you ever become obsequious? Lu Jingyan frowned unconsciously, thinking it was a jest by Lin Feng, do you think I would? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, barely curving his lips, I believe you will, because no one can always uphold their original intentions. Pausing for a moment, he asked further, will you resort to any means necessary? To achieve your goals, would you annihilate 3,000 innocent civilians? This time, Lu Jingyan's reply was firm and resolute, I won't. But you will do so in later stages, to reach your desired objectives, opting to sacrifice those 3,000 innocents. As Lin Feng tapped his fingertips against the window frame softly, the sound barely audible, he continued, if you end up becoming that person. Interrupting him mid-sentence, Lu Jingyan declared, then that wouldn't be me anymore. Would that really not be the present Lu Jingyan? How horrifying is the evil influence. It taints a pure soul with the dirtiest colors of humanity, transforming Lu Jingyan from a man of loyalty and sincerity into a twisted, depraved official. Though this official saves the country and its people, would he still be the original Lu Jingyan? Where had Lu Jingyan gone? With a corrupted soul and a restructured character, when Lu Jingyan became that figure in later events, he would have already died, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Lin Feng closed his eyes, deep in thought about something. I wish to see how you'll change. Maybe you're not important enough yet, so I don't care much, or possibly death once before has rendered me lifeless, the real Lin Feng long perished. In the past, I would have tried to pull you back. But only now, I want to understand how far you'll distort yourself. The spirited Lin Feng has passed away, what remains is but a lifeless puppet. This puppet doesn't yearn to rescue others, rather, it eagerly awaits the birth of another kindred spirit. With cold indifference, Lin Feng observed himself releasing inner malevolence. He wanted to witness how a fervent, righteous soul grew cold and grey, shedding all of its brilliance. Just this once. He muttered low. Perplexed, Lu Jingyan looked at him, what once are you talking about? Turning around, Lin Feng leaned down his towering frame. Picking up the hand resting on Lu Jingyan's knee, he paused briefly in silence, then his upturned eyes carried a hint of amusement. You have beautiful hands. Lu Jingyan blushed from this unexpected compliment, his previously calm heart now beating erratically. He didn't know why, but today's fluctuations in emotion were vast, swaying with every move and every word from Lin Feng. Holding his hand, Lin Feng brought it near his lips gently brushing them, since they're so lovely, let's keep them safe from harm. Lu Jingyan caught his breath sharply. Clutching his teeth, he pulled his hand back, you just said there wouldn't be a next time. Lin Feng's face was thick-skinned as a fortress wall, right, there won't be. His apology was polite, yet repeatedly uncorrected. Furious, Lu Jingyan was ready to shake him off and exit the carriage, but a strong hand yanked him back. Don't throw a tantrum. Come sit back and listen to my apology. Lu Jingyan. Timidly, 002 found a corner to cower into, shielding its reddened cheeks with small arms. Hey, what's this? It mumbled under its breath, stealing furtive glances upward. Crap, Lin Feng might soon be single no more. Looks like the stinky tofu is inevitable after all. For half a day, 002 eyed Lu Jingyan with the look a mother-in-law gives her prospective daughter-in-law, finally commenting, what blindness must one endure to get charmed by Lin Feng. Seems the distinguished prime minister was on the verge of secret infatuation, roughly. A salted fish too lazy to flip over, avoiding even the hassle of finding a spouse, managed somehow to sway the heart of a prime minister. Disapproving gazes shifted onto Lin Feng, 002 could discern no charm whatsoever. How could the son of heaven have such a poor eye for people? Prime Minister Lu, how do you plan to deal with Jun Lin's provocation? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Lu Jingyan moved further away from him, his pale skin flushed red, and no matter how much he tried, it wouldn't fade. His thick eyebrows furrowed, creating peaks in his brow line. This has nothing to do with you. It does concern you. I'm also a prince of ye country. Provoking the prime minister is provoking ye country, and provoking ye country means provoking me. He's already stepped on my head, naturally, I must retaliate. Lu Jingyan, frustrated, forced out a laugh, so this is your reason? Lin Feng smiled innocently at him, ah yes, this is my perfect reason. 002. It doubted its own judgment just now. With Lin Feng looking this foolish, he wouldn't be able to marry this partner even after an eternity. It seemed like the smelly tofu incident wouldn't happen after all. 002 sighed faintly. Inside the carriage, a sudden cold voice erupted. Get lost. The passing pedestrians were all startled and quickly looked over. A piteous voice then came from the carriage. Director Lu, I'm sorry. The night was pitch black, the cold silence of the snowy weather swept through. There were no stars or moon in the sky, only a massive weight pressing down, without a hint of vitality. An agile black figure darted across the sky and disappeared into some corner. The envoys rested quietly, with only a few guards slowly patrolling the streets. The freezing weather almost froze people stiff, nobody wanted to linger outside in such bad weather. The guards just wanted to finish their shifts as quickly as possible. A ghost-like figure zipped across the sky, lightly towing the rooftops, then landing on a tall roof. The black shadow crouched on the top, bent down, and tapped gently twice before finding a hole and deftly pulling it open. At once, they saw the male lead battling hard in bed. Had so much energy, huh? You found a woman right after arriving in your country? Lin Feng had his head wrapped in a black towel, glanced at Junlin a couple of times, shook his head in disgust. Not as good a body as mine, I've got 8-pack abs and V-lines. 002 hid inside his chest and, upon hearing this, commented sarcastically, despite being so lazy normally, you still have those because I've tuned your physical form to its peak before death. The chief space negotiator wasn't someone who could be portrayed by any gentle and well-mannered official, it was held by warriors before Lin Feng's time, killers of insectoids, brave soldiers of the empire who fought enemy armies. Lin Feng, thank you, 002, for helping me maintain my masculine pride. 002 suspected he was teasing but lacked proof. Lin Feng waited politely while the couple below finished their business. After an indeterminate amount of time, until the sound of running water echoed below, the courteous Chief Lin leapt off the roof and entered through a window. Jun Lin, fully satisfied, soaked in the tub enjoying the warm water, with a strikingly beautiful woman covered in heavy makeup scrubbing his back. Occasionally, she'd lower her head to flirt and giggle with him. Jun Lin said contentedly, "You're excellent." The woman massaged his back and replied ingratiatingly, "Your praise flatters me. Xiao Yan feels honored to have the opportunity to serve you." Jun Lin, his physical needs satiated, didn't want such a powdery-smelling woman loitering around. He waved her away impatiently, "Go out there and find the person at the door for payment. You're not needed here anymore." Xiao Yan had long been accustomed to such treatment, men spoke sweet words in bed, only to become indifferent and emotionless afterward. Regardless of what kind of man they were, as long as they paid, that was fine. As the saying goes, actors lack affection, but one should see the end result of those who try too hard to show affection. Thus, the woman remained calm, as if unfazed by the difference in Jun Lin's attitude before and after, and gave a graceful bow, yes. She silently withdrew, then walked out when she reached the door. Jun Lin sighed deeply, playing with the steaming water, preparing to close his eyes and relax, when light sounds of a door pushing open and footsteps intruded. They were bold, with no effort made to conceal themselves. Jun Lin snapped impatiently, "Didn't I tell you to leave?" A high-pitched male voice rang out, "That was the sister earlier, now it's the younger sister come to serve." Startled, Jun Lin opened his wide eyes and prepared to turn around to see who it was, when a sandbag-sized fist landed squarely on his eye socket. Ah! Smirking, Lin Feng used a black sack to cover his head, dragging him out of the water, then threw another punch at his face. Bang! Jun Lin collapsed with a thud, writhing and struggling on the ground, roaring furiously. Who are you?" Lin Feng laughed wildly, pinching a shrill tone, "I am Little Feng." Then he delivered a kick to the man's groin, and with an arrogant grin asked, "Did I serve you well?" "Ha!" Jun Lin screamed in agony as his privates were kicked, trying to crawl away despite the tightly locked headbag over his head. Clutching his lower half pitifully, his other hand scrabbled helplessly at the floor. The bathtub fell over, spilling its warm water across the ground, soaking Jun Lin sprawled there. The shock of crying out made him inadvertently gulp down 2 mouthfuls of water. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed, "Is the bathwater that tasty?" Jun Lin retched in response. Everything after was a desperate nightmare for anyone involved. No one knew where he'd picked up these skills, but Lin Feng had an astonishing array of torturous methods, cruel, poisonous, terrifying, all unleashed on Jun Lin. So much so that even the little light ball watching from the corner couldn't help shivering involuntarily. In the end, Jun Lin was left unable even to scream, his limbs twisted into knots as he lay gasping faintly on the floor. Clapping his hands together, Lin Feng remarked, "He won't be recovering without lying flat for half a month during our stay in Yi country." This would also relieve Prime Minister Lu's troubles, who already dealt with enough headaches concerning the emperor and officials. Not to mention the series of hardships inflicted by this wretch upon Lu Jingyan. Recalling the once beautiful hands now disfigured, Lin Feng gave a cold laugh. How dare he break the fingers of someone skilled in archery? Not to worry, Lin Feng could ensure that Jun Lin's hands would never hold anything again. The frost in his eyes accumulated like millennia-old snow, a storm forming around them. He put all his strength behind the ball of his foot, crack. In an instant, Jun Lin's right hand was crushed against the ground, bone mingling with flesh. With a last scream before his consciousness left him, Jun Lin's eyes rolled back, unconsciousness overtaking him. Beside them, 002 quietly glanced at the alert notification reminding them about the mission rule violations displayed on their control panel. What if the Chosen One's right hand turned to pulp, how would he fight on the battlefield? And the long-standing plot between him and Lu Jingyan, what happens then? Rescuing villains meant mitigating the misfortunes Lu Jingyan might endure later, not disrupting the storyline outright. Lin Feng's action jeopardized future story development severely. As 002 thought of their KPIs, key performance indicators, then Lin Feng's persistent single status, they finally remembered that Lu Jingyan could potentially become their daughter-in-law. With resignation, 002 cancelled the violation notice. Let there be violations, let this period's ratings take a slight hit, it didn't matter anyway, surpassing 001 was a habit beyond them. When Lin Feng eventually returns victorious with his lover, given Lu Jingyan's stable and reliable nature as a workaholic, wouldn't it generate more points than just being a deadbeat? Come on, Lin Feng. While others on similar missions found love quickly, under its supervision were only a group of lazy bums who desperately needed a change of lifestyle. Finding a wife would start the revolution, a family needing support, a wife demanding affection. Only then can these slouches pick themselves up. Lost in pleasant reverie, 002 began finding Lin Feng's misconduct less offensive, chuckling gently, "Are you done stomping yet, Lin Feng? Once done, I'll deactivate the barrier." After such a long silence, people outside may begin to suspect something. Lin Feng gave Jun Lin's head a couple more kicks, then finally felt satisfied. "Alright, let's go." Running out of the envoy's inn, it took roughly half an hour, leaving his legs practically burning, to rush back to the Prime Minister's residence. Even before entering his own room, Lin Feng noticed the bright lights inside. His heart sank as he slowed down step by step toward the door. He was preparing to spy when a cool voice spoke from the doorway. "Since you've returned, come in. Why stand outside?" Lin Feng touched his nose, sharing a glance with 002. Encouraged by the small glowing orb whispering, "You can do it," he confidently pushed open the door and walked in with composure. 3 steps further, meeting Prime Minister Lu's cold gaze, Lin Feng casually smiled before suddenly buckling his knees and crashing to the ground with a polite bow, his head bowed. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lu Jingyan was taken aback by his sudden kneeling, instantly rising from his seat to try to avoid it. Wherever he moved, Lin Feng followed, rotating on the floor so that his knees always pointed directly at the flustered Prime Minister. "You, stop kneeling, you are still a prince." Lin Feng earnestly responded, "I should kneel. It brings peace to my troubled soul." "Scoundrel." 002 looked at this scene and suddenly remembered AO. Then it silently apologized to AO. "I apologize for using Lin Feng, this scoundrel with no honor, to insult your dignity." A flicker of surprise appeared in Lu Jingyan's eyes. "Why are you kneeling to me?" Lin Feng laughed cheerfully, "Since I kept you waiting for so long, I deserve to kneel." "Were you worried?" Prime Minister Lu had indeed been concerned, fearing that Third Prince might impulsively cause some disaster. But now he felt his worries were unwarranted. Lu Jingyan pursed his lips, confused. "What did you do?" "I went to solve the troubles for you." Lin Feng crawled on his knees a couple steps, but then stood up suddenly when pain shot through them, approaching Lu Jingyan. "Give me a compliment, Jun Lin won't be causing trouble for a while." "Lu Jingyan, what exactly did you do?" Lin Feng evaded the heavy implications, gave him a beating. The severity of the beating was one issue, whether those hands could still be used was another entirely. Jun Lin's hands were crushed into pulp, fingers broken into several pieces, making it impossible for him to even hold chopsticks in the future, let alone draw a bow. Lin Feng took his hand and glanced at the bones of his fingers, feeling both satisfied and regretful. He was satisfied because this time, Lu Jingyan's hands were spared, otherwise the ones turned to mush would have been the Prime Minister's left hand. He was regretful because during the first injury inflicted on these hands, Lin Feng wasn't around to protect them. If he had been there, the finger bones wouldn't have twisted and deformed, glaringly evident like white jade stained with ink. Looking at his own hands that were held up, Lu Jingyan's heart tightened as his throat went dry. "Aren't you afraid of provoking him?" "Who's afraid of him? I've got no mother, no wife, a father who neither loves nor cares. Currently my closest person is Prime Minister Lu. Who could possibly seek revenge on me?" Lin Feng turned around, picked up a cup of tea, and gulped it down. His movements were unrestrained, his entire being seemed overly brash. His posture drinking tea was carefree and unruly. Lu Jingyan silently sat down, his face unreadable, gazing at the teapot in front of him without saying anything. A teacup waved before Lu Jingyan. After pulling it away, Lin Feng's upward slanting phoenix eyes appeared. "What are you worried about?" Lu Jingyan swatted his hand away, his eye corners tinged with a slight blush of anger. "You're asking what I'm worried about?" "Lin Feng, you're intentionally pretending not to know." Jun Lin would retaliate for any grudge. Tonight, beating someone up like this casually. Now Lu Jingyan held significant power and could protect him, but feared if Jun Lin ever found out who the instigator truly was, he might fail to safeguard Lin Feng from harm. Lin Feng momentarily froze, then clutched his chest, accusingly asking, "I resolved your problem, yet you're blaming me? It's rare that I help others like this." Lu Jingyan took a deep breath. "I am not blaming you, I deeply appreciate your assistance, but I also hope it comes without harm to yourself." "Lin Feng, if I help you, aren't you happy?" "I am very happy." "That settles it, you don't need to worry about me getting hurt." Lin Feng reached into his robe, pulled out a wrapped piece of mung bean cake, something he sneaked from Jun Lin's mansion, then shoved it into Lu Jingyan's mouth. Eat the pastry, haven't you eaten yet? As Lu Jingyan chewed the mung bean cake, finally swallowing it, he wanted to say something more. Before he could, the next bite of pastry was shoved into his mouth. Lin Feng's pocket became like Doraemon's magical bag, producing one pastry after another, feeding each one into Lu Jingyan's mouth until it was completely filled. He grinned. Jun Lin doesn't matter, worth mentioning, why are you so anxious? You're like an old mother hen, worrying here, worrying there. You should eat more pastries instead. Would you like a drink? Lu Jingyan, fed until his mouth was sweet and parched, nodded unconsciously. A cup of tea was presented to his lips, offering a sip. After drinking, it relieved the excessive sweetness and dried throat, soothing the burning sensation in his stomach. The feast earlier was all hard-to-digest meats, rich and greasy. Lu Jingyan couldn't consume any of it. To entertain guests, he drank some alcohol. Once home, due to concern over Lin Feng's sudden disappearance, he hadn't eaten dinner. Now, he'd genuinely gone hungry all day. Originally, his stomach was searing with pain, but after the cakes and green tea calmed it, a sense of satisfaction filled his abdomen. Seizing a moment, Lu Jingyan protested, "You shouldn't. Hurry up and eat." Chapter 12, The Prime Minister Falls in Love with Me 11. Jun Lin, beaten almost to death by an unknown assailant, with his hands smashed to a pulp, managed to suppress this news somehow. Competition among the princes of Dalong country was fierce. If such unfavorable information about him spread, his hidden, good brothers, would surely backstab him. So Jun Lin could only grit his teeth and swallow the loss in silence, staring at his own disabled hands. It couldn't get out. The Emperor of Dalong wouldn't allow a cripple to take the post. His hands must be saved. Anyone who knew that his hands were destroyed would certainly have to die. Jun Lin called one doctor after another for treatment. If they couldn't cure him, Jun Lin would figure out a way to kill them directly, truly demonstrating the ruthless ethics of a tyrannical male lead by killing without hesitation. Lin Feng, who was peeling an orange in the Prime Minister's house, heard this news from 002 and shook his head with a sigh. What a pity for those doctors, who have children, wives, and parents to support at home, yet end up encountering such a person. 002 asked, hearing your words, do you intend to intervene? Not at all. Lin Feng threw the tangerine into the plate and said with a smile, it has nothing to do with me. They unfortunately met Jun Lin, which is indeed very pitiful, but what does it have to do with Lin Feng, who crushed Jun Lin's fingers? 002 thought, no wonder so many people say that the souls under its command are immoral. It originally didn't believe, but now it increasingly finds no reason to refute these words. Lin Feng sighed like a rat mourning over a dead mouse, annoyed 002, making the little light bulb bump against his face unhappily. You weren't like this before. Lin Feng smiled as he took it off his face and gave it a kiss. My little sweetheart, what was I like before? Disgusting. 002 angrily spat at him, don't call me that. You call me little sweetheart when you're in a good mood, and little waste when you're in a bad mood. I've seen through you. Lin Feng called out 3 times, little sweetheart, little sweetheart, little sweetheart. Each call was more seductive and higher pitched than the last. 002 screamed, let me die. Lin Feng burst out laughing and was about to provoke a few more sentences when a cold voice came from outside the door. Who are you calling? 002. Lin Feng. A person and a light ball tacitly separated, and 002 quickly hid in Lin Feng's arms. The young man put his hand on his thigh and innocently looked at Lu Jingyan standing outside the door with a cold look. I'm not calling anyone. Prime Minister, why didn't you knock? Lu Jingyan strolled in, his eyes sweeping over the room subtly, finding no suspicious places or any traces of adulterers hidden in the corners. He reluctantly wanted to search, but eventually abandoned the idea, sitting opposite Lin Feng and asking coldly, Prince 3, do you usually act this wanton and dissolute? Don't say it like that. Lin Feng shyly covered his face, it makes me feel embarrassed. Lu Jingyan's pupils dilated. 002 felt a bit nauseous. Lin Feng pressed on, how can this be called wanton and dissolute? Prime Minister, clearly I have some mental issues and am acting strangely in an empty room, please don't accuse me wrongly. 002. Good job. Rather admitting having a mental issue, he wouldn't confess to being wanton and dissolute. If there were a men's morality class, Lin Feng could at least get the position of class president. Lu Jingnan always experienced 2 idioms while dealing with this person. Speechless despair. Helplessness. Could it be that the harsh life in the palace made Third Prince develop an optimistic and positive personality? This kind of character is something most people can't cultivate. He did not know what peculiar experiences the Third Prince had undergone, but this former useless chess piece in the cold palace seemed to have become omnipotent, breaking through the heavy encirclement of the palace to rescue him, then breaching the protection shield of the envoys and to seek revenge for him. And in every matter, it was all for Lu Jingyan's safety. To be honest, since his family was wiped out, Lu Jingyan hadn't experienced the feeling of being protected. Starting to be independent from a young age, rolling around until reaching this position, amidst the surrounding wolves, he unexpectedly encountered someone who treated him very well. Thinking about it, the Prime Minister's handsome face revealed a hint of a smile, saying to him, no matter what, thank you for helping me last night. After yesterday's anger passed, recalling Lin Feng's kindness toward him, Prime Minister Lu even found sweetness in it. There were too few people who treated him kindly. Or those who currently treated him slightly better ultimately aimed for greater gain. The emperor favored Lu Jingyan in order to take advantage and drag him to bed. Ministers flattered him only for promotion and wealth. This was the first time Lu Jingyan met Lin Feng, who sought nothing in return, and he wished to cherish it more. But the prime minister, busy with official duties day in and day out, really didn't know what to do. Facing Lin Feng's smiling beautiful phoenix-like eyes, he couldn't think of anything to say. Finally, Lin Feng took the initiative to speak. Do you want to go hunting? Lu Jingyan was surprised. What? Lin Feng leaned closer to him and whispered in his ear, didn't Junlin provoke and bully you? Let's retaliate. Let's challenge him with hunting. I want to see how he can draw a bow with those hands of his. If they don't hurt so much that he can't compete, then count me as the loser. The contest was originally scheduled for today, but the male lead was most likely still recuperating from his injuries. How could the one who issued the challenge yesterday skip it today? To what extent would Dalong Empire lose face? The news spreading around wouldn't be favorable at all. He has concealed his injury. We'll use this against him. Regardless, this match, he must participate even if he doesn't want to. Forcing Lu Jingyan into competing, letting him publicly fail to lift the bow before the crowd, conceding Yegua's weakness compared to Dalong, and mocking Lu Jingyan's inadequacy, this plan intended to destroy the prime minister's reputation completely. Junlin might be malicious, but Lin Feng could surpass him. At least in this match, that bastard's hands will shatter, and there won't be any hope for recovery. Watching the last sliver of hope for curing his own hands being crushed by yesterday's rash provocation, Junlin's despair could only be imagined. Lu Jingyan felt an itchy warmth breathe onto his earlobes, which turned slightly red like plum blossoms, making him uncomfortable and trying to evade Lin Feng's warm and ambiguous breath. You talk too easily. Don't forget, my hands can't function either. Lin Feng reached out a finger to adjust the strands of hair near his ear, then chuckled lightly upon hearing Lu Jingyan's words, saying, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Lu Jingyan blinked, asking, how do you plan to do it? Lin Feng tapped his lips mock seriously, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Winter snowfields aren't suitable for hunting, he preferred autumn hunts when game was abundant and less likely to miss. For a small competition like this, there wouldn't be any major problems. Drums began to sound loud and deep, temporary flags raised high in the sky. Men donned riding outfits, sitting gracefully on their horses, while women weren't far behind due to Ye's open-mindedness. Archery and kickball were acceptable activities for women as well, and Jiang Ruoxue was one such participant. Riding a white horse, Lu Jingyan gripped the reins as war drums resounded gradually leading to the center of the field. Junlin also had a fine steed, though he must have used countless amounts of powder to cover the bruises on his face, looking unnaturally pale and frail. His gloved hands loosely grasped the reins. Prime Minister subconsciously glanced at his hands. They didn't appear injured at all. Lin Feng claimed this man's hands were broken, yet it wasn't noticeable. Based on this, Lu Jingyan still admired his pain tolerance. He smiled warmly at Junlin, saying, Mr. Jun, you don't look so well. Why are you sweating so much? Afterwards, he adopted a colder expression, sarcastically inquiring, are your hands still sore? Junlin's expression distorted imperceptibly, glaring at him venomously, it's because of you. What is? Lu Jingyan remained calm, smiling lightly and counter-questioning, Jingyan doesn't understand. You. Junlin's eyes radiated hatred almost dripping with malice. He asked through gritted teeth audibly only to both of them, since you couldn't win against me, you devised ways to ruin my hands. Lu Jingyan didn't deny it, instead admitting, yes, it was me. And in this match, why should the first challenger, Mr. Jun, forfeit? What about losing? The young scholar dressed in simple robes leaned forward, rolling a similarly dark intensity in his eyes comparable to Junlin's. He mocked softly, even if you win, how will you face the upcoming succession struggles, Mr. Jun? Junlin's teeth trembled with anger, resentment flared within him like molten iron. He seethed, Lu Jingyan. You deserve death. The Prime Minister straightened up, casually turning his horse towards the center again. His voice was clear and gentle, but you initiated this plot. As they say, whoever initiates it deserves contempt. Outside the field, Lin Feng watched the two having intimate whispers and furrowed his brows, asking 002, what's going on? Why do the antagonist and the male lead look like good buddies, whispering so close together? 002 cracked sunflower seeds, scoffing disdainfully, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Stupid rigid fool. Even if he told him that Lu Jingyan took responsibility for the hand-breaking incident to protect his safety and provoke Junlin to incur this despicable person's full enmity, Lin Feng wouldn't think anything of it. Thinking of this, 002 sighed inwardly. Shit, stupid Lin Feng. Ignorant dog. At this moment, the referee standing on high announced the competition rules. The requirements for the competition, victory determined by the weight and rarity of the game, assemble for statistics Athur. Begin. A sharp whistle split the sky as the two men in the center of the field simultaneously leaned forward on their horses, galloping towards the depths of the forest. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Jun Lin's hands can still be used. Without looking up, 002 cracked sunflower seeds and remarked disdainfully, probably due to En's enhancement. After all, it was a malevolent spirit with such capabilities. Lin Feng tapped its head. Stop eating. Take out the puppet doll I stored here decades ago. 002 twisted its body and took out the puppet doll from its space, reminding him, usage time is limited. Remember to return early. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. How could I not know my own things? 002 coldly stated, I wish you a swift death, my salted fish soul. In some unknown corner, a puppet doll was placed where the third prince had been. Its facial expression froze for a moment before returning to normal, lifting the wine glass to continue drinking. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had long left the arena and rushed into the woods on foot. For this competition, the main characters were Jun Lin and Lu Jingyan, but other men and women also had a chance to participate, just half an hour later within a set range. The third prince hadn't previously shown any skills in archery or horse riding, so Lin Feng couldn't simply ride a horse into the hunting grounds either. He hadn't run far when he encountered Jun Lin outside the field, whose face was contorted with humiliation. Say hello since we've met. Lin Feng smiled, casually picking up a stone nearby and hurling it with a skillful force, the whistling sound piercing through the air. Jun Lin was staring furiously in the direction Lu Jingyan had left, sensing something coming from behind. Reflexively trying to avoid it, he accidentally tugged at his wound and failed to move entirely away, causing the rock to strike directly against the side of his skull and knock him off his horse. Tumbling awkwardly from the horse, Jun Lin assumed there was an assassin and yelled, "There's an assassin." All of this happened within seconds as several shadow guards gathered around Jun Lin, warily observing their surroundings. With his hands incapacitated, Jun Lin couldn't possibly leave the protection circle, instead retreating and relying on other shields, shame spreading across his face. After a short silence with no response, Jun Lin attempted to speak, "Sir, step out. Perhaps we can negotiate." Birds chirped overhead, leaving droppings behind. Amidst this embarrassing stillness, Jun Lin spoke again, "I am the Prince of Dalong Empire. Assaulting the prince is a sin worthy of 9 family exterminations." It seemed like a flock of crows flew over, leaving more black spots in the sky. Standing in this exceedingly awkward atmosphere for quite some time, Jun Lin finally realized from the subtle gazes of the surrounding shadow guards. The murderer had already fucking fled. At this point, Lin Feng found Lu Jingyan, calling out in a low voice at the sight of his leisurely horseback journey, "Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Jingyan turned back, surprised. "How did you get out?" Was this Lin Feng's mysterious method of keeping heavenly secrets? Running into the forest under everyone's watchful eyes from the viewing platform? Even if the third prince wasn't favored, his identity demanded basic respect in front of outsiders to avoid criticism. Lin Feng immediately explained, "No one noticed." Lu Jingyan thought that the disappearance of the third prince from the viewing platform would definitely be noticed. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's confident demeanor, he let go of his doubts. Lin Feng ran a stretch, stung by the winter wind, hurriedly jumping onto Lu Jingyan's white horse, hugging him halfway and reversing to grab the reins. "Let's go. I'm freezing to death. Finish it quick so we can go home." Lu Jingyan asked, "Where to?" "To find Jun Lin, I just saw him." Lu Jingyan questioned, "Why look for him?" Nestled warmly in Lin Feng's arms, feeling the warmth transfer from the other side, he instinctively pressed closer. He said, "Oh, you're so comfortable. Don't give me that look, I admit I'm wrong, I shouldn't have gotten this close. Let me hug you for a bit. We need to find him because something will certainly happen between the protagonist and antagonist. We'll follow them." His rambling speech probably indicated that his brain had been chilled during his rush, making Lu Jingyan even more confused. Protagonist and antagonist. A pair of extraordinary people. Lin Feng recalled something and suddenly realized, that's right, one of them is your destined soulmate. No. We have to hurry, we can't let this hero saves beauty moment slip to that lunatic. Perhaps the main character's Lu Jingyan might not understand, but he did understand what a destined soulmate meant. Upon hearing it, he laughed spitefully, "No." Lin Feng was urgently making his way, galloping through the steep forest trails. Hearing this, he cast a confused look at him. "What do you mean, no?" "No beloved one," Lu Jingyan replied petulantly, "I don't have a destined soulmate or a beloved one." "You will have one." Lin Feng patted his head and continued to pick up speed. "The more stubborn you are now, the more embarrassing it'll be later." After all, before the plot was messed up by Enci, after Lu Jingyan and Jiang Ruoshui came together, they strictly adhered to the principle of lifelong fidelity, never taking concubines, making him the most famous husband-pampering fanatic in the whole capital city. With a delicate and handsome appearance, immense power as prime minister, and being a wife-pampering fanatic, though his character was a bit cold, he was incomparably gentle and considerate towards his wife. Such a Lu Jingyan was the top-tier good man that women from all over the capital were desperate to marry, even some offered themselves as concubines. Despite all those young and beautiful women, Lu Jingyan unwaveringly guarded the love in his heart, never allowing any woman to come between him and his wife. Lin Feng laughed, "As long as the plot doesn't collapse, you will like the person you're supposed to like." After all, before being distorted by the male lead, Jiang Ruoxue was indeed an excellent and rare woman, self-reliant, strong-willed, capable and independent on the inside despite appearing fragile on the outside, and very well suited for Lu Jingyan. When it came to shipping couples, Lin Feng was always serious about it. Lu Jingyan's face turned gloomy. Lin Feng, if you dare say that again. Lin Feng startled, puzzled. Why are you suddenly angry? You. Don't get mad, you've got those brows furrowed already. Panting as Lin Feng urged the white horse forward towards Jun Lin, laughing lightly, furrowing them makes you ugly, it's unappealing. Suddenly, Lu Jingyan felt powerless as if punching into cotton. He discovered that he couldn't see through Lin Feng at all. Seemingly caring a lot about him, yet not entirely so. Willing to break into the palace to help him out of trouble, able to apologize at night with dried fruits, able to notice his bad stomach and thoughtfully order clear soup noodles, beating Jun Lin up to vent anger and revenge for him, feeding him snacks when hungry. He treated him well, only on the surface. Outwardly warm but inwardly cold, no matter how much he appeared to care or pay attention outwardly, deep down, he was icy and indifferent. Lu Jingyan's face turned pale, feeling an inexplicable pain at the tip of his heart. You. Bastard. Chapter 13, The Cool Prime Minister Falls for Me 12. At this moment, Jun Lin indeed met Jiang Ruoxue. It truly was a case of the hero saving the beauty. Jiang Ruoxue unfortunately encountered a fierce wolf. Even though she could ride and shoot, her skill was just average and faced such a ferocious beast, immediately showing her weak point. Just as she was about to be torn apart by its blood-red jaws, she heard a deep and commanding voice. Ingsan, kill it. A streak of sword light fell from the sky, the silver brilliance cutting through like feathers, and in the blink of an eye, the vicious wolf in front of her was cleaved into two halves. Jiang Ruoxue looked dumbfounded at the black silhouette in front of her, her heart pounding wildly. What the hell, this person is so courageous. Behind her, Jun Lin rode a fiery steed closer, blocking her view, squinting his sharp eyes as he asked, Who are you? Jiang Ruoxue was impatient in her heart, wanting to sidestep him to see that graceful and fleeting black figure. However, upon seeing Jun Lin's arrogant demeanor, she involuntarily had all her attention drawn to him, instinctively responding, This girl is the daughter of Minister Jiang. As soon as these words left her mouth, she herself felt strange. How come she sounded so timid? She straightened her back and smiled at Jun Lin, then drove her horse aside. What she saw next was an empty patch of ground, perhaps with just a bleeding wolf lying dead. The shadow assassin had left. Jiang Ruoxue felt a pang of loss. In the original storyline, the heroine would instantly fall in love with the male protagonist who saved her in dire circumstances. Now the male protagonist was almost half dead, barely maintaining his dominating charm in front of others, and could only send out his shadow assassin to save her. Still, it was instant love, but for the mysterious assassin who descended from the sky. Meanwhile, Jun Lin kept jabbering beside her, Are you one of my admirers? Did you specially come to find me? Jiang Ruoxue wanted to swear at him, but instead found herself involuntarily cooing, What nonsense. I don't even like you. Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue. Shit. Am I losing my mind? Upon hearing the girlish tone, Jun Lin became even more confident in his suspicion. With a self-assured smile, he rode closer and spoke with affection, You came to the forest alone for me? Do you like me that much? At this, Jiang Ruoxue felt an involuntary urge to throw up, terrified as her body began acting on its own, her cheeks inexplicably turning red. Her cheeks were flushed red. Dad. Help. My daughter's possessed. Aha. In the distance, Lin Feng quietly, tisk, urged the horse to stop. The hoofs touched the ground, taking a few steps, while he glanced at the handsome prime minister cradled in his arms. With just one glance, Lin Feng quickly covered Lu Jingyan's eyes with his hand. Sweetheart, darling, don't look. If he looked, wouldn't he be tormented by their flirtation over there? In the storyline, the oblivious affection between Jiang Ruoxue and Jun Lin often left the prime minister in silent anguish and sorrow. Lu Jingyan, being called sweetheart and darling, had his cheeks flush slightly with annoyance. Without those feelings, Lin Feng still teased him recklessly, stirring up innocent desires and leaving Lu Jingyan fuming inwardly. What a reckless scoundrel. His voice turned harsh, Stop calling me that. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly, unwilling to remove his hands if it meant compliance. I'm sorry, I won't call you that. It's my habit of being improper, always blurting out terms like sweetheart, dear, or baby. Just ignore it, treat it as nonsense. Lu Jingyan's eyes watered. How many people have you called like that? With his attention fixed on the unfolding scene ahead, Lin Feng missed the tremor in Lu Jingyan's voice and answered nonchalantly, I forgot. There were too many to remember. Forgot. Too many. Lu Jingyan nearly blacked out in fury, his grip trembling on the reins. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss on the other side, otherwise, Jiang Ruoxue might be taken away any second. Preparing to intervene, the man in his arms started struggling. He suppressed the struggle and frowned, What's wrong? Stop causing trouble. I'm finding you a wife here. Lu Jingyan snapped, Let me go. Instead, Lin Feng tightened his embrace, coaxing, "Don't misbehave now. If your wife runs away, who will you cry to? Let me hold you for a bit, I'll let go when we get there." Lu Jingyan tried kicking him. "I don't like her." Lin Feng ignored him completely, forcefully carrying him toward Jun Lin, tenderly ruffling his hair. "Be a good little sweetheart, do as I say." Lu Jingyan. As Jun Lin prepared to flirt with the delicate-looking rabbit in front of him, a casual voice interrupted from behind. "Oh, isn't that the crown prince of Dalong country?" Jun Lin disliked the condescending tone, turning around displeased. "Who is this?" Lin Feng, riding on horseback with Lu Jingyan in his arms, approached in unison, looking harmonious and well-matched. He smiled. "Prince Lin Feng of Yi Kingdom, third prince." Jun Lin eased his brow. "Ah, the third prince." Then, he looked at the man cradled in someone else's arms, a flash of hatred passing through his eyes, followed by scorn. "So what's wrong with Prime Minister Lu? Acting like a woman, being held in someone's arms." On the side, Jiang Ruoxue, who suddenly regained control of her body, stayed silent. "What's so disdainful about that? Women are just as capable of beating you 8 streets ahead." Feeling uncomfortable with Jun Lin's control over her body, she gratefully shifted her gaze toward Lu Jingyan and Lin Feng, subtly moving closer. Things returned to normal when these two showed up. There must be some extraordinary power about them. Stay close to them, and evil spirits will keep their distance. Seeing his prime minister insulted and silently enduring it, Lin Feng's protective instincts flared, laughing coldly. Being better off than all the dark guards protecting Jun Lin doesn't mean much. At least Prime Minister Lu isn't that delicate, thinking he's so important that a swarm of guards has to surround him to protect against an early death. Now unable to use his hands, Jun Lin's mind was overly sensitive, snapping furiously at this remark. "What gives you the right?" "I'm the third prince of Yi Kingdom," Lin Feng drawled lazily. "And aren't you also a prince of Dalong? What does either of us amount to anyway?" At least in terms of status, they were equal. After putting someone in their place, Lin Feng turned to Jiang Ruoxue with a warm smile. "Miss Jiang, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Feng." Jiang Ruoxue, surprised by the warmth in his tone, stammered, "The honor is mine, truly, it's mine." Ordinary princes either stuck their noses high into the air or eyed her with a murky lustful look. Never would they act as genuinely warm and kind as the third prince had. This greatly increased her liking for him, and she smiled modestly and gracefully, adding covertly, "Thank you, third prince." If it weren't for the third prince, she might still be flirtatiously bantering with that arrogant and presumptuous Jun Lin. At this thought, Jiang Ruoxue felt a little nauseous and couldn't help moving closer to these two. Lin Feng attempted to remind Lu Jingyan, "Won't you greet them?" Lu Jingyan coldly glanced at him and didn't bother to utter a single word. He rarely acted so impolitely. Today he truly was furious. Lin Feng could only awkwardly say, "Sorry, he's in a bad mood." Jiang Ruoxue found this puzzling. It shouldn't be like this. Ever since he took office, the timid nobleman had always been polite, exuding the refined grace of a gentleman and never acting so discourteously toward others. Which sixth brother made Lu Jingyan this upset? Lin. Sixth brother. Feng used despicable tactics, following behind Jun Lin while taking advantage of his inability to use his hands to start taunting. "Jun Sr., why don't you shoot at the prey with your bow and arrow?" Jun Lin's hands now were nothing more than decorative objects. His face darkened as he said, "Why are you following me?" Lin Feng mocked, "There's only one road. What do you mean by following you?" Jun Lin sputtered for a while before finally exploding, "If that's how it is, let Senior Lu go first." Lu Jingyan's hands also couldn't exert much force, unable to pull the bow. With his sour mood, just as he was about to speak, Lin Feng placed a hand on his shoulder and said first, "Fine, you take the bow and arrow." Lu Jingyan pursed his lips and remained silent, silently picking up the bow and arrow, attempting to muster all his strength to see if he could draw it when an invisible power enveloped his hand. His eyes widened in shock. Lin Feng whispered in his ear, "I said, with me around there's no need to worry. Try pulling it." Lu Jingyan felt the energy on his hand gradually heating up, making it seem as though his fingers gained some strength again, and they involuntarily twitched. The bowstring was effortlessly drawn back. Lu Jingyan's heart surged with excitement, his blood rushing through his veins. His breathing became labored as an invisible force flowed from his fingertips and spread throughout his body. Being able to draw the bow and arrow was the most unattainable fantasy from his younger years. His hands long ago lost the ability to handle such delicate yet demanding weapons. The proud figure from his early days on the martial arts training ground had long been destroyed by the deformed bones of his fingers. He hoarsely spoke, "I've drawn it." Jun Lin stared with disbelief, eyes wide open. How? How is this possible?" Jiang Ruoxue was caught up in the fog of confusion, unclear why everyone was shocked after Lu Jingyan drew the bow, but she knew it was good news. Lin Feng dismounted his horse, leaving space for him. "Senior Lu, give it a try," he smiled warmly, holding the horse's reins. Lu Jingyan slowly raised his hand, visions of his former self effortlessly hitting bullseyes appearing before him. A lean and upright figure stood firmly on the training grounds, competition fields, exquisite and aloof features lifting a graceful hand, sending a piercing arrow through the air. This arrow traversed from his childhood practice ground to the competitive arena of his youth, crossing space and time, its sharp tip gleaming ominously as it soared straight toward his eye. With his bow taut, Lu Jingyan instinctively released it before the ghostly arrow could pierce his eye. The arrow swished forcefully forward, precisely striking the distant startled deer. One shot, hitting the mark. Lin Feng burst into laughter, clapping loudly, fantastic. Jiang Ruoshui's eyes crinkled with laughter as she nodded approvingly. Senior Lu excels in riding and archery, with a grace unparalleled. Among those present, only Jun Lin's face turned black as he winced from the intense pain in his hands. Watching Lu Jingyan shoot without the slightest effect, his vision began to blur. So, in the end, is he the only one whose hands were ruined? Lin Feng told him yes, exactly what he imagined. Senior Jun, it's your turn. He couldn't help but look maliciously at Jun Lin's hands. If this arrow struck, even Yin Ci would be powerless to restore his hands. This was the final opportunity for healing, which would vanish in ashes, leaving his hands shattered to bits in the aftermath. The thought made his mood increasingly pleasant. Lin Feng's eyebrows arched into a playful curve, the dark intensity in his eyes directed unreservedly at Jun Lin. Senior Jun, it's your turn, pick up the bow and arrow. At this moment, all the usual carefree and unreliable behavior seemed to fade away from Lin Feng like ink washing off, revealing himself as the sole black spot amidst gray and white. He tilted his head and maliciously grinned at Jun Lin, with no attempt to hide his malevolent intent to utterly destroy his hands. Everyone is watching you, Senior Jun. Jun Lin was drenched in cold sweat, his wrists trembling uncontrollably. The smile on Lin Feng's lips grew larger and larger. Just as he was about to continue his provocation, a soft, cool hand grasped his wrist, and an anxious whisper sounded in his ear, Lin Feng, snap out of it. A sudden shiver ran down his spine. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Lin Feng came back to his senses from the overly aggressive attitude he had just displayed. He blinked, turning his gaze toward Lu Jingyan. Did I say anything crazy just now? His mental state sometimes wasn't stable. When driven by cruelty, he could even stab himself twice, easily losing himself in insanity. No. Lu Jingyan, who had dismounted at some point, leaned close to Lin Feng. You were a little off just now. Oh, normal, Lin Feng exhaled with relief. People always have their evil side, right? After finishing this sentence, he tilted his chin up and started taunting Jun Lin again. Come on. Why aren't you shooting? Can't you do it? Under the constant provocations from a certain despicable person, Jun Lin eventually lost his patience and fired the arrow. The exact outcome couldn't be seen clearly, but Lin Feng judged from Jun Lin's deathly pale complexion, vacant eyes, and bloodless lips that the result for his hands was probably not good. Jun Lin hadn't fainted from pain yet, so the four maintained a superficial peace as they walked a stretch of the road. The protagonist's strength was powerful, one could tell by the way prey kept rushing towards them. It was winter, yet the prey seemed unusually hungry, continuously moving toward their direction. The secret guard near Jun Lin couldn't assist him without being noticed, whereas no one saw Lu Jingyan cheating. This led all these prey to become his fallen souls under arrows. Lu Jingyan's face looked terrifying enough to frighten someone. In his gaze, both Lu Jingyan who destroyed his hands and Lin Feng who forced him to abandon the last chance for healing were figures filled with deep hatred. Lin Feng didn't show any change in expression or panic, occasionally flashing a radiant and warm smile at Jun Lin, trying to anger him with beautiful smiles. Lu Jingyan spoke softly, almost inaudibly. If you keep pressuring him like this, he will definitely seek revenge on you. Lin Feng moved his lips close to his earlobe and chuckled lightly. Do you think I'd be afraid? Lu Jingyan's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. He avoided Lin Feng's approaching lips and murmured hoarsely, you are strong and mysterious, you wouldn't fear him. It was obvious from how Lin Feng toyed with Jun Lin that tormenting him was as easy as playing a game. Lin Feng said, just focus on your own life, don't always worry about me. When his mission was done, he would leisurely walk away, return to the temporal bureau, and revert to being the same idle Lin Feng living carefree day by day. Lu Jingyan deserved the brilliance of his own life, rising to the peak of power, wielding great authority, enjoying a full love life, having numerous descendants, and happily living until his natural end, remembered forever in history. Whether his reputation was good or bad was another matter. Between being a corrupt minister or a loyal one, these were two pivotal paths in Lu Jingyan's life. Lin Feng watched with indifference, wondering whether this man would eventually turn into a completely black and corrupt official or remain faithful to his initial aspirations as a loyal one. He smiled enigmatically, muttering meaningfully, any path works. Whether Lu Jingyan became black-hearted and deranged, or stayed true to his origins, Lin Feng found joy in both scenarios. Walking roughly half an hour, as Jun Lin's cold sweat increased noticeably and he seemed about to faint from the pain, Lin Feng finally relented, blinking innocently at him. Shall we go back, Minister Jun? Jun Lin gritted his teeth furiously. Lin Feng arched his brows, ignoring Jun Lin's grimace. With Lu Jingyan cradled in his arms and accompanied by the female protagonist, he prepared to turn around on horseback. In every book, there are always dramatic ups and downs. Like when something is about to come to a close, another ripple arises. This book fits perfectly for both Jun Lin and Jiang Ruoshui. When a furious roar echoed in the distance, a huge brown bear lumbered forward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng fixed his eyes on it and sincerely sighed, damn, this is exciting. Truly worthy of the gathering of two destined sons and a true daughter of destiny. How else could they attract a freaking bear? Chapter 14. Shit. 002. Why the hell is there a brown bear in winter? Holding on to Lu Jingyan, Lin Feng sprinted through the forest, shouting angrily at the top of his lungs, running so fast his legs turned into fiery wheels. Behind him, a towering 2-meter, 400-pound angry brown bear roared wildly, smashing trees and tearing through the forest with massive swipes of its claws, leveling entire sections. Seeing black spots before his eyes, Lin Feng decided to carry Lu Jingyan like a sack of potatoes, Prime Minister's pale face pressed against his shoulder, struggling not to vomit while enduring the relentless jolts. Outside the scene, 002, who was leisurely eating melon seeds, froze upon hearing Lin Feng's telepathic transmission. He quickly opened the program to review the situation. After finding out what had happened, he urgently sent a sound transmission. A few reckless rich kids were gambling and having fun, but they ended up disturbing a hibernating brown bear. Now those young aristocrats were already crushed into bloody pulp. Fuck. How is it even possible that a royal forest reserve has a brown bear in winter for enhancing the couple's relationship? Is the world glitching? Complaints. Lin Feng, seeing the relentless pursuit of the father bear behind him, shouted loudly, Bear Daddy. Go after Junlin or Jiang Ruoshui. They can't die. Why are you chasing me? I'm just an expendable scumbag man. For heaven's sake, let me be. Lu Jingyan, unable to endure anymore, cursed him with a pale face, don't lose your mind now. Just drop me and run. Impossible. Lin Feng stubbornly pulled him closer. I won't leave you alone, if we die together, if we live together. Meanwhile, 002, who was working on fixing the bug outside the scenario. What kind of drama do you think you're in? Completely lost in his role, Lin Feng gazed deeply, baby, even though I might die, my soul will still exist. I'll continue to stay by your side, haunting you even as a ghost. Lu Jingyan stared at him shocked for 3 seconds before hitting his back. Are you insane? Put me down. I won't leave you. Lin Feng. Darling, let me shout this under the setting sun, this is my lost youth. Idiot. Ah, the figure under the sunset is me. Furious, 002 bellowed, Lin. I warn you for the last time. Get serious. Lin Feng became serious instantly, alright. Perhaps the bear behind them also found him annoying because it sprinted forward to gain momentum and leaped into the air, powerfully swinging its giant paw. With just one moment, the two fugitives would have their insides shattered under the speed and force. Time seemed to freeze at that very second. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes turned fiercely sharp as his left hand grabbed Lu Jingyan's shoulder. With a burst of strength, he flung him away. Lu Jingyan landed hard against a tree, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed weakly beside it, glaring fixedly at Lin Feng who threw him aside. The next second, Lu Jingyan, who had endured countless trials, was suddenly dumbstruck. Just when the bear's giant paw was about to strike Lin Feng, the young man twisted his body to an impossible degree, dodging the blow. In a great leap, Lin Feng moved sideways across the tree trunk. His feet alternating rapidly, he propelled himself onto the tall tree, spinning gracefully in midair. While his left foot remained hooked on the trunk, he delivered a powerful spinning kick. The tree trunk crumbled under the forceful pressure, his right foot aiming straight at the bear's chest. Instantly, thick fur tore open, blood splashing over Lin Feng's face, giving him a cold and ruthless appearance. The bear was directly kicked far away by the ferocious blow. Stunned, Lu Jingyan watched this superhuman scene unfold, unable to comprehend how Lin Feng could send a 400-pound bear flying like that. Lin Feng. You. Clutching his leg in agony, Lin Feng jumped around with a distorted expression. It hurts. It hurts so much. Confused, Lu Jingyan could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng cried while hopping on one foot. After a minute of jumping and moaning in pain, Lin Feng tearfully whined, Prime Minister, it hurts. Lu Jingyan. A quarter later, both wounded men walked through the remote, empty forest, supporting each other as they moved forward. Lu Jingyan, who had been thrown directly and crashed against the tree, felt his internal organs displaced and probably sustained minor injuries. The blood dripping from the corner of his mouth stood stark against his deathly pale skin. Lin Feng simply strained his strength too much and twisted his ankle. He mumbled, Damn 002. Lowering my physical abilities to such a level. 002, who had already rushed over and was bouncing on his shoulder, angrily retorted, If I didn't weaken your abilities, you wouldn't be able to enter this place. The small world would react to foreign entities, and no matter how strong you are, it wouldn't allow you to breach its boundaries. Otherwise, due to performing tasks carelessly, the barriers of the world would break, and the cosmic principles wouldn't know whose door to cry at. Previously, such incidents occurred in the Temporal Bureau, which is why higher-ups decreed that entrants must reduce certain abilities depending on the small world they entered. Kicking away the bear with one foot was already me boosting you, yet, you don't know gratitude. How about you ascend to heaven instead? Lin Feng tried to move his right foot, but the sharp pain made him cautious, as he drew in a cold breath and said, "Sweetheart, you need to think of something quick. There's just Prime Minister Liu and me, both injured and unable to fight. Tonight, we'll either freeze to death or be eaten by hungry wild beasts." 002 jumped down from his shoulder and hopped far ahead, shouting back, "Wait for me, I'll find you a cave." As an advanced program, finding a warm cave was simple. Very soon, 002 had led them into a deep, narrow black cavern. A fire was lit, growing from small sparks into a comforting flame. Lin Feng was helped to sit beside the fire by Lu Jingyan, and the two leaned against each other for warmth. Trembling slightly, Lin Feng held his hands out toward the fire, the warmth making him exhale in relief. It was then that he remembered something. Where did Jiang Ruoshui and Junlin go? At that critical moment, when the brown bear was about to pounce, he had pushed Junlin away. Jiang Ruoshui also didn't have the energy to worry further, grabbing the Prime Minister and fleeing immediately. Now, Lin Feng suspected that Junlin might have been dealt a fatal blow by the bear. "You're in no better shape yourself, yet you still worry about them." Lu Jingyan's tone was icy. He really didn't want to hear anything about Jiang Ruoshui at all, as it only caused him frustration. After speaking, he began preparing the animal he had hunted, expertly skinning and cutting it up to roast as dinner. Seeing how skilled he was with skinning, Lin Feng was surprised, so proficient. "I grew up in a farming household, so I learned over time." Lu Jingyan skewered the meat onto a branch and slowly roasted it near the fire. The meat came from a herbivore, so it wasn't too gamey. The portion wasn't large either, it wouldn't be enough to fully satisfy two grown men. But they could use it as a stopgap until they could eat more. Not one to be picky, Lin Feng eagerly watched the sizzling, oil-dripping roasted meat with a wide grin on his face like a blooming flower. The pose was a little silly, somewhat effeminate, yet strangely endearing on Lin Feng in a way that didn't irritate Lu Jingyan. He even thought it looked kind of cute. With a soft laugh, his lips curled into a gentle smile, "The meat will be ready soon. Are you hungry?" "I haven't eaten all day, I'm practically skin and bones." Lin Feng stared intently at the meat, urgently saying, "Prime Minister, you're doing such a wonderful job roasting it. There's no seasoning, so it can't be that fragrant." Lu Jingyan reflected for a moment. He realized this plain, unseasoned meat truly didn't do justice to Lin Feng's expectations, tasting only fishy and dry. Lin Feng urged him again, eager to eat something warm. Lu Jingyan's elegant white hands turned the wooden stick, watching Lin Feng concentrate on the roasted meat. After hesitating for quite some time, he finally said, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng didn't even lift his head as he asked, "What is it? Have you ever thought about taking a wife?" Lu Jingyan found himself unusually indecisive. Underneath it all, he subtly probed without revealing any of his true feelings. Lin Feng paused at this sentence for a second, then slowly raised his head and replied, "No, why do you suddenly ask that?" Lu Jingyan's long eyelashes lowered, hiding the complex emotions in his eyes. "You're not exactly young anymore. In the past, because of the emperor's neglect and pressure from the imperial consorts, you couldn't marry or take concubines. Now that you've moved out of the palace and the prince's mansion will be ready shortly." Lin Feng pointed at his own nose, interrupting, "Are you trying to kick me out?" "No," Lu Jingyan was startled. "Then are you tired of me eating too much?" "No, that's not it either." Lin Feng looked up confused, "Then why bring it up?" Speechless, Lu Jingyan eventually gave up, pursing his lips and continuing to roast the meat instead, ignoring Lin Feng altogether. Scratching his head, Lin Feng struggled to think for a while before blurting out, "If you don't want to keep me around anymore, I could move out." "No," Lu Jingyan firmly said, "I've never thought of that." Lin Feng, "Oh. It makes sense anyway, the food shortage issue in the southern city hasn't been resolved yet. Probably I'll need some more time before heading south to deal with that matter." Since Lu Jingyan has contributed so much effort, it wouldn't be fair if he received nothing in return. Lu Jingyan felt reassured that Lin Feng still remembered the situation in the southern city, yet also irritated that Lin Feng only cared about the food shortage there. He asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lin Feng sighed helplessly, "Nothing, what exactly are you trying to say?" Lu Jingyan remained silent for a long time, until the meat was thoroughly cooked. Then, forcing a faint smile, he took down the roasted meat. His voice was calm, "I don't have anything more to say either." Lin Feng ate the cooled-down meat and glanced at Lu Jingyan who sat far away at the mouth of the cave, quietly gazing at the snowy scenery outside. He felt increasingly awkward ever since their conversation earlier. Chewing the meat, his speech muffled, "Aren't you hungry?" Lu Jingyan didn't reply, not even turning his head. His eyes gazed coldly at the snow-covered ground, empty and void of any reflection of the pristine white purity. His unsettling silence made Lin Feng uneasy, making even the meat tasteless. Eventually, holding the roasted meat, Lin Feng moved to sit beside Lu Jingyan and handed him the leftovers. "Prime Minister, take a bite. A man is like iron, food is like steel. Skipping a meal leaves one famished." Lu Jingyan faintly swatted away his hand with an attitude as cold as ice, "I don't want to eat." Since he wouldn't eat, Lin Feng refused to eat as well, hugging the roasted meat and sitting next to him. Cold winds pierced through the cave opening, seeming to freeze the skin or scrape the bones. He forced himself to endure the chill for a while, looking out at the snowy scenery before he could no longer bear it. Stubbornly, he carried Lu Jingyan back inside the deeper recesses of the cave despite his limp, settling him by the fire. He scolded, "What are you thinking, running off to admire the snow in this freezing weather? Haven't you had enough for today? Your body is already weak, this wind will only make it worse." After speaking, he reheated the now cold roasted meat and shoved it into Lu Jingyan's hands, commanding, "This is my last word, I order you to eat. Don't make me angry." Lu Jingyan wasn't upset about being commanded or reprimanded but instead asked, "If you're so kind to me, what identity do you use to justify it?" Lin Feng paused in confusion, "What? To inexplicably favor someone always has a reason. Lin Feng, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself without hesitation or asking for anything in return. Tell me, what identity do you speak from? Or perhaps, what do you wish to gain from me? Say all of it clearly. If you tell me what you want, I'll fulfill it. It will put my mind at ease. Otherwise, a heart lost in naivety would inevitably beat for another person unknowingly." Lu Jingyan was a very rational individual, he did not want to harbor feelings for someone who could not reciprocate them. If Lin Feng desired something, Lu Jingyan could accept it gracefully and offer appropriate recompense. What frightened him most was when Lin Feng gave without seeking anything in return, leaving Lu Jingyan at a loss on how to repay such kindness. Inevitably, he feared his sincere heart would fall into despair. It was better for Lin Feng to demand something from him, letting Lu Jingyan feel justified receiving such kindness. Lin Feng lapsed into silence for several seconds, then slowly said, "Prime Minister, why must everything good done toward you be linked to selfish motives?" A tremor ran through Lu Jingyan's fingertips as his heart raced uncontrollably, his throat dry, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lin Feng added another log to the dwindling fire, soon golden-red flames rose upwards, crackling lightly. He casually flipped the stick a couple of times before retrieving it, shaking his head and saying, "I treat you well simply because I want to. If I have to find a reason, is it because you're too handsome?" His tone ended in a questioning rise, pondering aloud why he treated Lu Jingyan so specially. At first, it was due to appearance, now, it seemed still largely based on looks. "Why I'm so nice to you can only be attributed to your pretty face." Lin Feng stroked his chin, earnestly observing Lu Jingyan from top to bottom, his tone sincere, "Please, preserve that handsome face carefully. Don't let it become blemished in any way." "Looks, huh?" Lu Jingyan reached out a finger to touch his own cheek, softly asking, "Looks? I understand." He lowered his hand calmly, his voice barely audible, "Apparently, I really am quite handsome." His voice was so light it felt hollow of emotion, beyond Lin Feng's discernment. He also had no interest in dissecting it meticulously. Lin Feng said, "Eat something." Lu Jingyan bit into the roasted meat quietly, chewing silently, tasting none of its flavor, no matter if it was chewy or fishy. There was only bitterness filling his mouth. Rejected, he thought. This was the first time he'd ever fallen for someone. A man, at that. He had never been captivated by anyone before, believing he'd dedicate his entire life to the state of Yi, never experiencing a sense of living. Neither his body, nor soul, belonged to him. It was only after encountering Lin Feng that he began to experience emotions, joy and anger, sorrow and happiness, and could truly appreciate the vibrancy of life. Actually, there was something Lu Jingyan had never told anyone. Ever since childhood, he had felt restrained by invisible chains surrounding him, forcing him to live a preordained life, just like actors in a drama script dancing on hot blades and swords, entertaining the world. This was the unshakable bondage that confined him, a whole soul trapped within an empty shell, controlled forward by multiple invisible ropes, family ruin, survival among farmers, winning the imperial examination, ascending to prime minister. It was even highly likely that the right to love someone would be cruelly taken away, only to make him fall inescapably in love with another, someone who harbored no feelings at all. No matter how much he resisted or loathed it, he still had to obey among countless threads. The night deepened gradually as the embers of the fire rose, then extinguished into ash. Cold winds pierced through the snow-covered land while the fire burnt at the cave entrance. A tall figure paced back and forth. Unaware of how much time had passed, the man glanced towards the deeper part of the cave where Lin Feng lay sleeping, his back turned. A desolate sigh echoed through the cave, rippling outward. Chapter 15, The Cool Prime Minister Loves Me. Sunlight shone on the pristine snowy landscape, connecting earth and sky in a dazzling brightness as harsh light streamed into the cave opening. Under the intense sunlight, Lin Feng's eyelashes trembled. He slowly opened his eyes, laboriously turning his head toward the cave entrance. All he saw was an expanse of glaring white, indistinct and blinding. As he attempted to rise, he realized something felt off beside him. Lin Feng groggily turned to look. Lu Jingyan was curled up next to him, his head nestled into Lin Feng's neck, arms tightly hugging Lin Feng's arm. Perhaps feeling cold, once Lin Feng moved and the source of warmth disappeared, Lu Jingyan let out a low hum and instinctively snuggled closer. The beautiful morning light illuminated half of his side profile, highlighting a clear, elegant jawline, red and supple lips like dew-moistened roses, and long, thick lashes resting quietly against his cheeks. His usually cold, detached eyes were hidden, their usual chill now absent. With the coldness banished by his closed eyes, his finely carved features were revealed without flaw, and his complex, indescribable aura transformed under this rare moment of purity, leaving him looking tranquil and divine. Crouched beside him, Lu Jingyan resembled a snow spirit manifesting into human form. Lin Feng stared for a long while before finally regaining his senses. His mood seemed to calm down, his mind still foggy from sleep, reacting sluggishly and confusedly. Instinctively, he shielded Lu Jingyan from the harsh, piercing light. Lu Jingyan's originally uneven breathing steadied and deepened, falling into an even deeper slumber near Lin Feng. Lying on the ground, Lin Feng tilted his head and gazed at the sleeping face, finding himself increasingly peaceful, as if ripples within had been smoothed like the flowing water of a spring. He looked truly handsome. Lin Feng couldn't help but stare longer, then glance again. This sensation felt different from usual. Normally, his admiration was distant, treating Lu Jingyan like a fragile vase, only to admire from afar and not touch. But now, he couldn't resist drawing closer to feel that glossy, pale, jade-like cheek, checking if it was as smooth as it appeared. Running his fingertips over the texture, curiosity finally won him over. Tentatively, he reached out and brushed against Lu Jingyan's eyelashes. They were soft, ticklish like a tiny brush. Then came the tip of his nose, perfectly proportioned, delicate and fine, with flawless skin resembling porcelain made of white jade. The tactile experience was excellent. Finally, his lips, plump, red, and full like rose petals after morning dew, a beautifully shaped pair suited for kissing. Lin Feng thought to himself how stunningly attractive Lu Jingyan really was. Once again, he began envying Jiang Ruoshui. As his fingertip lingered on Lu Jingyan's lips, daydreaming about Jiang Ruoshui's good fortune to have such a refined, handsome, capable husband, he failed to notice Lu Jingyan's breath growing unstable. Until a hoarse voice interrupted him. You. Lin Feng jumped in shock, instinctively trying to pull his hand back, but forgetting that Lu Jingyan's lips were slightly parted. Under mutual surprise, Lin Feng's fingertip unfortunately grazed Lu Jingyan's tongue. Lin Feng, oh no. I'm going to die. Lu Jingyan, does this fool actually dislike me? 5 minutes later. Minister Lu, you should know, it was your hand that started it. Lin Feng knelt in front of him, lifting his right hand to swear sincerely. I didn't mean to take advantage of you, it's just that when waking up, my brain was so muddled I easily did something irretrievable. So, while I was asleep, you touched my face, and in your unclear state, ended up sticking your hand inside my mouth. Lu Jingyan asked calmly. Lin Feng. Lowering his head guiltily, he admitted, sorry, I concede I became bewitched by beauty and won't do it again. Lu Jingyan said, I never said I wanted to stop you. Lin Feng looked up in surprise, ah. Lu Jingyan gracefully stood up, dusted off dirt from his clothes, and walked toward the cave entrance, appearing to be in quite a good mood. Lin Feng watched in a daze as Lu Jingyan's back receded, still unable to believe what he had just heard. What does, I never said I wanted to stop you, mean? Does that mean from now on he can touch and grope whenever he wants? Lin Feng's expression gradually grew strange as he yanked the sleeping 002 out of his arms and began shaking it. Hey, did you hear what he just said? Did I mishear? I feel like he was flirting with me. 002 flipped over, showing him its little butt. You didn't mishear or misunderstand, it's exactly what he meant. Stunned, Lin Feng stammered, so, he likes you. No way. 002 let out a cold laugh and closed its eyes to continue sleeping. Believe it or not. If the little idiot doesn't want to believe, then so be it. It has done its part in warning, and Lin Feng can figure it out himself. Damn, this was exhausting. Deflated, Lin Feng stepped out of the cave and saw Lu Jingyan wiping his face with a handkerchief in the snow, hesitating to approach awkwardly. Lu Jingyan, too lazy to acknowledge him, cleaned his face bit by bit with his spotless handkerchief. He was very tidy and insisted on maintaining his dignity even in such a wretched situation. After deliberating for a long time, Lin Feng asked indirectly, do you like me? At hearing this, Lu Jingyan's hand slipped, and his nails left a slight scratch on his cheek. His heart jolted as he quickly took down the handkerchief, grabbed Lin Feng and asked anxiously, is there anything wrong with my face? After examining it carefully, Lin Feng assured him decisively, nothing's wrong. It's just a red mark, it'll heal soon. Upon hearing that there was no damage to his face, Lu Jingyan reverted to his usual cool composure. He released Lin Feng's hand and silently continued cleaning his face before finally responding to Lin Feng's previous question, no. The rejection was swift and decisive. Lin Feng nodded numbly after being shocked into silence for a moment. Oh. Makes sense. For someone as outstanding as a heaven-sent son to like him would mean his eyes were deceiving him. Such an elite is destined for eternal honor and riches in life and will have their soul retrieved by destiny after death to be groomed as a successor. He definitely shouldn't like him. Once he finished cleaning his face, Lu Jingyan said, we should go now. How's your foot? Testing the movement of his foot, Lin Feng replied, still fine. I have good physical strength, and I gave myself a massage yesterday. I'm good today. Lu Jingyan nodded and turned to walk out, let's head back. Something felt off about Lu Jingyan's attitude, tone, and posture. Lin Feng lingered behind him uneasily, cautiously pulling on his sleeve, blinking his phoenix-like eyes into a puppy's stare. Are you upset? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm sorry if you thought that. Lin Feng knew deep down that his feeling wasn't wrong. Lu Jingyan was obviously sulking. What a strange person. When teasing him earlier, Lu Jingyan seemed in a pretty good mood, but when Lin Feng had asked if he liked him, Lu Jingyan denied it and became angry. It was completely unfair. For no reason, he got a sour look. Thinking this, he tried to win favor. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Want me to carry you? Onlooker 002 mumbled on the side, how servile. Lin Feng truly had the servility of a bone-deep yes-man. Whenever he saw Lu Jingyan angry, his usual unrestrained behavior was swept away without a trace, and he wouldn't dare act foolishly anymore, instead behaving with extreme flattery and servitude. Lu Jingyan grew even more irritated. If Lin Feng hadn't been so kind to him, appearing obedient in every way, how could Lu Jingyan possibly have unknowingly fallen for him? In the end, Lu Jingyan snapped, "Stop bothering me." Not his person, but yet annoying him just by moving around in front of his eyes. Offended, Lin Feng complained, "Why are you like this? Behaving irrationally, much like a moody girlfriend." Realizing he had acted improperly, Lu Jingyan closed his eyes briefly, "Apologies." Quick to deny, Lin Feng shook his head, smiling sheepishly while offering a princess carry. "I'll carry you, the terrain is steep here, covered with snow everywhere. A misstep could lead to injury." Without resistance, Lu Jingyan allowed himself to be picked up and buried his head into Lin Feng's neck compliantly. The warmth of his breath was obvious in the icy weather, sprinkling warmth followed by a cooling sensation along Lin Feng's neck. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Feng slightly moved his head, thinking the position suddenly felt peculiar. It seemed Lu Jingyan didn't notice his discomfort, extending his arms slowly to loop around Lin Feng's neck, pressing himself closely against him. His voice a bit hoarse, which added sensuality to his usually crisp tone, "Why haven't we moved yet?" Lin Feng's breathing hitched, his hands almost giving out under the surprise. He nearly dropped Lu Jingyan. He thought, Lu Jingyan truly lived up to his role, a celestial-looking villain who bewitches the masses in his later stages. After Lu Jingyan's dark transformation later on, with his means and good looks, he made countless people crazily obsessed with him until they were drained of their final worth. Even as they lay in prison on their deathbeds, some still pleaded for a meeting with the Prime Minister, refusing to believe how heartless this person could be. It seemed that this feeling of apparent aloofness now mixed with an undercurrent of seduction had already emerged. How alluring and captivating it was. Lin Feng felt awkward as he hugged the man closer, his mind hazy and unable to remember why Lu Jingyan hadn't yet transformed into darkness but was already acting so, well, something. He lowered his head, focusing on carrying the man and dared not glance at him again. Lu Jingyan, watching Lin Feng being teased, showed a satisfied smirk deep within his eyes. Last night, he had been thinking all through the night about whether or not to give up liking Lin Feng. This was his first hesitation in life, also the first time making an active choice. He couldn't escape his own heart continuously beating for Lin Feng, so since he couldn't escape, he must find a way to get hold of him. Lu Jingyan has never been one to sit around waiting for failure, on the contrary, his adaptability to environments and situations is frighteningly strong. If the Yi Kingdom needs corrupt officials or villains, he can twist himself to become one. In order to obtain Lin Feng, he could employ some strategies as well. If someone liked his face, then preserving that appearance perfectly without allowing even a slight blemish was key. Since indifference and coldness didn't attract Lin Feng, then he would try another sensation, another style, until Lin Feng reacted accordingly. Whether subtly or obviously teasing, will Lin Feng fall for him? Lu Jingyan buried his face in Lin Feng's shoulder, unconsciously brushing it against him with his lips. He felt Lin Feng's breathing gradually become unstable, and inside him arose a lightness and anticipation beyond fatigue and heaviness. He had tired himself out dealing with Yi Kingdom's affairs, but it had been a long time since he had awaited something with such joyful expectation. Luring Lin Feng to his side felt like a sickening yet beautiful fantasy. Perhaps he had been abnormal for a long time, inwardly yearning for deviation from the norm, needing to release his toxic core that carried sharp poison. Lin Feng became the outlet for the pristine and spotless Lu Jingyan to vent his suppressed feelings. He wanted to place all his abnormalities and psychotic madness onto this person. Lin Feng. The man holding him lowered his head, voice unsteady. "Ah, what's wrong?" Lu Jingyan tilted his head upwards, giving him an unprecedented smile. "Hold me tighter." Lin Feng's mind went blank, his vision clouded as he stupidly tightened his embrace. Oh. Only then did Lu Jingyan feel satisfied, using his face to rub against Lin Feng's neck before beginning to doze off. Lin Feng secretly glanced at him once more. The person in his arms was soft and delicate, his luminous white jade-like face buried in his chest, partially shadowed by him, indistinct. A barely visible patch of his white neck extended deeper, revealing a small dimple. It appeared he was very content resting against Lin Feng while napping, showing no trace of last night's loneliness. This morning, he had teased Lin Feng effortlessly, now falling asleep soundly in his arms with no guard, just like a high-cold, clingy kitten. Lin Feng suddenly realized, not only was he baseborn, he was practically a stray dog. Holding the aloof white-skinned kitten, feeling as clumsy and bashful as if a poor boy was embracing a rich beauty, he even absurdly felt a sense of honor. What was wrong with him? He was serving someone else. Originally, this nap was merely a short break. However, because Lu Jingyan had gone to bed too late, enduring the cold and hunger, sleeping beside Lin Feng allowed him some stability. As they traveled along the road, he quickly began to tire. Enclosed warmly in Lin Feng's broad embrace, sheltered from wind and rain, with close proximity to his steadily warming body, Lu Jingyan fell deeper and deeper into sleep. A shrill cry woke him. Master! Master! Please wake up! Awoken by the commotion, Lu Jingyan pressed his fingers to his temple and opened his eyes to see his attendant crying miserably. Qinghe. Seeing he was awake, Qinghe wiped away his tears and quickly approached. Master, you're awake. How does your body feel? Are you alright? The doctor said you sustained minor injuries and need rest. Lu Jingyan hoarsely asked, where is Lin Feng? I'm here. At the doorway entered a tall figure, holding a blue porcelain bowl filled with black medicinal soup, while another hand held a small dish filled with dried fruits. Prime Minister, you've slept all day. Lin Feng sat by the bed, placing the small bowl down on the nearby table, then helped Lu Jingyan to sit up. He placed a pillow behind Lu Jingyan, giving him a soft support, then picked up the small bowl nearby. Without feeding him spoon by spoon, he directly brought it to his lips. You drink it yourself. Feeding you spoon by spoon is too much torture. Lu Jingyan silently looked at the whole bowl of medicine in front of him and realized Lin Feng was impossible to persuade. I can't drink it. Lu Jingyan's expression seemed listless, his pale face lacking any color. He turned his head away from the bowl held by Lin Feng. Feed me. Chapter 16, The Cool Prime Minister Falls for Me. Feed me. Lin Feng nearly spilled the decoction on him upon hearing this sentence. What? Lu Jingyan had an entirely calm expression. I said, feed me. Something wasn't right. Lin Feng thought Lu Jingyan's brain might have been frozen in the cave, otherwise he wouldn't so actively ask for help to be fed. He tried pressing the back of his hand against Lu Jingyan's forehead with a serious look. Do you have a fever? Lu Jingyan rubbed his face against Lin Feng's hand, then lay down calmly and coldly turned his back to Lin Feng. Feed me or don't. I'll feed you. Lin Feng, swayed by the rubbing, instantly smiled broadly as he pulled Lu Jingyan up and started spoon-feeding him with the soup on the table. After feeding 2 mouthfuls, feeling the slight pressure from Lu Jingyan's fingertips each time he took the spoon into his mouth, Lin Feng had a strange feeling inside. Lu Jingyan achieved his goal, slightly opening his mouth and letting his tongue touch the edge of the spoon. The black medicinal liquid entered his mouth, making his fingers tremble from its bitterness. But Prime Minister Lu always endures pain well, no one knows that he hates bitter tastes. He was about to drink the medicine without changing his expression when Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and picked a dried fruit from a nearby dish to feed him. Do you remember the taste of this? Lin Feng smiled at him. I sent you another kind of dried fruit before. They're all made by me. Are they tasty? It was an orange soaked in honey, sweet and bursting with a rich fragrance in his mouth that drove away the overly bitter taste. Lu Jingyan savored it and nodded, tasty. He really feared bitterness but no one knew that. Today, he thought enduring being fed medicine by Lin Feng once would be a quick ordeal. He didn't expect to receive dried fruits. He asked, feed me another one. Lin Feng was overjoyed and fed him another piece of orange. 1 sip of medicine, 1 bite of dried fruit, Lu Jingyan reclined as he was served by Lin Feng until finally finishing with a sigh of relief. Sweating slightly, he wanted to lift his blanket to feel more comfortable but was stopped by Lin Feng's quick reflexes. What are you doing? Lin Feng laughed, you're already sweating, why complain? Uncomfortable. Lu Jingyan frowned and pushed away his hand. Lin Feng impulsively suggested, should I help you clean up? Lu Jingyan. Lin Feng had developed the habit of talking nonsense. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw the youth nodding. 1 nod. There was a splash, accompanied by a startled cry from the young servant, oh my goodness. How did His Highness fall? Lin Feng struggled to stretch out a hand and crawled outward, quick, let me go. My gosh, Lu Jingyan has gone crazy, if this goes on he will go crazy too. The attendant was in a panic trying to help him up, but Lu Jingyan gave him a glance, causing him to hesitantly lower his head and silently step back. Qinghe kept his head low, not daring to look at the clearly inappropriate relationship between the two people. He quickly walked to the door and ran out, even shutting the door behind them. Watching the door close, Lin Feng. Within seconds, a pure white foot pressed lightly onto his back, stomping twice gently like teasing rather than truly humiliating him. Lin Feng's grip on the ground went limp. Shaking, he lifted his head, facing Lu Jingyan looking down with horror-struck eyes. A young man was stepping lightly on his back, tilting his head to scrutinize him, his hanging dark hair partially covering his pale face, accentuating the fragility of his complexion. Lu Jingyan's tone was unclear, you said to clean me up, why this reaction now? Lin Feng had never been this wretched. He felt as though he had been cornered, wanting to escape from the encirclement. However, thorny bushes surrounded him. Trembling like a small, terrified dog cowering in the corner, there was none of his previous fierce demeanor when killing brown bears. I was joking. The force exerted by the foot on his back was surprisingly gentle, almost as if it could be shaken off with just a little struggle. Lin Feng had endured all kinds of punishment, including a mech collapsing on his back once, almost crushing his spine. Even then, he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, refusing to show weakness. But now, with the foot pressing on his back, it was as if someone had a hold on his lifeline, leaving him too afraid to move an inch. He didn't dare to struggle and smiled flatteringly. Lord Prime Minister, could you kindly take your foot off? I just need to sit up. Lu Jingyan didn't let go. Instead, he caressed Lin Feng's back with the tip of his foot, his expression as cold and indifferent as ever, his voice also clear. After I take my foot off, are you sure you won't run? Lin Feng's intentions were guessed correctly, and his heart skipped a beat. He lied, no. Absolutely not. There's no way I would run. This isn't some demon cave or devil den, so why would I run? Lu Jingyan seemed to curl his lips slightly, then pressed his foot down twice more on Lin Feng's back, softly but making Lin Feng's spine instantly tingle with numbness, his waist losing its strength completely. Only when Lu Jingyan determined that Lin Feng no longer had the strength to run did he take his foot off in satisfaction. The humiliated Lin Feng who wanted to escape but his body wouldn't obey. Shamed and angry, he closed his eyes, hating himself for being a virgin for the first time. How embarrassing. Lu Jingyan stood tall, walking into the deeper part of the bedroom. When he opened a door to one room, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, who was on the ground hitting the floor out of hatred. Come in. Lin Feng took a deep breath, holding his waist as he got up, his eyes flickering between the doorway and the depths of the bedroom. A faintly hoarse voice dismissed his doubts. Try running if you dare. Lin Feng hesitated for several seconds, then steeled himself and walked 2 steps toward the deeper part of the bedroom. Cautiously, he asked, what do you intend to do? Lu Jingyan's calm voice echoed from the bathroom, take a bath. Aren't you supposed to clean my body? This made Lin Feng want to run again, finding it utterly humiliating. He couldn't comprehend how Lu Jingyan had changed so abruptly, pinning down his weak spot like it happened overnight when before he had always resisted Lin Feng's advances. He tried knocking on the door, may I come in? Lin Feng held his breath, gently pushing the door open. Inside, the mist swirled around, steam clouding his vision, making it unclear yet hinting at a shadowy figure. That figure was clad in light clothing, seeming to turn and look at him briefly before stepping into the water. The water stained and clung tightly to the garment, momentarily revealing captivating glimpses, only to be obscured further by Lu Jingyan's graceful descent, teasing those eager for a closer view with promises of delight. Lu Jingyan stepped into the water, swirling his hands across the surface, thinking that this foolish emperor actually proved useful by connecting his chamber with a natural hot spring through this luxurious bathing hall. Originally looking down upon such extravagant excess, he now saw value in it. It served its purpose in bewitching this fool. He said to Lin Feng, still frozen at the door, come closer. Lin Feng's trembling fingers caused the hot springs before him to seem transformed into a beast's bloodthirsty mouth. If he dared to step inside, he would surely be devoured without mercy or any chance of resistance. Once, serving as the top official, his warning instincts had been screaming warnings, telling him to flee far away from this place, far away from Lu Jingyan, and avoid being enchanted by false beauty ahead. The deafening alarm bells ringing inside his head left him speechless, stiffened on the spot. Caught between the allure of succumbing to temptation versus heeding the warnings urging him to escape, he felt a headache splitting his skull. Lu Jingyan seemed to realize something and his tone grew even gentler, come closer. Cold sweat dripped down Lin Feng's temple as he clenched his teeth. His heavy breathing was almost inaudible, his hands tightly balled into fists. In the long, eerie silence, finally, he took a slow step backward. Lin Feng's grip on the door was so forceful it nearly crumbled in his hand, yet his tone remained eerily calm, I'm leaving. Startled, Lu Jingyan asked, what? Lin Feng's chest heaved violently as he repeated, I said, I'm leaving. Lu Jingyan bit his lip until pain seared through his hand, barely managing to keep his outward calm. Why? Lin Feng's voice rasped hoarsely, there is no why. Lu Jingyan lost control, his face paled. He really hadn't expected it, despite tempting things so far along, what should have been certain prey broke free from the trap, steadfastly holding its last ground. Lu Jingyan rose from the water, walking silently to the edge of the pool, grabbing the prepared robe and draping it over himself, his fingers visibly shaking. He said, do you know what you've given up? I know. Lin Feng had never spoken to Lu Jingyan so seriously. His tone was calm and indifferent, I don't care. Lin Feng wasn't a fool, he could sense the unusual vibes emanating from Lu Jingyan but simply refused to address them. He took another step backward, giving Lu Jingyan a faintly apologetic smile, sorry. Lu Jingyan stood quietly by the edge of the pool, lowering his head to ask, do you not like me? Lin Feng said, I don't like you. When it came to feelings, Lin Feng saw things clearly, liking someone is liking, disliking is disliking. He genuinely knew he liked Lu Jingyan's looks, yet he also deeply understood he felt nothing romantic for him. Lu Jingyan asked again, give me a reason. Lin Feng replied, no need for a reason, it's just that I haven't reached that point. Lu Jingyan asked in a pale voice, how can I make you reach that point? Lin Feng smiled lightly, I don't know. He added, I'll be negotiating with the emissary of Dejong tonight, and then head to the southern city the day after tomorrow. Lu Jingyan asked, are you avoiding me? Lin Feng neither confirmed nor denied, saying, you can think of it that way. He took another step back, fully stepping out of the bathing hall. He gave Lu Jingyan a customary-like smile, then slowly pushed the door. The gap between the door gradually narrowed, the slim, tall figure inside shrank and grew blurry until the door completely closed. Lin Feng pressed his hand on the door for a long time, his head bowed as if lost in thought. Behind him, 002 cautiously asked, Lin Feng. Are you alright? Lin Feng turned to look at him, asking, am I being too much of a scum? 002 shook its head, this doesn't count as scum. Abandoning your spouse, committing adultery, that's scum. Lu Jingyan likes you, but you don't like him. This is a very normal thing. It could only be described as unrequited love, it simply wasn't a good match. Lin Feng forced a laugh, I didn't mean to create such an awkward situation. It would have been fine to pretend not to understand, but Lu Jingyan's pursuit was too aggressive, leaving Lin Feng no choice but to make the scene unpleasantly obvious. After hesitating for a while, 002 finally asked, Lin Feng, why don't you like him? Lin Feng picked it up and placed it on his shoulder, laughing, if we're talking purely about looks, I definitely like him. But being with someone isn't just about appearance. If he were so easygoing, he'd have gotten paired up centuries ago. How could he have remained a perpetual bachelor in the Space-Time Bureau for so long? Lu Jingyan has a pretty decent essence. There are many people in the world with good essences. Aren't there plenty in the Space-Time Bureau? Lin Feng stroked it gently, even the most top-tier beauties in the Space-Time Bureau couldn't get my heart racing. Liking someone comes down to fate. Maybe one little detail clicks, and I'll like them. 002 said, I don't understand. Love is a high-level program beyond me, I'm just a more advanced system, incapable of producing love. It could feel anger, joy, frustration, all the basic emotions of any Space-Time Bureau system, but from its inception, 002 was doomed to be unable to produce hate or love. It understood, but it didn't comprehend. Lin Feng said, you can't experience these because you're an innate program and machine, devoid of life, only sustained by energy. 002 felt it was correct, I'm just a machine, complex feelings truly baffle me. So there's no need to bother trying to understand. Lin Feng carried it away, walking outside, being a system without understanding love and hate is pretty great. Human beings lived colorful lives filled with rich emotions, but they were also the ones most easily exhausted. There was just too much richness, too much complexity, sometimes they didn't live as happily as 002 did. Lin Feng laughed aloud, let's go. Tonight, I'll negotiate with the envoys and scold them so harshly they won't even dare to raise their heads. 002 waved its small arms to cheer him on, go. Go. Back in the bathing hall. Lu Jingyan looked at himself, disheveled and pathetic, realizing he had been rejected once again. But this time, it was straightforward instead of hidden. His expression remained calm as he dressed himself properly, then walked out of the bathroom and started handling official duties at the desk. His slender fingers held the brush, writing on the scrolls as if nothing had happened. The only slight difference was that he almost never stopped writing, flipping through scroll after scroll efficiently issuing policies. Candles were lit and melted with the passage of time until later when junior servants began worrying and knocking on the door to dissuade him. Master, please rest, your wound hasn't healed completely. Lu Jingyan said coldly, retreat. The young servant opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting Lu Jingyan's terrifyingly cold gaze, he shivered and was about to retreat. Before leaving, he remembered something, Master, news arrived from ahead, saying the third prince negotiated with the envoy of Dejong. He scolded them so severely their faces turned iron gray. I don't want to hear about him. Lu Jingyan had never let his emotions show so openly, interrupting the young servant harshly. Stop talking nonsense. The young servant was frightened to tears and quickly knelt down, trembling violently. Lu Jingyan closed his eyes and after a long while, croaked hoarsely, you may go. With the creaking sound of the door closing, Lu Jingyan began focusing on official duties again, this time completely unable to concentrate. For some unknown reason, his gaze drifted towards the bed. On the bedside table were small dishes holding dried orange fruits. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Until finally, a crystal-clear droplet of water fell, making a plop sound as it splashed onto the ink on a book page. Chapter 17 Cool Prime Minister Loves Me 16. Lin Feng vented all his accumulated frustration in one big outburst, feeling slightly more comfortable afterward. After finishing this, he rushed straight to the palace to meet the emperor. Good. Truly worthy of being my son. Sitting on the imperial throne, Lin Jing burst into laughter, clapping his hands as he stood up. Looking gaunt with hollow cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, this was the consequence of overindulgence in pleasure. He appeared to be around 30 or 40 years old, yet his pale complexion, weak steps, and hazy eyes made him seem several years older than his actual age. His mouth hung wide open in a distorted grin. Lin Feng's face bore a respectful smile as he bowed deeply before the emperor and knelt respectfully, lowering his head. Your Majesty, your humble subject has completed the mission without disgrace. Receiving 2 hard slaps on his head, Lin Jing helped Lin Feng rise, chuckling despite coughs emerging from his throat. His demeanor became suddenly kind and approachable, all traces of previous cruelty vanished. He spoke warmly to Lin Feng, "My third child, you are truly the one who eases my worries." Seizing the moment, Lin Feng expressed his filial admiration, his eyes welling up with tears. "From childhood, I've always revered your majesty. Whenever I couldn't sleep at night, I would think of your majesty's majestic figure during the court banquets. But such moments were too rare." As Lin Feng recounted this, the emperor recalled his past wretched lifestyle, a flicker of pity rising in his heart. "It's me who failed you." Lin Feng hurriedly disagreed, "Your majesty is the son of heaven, how could you ever make a mistake? It was only those despicable dogs who flattered the high and despised the low." Upon being reminded, the emperor put on a furious expression, "Those despicable dogs. I'll have them executed." Lin Feng smirked, "Yes, they deserve death." Both conspirators performed their roles, presenting a classic scene of paternal kindness and filial devotion. How could the emperor possibly be wrong? Only the despicable dogs could be in fault. And how could Lin Feng harbor resentment? Naturally, he thought of his father day and night, striving to resolve the emperor's worries. 002 watched all this for a while, shaking its head and sighing. If people from Lin Feng's former world saw this, they'd surely marvel that the once unbending chief officer, who refused to bow even a bit, now humbled himself like this. Things sure have changed. The change in Lin Feng's character before and after joining the Space-Time Bureau was quite drastic. In life, he was stubborn and strong-willed, but now he had become adaptable and flexible. Finally finishing negotiations, then performing another act inside the palace, Lin Feng felt both annoyed and exhausted when reflecting on his unclear and complicated relationship with Lu Jingyan. Returning to his quarters, he collapsed onto the bed and slept until late in the night, waking up groggily the next day. As soon as he opened his eyes, every detail of yesterday flashed through his mind. Lin Feng lamented, burying his head under the quilt, and grumbled, "Why must I deal with romance even at my age? It just wasn't suitable for his personality." 002 also found this difficult, replying helplessly, "We originally wanted to mediate, but what can we do if there's no mutual attraction?" It really liked Lu Jingyan and hoped for a match, but since Lin Feng clearly didn't reciprocate his feelings, it couldn't force anything. Feeling troubled, 002 said, "Stop moaning, it's hurting my ears too." Lin Feng gave a bitter laugh, sitting upright and pointing at himself, "Do you think I'm suitable to have a partner?" 002 honestly replied, "No, you're better off staying single. If Lu Jingyan likes me and I don't like him, and our personalities aren't compatible, isn't it reasonable to reject him?" 002 answered, "Yes, it is reasonable." Lin Feng lightly tapped its head, "Truly worthy of being my little sweetheart. But isn't Lu Jingyan quite upset?" 002 asked excitedly, "Should you console him?" Lin Feng said, "It's normal to be sad. If I reject someone and then turn around to comfort them eagerly, then I'd really be a despicable person." 002, so. Lin Feng tumbled out of bed, hastily dressed in a few moves, and walked out with 002, laughing as he went, so it's best to avoid him while waiting for Lu Jingyan to get over it. 002 pouted, "Lin Feng, sometimes you are really heartless." Being carefree about everything, Lin Feng probably considered nothing more important than what to eat for breakfast today. If you called him a scumbag, it didn't feel right. If not a scumbag, there still seemed something missing from his attitude towards feelings. 002 sighed, feeling that the love stories of the souls under its care were more twisted than those under other systems. Other stories flowed naturally, but here everyone had psychological issues, living so tiredly, let alone the impossible love they couldn't indulge in. Lin Feng tossed it up lightly, "Isn't being heartless better? At least when getting hurt, you don't care at all." 002 asked, "Do you live tiredly?" Lin Feng thought it strange, "Do you think I live tiredly?" 002 angrily retorted, "There's no one in this world who lives more effortlessly than you." Mad. Lazy Fish was utterly loathed. All day, Lin Feng did not return to the Prime Minister's mansion. Instead, he roamed freely outside, chatting with people everywhere. He visited the plum forest in the suburbs and then headed to the most luxurious tavern in the center of the capital city. Chatting with an old beggar woman by the road, he ran off to watch literati recite poems at the poetry pavilion. His legs didn't rest all day, just waiting for tomorrow to come, allowing Lin Feng to hop on a carriage straightaway and stay in the southern part of the city for several days to avoid trouble. Until night fell, curfew forced him to step onto the path leading to the Prime Minister's mansion. He stopped at the gate, feeling like his feet carried the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder, hard to move forward. Seeing how heavy Lin Feng's steps were, as if going to his death, 002 sighed, "Why not spend a night at an inn?" Lin Feng brightened his eyes, "Right. I can still." Before he finished speaking, the door creaked open, squeak, and Lu Jingyan stood behind it, looking at him coldly. Lin Feng immediately choked, his intended words swallowed back down into the dog's belly. 002 also felt extremely awkward and quickly hid in Lin Feng's chest since nobody could see it. "Let me hide." Lin Feng. He now wasn't sure where to place his hands or feet. After taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Whoa," and spun around to run away. Prime Minister, I'll leave first and, don't miss me when we might not meet later. Come back. Lin Feng's running posture suddenly turned around, returning to Lu Jingyan's side with flattery. What's wrong? Any orders? Lu Jingyan grabbed his collar and pulled him back into the Prime Minister's mansion. Ah. Director Lu, we cannot act this way. A forced melon isn't sweet. Lin Feng lay supine on the bed, layer by layer bound by chains, earnestly advising the Lu Jingyan above him. You behave well and release me. Getting rejected after confessing is such a normal thing, take it easy, life doesn't need to be so obsessed, otherwise, it's exhausting. Look at you, high in status and power, handsome beyond compare, which young lady in a noble household wouldn't want to marry you? Why plant yourself on this crooked neck tree of mine? You. Sigh. Don't take off your clothes. Lu Jingyan slightly raised his finger, gently pushing off the clothes on his shoulder, revealing smooth shoulders that shone white as jade, incredibly enticing. His brows and eyes were clear and refined, the corners of his eyes slightly curved, tinged with an ambiguous red blush, as he looked down at Lin Feng with an inexplicable charm. Lin Feng felt his legs go limp, his little heart fluttering uncontrollably, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, his mind tightening up and thoughts disappearing all of a sudden. It's just. You. He blushed, gritting his teeth and said, I'm begging you, can you put your clothes back on? He really gave up. Lin Feng knew that at his core, Lu Jingyan was stubborn. Otherwise, he would have long abandoned reviving Yi country and dared to even scheme against the emperor, yet never expected that he'd be this stubborn with his feelings too. In the original text, Jiang Ruoshui fell in love with Jun Lin, and he showed no significant emotional fluctuations, so why when it came to himself, did Lu Jingyan look determined not to stop until he succeeded? Lu Jingyan extended his slender index finger, lightly pressing against his chest, his ink-like hair falling like a waterfall, covering his graceful, naked spine. He said indifferently, don't you like it? Lin Feng. If he didn't like it, then he wasn't a man. This feeling, both cold and enchanting, was truly exciting. Lin Feng's breathing quickened, unable to resist asking, exactly what do you like about me? Lu Jingyan replied, being so good to me, isn't that a reason to like you? Lin Feng, just because I'm good to you doesn't mean you should like me. There are others who can also be good to you. Lu Jingyan lowered his head and kissed Lin Feng's lips, tenderly kissing him with utmost delicacy. Intoxicated by the kiss, Lin Feng grew dizzy, more so as this was his first time kissing someone else, it truly felt delightful. Lu Jingyan released his lips and said hoarsely, I only like you. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. In this fleeting moment, he couldn't help but feel touched by the sincere emotions before him. But in the next second, he came back to his senses. Since Lu Jingyan had bound him securely, trying to take off Lin Feng's clothes proved difficult. After much struggle with his pants, which were impossible to untie, Lu Jingyan eventually retrieved a pair of scissors from under the pillow. Lin Feng. Did this mean that if he didn't comply, he'd be castrated? Lu Jingyan cut open Lin Feng's pants, then contentedly put the scissors back. Can't remove your clothes, no problem. Lu Jingyan gave him a faint smile. This is enough. Lin Feng's expression changed immediately as he tried to fiercely struggle. But Lu Jingyan placed his elegant white palm firmly on Lin Feng's chest. With cold eyes yet bearing an underlying sorrow unseen, he murmured softly, will you reject me a third time? Lin Feng froze momentarily in his struggle. Once in the cave, yesterday's allure counted as another rejection, and today made it 3 rejections. Every time Lu Jingyan was rejected, he suffered silently but gathered courage again for the next confession. Lin Feng thought, refusing Lu Jingyan made him feel utterly despicable. Even though rejecting was normal, meeting the seemingly calm yet internally dimmed gaze of the Prime Minister rendered Lin Feng speechless. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped resisting, Lu Jingyan slowly broke into a light yet beautiful smile. He kissed Lin Feng again. Under the dim lighting, wisps of candle smoke lingered in the room without pause. 002 cowered in the corner, entirely red with embarrassment. Finally, the little system could no longer bear it, hopping out of the room toward the kitchen. Sneaking inside, it found a round orange, looked at it wistfully for quite some time, then took a big bite, tears welling up in its eyes. The oranges are so delicious. Lin Feng is working so hard. Chapter 18 Cool Prime Minister Loves Me 17. The main bedroom of the Prime Minister's mansion. After an unknown amount of time, all finally faded away. The chains had been forcibly broken at some point and were thrown off the bed, their twisted traces still visible. Hugging the blanket, Lin Feng sat dejectedly, wishing he could die right now. His innocence, it had been taken away by a seductress. Without any warning, he found himself married to a stunning wife. And Lin Feng currently felt utterly bewildered. After a long while, he murmured faintly, you. Next to him, Lu Jingyan's eyebrows showed fatigue. He reached out to pull Lin Feng closer. Lie down. For 1 second, Lin Feng remained silent, then obediently lay down. As soon as he did, the person beside him moved closer, tightly embracing him and rubbing his face against Lin Feng's like a spoiled child, whispering softly, let me sleep for a bit. Lin Feng couldn't see his own face, which was rapidly turning red like a boiled shrimp, stammering, Lu Jingyan, how could you? 002, who had already returned, finished the rest of his question for him. Why force when tempting didn't work? Feeling sore in his waist and legs, devoid of any strength, Lu Jingyan just wanted to snuggle up to him and sleep properly, muttering, I'm sleepy. The feeling of this aloof yet clingy pale cat emerged once more. Lin Feng felt like he might explode. With flushed cheeks and awkward limbs, he could feel himself being embraced by a fragrant, soft body. This person rubbed closely against him after having experienced the most intimate connection, leaving Lin Feng dazed. He didn't understand, although he refused, Lu Jingyan seemingly accepted it. So why was the conclusion after regaining composure forcing him? He really couldn't understand. Holding the adorable kitten in his arms, Lin Feng was lost in doggy musings. Lu Jingyan dozed off in his embrace, occasionally opening his eyes, filled with a gleam of affection, lightly brushing kisses on Lin Feng's lips. In matters like these, Lin Feng exhibited an unimaginable level of purity. A single kiss left his entire body exploding red, blood rushing violently as if it would flow backward, making him seem completely foolish. Lu Jingyan chuckled lowly in his ear, why has it become like this now? After a long pause, Lin Feng slowly replied, Do you hurt? Quivering slightly in his embrace, Lu Jingyan shook his head, his eyelids blushing a light red. His long and elegant swan neck rested softly on Lin Feng's chest while his pale and rounded shoulders exuded an air of fragility, making him look very much in need of protection as he curled up in Lin Feng's arms. Resting against Lin Feng's chest, he spoke wearily, I'm so tired. Oh. Lin Feng started racking his brain for what to do. What should I do? Lu Jingyan said, you don't need to do anything. He burrowed deeper into Lin Feng's arms and closed his eyes, saying, I'm going to sleep. Lin Feng was at a loss, unsure of how to hold him, but watched the youth truly drift off into deep slumber. His mind turned into a complete mess, and he desperately needed something to clear it. Lin Feng. 002 hesitantly edged closer, her face flushed and unable to meet the bedside directly, you're still going to reject Lu Jingyan, aren't you? Certainly not. 002 looked up, huh? Lin Feng's face flared bright red, fumbling awkwardly while holding Lu Jingyan tightly, his awareness somewhere between fully awake and somewhat muddled. Not. I've already, with him. Of course, I have to take responsibility. 002 stared silently. If I'd known that all it would take to make you fall for him was sleeping together, I would have thrown Lu Jingyan at you ages ago. Damn it. Useless dog. For Lu Jingyan, the blow from being rejected had been considerable. He had cried more and more yesterday, shedding tears onto a whole plate of dried fruit. Should he give up? He asked himself. Certainly not. He had made it crystal clear, all his obsessive madness was reserved solely for this person. If he could seduce, what else couldn't he accomplish? Lin Feng said he didn't like him. Unable to resist Lu Jingyan's provocations, he liked his face. What about his body? Valuing his own purity so deeply, even enduring everything without yielding, Lin Feng's pristine innocence was stripped by Lu Jingyan using the hardest methods, imprinting his shadow firmly in Lin Feng's mind. After finishing the dried fruits, Lu Jingyan chewed on them as though tearing flesh from Lin Feng's body. The venomous thorn in his heart wouldn't let go of its prey so easily. He loved Lin Feng, and he would spare no means to possess him. Whatever the cost. Sleepless the entire night, Lin Feng sported dark circles under his eyes as he served as a human pillow for the little kitten. Feeling like his CPU was about to explode, simultaneously burning with heat and afraid of waking Lu Jingyan, he dared not move all night, staying perfectly still. To be honest, he spent all night trying to figure out why he suddenly ended up with a wife. At which step did it go wrong? Or had he done something strange that caused this butterfly effect? The clingy kitten snuggled comfortably in his arms. After pondering all night, the dog couldn't figure out how he got this wife into his grasp. Lin Feng. Lu Jingyan murmured, opening his eyes to gaze at him. Lin Feng twitched and hurriedly pulled his arm back, intending to retreat but realizing he was completely naked after last night when Lu Jingyan had undressed him entirely. Silently, he tugged the blanket over himself. Amusement flickered in Lu Jingyan's eyes. This moment was unexpectedly adorable. He had never imagined that Lin Feng, who appeared careless and unreliable, would actually be so extraordinarily pure-hearted. The previous day, Lin Feng blushed until his toes turned red and avoided looking at him the entire time. Lu Jingyan sat upright, the movement slowed momentarily due to pain before resuming a composed demeanor and leaning forward. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked. Lu Jingyan concealed part of the truth, sore waist. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained silent, letting Lu Jingyan lean on him. Quietly, Lu Jingyan said, the southern city is far and desolate, with arduous journeys ahead and many dangers lurking unknown. Take good care of yourself. Holding a newly acquired beautiful wife in his arms, Lin Feng meekly replied, can I skip it? Lu Jingyan's lips curved upwards, why? Only now did Lin Feng realize just how lustful he could be. His voice softened noticeably, timid yet bold, because I haven't had enough. Lu Jingyan paused briefly, what isn't enough? The next second, Lin Feng's tall frame pressed Lu Jingyan down onto the bed, lifting his chin for a fiery kiss that roamed wildly across their skin. From the faint glimmer of dawn till the bright clarity of noon, the people sent along to accompany Lin Feng to the southern city had come urging several times. He attempted to knock on the door, standing there for merely 3 seconds before turning away, her cheeks red and her ears heated. Lin Feng carried Lu Jingyan further into the bathtub nestled within the depths of the bedroom. Lu Jingyan sobbed hoarsely, clinging tightly to Lin Feng without letting go. "Let go of me, sweetheart," Lin Feng coaxed, "and I'll give you a bath." Lu Jingyan stayed in the pool and refused to let go of Lin Feng, his slim body leaning on him as water soaked their light clothing. Burying his face into Lin Feng's neck, Lu Jingyan whimpered softly, appearing somewhat delirious with a red-hot flush all over his body. Seeing that Lu Jingyan remained clinging to him even though disoriented, Lin Feng softened. Unable to resist his own blush, he stopped moving entirely. Only when Lu Jingyan succumbed to exhaustion and began nodding off against him did Lin Feng gently pry the young man away, undress him, and proceed with bathing. "Lin Feng." Lu Jingyan purred faintly from within his embrace. "What is it?" Using soap pods to create foam, Lin Feng washed Lu Jingyan's body. "I don't want you to tease me anymore," Lu Jingyan mumbled with swollen lips. Ashamed but holding him tight, Lin Feng hastily nodded, "I won't. Truly sorry, been single for so long, this being the first time in centuries I've actually found myself a wife. It was just too much." Opening his misty, beautiful eyes, Lu Jingyan planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek, his voice chilly yet enticing. "It's not teasing I'm speaking about." Startled by this amorous feline allure, Lin Feng lost control of his tone. "Then what kind of teasing were you referring to earlier?" Placing his long white fingers on Lin Feng's cheeks, Lu Jingyan feigned grievance. "You rejected me when I know you care little for me. That is no way to treat someone." The wild beating in Lin Feng's chest was threatening to burst out, leaving him hoarse. "If you wanted any sort of teasing before, you're welcome to have it now." Lu Jingyan gazed up at him as Lin Feng pressed him down onto himself, gripping his neck tightly and forcing him into another fierce kiss. "If that's what you desire, then take more." Squinting his eyes shut, Lu Jingyan groaned quietly in his throat. By the time dusk fell, Lu Jingyan had passed out several times, lying on the bed while the person atop him gave gentle massages. Groaning under the pain coursing through his body, he dared not tempt Lin Feng again, lying stiffly with a furrowed brow. A fleeting flash of brightness shone at the tip of Lin Feng's fingers, utilizing an intangible energy concentrated there to soothe Lu Jingyan's burning sensations. As cooling sensations spread throughout his body, Lu Jingyan quickly realized the pain was fading. He asked hoarsely, "What did you use?" "Something good." Satisfied Lu Jingyan was comfortable, Lin Feng lay back on the bed only to have another affectionate cat crawl right back into his arms. Resting his head on Lin Feng's shoulder, Lu Jingyan looked both pitiful and exhausted with swollen lips and a flushed nose from crying. Holding him tenderly, Lin Feng felt astonished. He'd never considered having a mate, imagining such ideas in his youth only to cast them aside completely. Now here he was, really having one. Seemingly aloof and difficult to approach, yet affectionate and fragile, fond of hugs and kisses, and absolutely captivating when sobbing. Never had Lin Feng treated anyone with such careful consideration, fearful of breaking something delicate after throwing Lu Jingyan mercilessly into a fight earlier against a brown bear. Lost in joyous thoughts, he snuggled closer and whispered sweetly, "Wifey." Without lifting his head, Lu Jingyan allowed a smile to grace his lips, knowing this stubborn dog had finally yielded under his persistent efforts. "My neck hurts, massage it please," Lu Jingyan murmured. Delighted, Lin Feng reached out to soothe his neck despite the numerous rubs and energy usage, curious why Lu Jingyan insisted on additional comfort. After spending the entire day together and recognizing people outside had waited patiently, guilt gnawed at Lu Jingyan but he couldn't bear parting with his newly surrendered puppy, pressing closer still. Chuckling contentedly, Lin Feng changed attitude swiftly overnight due to sharing a bed with Lu Jingyan, its benefits immeasurably favorable. "Prime Minister, would you like to rest a bit?" Frowning, Lu Jingyan complained, "You've gone too far." Nodding earnestly, Lin Feng promised, "We'll not go that far anymore." "No," Lu Jingyan dismissed immediately his apology. Taken aback for 3 seconds, Lin Feng's blush deepened from his neck to the tips of his ears. Stammering, he replied, "Oh, got it." Upon realizing Lin Feng understood, Lu Jingyan relaxed, clutching Lin Feng's robust arm securely. Watching his partner silently lean against him, Lin Feng hesitated for some moments, then quietly announced, "Tomorrow, I need to leave for South City." Lu Jingyan didn't show much reaction. He loved Lin Feng, but he wouldn't let his personal feelings make him stay. His beautiful eyes were moist, the cold and distant appearance inside melting into warm water under Lin Feng's fervent gaze, soft like one could press a small pit in him. His voice was hoarse, "Come back soon, I'll wait for you." Lin Feng wondered complexly if this was what it felt like to have a wife. So strange, yet so gentle. The next morning at dawn. At the city wall of Yi country, Lin Feng rode a tall horse, draped in a thick fox fur cloak. The cold wind blew his phoenix eyes red, and his distinct fingers gripped the reins as he led the team ahead. This was the team going to South City. Originally supposed to be carried in a sedan to South City, the third prince rejected the carriage and requested to ride a horse. Lin Feng had warned himself many times not to look back, but at the last moment, he couldn't help but glance back. The city walls were crowded with people, dense and black, but there was no Lu Jingyan. 002 sat on his shoulder nibbling an orange, tapping his face lightly. You didn't wake him before you left, how are you looking back now? Lin Feng turned his head to look at him, frowning. I know he's not here, I just wanted to see. 002 asked, why didn't you wake him up? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I wanted to wake him up too, if it wasn't for last night when he suddenly seduced me and forced me to start. Perhaps realizing that Lin Feng would be gone for several days and then he wouldn't get any meat again, they both slept well until midnight. When Lu Jingyan rested enough, he got up and pounced into Lin Feng's arms, with a cold and alluring charm that lured him into starting, resulting in a sleepless night. By the time dawn broke faintly, Lin Feng finally stopped, with the person in his arms losing consciousness several times and crying until his voice almost disappeared. Lin Feng tidied him up only to realize it was about time. He could only kiss the sleeping, clingy white-skinned kitty repeatedly on the bed, reluctantly leaving the world of tenderness. Lin Feng sighed. Never would have thought Prime Minister Lu is usually aloof and elegant, but deep down he burns so intensely that it's unbelievable. Last night's situation nearly killed me. If it weren't for his rationality this morning, he could have delayed going to South City for another day. He had to make this burning cat soften, meowing in his arms. 002 sneered, you refused earlier, why do you accept so well now? Lin Feng has always been peculiar. Despite being adept at changing faces, some inexplicable persistence made him hold firm to his bottom line. Previously rejecting Lu Jingyan's tender courting seemed like that would be the end of it, but yesterday's forceful compliance half-heartedly submitted. It really showed how debased his nature was, with strange XP points in his heart matching his debased self. Lin Feng held the reins slowly moving forward, sighing, I don't know why, but seeing him yesterday reminded me of someone who will cry if I refuse them the next second. My mind got confused, and I complied. As a result, this morning when looking at the Prime Minister obediently sleeping in his arms, he suddenly felt this was really quite nice. Waking up early in the morning holding a wife wasn't so hard to accept after all. Lin Feng's adaptability, honed from training in countless worlds across the universe, quickly adjusted his identity and emotions, gently complying with the wolfish and tiger-like Lu adult, recognizing this beautiful wife. 002 held back laughter, throwing the orange he was nibbling into his lap, snickering, this kind of orange is called a navel orange, a very sweet variety of fruit, give it a taste. Isn't it delicious? Lin Feng's entire body turned red with shame as he angrily said, roll. In the Chancellor's residence, Lu Jingyan woke up when the sun was high, his waist aching and his limbs weak. When he woke up, his first instinct was to look for the man beside him, only to find nothing. He instantly snapped awake, tolerating the pain to rise from the bed, not calling out twice when he noticed the note by his pillow. The note was long and thin, with a row of words written on it. Dear wife, wait for my return. A little heart hung behind. Chapter 19, The Cool Prime Minister Falls for Me 18. Lin Feng's trip to South City went quickly. They departed from the capital, passing through rough mountains. At the beginning, the conditions of the commoners were still acceptable, but later, more and more frozen bodies appeared on the roadside. Lin Feng moved his gaze away from a frozen baby corpse, taking a tattered cloth nearby to cover the naked body of the infant. Infants frozen to death like this, they're everywhere. A middle-aged man with a long beard, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, stood silently beside Lin Feng for a while as he gazed at the child. Minister Jiang, have you seen this before? Lin Feng turned and walked toward the tent, no longer focusing on the cold, stiff little corpse behind him. Jiang Hai was the father of Jiang Ruoshui. He currently held the position of Minister of Works and was also the unfortunate one beheaded by Jun Lin's sword in the end. He ranked as a minister, and had introduced Lu Jingyan even before Lu obtained his Triad Laureate degree, so their relationship had always been good. And Lu knew that Jiang Hai was an upright and clean official, a pearl rare among the filth. This time, on the journey to South City where food supplies were cut off, Lu Jingyan specially entrusted Jiang Hai to accompany them to ensure disaster relief supplies weren't embezzled. Jiang Hai sighed deeply, his tone despondent, Your Highness, I was once promoted from local officer to the capital. During winter every year, the corpses of these children and old people are just as many. Lin Feng frowned while listening to these words, asking instinctively, did Lu Jingyan also see this? Jiang Hai paused, seemingly not expecting him to suddenly mention Lu Jingyan. Yet, recalling the day he was inexplicably let down before, he seemed to understand something. Minister Lu has seen far more than me. Jiang Hai smiled, I first met Prime Minister Lu long ago when he was quite young. Just how big, a tiny bundle giving respectful greetings to others, my wife adored him greatly. The small 5-year-old Lu Jingyan looked like a miniature adult in his red auspicious cloud brocade clothes, short and soft, standing on the ground looking like a compact lump, with arms and legs almost invisible. He gave Jiang Hai a respectful bow, his tiny face solemn. My wife loved him immensely, showing him her newly born baby just months old, trying every way possible to make him laugh. But Lu Jingyan refused to smile. As he left, he lost balance and fell onto the ground, his eyes reddened with pouting lips, yet never willing to cry regardless of the pain. Later, the Lu family was completely slaughtered. Prime Minister Lu narrowly escaped, seriously injured during the chase, not knowing how much suffering he endured to survive, then spent many years in a farming family before finally reaching the capital. Mentioning this, Jiang Hai sighed sorrowfully. If it weren't for the emperor's ignorance and corruption, court eunuchs seizing power, and villain slander, Lu Jingyan should have been the flourishing, spirited paragon of heaven's pride, but his perfect nature and character were wasted under this dynasty. Even after becoming an official, due to his extraordinary beauty, he nearly got taken advantage of by some officials who liked men and later coveted by the emperor himself, enduring countless grievances before ascending to the position of prime minister. Lin Feng clicked his fingers, producing a crisp cracking sound. 002 trembled slightly, timidly asking, "Why do you look ready to kill someone?" Lin Feng kept a natural expression, smiling faintly, "Am I?" 002. "Yes, and that oppressive aura is stronger now." "Really, nothing." Lin Feng smiled while petting it. Just when 002 thought it might have imagined things and relaxed a little, Lin Feng nonchalantly asked with a smile still on his face, "Is the emperor killable?" 002. "Are you mad?" Originally, 002 thought Lin Feng would snap out of it soon, regaining rationality as usual because the person it rode was a refined self-serving individualist, always selfish and unbothered by others' affairs. Such assumptions shattered into pieces the night it saw Lin Feng sneak out of the tent. 002 questioned shocked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves, his long lashes curving gracefully as he grinned widely at 002, "To avenge someone." 002. "Revenge for what?" "My wife was bullied, so I'm avenging her honor." Lin Feng tied up his long hair, his handsome phoenix eyes filled with disdainful coldness, sneering, "Damn it, I feel really unpleasant." This unpleasant feeling reached its peak when he carefully analyzed the original plot, knowing exactly how much hardship Lu Jingyan went through and how Mush endured. He placed 002 in his chest, lightly stepping away, disappearing into the chilly night. The cold wind bit like knives, yet Lin Feng moved as light as a swallow, rapidly traversing in the dark night. 002 was surprised, "Where are you going?" "To the capital." "Not just the capital," Lin Feng said coldly. The magistrate who stood by and watched back then, the doctor's son who pushed Lu Jingyan into the water, classmates who mocked and falsely accused him of theft due to being an orphan, and officials who tried to force him with drugs. "There's plenty of work tonight." 002's heart skipped a beat at the sight of his eyes, brimming with intense murderous intent. "It's over." Lin Feng's mental state was unstable to begin with, he used to not care about anything and thus very few things could disturb him. Now that he had an emotional weakness in Lu Jingyan, the chances of losing control were much higher than before. 002 hurriedly reminded him, "Are you still sane? Perhaps it's better to go back, and stay as a lazy fish like before. Don't suddenly perk up. This is terrifying. This is too frightening." Lin Feng was the laziest and most carefree soul under 002, with a rather unstable personality, due to severe trauma in his previous life affecting his mental health. But since he didn't care for anyone or anything, they coexisted peacefully within the Time-Space Bureau for hundreds of years. Now with Lu Jingyan as his wife, such fits of madness would undoubtedly increase. "I am calm and fully aware," Lin Feng said steadily. "I just want to kill a few people." 002. "Mama." "No, 001, help." The night deepened, and the long-awaited snow began to fall lightly, then turned into heavy snowflakes drifting down. Lu Jingyan watched the white scene outside the window, wrapped in the sable fur coat Lin Feng had draped over him earlier. He absent-mindedly stretched out his hand to catch a soft snowflake. The snowflake melted in his palm, dripping down as a water droplet. As Lu Jingyan looked at his dampened hand, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Then he let out a long sigh, sitting by the window where the cold wind blew. This was his first taste of what it meant to be lovesick, his heart gnawed by ants, unable to sleep soundly, no appetite, only able to sit by the window watching the snowfall while the icy wind swept over his body, taking away warmth and leaving behind coldness. Lu Jingyan didn't know how long he had been sitting there, tossing and turning without sleep. All he could think of was their time together on the bed yesterday. He had experienced for the first time what it felt like to be completely claimed, sheltered in strong, warm arms protected from any chill, his icy hands and feet warmed tenderly. Perhaps feeling the warmth made the previous days unbearable. He suffered from insomnia tonight and hadn't fallen asleep all night. Lu Jingyan propped his chin on his left hand, quietly gazing at the falling snow, thinking of Lin Feng who might now be sound asleep, his fingertips absently tapping his cheek. He had contracted this longing illness. The other party likely couldn't understand how he felt, probably sleeping soundly in the tent without a thought for him. Lu Jingyan thought to himself, since Lin Feng had been forced into intimacy, even if he later complied, there wouldn't be deep feelings. It was fortunate enough that Lin Feng didn't dislike him. This melancholy thought was interrupted by a rough male voice. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour?" Lu Jingyan almost believed he was hallucinating from missing Lin Feng so much when he heard this familiar voice. Not until a long, sturdy hand gripped the windowsill and Lin Feng leapt through the window, embracing the stunned Lu Jingyan looking at him. Adult Lu Minister widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face still carried blood splatters, presenting a grotesque image against his handsome features, his body also covered in blood, holding a sack in the other hand. He lowered his head and bumped foreheads with Lu Jingyan, laughing and breathing heavily. "Ah, what's wrong?" Lu Jingyan quickly pushed him off, eager to check his condition. Why are you bleeding so much? Are you injured? Lin Feng spun around with her force and spread his arms with a laugh. Not hurt, the blood is someone else's. Your man's pretty capable, see? Lu Jingyan indeed found no wounds on him and relaxed his tightened heart, hitting Lin Feng with his fist. What have you done? Why did you come back? Lin Feng embarrassingly pulled Lu Jingyan into his arms, dropping the sack on the ground. Unexpected sentimentalism made him stutter. I didn't intend to bother you, I thought you'd be asleep, so I just wanted to take a look. His initial intention was quite simple, to just check on Lu Jingyan and perhaps cover him with blankets if he wasn't sleeping well. But Lu Jingyan wasn't asleep at all. Moved, Lu Jingyan asked, did you come here to see me? Lin Feng nodded, I came to see you in the Chancellor's residence. I went elsewhere to bring you a present. Seeing Lin Feng covered in blood, Lu Jingyan pressed his lips and asked, what present? Lin Feng chuckled and shut the window, then sat on the floor with Lu Jingyan. He proudly handed the sack over to Lu Jingyan. Here you go. A present. Lu Jingyan stared at the gift, still dripping blood from the bottom of the sack, and fell into an awkward silence. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't open the sack, and presuming it was due to its dirtiness, Lin Feng took the initiative. Let me open it. This thing is too dirty. After saying this, he snatched it and opened it wide, releasing a strong smell of blood that stiffened Lu Jingyan's expression. Lin Feng prompted him to look. Guess whose fingers are inside? Lu Jingyan. Lin Feng continued, I know you can't guess, so I'll tell you one by one. This one belongs to the doctor's son, these 5 classmates who bullied you, this one pushed you into the water, this one is from the official who drugged you, this one tripped you up almost making you offend the emperor. Lu Jingyan interrupted him, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Did you kill them? Lin Feng tilted his head to look at him, smiling with curved brows and eyes, the dried blood on his face cruelly stark in the candlelight. He laughed and said, yes, they're all dead. Lu Jingyan gazed at him blankly. It seemed like this night unveiled a different side of the person he loved, neither the usual carefree rogue nor the tender and considerate lover. The present Lin Feng was sickly, cruel, and possessed a twisted madness. Thinking Lu Jingyan disapproved of such a gruesome gift, Lin Feng retied the sack and tossed it aside, coming closer to cup Lu Jingyan's face, kissing him gently. What's wrong, dear? Lu Jingyan's throat felt dry. After a long pause, he replied, nothing. Yet he felt like he understood Lin Feng better now. He had seen through layers of disguise to uncover the core essence of Lin Feng, but his affection hadn't diminished even a bit, it continued to make him madly infatuated. Looking at the sack corner by the window, Lu Jingyan buried himself in the man's arms, whispering, I don't like that. It's too dirty. Without hesitation, Lin Feng got up, I'll throw it away for you. It's all garbage anyway, nothing worth looking at. Watching Lin Feng carry the sack away, Lu Jingyan exhaled in relief. Lin Feng quickly returned, drenched in the strong smell of blood. Hurriedly, he went to the bathing hall to clean himself thoroughly, smelling fresh and clean before wrapping a robe around and lying down in bed. He held Lu Jingyan tightly, stretching out his ice-cold hands and feet toward Lin Feng's warm body to get warmed up. Feel better? Still cold. Hugging this familiar figure, Lu Jingyan shook his head, no longer cold. Lin Feng looked at his beautiful wife, moved closer, and nuzzled against her. Did you miss me because you couldn't sleep? Buried in Lin Feng's embrace, Lu Jingyan softly answered, Unexpected by how readily Lu Jingyan admitted it, Lin Feng was taken aback momentarily, then laughed happily. You really missed me? I missed you too. He leaned over and rubbed against Lu Jingyan hard, indulging in the faintly sweet scent lingering on his skin, enjoying as his eyes drooped shut contentedly. Looking at Lin Feng rubbing against him like a puppy, Lu Jingyan couldn't help but laugh and pushed his head. Rub if you want, don't randomly kiss. Lying on top of him, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Not gonna let you go. I'll kiss you to death. With that, he flipped Lu Jingyan underneath him, gripping both wrists and holding them above his head, leaving Lu Jingyan completely defenseless under him with a soft exposed belly. Lin Feng proceeded to plant kisses all over, smacking sounds resounding, tickling Lu Jingyan until he curled up trying to escape from those kisses. Holding on to the exhausted Lu Jingyan, Lin Feng gently patted his smooth, delicate back while comforting him. All right, I have to leave soon. Go to sleep. On the brink of drifting off, Lu Jingyan mumbled. Are you leaving? Not going, your husband will stay by your side. Lin Feng shifted to block the bed edge with his body, creating a secure and enclosed corner between the wall and himself where a small kitten slept after being roughed up. Before sleeping, Lu Jingyan cooed, you can't leave. Lin Feng chuckled freely without suppressing any of his idiocy upon seeing his wife. Okay, I won't leave. Tears still lingered in Lu Jingyan's eyes, worn out from the earlier intensity. He kept cajoling, I missed you. I missed you too. I'm so cold. How about I hold you, then you won't be cold. Lin Feng. Foolish dog. Lin Feng didn't think of himself as a foolish dog, but if his wife said so, he would follow along. Right, I'm a foolish dog. Lu Jingyan asked, then what am I? Lin Feng replied, you're the wife of a foolish dog. Lu Jingyan, what is a wife? Lin Feng answered, a wife is the treasure of the foolish dog. Lin Feng, wife means the same as spouse. Lu Jingyan responded with a drowsy, oh, then muttered, then I am your wife. Lin Feng felt that his wife was truly the cutest person in the world. Before coming here, Lin Feng had been to over 10 places, killing countless people. The numerous fingers inside the sack were his spoils of victory. Originally, his heart was filled with increasing violent and wild emotions, but when he saw Lu Jingyan sitting by the window propping his chin up while looking at the snowflakes falling, all the dark feelings receded like an ebbing tide, leaving behind an unprecedented feeling of being moved to his core. He had mental issues, psychological problems, Lin Feng had always known this. He too had been young and arrogant once, wearing the luxurious clothing of the empire, unmatched as the top interstellar negotiator. During negotiations, he either taunted or remained calm and collected, carefree and unrestrained as he looked at opposing negotiators yelling insults and replied with mocking sneers. There was a quote very suitable for Lin Feng back in those days. The youth has his mountains and seas, the heavy shadows of his mountains, and his surging waves stretching miles on end. If possible, let the wind, the desert, and the sky be his. An unrestricted wind, a desert prone to downpours, and a sky studded with stars would belong to him. All things given to him so he could be free. Time flies, all the youthful vigor has become memories seen through mist, yet the expanse of mountains and rivers remains unchanged, it is just Lin Feng who has changed into something unrecognizable. Looking at Lu Jingyan, who had fallen asleep beside him, Lin Feng blinked, curving the corner of his lips into a smile. He softly leaned down and gave him a kiss. Lin Feng whispered quietly, you're an obsessive maniac, but it's lucky you've met me now. Had Lu Jingyan encountered the younger Lin Feng who had eyes that could tolerate no grains of sand, the outcome under coercion would only be mutual destruction, leaving both parties battered and broken. It was fortunate that Lu Jingyan had met the current Lin Feng, who readily accepted the fact that he had a wife, achieving the perfect happy ending. 002 called out from near the window, Lin Feng, we should leave. The Emperor still hasn't been dealt with, if we delay any longer, we won't catch the convoy heading to South City. Lin Feng exhaled, climbed off the bed to get dressed, covering the hickey on his neck. He twisted his shoulder slightly and lightly clicked his tongue. The pressure from Minister Lu's grip wasn't small, there must be quite a few broken patches of skin on my back. But it couldn't be blamed on Minister Lu mainly because Lin Feng had been too vigorous earlier, causing a pitiful cry of distress. Even though Lu Jingyan enjoyed it. At the palace, a shadow black as night swooped down from the sky, quickly springing to its feet after rolling across the ground. Lightly stepping among tree tips, Lin Feng bent one leg lazily observing Emperor's Qianqing palace from afar, amused by the cacophony of playful noises emerging within. Goodness, men and women galore, how many people are in there? 002 checked and replied, not bad, 5 consorts and 4 male concubines. Lin Feng exclaimed, cursing silently, how can Lin Jing even handle this? With such a group, he's really smooth. He could not withstand a single one and wished he could die right then from Lu Jingyan's embrace. He didn't understand how the Emperor could endure this much attention. From the bright yellow windows, several figures were seen playing blindfolded games, mingling giggles with gentle scolding, creating a decadent luxurious scene. Lin Feng was always quite respectful towards this kind of private matter. Previously, he had waited patiently even while beating Junlin, and he could certainly wait for the Emperor to finish, casually crossing his legs waiting for the activity to conclude. He started chatting idly with 002, cracking sunflower seeds. What about those 2 people from the previous brown bear incident? After returning then, Lin Feng was terribly distracted by Lu Jingyan's temptations, confusing his brain until it was like porridge. Of course, he hadn't noticed the relationship development between the main characters, so only now did he have time to ask 002. 002 rolled his eyes, finally remembered. Lin Feng, you're pretty ruthless. You tried pushing Junlin forward before encountering the brown bear. If he weren't the protagonist, he would have died instantly under the bear's paw. Now he is recuperating. After some more days of recovery, they'll send him back to Dalong. Lin Feng slowed down his pace of eating sunflower seeds, and Jiang Ruoshui. 002 also began eating sunflower seeds, producing a rhythmic crackling sound. As for Jiang Ruoshui, she is currently harboring unrequited love for a secret guard. You don't need to worry about her and Lu Jingyan colliding romantically. Lin Feng relaxed inwardly, and simultaneously, his gossipy nature flared up, eagerly leaning his head forward. A secret guard? Which one? 002 also lowered his voice. It's the one by Junlin's side, Ingsan. He's originally a minor character, male number 5, who secretly loves Jiang Ruoshui but silently guards her because of their different statuses. Later on, when Jiang Ruoshui is forced into love by Junlin, Ingsan makes an appearance. He'll risk his life to protect the heroine during her chase, and then he'll meet his end. Lin Feng curiously asked, what does he look like? 002 firmly said, good looking. Or how could Jiang Ruoshui like him? This male number 5 is handsome, tall with long legs, highly skilled in martial arts, and deeply devoted to only one person. If only the female lead could catch up, TSK. That would make for some good drama. This part was supposed to belong to the male protagonist who saved the heroine, but since the protagonist had almost destroyed his hands at that point, he sent out his hidden guard instead. The scene with the brown bear was also when San heroically rescued Jiang Ruoshui. Now these two were mutually developing feelings for each other, leaving only the severely injured Jun Lin, still unconscious in bed, as the sole major aggrieved individual in the whole room. Lin Feng indulged in a large melon feast, feeling perfectly content like a rat in a melon field. Even being soaked in snow and frozen in icy weather didn't feel cold anymore. He sighed, that's really great. No one was going to fight over his wife anymore. Amazing. The laughter and play inside continued for another 2 hours before gradually ceasing. With nothing better to do, Lin Feng chatted idly with 002. In the past, he used to waste time in the Space-Time Bureau by either eating, sleeping, drinking with others, or cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping like an old village woman. Legs crossed, Lin Feng began telling stories. Earlier, the high-level world's demon god Enlonly chased after his Eastern lover, never imagining that this beautiful Easterner was once a tyrant. Jun Feng gave him quite a hard time. 002 kept nodding, expressing similar admiration. Jun Feng is a soul recruited and later compiled by the original system 001. It said his talent was exceptionally brilliant, his previous life was miserable, he was a mad emperor. Not long after being recruited by 001, Enlonly set his eyes on him. These two people. Together they sighed, poor Enlonly. After all, he was a godlike being, having lived no one knew how many years. A humorous, elegant gentleman whose wit often brought joy, yet it was his first time truly falling in love. And alas, right after finally catching up with his Oriental lover, things turned awry and messy. Rumor has it he became depressed and despaired for a long time afterward. How vast is the demon god's mental trauma area? Lin Feng sympathetically patted his chest. Fortunately, my Lu Xiang cares about me. 002 shook his head with regret, but the demon god loved his lover too much. Word has it he's accepted the fact now, though Jun Feng adheres to Buddhism and Taoism, embracing celibacy. You can imagine, demons are creatures of intense desire. Just to seduce Jun Feng, he daily engaged in wild, unrestrained provocations aimed at drawing the latter into bed. Lin Feng began feeling cold chills down his spine. Fortunately, my Lu Xiang embraces desire and wouldn't be so cruel to me. When it came to gossip, 002 was equally an expert, the crazy couple under the original system, those two have stirred up trouble again. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, oh. How so? 002, munching on melon seeds, said, I heard that notorious lunatic obliterated 3 small worlds at once. The Space-Time Bureau hated it and wanted to punish him, but his partner, a merchant, almost bought out the entire Space-Time Bureau and gifted it to the lunatic for amusement. Lin Feng drew in a sharp breath of cold air, so rich. 002 smacked his lips, helplessly saying, rich beyond your wildest dreams. But even more than that, this man adores his little partner. The Space-Time Bureau barely scrapes through the next quarter thanks to a few bits dribbling from between the merchant's fingers. Thus the matter ended quietly, the upper echelons of the Space-Time Bureau personally apologizing in fear, and Mr. Merchant, hugging his little lunatic, went off to play somewhere else. As a loyal aesthete, Lin Feng remembered that lunatic beauty very clearly. That crazy beauty is breathtakingly attractive, no exaggeration, not even flipping through 3,000 small worlds would find someone else as captivating. But what a lunatic and pathological character. Back then, Lin Feng simply praised her sincerely without any ulterior motives and nearly died at the hand of that lunatic. No one knows how the merchant won the heart of that lunatic, but now, the lunatic beauty is pampered like a spoiled child. 002 conspiratorially leaned closer, don't let the current dependence of the crazy beauty on the merchant fool you, they used to be the fiercest pair ever. You might not know since you joined later. This pair almost killed each other multiple times, torturing and tormenting each other mercilessly. It left even bystanders shaken to the bone. What kind of lovers stab each other and break bones like mortal enemies? It wasn't until they had been together for a longer time that they started turning sugary sweet. Lin Feng suddenly understood, how did their relationship improve? How did it improve? 002 hopped onto his shoulder and, seeing that the emperor was almost done, succinctly said, it's rumored that because the merchant couldn't bear such merciless abuse, he ran away. The lunatic flipped the 3,000 small worlds, the advanced worlds, the Space-Time Bureau, and the enemy forces upside down searching for him. I don't know how he found the person, but after that, the lunatic wept and coaxed him back into his arms. From then on, the guy didn't dare to go crazy to the point of abusing the merchant, and their relationship gradually improved. Lin Feng patted his stomach, feeling full. Damn, there are so many scandals in the Space-Time Bureau. 002 laughed aloud, let's hurry and get things done. We'll chat properly later. Alright. Chapter 20, The Cold Prime Minister Loves Me 19. A black shadow leaped over a palace filled with fragrance and walked into the innermost bed covered by curtains. Here, the wine pools and jade forests were extravagant beyond imagination. Precious night pearls were embedded in the walls, emitting a pale white glow. There arose coquettish sounds from the bed. Hey, your majesty. You're too much. Lin Feng paused his steps as he approached, his expression complicated. This voice, it's a man's, right? 002 also felt somewhat awkward, it seems so. Lin Jing is non-binary, didn't he once have designs on Lu Jinzhen? So having a man in bed is normal. Lin Feng's stomach churned, and his expression became unpleasant. What I care about isn't this, why is a grown man pinching his voice, making it sound so fine and melodious? Even if Lu Jinzhen were to be affectionate with him, he wouldn't be so effeminate, his clear and resonant voice carrying the ethereal quality of a beauty, refreshing like cold spring water entering one's lungs. Lin Feng took a deep breath and ignored the discomfort, quickly walking forward to rip open the curtains. He then kicked the two people who were lost in passion off the bed. Ah! The two tumbled out of bed, raising their heads in panic. Lin Feng covered his face, glaring ferociously, holding a dagger ready, and quietly threatening the emperor at knife point, if you scream, I'll slit your throat. The emperor trembled all over, shaking his emaciated body, his bloodshot eyes filled with fear. Mister, I won't scream. I won't. The attendant boy just then realized what had happened and instinctively wanted to scream, but Lin Feng kicked him back again. Lin Feng's gaze moved to the face of the male consort, his expression suddenly becoming dark and terrifying, his eyes swirling with anger and frosty wrath. This male consort actually bore a resemblance to Lu Jinzhen. F***ck your mother. Lin Feng stepped on the emperor's vital spot, grinding it fiercely. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, the emperor screamed unintentionally, prompting Lin Feng to grab a night pearl and stuff it in his mouth, cracking some of his teeth due to rough handling. Blood flowed backwards. Lin Feng's face was sinister and violent, cruelly gripping the emperor's neck. The crisp sounds of bone friction echoed in his hands. The emperor rolled his eyes, his mouth wide open, kicking his legs around trying to escape from this devil. Lin Feng leaned close, laughing low in the emperor's ear, emotions indiscernible, yet killing intent unmasked. You dog emperor, to mistreat my wife this way, surely you wish to die. He grinned with his gleaming white teeth, the black mask covering some distorted expressions, revealing uncontrollable malice deep in his eyes. He now looked like a furious wild beast, bearing his sharp white fangs, poised to bite through his prey's throat. 002 was chilled to the bone, seeing Lin Feng like this reminded him of when Lin Feng first entered the Spacetime Bureau. He was just as crazed back then, irritable and easily angered, leading to 10 years of mandatory confinement by the Spacetime Bureau to prevent harm to others. Lin Feng had stabilized already. 002 thought about Lu Jinzhen sleeping peacefully in the Prime Minister's mansion and couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't sure if gaining Lu Jinzhen as another weak point would further stabilize Lin Feng's nature or regress him back to his vengeful ways. 002 jumped up, trying to pat Lin Feng's calf, snap out of it. For Lu Jing'an's sake, don't kill him. Everyone knows the importance of an emperor to a nation. If he dies, Prime Minister Lu will surely have a headache. Lin Feng remained silent for a long while, stepping forward to let 002 climb up his trouser leg and reach his chest before tossing the almost fainting emperor on the ground. He managed to open his mouth, his voice dry and hoarse. Other than killing, there's no problem, right? 002 hesitated, saying, then let off some steam, but don't go too far. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He wouldn't go too far, would he? He couldn't possibly torture the man to death. The palace maids and eunuchs outside bowed their heads respectfully, standing in a row waiting for the emperor's summon. The head eunuch was ordered to wait outside the hall. He was gaunt with thick white powder smeared on his face and rouge on his lips, resembling a corpse in a coffin that terrified all who saw him. Lifting his eyes to glance at the sky, he asked dubiously with a high-pitched voice, why is it taking so long this time? The old emperor was already elderly, obsessed with wine and lust which left his body frail. Therefore, the time spent by his concubines or male favorites wasn't long, in other words, they weren't effective enough. However, the head eunuch had been stationed outside the hall for nearly an hour. He assumed the emperor should have finished by now and ought to be bathing and purifying himself. His intuition told him something was amiss. Bending over, he loudly called out, Your Majesty, it's time. The consort should be sent back. No response. The head eunuch's face changed abruptly. Recalling the previous assassin incident, he started panicking inside, quickly knocking on the door again, Your Majesty. In the oppressive silence, the head eunuch anxiously pushed the door open only to see the old emperor collapsed in a pool of blood. His knees went weak, almost kneeling down right there. A scream tore through the night, causing great turmoil. It's bad. The emperor has been attacked. The elderly royal physician was yanked out of bed, bending his already hunched back as his legs ran swiftly. Reaching towards the young eunuch leading the way ahead, he panted, How does the emperor look? Where is the injury? The young eunuch hesitated to speak, but deeply fearful, tears pooled in his eyes as he trembled, You'll see once you arrive. I can't. Seeing this, the royal physician felt dread strike his heart, running even faster. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes, dampening the back of his shirt. Gravel stones scattered across the path, rolling to a small artificial hill where no one paid attention to a single stone, nor noticed the foot pressing against the pebble that had rolled there. Lin Feng leaned against the artificial hill, his arms crossed as he coldly observed their hurried departure. His long fingers tapped absent-mindedly on his forearm, seemingly waiting for something. 002 hid in the corner and asked, What are you waiting for? Nothing much. Lin Feng straightened up calmly, I'm just curious if the dog emperor will recover. 002 shook his head, That thing has already been severed by you. How could it be cured? Ancient medical technology can't handle that. Lin Feng chuckled softly, then that's good. 002 said, you're angry. I am angry, Lin Feng admitted outright this time without denial. Isn't what the dog emperor did disgusting? Finding a male favorite who resembles Lu Jinzhen, climaxing mentally every night looking at the face under him. If it were someone else he fantasized about, it would be one thing, but he fantasizes about Lu Jinzhen. Lin Feng's tone was cold and indifferent. I didn't kill him because I'm worried about tiring out Minister Lu. Cutting off his life route is a lesson for him. Having said that, he tightened his clothes, turned around, leapt onto a high place, and disappeared into the night like a phantom between his nimble jumps. Cold winds howled past his ears, numbing the hands and feet with cold. Lin Feng gazed at the solitary moon hanging high above, tugging at the corner of his lips. Let's rest within the team for a while, then set out to South City. After resolving these matters, I still need to go home and hug my wife to sleep. Lin Feng rushed out of the capital city, quietly entering his tent upon arrival, immediately lying down to sleep soundly, covering his head in a daze. Before falling into a deep slumber, he conveniently used 002 as an alarm clock and set a wake-up ringtone. 002. Humph. It shouldn't expect anything from Lin Feng. Because he slept too late last night, Lin Feng was woken up shortly after resting by the ding-dong of the alarm clock, dizzy and blurry-eyed climbing out of bed. With his head feeling heavy, he dressed and washed up dizzily. He climbed on his horse and rode down the road, yawning while lowering his head, letting Jiang Hai observe him for quite some time. Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before initiating a conversation. Third Prince, did you not sleep well last night? Ah, yes. Lin Feng had no appetite for breakfast, only eating 2 bites of a pancake earlier, and still felt like vomiting, didn't sleep well. Missing my wife. Jiang Hai. Does the Third Prince even have a wife? He didn't know. Recalling Lu Jinzhen, Jiang Hai fell silent for a brief moment, then smiled. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Then he seemingly brought it up casually. How long has Master Lu known the Third Prince? Lin Feng stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, it's been less than half a month. Indeed, they had only known each other for a few days. From the time Lin Feng arrived in this world to being forcefully taken by Lu Jinzhen, it was merely that short of a period. Lin Feng realized belatedly, isn't our progress too fast? 002, you're realizing this now. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, this isn't my fault. Lu Xiang was desperate with hunger and thirst. If I didn't give in quickly, he might have devoured me alive. Jiang Hai couldn't hear the mental conversation between Lin Feng and 002. Upon hearing the incredibly short duration, he couldn't help but frown. Regarding the relationship between Lin Feng and Lu Jinzhen, Jiang Hai could somewhat sense what was going on. When he heard this unreliable time frame, he sighed with worry and unease. Could it be that he was too old to understand the romantic entanglements between young people? How could they have ended up in bed after knowing each other for such a short time? Is this reliable? Lin Feng, much like a poor son-in-law seeking assurance from a wealthy father-in-law after taking away his beautiful daughter, who has also become pregnant, solemnly swore, Director Jiang, I will definitely treat Lu Jinzhen well and won't let him suffer any grievances. It was better when he hadn't spoken. After saying this, Jiang Hai involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth, all suspicions about Lin Feng immediately skyrocketing. This guy really did have an air of unreliability. The team rushed ahead as much as possible, crossing over mountains and rivers. The snowy tips of mountains were occasionally dotted with dark green hues, while the river was frozen into thick ice layers covered by snow. Frostbite plagued Lin Feng's hands, cracked with gaping wounds, as his head was already wrapped in bandages. He followed the team forward. The more remote the area became, the more desolate villages appeared. Corpses hung from trees, dead in some unknown manner. Twisted dead trees obstructed the path haphazardly. With military escorts and hired guards in the team, the atmosphere grew heavier the farther they traveled. Everyone walked past scenes of hell on earth without looking directly. Bandits were rampant during chaotic times. When surrounded once again by mountain bandits, Lin Feng had already grown accustomed to it. He asked the nearby head guard, how long will it take to resolve? The head guard looked around and respectfully bowed to Lin Feng, Your Highness, approximately half an hour. Lin Feng nodded, allowing the man to do his job. He glanced at his frostbitten, red-swollen fingers and said faintly, not bad. Since joining the Spacetime Bureau, he hadn't suffered like this before. He had been pampered with fine clothes and delicious food, his body treated as precious as gold and jade. There was no way anyone else would suffer except him. 002 also remarked, You've actually become diligent. If MOU knew this, he'd nearly pop out his eyes. Recalling MOU's handsome and delicate face, then thinking about his cold personality devoid of human warmth, Lin Feng shivered. Don't even mention MOU, that porcelain-like person, don't let me imagine his eyes wide open, that's truly horrifying. MOU was famously cold and mechanical. If Lin Feng hadn't always invited him for meals, one might doubt whether this exquisite youth resembling porcelain possessed a human digestive system. 002 asked, Why did you keep inviting him for meals before? Lin Feng was quite honest, I was just curious. He looks like a work of art, both delicate and beautiful, yet utterly devoid of human feelings, so I wanted to know how he eats and sleeps. 002, then. Lin Feng sighed melancholically, then. It turns out even eating, filled with life's mundane details, can cause me great suffering when watching him. You seem to embody precise machinery, every action was icy, mechanical, and full of rules and order. 002 mocked him, then why did you keep asking him to eat? Lin Feng exclaimed, there's a sentence that describes it perfectly, uncomfortable not to see him for a day, and uncomfortable seeing him every day. 002 burst out laughing uncontrollably, ha 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 ha. It gasped for breath, never mind. Never mind. Ching Ching's cooking can make you forget the discomfort of watching you eat. Let's go back and indulge in more of Ching Ching's food to clear out the psychological shadow. Lin Feng hummed a little tune and saw that the surrounding bandits were all dealt with, so he spurred his horse and continued onward lazily. He said indifferently, Ching Ching's is the top chef in the Space-Time Bureau. Your subordinates don't bother with official missions, but their side businesses are flourishing. 002's laughter suddenly stopped. Shit, this was a silent and sorrowful truth. Who knows why? It cried as it dashed to Lin Feng's head, tearfully grabbing his hair and pulling, perk up. I tell you to perk up. I don't want a lazy bum, I want a workaholic. Let's climb to the peak of life together, and get 3 good systems approval. Lin Feng went mad, yanking at his own hair, get off me. I'm going bald. 002 roared furiously, perk up. Perk your mom. Get the hell off my head. I won't. I'll strangle you, damn system. I'll rip you apart, damn Lin Feng. Chapter 21, The Prime Minister Loves Me. Nanchang was an isolated and remote place. Its vast territory was located at the border near the nomadic tribes. The ancient, towering walls made sure people inside couldn't go out, and outsiders couldn't enter. After a snowstorm cut off their food supplies, they should have reported it immediately to the court. However, the county magistrate, fearing he would be held responsible for too many deaths, strictly prohibited anyone from leaving or entering the city. If someone froze or starved to death, their bodies would be secretly scavenged and thrown outside the city. All of this should have gone unnoticed by gods and ghosts, but Lu Jinzhen had a reliable intelligence network. Upon hearing the news, he directly sent people to kill the county magistrate and then figured out a way to let the court know about the situation. To solve the food shortage for an entire city involved hard work and fatigue, with the only benefit being the potential to profit. But Lu Jinzhen closely guarded against corruption regarding relief supplies, which left few fools willing to take on Nanchang's issues. Until Lin Feng voluntarily approached Lu Jinzhen to shoulder this trouble. He had already arrived in Nanchang and immediately headed straight to the county government office. Jiang Hai was busy with disaster relief and distributing porridge, so at this moment Lin Feng sat in the main seat, flipping through the Book of Deaths in his hand while laughing. Lin Feng shook the book, smiling harmlessly at the deputy county magistrate kneeling in the hall, so there are this few dead people, are you sure? The deputy county magistrate's sweat rolled down his forehead. Hearing this, he chuckled nervously twice and knelt deeper. Yes, the number of deaths recorded is indeed. I can give you another chance. Lin Feng threw the book onto the table in front of him. How many people have actually died? The deputy county magistrate remembered all the bodies he had thrown into pits on the mountain, trembling with fear, yet he didn't dare to reveal the truth. If he confessed how many people had died. He clenched his teeth. It really is just the number of people recorded in the book, Your Excellency. I have spent my whole life working tirelessly, never exploiting the people. I feel no shame before heaven and earth. As he said that, he crawled forward 2 steps, sobbing uncontrollably. It was all because of the previous county magistrate, who forced me to exploit the common folk. Though I seemed cruel towards the villagers, I privately provided them relief all along. Now that the county magistrate has finally starved to death, please, sir, give me a chance to rectify myself. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, watching him coldly smile, and calmly said, cut off his hands. The servant leader behind Lin Feng walked forward with a cold face, schwa, a chilling silver light flashing as he stepped on the deputy county magistrate's body. In the middle of the man's frantic struggle and screams, the blade fell and severed his left hand. Ah! The deputy county magistrate sobbed as he hugged his bloody left hand, the intense pain bending his entire body like a shrimp. He kept bumping his head against the floor, his face alternating between redness and pallor. Lin Feng picked up the teacup on the desk, lifted the lid, flicked away the floating leaves, took a sip, and sighed heavily. He then slowly smiled lightly, saying, I asked you for the death toll, and you gave me evasive answers. Should I have chopped off your hand? After speaking, he twirled the teacup and looked down at the deputy county magistrate lying on the ground sobbing uncontrollably with a cold smile. What is the exact number of deaths? The deputy county magistrate cried so hard he could barely speak, wanting to say something, but hesitating and closing his eyes, crying hoarsely. Zhan Lang, chop him again. The servant captain raised the knife. I'll talk. I'll talk. The deputy county magistrate suddenly scrambled up halfway from the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. Lin Feng tilted his chin slightly, indicating for him to explain. Our city. Before the snow disaster, there were 14,275 people. After the snow disaster. The deputy county magistrate closed his eyes in despair. There were 4,458 people left. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, slightly startled. Just one snow disaster leading to food shortages, nearly 10,000 deaths. This county magistrate must truly be guilty of countless offenses. There must be more than just the food crisis in Nanjing that was hidden. The handsome servant captain's face had turned red with anger, and he angrily kicked the deputy county magistrate. You deserve to die. Lin Feng massaged his wrist and gradually revealed a smile on his face. Tell me, are there other matters happening in Nanjing? The deputy county magistrate curled his body into a ball. No, nothing else. Lin Feng stood up from the high seat, taking heavy and steady steps down. He extended his long, pale hand to Zhang Lang. Despite some residual frostbite, it was clear that he had suffered a great deal on this journey. Give me the knife. The head guard hesitated, worried that the prince, used to a life of luxury, might not be able to wield the blade effectively or bring himself to act with severity. After a moment's pause, he handed over his blood-dripping sword to Lin Feng. Lin Feng whistled and looked teasingly at the deputy county magistrate, trembling in fear, a smile curling on his lips as he said, You truly have courage, chopping off one hand and still trying to hide the truth. The deputy county magistrate quivered, the fat on his body shaking. Lin Feng tapped his face with the side of the blade. It's all right, you'll confess sooner or later. Jiang Hai, who was distributing gruel inside the city, looked at the queue of villagers waiting for food and sighed helplessly. Initially, the distribution of gruel caused chaos as everyone rushed forward to get their share, but after Jiang Hai and his team enforced order, things began to improve. The villagers wore threadbare clothes, unkempt and unwashed for who knows how long. Their eyes were dull and vacant, showing a flicker of life only when they saw the steaming gruel in their hands. Seeing that some people's wounds were almost gangrenous, Jiang Hai shook his head and instructed others to bring several doctors to examine the wounded and children. Lord Jiang. A clear voice called from behind him. How is the situation here? Jiang Hai turned back to look at Lin Feng, stroking his long beard before sighing, not good. I don't know how they survived until now. There are numerous scars on them, mostly elderly women and children. The number of young adults and women is quite few. Lin Feng stepped forward to observe the injuries on the disaster victims. Without being repelled by the foul odor emanating from them, he even handed a piece of honey candy to a child. Thank you, big brother. The child's face was dirty, yet his dark bright eyes timidly thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at him, extending his hand to gently pat his head, speaking kindly, Do you have an older sister at home? The child's eyes flashed with fear, lowering his head and falling silent. He shrank away, avoiding Lin Feng's touch, clearly afraid. Seeing this reaction, Lin Feng knew the confessions forced earlier were true. His heart sank as he turned to Jiang Hai calmly and said, It's not just about lack of food here. There's more. Jiang Hai's face twitched as he sensed something ominous. Quickly inviting the third prince to a less conspicuous place, he grabbed Lin Feng's arm, asking in a hushed voice, What is it? Lin Feng maintained his composure for no longer than 3 seconds, waving off the grip on his arm, Please, Lord Jiang, mind your manners. You're making things difficult for my wife. His skin was like orange peel, wrinkled and ugly. Not following male decorum, this further diminished his score. Jiang Hai clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger as he retorted, Your Highness, I'm not interested in men. You don't have to act like that. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. He didn't fancy men either, if anything, he would merely admire someone's looks, but now, wasn't he bent into the shape of incense? Jiang Hai could take it no longer, Third Prince, focus on the matter at hand. Lin Feng immediately became serious, pulling out from beneath his robes what he discovered during the interrogation and handing it over to Jiang Hai. The real issue, Lin Feng explained gravely, is that there's collusion with the Zhong Kingdom. They're selling women and young men to underground black markets, while local officials in Yi Kingdom protect each other, creating a huge market in remote areas. Jiang Hai felt outrage mixed with shock. And all this right under the court's nose? Lin Feng replied coldly, Do you really think the court is any better, Lord Jiang? Speechless, Jiang Hai could only feel a deep sense of sorrow washing over him. How could he not know the current state of the court? Lu Jinzhen upheld half of it alone, leaving the remaining righteous officials struggling to keep up. Most of them were still corrupt, self-serving bureaucrats who covered up misconduct. After pondering for a while, Jiang Hai revisited Lin Feng's words and noticed something unusual. In principle, if such things are happening, there should have been unrest. How could Lord Lu have failed to detect even the slightest trace? Why was this suppressed so completely? Lin Feng replied coolly, Wouldn't the commoners believe the deception by officials? On the surface, they would say these people were recruited for work, presenting perfect contracts. To ignorant peasants, such promises would naturally sound enticing. They'd first give some money to families to gain trust, then drag these men and women away. Who would know where they went? Remote regions were cut off from news anyway, and these villagers were even more fearful. Even if they wanted to search for their lost parents or children, they didn't dare to venture far, let alone with their own limited capabilities. Jiang Hai's face turned a sickly purple hue, eventually flushing red with extreme anger. Who's the mastermind behind this? Jun Lin. Lin Feng also found it absurd that the waste he had tortured and was still lying in bed, turned out to be the mastermind behind this large-scale abduction. One must admit, being the protagonist of a brainless abuse story did indeed require some skill. Jiang Hai clenched his fists, wishing he could immediately fly to the capital and drag Jun Lin out of bed to send him to the guillotine. Absolutely cannot let him return to Dalong. Jiang Hai's face grew serious. He has harmed tens of thousands of people in our Yi kingdom, breaking apart countless families. So many died from starvation in Nanqing simply because the young adults and women were abducted, leaving the elderly and children unable to farm and survive. If this Nanqing incident has surfaced, how many have died privately? Lin Feng stated straightforwardly, I will send a message to the Chancellor to keep Jun Lin under control. After saying that, he shifted his gaze to 002. 002. What does this damn Lin Feng want to do? Chapter 22, The Cold Prime Minister Falls for Me 21. Damn. I really can't expect too much from Lin Feng. 002 huffed and puffed as it climbed over the wall of the Chancellor's mansion, holding a letter in its mouth and scrambling with its small hands to get up. The journey from Nanqing to the capital was long, and by the time the letter reached Lu Jinzhen, Jun Lin would already have been taken back to Dalong. Therefore, Lin Feng decisively used 002. 002 fought fiercely against him at first, but finally, no match for Lin Feng's means, it reluctantly carried the letter toward the capital, tears in its eyes. However, its speed was indeed fast. In such a short time from day to night, it had traveled from remote Nanqing all the way to the capital, probably even amazing Lin Feng who knew its speed. 002 crawled into the Chancellor's residence and quickly hopped towards Lu Jingyan's study. It opened a small crack in the window and cautiously peeked inside. Inside was clean and tidy but pitch black, and it was unclear where Lu Jinzhen had gone. 002 sighed in relief, squeezed through the small opening, and carefully placed the envelope on his desk. Once finished, it quietly left, closing the window behind it, then rolled down from the windowsill and hurriedly leapt into the bushes, ready to head home. As it was quite small, 002 had to check the route frequently, observing each step before jumping out. Words spoken by a passing maid caught its attention. Alas, the emperor survived an assassination attempt and has greatly changed his demeanor, hearing that he killed several ministers in a row. He summoned the adult tonight, and I am inexplicably filled with anxiety and fear. Someone consoled her softly, our lord is the Chancellor, who has achieved so much, surely the emperor will not act rashly. I hope so. Upon overhearing this, 002 gripped its tiny hand tightly, feeling that things weren't simple. Previously, Lin Feng had castrated the emperor, and this matter was certainly concealed. But what was the reason for summoning Lu Jinzhen into the palace? Recalling that lecherous old emperor and thinking of Lu Jingyan's earlier encounter of being teased, 002 exclaimed aloud. Good grief. Is the dog emperor taking advantage while Lin Feng isn't around, plotting something devious? This won't do. Lu Jinzhen is definitely going to be my daughter-in-law. If Lin Feng finds out. 002's body flickered with fear, hastily sneaking out of the Chancellor's mansion and rolling towards the palace at lightning speed. Inside the palace, at the sleeping chamber. Cough cough cough, cough, all of you, leave now. The hoarse sounds from the bed were full of weak anger, making the rage itself appear pitiful and laughable. A flash of mocking laughter passed through Lu Jingyan's eyes, brimming with disdain. The emperor's fury made the rest of the people in the hall tremble with fear. They all knelt down instantly, pressing their heads against the ground. Your Majesty, please calm down. They meekly bowed their heads, shrinking into a ball of fear, their tears uncontrollably streaming down and biting their teeth to hold them back. Lu Jinzhen timely kneeled as well, speaking in a soft tone, Your Majesty, please calm down, don't harm your health. Hearing Lu Jingyan's voice, the emperor seemed to regain a bit of energy, laboriously stretching out a withered hand. Jinyan, come closer, let me. He didn't bother hiding even once with a mere Chancellor, clearly expressing his obscene intentions for Lu Jinzhen openly. Underneath Lu Jingyan's official robes were traces of bruising, hidden due to Lin Feng's excessive actions, and after so many days, the love bites on his body hadn't faded yet. Prime Minister Lu Jinzhen subtly adjusted his neck to cover the final difficult-to-hide marks, then stood respectfully beside the emperor. Emperor Lin Jing looked at him approach, greed and lust overwhelming his eyes, his hand reaching out even more forcefully. Jinyan. Mr. Lu wanted to ignore the summons, but there were too many people in the hall and mixed forces inside. He didn't want to embarrass the emperor publicly in case it gave others a handle on him. The young man's face darkened for a moment in the unseen corner before quickly regaining composure. He slowly extended his gracefully shaped right hand. The emperor's eyes brimmed with excitement as he shakily reached out and grabbed Lu Jinyan's hand firmly. How disgusting. Lu Jinyan's stomach churned, almost unable to keep from throwing up. The emperor held on to his right hand with his left while frantically patting the bed with his right. In a hoarse voice, he said, Others, all of you leave. Let Jinyan feed me the medicine. Intimidated by the emperor's authority, everyone glanced at each other nervously. Finally, a maid stepped forward, handing the medicine over to Lu Jinyan. Soon, everyone exited the room, leaving only the emperor and Lu Jinyan. The Prime Minister maintained a calm expression, even though his inner disgust screamed to flee and cleanse himself, he had no choice but to stand rigidly in place. He sat down beside the bed, withdrew his hand, and used a spoon to stir the black liquid medicine in the bowl. Calmly, he said, "Your Majesty, drink the medicine." The Emperor gazed intently at his handsome and refined face, and the unrelenting pain in his lower body twisted his features, making his thoughts more depraved. "Genian, you know how much I desire." Lu Genian cut him off impatiently, "Your Majesty, drink your medicine." The Emperor's eyes turned blood red, clearly descending into madness. "You also like me, don't you?" "Right, you like me, how could you possibly not? You've been so devoted to reduce my burdens, haven't you?" Lu Genian's contempt couldn't help showing through as he smirked, "Your Majesty, I serve the Yi Kingdom." Translated plainly, this was telling the Emperor not to flatter himself. Impossible. Lin Jing's face distorted violently, as if he couldn't feel the pain racking his body, starting to scream wildly, "How could you possibly not like me?" As he spoke, he once again grabbed Lu Genian's hand, trembling violently, I'll make you my empress, be with me, and I will never ever." Lu Genian finally lost his temper and attempted to free his hand, "Let go of me." In his anger and shock, the Emperor used excessive force that Lu Genian found impossible to resist, even scattering his clothing during the struggle. Lin Jing suddenly stopped yelling, locking his gaze onto Lu Genian's neck. There on the pale white neck, several kiss marks still visible, stood out prominently, appearing vivid and beautiful like plum blossoms on snow, openly declaring their presence to the Emperor. "Who?" Lin Jing glared fiercely at his neck. "Who did this? I will exterminate his entire clan." Seeing that hiding them was futile, Lu Genian simply gave up trying. Taking advantage of the Emperor's distraction, he slapped away the hand holding him and took out a handkerchief, wiping his hands in disdain. His long lashes gently fell, casting shadows that made his cold eyes deep and icy. He curved his lips into a faint smirk, seeming to mock the Emperor. "If you're going to kill 9 generations, then your Majesty would have to include yourself." The Emperor trembled throughout his body, spitting out words full of hatred, "Is it my son?" Lu Genian raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing what seemed like unintentional allure. However, his appearance was too pristine and clear-cut, making any charm seem merely illusory. "Indeed, it is your son," Lu Genian said softly. "He performs incredibly well every night. I always end up crying under his passion." This revelation sent the Emperor's wide eyes bulging in disbelief as he bellowed in astonishment. "Who is he? Who is he? Is it the Crown Prince?" Lu Genian replied indifferently, "Does it matter who it is? In any case, it isn't you." Where Lin Jing found the strength from, he actually managed to half-rise from the bed, reaching out to grab hold of his wrist and dragging him towards the imperial bed. "You can only belong to me." Lu Genian's health was always poor, and thus he wasn't very strong either. Before he could react, he was dragged toward the bed, causing his waist to hit the edge painfully. Lin Jing had already gone berserk, now trying to tear at his clothes. "You are mine. Only mine. Get away." Lu Genian yelled, a mixture of fury and fear coursing through him. He swung a slap, only for his wrist to be ruthlessly seized once more. Just as Lin Jing was about to lean down to kiss him, the Prime Minister showed determination in his eyes, grabbing the medicine bowl from the nearby table and preparing to smash it over him. If this really happened, it would attract the guards outside, nullifying all the plans Lu Genian had meticulously crafted, resulting in his eventual imprisonment. "Dare to bully my daughter-in-law? Take this punch." Beat. 002 descended from above, landing on Lin Jing's head, its small hands formed into fists hammering repeatedly. It looked like a small ball, but its strength was truly considerable. With one punch, Lin Jing's eyes rolled back, and he was knocked out cold. Still, 002 wasn't satisfied and continued to pound with its fists. "I'll teach you to force yourself on me. I'll teach you to bully Lu Genian. I'll beat you into the ground, good for nothing." Lu Genian was shocked at the sudden appearance of the little light orb, thinking he was seeing some kind of supernatural creature. "You." The sound of his voice brought 002 back to its senses. As their gazes met, 002 realized it had forgotten to conceal its form in its haste. Its little face turned red, and it became too embarrassed to continue punching, instead shyly covering its face with its hands. Oh no, how embarrassing. This moment of 002 resembled Lin Feng in an eerie way, even if they said it didn't matter, no one would believe them. Lu Genian. Chapter 23, The Cold Prime Minister Loves Me, Part 22. "So, Lin Feng is your son?" Lu Genian sat on the steps of a secluded palace, with a small light orb resting on his shoulder. He gently asked 002, his tone filled with complexity. Hum. 002 held a piece of dried fruit in its hand, nibbling while vigorously nodding, "Lin Feng is my son." Lu Genian opened his mouth to speak but sighed in the end, handing another piece of dried fruit to it and said softly, "Eat slower. You are much better than Lin Feng. I was almost driven crazy by that wicked child." 002 angrily brandished the dried fruit in its hand. "He doesn't work, ignores people, and every now and then takes out his bad mood on me. It's outrageous." Lu Jinian chuckled helplessly, yet remembered how he himself had been almost driven mad before and nodded in agreement. He really went too far. That's right. 002 jumped down from his body, happily munching on the dried fruit. If Lin Feng listens to you now, and if he dares not to work or fool around, you must help me, okay? Lu Jinian brushed his sleeves lightly. His raven hair flowed down, framing his refined features with a faint smile. Does he listen to you? 002 nodded, he does. You're his wife, he won't dare go against you. This guy is rebellious inside but loyal as well. Once he sets his mind on you, he won't change. Lu Jinian gazed at the cold, black sky and tightened his collar slightly, softly asking, then, does he like me? 002 paused mid-bite, puzzled by the question, why do you ask this? He doesn't like me. Beneath Lu Jinian's long lashes lay dark eyes filled with indiscernible emotions. I forced him, and only because of that did he comply. 002 choked for a moment before finally reaching out with its small hand to pat his head. You're very talented, don't doubt yourself so much. Lin Feng likes you, I can feel it. Lu Jinian remained silent for a while before barely curling the corners of his lips. Is that so? Absolutely true. 002 activated a program, showing him the cherished photos it had saved, flipping to Lin Feng's collection. Look, here's what Lin Feng used to be like. Sometimes listless, always acting carefree, but still dependable when it mattered. Lu Jinian marveled at the vivid photos, involuntarily sighing, these portraits are so lifelike. 002 showed him the next page, look, they're all Lin Feng. Lu Jinian tried to turn the pages himself, pointing delicately at the air where the semi-transparent images flickered past. The content was varied, showing Lin Feng during interrogations, his sharp gaze stern and commanding, his angular profile strikingly bold. Dressed tightly in a black uniform, his figure was chiseled and well-defined. Wearing black military boots, his tall boots pressed heavily on a rebel kneeling on the floor, his cruel eyes resembling a wild beast, difficult to tame. His long fingers gripped an electroshock gun aimed directly at the rebel's head. Lu Jinian glanced more closely at these photos of Lin Feng emanating immense authority, unable to believe this was the same careless individual he often joked around with. 002 smiled broadly, isn't he handsome? Lu Jinian vaguely understood it was a compliment and couldn't help nodding, very handsome. He was even more handsome before. 002 suddenly perked up, beginning to talk enthusiastically. You haven't seen Lin Feng when he was the chief negotiator, that was quite dazzling. No one disliked such a Lin Feng. The whole galaxy was crazy about him. Even I couldn't help praising how handsome he was back then, it must have been nearly a explosion level. After pondering, 002 decided that mere words weren't enough to convey Lin Feng's brilliance. It waved its little hand, opening up a space. I'll take you there to see it. I guarantee he'll leave you stunned. Chapter 24, The Cold Prime Minister Loves Me, Part 23. Boom. Threatening tremors erupted from the ground, the planet seeming on the verge of explosion. The heavy smell of scorched earth filled the air, making people cough and feel dizzy. Lu Jinian's face was pale as he looked around, almost thinking he would be torn apart during this planetary explosion. 002 concealed its form, whispering in his ear, don't be afraid. Afterward, I'll try to talk less, and you can focus more on observing this space. Lu Jinian gritted his teeth, holding up his unstable body, looking at the increasingly cracked earth. His voice was unsteady, what happened here? You are on the front line of the Imperial War. After saying that, 002 completely fell silent. Boulders collapsed into heaps, towering trees fell, the ground split layer by layer, shaking violently. Lu Jinian tried to take a few steps forward but lost his grip on the rocks nearby, falling clumsily. Lasers flashed across the horizon, tearing through the sky, with countless red and blue light spheres flying past in devastation. He looked around and squeezed into the junction between trees and rocks. There was a small cave entrance where he could hide, reducing the harm from falling mud and stones. For an unknown period, Lu Jinian almost thought his internal organs had been shaken out. Pale-faced, he clutched his knees as the vibrations gradually subsided. Frowning, he decided to wait a little longer before immediately stepping out when the ground calmed down. Until a sound of footsteps approached. Go check over there, see if you can find any mech fragments for recovery. Yes. The scanning device emitted faint beeps that grew closer, leaving Lu Jinian puzzled about these strange things. Instinctively, he didn't want to be found, so he withdrew further into the pit. Suddenly, a sharp alarm went off, startling a lower-ranking soldier. The life alarm sounded. Someone is here. A distant officer shouted sternly, grab him. It might be an enemy infiltrator. 2 meters above Lu Jinian, a huge boulder was effortlessly lifted and casually thrown aside by the soldier who then locked eyes with Lu Jinian instantly. Soldier. Lu Jinian. The cold gaze of the soldier softened upon touching Lu Jinian, transforming into friendliness and odd surprise, a Tianqi person. He called back loudly, officer, it's one of ours. Heavy footsteps approached, the serious officer hardly believed that a citizen of the Tianqi Empire could appear on this frontline battlefield, filled with doubt. Looking at Lujinian's features that were unmistakably Tianqi, plus his weak presence around him, it was obvious that he was a prematurely born child with insufficient strength from birth. Confronted with such a frail preemie, the Tianqi soldiers exchanged looks, unsure of what to do. Born as robust children themselves, and even capable of easily moving 2-meter-high boulders in adulthood, they feared that their slight carelessness could crush this man. The officer confronted the silently knee-hugging Lujinian, opening his mouth to speak. In the end, he strained to soften his expression, gently saying, "Hello, we are the 3rd Squadron of the Tianqi Imperial Cavalry, under the command of Chief Negotiator Lin Feng, specifically tasked to protect the negotiator's safety. Don't be afraid." Lujinian heard something and slowly opened his mouth. Lin Feng. Seeing the preemie respond, the officer sighed with relief. Earlier, he had feared that this child with congenital defects would be scared to death on the interstellar battlefield. "Yes, perhaps you've also heard of our chief's reputation." The officer tentatively extended his hand to help him up. As Lujinian was pulled up, he felt much more at ease and asked, "Where is Lin Feng?" "On the warship." The officer spoke briefly. "We will escort you to the warship and together reach the negotiation site to complete the Empire-issued negotiation task, returning with the chief to Tianqi." Nearby soldiers surrounded them, subconsciously attempting to escort Lujinian as a captive but remembered just in time that he was a Tianqi person. They awkwardly transformed their gestures into invitations. Please." Lujinian silently observed this peculiar gesture for a moment, ultimately lifting his foot and proceeding forward. He wanted to see Lin Feng. This battlefield stretched endlessly. Surrounding boulders and dead trees collapsing could block someone's head, making walking quite inconvenient. While the Tianqi soldiers jumped over obstacles effortlessly, Lujinian had to exert his utmost effort to climb over them, soon becoming short of breath. The soldiers couldn't help but exchange glances. Why is he so weak? Didn't the mother have enough nutrition while carrying him? That shouldn't be. The government provided a lot of subsidies. How could anyone lack money for nutrition? Is he an inhabitant from some remote barren planet? His clothing is so strange, he might be a native from some small tribe. I feel the same way. Lujinian was unaware of their thoughts and, looking at the seemingly endless battlefield in front of him, as well as this rugged area that was difficult to navigate, his face grew even paler. The officer couldn't bear it anymore. "You can't make it through here alone. Do you need us to carry you?" Though Lujinian hadn't completely gotten over the psychological trauma of physical contact with other men, he no longer felt uncomfortable about touching Lin Feng but still didn't want to get too close to other men. Recalling the experience where he had been drugged and forced, Lujinian frowned and shook his head. Not finding this task bothersome, the officer opened his communication device and said, "Wait a moment." After sending a message, he received a reply shortly thereafter. Having read it, the officer kindly informed Lujinian, "We just need to wait here now." A faint smile appeared on Lujinian's handsome face as he bowed to thank the officer. "Thank you very much for your help." Upon hearing this formal speech, the officer blinked in shock, then suddenly blushed, trying to maintain composure on his face. "It's nothing, serving the people." He had been thanked by the people. Feeling delighted inside, the officer treated Lujinian with even greater kindness and friendliness. "Do you want to sit for a while?" Lujinian politely declined. "Thank you for your concern, I'm not tired." Just as they were making light conversation, a rumbling hum came from the sky. In an instant, the surrounding soldiers straightened up solemnly, standing rigidly as they gazed coldly ahead. Looking up, Lujinian saw a black dot approaching from the horizon before slowly descending and revealing its true form. A colossal object around 10 meters in size, its entire surface polished jet black, interwoven with silver lines that faintly sparkled with electricity. Purple currents surrounded its engines, its side containing several neatly folded wings with upright black spikes on them. With a thunderous crash, it landed forcefully, flipping piles of dirt as residual thrust stirred up fierce winds. The sound of electricity gradually subsided, followed by a sharp pitch-cha as the hatch closed. "Hoo!" A burst of white exhaust shot out from the hatch as the 2 side doors slowly swung open, the hatch itself lifting and contracting into the surroundings until finally unveiling an entryway. Thick white fog blurred all sight of the entrance, allowing only a vague silhouette in black to appear intermittently. A high-top black military boot descended down the steps, encasing a uniformly shaped lower leg. Looking further up revealed a pair of black military trousers with several large pockets dangling from them, gold zippers neatly fastened. The visitor's waist was slender yet strong, a silver belt perfectly outlining his good figure. In one long, elegant hand rested a helmet, his fingers idly tapping it rhythmically, producing a crisp, click-click sound. He wore a finely tailored military top, its collar raised to cover his chin, leaving only a pair of cold eyes visible. Through the fog, these eyes fixed upon Lujinian. "Someone from Tianqi?" he asked coldly. Lujinian looked at him, feeling both unfamiliarity and disbelief. "Is this Lin Feng?" Chapter 25, The Cold Prime Minister Loves Me, Part 24. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the young man in front of him, wearing ancient-style robes, his complexion pale and somewhat weary, yet exceptionally handsome and refined. The energy surrounding him was faint and weak, indicating that he seemed easily on the verge of death. Before Lin Feng could take another glance, sensing something amiss, he shifted his line of vision from the officer slightly, his dark pupils instantly tightening. Lin Feng threw the helmet in his hand toward a nearby empty space. From the invisible air came the sound of flesh being struck, accompanied by stifled groans beyond control. Subsequently, the military man lifted a long leg, kicking the officer away with a swift motion, stepping forward to pull Luginian behind him. With a deft movement of his fingers from his waist, he drew an electric gun and aimed at the empty air, pulling the trigger. Purple-blue electrical light gathered at the muzzle, emitting a chilling, zitsy sound that sent chills down one's spine. Intense voltage erupted from the muzzle, aimed at a direction in the void. The current hit something, revealing a humanoid electrical shape trembling with contorted limbs. Within seconds, the air filled with the smell of roasted meat. Lin Feng kicked the burnt corpse, which had mysteriously appeared, aside, turning to ask coldly, "Didn't you notice the tracker behind you?" The officer's face turned white, lowering his head in guilt. "I'm sorry." Sorry is useless. Lin Feng skillfully tucked the electric gun into the waist restraint behind him, his sharp and proud profile like a blade. His whole being exuded an overwhelming sense of readiness. If your negligence causes your comrade to die here, who will you apologize to? Get down there and receive your punishment. His words rang out and the officer immediately stood up respectfully, performing the military salute of the Empire. His legs stood straight and tall as he lowered his head, his right hand encased in a 5-fingered glove placed over his heart. Yes. Luginian was tightly guarded behind Lin Feng, witnessing firsthand how this man keenly discovered the enemy, showing no fear when faced with danger as he shot the tracker. He was awestruck and subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Feng's strong and steady arm, his fingertips pressing hard. Lin Feng managed to suppress his anger, turning around to look at Luginian. As his eyes met the premature Tianqi individual whose energy was clearly insufficient, he inadvertently frowned. How could someone be so weak? He stepped forward 3 steps, pulling Luginian, who was just blankly staring at him, into his embrace, and said to the officer, "My Yusu, don't rush to receive your punishment yet. Go to my room and get the nutrient pod, give it to him for use." The officer nodded in agreement. As Luginian was firmly held in his arms, he instinctively tried to return the hug, Lin Feng. Before his embrace was completed, seeing Lin Feng's utterly cold gaze made him halt his movement and instead flicked his own sleeve. The Lin Feng in front of him was too different from the one he knew, they were almost 2 different people. Luginian couldn't treat him like the lover he used to spend his days and nights with. He was soon handed over by other soldiers who escorted him toward the nutrient pod's direction. Turning back, Luginian saw that Lin Feng was also looking at him. Lin Feng's gaze was severe and stern, his sharp profile smooth and flowing. His deep, refined features 3-dimensional, his profound gaze seemed subtly evaluating Luginian without being captivated by his frail appearance, deciding the danger level of this survivor inside his mind. Luginian thought, too cautious. This Lin Feng felt somewhat different from the one he had known. The Lin Feng he liked was a standard freeloader, muddling through life carefree and following his whims, always acting frivolously, enjoying food here and drinks there, but somehow able to become proper when needed. The Lin Feng before him now carried a dangerous aura, almost solidifying bloodthirstiness, highly alert, like a precise machine coldly observing every single movement of Luginian. What had happened to make such a Lin Feng turn into what he'd become later? A subtle pain spread through Luginian's heart as he pursed his lips and stopped looking at him. Lin Feng behind him retracted his probing gaze, judging the danger level of this strange Tianqi individual to be too low, relaxing his guard slightly, lifting his foot to follow on. Inside the nutrient pod was thick green liquid. Luginian practically felt himself covered with this fluid the moment he lay inside, even surging towards his face and trying to block his nose. He wasn't accustomed to this feeling, naturally struggling. Lin Feng, standing next to him tuning the device, pushed him back down and patted his head as comfort. "Don't struggle, it'll be fine soon." Luginian looked complexly at himself seemingly being coaxed once, thinking that Lin Feng hadn't changed in some ways, always teasing others casually and unaware of his own tendencies. The nutrient pod took effect quickly, the glass lid above gradually closed, covering the youth's face. Lin Feng had adjusted it well, confirming he had fallen into sleep, slightly sighing in relief. This person looked too fragile, almost breakable with the slightest force. "Chief." An uncertain voice called from the door. "Is something wrong?" Lin Feng turned back, noticing one of his subordinate soldiers at the doorway. "Speak directly, don't sound so wimpy." "The government has sent a message." The soldier gritted his teeth and handed over the communicator. "You are required to attend a meeting in an hour and, accept their criticism." The soldier stuttered, even not daring to look at Lin Feng's expression, stubbornly lowering his head, "Accept their judgment." Lin Feng fell silent. After a long pause, his voice became hoarse but still maintained its calmness. "I understand. You may leave." The soldier closed his eyes and took a deep breath, giving a standard military salute to him, forcefully suppressing his own anger and heartache. "Yes." Lin Feng glanced once more at the sleeping Luginian, checking whether the instrument had any issues, then walked towards his room holding the communication device. In the dim room, simple furnishings constituted the quarters of a renowned chief, just a bed, 2 stools, a table, and a flashing large screen before him. Such a place would be considered too simplistic for anyone, even a low-ranking soldier. Lin Feng was unmoved by the sparseness of his room. He sat upright, his pale chin partially concealed by his military uniform that barely revealed his thin lips. His face betrayed no emotion as he calmly endured the condemnation and abuse from the senators on the large screen. Lin Feng, you took it upon yourself to negotiate with our enemy nation. Where do you get such audacity? You lead your own 3rd Cavalry Squad to the enemy country, do you think you're so capable? If we from Tianqi were to go to war with them, you would be the disgrace of the entire Tianqi. We demand you return to Tianqi at once and refrain from going to the tech city, or else, when you come back, you'll face punishment under the 2nd-degree criminal law and lose all your honors. On the large screen, the marshal seated at the main position also wore a military uniform. Though elderly in appearance with deep wrinkles, his eyes bore an unyielding sternness. He coldly stared at Lin Feng, who remained silent, finally speaking, will you return? The moment the marshal spoke, all the senators stopped their rant and glared angrily at Lin Feng, whose demeanor remained composed. Lin Feng slowly turned his gaze to the old man and leaned casually against the chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs with his slender fingers interlaced over his chest. A derisive smile spread across his indifferent face. To hell with returning. The senators erupted instantly. You dare. Is this the education of the heir of the first family? Insulting the marshal. You are becoming increasingly rebellious. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, then interrupted loudly, shut up, parasites. He raised his head arrogantly, glaring sharply at everyone's flushed faces, eventually fixing his piercing gaze on the marshal. Father, are you supporting peace negotiations as well? Upon hearing father, ripples of emotion crossed the marshal's eyes, but they quickly hardened again. The majority of Tianqi's upper level support peaceful negotiation and oppose war. Why won't you agree? Lin Feng laughed softly, repeating as if savoring each word, almost all higher-ups. They naturally favor peaceful resolution because those who die aren't them. Continuing the war will only damage their tremendous economic profits. Taking a deep breath, he returned to his calm state. 300,000 civilians of Tianqi died on the front line because of the Jingji Empire's betrayal of the prior agreement. They didn't abide by what we negotiated before. I must go again and revise these unfavorable treaties for Tianqi. This is beneficial for Tianqi, and yet you want to obstruct me? Just because of those useless nobles around you. The marshal's fingers gripped tightly. Seeing his defiant son, there was both melancholy and pride in his eyes. This was his most brilliant child, also the proudest one, personally taught by the aging marshal himself. If this were the marshal of old, he would have supported Lin Feng without hesitation. But now he couldn't do so anymore, he was getting old, no longer having the same vigor he had in his youth. He couldn't afford another war at this stage of his career. If the war succeeded, he'd be glorified as a victor. If the war failed, he'd become a despicable loser. The marshal dared not take that risk. So, despite the death of 300,000 Tianqi soldiers, the elites hesitated to seek retribution, allowing them not even a dignified end. With steady tone, still holding to the previous standpoint, the marshal said, you should return from my counsel. Going against us will bring no good. Coward. The darkness in Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the marshal as he spat out this mocking word. You taught me never to surrender and to hold on to my ideals. You said it was the guiding light through the night, a person's backbone, and the holiest deity. Then look at yourself now, what exactly are you doing? Pale-faced, the marshal actually averted Lin Feng's intense stare. After a long silence, the man outside the screen let out a sneer, reaching out to end the video meeting. Moments after closing the connection, he bitterly smiled. Father, you've truly aged. Chapter 26, The Prime Minister's Affection 25. As the nutrient pod's liquid was fully absorbed into his body, exhaustion began to fade away, replaced by a warm, cozy sensation throughout his frame. Lu Jingnian had slept for quite some time. It had been long since he felt this relaxed. His body seemed like it had shed some heavy burden, making him feel lighter and more refreshed. It was deep into the night when the machine finally emitted the sound of the opening. The young man in the nutrient pod blinked his eyes open in confusion, crawling out covered in green viscous liquid. Awake, came a low voice from beside him. Lu Jingnian glanced to the side and met a pair of dark, deep pupils that radiated an ancient elegance. This man had an extremely unique grace and nobility about him, very captivating. He was leisurely flipping through a white cover book, lazily leaning on a chair while looking at him with a tilted head. Lin Feng held the book in his left hand and waved at Lu Jingnian, who was staring at him, teasingly reminding him, do I look good? Lu Jingnian snapped back to reality and nodded faintly, yes, you do. Seemingly not expecting this cool, reserved youth to so straightforwardly acknowledge his handsomeness, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, how good-looking am I? The best. Lu Jingnian seemed to smile slightly, his clear cold eyes becoming softer. Lin Feng stood up, helping Lu Jingnian out of the nutrient pod. Even though his military uniform got stained with green viscous liquid, he didn't get upset. His attitude towards Lu Jingnian was much gentler than it had been during the day. Get up and go wash up in the bathroom. Lu Jingnian was led to the bathroom, frowning at the unfamiliar devices there. Turning his head, he called out to Lin Feng, who was about to leave. I don't know how to use them. Lin Feng paused his steps, giving him a questioning glance. You don't know how to use them? Lu Jingnian touched his shoulder, unintentionally revealing delicate, pale collarbones half covered by his dark hair. He softly requested, can you help me? A flicker of oddity crossed Lin Feng's face. Subconsciously, something felt off. The wariness and sharpness honed on the battlefield and negotiation table were issuing warning sounds, conveying a single message. Danger. Could such a seemingly weak young man be dangerous? Rebellious thoughts immediately sprang up within Lin Feng. Although still alert, his challenge desire surged dramatically. The rebellious streak in his bones wouldn't allow him to comply easily. He turned around and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Looking at Lu Jingnian, he folded his arms and asked, "How can I help?" Lu Jingnian did not respond, merely looking at the devices, his meaning clear, he didn't know how to operate them. Lin Feng filled the bathtub for him and meticulously arranged everything before preparing to turn around. That's when he saw the semi-naked figure behind him. Lu Jingnian's shoulders and back were bare, his smooth white skin flawless as he struggled to take off his clothes covered in green viscous liquid. It took quite some time before he managed to expose his upper body. Lin Feng's originally fearless gaze froze for a moment, subconsciously averting his eyes from Lu Jingnian. An indeterminate amount of time passed, then the sound of clothes hitting the floor rang out, accompanied by Lu Jingnian's soft sigh of relief. "I'm done." A fine white foot stepped into the bathtub first, followed by long, beautiful legs, slender waist, and thin delicate shoulders. Lu Jingnian bathed in the water, washing away the sticky liquid from his body. Lin Feng looked at this scene, a complex emotion filling him. For the first time, a retreat urge struck him. "If that's the case, I'll leave first." Lu Jingnian splashed some water and lifted his eyes, lips slightly pressed together as he gazed at Lin Feng. A smile with uncertain meaning played in his clear and moist eyes. "You're leaving." Lin Feng gave him a nod, picking up the towel with his 5 fingers and placing it nearby. Trying to remain calm, he said, "I'll leave first. Remember to use this after washing." Without hesitation, he turned and left, thinking silently that in the future he should listen more to his own warnings. Indeed, no danger signal appeared without reason. Each occurrence has its own purpose. The allure of beauty also carries an alarming level of danger. Behind him, Lu Jingnian couldn't help but chuckle lightly, extending his fine white foot to the edge of the bathtub. Clear droplets slid down his well-proportioned calves. Looking at his bright, white skin and perfect physique, he curved his lips upward. Seems like he still has charm. In the following days, things went peacefully. Lu Jingnian got along well with the commanding officers here. His social skills learned from the political arena proved to play an extremely important role. Despite being aloof and distant, he still effortlessly won over everyone's favor. Perhaps due to the openness of the interstellar world where same-sex marriages are allowed, suitors soon began approaching one after another, each enthusiastic and bold, leaving the ancient-born Lu Jingnian somewhat overwhelmed. "This is candy I made." A soldier was holding a beautifully wrapped box, his sun-kissed handsome face flushed faintly as he attempted to hand over the box. "Can we be together?" Lu Jingnian massaged his temples as he looked at the candy box in front of him and then glanced at the hopeful soldier, deeply sighing. He wanted to seduce someone who remained unmoved while others who he didn't want to catch his attention buzzed around him like wasps. Lu Jingnian was truly getting exhausted. Recalling all the overt and covert provocations towards Lin Feng over these past few days and thinking about Lin Feng's cold and composed eyes, even someone like Lu Jingnian felt somewhat defeated. The young Lin Feng during his reckless years was even more infuriatingly insurmountable compared to how he would be a few centuries later. Truly an unbudgeable and incorrigible bastard. Feeling frustrated inside, Lu Jingnian still politely rejected the soldier, "Sorry." "Ah." The soldier reluctantly retracted his hand but still pressed on, "Really not possible. My previous lover said I'm quite good." In which aspect was he good exactly? Having experience in this matter, Lu Jingnian immediately understood. No matter how good they are, none could compare with your chief Lin. Lu Jingnian recalled pleading for mercy in Lin Feng's arms before and truly thought Lin Feng's stamina was superhuman, monstrously unbelievable, as if not content until he killed him. Taking a step back, Lu Jingnian refused again, "No thanks." Just as the soldier tried to persist further, an icy voice came from behind them. "Step aside." Out of instinct, the soldier turned around and met Lin Feng's frigid and gloomy gaze filled with bloody intent, sharp like blades ready to flay him alive. Instantly, his face turned pale, bowing respectfully, "Chief." "Sir." With a disdainful glance, Lin Feng passed by him, pausing briefly next to Lu Jingnian to greet him casually, "Good morning." There was a slight tension within Lu Jingnian as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. "Ha." Seeing Lu Jingnian's strained expression, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Such shallow smiles were rarely seen on his current face, making it even more stunning. Courtship requires respect for the other person's opinion. He cryptically commented on that. Facing Lu Jingnian warmly, Lin Feng gave the soldier a chilly look with dark, deep eyes. "Don't persistently harass people, adding unnecessary annoyance especially after the person clearly rejected you. Understand?" The soldier's lips turned ghastly white out of fear, trembling despite trying to hide his terror. "Why yes. I understand." Casually pointing his index finger against his arm, Lin Feng inspected the soldier up and down, causing beads of cold sweat to break out under such scrutiny until his whole back soaked through with perspiration before finally letting go. Young pup so full of energy, looking for bedmates? Lin Feng arched his elegant phoenix eyes coldly. Looks like training's insufficient. Off you go, spend 3 days in the virtual space's military battlefield. Wounds from the virtual space's military competition are genuinely severe, ensuring skin-deep injuries or worse within those 3 days. The soldier went ashen-faced. Yes sir, chief. Watching the soldier leave humiliated, there was a flicker of amusement in Lu Jingnian's eyes. After so many days, there had been progress. Why did you punish him? This isn't punishment. Lin Feng said expressionlessly, it's providing a channel for him to release unspent energy. Such idleness showed clear signs of insufficient training, always distracted by thoughts like these. Lin Feng, accustomed to staying pure, disapproved of the random pursuit of bed companions. While usually indifferent to such personal choices, he couldn't help but impulsively send this person off to the battlefield when the object of affection was Lu Jingnian. Have you had breakfast? Lin Feng initiated the question. Lu Jingnian shook his head, not yet. Then let's have it together. Lin Feng extended his long and beautiful hand, placing it gentlemanly in front of Lu Jingnian, allowing the other to lightly place his hand atop. This gesture, highly respectful and courteous, appeared naturally graceful, a subconscious habit showing refined upbringing. Lin Feng's conduct displayed the education quality one could expect from him, imparting noble manners into his core without pretense. True gentility indeed. First heir of the Tianxi Empire's top family, personally raised by the imperial marshal, the high-popularity chief negotiator and executor. Estimating the prestige level, Lu Jingnian couldn't help but feel impressed. Lin Feng was a genuine aristocrat, a supreme talent nurtured by the millennia-old first family, pouring all their resources into shaping this gem. Placing his hand gently into Lin Feng's, it was softly clasped, as they walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Just before reaching the entrance, Lin Feng released Lu Jingnian's hand voluntarily and pushed the door open for him. Please come in. Lu Jingnian walked in, with Lin Feng following behind. The first window was where they got their meals from, a bowl of porridge, a pancake, and an egg, a common breakfast for military personnel. The youth looked at the golden-shelled egg on his plate and fell into deep thought. I've seen eggs before, but what is this large egg with a golden shell? Rage mushroom beast's egg, very high in nutritional value. Seeing that Lu Jingnian wasn't eating, Lin Feng took the initiative to peel the shell off for him. Your constitution is weak, it's better if you eat only half of this or else you'll get a nosebleed. Lu Jingnian tried asking, and the rest. Military discipline forbids wasting food. Lin Feng pushed the rest of the egg into his mouth. Finish it. I'll eat the remaining part. Lu Jingnian hadn't felt embarrassed in a long time. He ate his breakfast slowly, and in the end, Lin Feng indeed finished eating the other half of the rage mushroom egg at a leisurely pace. There was a harmonious atmosphere between the two, an inexplicable tacit understanding, as if they'd known each other for a very long time, when in fact, it had been only a few days. This peaceful ambience was shattered by the piercing sound of alarms. The soldiers around who were busy eating immediately dropped their chopsticks and plates and ran towards the exit, heading back to their accommodation areas to grab their weapons and equipment. Lin Feng's pupils shrank instantly. In such a crisis situation, he stood up abruptly and rushed out, grabbing Lu Jingnian's slim wrist. What's happening? Without turning his head, Lin Feng replied, enemy attack. Lu Jingnian was tossed into a well-sealed small room, then placed into a narrow capsule. War isn't a game, stay here in the safety capsule. Lin Feng closed the capsule and soothed Lu Jingnian with his calm and indifferent eyes. If we win, the safety capsule will open automatically. If we lose, it will send you to a safe place. Before the hatch closed, Lu Jingnian grasped Lin Feng's hand and hurriedly asked, will you be alright? I will be. Lin Feng tightly gripped his hand in return, as if using this method to give Lu Jingnian courage. I am the chief, nothing will happen to me. Lu Jingnian was forcibly made to let go of Lin Feng's hand as he watched the hatch close gradually. That black figure grew farther and farther away until hypnotic mist quietly seeped out from the air vents. His vision became darker and darker, losing control and sinking into sleep. Lin Feng stepped quickly to the main console with his long legs and sharply asked, where did the enemy come from? Someone immediately answered, Interstellar Sea. Lin Feng frowned, pirates? Yes. Why would so many pirates suddenly appear here? How did they know our route? Miao Su monitored closely while his fingers flew across the keyboard. Finally, he said, an insider leaked our route. Someone wants us dead. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically as he realized something. It's those members of the parliament. After offending their interests with mere verbal criticism failed, they decided to doom the entire 3rd Cavalry team. In the vast and endless interstellar space, countless pirate mechas rose from the planets and surrounded the largest mech in the middle. Surrounded like a bird caught in a net, there was no way to escape. Sitting solemnly in the driver's seat, Lin Feng skillfully operated the mecha. The complex finger movements were dazzling to the eye. This was the hand that once ranked first in every class at the Imperial Military Academy, breaking all records there. Hey, Miao Su, Lin Feng suddenly said. The nearby officer immediately responded, Chief. We might die here. Lin Feng calmly analyzed the situation, his brain working like a precision instrument, yet still couldn't find any way to ensure the safe evacuation of the 3rd Cavalry team. The officer heard this sentence and looked somewhat pale, then laughed carefree. Nothing wrong, everyone has a day like this eventually. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and then slowly said, notify all soldiers to write a last letter within 3 minutes, deliver them to the safety capsules and then gather together. Miao Su tightened his fingers, his voice finally filled with sorrow. Understood. Chief. A sharp whistle pierced through the mecha. All soldiers hearing this whistle first froze, realizing its meaning, and tears welled up in their eyes. The meaning of this whistle was notification, farewell letters. Chapter 27, A Cool Prime Minister Loves Me, Part 26. Birds chirped lightly, branches rustled softly, and the black shadow fell upon the sleeping young man's face, creating a breathtaking sight. Lu Jingnian woke up amidst the clear sound of running water and the light chirping of birds. Soft blades of grass grazed his cheeks, petals floated down gently, and one landed on his brow. The young man opened his eyes, his hazy gaze struck by the glaring sunlight filtering through the tree shadows, causing him to tear up physiologically. His whole body ached as he struggled to get up from the ground. He saw that he was on a slope, surrounded by tall trees and a clear stream, with tender green grass and fragrant flowers. Clutching his forehead in agony, Lu Jingnian couldn't understand what had happened. He remembered, mecha enemy attacks. The safety capsule. Lin Feng. Flickering images flashed past his mind one by one, leaving Lu Jingnian pale-faced. His unsteady steps led him to stand up before he even had time to look around. Then, a raspy voice came from behind. You're awake. Lu Jingnian's eyes lit up as he turned back eagerly and called out, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was leaning against a lightweight mech. His once pristine black military uniform was now ragged, having clearly been through an extremely fierce battle. His face was smeared with bloodstains, and even his fingers bore several deep cuts, looking utterly disheveled. Lu Jingnian's breath caught for a moment as he hurriedly stumbled over to Lin Feng. Are you all right? With great effort, Lin Feng raised his reddened eyes, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Lu Jingnian noticed something as he paused while supporting Lin Feng. What about the others? Dead, all gone. Lin Feng's expression was eerily calm, as if the loss of all his men wasn't a big deal. However, Lu Jingnian acutely observed the red bloodshot eyes, the involuntarily clenched fists, and the slightly tensed muscles. Lu Jingnian wanted to say something, but his mind went blank, unable to articulate a single word. That friendly and kind superior officer Miao Su, the little soldier who secretly passed him chocolates, the cook who always gave him an extra spoonful of food during meals, the unlucky guy who confessed to him earlier today. Dead, all gone. He repeated softly under his breath. Lin Feng exhaled faintly and said with a carefree smile, I'm going to die too. Lu Jingnian felt like he'd been struck by lightning, crying out, what did you say? I'm going to die because I have to go alone to the Jingji Empire. Lin Feng endured the intense pain racking his body, not bothering with the blood gushing from beneath his military uniform. With his 5 fingers clutching onto the silver lightweight mech behind him, deep crimson streaks were left, inch by inch, as he gradually rose from the ground. I have to leave. Lin Feng stood before him, saying gently. I still have my ideals to complete, all my soldiers are dead except for me, but I will carry on their legacy and head to the Empire alone to negotiate. The sunlight was not harsh, falling on Lin Feng's figure, enveloping him in brilliance. Lu Jingnian's voice wavered, you could go back first. I won't return, Lin Feng smiled with a sense of peace. If I go back, it represents compromise. What would I face then? The ideal of the Empire stands supreme, no one can taint its honor and purity, not even myself. Lin Feng reached out his hand and smoothed the strands of hair on the side of Lu Jingnian's cheek, his gaze serene and gentle, his tone steady and forceful. I won't return, regardless of what might happen along the way to the enemy country or whatever cost is required. Lu Jingnian pressed his fingertips into his palms, breathing heavily and painfully, every breath feeling like being cut with a knife straight to the heart. You might die. It doesn't matter. In Lin Feng's eyes, there seemed to be both a reflection of him and yet nothing at all. Lu Jingnian existed in his sight but not in his heart. Death is the destination for everyone. I am not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, I just fear that everything I believed in from a young age will be negated. One might say Lin Feng is foolish, truly a naively idealistic person out of touch with reality. One might also say he is resolute, willing to sacrifice everything for the lighthouse in his heart. No one could make him stop. The obstruction by imperial aristocrats, his father's disappointment and abandonment, the accusations and curses from common people, none of these things mattered to Lin Feng. He stubbornly chose a path and was determined to follow it through, no matter how winding the road ahead, how heavy the trials and tribulations, or whether the cost would be his life. Lin Feng quietly looked at him and took a slow step back. I really have to go. This place is safe, if you stay here for an hour, patrol soldiers will come and take you away. It was finally more than Lu Jingnian could bear as he shouted without restraint, Lin Feng, can you? He couldn't utter the rest of his words. He looked at the Lin Feng from before, so different from the Lin Feng of many years later, confident, firm, obstinate, idealistic. This was Lin Feng in his youthful recklessness, once the most unattainable dream. He stood right before Lu Jingnian, yet Lu Jingnian realized that this man who was as intangible and fleeting as the wind was beyond his grasp, beyond his control, slipping away helplessly from between his fingers. Lin Feng took another step back and gave a soft smile this time. Did I ever tell you that you look really good? Lu Jingnian's eyes shimmered with moisture as he asked in return, how good? The best. Lin Feng repeated what he had answered not long ago. If there were no empire. If there were no lighthouse. Lin Feng's gaze softened slightly. I think I would have fallen in love with you, and married you home. For a moment, Lu Jingnian felt disoriented. For the first time in his life, he wanted to cry but couldn't, only trembling lips allowed him to manage a painful smile, and if you could really marry me? Lin Feng chuckled, that would be the luckiest thing in the world. Unfortunately, he wouldn't live much longer. He could only say they weren't fated to be together. Our timing is just too bad. I want to like you, I want to marry you, but it seems I don't have enough energy, Lin Feng sighed deeply. He lived for his ideals and died for them. There was no extra time or energy to love someone, nor any way to promise Lu Jingnian a future or security. It was then that Lu Jingnian became aware of how wonderful the time had been when he first met Lin Feng, an idealistic man broken by his failures, going through the motions. When he aggressively pursued this man, that complacent individual barely struggled at all, giving in so easily. He also realized that this man standing before him now would never fall in love with anyone, or perhaps the previous Lin Feng couldn't love either. His heart belonged to the empire, to the people, to the beacon, there was no room left for a Lu Jingnian. With a bitter laugh, Lu Jingnian muttered, you're not the Lin Feng I should have fallen in love with. The man in the military uniform remained silent for a moment before responding apologetically, I'm sorry. It's alright, Lu Jingnian took a deep breath. We just met at the wrong time. He acknowledged the truth. Lin Feng was speechless, looking into the young man's eyes with his dark, quiet gaze for a long time before finally murmuring slowly, then, may you find your better half. But my better half is only you. Lu Jingnian bitterly smiled, shaking his head lightly. Before leaving, Lin Feng saluted Lu Jingnian in an imperial military gesture. His legs straightened in a precise position, his right hand closed into a loose fist pressed against his chest, his head bowed in solemn silence. This was a standard imperial military salute, symbolic of every brave warrior on the battlefield. On Lin Feng, this military salute appeared noble and graceful, imbued with its own unique charm. This final salute marked Lin Feng's farewell to Lu Jingnian. The buzzing sound of the mech echoed as the hatch slowly shut. This lightweight armor was destined for a journey towards death and the pursuit of ideals. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Lin Feng saw Lu Jingnian standing silently through the surveillance system, his facial expression unclear, though he instinctively guessed he was probably crying. Stop crying, Lin Feng thought. Why cry over him? It wasn't worth it. But just before speaking those words, he remembered he was in the mech now and Lu Jingnian wouldn't hear his voice. He swallowed the words instead. He wanted to start the mech but hesitated, unsure whether to press the button. Indeed, he didn't fear death, yet he felt that if he were to die, Lu Jingnian would likely cry again. Lu Jingnian. He lingered on this name, finding it melodious. A faint chuckle escaped his lips. Such a beautiful name, such a good-looking person, how splendid it would be if he could bring him home as his spouse. Unfortunately. Lin Feng's expression suddenly hardened, his finger pressing the button to activate the mech. The engine roared fiercely, wings unfurling from both sides of the body and spinning as the mech ascended gradually into the sky. The wind and sand stung Lu Jingnian's eyes until his vision blurred. He shielded his eyes with the sleeve of his robe, hiding the tear streaks down his face. 002, his hoarse voice questioned, did Lin Feng succeed in the end? 002 dispelled its cloaking function, hesitating for 2 seconds, then replied, no. He died on his way alone to the enemy country, his mech exploding in the process. Mech exploded. Lu Jingnian sobbed uncontrollably, who did it? His father. 002 sat on his shoulder, wiping away his tears with small hands. Lin Feng was tricked by his own father. He assumed he'd reached the enemy country safely and would die by their hands. Even if he couldn't survive, he didn't regret it. But he didn't make it that far. He died en route, at the hands of his own father. In the end, his body was discarded like garbage onto a remote radiation waste planet, stripped even of its last ounce of dignity. He was so respected in his life, the pride of heaven, an unprecedented and unparalleled genius. The world mourned the death of this legendary chief from a severe illness, lamenting him as the hero who couldn't fulfill his ideals. Then they joyfully made peace with the enemy country. 30 years later, the tiger they raised became a disaster, and they were completely annexed by the enemy. From then on, the Tianqi Empire ceased to exist, and the ideals for which Lin Feng could sacrifice his life were utterly destroyed, which led to the sorry state he appeared in within the Spacetime Bureau. Lu Jingnian fell to his knees, his hand tightly covering his chest, trying to hold back tears, but uncontrollable sobs escaped him nonetheless. 002 opened its mouth to speak, hesitated, and finally opened a spacetime channel. Let's go. This is not real. This was just an illusion created by 002, replaying events that had already happened. The only difference was Lu Jingnian's presence. 002 pointed to the channel. The real Lin Feng is waiting for you outside. Chapter 28, A Cool Prime Minister Falls in Love with Me 27. Lu Jingnian slowly came back to consciousness, having no time to reminisce about everything he experienced in that strange world. He needed to deal with the emperor's matters, Junlin's issues, and the southern city problems. With so many things weighing heavily on his mind, there was no time for Lu Jingnian to be sentimental. In the next moment of regaining clarity, he barely gathered his emotions and faced the tasks ahead with a pale face. The schedule kept him busy until the fourth day, when the envoy from the Dalong kingdom came to bid farewell to the emperor and was granted permission to leave. However, before they even stepped out of the embassy, they were surrounded by heavily armed troops. The palace guards stood in neat formation, every one of them expressionless, their swords pointing directly at the dozen or so individuals in the middle. The envoy roared angrily, "In war between two countries, messengers aren't killed. Are you kingdom breaking protocol?" Lu Jingnian emerged from amidst the soldiers in his red formal robe, his cold and beautiful face filled with indifference. Walking gracefully, his tall frame appeared elegant, the fiery red robes accentuated his snow-white skin and ink-black eyes, creating an exceptionally stunning appearance. "I suspect Crown Prince Junlin of the Dalong Kingdom of trafficking our people in underground marketplaces and being the mastermind behind it all," Lu Jingnian said icily, his pitch-black gaze locked onto the embarrassed faces of the envoys. "It appears the gentleman from Dalong will have to delay your departure." The few scholar official envoys present had no means to resist. Junlin's legs were already kicked into disuse, along with his hands. Weaker than them, his secret bodyguards had been largely taken care of by Lu Jingnian. No one could put up a fight, and within moments, they were all thrown into jail. To prevent Junlin from causing more trouble, Lu Jingnian ordered the jailers to destroy his kneecaps and personally supervised his confinement. Heart-wrenching screams of terror echoed in the blood-splattered prison, accompanied by bone-chilling hatred. "Lu Jingnian! Lu Jingnian! I will definitely kill you!" Lu Jingnian stood unmoved outside the prison cell, looking at Junlin hanging upside down with shattered kneecaps, mocking a curl of his lips. "The number of people wanting to kill me can't be counted. What are you?" Junlin's hair was disheveled, having endured harsh torture, his body covered in fresh wounds. His voice was broken and raspy as he shrieked, "I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. I am the future emperor of the Dalong kingdom. All because of you." Lu Jingnian detested the intense stench of blood here. He pulled out a white handkerchief from his chest and gently covered his mouth and nose. His lowered eyebrows gave an illusion of gentleness, yet his soft voice carried an edge of ruthlessness and cruelty. "Future emperor? Just a cripple." His dark, penetrating eyes fixed on Junlin, then slowly a smile crept across his face. Who would ever support a cripple to be king? "You're nothing more than a despised piece of filth, don't think too highly of yourself." As if Junlin wanted to grit his teeth and shout something else, he was interrupted by Lu Jingnian's smiling voice. "A disobedient mad dog's final fate should be to have his tongue cut off, so he won't bark loudly and disturb others." The nearby jailer understood immediately, pulling out a sharp knife and thrusting it into Junlin's mouth. With a twist of his wrist, a bloody and flexible tongue was severed and discarded onto the dirty ground. Now, Junlin could no longer curse, writhing in agony from the excruciating pain. Lu Jingnian's brow furrowed with darkness, his gloomy eyes glaring coldly at him. Indifferently, he said, "Now you know how to behave." 002 was perched on his shoulder, witnessing all these scenes, suddenly realizing that this was probably how the original plot went, Lu Jingnian becoming ruthless and merciless, sending shivers down the spine, almost psychotically cruel. 002. Your wife has nearly gone insane slaughtering people during your absence, do you know? Lin Feng, when will you come back? Probably due to being stimulated by Lin Feng's experiences before his death, although Lu Jingnian was still a workaholic, his methods had become more extreme and radical, as if he were venting something, causing 002's heart to tremble. When the cries reached a peak, it was because Lu Jingnian was gently smiling while feeding the emperor spoonfuls of medicine mixed with slow-acting poison. 002 took a deep breath, glancing at the emperor's ashen and agitated face, then at Lu Jingnian's tender yet venomous expression, feeling dizzy. "Lin Feng. Your wife has gone dark side." 002 sniffled and opened a group chat among the souls under his control, wildly typing on the message panel. 002, Lin Feng, when in the seven hells will you return? Lin Feng. 002, your wife is severely triggered, she seems to have gone dark side. Help. Wah. Lin Feng, what the hell, who hurt her? 002 selfishly thought that if he revealed to Lu Jingnian about the events of Lin Feng's past, the one likely to die would be him. So 002 took a deep breath and typed seriously. 002, that dog emperor tried to rape your wife but I bravely knocked him unconscious with a punch. But Lu Jingnian got too stimulated and went dark side. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, wife. Wait for me. Relieved, 002 knew he'd soon see Lin Feng, deeply moved. He ran up to Lu Jingnian's ear and whispered. Lu Jingnian, don't tell Lin Feng about that thing, okay? The two of us are the best partners ever, right? Lu Jingnian's gloomy eyes lit up for a moment, then the next second he seemed to realize something. Did you contact Lin Feng? 002 teared up. Yup. If he found out, he'd definitely flay me alive. He's so terrifying. Lu Jingnian smiled faintly, thinking of Lin Feng with affection, which diluted his intimidating aura as he gently patted 002's head. I won't tell. Daughter-in-law, we absolutely are the best partners ever. 002 excitedly shook his little fists. At this moment, in the group chat managed by 002, the other souls were bewildered by a series of messages from the system and Lin Feng, question marks slowly forming above their heads. Murong Yu. Shenrong. Qing Qingze. Gung. Who's married? Aren't we all bachelors? After a long while, a few lines appeared in the group chat. Gung, did Lin Feng betray our organization? Qing Qingze, it appears so. Shenrong, boring. Who wants to drink with me? Murong Yu. On this side, Lin Feng was straining his bloodshot eyes as he gnashed his teeth at the materials regarding people being trafficked, wanting nothing more than to fly to the capital in the next moment to beat the dog emperor's head into oblivion. What the hell? Even castrated, that bastard couldn't stop himself. Daring to bully his white-skinned kitty cat. Thinking back to how fragile and vulnerable Lu Jingnian had been, sobbing in his arms unable to bear the torment, Lin Feng also remembered that lecherous emperor, instantly feeling unbearable pain. He should have killed that son of a bitch. What state did he frighten his precious wife into? Enraged, Lin Feng swept his hand over the table and ordered everyone to work overtime crazily, aiming to finish everything in South City in the shortest time possible, so he could return home sooner to console his frightened bride. For 2 whole days, Lin Feng worked until his head spun and his vision blurred. As soon as there was some free time, he immediately mounted a steed and galloped out of the city. Jiang Hai, trailing behind him, his eyes equally black from fatigue, called out anxiously, "Where are you going?" "To find my bride." Without looking back, Lin Feng rode across the grasslands, rushing toward the direction of the capital city. Wait. The capital is half a month away. Damn. How come Prince 3 is all about the bride? Jiang Hai slapped his thigh and sighed. These few days, Lu Jingnian had fewer tasks at hand, and whenever he had spare time, he would involuntarily think about the departing figure, his eyes often misty during the night, making him reluctant to stay idle, working tirelessly like a spinning top. One day, he walked to the market to conduct business transactions with an official at a tavern, discussing politics. Bustling commoners passed by him closely. Lu Jingnian's face remained calm, as he strolled through the chaotic streets. A clear and melodious female voice interrupted his steps. San, hurry up. Then came a cold voice. The female voice was somewhat dissatisfied. Why are you so aloof? It's as if I were someone really annoying. Come here and give me a smile. The male voice replied faintly, Miss, you are a woman. The female voice, do you not know whether or not I'm a woman? Lu Jingnian was drawn by this familiar female voice, and couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw Jiang Ruoxue crossing her arms in irritation, confronting a man nearby. This man had a cold aura, his eyes deep and mysterious like an ancient pool, his face handsome and sharp, just like a sword that had left its scabbard, with a whiff of bloodstain about him. Lu Jingnian couldn't help frowning. Jiang Ruoxue also noticed him, and hurriedly coughed awkwardly twice, then restored her usual demeanor of a gentle and elegant young lady. She walked over gracefully and bowed in greeting, Minister Lu, we meet again. Lu Jingnian returned the courtesy, Miss Jiang. He looked at the man beside her, who is this? His name is Jiang San. Jiang Ruoxue smiled, he's my bodyguard, he's only been protecting me for a few days. Can a mere bodyguard have such a strong smell of blood? Lu Jingnian helplessly glanced at her, knowing this young miss had developed feelings for someone. How does he treat you? Jiang Ruoxue blushed, shyly pressing her lips, very well. Lu Jingnian nodded approvingly, that's good. The three stood there in silence for a while, until it was the Prime Minister who took a step back first, leaving space for them. Since that's settled, then I will. Lu Jingnian. In the distance on the street, a clear and ringing voice cut off what he was going to say next. Startled, Minister Lu recognized this familiar voice. Turning around, he saw at the street corner a man riding a large horse, dusty all over. Lin Feng, out of breath, straightened up, waving to him with a grin, showing a mouth full of white teeth, Lu Jingnian. I'm back. This encounter overlapped with their previous farewell, and Minister Lu, bewildered, stared at this familiar face, his heart touched by something. Lin Feng. He whispered disbelievingly. Lin Feng. Never had Lu Jingnian been so out of composure. In an instant, he burst into tears, each one rolling down his cheeks as he stumbled towards Lin Feng running. Far away, Lin Feng astride his big horse was startled for a moment, then anxious and restless, urged his horse to run. With a flick of his whip, he hurried toward Lu Jingnian. As he approached, he swung his long legs and jumped off the horse. Lu Jingnian threw himself into his embrace, tightly hugging his neck with both arms. Warm liquid flowed along and soaked Lin Feng's collar, scorching this man who feared neither heaven nor earth. You, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng was panicky, wanting to hold him but carefully placed his hands behind him and patted gently for comfort. Did that dog emperor bully you? Tell me, and I'll get revenge for you. Be a good boy, don't be afraid, I'm back. Choking on his words for quite some time, Lu Jingnian finally found his own voice. I missed you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and smiled. If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? I've missed you too. I really, really missed you. Lu Jingnian clung to him tightly, clinging to his exclusive Lin Feng. The Lin Feng whose dreams were shattered, the Lin Feng who idled around like a deadbeat, this was Lu Jingnian's Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what to console him with seeing him like this, pondering for a bit before saying, have I ever confessed to you? Lu Jingnian paused, pulling back slightly from his embrace, dazedly looking at him. I wanted to confess to you this time when I came back, Lin Feng grinned embarrassingly. Then he performed a salute. It was none other than the imperial military salute that Lu Jingnian knew so well. The man standing before him gradually became serious. Lu Jingnian, I used to live for the empire, die for my ideals, and fight for my father. His voice was firm and resolute, soft yet weighty. The beacon of my ideals collapsed, the government of the empire betrayed me, the respected father abandoned me, I became a useless nobody, very grateful you didn't despise me, choosing me even at my worst moment to trust me for life. From today onward, the 3rd Cavalry Captain of the Tian Qi Empire and the Chief Negotiator has passed away. Only Lin Feng, who lives for Lu Jingnian, remains. He once had nothing, and Lu Jingnian chose him, thus becoming his backbone when he lost his support. The rest of his life shall be for belief alone. Lin Feng's gaze was gentle as he slowly knelt on one knee before Lu Jingnian, raising his right hand which held a ring made of woven grass. Please don't disdain its ordinariness and fragility. I no longer have the sincere and pure diamond ring I once had, all that's left is this cheap, turbid grass ring. But I can assure you, this is the last thing I have. Do you accept his incompetence, weakness, and mediocrity? Tears blurred Lu Jingnian's vision, he couldn't see Lin Feng's face clearly, and his voice was hoarse to the point of being terrifying. I won't disdain him because I am also broken and worn out. All I can possess is the Lin Feng in front of me. A gentle smile filled Lin Feng's eyes as he raised his left hand and carefully slipped the grass ring onto it. Lu Jingnian moved closer, bowing down like a deity, and placed a light kiss on Lin Feng's thin lips. Standing up, Lin Feng pulled him into his arms and deepened the kiss. Far away, 002 rested her chin on her hand watching the scene and activated a program, looking at the taskbar interface. It read. Main Mission 1, Save the Antagonist, Lu Jingnian. Main Mission 2, Retrieve Evil Object, Porcelain. It suddenly smiled and flipped to a new page. It read. Final Mission, Save Lin Feng. 002 extended a small hand and slowly ticked a checkmark in a small space after, Save Lin Feng. Some people are the setting sun, the backbone that has been knocked out, the dimmed pearl. The sunset is hidden by grayness, the backbone shattered, the pearl covered in dust. The fate-filled warrior failed due to the destruction of his ideals, he punished himself with the ways of scoundrels and lost the courage for relentless challenges. What makes 002 different from other systems is that it loves to seek out pearls covered in dust, selecting the most dim souls from the endless sea of humanity, then finding ways to wipe away the dust and let them shine again with the luster they naturally possessed. Rescue. What's the fun in saving just one? 002 winked mischievously. Chapter 29, The Cool Prime Minister Falls in Love with Me 28. Holding his beloved close, Lin Feng sighed in relief only after learning that Lu Jingnian was fine. After 9 sleepless days of work and travel, his body and mind were exhausted. Almost immediately upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence and entering the bedroom, his body gave out and he collapsed, causing both of them to stumble. Seeing Lin Feng lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Lu Jingnian grew anxious and hurriedly patted his face. Are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Feng said faintly, his vision going black. I'll be better after a nap. The thought that even someone as physically explosive as Lin Feng could be so drained made Lu Jingnian's heart ache. Unable to resist, he touched Lin Feng's face gently. When he managed to half-support Lin Feng to the bed and strip off his clothes, revealing his strong, bare body, and started wiping him with warm, damp cloth, sweat broke out all over Lu Jingnian's body despite his effort to suppress his breathing. Lin Feng opened his eyes slightly, recognizing Lu Jingnian and relaxing his guard, quickly falling into a deep slumber with heavy, powerful breaths. After confirming that he had cleaned Lin Feng well enough, Lu Jingnian exhaled a deep breath, feeling sore from head to toe. He tidied up hastily and lay back down beside Lin Feng. He leaned over and rubbed his face against Lin Feng's shoulder, his long fatigued body gradually relaxing until he, too, couldn't help but fall asleep. The two slept for a very long time, the entire day and night passed, and it wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that there was some awareness stirring in the bed. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the prolonged sleep had made his brain dizzy. It took a while for him to regain strength, and he turned his head towards Lu Jingnian, who had already woken up. Are you feeling better? Lu Jingnian stroked his temples, his eyes glowing with tenderness. Lin Feng's body still felt unwell, yet his first words were, "Did the dog emperor bully you?" With each word Lu Jingnian recounted, Lin Feng's face darkened layer by layer, eventually turning pitch black like a pot bottom. I'll kill that bastard. In one leap, he got up from the bed, throwing on his clothes and rushing out as if determined to assassinate the emperor in broad daylight. Amused yet irritated, Lu Jingnian stood up and embraced him. Will you choose to kill him, or choose to hold me? Lin Feng paused in his tracks, his expression becoming complex and indecipherable. Instantly, he didn't know which to choose. I've already taken my revenge on the emperor, he's now completely paralyzed. Lu Jingyan's voice softened, warm like a spring breeze. Lin Feng, hold me. Compared to avenging himself against a stranger, Lu Jingyan would much rather embrace his little earth dog properly. Lin Feng turned around and silently pulled Lu Jingyan into his arms. I'm sorry, he murmured in his ear. During the time when Lu Jingyan had been bullied, Lin Feng hadn't been there to support him, nor had he hugged the prime minister when he felt wronged. Lu Jingyan chuckled softly, his heart warming from Lin Feng's gentle attitude, then kissed Lin Feng's thin lips and whispered tenderly, I miss you so much. Lin Feng, nearly losing himself under this affection, lifted him up into his arms and carried him towards the bed. Minister Lu, how much do you miss me? Lin Feng teased by his ear, his voice dripping with sensuality that made one's knees weak. I miss you very much. Lin Feng let out a hoarse laugh as he tightly hugged his waist, wishing nothing more than to merge with him in every way. I love you. He suddenly declared this. Lu Jingyan sobbed, clinging to Lin Feng's neck as he repeated endlessly, I love you too. I love you too. Lin Feng, don't leave me again. Minister Lu is beautiful. Lin Feng gently wiped away his tears with a kiss. You're even more beautiful when you cry. Being coaxed like this, Lu Jingyan felt even more sorrowful, asking, am I important to you? Of course you are. Lin Feng lowered his head and rested foreheads with Lu Jingyan, his deep, dark eyes calm like still waters, serene and kind, nothing like his usual irreverent demeanor. Lu Jingyan, I have little left to care about now. You came into my world and became the only thing that matters. Lin Feng was already left with nothing, so Lu Jingyan who accidentally entered his barren world became the only brightness in it. Unbeknownst to either of them, Minister Lu had become the whole world of this laid-back man. Days were wasted at the Spacetime Bureau, while Lin Feng enjoyed indulgence, using empty pleasures to pass the time, without a purpose to live. He couldn't imagine why he should continue. If the result of my forced survival is meeting Minister Lu. Lin Feng smiled slightly, sighing faintly. I'm really lucky. Sitting on the window ledge, 002 dangled its two little legs, its chubby, glowing body wobbled softly. It patted its small belly, its youthful voice laced with amusement. Wow, embarrassing. Shameless little couple, humph. Under the starlit night, the weather was gradually warming up. Lin Feng exhausted the prime minister until he mewed like a cat. After quite some time, the little earth dog finally cradled the white cat in his arms and licked it. The aloof yet clingy white cat pressed against its little earth dog and began to whisper pitiful complaints. The cat said, when you weren't here, other dogs bullied me. The dog cursed, that's outrageous. I'll take revenge for you. The cat said, I'm not someone to be messed with either, I've already taught it a lesson with a claw. The dog kept cursing, not enough. I'll settle accounts with it, see if I can't bite it to death. The cat asked, forget about other dogs, do you miss me? The dog blushed, I miss you. The cat said, then why don't you lick my fur? You dumb dog. The dog leaned down to lick its fur. The cat hummed, next time, don't leave my side anymore, okay? The dog promised, won't leave, I'll stay by your side forever. The cat said, don't break your promise. The dog, won't break it, I only love my kitty wife. That evening, despite promising not to break his vow, Lin Feng snuck familiarly into the palace after coaxing Lu Jingyan to sleep. 002. Indeed, Lin Feng is still a dog. No one knows what happened in the palace, everything seemed peaceful. However, just as the chief eunuch was about to enter the emperor's chambers to serve, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Your Majesty, has passed away. The ministers were shocked and pale-faced. Lu Jingyan, who woke up groggy and sore, immediately turned his gaze onto Lin Feng upon hearing this news. Lin Feng yawned, stretching lazily. He glanced at Lu Jingyan with his phoenix-like eyes, pulling him into an embrace so that he lay on top of him. The arm locking around Lu Jingyan's lithe waist flexed with strong muscles, each curve perfect. Lin Feng drawled lazily, if he's dead, so what? Why are you so surprised? Lu Jingyan asked, did you do it? No, Lin Feng said with an unperturbed expression, it must be the peerless thunder god from the heavens who couldn't stand this dog emperor's wickedness and thus came to claim his life. Lu Jingyan. He lightly pounded on Lin Feng's chest, but the muscles there were so firm that it hurt his hand. Slightly vexed, he said, don't be frivolous. Did you do it? Lin Feng feigned unbearable heartache, picked up Lu Jingyan's hand and blew on it, ouch, did my dear wife hit me? It's all my fault, my body isn't plump enough to let you beat me comfortably. Lu Jingyan was amused by Lin Feng's jesting and actually forgot to press further about what Lin Feng had done. He laughed softly in his arms, playing around. Smiling, Lu Jingyan dodged Lin Feng's ticklish kisses, you scoundrel. Lin Feng flipped over and pinned him down as the blanket softly floated up. A country cannot go a day without a ruler, the royal physicians judged that the emperor died of sudden heart palpitations. Thus, the farce ended quickly, and they had to promptly establish a coronation ceremony for the crown prince to ascend the throne. This was where the highly influential Prime Minister Lu played an important role. Yet, Lu Jingyan was reluctant to leave the bed with his little earth dog whining, delaying the funeral arrangements for several days. Lin Feng asked, has no one stopped the postponement of the previous emperor's funeral for the sake of a prime minister? Underneath the crimson, soft silk quilt, Lu Jingyan's voice sounded hoarse and gentle upon hearing this, with the prince ascending the throne, they don't dare provoke me. Why? Lin Feng queried. The prince is raised by me. Lu Jingyan nestled closer to Lin Feng's broad chest. Holding Lu Jingyan tighter, Lin Feng teased, Minister Lu is truly remarkable. However remarkable, I am still yours, whispered Lu Jingyan while lying on top of Lin Feng. His whispers turned into something akin to seduction. So Minister Lu, are you satisfied with me? Lin Feng twirled a strand of his jet black hair. Very satisfied. Lu Jingyan moved closer tenderly. I love you like crazy, Lin Feng laughed. Lu Jingyan blinked, then you must keep loving me forever. Chapter 30, The Chilly Chancellor Falls in Love with Me, End. The two mingled on the bed for many days. Attended to thoroughly, they became increasingly affectionate towards each other until the emperor's body began to emit an unpleasant odor. Only then did Lu Jingyan reluctantly get out of bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, workaholic Minister Lu immediately entered working mode, presiding over the late emperor's funeral, with Lin Feng helping out for several days. He almost pitted Prime Minister Lu to death. You're this exhausted, what does the crown prince do? He wiped the fine beads of sweat off Lu Jingyan's forehead and hurriedly handed him a glass of water to quench his thirst. Lu Jingyan had just returned from outside. With the warming weather, he dressed lighter, his tall, slender figure catching the eye. Watching him made Lin Feng hungry, and he couldn't help but grope a bit. Minister Lu allowed it, reclining against Lin Feng and moaning, so tired. My sweet wife, let me kiss you, Lin Feng lowered and kissed his lips. Lu Jingyan cupped the back of Lin Feng's head, deepening the kiss. They only stopped when both were out of breath. A light flush spread across Lu Jingyan's eyes, his usually chilly voice carrying a soft coquettish tone as he said, the crown prince is frail, he shouldn't be overworked. Lin Feng knew of this crown prince, his nominal younger brother, born late and sickly since birth, with physical fitness far worse than Lu Jingyan's. His survival up till now was indeed fortunate. However, he was a benevolent and virtuous crown prince, with excellent character, making him the best choice for emperor. If the former emperor had so many children and Lin Feng hadn't come, none of them would have been good, every single one was vile. Even the former third prince was killed for forcing himself on Lu Jingyan in the original plot. Only this crown prince seemed acceptable, yet plagued by illness, a pity for ye country that required such a hard-working prime minister. Can he really be an emperor? Lin Feng frowned instinctively. Better not die within a month after enthronement. So are you taking his place? Lu Jingyan gave him a sideways glance, your temperament doesn't fit either. Lin Feng, used to his carefree lifestyle, certainly wouldn't want to take on that weary destiny of an emperor's seat. Chuckling, he hugged Lu Jingyan tightly, never mind, let the crown prince handle it. But, if he accidentally expires? Lu Jingyan coldly said, then it can only be you. Lin Feng. That evening, Lin Feng visited the palace again. 002 remarked, the palace is almost your second home. Every time you come, something happens, you've caused the emperor to be assassinated, beaten, and now are you starting to plague the crown prince? Lin Feng climbed into the eastern palace and rolled his eyes upon hearing this, cursing, nonsense. What do you mean by plague? I'm here to deliver warmth. 002 sneered coldly, to avoid becoming emperor, you're truly sparing no effort. Who wants that thing? Lin Feng began searching for where the crown prince was located, wandering around this elegant residence. To be honest, why did you come? To extend the crown prince's life. Lin Feng first arrived at the main hall of the eastern palace and relaxed slightly. He entered from the window and hid in a corner. Now he could finally see what this reclusive younger brother, the crown prince, looked like. The room was brightly lit, neatly organized, and the warm yellow light gave an oddly cozy feel to the cold, lonely palace. However, there was no one around except for a young man leaning against a writing desk who caught the eye. He was probably around 18 or 19 years old, with a slender frame that looked almost frail, his face terrifyingly pale. Yet, his black eyes were calm as he stared down at an ancient book in his hands. He was strikingly handsome, with a scholarly air. His long, thick eyelashes drooped downward, his pitch-black hair was carelessly draped over his shoulders, and his pale, delicate fingers brushed over the yellowed pages of the ancient book. The four-claw dragon robe belonging to the crown prince didn't overshadow his natural aura but made him appear even more regally imposing. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, so this was his unknown younger brother, the crown prince. Looks like he could croak any moment. As he was worrying about how to sneak medicine into the crown prince's food, a slightly hoarse voice sounded within the hall. Third brother, since you've come, sit down. The hall fell silent for a few seconds before footsteps approached from the corner. Lin Feng came out and curiously asked the crown prince, how did you know I was here? I guessed. Lin Yi put down the ancient book and carefully placed it in a spot where it wouldn't get dirty. Then he poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. Not as good as the one at the chancellor's estate, third brother, please bear with it. He used his delicate fingers to push the teacup toward Lin Feng, his refined and gentle features showing no emotion at all, as if the surprising statement just now wasn't made by him. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then smiled. You even know what kind of tea I drink at the Chancellor's estate. You're really into tea. Lin Yi responded faintly, a person who suddenly appears by the Chancellor's side naturally deserves more attention. Lin Feng's interest piqued. He sat down in front of him, drank the tea in one gulp, and then threw the cup onto the table, saying, When did you start paying attention to me? Lin Yi straightened his cup, poured another one, and replied in a soft, hoarse voice, On the day third brother moved into the Chancellor's estate, younger brother felt I started paying attention too late. I should have noticed earlier when you were still in the cold palace. That way, I would have known sooner about your mysterious powers and abilities, Lin Yi continued. Lin Feng praised him, You're really suited to be an emperor. Such paranoia and yet so extraordinarily intelligent, how could anyone else be better suited for the throne than him? Why did you come here, third brother? Lin Yi's tone remained calm and he directly referred to himself as I, looking like someone with an amiable temperament. You already knew I'd come today, yet you don't know why. Lin Feng toyed with the teacup, not feeling very thirsty anymore. He wished to go home and drink tea with Lu Xiang more. Lin Yi revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, to extend my life. Clever. Lin Feng raised his cup, let's celebrate that our Yi Kingdom Emperor will die peacefully of old age instead of collapsing midway. It seemed Lin Yi sighed, does elder brother wish to take the throne? Lin Feng, if I wanted it, I wouldn't be here tonight. The crown prince's lips curled slightly, and a touch of warmth appeared in his cold eyes. His meticulous scheming failed against Lin Feng, a mere idle fish. It was true, Lin Feng really had a carefree and unconstrained attitude that left the crown prince in disbelief. That's good. Lin Yi raised his teacup. Watching Lin Feng casually tossing a small pill into his cup right in front of him, the crown prince's stance was clear. Drink or not, it's up to you. The crown prince chuckled lightly, covering his face with his sleeve while drinking the entire cup in one go. Before leaving, Lin Feng saw this noble and frail crown prince sitting by the writing desk, silently gazing at the bright moon outside the window. His fingers caressed his wrist as though he looked a little lost. He asked, What's wrong with you? The crown prince regained his senses, turned to him, and politely said, Nothing, thank you for your concern, third brother. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and eventually decided to leave and return to the Chancellor's estate to embrace his white-furred cat. The crown prince quietly sat before the writing desk, watching as moonlight spilled onto it. Slowly, he extended his thin and even hand to catch the light. The moonlight carried no warmth, like frost that felt cool upon touch, and so was his soul, bereft of vitality or temperature, cold enough to be alarming. His frail and pale fingertips shuddered slightly, showing an illusory sense of life and redness. You survived. Lin Yi said calmly. For 18 years, he endured the torment of illness and finally found release today. Upon returning to the Chancellor's estate, Lin Feng rushed straight to Lu Jingyan, holding him tightly without letting go. He bragged, I've cured the crown prince. Lu Jingyan petted his head and praised with a chuckle, that's amazing. That guy is too smart. Lin Feng enjoyed sniffing the faint fragrance from his body and muttered, smart to the point of being terrifying. No wonder he was born weak and often sick, it's incredible how such a prodigy survives each day. Throughout history, those exceptionally wise individuals usually didn't live long, the way of heaven allowed them only about 20 to 30 years. After crossing that threshold, death often came easily. Lin Yi's feebleness and early demise were not caused by others but rather because the world wouldn't permit him to live much longer. The crown prince is a pitiful child. Lu Jingyan seemed lost in thought and let out a soft sigh. From birth, his constitution was frail, plagued with pain all along, enduring excruciating agony for years. Even adults would succumb to madness under such conditions, yet this child persevered through it all. In childhood, he would occasionally cry, but now, nobody can tell that he's still enduring the pain. Being able to maintain one's sanity amidst such unrelenting torment over the years filled Lu Jingyan with admiration. Surprised, Lin Feng looked up, he experiences full-body pain all the time. Yes. So when I went to see him just now. He must have been enduring tremendous pain while chatting with Lin Feng casually and composed. Lin Feng gasped, how could he endure so much? Despite knowing that Lin Feng could offer salvation, the crown prince remained completely composed during their conversation, showing neither impatience nor desperation. Who would know that he was already at the end of his rope? Recalling the abnormality of the crown prince just before he left, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, no wonder. A person like this, if not destined to become an emperor, then who else? Not long after the coronation ceremony ended, the chancellor's residence was bestowed several boxes of gold and jewels, countless silks and brocades, not to mention vast farmlands spanning thousands of mu and various prosperous shops. What had been an ordinarily impoverished chancellor's residence now overflowed with wealth, more than enough to bury everyone inside. In the original storyline, the crown prince, who never made an appearance and died shortly after turning 20, now ascended to the throne clearly prepared to reign into old age. Once shy of revealing his true nature, he immediately tore off his veneer of gentleness and elegance, decisively eradicating corrupt officials and initiating reforms against entrenched corruption. Lu Jingyan had endured immense stress over many years as prime minister of the Yi kingdom, single-handedly striving to bolster it all for the benefit of paving the crown prince's way. He knew the crown prince would become a legendary sage ruler, but also feared that he might not survive past his coronation. Thus, he prayed to heaven, hoping the crown prince would live a few more years, at least long enough to leave a mark on history. In the original plot, the crown prince died prematurely from severe illness before ascending the throne, leaving Lu Jingyan utterly heartbroken. This led him to embrace darkness and choose the path of a corrupt minister, forever tarnishing his name. Now that the crown prince would clearly live into his 70s or 80s without issue, Lu Jingyan exhaled in relief. The typically work-obsessed man unexpectedly started relaxing. 002. The current emperor appeared somewhat powerless towards Lu Jingyan but also understood the thoughts of someone who'd worked tirelessly for so many years. In the busiest period following the enthronement, he surprisingly granted Lu Jingyan a lengthy vacation. Great! Lin Feng immediately began planning a journey to tour the land, deciding to start with 2 years of travel. Lu Jingyan still harbored some guilt. The new emperor hasn't reached 20 yet, and his initial ascension is precisely when skilled people are most needed. And I've chosen to leave and enjoy myself. It must be said, Lin Yi truly understood Lu Jingyan well and was adept indeed. Within moments, someone delivered a letter. Lu Jingyan opened it to find roughly written. Rest easy, everything is in my hands. Instantly, this couple happily packed their small bundles and ran out of the capital city to experience the beauty of the world. Inside the palace, the newly enthroned emperor, handling state affairs, heard the news that they hadn't hesitated for even a second and had already begun touring outside the capital, prompting a restrained smile as he supported his forehead. They're like little kids. He indulgently said a sentence, revealing the maturity that was far beyond his years. He had not yet reached the age of 20. Lin Yi's slender fingers tapped on the inkstone, emitting crisp sounds. After some deliberation, he slowly stated, inform all local governments to keep their eyes open and avoid offending the prime minister and the prince who are privately visiting the common people. However, most of these officials would likely never encounter the prime minister or the prince anymore. Lin Yi, as calm as water, added a character with sinister undertones in vermilion ink onto a book filled with lists. Execution. Although Lin Feng wasn't skilled in much, eating, drinking, and enjoying pleasures came naturally to him. He accompanied Lu Jingyan around the countryside, tasting every delicacy and entertainment they could find. Should they meet officials oppressing the commoners, bullying and exploiting the villagers, Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to inform the emperor. Generally, within 5 days of reporting, such cases would be resolved appropriately. One day, after tasting salt-cured mutton leg with Lu Jingyan and finding it quite pleasant, Lin Feng sent a portion to the emperor, confined deep within the palace without the luxury of stepping out. After trying it, Lin Yi replied with a note. It tastes good but is a bit salty. Lin Feng burst into laughter, ha ha ha. This kid used to not be able to consume anything too rich or spicy. It must have been interesting to see his face when tasting this salty lamb meat. The scene probably went like this, scrutinizing carefully for long before daring to take a bite with hesitation. Upon tasting the salty flavor, his brows slightly furrowed, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. Given Lin Yi's upbringing though, even if the taste were truly awful, he would swallow it gracefully and reply thanking Lin Feng for the thoughtfulness. As for its taste, one wouldn't find such information in the letter. Lu Jingyan's once overly lean frame has gained a bit of weight now, becoming slightly more round but still remaining thin, which felt bony when hugged. With a more relaxed lifestyle now, the sharp coldness previously piercing through his features softened, giving off a gentler demeanor. He swung the book in his hand and lightly knocked it against Lin Feng's head. Only because Lin Yi is tolerant can you dare mock the emperor. Lin Feng joked, tolerant. Since assuming office, he has already executed 326 officials. Now the court ministers must be cursing him as a tyrant inside their hearts. To carry out the harshest actions under the softest guise, Lin Yi being tolerant was something Lin Feng could hardly swallow unless it involved them. Still, towards both Lin Feng and Lu Jingyan, Lin Yi was exceedingly considerate. Lin Feng started preparing for his next destination again. Wife, shall we visit Yenzhou next? Will there be anything good to eat? Definitely. Alright then. Chapter 31, The Time Bureau. A few years later, on the day in the original plot when Lu Jingyan was supposed to die, Lin Feng entered the prison to confront an unrecognizable Jun Lin. Oh, isn't this the Crown Prince of Dezhong? How did you fall so low after just a few years? Lin Feng nonchalantly leaned back with crossed legs, grinning at the half-dead corpse-like figure hanging in front of him. Jun Lin had been tortured to lose all spirit. He couldn't understand why a life that had been smooth sailing until he made the impulsive decision to serve as ambassador to Yi country had ended up in this tragedy. He let out a couple of sounds, but his mouth was hollowed out from torture. Are you still hoping for help from Dezhong? Lin Feng showed sympathy seeing Jun Lin's tongue cut out, unable to utter words. 3 years after the new emperor's coronation, he launched an aggressive offensive against Dezhong. They're almost fully annexed by now. At that time, Lin Feng had just returned to the capital with his wife when he was summoned by the emperor to rejoin the army. Consequently, he spent a whole year separated from Lu Jingyan. Driven by eagerness to reunite with his beautiful wife sooner, Lin Feng brought forth the same vigor he once put into creating the 3rd Cavalry, winning countless battles over the course of the year and establishing formidable renown between the two countries before finally being permitted to return home to embrace his beloved wife. Now facing Junlin, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. For the sake of your damn Dejong, do you know how long I've been separated from my wife? A whole year. An entire year. By rights, others could bear children during such a period while Lin Feng lost precious intimate moments with his wife on the marriage bed. Lin Yi, this brat. Knowing exactly how to exploit his weak point. Why does he have so many tricks up his sleeve at such a young age? Once Lin Feng's potential was unlocked, even the emperor couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly useful this person could be. In just 1 year, the Delong army, which had forces comparable to or even superior than Yi country, was utterly defeated to the point where they were begging for mercy. Now, Delong pitifully pleaded with Yi for peace, hoping for a slim chance to limp along. The new emperor told them to get lost. Surrendering was out of the question, never going to happen in this lifetime. They could only be exterminated. Lin Feng was brimming with frustration as he faced the living corpse in front of him. He didn't want to fight anymore, nor did he wish to revive the Yi country. All he wanted to be was an idle salted fish lying around, and return home to enjoy a cozy life with his wife at the Prime Minister's residence. He patted his butt, stood up, and approached Junlin, impatiently saying, "All right, let's finish it quickly so I can go home. Mr. Liu is waiting for me." A light halo glowed in his hand, pure white, slowly held up in front of Junlin's face. As their eyes met, Lin Feng coldly said, "Uncanny creature, a sentient spirit porcelain intruding into a microcosm to interfere with a son of heaven's cultivation, violating Article 4042 of the Time Bureau regulations. Soul Collector number 002, Lin Feng, is here to reclaim the soul." Dark mist seeped from Junlin's face, all of it being sucked away by the light halo in Lin Feng's hand. Until a grey porcelain shard emerged, breaking through a bloody hole on Junlin's head, attempting to flee. Lin Feng hurled the light halo forward, tightly wrapping the porcelain shard which then plummeted to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Feng sighed as he picked up the porcelain shard, observing it closely. There were intertwining patterns of gold and black, both lavish and ancient-looking. It seemed to have a strange allure, pulling one to approach involuntarily. Agent 002 slapped him hard. "What do you think you're looking at? Can this thing be seen directly with the naked eye? Hurry up and put it into your dimensional space." After the porcelain shard was sealed inside the dimensional space, Lin Feng awkwardly said, "I was just curious," and took an extra glance. Agent 002 almost spat blood. "Do you think you're under the command of the primary system, Soul? Taking an extra look will cost you your life. Each system receives different tasks. Agent 002 was responsible for more post-incident cleanup and maintenance work such as capturing escapees, stabilizing the microcosm, and managing the economic industries of the Time Bureau. The ones charging forward at the brink of life and death are the souls under the control of the primary system 001. Their mortality rate is quite high. Face dancing off with evil creatures, confronting plunderers feeding on the energy of microcosms, searching for the source of destruction in an almost shattered microcosm. The lives of those under the primary system are tied to their belts. You lazy bum, don't meddle in things that don't concern you." Lin Feng was scolded by his system but followed obediently. "I'll protect my own life," Lin Feng earnestly stated. Having a family to care for, what would Lu Xiang do if he were to die? Previously, he thought dying wasn't a big deal, his worthless life didn't matter anyway. Now it was different, he couldn't be reckless anymore. "Okay, I will surely safeguard my own life," Lin Feng sincerely affirmed. Jumping onto his shoulder, Agent 002 waved its tiny hand, "Let's go." With a chuckle, Lin Feng walked out of the muddy jail cell, a chubby little glowing orb bouncing on his shoulder. Lin Feng had lived for 60 years in this world. Under his care, Lu Jingyan's body condition recovered long ago. An elder person's gradually weakening constitution showed no sign of frailty, instead becoming sprightly with more vigor than many young individuals. Lin Feng also aged. For the first time in any world, he truly experienced growing old. "I thought I wouldn't grow old." Lin Feng hugged his cane, surprisingly inspecting his aging arms and legs. At the Time Bureau, he maintained a youthful physique, generally only living for several years within microcosms, thus never knowing what getting old would feel like. Lu Jingyan, beside him, still aged, but despite that carried extraordinary demeanor, becoming a striking handsome grandfather over these decades. Being indulged and pampered by Lin Feng made him increasingly childlike, no longer bearing the sorrowful appearance of someone preoccupied with national concerns back when they first met. "You're not acting like an elder." Lu Jingyan chided lightly. Lin Feng made an unexpected comment, "Wife, are you now repulsed by my old age and frailty, finding me unable to satisfy you?" Choking on tea instantly, Lu Jingyan struggled, covering his mouth to suppress the coughs, trembling all over. Lin Feng hurriedly helped him pat his back. "It's fine, it's fine. I apologize, I won't talk while you're drinking tea. But I am genuinely curious whether I can still satisfy." Enraged, Lu Jingyan shouted, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng fell silent. Agent 002, still in the form of a small glowing ball, bounced around cracking sunflower seeds, placing the kernels neatly on a small plate which was then presented to Lu Jingyan. "Jingyan, please enjoy." Lu Jingyan patted its little head, "Thank you." 002 shook its body, "No problem, after all, you are my daughter-in-law." Lin Feng flicked it, "Who is your daughter-in-law? And who is your son? Aren't you taking advantage of me again?" 002 stuck out its tongue at him, "He. Hey! Are you looking for death?" "Dog Lin Feng, I'm not afraid of you." Lu Jingyan watched with a smile as the person and the glowing orb played around, his lips slightly curling upward. He felt that the peaceful time would last if only. A flash of sorrow crossed his eyes when he thought about his now aging body. Even though he had warned himself many times not to care, he still couldn't help but feel lonely. He would eventually grow old and die, then cycle back in rebirth, while Lin Feng would return to where he belonged. Their karmic bond could only be maintained for a mere 60 years. This indescribable anxiety peaked when Lu Jingyan, a few years later, felt his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Coughing, he curled up in Lin Feng's arms, his eyelids too heavy to stay open, managing to speak only with his hoarse voice, "Lin Feng. You." The man hugging him, even if old, still exuded an elegant charm. His good physical condition made it hard to see he was nearing 90. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Feng gently stroked his silver white hair, smoothing over the deep wrinkles at his eyes, never showing any dislike for this aged and faded Lu Jingyan. Instead, he cherished and loved him even more. Lu Jingyan's vision blurred. They sat together in the courtyard here for an entire night, embracing each other and preparing to watch the last sunrise in the capital city. As the morning sun slowly rose, its lower half obscured by the sharp tips of the buildings of the capital city, the mist was gradually illuminated and dispersed, the golden light enveloping their aged and weak bodies. "Lin Feng. I really love you." Lu Jingyan's voice was almost inaudible, whispering these words of love softly. Lin Feng's eyes became moist, and with his elderly hands, he patted Lu Jingyan's shoulder and back, still soothing him as he did when they were young. "I know. And I'm leaving." Lu Jingyan managed to rub his head against him, seemingly using the last bit of strength he had left, then lowering his head and muttering faintly. "But I can't bear to let go of you." Lin Feng took a deep breath, holding back his tears, and whispered tenderly, "Do you believe that you will wake up and still see me?" Lu Jingyan slowly broke into a faint smile, "Really? I won't lie to you." Lin Feng said softly, "You go to sleep, and when you wake up, you will see a whole new world, a younger me." "Director Lu, a lifetime is too short, I am very greedy. These mere few decades are insufficient. Your next life, the one after that, forever and ever, should belong to me." Lu Jingyan looked blankly for a moment before nodding obediently. "You have to come find me quickly. If I don't see you in an unfamiliar place, I'll be scared." Lin Feng tightened his hold on him, kissing him on the cheek, "All right." Lu Jingyan watched the last sunrise, which he had repeatedly accompanied Lin Feng to see countless times. The morning dew soaked his clothes, and Lin Feng always worried, tightening his embrace and trying to warm the man with his own body heat. Lu Jingyan would sometimes be amused by his antics, while most of the time he would willingly be held in Lin Feng's arms, feeling his icy cold body getting warmer from the embrace. This time, Lin Feng didn't do that again. He watched with his own eyes as Lu Jingyan closed his eyes in his arms, and in the next second, he chose to leave the world actively. Two stooped elders embraced in their yard for the last time, passing away almost simultaneously. In the Yi Kingdom's capital city, white flags of mourning rose, followed by wailing cries from countless commoners. 002 listened to their sorrowful cries, turning back to look at the two corpses on the reclining chairs and said softly, "See you again." It reached out a tiny hand and grabbed the two beams of light from the corpses, bringing them into its seal space, and tore open a dark channel, hopping and skipping into it. Lu Jingyan felt drowsy and unsteady, as if swaying. His soul was guided by an invisible force until it reached a deep black space. His intangible soul manifested, moving forward mindlessly. Perhaps it was just a few seconds or perhaps several years, in a daze, he continued following the invisible force until he finally saw a small white light ahead. He walked towards it. The light grew larger and finally turned into a brightly lit passage. Guided by the power, translucent arms seemed to stretch out from the passage. The patterns on those arms were so familiar that without thinking, Lu Jingyan instinctively grasped them. The next second, with a strong pull, these arms pulled him out of the thick and deep darkness. The silence by his ears turned into a soft breeze, along with some noisy sounds. Lu Jingyan suddenly became, the previous dizziness now replaced with clarity. He slightly widened his eyes. This was an empty yet white room, with many transparent light columns around. There were quite a few people going in and out, occasionally casting curious glances at Lu Jingyan. There were several handsome men standing who seemed to be eyeing him over. Although their looks were strange, they were very friendly. Seeing Lu Jingyan looking over, they all waved and gave a relaxed, easygoing smile. And Lu Jingyan was tightly hugged by a tall man as if he was a lost treasure that had been found again. The man hugging him chuckled softly. "Welcome to the Spacetime Bureau." Chapter 32, MOU. 002 was flipping through the mission list in its hands, extremely worried. Who's next? It hesitated for a long time, finally deciding to bother Lin Feng and ask him for a suggestion. Lin Feng's house was located in a residential area at the southeast corner of the Spacetime Bureau. Though he acted lazy like a slacker, it was helpless since 002 was a workaholic, more or less urging him to accumulate a significant amount of missions, earning himself a personal residence. Looking at those unsuccessful mission takers who still lived in the public dormitories on a large communal bunk bed. Lin Feng. 002 knocked on his door and shouted loudly, "Open up." A few seconds later, the door clicked open, and Lu Jingyan skillfully picked up 002 from the ground, placed it on his shoulder, then closed the door. At this moment, Lin Feng just came out from the kitchen, holding a bottle of beer in his hand. Seeing 002 running in with a mission in its hand, he immediately knew why it came. "Come to seek my advice?" he teased. 002 glared at him angrily, threw the data in its hand onto the table, jumped down from Lu Jingyan's shoulders, and said, "Who do you think we should find next?" Lin Feng thought for a while and laughed, saying, "Qingqingza is busy researching new dishes recently. I don't know where Gung went either. That guy's always mysterious, unless he shows up himself, we won't be able to find him." 002 mused, then, "Is MOU free?" Lu Jingyan had a deep impression of that delicate and pretty youth. A few days ago when he first arrived at the Spacetime Bureau, the taskers under 002 gathered for a meal together with Qingqingza cooking, celebrating Lu Jingyan's arrival, and at the same time congratulating the two of them for tying the knot. And then, Lu Jingyan's eyes showed complex emotions, unwilling to recall the situation back then. Back then, everyone present silently and strangely watched MOU dine with extreme orderliness and rules. His every move was cold and mechanical, just like a humanoid machine. Everyone wanted to say something but stopped, stopping again and wanting to speak, until finally sighing helplessly, feeling goosebumps all over. Not watching was uncomfortable, but watching made one uncomfortable too. Lu Jingyan profoundly understood what this meant. Lin Feng said, "Why don't you go find him? MOU listens to you so well, he definitely won't refuse." 002 picked up the documents, turned around, and hopped toward the door, "Then I'll go find little MOU. Lin Feng, remember to bring Jingyan to the chief system 001 to find Gujun. After registering his identity, we can also have the remaining effects of Insi removed from him." Lin Feng gave an okay gesture, "Got it. Gujun." Lu Jingyan looked at him questioningly. Lin Feng pulled him into his embrace and kissed him lightly, lazily saying, "Gujun is the respected title used in the Spacetime Bureau. His original name is Gaoihe. If anyone suffers damage or erosion from evil objects, he can treat you for free without charging any fees, known as a kind soul in the Spacetime Bureau. To be listed as a kind soul in the Spacetime Bureau means that person's soul is truly pure and kind. Among the vast number of people in the Spacetime Bureau, kind souls are very few, and Gujun is one of them." Pausing briefly, Lin Feng wore a strange expression. "You shouldn't think that just because there's one kind soul like Gujun, all the others under Chief System 001 are good people too. The souls there, well, let's just say it's hard to describe. If someone is truly kind, then they are pure kindness, whereas the wicked ones," thinking about that infamous mad beauty, Lin Feng shuddered. "Let's stay away from them." He was truly afraid that if he didn't keep an eye on things, that crazy person might stab his prime minister with a knife, or find Lu Jingyan interesting and take him home to raise as a pretty doll. After all, Lin Feng had heard that the lunatic wanted a child for a long time, desperately yearning to conceive and bear a little crazy one. His partner was greatly troubled by this obsession, especially with the man now actively preparing for conception. For a man to prepare for pregnancy shocked Lin Feng, but his partner, a businessman, completely spoiled and indulged him. With an air of carefree submission, he even humored the man into choosing baby formula and strollers, treating the deranged beauty like a spoiled child. Lin Feng thought it best to stay far away. After all, who could guess what a madman might do? Especially since that madman's power was so formidable that even the entire Spatial Temporal Bureau's souls combined were no match for him. "We'd better keep our distance," Lin Feng murmured to himself, fearing that if he wasn't vigilant, that crazed person might stab his prime minister with a knife or find Lu Jingyan interesting enough to take home as a beautiful doll. Meanwhile, 002 had found MOU. Excitedly, he picked up a document in front of him. "Look, I've specially found you a task that's highly compatible. The higher the compatibility, the greater the chances of completing the mission successfully." This time, MOU's compatibility with the mission was astonishingly high at 99.9%, almost making him the chosen one of the mission world. 002's eyes gleamed brightly as he held up the file with his tiny hands. MOU's cold gaze slowly moved to the mission document before him. His mind seemed to be processing something. After a long moment, he finally extended his slender, pale fingers to pull out the document. He didn't open the mission file, he simply placed it on his lap. His eyes shimmered with emerald fluorescence, as if numbers were flickering inside them. About 5 seconds later, he indifferently said, "I've finished reading." 002 was already used to his peculiar way of reading. He jumped onto MOU's shoulder and asked eagerly, "Shall we set off?" Let's go." Chapter 33, Gentle Boyfriend Falls for Me. Note, MOU is the protagonist. Have you ever experienced despair? The light rain patters, and I walk alone on an empty street, seeking a complete release. I have never wronged anyone, but falling in love ruined everything. The sky is dark and chilling, I want to hug myself tightly, yet I see nothing but blood covering my hands. Whose blood is this? I forgot. It doesn't matter. From the glass of the tightly shut storefront beside me, I catch a glimpse of myself, blood splattered across my silver-rimmed glasses, my body a mess, blood-soaked white shirts turned into the dirtiest thing imaginable. How did I become so disheveled? Uncle Fawn. Such a nice name, yet I can never call it again. Falling in love is truly a tragic fact. Being played with emotionally by that person is even more despairing. Others say I don't deserve to live, the person I admire says, you're disgusting and pitiful. I am indeed pitiful, groveling for every crumb of affection from others. When someone actually gives it to me, I foolishly fall in love, giving my all, only to end up as the most pathetic person in that relationship. I don't remember how I reacted when he called me both pitiful and disgusting, only knowing that I must have been dazed. By the time I came to my senses, I looked like this. Did I kill someone? Right, the blood on me belongs to my lover. His warm fluid grew cold, those laughing eyes turned into an empty grayish white. Before I left, it seems I kissed his eyes. Suddenly, I don't know where to go anymore. It's been 3 years since I killed my lover. Downstairs are many armed policemen, strange, why are they looking at me with such fear? Did I do something? After pondering for a long time, I still can't recall what I've done. My soul followed my lover, leaving behind just a walking corpse. They said, murderer, surrender. Murderer, such a nauseating and perverted term, yet it was put on me. Visions flashed before my eyes, twisted, grotesque faces right before their deaths. I remember now, so many people have died, all killed by me, then this monstrous murderer should end at my own hands. The wind blows fiercely on the rooftop, almost blowing me off. Please don't be impatient, I'll soon fulfill your wishes, flying out of this world. In a rundown house. You silently read the last page of the mission document, which contained the final words the world's to-be-saved individual wrote before committing suicide. There was not a flicker of emotion on his delicately handsome face. His long legs hung over the side of the bed, back ramrod straight, and his pale, soft hands rested neatly on his knees. He looked like a porcelain humanoid doll, stunningly beautiful but unfathomably cold. He's dead, Mo said calmly. 002 was much more at ease with Mo. Knowing this child was very obedient, he was nothing like Lin Feng, they were two extremes. It leaped onto his shoulder, nodding cheerfully, do you want to see the memories? Mo nodded. This was a world of villainous attackers and pitiful victims. Ji Liang, the rogue protagonist, was a frivolous second-generation rich kid who had bet with his unsavory friends that within 3 months, he could pursue Fang Yuan, an unknown but highly promising talent sent from higher-ups for investments. Fang Yuan's background and origins were unclear. People only knew that he had been transferred from above. Ji Liang took an interest in such a gentle and cultured handsome man, leveraging his identity and secretly feeling as if he were deigning to be interested in someone beneath him, began aggressively pursuing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt helpless about this mischievous individual and had explicitly refused many times. However, Ji Liang wouldn't listen, even going so far as to find his way to Fang Yuan's house and stayed there by force. It was unclear what Fang Yuan had experienced before, but due to an immense lack of love, he gradually gave in and accepted Ji Liang. This was the first time Fang Yuan had ever fallen in love, it was also his first romance. It was hard to imagine such a mature and steady person had never dated anyone, yet this was the reality. Once Fang Yuan fell in love, he poured all his heart into it. He was originally a caring and tender person by nature, and since he thought Ji Liang was a grown-up boy who needed guidance, he was even more willing to manage every aspect of Ji Liang's life. They started an underground relationship. At this point, Ji Liang began bragging to his disreputable gang of friends, speaking disdainfully and disparagingly of Fang Yuan. He cursed Fang Yuan for being overly sensual in bed, unaware that it was secretly recorded by those same friends, who maliciously forwarded it to Fang Yuan. A hint of confusion and bewilderment crossed Mo's eyes as he couldn't figure out why this was happening. 002, why? The obedient little child seriously asked 002, what they did is so strange. Making a bet to chase after someone, talking behind their back among friends, and secretly recording. Having never come across any trashy novels before, Mo couldn't comprehend why the plot was developing this way. 002 was speechless, suddenly overcome by a sense of guilt for exposing the child to inappropriate content. Because, they are all crazy. Mo solemnly nodded in agreement. Ah, so it was that. Now he understood. 002 had told him before that the behavior of crazy people wasn't something normal individuals could understand, and thus it made perfect sense that he couldn't make sense of it. Mo continued reading. When Fang Yuan received the recording, his heart twisted in anguish. Shaking with his trembling hands, he threw away all of Ji Liang's belongings and demanded he leave. The cliché drama ensued, Ji Liang realized his feelings and, caught in a rainstorm, knelt before Fang Yuan, begging for forgiveness, leaning on the fact that Fang Yuan still had lingering feelings for him. Despite knowing Ji Liang had desecrated himself, Fang Yuan forgave him once again. For when Fong Yuan loved someone, he poured all his heart and soul into it, unconditionally indulging and tolerating them. He reasoned that Ji Liang had acted immaturely before but had now changed for the better, so he would forgive him this one time. Thus, Ji Liang successfully redeemed himself in this fiery reconciliation. MOU 002. Up until this point, everyone probably thought Fong Yuan was the pitiful victim in this tale of a rogue attacker and tragic victim, but alas, the real victim belonged to another character. So, despite appearing as the villain, Fong Yuan was actually the biggest antagonist who turned insane and became corrupt after being abandoned. Ji Liang was truly a reckless and heartless playboy, proficient in the art of wooing back lovers with false promises while harboring thoughts of love for Fong Yuan, only to sleep around indiscriminately. The real pitiful victim was none other than Wu Qingji, his secret young lover, whose father owed debts, so he willingly worked as a male escort at a nightclub. On his very first night, he was picked up by Ji Liang and thus entered into a long-term affair. Through the frequent intimate encounters, mutual feelings arose between the two. Thus, Ji Liang painfully realized he had fallen in love with two people. MOU. Strange Humans. 002. It regretted showing the child these things. If this were the type of story commonly seen in flower markets, the ending would probably involve Fong Yuan reluctantly accepting Wu Qingji, and somehow forming a happy ending triad. However, because this was an entirely different genre, such a scenario was simply impossible. After some unknown reason, the police came knocking, accusing him of threatening Ji Liang, causing scandalous photos to circulate widely. After great effort, Fong Yuan managed to extricate himself from the mess, but his reputation was almost destroyed. Soon after, Fong Yuan quickly discovered the truth from a bunch of intimate photos and videos sent by Wu Qingji. Before Ji Liang returned home guilt-ridden, Fong Yuan had thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous dinner. When the two were in a harmonious mood, Fong Yuan gently questioned Ji Liang about whether he had cheated. Ji Liang initially denied it but was eventually forced to admit his infidelity when confronted with evidence provided by Fong Yuan. Calmly, Fong Yuan proposed breaking up, but the despicable protagonist refused. This led to an increasingly heated argument. It was during this argument that Ji Liang spewed extremely repulsive words. Fong Yuan, you really disgust me. I only slept with you because I looked down on you. Do you even know what you are? Whenever I wave my hand, you wag your tail and come running. Do you realize how low you are inside? On the brink of a mental breakdown, Fong Yuan was pushed over the edge by Ji Liang's cruel taunts, ultimately going dark-side and mad, leading to Ji Liang's murder and dismemberment. MOU remarked indifferently, that's good. A commendable killing indeed. The storyline of this small world clearly stumbled at this point, veering far off its supposed track. Instead of becoming a major contributor to national technology as the original story suggested, Fong Yuan turned into a mentally unstable murderer. The villainous attacker, Ji Liang, suffered a gory fate being killed and dismembered, while the pitiful victim gradually distorted under the influence of fragments of Ying porcelain within him. 3 years later, regaining some sanity amidst police pursuit, Fong Yuan chose suicide to end his life. Subsequent plot developments focused solely on the suffering victim encountering one trashy protagonist after another, suffering heartbreak, chasing lost love to fiery conclusions, enduring further betrayal, and then inexplicably forgiving them. MOU became disinterested and shut down the memory once confirming Fong Yuan's death. Turns out this is a mixture of crime investigation cases with those flower market NP meaty stories. 002 finished watching the memory, deeply feeling that the regulations of the Temporal Spatial Bureau needed reform. Why not disclose all detailed memories before entering these small worlds? Wouldn't it have been better to provide the details earlier? Furthermore, the explicit violent content could have been edited. Don't tarnish its pure and adorable MOU. MOU had already started recording the traits and experiences of the mission targets. In carrying out tasks, MOU followed 002's instructions closely and was one of its rare highly proactive subordinates. Likely due to his lack of knowledge, he regarded 002 as a mentor. 002 once mentioned that while performing tasks, one should always record information such as the target's personality, background, and interpersonal relationships, so as to adapt more easily in future scenarios. Hence, MOU diligently made records. 002 ventured to ask, young MOU, how do you see Fong Yuan's character? Without looking up, MOU's ink-black handwriting left neat imprints on the page. His precise characters resembled machine printing, displaying impeccable regular script without discrepancies. He responded calmly, he concealed an antisocial personality, he was a deranged fanatic. This struck a chord of surprise within 002, you figured it out. I thought I'd need to teach you more on observing human latent characteristics. MOU tilted his head inquisitively, is it difficult to observe? With its advanced and complex programming, upon meeting someone for the first time, it could deduce both their overt and covert personalities based on behavioral habits and attire. It's naturally challenging to uncover someone's hidden character, 002 jiggled slightly, explaining solemnly, to figure out someone's underlying personality requires extensive observation and comparison against large amounts of data. How intricate humans can be, MOU commented emotionlessly, highly intelligent and creative yet inferior in certain areas compared to myself. Praising him comfortingly, 002 patted his head, MOU is exceptionally capable, he just needs proper guidance. So, young MOU, what should we do now? MOU answered honestly, I don't know. 002 was momentarily speechless. Shit, this truly wore him out. Resiliently wiping his face, 002 held out his tiny hand earnestly asking, then I'll guide you. Where did Fang Yuan and Ji Liang meet for the first time according to the original plotline? MOU instantly replied, at the supermarket. Excitedly clapping its hands, 002 said cheerfully, thus, step 1, we head to the supermarket and prevent their initial meeting. The reckless rich second generation took an instant liking to this tall, elegant gentleman, aggressively pursuing him like a lovesick stalker. Presently, prompted by 002, MOU reached a supermarket near Fang Yuan's residence, clutching pathetically a few coins, bewilderedly gazing at the busy crowd around him. With a face pale as soil, 002 exclaimed worriedly, this isn't good. As per your current impoverished, virtually invisible identity, do you have any money left to return home, young MOU? After a quick calculation, MOU shook his head, no. Meaning, he would have to walk back home. 002 was heartbroken, hugging MOU with concern, I'm sorry, I should have given you a powerful identity, not letting you suffer. That would cost more energy. MOU said matter-of-factly, it's not worth it. I just have to walk home. After calculation, this journey will only make my legs sore and cause slight bone wear. It's unnecessary to spend much to make me comfortable. After all, this body would be automatically formatted upon reaching the Temporal Spatial Bureau, those insignificant damages would be cured instantly. The more sensible MOU acted, the more 002 pitied him. Among so many souls, 002 liked MOU the best, obedient, easy to deceive, knowing nothing, unable to do anything, naively regarding 002 as an elder of the same kind, following orders without question. Be a good boy, let's figure out a way not to walk home foolishly, 002 started comforting him. What way? You go find Fang Yuan, cry poverty to him. He's gentle and responsible, he won't leave you unattended for sure. Alright. Fang Yuan was pushing a shopping cart, his long, fair hands holding the supplies he needed to prepare recently. His mild and mature demeanor caught everyone's eyes, paired with his overly outstanding appearance, almost making all the girls blush. He wore thin-frame glasses, underneath which were a pair of bright, smiling gentle eyes. His lips were pale, his profile very soft, his nose high and delicate, his whole person radiating an approachable gentleness and stability, full of the charm of a mature man. Fang Yuan didn't look like a pretty, slender beauty at all. On the contrary, he had broad shoulders, narrow waist, a pair of tall, well-proportioned legs, appearing quite assertive, a handsome, mature man. He was checking the production date on a loaf of bread carefully in his hand, picking up some required daily necessities and food with ease. Such a rare gem immediately drew Ji Liang's attention. Ji Liang was shopping with his new little boyfriend today. He loved using these small tricks to win people over. However, practically at the moment he entered the supermarket, his eyes locked onto Fang Yuan. This guy's figure is really impressive. He looked Fang Yuan up and down with a flippant manner, the hidden desire in his gaze was very unsettling. He told his little boyfriend beside him, baby, you check over there. I've got something to do. The little boyfriend pouted but was appeased by Ji Liang hugging him for a bit before reluctantly agreeing, all right then. Seeing the small boyfriends retreating back, Ji Liang shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled ahead in what seemed a very dashing manner, preparing to chat up Fang Yuan when the time was right. When he reached close to Fang Yuan, he seemingly accidentally said, excuse me, can you? What ya doing? A shrill female voice interrupted their impending conversation. Fang Yuan frowned due to the sharp tone and turned toward the direction. A woman in her 20s was angrily shouting at a handsome young boy who hadn't touched any items lying scattered around her on the ground. Why don't you watch where you're going? MOU, puzzled by this sudden accusation, watched her silently, unsure how to respond. This human is so fierce. Chapter 34, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me Too. Just moments ago, MOU had stood there for half a day, slowly inching towards Fang Yuan under 002's prompting. It was the peak time after work, the supermarket was crowded, people brushing past one another. Just as MOU caught sight of Fang Yuan and Ji Liang not far away, the incoming crowd blocked his view. Ah! MOU, quickly interrupt their first meeting. MOU listened to it but wasn't sure what to do, asking, what should I do? 002 hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, bearing with it a bit for now. MOU didn't understand what it was saying. A flash of doubt flickered across his eyes, just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he was yelled at furiously. You damn idiot. Can't you even watch your step? Look at all the things you made me spill. The woman flushed red with anger, her voice becoming more shrill. My mood was already bad today, and now this happens. MOU glanced at her fierce angry face, and then at the goods on the floor that he hadn't even touched, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I didn't touch them at all. 002 guiltily couldn't raise its head, wah. I'm sorry, MOU kid, I could only let you take the scolding. MOU seemed to have realized something, did you bump into her? 002 fidgeted uncomfortably, yeah. Hearing its answer, MOU fell silent and let the sharp-tongued woman yell at him. I don't know what's wrong with me today, I keep running into psychopaths. Can't you even apologize? Didn't your parents teach you anything? Any manners at all? I'm sorry. Mou seriously replied, I don't have any parents. The woman was left speechless with her words lodged in her throat. Suddenly at a loss for words, she didn't know what to say. I. A gentle male voice came from behind, Miss, did this child cause you trouble? Turning around, the woman saw a very elegant and handsome man and became even more embarrassed to continue shouting. Not much trouble, just pick them up, that's fine. The man smiled warmly, no need to worry, I will compensate for this child's mistake on his behalf. Fang Yuan helped her pick up the goods scattered on the ground and handed her several hundred yuan on the spot. The woman looked at the undamaged items in her hands and the extra hundreds of yuan on her phone, then awkwardly smiled before leaving. Fang Yuan glanced past her and saw the beautiful boy standing silently in place, and beckoned him over with a soft voice, come here. The boy blinked his eyes, realizing he wouldn't be scolded, and walked over with a slightly brisk pace, stopping beside Fang Yuan. Hello, my name is Mou. He said coldly. Seeming like an introverted kid, Fang Yuan couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle his short hair. Is your home nearby? Mou honestly replied, not nearby. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, then why are you here? Are you playing with friends? Just as Mou was about to reply, I am here to prevent you from meeting psychopaths, he was interrupted by 002's sharp scream. Dear Mou, you can't answer everything he asks. We don't have to be so honest. Without the ability to lie within his chip program, Mou began to feel confused again. His mouth opened, but closed without knowing what to say. 002 felt dizzy and rushed to whisper in Mou's ear, alright, follow me. Fang Yuan noticed the finely crafted, chilly youth turn his head as if in thought, and then faced him with a serious expression, Sir, I need your help. Fang Yuan bent down, concerned, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Mou paused for a moment, my house has been flooded and is now uninhabitable. Can I move into your house? Fang Yuan. Leaving aside the ridiculousness of asking to move into a stranger's house, where would a flood come from when the weather has been clear? Are you sure? A hint of complexity flashed through Fang Yuan's eyes. 002 frantically nodded on Mou's shoulder, sure. Sure. Mou nodded, sure. 002. Dear Mou, you don't have to mimic everything I say. The elegant, bespectacled man seemed amused by the child and couldn't help but smile, touching the tip of the teenager's nose with his finger while looking kindly, how cute. Can I visit your home? Fang Yuan stood up straight and attempted to take Mou's hand. Let's check why there is a flood. If I can help, I certainly will. In front of Mou lay a long, elegant hand, beautifully shaped with visible calluses, fingers graceful as if belonging to an artist. He stared at it fixedly for a few seconds before realizing he should place his own hand on it. Straightening his arm, the young boy placed his slender hand in Fang Yuan's warm palm, securely held inside. So small, Fang Yuan thought unconsciously. Mou had slim shoulders and wore a black shirt. The dark jade buttons were all fastened up to the first one, exposing a section of his delicate white neck. His short black hair faintly concealed his elongated eyebrows. Beneath them lay a pair of exceptionally clean and pretty eyes, bright and ink-like black. His lips were crimson red, his height shorter than Fang Yuan by half a head. Comparatively shorter and weaker than others his age, his figure was quite slim, and his entire presence resembled an exquisitely made porcelain doll. Is he this beautiful? Fang Yuan thought curiously, feeling this child was almost eerily handsome. But upon closer inspection, everything else seemed fogged over, unable to be clearly seen. With such translucent white skin and an icy hard demeanor, Mou didn't seem like someone from a poor family. He couldn't help but caress the soft texture in his hand, feeling even more uneasy. Slender, soft, white and delicate, such hands probably came from a wealthy family. Mou coldly said, we should go. Fang Yuan snapped back to reality and apologized with a smile, sorry, I got distracted just now. It's fine. Mou seriously replied. 002 took advantage of their conversation to whisper to Mou, I'll immediately return and create a flood so you can hitch a ride home with him. Mou involuntarily tightened his fingertips. Without Xiao Guangtuan by his side for this mission, he felt a bit anxious. He didn't understand human relationships, nor their complex thoughts, or even society's rules, so he always feared being alone among people, giving him a sense of complete loss. People who interacted with Mou generally broke down after less than 3 days, they couldn't endure his robotic adherence to cold rules that often suffocated others. Therefore, within the Space-Time Bureau, Mou usually stayed indoors, avoiding inconveniencing others. He would stay quietly in his room, doing nothing but staring into space for long periods every day until 002 showed up with missions to let him take a breath of fresh air. After confirming 002 had left, Mou slightly tugged at his sleeve in tension, an action so subtle no one could notice it. However, Fang Yuan, ever observant and being close to him, quickly saw his nervousness. What's wrong? Is Mou afraid of me? No, I'm afraid of all humans. Mou shook his head silently without replying. As Fang Yuan was about to comfort him to ease the tension, a warm voice came from behind. Are you the new investor in W City? Ji Liang walked over, surprised as he addressed Fang Yuan. If so, we do have some connections since my father has worked with you. Ji Liang had been observing earlier, sending out the photos he covertly took until his sharp-eyed friends reminded him, only then realizing Fang Yuan's identity. Interrupted, Fang Yuan briefly revealed a flash of coldness and annoyance, but in an instant transformed back to his gentle and steady demeanor as he turned around and smiled. Who are you? Mr. Fang, I'm Ji Liang. Ji Liang moved closer and grabbed Fang Yuan's wrist. Impolite. Fang Yuan coldly glanced at the hand grabbing his wrist, suppressing the urge to chop it off, pondered for a moment and smiled. Ji Liang. I've heard of you, the extravagant playboy son of the Ji family who parties all night. Ji Liang's face stiffened, cursing inside his head at the man's lack of tact. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, smiling embarrassedly. So Mr. Fang, you know me. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. My dad actually wanted to introduce us and build a friendship. Make friends, huh? If that's the case. Fang Yuan's smile remained light, creating an inexplicable pressure and aloofness. Write a 20,000-word self-criticism first, remember to submit it to Uncle Fang Xian. On the side, Mou looked puzzled and asked softly, who is Fang Xian? With acute hearing, Fang Yuan smiled and glanced back, my second uncle. You want me to write a self-criticism? Ji Liang lost control of his volume. If I'm not mistaken, you caused a lot of trouble for Fang Xian using your position, and you should apologize by writing this self-criticism. Fang Yuan's expression remained calm, his tone still gentle, yet there was a strange icy chill that made Ji Liang feel cold down his spine. Furthermore, you just interrupted my heartfelt conversation with this young child so rudely. Wasn't that a little impolite? You. Ji Liang sweated profusely, unintentionally taking a step back. He realized he had exposed weakness during these years when saving face was everything to him, yet not once did the thought of seducing this man cross his mind. Instead, anger and indignation surged due to feeling provoked. My father's surname is Ji. He emphasized one of the words as if reminding the elegant gentleman before him of something. Fang Yuan's smile never wavered, showing no concern as he said lightly, and what of it? So what if your last name is Ji? Following Ji Liang's cue, Mou carried on, but with a serious face explained, the surname Ji is quite common, there are many surnames in the 100 Surnames book, and it is certainly not a rare one. Fang Yuan paused, not expecting such a response from the handsome boy and couldn't help laughing while covering his face, though only audibly low enough for himself. Right, the surname Ji indeed is very common, why is this kid so adorable? The last few words were so quiet, only he could hear them. Ji Liang exploded because of Mou's comment. Do you know who I am? Mou was somewhat irritated by his arrogant voice. The previous woman had scolded him because 002 had indeed bumped into her, and Mou had silently endured it. This human in front of him was truly detestable, yelling for no apparent reason, which upset the youth greatly. You should shut up, Mou said coldly. You're very noisy and impolite. Ji Liang's face turned from red to purple as he glared at Mou, seeing that strikingly handsome yet somber face. A peculiar expression flickered through his eyes. He remembered this person, a few friends had mentioned Mou and shown him some photos. The orphan who was famous for his face, poor but stunningly beautiful to the point of causing heart tremors. Ji Liang had once considered messing with Mou, but this person's strange personality squelched any desire almost immediately. Anger clouded his judgment, and he hurled vicious words, you poor bastard, what right do you have to speak? You deserved your parents' death. The pleasant smile on Fang Yuan's lips instantly vanished, replaced by a deep-seated anger. He reprimanded Ji Liang, is this how your family teaches you to behave? Ji Liang silenced under Fang Yuan's rebuke, unable to respond before hearing the elegant man beside him coldly say, perhaps I should call Mr. Jiha old sir and let him handle his disrespectful grandchild. Mr. Jiha was Ji Liang's biological grandfather, a decorated general who had earned accolades amidst bullets and fire, whom Ji Liang feared despite showing disrespect even to his father. Stunned, Ji Liang asked, how do you know my grandfather? Fang Yuan found him increasingly insufferable, I don't care to answer your question. Leave now. Ji Liang's face alternated between pallor and fury. Before he could retort, he deliberately nudged Mou with his shoulder while passing, muttering menacingly, we'll settle this sooner or later. Fang Yuan looked displeased too. He hadn't anticipated such an event today, where this apparently cold and fragile youth would have his wounds reopened twice. Gripping Mou's hand tightly as if offering comfort, he softly apologized, sorry, you shouldn't have met such a terrible person. Mou blinked his clean, beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan was genuinely gentle and thoughtful, yet carried a strange eerie coolness. But Mou wasn't afraid of this feeling. His chip didn't register fear, and he harbored a faint fondness for Fang Yuan's meticulous care. Besides 002 and a few colleagues at the Spacetime Bureau, Fang Yuan was the kindest to him, though possibly the same kindness extended to others, something Mou hadn't experienced in centuries, leaving him slightly stunned. It doesn't matter, I don't have parents anyway. Mou's demeanor remained calm, indicating sincere indifference. As an A-class robot, why would he have parents? Unaware of Mou's understanding of parents, Fang Yuan assumed this child was used to being parentless and accustomed to cruel remarks, unable to suppress the sympathy that prompted him to caress the boy's soft hair gently. Don't be scared. Feeling those long, warm fingers patting his head, Mou felt perplexed, lowering his thick eyelashes unsure of how to react. Should he thank him or step away? If only 002 were here. He really didn't know how to normally interact with humans. In order to cheer this child up, Fang Yuan led him to the snack section, speaking gently to the compliant youth by his side. Mou, is there anything you'd like to eat? Mou stood quietly, his gaze scanning multiple rows of snacks, his posture gradually stiffening. He hadn't tried any of these, so how should he choose? Mou suddenly wished to return to the Space-Time Bureau. At least there he didn't need to choose what to eat, as Lin Feng and others always ordered the right things for him voluntarily. Noticing his uneasiness nearby, Fang Yuan's heart softened further. Shall I pick for you? Mou quickly nodded. Chapter 35, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 3. An hour later. Mou sat in the passenger seat of a luxury car, holding a large pile of snacks in his arms, curiously examining them. He'd seen these but never tasted them. Facing this large bag full of items left him uncertain about where to start. Driving steadily, Fang Yuan held the wheel with his long, proportionate hands, occasionally idly tapping it when bored. Catching Mou's curious inspection through his peripheral vision, he smiled. Eat them, they're all yours. Upon hearing this, Mou extended his hand, picked up a pack of chips, opened it, and took a cautious bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Delicious. As a semi-living robot, Mou possessed the most basic human sensations, including taste, which was the only thing that gave him solace from his past life. He couldn't help but eat a few more chips, and the crimson of his lips became dotted with crumbs. As he chewed, the fragments moved with his jaw. His cheeks, as white as porcelain, slightly swelled. Fang Yuan lightly twirled his fingertips, his eyes fixed on Mou, unable to look away. Mou, focused entirely on eating his chips, soon felt a warm sensation graze across his lips. The fleeting moment was so light that it was almost impossible to feel. His lips had been touched. Pausing in his actions, Mou raised his head and looked coldly at Fang Yuan, his calm voice carrying an undertone of questioning. What did you just do? There were some crumbs on your lips. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at him. I wiped them off for you. If you're bothered by it, I can apologize. That explained it. Mou nodded in understanding, maintaining his aloof exterior as he shook his head at the man. I'm not bothered. Fang Yuan's eyes softened completely as he chuckled lightly. Do you like them? I like them. Mou nodded seriously, then quickly remembered 002 once taught him to say thank you when receiving a gift, adding, thank you. Mou is really the most obedient child I've ever met. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, liking him even more than before. Compliments received. Mou carefully added, thank you for your praise. Afterwards, without warning, amidst the puzzled gaze of the small robot, Fang Yuan seemed to have hit some kind of funny bone, suddenly bent over laughing softly while gripping the steering wheel after pulling over the car. Mou thought humans were truly the most complicated creatures he'd ever seen, so many incomprehensible behaviors. Like Fang Yuan's sudden outburst of laughter. The black luxury sedan soon parked in a dilapidated old building area in the suburbs. Clean-loving Fang Yuan frowned instinctively as he got out of the car, clearly feeling uncomfortable with the rundown and messy environment here. Mou didn't mind much. Lacking material desires and needing little accommodation, he could sleep on a plain bed frame just fine. He now naturally started leading the way for Fang Yuan. With shiny leather shoes stepping over muddy and gravel-covered roads, Fang Yuan followed behind the slender figure of the young man, watching him walk through this place with an expression of calm curiosity. Unable to suppress it, he asked, Mou, how many years have you lived here? Mou, 3 hours. Fang Yuan chuckled, kid, don't joke around. Unbelievable as it was, what could Mou do? He could only silently remain quiet, using a mute attitude saying, believe whatever you want. Though Mou might be low on emotional intelligence, his program still had the ability to identify human emotions, and he could tell Fang Yuan wasn't comfortable with the surrounding environment. Therefore, Mou began to proactively lead the person upward, avoiding the trash and mud on the ground. When they finally reached a decrepit narrow civilian house, Mou's steps became lighter, seemingly becoming more eager as he began knocking on the door. Fang Yuan asked curiously, is there someone inside? Why are you knocking? Inside was 002. Mou shifted his foot against a pebble on the ground. His knocking action was out of habit. 002 had taught him to knock before entering, or else it would be very impolite. The delicate hand soon grasped the doorknob, and Mou pushed the door open. Right away, a small ball of light flung itself into his arms. Mou buddy, how did it feel coming home without me? Was it okay? 002's cheerful voice rang in his ears. Mou's originally tense mood relaxed. Holding the small glowing ball in his arms, he quietly said, I was nervous. It's normal to feel nervous. The glowing ball bounced happily, getting more excited. But look. You came back all by yourself. That's a huge improvement. Mou darling is getting better and better. Mou's eyes lit up at its praise, actually feeling proud of himself for doing something remarkable. Behind him, Fang Yuan, who couldn't hear the one-to-one conversation between them, looked around, sighing, this place is really uninhabitable. It was unclear how 002 caused such a flood disaster. The surroundings were damp, the wood had become wrinkled even in such a short time, and the water on the bed was nearly spilling over. The ground was dirt mixed with water, forming a dirty mess, making it impossible to step on. Proud beyond measure, 002 puffed up its tiny chest. I put the time-extending space to good use, soaking these woods for 2 days in my space. Believe me, you won't find anything suspicious. Fong Yuan pulled Missouri close to him and asked, how did this place end up like this? Mou, listening to 002's whispering in his ear, replied, the water pipe broke, the room was all soaked, and the furniture wrinkled from being soaked. Fong Yuan came over this time to check the situation. If he were to really help, Mou could also tidy up the things they needed to use. However, there was nothing of value here, and whatever remained had been ruined. After pondering for a moment, the man said to him, if you don't mind, take a few pieces of clothing and come with me. Mou rummaged through his memory and pulled out his school uniform and 2 sets of daily change clothes, putting them in a bag, then followed Fong Yuan into the car. The black luxury sedan looked extremely expensive and had never appeared here before. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs began peeking, wanting to know which wealthy relative had come visiting. It wasn't until Mou walked out following a handsome man in a white shirt, and got into the car, that everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't this child an orphan? Could it be his family found him? Mou still sat in the passenger seat and subconsciously reached for the snacks he'd left in the car earlier. Seeing this, 002 teased, oh my, did he buy you snacks? Mou nodded and handed a piece of potato chip over, you eat. It tastes good. This chip was intact, carefully selected by Mou. This big piece was nearly as large as 002's whole body. The system struggled to hold what, for it, was a gigantic chip, munching on it laboriously. Delicious, delicious. Seeing it like the snack, Mou glanced at the several packs of previously untouched snacks, picked them up, and easily opened the sealed bag with one swift move. He then fed it some candies, chips, and drinks. Fong Yuan saw him suddenly opening the snacks he hadn't wanted to eat earlier and asked, why are you willing to eat now? Before, while in the car, Fong Yuan had kept urging Mou to loosen up and eat, but the teenager wouldn't listen. 002 sweetly rubbed cheeks with Mou, ah, the little boy is so nice to me. Mou lips curled slightly as he looked at it, then answered Mr. Fong, someone likes to eat it. Fong Yuan made a sound, is that person Mou? Sort of, Mou responded evasively. Fong Yuan smiled gently and didn't press further. The car drove for about half an hour before arriving near Fong Yuan's residence. The security where he lived was excellent, the environment quiet and beautiful, and the price not cheap. Compared to Mou's dilapidated house, it was like heaven and earth apart. Mou, stay with me for a while, Fong Yuan led him toward his building unit. Once your house dries out, you can return. Mou silently observed the surroundings, his eyes glowing faintly green. Inside them, numbers composed of zeros and ones jumped around, subtly forming a blueprint of the buildings here in his mind. He faintly ed once, still holding his clothes in his hands. The black shirt made his face look even paler, with a small light orb sitting on his slim shoulders. By this point, Fong Yuan had gotten used to Mou's personality, knowing he was a cold and distant kid. He didn't get angry at his occasional rudeness, only smiling tolerantly without showing the anger he displayed in the supermarket when scolding Ji Liang. He led the way to the door of the house, took out the keys, and after unlocking it, stepped aside to reveal a simply yet elegantly designed home. Well, may we live happily together. Every day I call out for those who randomly occupy CP without reading the synopsis, since it happened frequently in the last book with people standing wrong sides wailing and moaning. All the souls under 002's command are alphas, though many among them appear very submissive, such as Mou. Chapter 36, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 4. In the bathroom, steam filled the air, blurring the previously clear line of sight. Mou looked at his naked, thin legs in the bathtub and couldn't help but touch the water with his foot. Even though his face was still cold, his actions were childish as he kicked and played in the water. 002 also soaked in the water, its tiny arms resting on the edge of the tub, a towel covering its forehead. Its legs were crossed like an old man soaking leisurely in the bathtub, its voice becoming lazy and slow. Mou, have you thought about how to save the villain? After all, I've already put you in Fong Yuan's home. Remember to give it a try. Save the villain. Mou tilted his head, deep in thought, feeling like he might not be able to accomplish this difficult task. He didn't even understand himself, how could he understand another person and pull them out of the mud? Mou attempted to ask about the previous task taker's specific details, how did Lin Feng succeed? If Lin Feng could succeed being so lazy, this task must have some tricks. 002 was silent for a few seconds, then said gloomily, He completed the task by trading on his good looks. Good looks? Mou subconsciously touched his own face, how do I look? Super handsome. 002 waved its small hand seriously, you are a robot made according to the extreme aesthetics of humans. Your appearance is beyond reproach. However, the cold and melancholy aura emanating from Mou diluted the shock factor brought on by his good looks. Strangers would only keep a respectful distance when they saw him. Mou didn't know if he looked good or not. After hearing this, he nodded thoughtfully and asked, then, did Lin Feng look good? He's still quite handsome. 002 chuckled heartily, even though that guy was irresponsible and carefree, his appearance was still tall and handsome. After all, he once made countless men and women from different worlds in the starry sea go crazy. Oh. Mou lost interest and shifted his gaze, touching the foam on his body and blowing the bubbles in his hand, watching them float up and then fall, gradually breaking on the water surface. 002 patiently coaxed, so, little Mou, shall we start the mission? Mou pointed at the water surface, but I want to play with this. Following his finger, there were only piles of floating foam, like soft, white clouds. 002. It twitched the corner of its mouth, unwilling to force Mou to give up the new toy it had just got its hands on. It could only look complexly as Mou repeatedly picked up the foam and blew bubbles childishly. 002 sighed deeply. It felt that every soul it found was destined to come and torment it. What a mess. Thinking about several more disheartening cases waiting for it later, 002 couldn't help rolling its eyes. But it's fine. The system still has a trick up its sleeve against Mou. Darling Mou. 002 patted his leg with its small hands, pitifully lowering its head. I almost have no money left for food. I've been mocked by other systems before, and I feel so sad. No money for food? The youth couldn't help frowning. He held the little light orb in his hands and stared directly at the other party. Are you out of energy? Out of energy. 002 said sadly, none of you are willing to complete tasks, so my energy acquisition is very limited and can't even support my daily expenses anymore. Mou was shocked inside. 002 used to be the richest system, how did it become so wretched now? I'm sorry. Mou's expressionless face revealed no trace of the guilt overflowing inside. It's our fault. A perfectly good system was dragged down to this point by them loafers. 002 pretended to wipe away tears. If you do your missions well, save the villain, retrieve the dark porcelain, would you mind? Alright. Mou assured it, I will succeed. This promise of success meant Mou painfully gave up the toys he had just found and obediently went out to look for Fang Yuan after taking a bath. At this moment, there were slight sounds of sizzling in the kitchen. The tall and slim figure was busy inside, wearing a light blue apron, skillfully flipping vegetables with a spoon in clean trimmed fingers. Mou stopped at the door of the kitchen, thinking about his mission. Save the villain. How to save him? In the original work, Fang Yuan's descent began from the day he mutilated Ji Liang, followed by endless nightmares and darkness, killing more and more people until it almost became an addiction. This man looked gentle and considerate. The image of him wearing an apron was unimaginably virtuous, completely unable to imagine that this would become a devil who enjoys killing. Ji Liang's provocation was the beginning. There was likely also a deep-seated psychological knot that turned Fang Yuan into what he would later become. If this psychological knot is untied, then half the battle is won. The other half involves ensuring no romantic relationship with Ji Liang. Mou, why are you standing there dazedly? The boy heard a voice filled with mockery near his ear, and upon coming back to his senses, he saw a pair of kind and profound eyes close by. He blinked, stepping back to put distance between himself and Fang Yuan who had gotten too close, just about to speak. 002 said seriously on his shoulder, Mou, you need to learn to lie. Mou swallowed the rest of the words, mumbling for a long time, finally forcing out a few words with great effort. I am thinking about books. Books? Fang Yuan tilted his head to see Mou's red ear tips and the cold and distant expression on the other party's face, laughing and saying, which book are you thinking of? Mou recalled the pile of items that were submerged in the flood, falling into a guilty silence. He seemed to hit a sore spot again. I know your stuff is broken. Fang Yuan let him sit in the living room. Are you worried about any trouble? Upon hearing his clumsy lie being covered up, Mou immediately said, yeah. Fang Yuan laughed, it's fine, don't worry about this. I can help you. Mou sat on the chair with peace of mind while Fang Yuan, with an apron around his waist, was busy fetching soup and dishes, getting everything ready. He felt like he should help out. But as soon as he stood up, Fang Yuan pushed him back down, leaving him no choice but to sit there like a little pig waiting for food at the dining table. Fang Yuan had great physical fitness. He went to the gym on a fixed weekly schedule. Though he was a gentle and mild-mannered man, when his sleeves were rolled up, revealing part of his well-shaped arm muscles, a beautifully expensive watch could be seen on his delicate wrist bones. His arms were covered with a thin layer of muscle, showcasing a kind of masculine beauty. This well-proportioned and strong figure reached its sexiest peak when bending over to place the bowls and plates, slightly exposing aesthetically pleasing pectoral and abdominal muscles through his loose knitted sweater. Mou looked at his good figure that was subtly revealed, then glanced at his own thin arms and legs, suddenly feeling inferior. He looked so ugly. Mou's body was artificially made. The creator back then didn't want the machine he created to escape from his control. With strong desires for control and possession, the boy's appearance turned out to be very beautiful and delicate, also sufficiently frail and harmless, perfectly satisfying the creator's sense of control. Mou touched his soft and smooth abdomen gently, feeling even more inferior. He didn't have abs or pecs, his arms and legs were too thin. When it came to the robust male physique aesthetics, Mou thought he was so ugly and embarrassing. However, his body, half mechanical and half living, already had a set form. He couldn't grow taller or build muscles. Was 002 just comforting him when it praised him earlier? Mou looked sad with lowered eyes. His once bright black eyes lost their luster, and he slightly pressed his lips together, looking depressed and melancholy. Meanwhile, 002 was drooling at the sight of the evidently delicious food in front of him and hadn't noticed that the young boy had fallen into some inexplicable teenage self-esteem issues. With naturally finer senses than most people, and because of his personality, Fang Yuan unexpectedly figured something out from the hidden admiration in the boy's gaze and his dispirited hand movements rubbing his small belly. He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing with amusement. The person and the system drew their gazes towards him and watched the man laugh uncontrollably, leaning forward and backward. Little friend. Fang Yuan saw his seemingly calm but actually confused expression, couldn't resist going forward, bending down lightly to give him a hug. His voice carried warmth as he affectionately said, "You're really adorable." Fang Yuan had encountered many children. The personalities of youths of this age had already formed. They would curse foul-mouthed words without hesitation, and even many of them had already engaged in sexual relationships. But Mou was the cutest, most obedient, and most innocent kid he'd ever met. Fang Yuan tenderly rubbed his pitch-black soft hair, meeting the boy's clear and pure eyes. He squatted down and gently said, "Don't feel inferior. You are the prettiest child I've ever seen, truly adorable. Daydreaming is cute, lying is cute, and even being inferior feels endearing." Cute to the point where Fang Yuan felt like he might have come across a treasure that has never been cherished, unnoticed among common stones, silently emanating faint yet unique brilliance. Getting praised again. Mou touched his hair where the man's hand heat seemed to still linger. After a long moment, he calmly responded, "Thank you for your compliment. When you receive a compliment, you thank them." 002 had taught him that. Chapter 37, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 5. Fang Yuan was charmed by him once again, standing up and sitting next to him. He put on disposable gloves and began peeling shrimp for him. Juicy shrimps were placed in a small bowl and pushed toward Mou. The refined man wearing glasses smiled, "Eat." Mou hesitated somewhat to pick up the chopsticks. The way he ate gave spectators discomfort, and Mou could sense other people's emotions. He had grown used to this around those few people at the Space-Time Bureau and could remain calm and poised during meals, but he never ate with strangers. "What's wrong?" Fang Yuan saw him hesitate, waited a bit, and then suggested, "Do you want me to feed you?" Mou froze slightly, and silently picked up his chopsticks. From that moment on, every one of his actions gradually made Fang Yuan's natural demeanor look increasingly odd. The shrimp peeling process instinctively slowed down. Mou had his own set of rules when it came to eating. He neatly arranged the spoon and chopsticks, aligning everything on the dining table in an orderly fashion. Even the shrimp shells were reassembled into the original curved shape, hiding any trace of dismemberment. Only then did Mou truly begin to eat. Half of his body was made of flesh and blood, maintaining metabolism so he could recharge or consume food to meet daily consumption needs. Yet, Mou was very principled about his meals, alternating between a bite of vegetables and a bite of rice, with every mouthful carefully calculated through a program. There was no joy in his face while eating, only a feeling of numbness and coldness. At such moments, the former lively yet cool demeanor of Mou completely disappeared. His actions now appeared icy and mechanical, rigid and expressionless. Now no one would doubt that Mou was a machine person. What's wrong with this kid? Fang Yuan's eyebrows twitched, his suspicion growing heavier. This situation couldn't last long as an elegant hand soon took the chopsticks from Mou. Mou paused for a moment before realizing his meal had been taken over. His pitch-black shiny pupils fixedly stared at Fang Yuan, who smiled kindly. "I'll feed you," Fang Yuan said without any hesitation, as if he didn't see the cold, robotic look in Mou's eyes. He picked up a small piece of mushroom and brought it close to Mou's lips. Mou remained silent for quite a long time, letting the piece of mushroom hang near his lips, neither opening his mouth to eat nor refusing Fang Yuan's kindness. His long eyelashes covered the faint green glow flickering in his eyes, trying to decipher Fang Yuan's meaning behind the feeding action. After searching through the data, he realized this kind of behavior usually happened when feeding babies. But he wasn't a baby. 002 slapped the back of his head, "Eat quickly." Mou immediately opened his mouth and ate the piece of mushroom Fang Yuan fed him. Seeing the boy willing to accept his feeding, Fang Yuan sighed in relief. Mouthful by mouthful, he alternated between dishes and rice, feeding Mou with an unimaginably gentle voice. "Later, I can slowly teach you how to eat. For now, let me feed you." Upon hearing this, Mou simply responded with a and took the milk offered by Fang Yuan, raising it and drinking a sip. Fang Yuan himself barely ate much but had already fed Mou a whole bowl of food, clearly enjoying the act as though playing house with a porcelain doll. "Mou, are you full?" Seeing the slower cheek movements, Fang Yuan pulled back his chopsticks at the right time. "Mou, I'm full." Alright, the man finally started to focus on his own meal, which had already grown cold. However, he ate it calmly, not minding the diminished flavor and texture. The young boy across the table stared intently at the man as he ate, his eyes following the movement of the chopsticks. Until Fang Yuan asked him, "Do you have a nickname?" Mou blinked, shaking his head, "No." Fang Yuan nibbled on the chopstick and chuckled, "In that case, shall I give you one? Don't take offense, please." "Okay." Fang Yuan placed the chicken cubes with chili onto the rice, pondering for a while before gently saying, "How about calling you Yor from now on?" This child was too obedient. Fang Yuan instinctively wanted to treat him like an elder to a younger relative, although he knew Mou had reached adulthood. Mou pursed his lips, "Okay." Fang Yuan softly called out, "Yor." Mysteriously, Mou seemed to feel a sense of pleasure with this title, as if his heart was soaked in warm water, soft and heated. He touched the tip of his ear, feeling it wasn't red or hot, thus putting down his hand indifferently, "Thank you." Fang Yuan grinned approvingly and replied with a "MHM." Amazingly, their atmosphere remained exceptionally good until bedtime. Fang Yuan took charge of all the housework, guiding Mou to sit on the sofa and handing him a Rubik's Cube to play with. Mou would generally be fully focused on whatever he did, studying the Rubik's Cube for a long time before finally moving it. A minute later, the perfectly aligned cube lay on the table in front of him. Fang Yuan was brushing the dishes in the kitchen when he heard light footsteps behind him. Turning around, he asked, "Why have you come here?" Mou glanced at the sink in front of him, "Do you need help?" Fang Yuan laughed, "No help is needed, go back to the living room and play with the Rubik's Cube or watch TV. It's heavy in here with the oil smoke." Mou didn't leave to watch TV. Instead, he stepped backward twice, indicating he wouldn't leave, but also refused to be exposed to the oil smoke. Since Fang Yuan couldn't persuade him otherwise, he didn't insist, turning back to continue washing dishes. His long fingers moved through the sudsy sink and were rinsed repeatedly afterward. Soon, wet and clean plates and bowls were put away. Mou's pitch-black eyes stared straight at his hands until he finished tidying up and walked out of the kitchen. This house was a standard 3-bedroom apartment, with exquisite and warm touches everywhere, exuding a strong sense of home. Mou's room was arranged next to Fang Yuan's. After they said goodnight to each other, Mou entered his own room. Looking at the closed door, Mou remained silent for a moment, then turned around and washed up. After cleaning himself, he lay on the bed, gazing fixedly at the ceiling. "Can't you sleep?" 002 asked. "I can't fall asleep," Mou answered. "Are you thinking of returning to the Time-Space Bureau?" 002 inquired, jumping onto his body. "I don't know," Mou said this way. 002 scratched its head in distress and touched his head with a tiny hand. "You still need to figure out how to stick close to Fang Yuan tomorrow, it will take energy, so you must sleep." Mou closed his eyes. Sleep quickly, 002 said seriously, "According to cheesy novel rules, that Ji Liang will surely cause trouble for you tomorrow. We should be ready to fight him." Without opening his eyes, Mou indifferently stated, "A human being, I cannot lose to." Combat robots were specifically designed as weapons for brutal battlefield slaughters. Mou had witnessed more bloody battles than anyone combined. He was both a frontline soldier and an assault machine. There was no one he couldn't kill, and no mission he couldn't complete. Mou has been very obedient. 002's tone softened, "Don't think about unpleasant things from the past, can you just sleep soundly?" "Alright." Chapter 38, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, 6. Early in the morning. Fang Yuan originally intended to leave this young man at home while he drove to work, but wherever he went, Mou followed, like a well-behaved and clingy little dog. After putting away the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Fang Yuan turned around and immediately saw Mou standing rigidly behind him. Facing the expressionless face, Fang Yuan sighed, "Youngster, please step aside." Mou moved aside. Fang Yuan passed by him and placed the bowls and chopsticks into the automatic dishwasher, which he only used when in a hurry. After cleaning everything up, Fang Yuan prepared to pick up his keys and leave the room, only for Mou to quickly follow, clinging closely to his every step. Helplessly turning back, Fang Yuan asked, "Do you want to come with me to work?" Mou tightened his lips and nodded silently. "Well, fine then." Fang Yuan showed incredible patience and tolerance. "Would you like to go to the company together?" A spark of light shone faintly in Mou's eyes. "All right." The journey was quiet, occasionally interrupted by the man's soft inquiries. "Mou, are you nervous?" "Not nervous." Mou was hugging a schoolbag filled with snacks. His belongings were all lost in a flood. He only carried this bag because Fang Yuan feared he might get hungry and stuffed it full of food. The traffic flowed continuously without too much congestion. With full stomachs, they set off with light hearts, time passing unnoticed. Fang Yuan closed the car door and brought Mou into an office where many employees were working hard, their focus deep as though oblivious to outside affairs. Turning to Mou, he smiled, "I'm going to work now. Uncle Air will come later, so it wouldn't be convenient for you to follow me. I'll pick you up at noon, we can have lunch outside, alright?" "I want to follow you, dining in the cafeteria is fine too," Mou replied while adjusting his backpack. The food at the company canteen isn't exactly appetizing. Fang Yuan tried to phrase his words tactfully, the dishes here were actually decent, but Fang Yuan was extremely picky and didn't approve much. Striding confidently forward, his gentle and handsome face lit up with smiles, he whispered, "I'll take you out for a meal, but don't tell anyone I'm treating you separately." Mou blinked and nodded, "All right." Fang Yuan patted the boy's head, "Stay here quietly and don't wander around, okay?" Mou waved goodbye, "All right, see you." Fang Yuan's eyes overflowed with warmth. Not until the boys sat in the corner did Fang Yuan breathe a small sigh of relief. He glanced at the seemingly peaceful employees and turned toward a place to walk. Currently, Fang Yuan wasn't in a rush to start work. He had invited his second uncle, Fang Xian, to come to the company for a private conversation about certain matters. When he arrived at his office, just about to enter, Fang Yuan heard voices coming from inside. "How haven't you come yet? This is so annoying." Fang Yuan immediately recognized whose voice it was, flashes of complexity flickered in his eyes before a smile tugged at his lips. He pushed the door open and walked in. Ji Liang, who was sitting boldly on Fang Yuan's office chair, turned around and was instantly dazzled by the man walking in. Tall with long legs, pale skin, wearing a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, his smile was warm and friendly while his gaze gentle and calm. The white shirt he wore faintly outlined a slim yet muscular waist, the result of regular exercise. Combined with an air of nobility, this man exuded immense charm. Ji Liang's heart started to race. He quickly stood up and raised the reflection letter in his hand, fawning, "I've finished writing my reflection letter. Would you like to take a look, Uncle Fang?" The 20,000-word reflection letter was written for him by someone else overnight. Fang Yuan gave a casual, his gaze shifting away from the office chair Ji Liang had been sitting on, preparing to sit further away. He said, "Just leave it here and go." He didn't want to ask how Ji Liang found him here or how he managed to get inside. His dwindling patience caused Fang Yuan to show clear signs of coldness. Ji Liang wouldn't back down so easily. He stepped forward and handed the reflection letter to Fang Yuan, trying to pull him closer. "This is what I worked hard on. Aren't you going to take a look?" Fang Yuan's eyes grew colder. "This matter is between you and Fang Xian. It has nothing to do with me." He disliked anyone touching him without permission and also despised this boy who made him feel uncomfortable physically and mentally as soon as they met. There were many people Fang Yuan disliked, but he usually wouldn't show it. Toward Ji Liang, who triggered psychological and physical discomfort at first sight, he tried to give the boy the utmost tolerance. Rebuffed repeatedly by Fang Yuan, Ji Liang started feeling annoyed as well. Unable to save face but unwilling to let go of Fang Yuan, who seemed to be top-notch at first glance, Ji Liang regained confidence after looking terrible for a while. "Uncle Fang, has anyone ever told you that you are very handsome?" Fang Yuan avoided him, unwilling to sit near the office chair he had defiled, switching seats and sitting casually on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He responded coolly, "Many people have said that." He couldn't care less about hearing such compliments, finding them noisy and annoying. Fang Yuan knew himself well. Seemingly mild-mannered and courteous on the surface, deep inside, he was quite stubborn and rebellious. His father was a fanatic and his mother was a neurotic, so how normal could Fang Yuan possibly be? The man lounging on the couch pinched his fingers, wanting to smoke a cigarette, but eventually gave up due to Ji Liang's presence nearby. Ji Liang approached and sat beside him, deliberately getting very close. Just as his thigh touched Fang Yuan's, he was abruptly thrown onto the floor with great force. Thump, ah. Fang Yuan paused, calmly withdrawing his hand. This push had been instinctual, he had mild germophobia and didn't like others getting too close. With Ji Liang's sleazy looks and flirtatious talk, his repulsion doubled. Not only did he lose control when pushing, but he almost kicked again afterward. As he looked down at Ji Liang who fell into a sitting position, Fang Yuan's lips curved slightly. "Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Are you okay?" Despite saying that, there was no actual apology in his behavior, and he carelessly added, "Leave now. I don't welcome you here." Ji Liang felt his head bump against the table leg, his bottom hurting as if it would split into two pieces. He rose awkwardly from the ground. "What did you do? You got too close without permission." Fang Yuan gave a mocking light laugh. "Do I need to say you deserved it?" With time passing, his gentle, inclusive exterior gradually peeled off, revealing a commanding and piercing demeanor. However, his tone remained gentle and unruffled. "Are you Ji Liang? Don't test my patience. There are plenty of powerful people out there, your family isn't unique. Don't perceive the world through the shelter provided by old Master Ji. That's just like looking up from the bottom of a well or being blinded by a single leaf." Fang Yuan's gaze turned icy cold as he delivered each word sharply. "Arrogance and tyranny will eventually turn one's arrogance into ashes of misfortune." Standing at the office door, Ji Liang was still immersed in those deep, black eyes of Fang Yuan that held unfathomable darkness. People walking by glanced curiously at Ji Liang standing dumbfounded at the entrance. It took a long while before Ji Liang woke up, drenched in cold sweat, leaving the place with heavy steps. "Why are you so good-looking? Mou, are you really Mou? Call me sister, will you? This skin is really flawless, not a single blemish. Mou, please tell me how you maintain it. Why aren't you talking? You're so cute, ha ha ha." The office was bustling with heads, both men and women lined up row after row around a seat. They bent over eagerly, speaking animatedly to the quiet youth seated there. Their excitement contrasted sharply with their usual seriousness and calmness, their eyes shining brightly like spotlights. This kid was sent over by the mighty Fong. So cute. The young boy sat in his seat, holding a pen in his hand. On closer inspection, his movement seemed a bit stiff, and he tightly pressed his lips together without uttering a word, silently looking down at the small black letters on his notebook. He didn't quite understand why someone with such a weak presence as himself would suddenly be surrounded by a group of people. Mou remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly, "You all." Season Liang outside the door caught sight of Mou surrounded by everyone, his face immediately changing from pale to sullen. He glared hatefully at Mou who had just met his gaze. "You all should return to your seats." Mou and Season Liang exchanged disdainful looks, but Mou's tone was calm and unchanging. "It's work time now." After laughing a little more, the crowd pushed each other and left, revealing a wide aisle. Season Liang walked over from the doorway with his hands in his pockets. As he passed by Mou, he quietly said something threatening, "If you've got guts, don't run." Mou lightly tapped the pen in his hand but did not respond. Season Liang thought Mou was afraid and sneered in disdain, ready to walk past him. Suddenly, a trip occurred, and the same scene from inside the office repeated itself. He crashed to the ground with a loud thud, emitting a painful howl. Mou subtly retracted his foot, paying no attention to Season Liang who was writhing and screaming beside his feet. He stared intently at a fairy tale book that had been inexplicably shoved into his hands. Everyone was startled by the sound of Season Liang falling and his cries of pain, their faces a mix of shock and suppressed laughter as they tried their best to maintain composure for his sake. "Damn it!" A hand grabbed the collar of Mou's shirt and easily hoisted him up. Season Liang's face contorted with anger and hatred. "How dare you play around with me?" Hoisted from his seat, Mou looked at Season Liang's angry red face and found dealing with this kind of person quite meaningless. How could such a person become the child of fortune? 002 whispered nearby, "This brat is full of malice despite being so young. Not only does he flirt with both genders, he has even caused many girls to lose their babies, warping his mind into a twisted mess. Little Mou, don't go easy on him, tear him apart." Upon hearing these words from 002, Mou reached out and gripped Season Liang's wrist. His delicate palm appeared to merely rest there, yet an unbearable tingling sensation spread from the contact area across the skin like an electric current throughout the body. Season Liang turned pale and instinctively let go, stepping back several paces. Mou lowered his hand and stared straight at him through his dark pupils. There was an abyssal stillness in them, devoid of any fluctuations or emotions. Mou said, "You should go back to your own seat." Season Liang clenched his fists, barely suppressing the impulse to throw a punch in front of everyone. With an iron-gray complexion, he heavily stepped away from there. For the rest of the time, with nothing else to do, Mou once again started zoning out. As the end of day time arrived, the young boy finally drew his eyes away from the window and looked at the surrounding people gradually leaving. Some were heading home, some prepared to go shopping. Several female employees wanted to invite Mou to join them for some desserts, but the boy shook his head and declined. They did not insist. "We'll bring it back to you later. The desserts are really good. Do you want some mousse? Or how about tea?" Mou nodded, "Thank you." Unable to resist, one female colleague pinched his cheeks, overwhelmed by cuteness. "Mou, won't you come along and hang out with your big sister?" Mou gently rubbed his cheek and shook his head again. Once things quieted down, the boy stood up from his position. With a calm and indifferent expression, he didn't wait for Fang Yuan to finish work and find him. Instead, he walked toward a secluded direction, bypassing main roads where crowds gathered, favoring smaller alleys. Gradually, the subtle footsteps behind him became clearer. The person tailing him was surprised at Mou's apparent audacity, and their attitude also began to grow more brazen. Deep within the alley, once they were sure no one else was around, Mou finally turned around. Behind him, a few gangsters loomed, their hair dyed in various colors. Some even had cigarettes dangling from their mouths. They eyed the handsome Mou arrogantly, filled with disdain. "Kid, you've dared to offend someone you shouldn't have. We'll give you a lesson to teach you who's in charge here. Can a penniless boy compare with wealthy masters?" While talking, they closed in around him, flexing their fists, ready to administer an unforgettable and profound punishment. Mou licked the corner of his molars and smiled, a rare smile breaking across his face. Chapter 39 Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, 7. Fang Yuan, you have a call. A woman with impeccable makeup and fashionable attire pushed open the door, shouting at the man who was busy typing on his computer. Fang Yuan disengaged from his work mode. He looked up at the clock after massaging his temple and realized he'd lost track of time again. He stood up and approached her. "What happened?" The woman's face turned pale. "The call said that the child you brought over got into a fight with someone else, and an ambulance was called." Even though Fang Yuan was usually calm, this news shocked him enough to visibly change expression. "Where are they?" The woman hurriedly replied, "Don't worry. Mr. Fang Xian stepped in to mediate and is handling things at the police station." Fang Yuan's heart raced anxiously as he drove recklessly on the road, narrowly missing several people. He worried deeply. How could such a sweet and adorable child like Mou get into a fight? How much blood must have been spilled? The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. After struggling, Fang Yuan finally arrived, not even bothering to knock before pushing the door open. Mou, looking perfectly fine without any scratches, calmly turned to look at him with a composed demeanor. Fang Yuan. He seemed fine. Where's the blood coming from? Ouch. 2 weak groans came from the side, and only then did Fang Yuan notice there were other people present, 2 men bruised so badly they looked like pig heads. They also had dyed yellow hair, clearly identifying them as troublemakers. Several policemen sat nearby making records, their faces grim. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Yuan's eyes, but before he could ask, Fang Xian gestured toward him. Nephew, you're here. I accidentally passed by the fight scene, so I decided to report it and call an ambulance. I wanted to leave after reporting it, but the child kept saying you're his guardian, and since he beat those people up so severely, I stayed and helped the police make peace. With Fang Xian's previous social status in politics, the authorities wouldn't dare to refuse his intervention. Standing still, Fang Yuan managed to stabilize his rapid heartbeat and tried hard to smile as he walked in and addressed the principal. Uncle, this is my adopted child from a few days ago. Mou is very obedient and shy. We should observe more carefully and find out why this happened. Fang Xian's gaze turned complex and difficult to read. He beat them up this bad. Shy. Obedient? That must be some outrageous lie. Fang Yuan glanced coldly at the 2 towering boys. What exactly happened? We should understand the full context before jumping to conclusions based on the results. Fang Yuan vaguely recognized these 2 individuals. Their fathers had shared drinks with him at banquets before. They were wealthy families, and their sons were nothing more than rowdy lackeys prone to causing irritation. Recalling how Ji Liang had already provoked him once today, combined with observing the shorter-than-average, delicate yet beautiful Mou, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He really hadn't felt this irritable toward anyone in a long time. Worried about this matter escalating too quickly, Fang Yuan's expression grew increasingly serious. Even if there's no bone injury or blood loss involved, this might seem trivial for us, but for a well-behaved and obedient child like Mou. Fang Xian chimed in appropriately. All but 2 can stand, the rest are hospitalized. Fang Yuan choked momentarily. Fang Xian, dressed casually, was in his 50s, tall and slim like Fang Yuan, wearing glasses and holding a thermal cup. He sat properly on the sofa, having retired from officialdom to lead a life of leisure, exuding a calm elegance with every move. He sipped some chrysanthemum tea while his gaze remained complex. 13 people total, just 2 standing now, 5 fractures, 5 head injuries, 1 unconscious. This is what you call shy, obedient, polite, and understanding. Is his nephew blind? Mou knitted his eyebrows together, realizing he might have caused trouble. At the moment of fighting, he felt somewhat happy but hadn't considered the consequences. The ambulances blared everywhere, and the police invited him for tea before he fully comprehended the situation. Did I violate criminal law? 002 gasped. No, definitely not. It's not that severe. Fang Yuan looked at Mou's delicate young face with suspicion, unable to connect the incredible act he'd heard about with this small frame. Mou, is it true? Being an honest child, Mou nodded obediently. Yes. Fang Yuan walked over and patted his head, gazing at the clearly unharmed Mou with a smile that never seemed to change. Then I'll ask you this, why did you beat them up? To defend myself. Mou didn't know much else but understood that he had to stick to his side of the story. He began to justify his actions and lodge complaints against the others. They said they wanted to teach me a lesson, they knew who was not to be messed with. Hearing these words, Fang Xian paused slightly, his initially amused eyes flashing with a cold sneer. You're making it sound like you're in a gang. Who's trouble and who to avoid? Ji Liang's father wouldn't dare say such things even if he came here. Fang Yuan also chuckled and thought that Ji Liang's father needed a lesson for teaching his son such terrible manners. Shall we settle this privately or let it go through official procedures? Fang Xian casually remarked, it's primarily up to you 2 to decide. I'm just an old man who has retired and doesn't want to get too involved. It's difficult to judge every matter accurately. Ji Liang had planned to intimidate Mou but could never have guessed that this seemingly frail boy would fight off 13 people, putting 11 of them in the hospital. Mou leaned closer to the man beside him, lowering his voice. Do I have to pay compensation? He currently had no money. Fang Yuan also lowered his tone. No worries, if there's any compensation needed, I'll cover it. This was self-defense, Mou. If you hadn't fought back, you'd probably be in the hospital now. Mou's eyes brightened momentarily. Then can I claim compensation? Fang Yuan was surprised by this unexpected response. After a brief pause, he chuckled. What's your reason? Compensation for mental distress. Mou started calculating the psychological damage he had suffered. They terrified me greatly, causing a mental breakdown which activated my potential, allowing me to defeat 13 people. Calculated according to a program created by Lin Feng once, they should compensate me 1.3 million yuan. 002 silently sighed, finding it quite outrageous. Lin Feng's usual mischief matched well with Mou's obedient nature. One dared to teach and the other dared to learn. What none of them realized was that this compensation program for mental distress was made by all the souls in 002 and implanted in MOU's mind precisely to prevent such situations where a naive robot might fall prey to evil human schemes. Feng Xian's expression became somewhat bizarre as he glanced at the police officers jotting down notes nearby. Was this extortion? Or were they causing trouble right in front of the police? Feng Yuan asked with a laugh, do you really want them to pay compensation? MOU eagerly nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan looked toward the two hooligans who had been quietly standing in the corner for quite some time and indicated with a tilt of his chin that they approach. The faces of these troublemakers turned very pale, and upon closer inspection, one could see fear etched on them. No one knows what they had gone through earlier, but now they nervously avoided meeting MOU's gaze, shoving each other as they stepped forward hesitantly. Feng Yuan questioned them, are you willing to pay compensation? After exchanging glances, they couldn't help but recall the ghostly figure who had darted around the woods earlier. They both took deep breaths before shouting loudly. We are willing. Please be our leader. Feng Yuan. Feng Xian. Unconcerned with what the humans called him, MOU paid more attention to their willingness to pay. 002, we've got money, MOU whispered softly to the small glowing ball on his shoulder. 002 strangely remained silent for several seconds, then stretched out its little hand, great job, MOU. You've earned your first bucket of gold on just the second day, amazing. Who cares about the source, a child must always be praised. A delicately white palm connected with the tiny hand of the glowing orb. MOU said shyly, all thanks to your teachings. 002 almost choked from the embarrassment. Chapter 40, Section 8, Gentle Boyfriend Falls in Love with Me. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. The glow of the setting sun illuminated cheerful faces walking lightly along uneven paths, casting intersecting shadows across their paths. MOU shook off the people behind him calling out, boss, and followed the tall man ahead toward home. The sunset extended the shadows incredibly long, thin and long like a mischievous black snake moving playfully ahead near his feet, teasing him and avoiding capture. MOU stared at the shadow moving alongside his feet without blinking. After a while, unable to contain himself any longer, he quietly extended his toes to press down on the pointed tip of the shadow. There was no reaction from the man ahead, as if he hadn't noticed the boy's antics. Feeling braver, MOU took another step forward, pressing the head of the shadow underfoot so it wouldn't move anymore. The shadow played a little game with him, swaying left, MOU moved left. Swinging right, MOU followed right. Suddenly darting forward quickly, MOU instinctively ran to follow, but the shadow stopped abruptly. Losing his balance, MOU stumbled and ended up falling into a warm embrace. Above his head came stifled laughter, little MOU, isn't my shadow fun? MOU remained in the embrace for a few seconds before realizing what had happened. He blankly looked up and met a pair of warm, gentle eyes that were brimming with affectionate indulgence. Caught tightly in his arms, MOU didn't know what to say. His sneakers' toes touched against a pair of shiny leather shoes, revealing only white sneakers that hesitantly rubbed against the ground and backed away from the black leather shoes. Sorry. MOU lowered his head as he stepped out of the embrace, I shouldn't have played with your shadow. Feng Yuan pinched his cheeks. The elegant fingers, long and delicate like jade, were strikingly beautiful, capturing MOU's attention. It's alright, I'm not angry. Satisfied, Feng Yuan released him. He had long noticed the faint roundness on the boy's cheek and wanted nothing more than to pinch it. Are you hurt anywhere today? Feng Yuan placed an arm around MOU's shoulder, leading him toward the direction of his car, his broad shoulders easily cradling MOU in a way that looked incredibly intimate from afar. MOU stayed silent, immediately drawing the young man's attention. Why aren't you speaking? Are you injured? Feng Yuan's usually calm demeanor turned cold and serious, the usually gentle tone carrying a hint of frost. MOU shook his head inside Feng Yuan's embrace. I don't know. You don't know. Feng Yuan laughed wryly, tapping his finger against the boy's head. How can you not know? Do you feel any pain anywhere? A flicker of confusion crossed MOU's eyes. I don't feel pain. How could you possibly not feel pain? Feng Yuan tried to force the truth out about where the injuries might be but couldn't bear to be upset at the boy's lost and perplexed gaze. He swiftly guided the boy toward his car. Once they reached the destination, Feng Yuan opened the car door succinctly. Get in, we'll examine your body after we get home. They both climbed into the car and headed straight for their destination. Feng Yuan drove at the maximum speed limit, striving to return to the neighborhood as soon as possible. Upon entering the house, the tall, slim figure first entered, took out a pair of slippers, and placed them by the feet of the newcomer. MOU changed into slippers, silently placing his own sports shoes back into the cabinet. He was then ordered to sit next to the sofa while Feng Yuan retrieved the medical kit from his room. When he returned with the small box in hand, all he saw was MOU standing near the couch, wearing only shorts and carefully inspecting his injuries. As Feng Yuan's eyes scanned downward, he noticed large patches of purple bruising on MOU's thin legs, most notably around the knees and lower, and this dark color stood out alarmingly against the porcelain white skin, marring the otherwise perfect body with glaring imperfections. He stood there a moment longer, then walked over, pressing MOU down onto the couch, placing his slender legs on his own lap without a word. His fingertips gently brushed the surface of the bruises. His voice slightly hoarse, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Mou gave the same reply, "I do not feel pain." Fang Yuan questioned, "If you don't feel pain, why are you injured?" Mou opened his mouth to explain, yet even he was unsure why his human-like characteristics existed. The creator had said he was both a failure and a masterpiece, able to bleed, get hurt, and die, while his brain housed flowing data and his beating heart carried a core chip. A half-life entity made Mou immune to aging or growing taller, with a limited lifespan. As a semi-mechanical being, Mou failed to understand emotions, societal rules, or moral judgments. Something struck him, "Am I supposed to feel pain?" "You are supposed to feel pain," Fang Yuan softly replied, rubbing medicinal oil onto the bruise inch by inch, his voice soothing. Crying, laughing, feeling pain, these are basic physiological phenomena common to everyone. Mou stared at his bruised calves, responding mechanically once again, "I do not feel pain." Fang Yuan suddenly increased the pressure, pressing his fingers forcefully onto the bruised area of Mou's leg, causing the boy to shiver involuntarily. "You're trembling." Fang Yuan's seemingly gentle gaze fixed on Mou, his tone inscrutable. "You obviously experience pain, but you insist otherwise. Why?" No extra emotion appeared on Mou's pale face as he instinctively recoiled from Fang Yuan's touch due to the pain, yet his expression remained unnaturally calm. "I do not feel pain." Such words seemed to have become an obsession in the boy's bones. Even with the facts right in front of him, he obstinately repeated that he didn't feel pain. Fang Yuan released his fingertips and started rubbing Mou's legs, his eyes curved as he said, "I understand. You're very brave, not afraid of pain." His voice was soft and laced with a smile, not caring why Mou had such an overly stubborn attitude. His pale pink lips were as beautiful as flower petals, their upward curve likable. His slow speech made it seem casual. "Mou, are you really an orphan?" Mou couldn't grasp his tone or the meaning behind it, but 002 understood. The fur on its back stood on end, and its small hands tightly gripped onto the clothes on Mou's shoulders. The warm-toned lighting cast a cold halo, the atmosphere instantly dropping to freezing point. The big and small figures on the sofa stared at each other, one as elegant as jade, the other icy and refined. Despite their equally handsome appearances, they formed a peculiar magnetism. Mou remained quiet for a long time before silently nodding, averting Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan didn't say much. The tall man placed his hand on the boy's wound and carefully massaged it, working out the bruises on his legs. Not until he finished this did he slightly lean down closer to Mou's face, his intangible oppressive aura spreading out. The light above cast shadows from his tousled hair, covering his usually gentle brows and eyes. All that could be seen was the man's prominent nose tip and the lighter lips below. Fang Yuan chuckled lowly in his ear, "Little friend, you're really bad at lying." Mou's ear tips turned faintly red. He pulled his leg away and retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the man who had come too close. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Mou's ear tips for a long while without saying anything. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mou felt a touch of warmth on his ears, so fleeting it seemed like an illusion. Just as he wanted to turn his head to see what it was, he heard Fang Yuan's familiar voice. "Are you tired? Go take a shower." Mou blankly looked at him. Fang Yuan flicked his fingertips, a cool, smooth sensation still lingering there. He continued to smile, unlike his usual manner where his laughter doesn't quite reach his eyes. Now there was sincere amusement. "Take a shower, then go to sleep obediently." Inside the bathroom, the shower head splashed water downwards, warm water flowing smoothly over the skin. This time, Mou did not choose the bathtub. Standing naked under the spray, he watched the water flow across his body, falling drop by drop from his fingertips. The clear, bright water droplets reflected what appeared to be his face, an expression calm and indifferent. Mou didn't know what he was thinking. He stared at himself, yet also seemed not to be seeing himself. Amidst the steam-filled bathroom, he stood rigidly as if he wasn't washing himself, but rather receiving some unknown signal. An illusory sound echoed through the void, a noise ingrained deeply in Mou's genes that he could never forget, a nightmare that had accompanied him for centuries of struggle. G3671. Mou strained his ears, confusion and struggle appearing in his vacant pupils. G3671. The sound grew closer, becoming distinctly audible within his ears. Inside was a cruel and frantic laughter, asking a single question. G3671, do you feel pain? Mou's pupils constricted abruptly, fear flashing through his eyes. Snap. The sound of broken tiles attracted the attention of someone outside. Fang Yuan paused his actions as he laid out the bed, immediately turning his head towards the bedroom door. Mou. Are you okay? Fang Yuan knocked on the door. Answer me. What happened? Did you fall? Seeing that the bathroom door wouldn't budge no matter what, Fang Yuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular arms. With one powerful kick, he slammed against it, producing loud reverberations. After an unknown duration, a small opening appeared in the gap of the door, allowing Fang Yuan to rush inside, startled by the chaotic aftermath inside the bathroom. Broken tiles lay scattered across the floor mixed with human blood, the result of a forceful punch. The teenager knelt amidst the sharp shards, his thin, pale body trembling slightly. His jet black hair stuck to his face, hiding his delicate, somber features. His knees, feet, and hands were covered in torn flesh, contrasting painfully against his otherwise flawless body. The wounds were white, washed clean by the water, and streams of blood, rinsed by the hot water from above, pooled into a puddle beneath him before slowly draining into the sewer outlet. Mou, upon hearing the commotion, slowly lifted his head, exposing cheeks pale with fear. Despite his shaking body due to terror, his expression remained calm, giving Fang Yuan no hint of any abnormality. Mou. Fang Yuan took 2 cautious steps towards him, holding his breath. What happened? Mou stared blankly at him for half a moment, remaining unresponsive even as he was held in the embrace. Fang Yuan didn't dare to provoke him or ask what had caused this. He bent down, cradling the boy gently in his arms and carefully carrying him out of the bathroom. Mou barely lasted a few seconds in Fang Yuan's embrace before finding some sense of security, which lessened his fear slightly. The recurring voice in his mind began to wrap around him again. G3671, do you feel pain? Mou fluttered his eyelashes and suddenly asked, should I be in pain? Fang Yuan's hurried steps paused momentarily as he snapped angrily, of course you should be in pain with your injuries. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. Mou's voice remained eerily flat, without ripples. He murmured tonelessly, is that so? That night, on the hospital bed, the sleeping teenager dreamt. The environment in the dream mirrored his present reality, pitch black and freezing cold. The rhythmic beeping of laboratory equipment sounded in the dim room where only the operating table was illuminated. A standing man hummed casually while lifting the scalpel and expertly slicing through the skin of the young boy lying on the table. Silver flashes interwove before the boy's eyes, and a piercing, bone-chilling pain shot through his body. Curled up in agony on the operating table, he moaned softly, pain. Pain. The man paused briefly, his exquisite eyebrows arching with mocking laughter behind his mask. His muffled voice carried malicious tones, can a robot feel pain? As he spoke, he swung his hand and plunged the blade into the boy's leg, exposing the raw flesh and blood and faint metal frames beneath it. Half of the boy's body consisted of human flesh and blood, the other half of metallic parts. Without stopping, the man sliced deeper, cutting muscles apart, and pulled out a small piece of metal, which he examined idly in his hand. The man's laughter grew wild and unrestrained as he showed the bloody piece of metal to the boy on the bed. It appeared all too vivid against the dark backdrop. G3671, do you feel pain? G3671 endured the excruciating pain, helplessly staring at his bones shimmering with an icy sheen of machinery, a stark reminder of his humble identity as merely an AI robot. This man was a true-to-form mad scientist who shook the bone mockingly, sneering, G3671, you're just a robot, you don't cry, don't laugh, and certainly don't feel pain. Don't utter such ridiculous words during my experiments. Despite being contradicted this way, the robot could still say nothing but, I'm in pain. And so? The man continued to laugh, cool indifference reflected in his pale irises. What does it matter to me? Elegant and calculated, he drew another incision on the slender leg of the youth with his surgical knife, crimson blood flowing steadily down. Wrapped in thin rubber gloves, the long fingers of the man became stained with traces of red. He systematically operated on the robot. His voice was deep and melodic, this deranged researcher laughed until his eyes reddened from the corners. Each gesture was casual yet refined. Good boy, repeat after your master. The robot obeyed the owner's command. The man tilted his head and grinned, I don't feel pain. The robot repeated expressionlessly, I don't feel pain. The man enunciated slowly, I am born cheap. The robot echoed silently, I am born cheap. The man pronounced imperiously, I serve humanity. The robot bowed deeply, I serve humanity. This last statement turned into an eternal shackle binding the young boy forever, leaving no hope of liberation. I am just a robot. The boy looked at his own bleeding wounds, the fresh scars on his body, and dumbly repeated. I am just a robot. Chapter 41, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 9. Mou often realized one thing in many moments. He must not feel pain, must not cry, and must not smile when he's happy. Crowds flowed past, a handsome yet frosty youth walked with his backpack through a world where robots and humans had long been coexisting. His slim figure was marked by a barcode on his wrist, a clear sign of merchandise. The creator said, you are merely a robot. The humans said, G3671 holds extraordinary utilitarian value. They cultivated robotic embryos in laboratories, raising weak infants there and forcing them repeatedly into countless experiments over decades instead of letting them live their lives like normal humans. Their brains were replaced, inside their heads, intricate data cables of varied colors were installed. The heart was preserved and then covered with a core chip on the surface. The bones were removed, replaced by steel frames. Hormones to stimulate potential were injected into the muscles, significantly shortening each test subject's lifespan. Humans had remodeled their own kind into another species, and then stood above it all as they legally declared that robots have no political status, they are not citizens. Mou saw the exceptionally handsome man fall before he could kill his master. The man gazed at him with an odd expression, like observing a completely new species. The man laughed aloud. G3671, you're resisting me. Resisting humanity. His eyes held mocking laughter, his long fingers caressing Mou's cheeks. For all his striking appearance, the man was undoubtedly insane. That is truly. He laughed harder, breathless from the exertion. That's absolutely wonderful. Mou lay over the man, his fingers loosely encircling the man's neck. This ostensibly deadly grip lacked any strength. He couldn't bring himself to do it. The man raised him since he was an embryo. Every detail of his existence unfolded under the Creator's watchful eyes. Tissue, heart, organs, blood vessels. A tiny embryo developed into a newborn child. On the day this baby was born, it was the Creator who bent down to deliver the first embrace he ever received in this world. This was his master, Creator, Father. The man continued laughing and touched the hand around his neck with his fingertips, and inexplicably, Mou loosened his grip, unable to hold on to his master in that killing stance any longer. The Creator looked at him and mocked, you see? Slavery in your very bones. You let go just because I told you to. And yet, you dare talk about rebellion? Mou didn't dare to utter a word of dissent. He shrank back a few steps, silently hugging his knees, tears dropping one after another, hitting the ground with a sound of plop, plop. Seeing this, the Creator paused momentarily, softening his tone unexpectedly. Are you crying? Can robots cry? Can robots feel sorrow? Mou couldn't say anything. He cried more, trembling fearfully and pitifully clutching himself as he cowered before his Creator, sobbing miserably. Then, a pair of arms wrapped around him, pulling him into an embrace. The Creator held him like cradling a newborn baby. He would never usually embrace a robot. For G3671, this last remembered embrace occurred on the day the robot was born. So small, so soft, this child-unfriendly Creator instinctively wanted to hug him, breaking tradition as he knelt down to cradle the infant tenderly in his arms. Now, the Creator embraced him again, feeling a flicker of surprise. My. When did that tiny baby grow so much? Crying, feeling pain, trembling in his arms like a frightened soul. G3671, you wish to rebel against mankind? He'd never been this gentle when speaking to the young boy in his arms. The robot continued crying, his voice trembling, I don't know. The Creator chuckled neurotically, I love this idea of yours, good boy. Since you don't know, why not listen to your master's words? Would you agree? The robot stopped trembling and replied, yes. He had always been obedient. The Creator lifted his face, his pale irises showed little emotion but harbored faint traces of a smile. You're a failure, having thoughts of resistance. But you're also my best creation, among countless robots, only you possess humanity's innate longing for freedom. G3671, today your master grants you a new identity, human. Since you're human, fight against the injustices you endure, strive for what you deserve, and tell those dog-begotten humans that you are not a robot without feelings or emotions. The robot listened to him dumbfounded. The Creator asked, do you dare to resist? The robot didn't know how to answer. The Creator shook his head compassionately, sighing, I touch your hand, and you can't even continue trying to kill me. How will such a weakling dare to resist all of humanity on your own? After that, he curved his lips into a smile, his tone gradually becoming seductive, now I give you one final mission. The robot bowed humbly, please command. Kill me. Startled, the robot looked up, incredulous of what he had heard. The Creator erupted into wild laughter. Only by killing me will you understand what it means to resist, and know the taste of freedom. A cowardly robot needs a catalyst to grow into a qualified leader. He gestured to the robot, exposing his pale neck with confidence, come over here, kill me. Finish what you couldn't do earlier. The robot crawled on his knees toward him, too afraid to reach out. The Creator took his hand and placed it on his neck, ordering, kill me, you coward. G3671 tried to pull his hand away in fear, stammering, no. I won't. Slap. A red handprint appeared on the porcelain white face of the robot, who was slapped so hard that he turned his head and forgot to struggle. The Creator struck him with a slap, mocking, you're useless garbage. Mou's tears fell rapidly down his cheeks, but still he wouldn't apply force, stubbornly trying to withdraw his hand, I won't hurt you. Why won't you hurt me? The man with striking good look seemed to have heard some big joke, laughing so hard that he bent over, because I raised you. Gave you thin love. How can you be so stupid as to be this ridiculous? He said cruelly, I raised you to conduct experiments. I gave you a little bit of love just to keep you locked in the lab. All I did was for scientific research, for my career, while only you, this ignorant fool of a robot, would treat everything I've given as precious. I'll say it again, kill me, it's an order. Mou interrupted him, father. The man's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, as he hadn't expected the robot to suddenly burst out with such a title. Mou silently pulled his hand away this time, easily freeing himself, as if the man had no strength left to stop him, staring dumbfounded at the hands that had just left his neck. Not knowing what to say after a long moment, he murmured softly, strange robot. These two words made his heart race like a drumbeat. Mou, for the first time, boldly sought affection. He leaned forward, trying to get closer to the man, surprisingly not being pushed away in disgust, which gave him the courage to continue. He tentatively stretched out his slender arms, which were covered in grotesque scars from experimental surgeries. His whole body was riddled with them, never having a day without pain. For a robot's healing speed, there wouldn't even be a scar within a few months, yet the man stared blankly at his arm as he reached out and wrapped it around his waist, hugging cautiously. In no time, a small black head burrowed into his chest, and the young robot snuggled closely into his embrace, as if none of the past decades' abuse had ever happened. He clung to him with such dependence. "Father." The young robot called again. Thump thump thump. His heartbeat suddenly became fierce up to his throat. The creator held his breath, feeling his racing pulse, all muscles unconsciously tightening, unable to utter a word. It seemed that he had suddenly gained a sense of responsibility as a father, the fragile figure in his arms too gaunt, making the creator subconsciously think. How skinny. Then he realized, 3 operations a month, irregular blood draws and tissue cutting, lack of nutritional food supply, only some cheap nutrient solution maintaining basic functions, plus high-intensity tasks assigned by the government. He was truly a terrible father. For the first time, the creator willingly embraced him tightly, asking, "Do you see me as your father?" The young robot replied, "You've always been." Careful supervision during the embryonic stage, an uncontrollable hug at birth, teaching him to walk and talk as a child, feeding him patiently despite his impatience. The creator blinked, realizing a very peculiar fact. He had raised a baby. And I'm such an unqualified one. If that was the case, then he was indeed the kind of father who deserved punishment. The creator stroked the young man's head in his arms gently and said, "I'll make up for it, but now, I'll give you a name." The young robot asked, "Can I have a name?" "You can." The creator sat on the ground holding him and started seriously thinking about names, his fingers moving rapidly as if calculating something. The man said, "The name those abusive dogs gave me has long been discarded, and Dad doesn't have a name now either." "What kind of name do you want?" The young robot wasn't sure what kind of name he should have. In truth, he thought he didn't deserve any of them, let alone proposing one himself. The creator remembered something. He pulled out a beautiful black jade from his white lab coat. It was adorned with a red string. He put the jade around the robot's neck. Its pure black color accentuated the robot's very snowy skin, dazzlingly captivating to look at. That couple deserved to die. Before I killed them, they had an attack of conscience and left me something. The creator lay on the ground, tightly hugging his small robot, rubbing his chin against the other's short hair as he said lazily. "It's the only thing they've ever given me, and now I give it to you. From now on, your name will be MOU." The robot wearing the MO jade also took his new name. Holding the jade around his neck, he felt this rare embrace in his life, indulging in silent joy. The creator didn't live long after holding this child. His twisted understanding of love made him smile as he said, "Now, it's time for me to compensate you." No one had ever loved the creator, so the creator had his own understanding of love, which was different from the norm and extremely distorted and complicated. A child must kill their parents before growing up, it is both an offering and a step toward maturity. A child must endure abuse and torment, it is for their own good. A child can be discarded, killed, trampled, and treated as pitiful beings who need charity. The creator thought that this was how he himself had grown up. And so the little robot would have to follow the same path. Perhaps he didn't know that in a nursery many years ago, when he saw one of his own creations lying quietly in swaddling clothes, so soft and small, an infant unintentionally touched his heartstrings. This was his child, created using his own genes, with the creator's blood flowing through him, making him his biological son. So he leaned down and gave this child an embrace. And thus, a seed of fatherhood was planted. The current creator thought to himself, he should die now, and this child was about to grow up. He took out the surgical knife he always used. This blade had cut open MOU's body time and again, taking countless organs. The young man saw the scalpel and began to cling to himself in fear, thinking that his father had finally remembered to punish him for being disobedient. But this time was different. The scalpel was placed in the hands of the young man, and the man's face showed a neurotic smile as he repeated, "Good boy, are you listening?" "I'm listening." The man's smile grew wider. His sharp and bold features curved as he addressed MOU in a way he never had before, "Don't be afraid. Now, it's your turn." MOU looked at him blankly and incomprehensibly. He hadn't understood yet what was happening until he couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror, staring at the blood spraying in front of him. The man held his hand, pressing the sharp blade into his own major artery. This agile and skilled hand had once coldly and mercilessly deprived countless lives. Now, the final life taken would be his own. He carved into his own artery, leaving deep wounds, and the spurted blood splattered onto MOU's pale and beautiful face, mingling with his dark pupils, leaving behind an unclear crimson. The creator collapsed on the ground, his neck spurting blood like a fountain, dirty blood turning his white lab coat into a blood-stained gown. Face filled with satisfaction, he looked at the frozen-in-place MOU while smiling contentedly, his throat destroyed and unable to speak, only managing to spit out blood with every attempt. MOU shakily crawled forward, placing his hand on the man's neck, trying to stop the uncontrollable flow of blood. The creator struggled to say a few words, "You've grown up. My child, now you've grown up. Go, rebel. Rebel against your father, against humans, fight for the freedom you deserve. My blood is your first step to growing up, from now on you won't be weak anymore, nor will you crave affection. Actually, I wanted to say something, I love you. But I'd never say such nauseating and disgusting words, it would only make me sick and uneasy. You've made me lose myself, transforming me from a cold-blooded research genius into this grotesque form. The creator closed his eyes and spoke his last words. Get lost. You're such an annoying thing. Chapter 42, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 10. In the dead silence of the hospital's deep night, viewed through the window, a bright moon hung high, its radiant light cascading down through the windows, faintly outlining the contours of the room. Fong Yuan woke up from the cold on the sofa in a single hospital room. A gust of chilly wind made his body shiver as he slowly opened his eyes amidst the biting breeze. He was not yet fully awake when he was startled by the sight of a young man sitting cross-legged on the bed nearby. Mou sat with his back to him, thin and lonely, with both legs dangling off the edge of the bed. His soft, pale hands rested properly on his knees. The window in front of him had been opened at some point, and he quietly gazed at the moon outside. The silver moonlight blurred the side of his figure. Fong Yuan couldn't make out his expression, but he could sense the boy's mood wasn't good from the surrounding air pressure. Mou, aren't you going to sleep? Fong Yuan asked hoarsely. The young man was jolted back to awareness by his voice, turning his head slightly to reveal his profile. His long lashes didn't flicker as he responded indifferently, I can't sleep. Fong Yuan remembered that Mou had fallen asleep earlier. Straightening up, he put on his shoes and walked over to sit beside him. There wasn't much distance between him and this thin youth, but from the silhouette alone, it seemed as though the adult was comfortingly sitting by the boy's side. He mirrored the boy's gaze toward the moon, his upright spine making for an attractive sight. His pristine white shirt accentuated the strength in his build. As Fong Yuan looked at the moon through the window, he stretched out his hand to catch the moonlight. Pale light filtered through his fingers while his voice remained surprisingly gentle, today's moonlight is beautiful. Has looking at it made your mood any better? Mou said, no. He hadn't managed to find a good mood in the beautiful moonlight, instead, his curiosity about something deep within only grew stronger. Mou also extended his fingers to catch the moonlight. His skin was extremely fair, and under the pale glow, this robot appeared to have lost its last remnants of human warmth. In the light, it was evident that Mou no longer belonged to the human realm. The young man stared fixedly at his own flawless hands. They were too perfect and exquisite, giving rise to an eerie feeling of unreal fragility. This gene came from the creator. That man had fine-tuned the genes even before the embryo developed, extracting the most perfect features from Mou's being. Hence, Mou naturally grew into someone refined and handsome, conforming perfectly to the creator's desire for control, so fragile and harmless. Mou asked, did your father love you? Fong Yuan hadn't expected such a question and fell silent for a few seconds before curling up a smile and muttering softly, not very much, and not completely unloving either. What do you mean? Mou pressed. He did love me, Fong Yuan stated plainly, but there were many things more important than me in his life, his wife, his parents, his career. I probably ranked behind all those. The young man began to understand, if your father were willing to die for you, would that be called love? Fong Yuan chuckled, if he was willing to give his life, then surely he must have loved you a lot. Mou nodded and shook his head, puzzled, I don't know. He abused his child for 18 years, personally turned his son into a monstrous thing, and then willingly gave up his life once he learned that his child had thoughts of rebellion. Humans are truly strange, thought Mou, who had observed them for centuries without ever fully understanding. The creator was the first human Mou had loved. He saw that man as his father, as his life, as his soul. So, despite being beaten and scolded, he refused to leave. Mou thought that if the creator had simply given him an embrace at that time, he might have continued living as a mere puppet rather than choosing to defy societal rules. But the creator did not choose to keep him as a puppet. Instead, like always, he easily made another decision, ending his own life with his surgical knife. Before dying, he said, get lost. Mou spent a long time lost in confusion over the next few hundred years. At the time, he wasn't sure what reaction was appropriate. He should follow the creator's orders, but for the first time, he chose to disobey. Defying the creator's command, he did not leave but instead embraced the man, kissing his cheek and sobbing, "Live, don't leave me alone." The creator said nothing, merely giving him a faint smile, staring directly at Mou's face with an unprecedented seriousness, as if trying to engrave Mou's features onto his mind forever, hoping that even in hell after drinking Mengpa soup, he wouldn't forget. In his arms, the creator passed away peacefully. Before death, he left the small robot with one final gift, a name. But Mou still didn't know his name. Insane humans, incomprehensible robots, this pair was the strangest combination in the world. Is a father like that loving his child? Mou asked the adult by his side. Fong Yuan paused and thought before slowly responding, in my view, it might be love. But he himself may not even know, he deeply loves his own child from the bottom of his heart. A person like that is truly pitiful. We don't know what he went through to form such a twisted character, unable to express his love and incapable of understanding his innermost feelings, ultimately compensating with his life. Such feelings would make the recipient very tired, just like now. Fong Yuan dipped the side of his hand into the moonlight, the shimmering light on his fingertips resembling dancing moonlight sprites, playfully leaping. He clenched his fingers, gripping nothingness. Fong Yuan showed his hand to Mou, it's something that can't be grasped. Mou fixedly stared at his hand, sifting through his memories. The 18 years in the lab were filled only with shadows of the creator. After a long while, he said, perhaps, I once caught a little bit of it. Fong Yuan regarded him with an inclusive gaze, silently wrapping Mou in all his warmth to dispel his unease. The youth gradually mustered the courage, quietly asking in the dead of night, do you want to listen? Fong Yuan replied, all right. The two lay back on the bed, soft blankets covering them. After adjusting their positions, they faced each other. The young man had a pleasant voice, clear and pure, flowing gently like a stream beneath the night sky. I once caught a little love when I was very small. Fong Yuan listened quietly, silently receiving the confessions of the youth. At that time, I was seriously ill, and no one wanted to take care of me. I stayed in my little room, watching researchers come and go, their white coats glaringly bright as no one stopped to care for the sick test subject. Even though the test subject was burning up, his cheeks flushed red, his mind clouded, curling up in agony. I was so sick, I thought I would die. I passed out many times and woke up dazed again. At such moments, Mou shed his cold robotic demeanor, becoming like a real child, sharing his little secrets with an adult. I thought no one cared about me, Mou softly chuckled. Until one night when I woke up in shock. Back then, the child was half drowsy and half conscious. He could feel a cool hand resting on his forehead, hearing what sounded like a disdainful murmur near his ear. So delicate. Such a stupid thing. The 3-year-old child, with tears at the corners of his eyes, felt this voice was familiar. Instinctively, he sought comfort, and despite being the type who didn't cry during the day, he cried weakly twice, the sound nearly inaudible, like a frail kitten. That voice stopped scolding him, showing some signs of panic. Why are you crying? Can't you learn from me? When I was a child, I was thrown into an ice cellar nearly freezing to death, abandoned in the forest to be fed to wild beasts, cursed as a bastard, and I never shed a single tear. The child couldn't understand his perspective. He only knew how much pain he was in, feeling like his body was going to explode, sobbing intermittently, unwilling to stop. The icy hand moved from his forehead to his back, clumsily patting it twice. That voice said, stop crying, it's troublesome. Later memories became more blurred. The child only recalled being coaxed into drinking water and having pills forced into his mouth. He had never taken medicine before, and swallowing it was difficult. After holding it in his mouth for a moment, he spat it out, which made the man curse fiercely, will you eat it or not? If not, I'll cut out your tongue. The child sobbed weakly again. In the end, seeing no other choice, the man ground the pills into powder, mixed it with water, and half forced, half coaxed the child into drinking it. You disgusting thing, so dumb and useless. That voice grew distant, footsteps echoing in the empty little room. Before falling back asleep, Mou barely opened an eye, resisting exhaustion. He saw a tall figure walking away. He was dressed in a white coat, black trousers, with both hands in his pockets, his ink-black hair contrasting against a neck as white as jade. His fluttering coat edges danced in the air. For reasons unknown, that man turned back abruptly for the first time, revealing a bold and sharp face. Though devoid of emotion, his striking features and light-colored cold eyes made him resemble a surgical blade, icy, sharp, and daunting at every glance. No one dared mention a fact, the creator looked a lot like G3671. After all, G3671's embryo was created using the creator's genes. Strictly speaking, he was really the creator's biological son. But no one dared bring it up. Mou narrated everything calmly, like still waters. He spoke of the pills he took during his illness, the wounds all over his body after each mission, the weary figure dragging himself back to the lab, glimpsing the white corners of coats turning around the corner and the light-colored eyes that seemed to glance at him carelessly. He recounted the abuse and beatings, being treated like a dog trampled underfoot by that man, or strapped onto the operating table as blood was drained from him, chunks cut from his flesh, and organs removed. He described his emaciated and unattractive body, suffering from severe malnutrition, mentioning the subpar nutrient solution bottles allotted to him for a period at the base, which tasted surprisingly like high-grade solutions. He told of the disdainful looks he endured, how every attempt to get closer to his father ended with cruel kicks, falling helplessly on the ground, with blood flowing from reopened wounds. Under the serene surface like undisturbed lake water, lay deep-seated doubts accumulated from his childhood. The little robot said, he loved me, he detested me. Humans are complicated creatures. The simple-minded robot had once tried to understand this complexity but eventually fell at comprehending the intricacies between black, white, and gray. Eventually, the self-deprecating robot believed no one would ever like him. G3671 was an unwanted wild child. G3671 was a disliked stray cat. Mou couldn't comprehend why he was both hated and loved. This torturous emotion continued for 18 years until the day their creator died, when the two reached a mutual understanding that others could not grasp. As if suddenly reconciled, Mou accepted all the love and dislike his father had for him. Even though deep down he was still puzzled, he willingly leaned in to place a kiss on the blood-stained face of his father. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time after hearing his words, asking hoarsely, if you had the chance, would you still want to be father and son with him? In the darkness, Mou's pitch-black, glossy eyes sparkled with light as he said, I would. I haven't told him yet, G3671 loves him deeply. A robot's emotions were always pure and intense. Fang Yuan tasted jealousy for the first time. He had always yearned for sincere and fervent affection but never received it. Watching someone have it within reach only to cast it away left him feeling indescribable regret, like witnessing a precious thing wasted. He leaned in and held the youth close, gently patting his back and consoled, don't love those who hurt you, don't love those who make you feel pain. Mou replied, I can't find anyone else I should love. Fang Yuan's fingers caressed his cheek, tenderly tracing from Mou's eyebrows, eyes, nose, down to his lips. He smiled faintly, pointing to himself, what about me? Would it be okay? Mou was startled. He stared intently at Fang Yuan, seeing no trace of jest on his face. Fang Yuan's usual smile remained but his gaze grew gentle yet profound, hiding depths unseen. Mou, do you think it'd be okay? The moonlight flickered, fine dust particles swirling between them, forming an invisible barrier of separation. The elegant and handsome man softly assured him, I won't let you feel any pain, I'll protect you from harm. Everything you desire, I can provide. I only have one condition. Fang Yuan lightly brushed noses with him, whispering warmly, love me just as much as you loved him. Fang Yuan was like a despicable thief, knowing well how much he lacked love and craved sincere, unwavering devotion. Now he glimpsed a ray of light and eagerly wanted to possess it. He asked, do you think I would be suitable? Mou lost himself in Fang Yuan's eyes, finding them inclusive and gentle on the surface, but bottomless beneath. Fang Yuan appeared trustworthy, a mature and dependable man, reliable in every way. At that moment, Mou recalled a scene from the original storyline where Ji Liang confessed to Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan agreed. Will you love me forever? Fang Yuan asked Ji Liang with a gentle smile, his seemingly offhand question causing the young man to rashly commit. Of course. I will always love you. Fang Yuan smiled deepened further, appearing pleased with the answer while slicing meat on the chopping board, the chopping sound sending shivers down one's spine. If you break your promise. Fang Yuan hacked through the bone, his voice laced with a shallow laugh, the blade's reflection casting a chilling gleam on his face, distorting his normally graceful and steady demeanor. Then you will become the food in my pot. His gentle and smiling voice carried no threat, leading Ji Liang to believe his fresh-out-of-the-oven boyfriend was just joking. Unable to hold back a burst of laughter, Ji Liang heartily laughed out loud. Dear, you're so fierce. Fang Yuan chuckled, muttering something under his breath that Ji Liang didn't hear, nor did he realize what he had missed. Turning around nonchalantly, Ji Liang waved and said, you hurry up and make dinner, I'm hungry. Ji Liang didn't see Fang Yuan's gaze filled with greed and malice as it lingered on him from behind. Mou froze for a few seconds in the silent air. He found himself unable to speak. Fang Yuan thought Mou didn't wish to reciprocate his affections, and his ever-steady smile faltered momentarily. He quickly added weight to his proposal, if you think it's not enough, I can hand over my salary card, there's some modest wealth at home, if you like it, I can transfer everything into your name. Before the man could finish his sentence, Mou solemnly interrupted, I have a question. What is it? Asked Fang Yuan. Never before had Mou appeared so serious, will you cook me as food? Fang Yuan. Chapter 43, Part 11, Gentle Boyfriend Falls in Love. In an atmosphere heavy with tension, the distant chirping of cicadas outside the window pierced through the awkwardness. After what seemed like an eternity, Fang Yuan forced a slight curl to his lips, why would you think such a thing? Mou's delicate white fingers fidgeted uneasily together, avoiding the complexity embedded within Fang Yuan's gaze. Would you dismember me? Mou questioned again. Sitting cross-legged on the windowsill, 002 resisted the urge to chime in and eagerly anticipated how far this interaction would go. Fang Yuan remained silent for a long time. Strangely, instead of denying the inquiry, he chose to answer honestly, would you be afraid? Afraid of the sick obsession of this emotionally unstable person. They were positioned closely side by side, each turned partially towards the other, allowing their breaths to intermingle while clearly sensing the warmth radiating from the other's body. Fang Yuan could feel Mou's breath but could not detect any trace of warmth. He realized how abnormally cold the youth's temperature was, fully understanding now the various aspects about Mou that differed drastically from humans. Even more surprising, Fang Yuan calmly accepted everything without a hint of fear. Mou stated, not afraid. You can't kill me. If Mou so desired, he could effortlessly pin down all souls beneath 002. Except Shenrong. Do you want to accept me? Fang Yuan tried closing the gap between them, wrapping an arm around Mou's shoulders and drawing him closer into his embrace. Mou didn't resist. He simply blinked, adjusting his position instinctively to lie more comfortably. I don't know, he said faintly, gripping the black button on the edge of his sleeve and turning it slightly. Fang Yuan understood exactly what he meant. Upon hearing this, he smiled, you don't like me, or perhaps you do, but not in the way lovers should. Compared to affection for a lover, MOU's attitude leaned more towards dependency on an elder. A young robot's understanding of love was naive and vague. Fong Yuan's demands now felt akin to expecting a child only a few years old to fall in love with an older brother who feeds him snacks. Preposterous. MOU shook his head, but you don't like me either. Previously, Fong Yuan treated him much like one would treat a younger child. Despite lacking personal experience with romantic relationships, MOU recognized this kind of attachment wasn't based on love. How do you know I don't like you at all? Fong Yuan retorted, I do feel affection for you as a lover, albeit shallow, but it exists nonetheless. MOU agreed with this perspective, we are the same. Fong Yuan's conduct did not resemble someone inexperienced with romance. With his rich life experiences, he was straightforward and open about emotions. Since there's a potential for this relationship to grow, we can try cultivating it, nurturing small beginnings into greater ones, and deepening our feelings. Fong Yuan gently squeezed MOU's hand, softly asking, shall we cultivate our feelings? Their acquaintance was still too short, and their bond shallow. But Fong Yuan was confident that with time, as they spent more moments together, their vague liking would blossom into profound affection. MOU stared directly at his own hand, small and tightly clasped in Fong Yuan's grip, its porcelain-like skin reflecting an unnatural chill. He asked, don't you find me repulsive? In MOU's original world, AI robots were low-ranking beings, always considered inferior to humans. The idea of mutual affection between a human and a robot was simply impossible. If a scandal about such a relationship ever broke out, the human involved would likely be completely discredited. Fong Yuan said, of course I don't find you repulsive, little MOU. Do you know how special you are? He pointed at MOU's forehead with his finger, looking into these black and pure eyes, smiling, who nowadays is as clean and cute as MOU. These little robots are too pure and passionate. Anyone who gets close to them will feel warm. If I could obtain his sincere heart, it would be like finding a treasure. MOU listened quietly to this speech, not knowing how to react. Instinctively, he turned to look at 002 for advice. The window where 002 had been silent all along now spoke up, little MOU, look into his eyes and answer from your heart. MOU obeyed, not turning around but staring directly into Fong Yuan's eyes. Drowned in his gentle gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. MOU, what do you think? Fong Yuan asked softly. MOU wanted to say that he didn't know. But he couldn't rely on this all-purpose sentence this time. Fong Yuan needed a response, and 002 urged him to answer truthfully. Unable to find what he truly wanted, MOU even struggled to say, I don't know. After a long pause, MOU finally managed to mutter, give me some time. He needed to seek answers. Fong Yuan didn't pressure him and smiled approvingly, all right. In the hospital staircase, the cold light shone harshly on the floor, swaying uncertainly above their heads. As soon as MOU said he needed some time, he left the ward, retreating into the staircase to ponder deeply. His thoughts remained fruitless, leaving him troubled. He looked down at his white sneakers scraping against the floor, a sign of indecision within. A bouncing sound echoed behind him, followed by a crisp voice, MOU, I came to find you. MOU's eyes lit up instantly, 002. A glowing orb soon leaped onto his shoulder. The small bundle of soft light swayed its short legs after sitting down, asking, I've waited for you for quite a while, when I didn't see you coming, I decided to come look for you. MOU turned his head slightly toward 002 and said apologetically, sorry, I can't find an answer, and I can't speak from my heart. 002 empathetically nudged him gently, it's okay, I know you've tried hard to figure it out. With lips pressed tightly together, MOU leaned toward the 002 perched on his shoulder as if seeking support. He had always relied on his system, but among mechanical entities, 002 proved to be much more capable than him, knowledgeable and skilled in many ways. He asked, 002, can you teach me? I didn't quite understand those words earlier. 002 replied, in the temporal bureau, there are various emotions, friendship you have experienced, kinship you've also known. The only thing remaining is love. Love? MOU tilted his head. You haven't taught me about this. MOU, 002 extended a small hand and patted his head just as one would to a child, I cannot experience love. It's a very advanced program, I'm merely a machine. But I know it's a very warm emotion. It can revitalize people, give them strength. On the long road ahead, they'll have someone else by their side. MOU's eyes flickered momentarily with confusion, do you not have the emotion called love? Nope. 002 rested on his shoulder, rubbing its cheek against his, speaking in a youthful voice. It said, I am a failure. The primary system 001 once told it that if any system generated overly abundant emotions, then it was considered a failed product. 002 disagreed with this view. It believed that a machine being able to produce emotions like love was a remarkable feat. So, when 001 fell in love with a human, 002 felt envy inside. Among so many systems, only 001 transcended the shackles of the program, choosing love over mission as the top priority. MOU, I care deeply about all of you, 002 said calmly, but the program tells me you must always come second, tasks and interests are first. Up until now, I still can't break free from the commands embedded in my core. So, kid, if you fall in love with a human, wouldn't that be wonderful? 002 chuckled merrily. That would mean MOU isn't just a mechanical man, he has feelings unique to himself, unlike 002, a failed product. MOU remained silent for half a day, then whispered softly, 002, I'm feeling a bit sad. Why are you sad? 002 asked. I thought you knew everything and could teach me many things. I thought we were the same kind. But 002's candid acknowledgement of its own failures and inadequacies made MOU feel inferior in a way. But even 002 doesn't know everything, and can't teach little MOU everything. The system leaped off his shoulder and said loudly, it's alright. There's someone who has come into your life, and he can teach you the things I cannot. MOU walked out of the staircase, where the temperature was low, making his already cold body feel even more uncomfortable. As he was about to return to the ward, at the moment he opened the door of the staircase, MOU froze in place. Fong Yuan was standing silently at the entrance of the safety channel, with an overcoat in his arms. Leaning against the wall, his face was calm and gentle, as if he were hesitating about something. When he saw MOU coming out, he first paused for a moment, then slightly tilted his lips upward, revealing the same old smile. Fong Yuan straightened up and walked over, draping the coat he had been holding in his arms over MOU, whispering, I was worried you might get cold, so I brought you clothes, but also feared that seeing me would annoy you. Luckily, you came out. MOU wrapped himself in the still warm coat. His slim figure was easily enveloped, and the soft fabric around his cheeks brushed against him, giving him a sudden urge. He suddenly called out to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan bent down and leaned closer, thinking this child was about to whisper something, lowering his voice accordingly. What is it? MOU kissed him on the cheek. I accept your offer. Chapter 44, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 12. MOU's injuries weren't severe, his self-healing ability played a significant role, and by the next day, his skin was completely intact. To avoid arousing suspicion from others, Fong Yuan promptly took him home after leaving the hospital. As soon as they arrived, he immediately headed into the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food for little MOU who had just recovered from injury. In the clay pot, chicken soup simmered away, and the gurgling sound along with the rich aroma wafted into the living room. MOU was holding a tablet computer, clicking through different options. A glance from 002 revealed the searches on the screen. 10 poetic romantic films, each watched more than 5 times. These 6 movies teach you how to fall in love, making couples sweeter. How to date. Here are several films and TV dramas you can watch. 002. Had MOU really started learning how to fall in love and how to love someone since he had promised? This earnestness from the boy made 002 both cry and laugh. After finding the relevant recommendations, MOU picked a movie to start watching seriously. With a solemn expression, he set the tablet upright in front of him and fixed his glittering eyes on the screen without blinking. In the kitchen, Fong Yuan prepared feeding items, seemingly unaware of what his little sweetheart was doing. To him, it was normal for kids to like TV shows or movies. He filled a glass bowl with freshly cut fruit, adding jams, yogurt, and toppings. A fresh dessert came out of the kitchen, which he carried out. Fong Yuan stepped out of the kitchen and squatted beside the sofa, addressing the upright MOU, would you like me to feed you? On the tablet, a man and a woman were kissing in bed, and MOU's pure eyes reflected the act of human mating, yet he didn't immediately respond to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan noticed something wrong and glanced there, noticing a flash of shock crossing his face. A hand pressed on the power button, and the next second, the tablet went black. Along with it, the man's voice asked, emotion indeterminate. What is the young one looking at? MOU answered him, learning how to date. Then, pointing to the now black screen, he said, they're kissing. Do you want to kiss me? Fong Yuan paused quietly for a moment before using a wooden skewer to spear a strawberry, feeding it to MOU's lips. Seeing the young boy obediently open his mouth to take it, he smiled and said, not appropriate, I'm much older than you. MOU paused in eating the fruit, feeling a bit wronged inside. He was hundreds of years old and not young anymore. MOU started recounting the past, you've been good to me, good right from the start, but you're nice to everyone else too. Fong Yuan explained, you're cute and unique. I've never seen anyone like you. At the first glance, Fong Yuan's feelings towards MOU had risen sharply. Those beautiful, pure eyes instantly touched the core of his heart. No one could remain indifferent to such a pure MOU. They just wanted to protect this patch of sacred land well. MOU said, you previously only treated me like a kid, but according to what you said yesterday, confessing meant you felt a superficial attraction for me. Cold sweat seeped from Fong Yuan's back. He felt that the current MOU was a bit like a girlfriend on patrol, making him unable to cope. It's not just this. Fong Yuan thought for a while and began to soothe MOU's heart. At first, I wanted to be good to you because you were very cute. But after getting along for a couple of days, the reason why I couldn't help but confess to you. He hugged MOU in his arms and stroked his back, then picked up a toothpick and fed him a piece of watermelon. Seeing the child's cheeks puffing up in his arms, he gently said, I also wanted to spend more time with you, but I couldn't wait. If our relationship wasn't clarified yet and you fell in love with someone else, what would I do? Fang Yuan looked considerate and gentle, but in reality, he was very strong-willed. The moment he realized he had feelings for Mou, he wouldn't think about how to gradually progress into becoming lovers naturally. First, make the person his own, and the emotions could be cultivated later. Love could be learned, but if the person was gone, there'd be nowhere to cry. Mou accepted this answer, thus concluding the first check-in peacefully. After feeding him a few more bites of fruit, Fang Yuan appropriately stopped, "Don't eat too much, have the rest after dinner." Mou didn't care much about plain food and was very easy to take care of. He nodded without any objections. It took no time for 3 dishes and a soup to be served, with chopsticks and bowls all prepared. Fang Yuan dished up the rice and let Mou stay stably at the dining table waiting to eat. The youth wasn't used to being cared for in such detail. Thinking to get up and help, he was laughed at by Fang Yuan and pressed back to the table in front, with his earlobe tenderly pinched. "I don't need your help, I enjoy taking care of you." Fang Yuan told him, "You don't have to do anything, as long as you look at me, I'll be very happy." Mou listened to his warm words, recalling how he used to take care of Ji Liang so affectionately in the original storyline, he couldn't help but pinch his own fingers. How annoying. Fang Yuan didn't understand his sudden unhappiness and urged him, "Hurry up and eat." Mou silently hid his own unhappiness and used a small dish to serve a small bowl of rice, placing it next to himself. 002, you eat too. 002 delightedly picked up the small bowl. "Thank you, Mou." Mou softly said, "No need to thank." Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" The human and the system instantly stiffened, looking at each other awkwardly without daring to speak. Mou quietly asked in his heart, "Should we tell him?" 002 hurriedly replied, "Tell him only when the two of you are deeply in love. Fudge it for now." Lying again. Mou frowned with difficulty, using his limited lying experience to start misleading Fang Yuan. "This is a custom from where we're from. We must offer sacrifices to the gods before eating." At first, he felt powerless due to lack of confidence, but then he remembered 002's teaching and gradually became more confident. No problem, 002 said he succeeded every time he lied, believing this time would be no different. Fang Yuan opened his mouth to say something, unsure whether he should remind his little boyfriend that he was very bad at lying, leaving him helpless every time, even pretending to be blind wasn't possible. "Ah, it's originally this." Fang Yuan chose to pretend not to notice and nodded seriously at him, pointing at the small plate with an attitude of sincerity akin to worshipping gods. "If you're sacrificing to the god, you should give it more delicious food." Mou placed a piece of gobeira, sweet and sour pork, on top with his chopsticks and said, "Yeah, eat more." 002 held the small plate and grinned widely. At the dining table, Fang Yuan fully demonstrated his bad habit of excessively indulging his children, loving his newly acquired treasure immensely, and almost treating him like a level 7 disabled person. Fortunately, Mou was always obedient and sensible. Because of this, his ears turned red, although he didn't refuse, he still imitated Fang Yuan's action and fed him a bite. Fang Yuan happily accepted it, feeling that there was no need for kids to watch movies to learn about love. Smart children would figure it out just by observing. 002 had seen plenty of such sweet scenes in its previous world and continued eating its gobeira indifferently. With such a tiny mouth, it got oil all over its lips trying to eat such a large piece of meat, unable to hold it completely with its hands. Seeing it struggle, Mou unobtrusively cut the meat into small pieces. 002 joyfully waved its little hand and said, "Thank you, little friend." Both parties enjoyed eating in a pleasant mood until they approached the end, and Fang Yuan brought out the previously sliced fruit to refresh their palate. 002 hugged a mango and chewed on it while continuing to discuss important matters. "Mou. Do you think? When will we go and take revenge on Ji Liang?" Mou paused his hand while eating watermelon and asked strangely, "Revenge on Ji Liang? Why?" 002 looked up in shock. "Ah. Of course we must get revenge. Did you forget about the 11 hooligans at the hospital?" Mou suddenly remembered, "I remember, but I already put them in the hospital." 002, who wasn't naive, replied with an ulterior motive, "Those 13 people did learn their lesson, but why did they bother you in the first place? Isn't it because of Ji Liang, the mastermind? You've punished them, but not the one behind it all. The other souls would laugh at you if they knew." Mou didn't want to be mocked by those unscrupulous friends at the temporal agency and thought back to his earlier thoughts about Ji Liang's misdeeds. Without realizing, he asked, "How do we get revenge?" 002 grinned deviously, "Tonight is when Ji Liang will meet his dirty partner for the first time. Wu Qingji will sell his virginity tonight in a nightclub and Ji Liang will become his long-term benefactor. Little Mou, let's go to the nightclub." Mou nodded thoughtfully, intending to inform Fang Yuan that he had something to attend to outside tonight. Fang Yuan paused for a moment as he fed him fruit and then naturally placed a blueberry into Mou's mouth with a smile on his elegant face. "My little one, where are you going?" Mou was about to say he was going to a nightclub, but 002 interrupted with a scream, "Don't say you're going to a nightclub, say the library." Fang Yuan has an extreme and unstable personality, and without a sense of security, telling the truth could lead to. "I'm going to the library." Mou leaned his ear closer to 002 and listened attentively to the small light orb whispering before continuing, "Because I need to soak in the cultural essence of this city. Fang Yuan rested his chin on his hand and smiled elegantly without any trace of dissatisfaction. I have 2 doctoral degrees, graduated from Styria University, studied or visited multiple countries including Malaysia, Singapore, UK, France. I've made numerous scientific research achievements, and I currently hold a permanent position at the Academy of Sciences, recently even signing up for the Smart Robots Research Project. This is just a small part of my life experiences, there's still much more. Anything you want to learn, you can ask me. Why go to the library? Mou was speechless, and 002 nearly fell off the table from shock. At that moment, both human and system realized a fact. They were so focused on the distorted plot that they forgot Fang Yuan was someone chosen by heaven. Without Ji Liang and Wu Qingji messing things up, Fang Yuan's life path would have been that of a national pillar, brilliant and radiant like the bright moon among shining stars. Perhaps because of his slightly biased upbringing due to lack of love, but there was no denying how incredibly talented he was, enough to blind any overconfident elite. Mou stuttered, I am just, feeling a bit stifled, want to go out for a walk. Fang Yuan said indifferently, where do you want to go? There are hundreds of cars in the garage. Pick one you like, and I'll take you on a road trip. If domestic ones aren't your preference, I can also take you abroad. Seljalensfoss Waterfall, Blue Ice Cave, Wave Rock Valley. As long as you wish, I'll buy real estate wherever and take you to live there for a few months each year. During seasonal changes, we could visit other countries. Don't like crowded places? I can give you an island, and tell me what kind of climate you'd prefer. Mou remained silent. He turned his head slightly and asked quietly, 002, what should I say next? 002. Silly kid, can't you see Fang Yuan simply doesn't want you to go out alone? No matter what you say, Fang Yuan can block you back coldly yet calmly. So why bother talking at all? Under the seemingly gentle yet stubborn gaze of the man, Mou lowered his head, avoided eye contact, and fidgeted silently with his fingers. The atmosphere slowly solidified into ice, the quiet living room becoming deathly still. Then, Fang Yuan exhaled softly and tapped his forehead, expressing sincere regret, sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. If you want to play alone, then go ahead. Is the money enough? Surprised, Mou looked up, only to find his brow being kissed lightly. By his ear, he heard a deep, pleasant voice, I'll get you a phone, send me messages every half hour, and always answer my calls, otherwise I will keep calling endlessly. My messages don't have to be replied, but you must remember that half-hour deadline. If more than 20 minutes pass without a message, I will come find you. Fang Yuan rested his chin on Mou's forehead, smiling tenderly, don't worry about me finding you, I'll know every move through a tracking device. Sending a message every half an hour, always answering irregular calls, carrying some undetectable tracker, this seemed easy at first glance, but upon deeper thought, it sent chills down the spine. Mou had little understanding of the boundaries between humans, nor did he realize that partners also needed space and distance. He was even less aware that Fang Yuan's behavior could be considered abnormal. He solemnly nodded and held up his pinky, I will, I promise. Fang Yuan was amused by his earnestness, and the irritation in his heart dissipated somewhat. He too held up his pinky and hooked it with Mou's. Hooked on a string, never to change for 100 years. Fang Yuan took his hand and planted a gentle kiss on his translucent and beautiful hand back, lifting his moist gaze with a radiant smile, if you deceive me, I'll break your legs and imprison you. Mou said, no way, I have timers and schedules inside me as reminders. For an intelligent robot, punctuality and trustworthiness are the most crucial instincts. Once he promised, he would never break his word. Fang Yuan's smile became more pleasurable. Under the glimmering neon lights of the night city, men and women who acted human during the day cast aside their pretense, revealing their licentious nature beneath the veneer of restraint. In a high-end nightclub, elaborate chandeliers hung from the ceiling while rows of liquor flowed, mixing laughter, chatter, and music. Moving past the dance floor deeper inside, there were individual private rooms, each filled with heavy cigarette and alcohol odors, exuding decadence. People came and went, some silently slipping off together to rented rooms while others indulged in drinking and singing within their own private chambers. At the entrance of the nightclub, elegantly dressed women and sharply attired men walked inside gracefully, appearing calm and composed. Unintentionally glancing, someone froze momentarily, eyes flashing with surprise. The young man in a black shirt stood clean and aloof, excessively handsome and refined. His spine was straight, yet slim, his gaze deep and luminous, skin fine and white. His crimson lips were slightly pursed. His cool, clear eyes scanned the crowd, observing every stain, yet remaining unstained like pure spring water. Mou nonchalantly brushed off several people trying to flirt with him and entered this place symbolizing casual encounters and extravagance. This kind of environment was far too debauched for such a young person. No one thought he had come seeking pleasure, many assumed he was just a lost rich kid. 002 sat on Mou's shoulder, laughing, let's go take revenge and vent our anger. A flicker of amusement crossed Mou's cold and detached eyes. Chapter 45, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, Part 13. Inside a private room at the nightclub. Several spoiled heirs lounged carelessly on the sofas. Bottles of alcohol lined the tables in front of them. The lights were off, but colorful spotlights illuminated the corners, making the whole karaoke room dazzling. In front, the glowing big screen played songs. One heir who had already had too much drink kissed the woman he was holding and grinned mischievously at Ji Liang, who sat nearby smoking irritably. Bro Liang, why so down? We're all here to have fun, enjoy. Ji Liang smoked languidly, spitting out a puff of smoke with annoyance. Don't mention it. That old bastard Fong Xian actually tattled to my father. He let out a cold laugh. I've clearly said before who I should mess with and who not, what's the problem? But then that guy runs home and complains to my dad, and now even my grandfather has gotten involved, forcing me to apologize. Damn. Never have I felt this humiliated. The drunken heir suddenly sobered up, closing his mouth awkwardly, unsure what to say. Ji Liang was notorious for being wild and disrespectful, even cursing Fong Xian. None dared to comment lightly. That man was no ordinary figure, having been a cunning fox who climbed up the political ladder until retirement, serving as a provincial-level secretary, still commanding significant influence over military powers. It was said that his siblings were also influential figures across various fields. A person like that wasn't to be trifled with. Even Ji Liang's father would offer a respectful cigarette to him when they met. The heir hesitated for a long time, eventually lowering his voice cautiously to remind Ji Liang, Bro Liang, he isn't someone easy to offend. Fong Xian is the second oldest in his family, once smoothly navigating through the political world. His elder brother leads the army and serves as commander-in-chief. His sister, a bigwig in scientific research, was recently given special protection by the national military after her groundbreaking work on a technology. As for Fong Xian's youngest brother, you know his reputation, causing ripples throughout the business world with just a step. The eyes of the rich young man revealed admiration. That person is Fong Xiao. Who exactly was Fong Xiao? A living legend, a real estate tycoon whose family businesses extended from domestic to international markets. It was rumored that the amount of money he had could drown countless banks. Long before the national policies were issued, Fong Xiao already foresaw the opportunity and took it, buying up undervalued properties in special economic zones, acquiring them aggressively to rise meteorically. After so many years through storms and tempests, while many people rose and fell into obscurity, only Fong Xiao remained at the peak of the pyramid, becoming an object of everyone's admiration. Ji Liang could belittle Fong Xian, who was just a retired official, but he didn't dare offend Fong Xiao who was still at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, Ji Liang angrily closed his mouth that had been cursing continuously. A wealthy young man with red-dyed hair raised his head and slurred his words, are the Fong family all reincarnations of demons? Fuck. One is more badass than the other. The rich young man waved away the princess by his side, crossed his legs, shook his head, and sneered, you don't understand. For every gain, there's a loss. The greater the success in business, the greater the failure in love. The feelings of the Fong family members are one disaster after another. Fong Zhao's wife is still staying in a mental hospital, she's reportedly been crazy for almost 20 years. His son doesn't even have a close relationship with him, and now no outsider knows who Fong Zhao's son is because their father-son relationship has deteriorated to its utmost point. The red-haired playboy didn't understand, wasn't everyone on the upper level surrounded by mistresses anyway? They all lived separate lives. So why should Fong Xiao care about his wife being in a mental hospital? Can't he find another wife? Ji Liang seemed to recall something, muttered under his breath, damn, that Fong Xiao is insane. He's infatuated, loving only his wife even though she's mentally ill. If someone says anything bad about her, he retaliates instantly. Our family has been harassed by him so many times. Ji Liang was full of disdain, that man is nothing but a disgusting obsessive psychopath. Who would normally continue loving a mentally ill person who can't take care of themselves? His wife is insane, but I think Fong Xiao himself isn't completely normal either. The rich young man broke out in a cold sweat when this person dared to curse Fong Xiao, quickly changing the subject, let's not mention this. Bright brother, I've heard that a new batch of beauties has arrived, all clean and good-looking. Pick a nice one and relax tonight. Ji Liang tossed his cigarette butt into the ashtray and said, bring a few pretty ones. Lately, things haven't gone well one after another. First was his failed pursuit, then his plan to punish Mou failed, and finally, his father forced him to apologize. Ji Liang was now extremely irritated, wanting only to let off some steam. Soon enough, a line of women came forward, and Ji Liang was just about to casually pick one who caught his eye when he was suddenly attracted by the last figure, who appeared hesitant. This person looked delicate and pitiful, with almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, avoiding Ji Liang's gaze and retreating her slim body to the back. Ji Liang arched an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that this was someone he knew, Wu Qingji. Wu Qingji immediately burst into tears. Mou wandered around the winding corridors, his glowing green eyes analyzing the layout of the place subtly. In no time, a map appeared in front of his eyes. Streams of zeros and ones flowed across Mou's vision, sorting through complex information until they found what they were looking for. Mou exchanged glances with 002. 002 arched an eyebrow, start trouble. Mou nodded, start. A remarkable tacit understanding existed between them cultivated within their small world. Mou was a mission operator trained solely by System 002. Since MOU originally knew nothing, the time spent together, the number of tasks they completed in various worlds, and their rapport deepened accordingly. Without hesitation, both mechanical entities reached agreement. 002 turned and jumped down from MOU's shoulder, leaping toward a certain direction. MOU quietly rolled up his sleeves and walked steadily and calmly toward Ji Liang's private room, his expression as calm as ever. He had been walking for about 5 minutes when he located a room. His acute hearing allowed him to understand the situation inside clearly. Drink. 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 This duck is so obedient, drinks when told, bright brother really knows how to handle things. Hey, aren't you Wu Qingji? Just drink the cup in my hand, and all the money on the table will be yours. Ha ha ha. MOU mentally prepared himself for the chaotic scene inside. His dark eyes gazed at the door, and his lips slightly curved upwards. Inside the private room, everything was hazy and bewildering, filled with excited urging of the long-drunk Wu Qingji, and those sprawled on the ground received disdainful looks. You, damn it, hurry up and drink. Damn cheap bones. Ji Liang arrogantly stepped on Wu Qingji lying on the floor, grinning. Who would have thought that you were pretending to be so noble and refusing me earlier in the day but came out to sell yourself at night? How disgusting. Thinking of MOU who was also from a poor background, Ji Liang's eyes flashed with malice. That slut should be sold here, I won't let her off easily. The surrounding wealthy young men excitedly cheered. Then bring her over, train her well, and anyone who dares offend our brother Bright must be severely tortured. Brother Bright. What's that person's name? We'll take revenge for you, brother. Ji Liang burst into laughter. That person, his name is. Bang. The high-quality private room door was kicked open forcefully. The door crashed against the opposite wall of the private room and left a deep dent. Everyone fell silent, shocked and looked fearfully towards the doorway. At the door stood a slender teenager with a cold expression, his dark eyes slowly scanning around the room before sneering with a faint smile. MOU. Chapter 46, Gentle Boyfriend Falls for Me, Part 14. Outside the nightclub's private room, invisible green data gradually spread, encircling this smaller area. The security cameras flashed, drip. Drip. Before going black, showing no image that should be there. 002 blocked the signal of this place, pulled open a space with its little hand, and stuffed everyone in the private room along with MOU inside. For people like this who deserved a lesson, 002 and MOU would usually create a space to make them understand how cruel society can be. This was a ghost city. Desperate screams of misery, thick fog spreading everywhere, monsters appearing unpredictably, and songs faintly echoing in the sky. In the bloody mist, someone was running wildly with their limbs twisted in terror, occasionally looking back. Behind him seemed empty, yet he acted as if something monstrous was chasing him. He ran forward unsteadily, tears and snot streaming down his face. When Ji Liang and the others regained consciousness, they saw a man with abnormally twisted limbs running toward them, his face smeared with dried blood. When he saw Ji Liang and the group, he staggered toward them as if he had found a lifeline. Save me. Save me. Ji Liang quickly retreated backward as the man collapsed on the ground, still unwillingly trying to claw the dirt. He screamed hysterically at them. Save me. You, save me quickly. Just when the few were stunned by horror, something seemed to appear behind them. The person on the ground suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth making, ha-ha, sounds continuously. 3 seconds later, his entire body turned red, his flesh quickly rotting, chunks falling off his body, black liquid flowing and dripping onto the ground. He weakly extended a hand already being corrupted. Save me. I'm sorry. MOU, I'm truly sorry. Blood tears streamed down from his eyes, pitifully begging an unseen existence while confessing his sins repeatedly. G3671. Test subject. Human. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. His regretful pleas could not save his life. As vitality slipped away, he gradually became insane. Before dying, he erupted with overwhelming hatred. MOU, you will go to hell. Silently, a bizarre deathly silence descended after the sudden eruption, leaving everyone horrified as they watched the man who was corrupted to death dissolve into a pool of black liquid. No one knew how long it had been, until someone screamed, stumbling awkwardly backward and pointing at the black fluid in front of them. He's dead. He's dead. One by one, people began screaming, retreating madly backward but dared not leave the area. They hugged themselves tightly, trembling amidst the blood-red mist. Where are we? Why are we here? Dad. Mom. Wah. Don't kill me, I'm scared. Amidst the panic-stricken crowd, the void seemed to sense some discordant vitality, the sound of chains clinking softly echoed, the sound of scissors rasping and cutting appeared, heavy dragging footsteps grew closer. Ding dong. In the sky, an eerie mechanical voice of innocence rang out, resonating in everyone's ears. Dear players, welcome to G3671's Little Fairy Town. This place, it is a child's crystallization of all fantasies about the world, but strange events happen one after another. At 9:30 in the evening, Sainty Hospital rang with songs on time, in the newspaper, there were descriptions of the frenzied expressions of the townsfolk. Bloody mist quietly spread to the entire town, everyone became a murderer, and everyone was collapsing. What happened in the fairy town? Your mission is, find out the answer and submit it, or, survive for 24 hours. Reminder, beware of monsters in the blood mist and psychopathic killers, as well as the people around you. Don't trust anyone. As the eerie childlike voice finished speaking, as if on cue, melodious singing echoed from high above the hospital with the cross on it, its sound floating indeterminately above the bloody mist. Ji Liang could not make out the lyrics of that distant song, he anxiously looked around only to despairingly discover a fact. He couldn't recognize who the people around him were. His memories seemed veiled by a layer of gauze, offering no recollection of his companions' faces. He just knew that added together with Princess and young master, there were fewer than 10 people, but now there were 15 people. Who were the extra ones? Who were his comrades? Whom should he trust? Far away through the blood mist, at an isolated guest house. Fang Yuan frowned as he examined this decrepit place. The vague footfalls outside made him sigh helplessly. If only he had directly walked off openly with his young friend instead of trailing behind them secretly, a trivial matter turned sour and he ended up losing track of the young one named Mou. I need to quickly find someone. Fang Yuan stood up from the wire bed, the creaking sound beneath showing how the bed was struggling under his weight. He started observing carefully. Dilapidated, chaotic, tables and chairs were stacked tightly at the entrance, seemingly trying to block some horrifying entity outside the door, while windows were bound securely by wire leaving no light from outside to seep through. Blood covered the ground here, dried into black traces, looking like some primary crime scene. Fang Yuan squatted down to analyze the amount of blood loss, guaranteeing that the person must be dead without any doubt. Since the person was dead, all the windows and doors were tightly locked, so where did the corpse go? Fang Yuan inspected the old, small place while considering where a body might be hidden. No stench meant it had been preserved well, showing no major signs of decay yet. Being a small area, there were only a few places that could possibly hide a body. Refrigerator, basement, or the floor. If Fang Yuan were to murder and hide a body. The handsome man wearing delicate rimmed glasses shifted his eyes downward. Beneath his feet, there might lay a ghastly, cold corpse. Furthermore, 3 months later, the body would mysteriously vanish, leaving police unable to ever find it again. Since the body was here, then who hid it? A faint smile slipped past the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from behind, the glint of an axe flashing in his reflecting glasses heading ferociously toward Fang Yuan's neck. The lanky, evenly built man showed no emotional fluctuation. With what seemed to be casual nonchalance, his toe hooked the nearby fallen chair. With a swift kick and reach, the chair was firmly grasped, muscles in his arms slightly flexed as he leaned back avoiding the swinging axe. A sharp piece of wood stabbed upwards, piercing directly through the killer's eye. This blow was both cruel and decisive, the wooden spear plunging into the killer's eye spilling thick blood which stained Fang Yuan's neat cuffs. Fang Yuan smiled towards the screaming killer before kicking him to the ground. Leaning over, he picked up the blood-streaked axe, listening to the killer on the floor shrieking in panic. Raising his hand slowly, Fang Yuan positioned the sharp axe blade at the killer's throat and whispered softly and gently, "Sorry, I'm rushing to find my kid, you have to die first." A flash of cold light cut through, and a head rolled across the floor. Fang Yuan calmly decapitated the killer, blood splashing all over his face blending his scholarly and elegant demeanor with a sense of bloody madness. Fang Yuan didn't express any surprise at the strange chaotic environment. Rolling up his cuffs, he revealed an elegant yet strong forearm. Looking simply at the window, he walked over and found a small opening to try seeing outside. Thick blood mists filled the outside air, shadowy figures struggled walking about, twisted limbs flailing, a paradise for maniacal murderers and monsters alike. Fang Yuan thought, the outside was chaotic, relatively speaking, being inside was safer for now. But his child was out there, and he had to find his little friend. Through the small opening in the window, Fang Yuan was just about to retract his gaze when a crimson, deranged eyeball suddenly filled his view. The delirious murderer was laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. There's someone inside. Kill kill kill. Fang Yuan, looking at the window aperture filled with the crimson, insane eyeball, slowly revealed a gentle smile. Yes, there is someone. 10 minutes later, a tall man dressed in a leather jacket was thrown to the ground, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. His arms and legs had been cut off long ago, even his eyes had been cruelly gouged out. With a laugh, Fang Yuan threw the freshly gouged out eyeball onto the floor, stomping on it firmly until the bursting ball flattened into a thin layer. In an utterly calm tone, he questioned gently, "Have you seen a child? Wearing a black shirt, very pretty looking." He'd asked many times before, but all this murderer did in response was lying there laughing mockingly without speaking. Every time Fang Yuan asked, if the killer refused to answer, he would cut off an arm, if still unanswered, he severed the legs, still silent, he gouged out both eyes. Now that the murderer had almost bled to death from the torture, he finally confessed weakly. "I don't know. I don't know." Coldness filled Fang Yuan's eyes. "You're useless, waste of my time." Having said that, Fang Yuan beheaded the man, letting him breathe his last. Standing up straight, he picked up the axe, now stained with the blood of two people, murmuring softly, "I'll find you." Fang Yuan glanced at the shadowy figures flickering within the crimson mist. If he could just eliminate a few more, Mou's safety would be better ensured and he'd have a clearer idea where his youngest son was. Fang Yuan walked into the thick bloody mist, allowing these gas-like fumes to envelop him, blending into one of the deranged killers around. The only difference being, he hunted these monsters, choosing to become the terror for such psychopaths. Shifting focus back to Ji Liang's situation, after that eerie voice stopped speaking, a dead silence engulfed the group. No one dared to speak. They were cautiously observing each other, their lips twitching uneasily. Taking a deep breath, Ji Liang repressed the anger and impatience in his heart and spoke to them, "We've all been pulled into this strange place. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Unity will help us survive." A boy with blue hair spat on the ground, kicking a nearby lamppost. "You talk big, who can unite? Didn't that voice clearly say not to trust anyone?" Gritting his teeth, Ji Liang retorted, "Then we'll at least tell each other our names first. We can discuss the rest later." The blue-haired boy smirked coldly, remaining silent. All exchanged uneasy glances, eventually deciding to introduce themselves. "I'm Zhou Qing," said a fairly handsome young man. "Wu Qingji." The boy shrank timidly away, avoiding everyone's eyes. "I'm Bai Pingting." A girl with an elegant dress and an unsettled look replied. "My name is Li Wen." A red-haired boy who looked far from trustworthy answered. "Suli." A clear-faced boy with a slightly pale complexion added. Ji Liang introduced himself, "I'm Ji Liang." Blue-haired boy, Chu Xiao. Ji Liang frowned, "We should all recognize each other, but somehow I cannot recall. It must be because of the tricks in this game." Chu Xiao gave him a disdainful glance, "And you need to tell me." Ji Liang wasn't known for his patience. Being repeatedly provoked, he cursed immediately, "Can you shut your damn mouth?" Chu Xiao's face darkened. "Do you even know who I am? And you dare speak to me like that?" Seeing they were about to get into a fight, Su Li stepped between them and asked calmly, "Let's stop arguing. How did you all end up here?" Ji Liang paused momentarily. "That's right, why was he here? What happened?" There was a blurry figure in his mind, some flashing fragments, but trying to remember everything clearly brought nothing. His memory seemed blocked, unable to recollect how he got here. Everyone started carefully recalling moments before entering. Someone hesitated, "I forgot. I only remember seeing a person. What that person looked like or what they said, no one remembered." Su Li lowered his eyelashes and said, "Since that's the case, we can only head to St. He Hospital to take a look. This power isn't something we can resist." This time no one opposed the decision, even the hot-tempered Chu Xiao nodded silently. The 15 of them raised their heads, pointed towards the tallest building amidst the bloody fog, the hospital. "That red cross over there." A hospital covered in red leaves, with what seemed like a strange vitality, stood tall at its highest point. Its dusty and blood-stained sign bore several large characters, worn and old but radiating an insidious allure. St. He Hospital. Chapter 47, Gentle Boyfriend Falls for Me 15:002 had been quietly following Fang Yuan for a long time. It looked worriedly at the figure ahead, then thought of its plan, uncertain whether to continue or not. Damn. What bad luck that Fang Yuan really got in. It scratched its head, muttering uncertainly. This space was painstakingly created by 002. It appeared to be a torture device for tormenting others but was, in fact, a manifestation of a robot's memories. Monsters, hospitals, psychopaths, killing. All these were impressions from MOU's life or certain views about humans, and this space harbored every fragment of MOU's memory. After hesitating for a while, 002 finally decided to remove the punishment mechanism here and changed everything into a playback of memories. After all, revenge was a trivial matter, but its owner MOU was something big. 002 grumbled, "Always causing me trouble. For the little robot to no longer be alone in the future." Fang Yuan was already covered in blood stains, calmly killing one person after another. At first, he was a bit inexperienced, but later became increasingly skilled. He wasn't killing for the sake of killing, he just thought that since he wasn't by MOU's side, if there were fewer of these extremely dangerous lunatics, his youngest son would be safer. He interrogated a few people. Some still retained some sanity, muttering incessantly, "Hospital, hospital." Others had gone completely insane, showing hardly any reaction to being tortured, laughing and crying wildly, behaving very abnormally. In the end, Fang Yuan decided to set his goal on the hospital. It took him about 2 hours. The stains of blood extended halfway up his body as he avoided several towering monsters before he finally saw a hospital long abandoned. This hospital stood straight in the blood mist, its red leaves looking alive as they climbed everywhere. Piles of trash blocked the entrance, and amidst a heap of scrap metal, Fang Yuan could even see human limbs and organs. He stepped inside, pushing open the heavy hospital doors. Medical records were scattered haphazardly on the floor, as if an earthquake had occurred. The originally transparent door was smeared with bloody fingerprints, making the entire door covered with it, revealing the horrific scene. Everyone had gone mad trying to escape through this door but was stopped by some invisible force. In their final moments, they left struggling blood marks on the door. Fong Yuan picked up a few medical record sheets at the entrance. They were written with carbon pen, mixed with dried blood, filled with words of madness and confusion. Mad, the world has gone mad, robots have rebelled. G3671. Fear, killed everyone in the hospital. We are sinners, we have created monsters. This hospital is the source of crime, and we are all guilty. Why did the creator do this? Does he know what he has done? He released an out-of-control killing machine. Fong Yuan clenched his fingers tightly, staring at the sentence, G3671, for a long time before coldly sweeping his gaze around, ensuring there was no danger, and started attempting to go inside. The cold wind blew through the hospital, carrying a strong smell of blood. Fong Yuan tried walking around the first floor, not seeing anyone but sensing something amiss. He understood building construction plans, having some knowledge of hospitals too. This place didn't look particularly large, but the corridors were excessively long, and there were sealed marks behind one room. Is there a hidden passage here? Fong Yuan entered the last room and searched in the corners of the walls and cabinets. Not long after, he lifted a plank on the corner ground, working hard to raise the heavy stone slab. A black cavity appeared, releasing a choking mix of motor oil and blood that made him dizzy and almost retch. Mr. Fong, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, immediately looked extremely pale. He threw the heavy floor slab to the side and used the handkerchief around his neck to cover his nose in disgust. The muffled sound of sobbing came from the cave-like opening. The drafty air vents spread foul odors, with iron steps leading upwards. The only light came from the open floorboard. Fong Yuan held his phone, shining its built-in flashlight to examine the surroundings. His leather shoes clicked against the slippery stone floor, accompanied by the squeak-squeak sounds of mice scurrying beside his feet. The flashlight's beam only revealed splattered blood, and looking through the gaps, it was clear that these walls had been here for quite some time. However, even from the dim remnants, Fong Yuan could tell that the original materials were of no small quality. Fong Yuan thought to himself that it had been a long time since whatever disaster occurred before this. Judging by the traces here, it must have been decades. He walked for half an hour before faint light began appearing ahead. Fong Yuan moved toward it cautiously. He approached the source with heightened alertness and found that it was a thin membrane separating him from a series of rooms behind it. They resembled those of a precise experimental base, except the walls and floor were covered in blood, and all the bodies were gone. This place, was it an underground laboratory? Fong Yuan's heartbeat gradually quickened. He realized he had found something extraordinary and knew what he would see once he crossed the membrane. G3671, humans. Creator, laboratory. It held a small robot's past sealed within. Fong Yuan took one step inside. The disordered environment around him instantly warped into neat rows. The worn-out equipment turned brand new, and the blood on the ground flowed backward, transforming into bustling researchers. Fong Yuan watched calmly as everything reversed, returning to the prosperous times of the underground lab several decades ago. A few young men and women dressed in white coats strolled over, laughing about something mundane. I ate spiced shrimp yesterday on my day off, it was absolutely delicious. Next time, I'll bring you all along. Of course, but our mentor still has a few test subjects left to handle. I'll check on their condition afterward. How far are we? We're at the eye removal stage. Afterward, we'll replace them with mechanical prosthetic eyes. Are they already removed? Yes, they are. Fong Yuan frowned as he listened to their conversation, watching helplessly as these researchers passed through his body toward the southern part of the experiment base. He glanced at his own hands, trying to touch the wall beside him, but his hand went straight through it. Realizing he couldn't be seen or felt by others, he decided to follow the researchers. One male researcher bid farewell soon after, heading to a storage room where he retrieved several bottles of liquid. He then proceeded decisively in one direction. Fong Yuan quietly followed behind, memorizing the route carefully. Humbly singing a tune, the male researcher carried a few bottles of nutritional fluid, unlocking a door at the end of a corridor with a key. Fong Yuan stepped inside first, finding row after row of prison-like iron chambers. Inside each chamber lay a child in deep slumber, their cage secured by reinforced steel, allowing only a small hole at the bottom for food placement. These children weren't permitted to communicate, nor cry out in protest. Every child stayed silently confined in their room. The sheer number of children created an eerily silent atmosphere despite their presence. The researcher, evidently accustomed to the oppressive ambience, kicked against each door with his foot to awaken the sleeping children inside. Impatiently, he threw the nutrition bottles through the little hole at the bottom of each cell, muttering, "Time to eat." Muffled noises could be faintly heard inside the iron cells as the children, having become accustomed to such wake-up calls, slowly made their way to the opening. They numbly grabbed the poor-quality nutritional fluid, mechanically tipping it into their mouths without expression. An unbearable pain suddenly surged in Fong Yuan's heart. He hadn't yet found his little boy and hastily advanced deeper, scrutinizing each child for any resemblance to Mou when he was younger. But he found none. Not until he reached the last chamber, which was isolated separately. Fong Yuan's figure abruptly froze. Inside the isolated chamber, there lay a frail and delicate child in quiet repose. Small and fragile-looking, with a slender frame, he appeared no older than 7 or 8 years old. His face bore a ghastly pallor, weakly lying on the bed with breath so shallow that he seemed near death. The child had exquisite features, though his frailty rendered him reminiscent of a beautiful porcelain doll. Fong Yuan stared disbelievingly at Mo, his eyes beginning to redden. All because, covering the face of the child on the bed, a layer of white gauze concealed traces of blood-soaked bandages beneath, revealing hollowed and concave eye sockets. His eyes had been gouged out. Chapter 48, Gentle Boyfriend Falls for Me 16. The researcher who delivered the food soon arrived there. He seemed to be wary of something, hesitating outside Mo's chamber for a moment before reverting to his earlier impatient attitude and kicking the door. "Hey, wake up. Food's here." The child on the bed looked extremely weak and didn't care about the researcher's rude manner. He had just undergone eye removal surgery and wasn't yet used to life without sight. Mo remained silent for a while on the bed before dragging his exhausted body and standing up with difficulty, feeling his way toward the door. "I've put it in," the researcher tapped lightly on the door as a warning. Young Mo said politely, "Thank you." The boy's expression was terrifyingly calm, as if losing his eyes was no big deal. Were it not for the blood-soaked bandages, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was enduring immense pain. Mo's chapped lips were starting to crack, seeping out drops of blood, and his eyes were still covered by bandages. Even so, the delicate beauty of his facial features couldn't be hidden. The researcher glanced at his face for less than a few seconds, an involuntary flicker of fear passing through his eyes. He looked too much like the creator of the base. Too much like him. The rumors that had already spread throughout the base resurfaced in the researcher's mind. G3671's genes were derived from the creator, making him the creator's biological son. This seemingly weak and beautiful child was actually the source of the most chilling fear within the facility. The researcher unconsciously stepped back 2 paces, avoiding Mo's face which filled him with dread. Suppressing the shivers running down his spine, he forced himself to act tough and barked, "Same old rules, after drinking the nutrient solution, leave the bottle outside the door. Mistake once, get punished." Mo felt a scorching pain spreading from his eye sockets, but he neither cried nor screamed. He merely bowed his head, stroking the bottle in his hands and trying to reconstruct its shape from memory. The researcher didn't want to say more and turned to leave. Suddenly, the usually quiet little Mo spoke. "Brother, are you the only one here today?" The researcher frowned. "Of course it's just me. Who else would bother with all of you monsters? These kids have been genetically modified monsters since the day they were born." Mo directed his bandaged eyes toward the researcher's direction. "Really, just you? Why did he feel as if there were 2 people here?" The researcher muttered a curse under his breath, "Crazy bastard." He hurried his pace, eager to leave this place and avoid G3671, who seemed mentally unstable due to his eye extraction trauma. After a brief pause, Mo still held onto the nutritional bottle, a frail human child who had just gone blind. Out of instinct, he asked again, "Big brother, are you still here?" No answer. Seemingly realizing he was alone again, Mo fell silent. He had long been accustomed to such treatment and stood still for a moment, then was about to turn back to lie down on the bed. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms enveloped him, pulling him into a warm embrace. Surprised, Mo stopped and asked, "Big brother, did you come inside?" All the doors were securely locked, that male researcher didn't have the right to enter. A warm tear dropped on Mo's neck, leaving a cooling trail where it touched. Mo quickly became alert, asking cautiously, "Who are you?" Fong Yuan no longer cared about anything anymore. He didn't care why he was here or why he happened to meet Mo. He bent down and pressed a kiss to Mo's forehead, tears rolling down uncontrollably, feeling heartbroken as never before. Mo. His choked whisper made the child in his arms stop struggling. Mo was curious, "Are you crying?" He reached out with his small hand, trying to touch. He felt the lean muscles around his waist and traced upward until he touched a face streaked with wet trails. Mo confirmed it, "You're crying." He didn't understand why a strange man appeared here, but he still wanted to console the visibly distressed adult. "Don't cry. I endured so much pain and didn't shed a tear. Adults should be stronger." His bloody-stained bandage looked at Fong Yuan, pale lips moving faintly, "Don't come here. Leave now. If they find you, they'll kill you. Being killed would be a quicker death. What would be far worse was being captured to become a robot test subject." Fong Yuan choked for a long time, struggling to resume his usual composed and nonchalant demeanor. After a deep breath, he managed to smile faintly and ruffled Mo's hair. "I'm sorry, I got lost and accidentally stumbled here." "It doesn't matter," young Mo smiled at him, delighted that someone else could talk to him. He said, "I'm happy you're here talking to me, but you have to go. You can't stay here." Fong Yuan stood up, holding the excessively thin child in his arms and walked toward the bed. "Rest first." Mo continued reminding him, "Leave. They can't see me," Fong Yuan said to the child in his arms, "only you can see me, touch me." In front of Mo was pure darkness. He didn't know who was holding him, but he could confirm that this person didn't belong to the base team. Before coming, Fang Yuan had killed many people, and the strong smell of blood on him was very different from the disinfectant odor on the researchers, plus the brother who just said only he came here without anyone hiding around. Mou half believed, half doubted, Fang Yuan placed him back on the bed, carefully touched his face, looking at the bloody sunken bandage positions with his heart breaking into pieces. Kid, does it hurt? Mou was stunned. He never thought someone would ask if he felt pain, his face faintly showing happiness. Are you concerned about me? The childlike Mou, not yet turned into a robot, retained the innocence and naivety of a little child, laughing genuinely when happy, being lively and animated, which had no relation to his cold, mechanical nature later in life. Mou touched Fang Yuan's face with his small hand, slightly shy. You care about me, so do you like me? No one here likes me. Fang Yuan's eyes started to redden again. He asked once more, does it hurt? Mou shook his head in Fang Yuan's embrace. I'll soon have mechanical artificial eyes. Mou looked alarmingly thin, curled up into a small ball, then I won't be in pain anymore. Fang Yuan let him lie down properly, sitting on the ground himself. Will there be other surgeries? Mou remained silent for a while before nodding. Yes, I haven't had my bones removed because I'm too young and haven't grown tall enough yet. When I grow up, there will be brain surgery where data cables will be connected inside my skull. His small and thin hand touched his heart, but I already have a chip installed here, next to my heart. Fang Yuan couldn't see how terrible his expression looked, neither could Mou, but as he gripped Mou's cold hand, he touched a bottle of nutrient solution. Mou also remembered, I haven't eaten yet. Unable to endure any longer, Fang Yuan snatched away the nutrient solution. Don't eat this stuff. People outside ate delicious food, their mouths drooling over shrimp and fish, but they sent trial subjects such low-quality nutrition solution despised by everyone. Mou wasn't angry either, calmly responding, I only have this. Fang Yuan looked toward the door, pondering how he had passed through the iron gate and touched the nutrient solution. He needed to figure out the pattern so he could take better care of Mou, who couldn't see. These experiments didn't need to continue for long. Fang Yuan, being raised as a prodigy in the Fang family, figured out the pattern within half an hour. As long as he wanted, he could control his ability to pass through solid objects. Not easy to control, he spent some time getting used to this feeling, then leaned down and kissed Mou's cheek gently, softly saying, I'll go get you some food, what do you want? Mou said, I don't know. He hadn't tasted anything except nutrient solutions, his knowledge of external foods came only from pictures he glimpsed while learning to read. Fang Yuan tapped his neck, this extremely thin and sickly body couldn't handle greasy or spicy things. He thought for a moment, then stepped out of this iron cage, intending to check the kitchen equipment in the experimental base. I'm leaving. Lying in bed, Mou didn't hear any footsteps. He tilted his head and asked, are you still here? No one responded. Mou waited quietly in the silence, his hands neatly placed on his abdomen, thinking about the man's voice just now. Trembling, choking, and yet unable to hide its originally excellent tone quality, it sounded melodious and gentle, soft and soothing, like music flowing in his ears. Mou had never experienced such a gentle voice, nor had he been hugged. Actually, there was something he hadn't dared to tell the older brother earlier. He was an uncontrollable killing machine. Mou placed his tiny hand into a hidden corner of the bed and attempted to pinch it. The sturdy synthetic metal instantly crumpled into a messy lump in his hand. Mou paused his body for a moment, then withdrew his hand. He still couldn't tell the kind-hearted older brother about his abilities. Otherwise, the older brother who hugged him would look as frightened and wary as the researchers, unwilling to even speak a word to G3671. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived with a bouquet of flowers from the hospital garden and a bowl of white porridge in his hands. Mou smelled something different first. So fragrant. Fang Yuan held the flowers under his nose and smiled, do you want these flowers, my good boy? Flowers? Mou tried to grab them but ended up catching nothing. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, Fang Yuan had already thrust the flower branch into his hands. He touched it gently, the soft and delicate petals left Mou somewhat surprised. Such fragile things never appeared around him, and it was the first time he had received flowers. Growing up in the experimental base, Mou's understanding of the outside world was alarmingly shallow. He had heard some female researchers talk, saying that they usually received such things with shyness, coquettishness, and discomfort. Mou asked, should I be shy? Fang Yuan chuckled, no need, just being happy is enough. He held a spoon and fed Mou spoonfuls of the white porridge. The thick and soft porridge entered Mou's mouth, which normally only tasted nutrient solution. Hot food rarely came into his mouth, so he was startled, thinking he was drinking blood. After all, blood was warm. Fang Yuan found it both amusing and touching, pressing down on the tense Mou, feeling that this child resembled a sickly kitten fluffed up in fear. He said, don't dislike it because it's bland. You can't have anything else. Mou suppressed his fear and took 2 more bites. Knowing it wasn't dangerous and not like the bitter medicine or anesthesia shots the researchers forced down his throat, he gradually calmed down. Pretty tasty, Mou pursed his lips to taste, better than nutrient solution. A bowl of porridge was much tastier than the nutrient solution. He wondered what strange flavor it could possibly be. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, feeding him until the bowl was empty, then picked up the nutrient solution he had tossed aside and drained it in one go. It was bitter, smelly, and felt like bugs crawling in his mouth. It was worse than traditional Chinese medicine. Fang Yuan swallowed it down while suppressing the urge to vomit, then threw it out the door. Don't eat this anymore. Fang Yuan rubbed his uncomfortable stomach. I'll make various delicacies for you. All you have to do is sit and wait. Mou asked, are you going to take care of me? Fang Yuan smiled, is that okay? Seems not, Mou said, but I'm easy to take care of, just give me a bowl of rice and a bed, I don't need anything else, as long as you don't hit me or sedate me. He paused for a moment, seemingly realizing his requests were too many, and his voice became quieter, and no surgery either. Fang Yuan felt his trembling fingers hurting, but his voice remained clear and gentle, without revealing anything wrong. If you're so easy to take care of, why can't I raise you? Mou didn't answer him again, instead lowering his head and starting to pick at the flower petals. Because a machine shouldn't be raised. In the following days, Fang Yuan stayed by his side. He attempted to cook delicious meals for him. The oily and spicy ones were off limits, but there were plenty of mild yet savory dishes waiting for Mou. 3 times a day, Fang Yuan encouraged him to eat these foods. Mou blushed slightly, you are really kind to me. Fang Yuan handed him a cup of water to drink and was about to prepare clean bandages for him when he laughed charmingly upon hearing Mou's words, can you reward me a bit? Mou, how can I reward you? Fang Yuan said, when you grow up and see me again, can you like me a little more? I already like you now. You're the best to me, Mou smiled and said, even better than my master. Fang Yuan managed to curl his lips slightly, his steady and indifferent appearance had never changed much, but in front of this child, Fang Yuan kept changing his usual self. He hugged the child in his arms, carefully changing the bandages, looking at Mou's tightly closed, sunken eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with pain. I thought I wouldn't become like my father. Fang Yuan spoke in a very low voice, sprinkling the medicine and wrapping Mou's injured eyes with clean, soft bandages. I was wrong, Fang Yuan whispered softly, I'm too much like him. Fang Yuan almost didn't recognize if he was Fang Yuan or Fang Xiao when he looked into the mirror that night. That evening, Mou slept on the inside, and Fang Yuan lay beside the bed, resting his head on his arm as he watched the quiet baby. After a long while, Fang Yuan asked in a hoarse voice, have you ever thought about leaving? Mou silently shook his head. Fang Yuan asked, is it because your master is here? Mou nodded slightly. Forget him. Fang Yuan's tone was inexplicable, his soft voice flowed like spring water at night. He made you unhappy and even gouged out your eyes. Mou bit his lips, saying, as long as he's here, I don't want to leave. Fang Yuan said, if you stay here, you won't see the moon, smell the flowers, or hear the sounds of streams and birds, everything will be unrelated to you. There are many complicated people outside, some good, some bad, some kind, some evil. But here, all you see are people with malicious intent who will hurt you and make you sad. Fang Yuan used his finger to brush the hair from Mou's forehead. Come outside with me and take a look, there are many wonderful things that can teach you much. Don't be confined here as an experiment for them to manipulate. Mou looked toward Fang Yuan's position and softly asked, how great is it outside? Fang Yuan said, no anesthesia, no beatings, no surgeries, you can eat delicious food, smell the flowers, and taste freedom, isn't that great enough? Mou, that's indeed very good, but you're even better to me. Fang Yuan lowered his voice, whispering secretly, will you come away with me? An invisible chain had bound the little robot to this place. Before everything happened, Fang Yuan wanted to take Mou away. Not to remain a machine, but to become a real human being. Mou remained silent, as if pondering something profound, or maybe his empty mind had nothing at all. In the deepening silence of night, the clear, young voice of a child slowly echoed through the space. Take me away. Fang Yuan smiled. All right. Mou felt the fresh air in his sleep. A gentle breeze rustled past his ears, ruffling the strands of hair around his fiery, painfully aching eyes. The birds sang tenderly in the trees, and the scent of flowers lingered under his nose. This was the freedom Fang Yuan had promised. Realizing he was awake, Fang Yuan bent down and picked him up, asking, are you awake? How do you feel? Mou dazedly sensed only darkness ahead, yet heard an unprecedented vitality around him. Am I out? You are out. Fang Yuan ruffled his head, are you happy? Mou was still trying to adapt to all the unfamiliar surroundings, extending his hand to touch the air. What is this place? It's a mountain. Fang Yuan, still stained with blood that hadn't dried, held little Mou and smiled with bright eyes, I worked hard to bring you here, do you like it? Mou said, but I can't see. That doesn't matter. Fang Yuan let out a breath. There was a horrifying wound on his back, the charred flesh curling, revealing crimson blood, but he seemed not to feel the excruciating pain and continued smiling. How could they possibly let me walk away with you? Are you injured? Mou trembled his fingers wanting to touch him, but was gently captured by a large hand holding his palm. Fang Yuan touched his face, leaving bloody streaks clearly visible. With guilt, he kissed Mou, I gave you sleeping pills and made you sleep for so long, sorry. Mou finally detected a scent beyond the fragrance of flowers, the stench of blood and burnt flesh. You're hurt. The bandage before Mou's eyes turned faintly red with blood due to his emotional surge. They used electroshock guns. All he saw was dense blackness, and the familiar scent of blood at the tip of his nose. Mou knew this smell all too well. Every time he was sent to surgery, beaten, or sent out on missions, layers of injuries covered his body, the scent of blood followed relentlessly, along with nightmares and pain. But never once had anyone else been injured for him, only himself. Mou's chest heaved violently. You're hurt. I'll get better soon, Fang Yuan reassured him. Don't be afraid, I won't die. He sat atop the highest spot, cradling the boy. As the sun rose brilliantly, Fang Yuan felt his life force ebbing away. He was close to leaving. This feeling had never been clearer. I want to hold you more. Fang Yuan tiredly smiled, and watched the sunrise and sunset together. Mou paused for a moment. Can I? You can. Fang Yuan held him and said hoarsely, you cannot now, but you will be able to in the future. But I shouldn't take up your life. Little Mou hugged his knees, feeling the nature around him. You belong outside, not in my fantasy. His lips were pale as he softly spoke. Fang Yuan sat next to him, his gaze tender yet painful. I want to stay here and keep you company. You shouldn't stay with me, Mou replied calmly. He clearly knew that he was a figment of imagination and that he belonged to someone's forgotten past. Little Mou said, I've already been forgotten, even by the grown-up version of myself. That robot has forgotten me. The adult Mou was completely a robot, forgetting he had once been a child who cried and laughed, longing for freedom. When his brain was taken out that day, all memories and emotions were gone. Little Mou was a tragic period. He was the most human-like time, and also the time when he was thoroughly forgotten. Even he himself had forgotten about him. Mou said softly, you should go. Fang Yuan forced a bitter smile. What else do you want? As long as you say it, I can give it to you. Mou smiled slightly. He stood up and embraced Fang Yuan's head, giving him a kiss on the face. Robot model G3671 doesn't want anything. Mou tilted his head, laughing lightly, but the bandages on his face were glaringly obvious. If he still had his original eyes, they would probably be as pale and tranquil as his creators instead of the later deep black ones. But he lost his original eyes, and those uniquely beautiful light-colored pupils were gone forever. Mou said, if you have to give me something, give me your love. He had never been cared about before. He wanted unique love that could wrap him tightly, suffocating possessive affection. Fang Yuan patted his back gently and said, you don't need to ask for this requirement, I've given it to you long ago. Mou buried his face in Fang Yuan's neck, smelled the mixed aroma of fine fragrance and blood, and mumbled, but I still don't know your name. Fang Yuan, the handsome young man smiled, his warm eyes curving into half-moons, the person you can depend on freely. Mou laughed out loud in his arms and playfully patted Fang Yuan. His pretty and delicate little face couldn't hide his fondness. Wait for me to grow up, the little boy shook Fang Yuan's hand, then I'll find you. You have to wait for me. Fang Yuan's eyes carried sorrow, he said, then you'll have to wait a long time. When he grows up, G3671 will die during resistance and be incorporated as the soul of the Time-Space Bureau, requiring several more centuries before meeting the person he promised to find in his childhood. Mou, it doesn't matter, you don't have to wait for me, I'll come to find you. But he felt somewhat inferior, but on the day you see me, I will just be an emotionless, cold robot. Will you hate me? Fang Yuan was smiling while tears streamed down his face. No, Mou will always be Mou, not G3671. The little robot is so cute, I won't hate him. If he doesn't understand, I'll teach him. In the few remaining decades of my life, I can spend them getting to know him. He will learn how to normally interact with humans, he will also understand what feelings are. I am patient and have time. Mou's voice carried an indescribable emotion. He wasn't sure if he was crying or not. Sorry, I made you sad, I'm so troublesome. Fang Yuan wanted to wipe away the blood and tears from his bandage but stopped his hand to avoid hurting him. He spoke warmly, to meet the childhood version of you, I am already very happy. Mou sniffed and the overly pale face turned red, looking truly sad. You should go, he repeated. Fang Yuan said, then let me give you one more hug. I'm worried there might be no one hugging you for such a long time after that. Mou's small arms tightly wrapped around his neck, giving him a secure and tight embrace. You must hug me often in the future, I like being hugged, but the robot from the future may not request such things. Mou secretly sketched Fang Yuan's face in his heart. For the first time, he regretted not being able to see what Fang Yuan looked like. If only I could see you. Mou touched Fang Yuan's cheek with his fingers. I want to see you. Even if it were through mechanical prosthetic eyes. Chapter 49, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 17. The surroundings shattered into fragments, the landscape, sunrise, and Mou vanishing before Fang Yuan's eyes, becoming unreachable illusions. Each piece of the glass-like phantom was a frozen moment from the previous world, their cracks filled with deep, ink-black darkness. Instinctively, Fang Yuan reached out his hand, only to pass through the slim body of little Mou. The illusions were fading away, leaving behind an oppressive silence and darkness. It took Fong Yuan a long while to struggle up from the ground. He looked around, the silent, black space was devoid of anyone. He had no idea where he was, so he stood quietly at the spot, wondering what else this mysterious existence might want to show him. Fong Yuan didn't have to wait long. Gradually, noisy sounds arose around him, accompanied by a distant and cold verdict. According to regulations, G3671 is judged as a high-risk red robot. Charges are as follows. First, cruel killing of 68,771 humans, using extreme methods. Second, inciting robots to rebel, causing widespread panic and chaos, resulting in 34,867 deaths. Third, unauthorized data intrusion into government departments, destroying mainframes and causing mass paralysis of social activities, leading to economic losses amounting to about 3 billion yuan. The crimes are extremely serious, circumstances particularly heinous, with severe societal harm. Legally harsh punishment should be applied for all offenses combined, thus deciding on capital punishment. The darkness surrounding Fong Yuan dissipated, transforming into colorful, fluid images. Now, he found himself inside a courtroom, unlike the ones in his original world. It spiraled downward in steps, with a circular cage placed dead center at the bottom. Inside it sat a slim figure, a beautiful youth with fine features. The lighting here was dim, and the spectator section appeared pitch black, making the audience hard to distinguish. Yet whispers buzzed through the room. The middle circular cage at the lowest level was bathed in a strong spotlight, allowing one to barely see the armed policeman stationed guard nearby. Staring dazedly at the young figure in the middle, Fong Yuan could not take his eyes off that familiar handsome face. Inside the cage, there was no chair. Mou sat directly on the ground, one leg slightly bent, his wrist resting on his knee, pale soft hands dangling lifelessly. He listened silently and calmly to the high and mighty pronouncement above. Someone asked, G3671, do you have any objections to the aforementioned ruling? Mou, under the strong light, though seemingly unable to see the faces shrouded in darkness, could still clearly perceive every single person with his highly sophisticated mechanical prosthetic eyes. Fear, caution, excitement, disgust. They rejoiced that a wandering high-risk red robot had finally been captured, eagerly awaiting the immediate execution of its death sentence so that this damned machine would die. With icy detachment, Mou replied, no objection. Another question followed, do you regret committing the above criminal acts? Mou seemed momentarily puzzled. His cold mechanical eyes swept over the person who questioned him, inducing a cold sweat down that individual's spine and unfounded dread welling within. This was the Red Danger robot who had claimed countless lives before being captured. On Mou's perfectly sculpted face, too exquisite to be human, showed absolutely no emotion. In a low voice, he said, no regret. An uproar spread among the audience. This despicable robot. He killed so many people, causing numerous family breakups. How dare he say such things shamelessly? Death sentence. Execute immediately. The whole world is waiting live streaming to witness his demise. Closing his eyes, Mou's long, thick lashes trembled lightly, covering those dark cold mechanical eyes. Features resembling a human's became more prominent. As the audience's curses gradually faded, anger turned to unease and reluctance upon seeing his face that resembled too much like a human. Mou's rebellion wasn't without effect. He had revealed the truth, robots were made of human transformation. Those bloody videos, the chilling screams ringing in ears, highlighted the fact that robots once were humans. I've come here today to ask you all a question. Mou's voice was like a cold stream, outwardly calm but innerly tumultuous. When faced with gene embryos grown into lives, being sent onto experimental tables one after another, would you then extend empathy and sympathy toward us? Silence fell upon the spectators, leaving everyone speechless. Later, I realized I had made one mistake. Mou slowly opened his hand, gazing at his luminous, soft palm covered with countless lives, once enemy blood, then blood of allies. In the early years when robots were first sent to battlefields, people praised them as guardians because they blocked all the artillery fire and calamities, bringing humanity a peaceful era. But that only lasted for a few initial years. Afterward, criticism and fear of robots flooded everywhere. Mou said indifferently, you wouldn't place your overflowing sympathy on an alien species. So his coming here was a complete mistake. Mou placed his hand on the handle of the specially designed metal cage. With what seemed like gentle strength from those soft, pretty hands, the protective cover that made humans feel secure got deformed. Shrieks filled with terror and uneasiness erupted from the audience, as everyone wanted to rush out of their seats to escape this hell. The gate slammed down with a sound of clattering, completely sealing their path of escape. The armed police guarding Mou were shocked pale, yelling in alarm, shoot. Boom boom boom. An endless barrage of bullets came piercing through the air from all directions, heading straight for Mou. Mou waved his hand, breaking the chains and cage confining him. The ghostly figure disappeared from where it had been. Just as the leading policeman was about to check the surroundings, a cold whisper sounded behind him, do not point your gun at a combat robot. The policeman was startled. Just as he was about to turn around, his rifle was snatched away, and within a blink of an eye, a hole appeared right in the center of his forehead. With GHGH sounds cutting off, the bloodshot eyes widened unthinkingly, in less than 2 seconds, he met his clean and neat end. MOU's dark figure darted among the policemen. It took less than 0.5 seconds to kill one human. His eyes swept across, everything he looked upon became a lethal weapon. Coming to the last policeman, MOU casually bit the metal plate on the sleeve, tore it off, then moved his lips close to this policeman's neck, drawing a delicate slash. The splashing blood from the policeman's neck became the only shadow of blackness. His head drooped halfway, just by biting the metal piece, half the policeman's head fell off, swaying precariously on the neck. MOU slaughtered hundreds of policemen present so easily and carelessly. People in the audience collapsed on the ground, their groins wet with light yellow liquid, retreating while crying. A bare white foot stepped onto the spiral staircase, moving upward step by step. The viewers who had just haughtily judged criminals now covered their mouths, tears uncontrollably welling up in their eyes. Their bodies trembled violently as they watched that powerful robot approach. MOU didn't wear shoes, even the shape of his feet was beautiful, like an artwork. He was an absolutely perfect creation from head to toe. MOU did not say another word. He was tired of speaking with these people. Under the terrified gaze of the crowd, amidst the frantic avoidance of panicked masses, he remained focused ahead, indifferent and detached, walking through them toward the locked gates. The gates, as if receiving some signal, slowly ascended, revealing a human-shaped passage. MOU left this place. After confirming the dangerous robot had left, the silence turned into cries of relief among the survivors. This was a less than 10-minute playback, and Fang Yuan simply stood still in the same spot, unable to move an inch, watching his young friend leave with such evident sorrow. He knew MOU was sad, so clearly upset, almost crying, but no one there noticed. He should have given him a hug. Fang Yuan thought. He regretted letting MOU go to the nightclub alone. Now he didn't know where to find him to give that hug, let alone keep him from leaving. He didn't want MOU to leave his side anymore. He had thought controlling his possessiveness and giving his partner appropriate space would lead to a healthy relationship. Every single gesture of the little robot was asking for a hug, yet Fang Yuan failed to realize that and treated him like any normal human partner in a healthy relationship. He didn't need to control his possessiveness or suppress his excessively obsessive love, MOU wouldn't mind, and perhaps he would even enjoy it. Fang Yuan spoke hoarsely, "Let me out." The space seemed to oscillate slightly, then a childish voice responded, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Do you not want to know how MOU died?" "I already know." Fang Yuan closed his eyes wearily, "It's easy to guess." The air remained silent for a moment before answering, "All right, I will take you to MOU." Blood mist enveloped the Shenhe hospital. Panic-filled footsteps echoed again and again as figures stumbled over piled-up boxes. "Hurry up. They're catching up." Ji Liang anxiously glanced back, gritting his teeth and running a few more steps forward. Beside him were a few people struggling to breathe, both men and women, only 3 or 4 in total. Their tear-streaked faces were filled with desperation as they cried out while running ahead. Behind them, slow yet light footsteps echoed with the continuous giggles. A slender figure wrapped in red gauze became gradually clearer. Her limbs were contorted into shapes no human could assume, her head tilted almost at an unnaturally flat angle. The bloodied nurse, with her chilling laughter and screams, was chasing them closely despite her seemingly sluggish movements. Ji Liang trembled with fear, terrified down to his very bones. Reaching a corridor turning point, he prepared to close and lock the long chain on the door. The group of youths behind him screamed frantically, pounding their hands against the door. "Don't close it. We're still out here." Fueled by determination, Ji Liang ignored their desperate pleas and tried hard to shut the door, locking it tightly so that those outside would be locked out. Chu Xiao cursed loudly, "You son of a bitch." As the door was about to close, Chu Xiao kicked it forcefully, directly booting Ji Liang back with such force that he flew aside. Several panicked teenagers rushed inside quickly, slamming the door just as the nurse reached for them with outstretched arms before finally securing it. With the immediate danger resolved, Chu Xiao turned around and grabbed Ji Liang by his shirt collar, throwing a punch. He spat bitterly, "You bastard dog." Ji Liang's face twisted under the blow as his hateful eyes focused on Chu Xiao's handsome visage. "I just didn't want to die, that's all." "Because you didn't want to die, you let all these others become sacrifices." Chu Xiao swung another punch. Before Ji Liang could retaliate, Chu Xiao crushed his leg with a swift kick, tossing him aside like garbage. Chu Xiao sneered coldly, "If I had less conscience, I'd have thrown you out there to feed the monster." After delivering 2 more kicks, he glared disdainfully at the person lying on the ground, shoving his hands into his pockets as he stepped forward briskly. Behind him, Su Li hastily reminded, "Don't leave the main group. Who knows what other monsters are lurking here." Chu Xiao gave him a cold sideways glance, "Compared to staying with a bunch of useless waste and a selfish scum like him, I'd rather be alone." As he continued walking down the corridor, dry black blood and struggle marks lingered around, leaving only the rhythmic tap-tap sound of Chu Xiao's footsteps. His angry expression now grew calm and composed as he entered a room, finding a Taotai figurine on a desk, which he spun twice following the sequence of 3341. Soon after, the corridor started to subtly twist, rousing the monsters dormant in its depths. The group of men and women sobbing quietly in the hallway caught their attention. Having finished this, Chu Xiao walked out of the seemingly ordinary clinic room. No sooner had he stepped out than a long, even hand reached out from a corner, grabbing his wrist and pulling him into a warm, broad embrace. Chu Xiao's expression changed instantly, ready to unleash curses. However, upon looking up, he was rendered speechless. The man hugging him embraced him as if clinging to a treasure lost and found again. His face was pale and exhausted, his usually gentle and clear eyes glowing ominously red, his frail arms gripping tightly around Chu Xiao's waist. Even his fair complexion, including the thin frame glasses perched on his nose, were smeared with fresh blood. Though his neatly dressed clothes were tattered, exposing burnt and bloody flesh on his back, this man held Chu Xiao firmly with incredible strength as though attempting to merge the young man into his very core. Fang Yuan managed a weak smile and whispered softly in Chu Xiao's ear, "I found you." Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiao blinked, his handsome face instantly distorting into a grotesque form until it finally morphed into Mou's beautiful and refined features. Mou furrowed his eyebrows, seeing Fang Yuan's disheveled state, a sharp pain piercing through his heart. Lips tinged cherry red, he gently brushed Fang Yuan's blood-streaked face, maintaining a cold and eerily tranquil expression as he asked, "Who did this?" Fang Yuan chuckled hoarsely, "They're all dead." Mou curled his fingers restlessly, unsatisfied. Sparkling lights began to flicker from his fingertips. This glow touched Fang Yuan's wounds, healing them instantly, the torn flesh mended completely without any trace left behind. "It doesn't hurt anymore," Mou said, blowing lightly on Fang Yuan's previous injuries. "You're healed." Fang Yuan's eyes brimmed slightly red-rimmed, deeply gazing at Mou who had just tended to his wounds. Slowly raising his hand from where it rested on his waist, he placed it on the back of Mou's head. Leaning down, Fang Yuan kissed Mou's lips. Mou was caught off guard and kissed outright. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react in surprise, his lips were parted. Fang Yuan's movements were a little clumsy, but extremely delicate and gentle, meticulously ensuring Mou's comfort. His hot breath sprinkled over Mou's face, leaving a flirtatious itch in tender affection. Mou did not struggle. He felt this unfamiliar kiss, so soft and dense, as his mouth and nose were filled with Fang Yuan's faint, clean scent. This passive kissing did not last long. Mou, with a strong learning ability, mimicked Fang Yuan by grabbing the back of his head, taking control, and returning everything based on the lesson just demonstrated to him. Fang Yuan was pinned against the wall, pressed by Mou's slender body. He had no intention to resist, obediently enduring Mou's invasion. After much time passed, Fang Yuan embraced Mou and ended the prolonged kiss. Mou, Fang Yuan touched foreheads with him, his eyes bloodshot, "I love you very much." Mou couldn't help but touch his flushed ear tip. "There's something I want to teach you," Fang Yuan curved his lips, "when I say I love you, remember to reply that you love me too." "I love you too." Chapter 50, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 18. Mou, are you pretending to be someone else? Fang Yuan sat on the ground, too lazy to care how dirty it was since he wasn't exactly clean either, covered in dirt and blood. A man named Chu Xiao. Mou squatted down too, obediently leaning beside Fang Yuan, resting his head on his shoulder. Fang Yuan kissed his eyes, pulling him into his arms and laughed, "I saw that, it was truly convincing." Flattered by his praise, Mou showed a hint of shyness, "I'm good at imitation and acting." The kid was seeking approval. "Great job, can I see it again?" Fang Yuan praised earnestly, Mou's act was so lifelike that the original look is unrecognizable. Mou's corners of his lips slightly curled, happiness swelling in his heart. "You can watch." Mou grabbed his hand, "I'll make you invisible." Fang Yuan grinned widely and nodded. Later parts. Observer 002 had become too lazy to say much anymore. What disgusting PDA. One person was playing the role of a hot-headed rich young master, luring people to places with monsters, tormenting several young men and women on sight. Another became an elusive ghost who couldn't be seen, occasionally causing minor accidents, scaring the already terrified students. Two childish idiots. 002 rolled his eyes. It went on until Ji Liang was deceived into a group of monsters. As Ji Liang stared in disbelief, the ferocious monsters showed no intention to harm Chu Xiao and simply walked past him. Over. That's done. Ji Liang almost spat out blood. It's you. Mou innocently looked at him, what? You're the mole. Ji Liang cursed furiously. No, Mou contradicted his mistake, I'm the victim. It was Ji Liang who started first, Mou sought compensation. Ji Liang lay on the ground, picked up a handful of dirt, and threw it at him, shit. You cheap bastard. Mou felt wronged, you insulted me. And he threw soil at him, Mou wouldn't tolerate such an injustice. Mou looked beside him, he cursed me. Fang Yuan revealed himself, smiling gently with a refined and elegant aura, placing one foot on Ji Liang's face, softly demanding, say, I'm sorry. I won't. Fang Yuan kicked out his teeth. Ji Liang spat out another mouthful of blood, having lost a few teeth, yet still refusing, I won't. Fang Yuan's gaze gradually grew cold, now considering whether or not to cut out Ji Liang's tongue. Ji Liang's heart trembled in fear, somehow understanding his expression. After hesitating for a while, he corrected himself, I'm sorry. Fang Yuan turned his head to the child and smiled indulgently. See, he knows he's wrong, don't be mad. Mou was satisfied, holding Fang Yuan's index finger and quietly pinching it, his pitch-black eyes shining brilliantly. Alright, I'm not angry. A cluster of surrounding monsters watched as their master and this man engaged in such intimate behavior, falling into an awkward silence. What should they do in response? Finally, the crowd of tall, misshapen, twisted creatures opted to cover their eyes and not look at the overly affectionate couple. Mou had his fun and then decided that tormenting people this way was not so good after all, so he neatly kicked the battered Ji Liang into the crowd of monsters and lifted his chin. We'll offer him to you. Chu Xiao. You bastard. A thin monster with some sense of timing stretched out its fist and smashed in Ji Liang's remaining teeth, then rallied a few friends to surround him. He couldn't let this fool ruin their master's mood. First, make sure he can't talk. Fang Yuan saw the pitiful guy on the ground being tortured to death and uninterestedly looked away, only to meet Mou's eyes observing him carefully. Mou pointed at Ji Liang. Are you feeling pity for him? Fang Yuan. What is my little buddy thinking? No, Fang Yuan held back his laughter inside. Why do you think that, little Mou? Mou didn't answer him but silently withdrew his finger, crossed his arms, and said nothing. Fang Yuan asked, why should I feel sorry for him? Mou seriously said, you shouldn't like psychopaths, like me instead. Fang Yuan, but I already like you. Mou nodded and added, without me, you would have liked him. Fang Yuan. After pausing for a moment, he quietly replied, my taste shouldn't be that bad. A young rich kid without any morality, depth, or refinement, with only an acceptable appearance, Fang Yuan had met plenty of them before, it wouldn't get to the point of liking someone like that. Mou's eyes misted over, you're lying to me. In the original storyline, he had fallen for him. Question marks were almost appearing over Fang Yuan's head. He vaguely realized the second inspection came upon him silently, and his answers hadn't been very good, making Mou sad. He thought carefully for a long time but still couldn't find any problem with what he had just said, so he could only embrace Mou while leaning down, kissing him, and pecking him while pinching his chin. I'm sorry, what did I say wrong? Tell me. Of course, Mou wouldn't tell him, just lowering his lashes gloomily. Observer 002 had started rummaging for sunflower seeds in space, seeing Mou really awkward, so he finally showed mercy. It's Insi's fault. Little Mou, don't get jealous about something that hasn't even happened yet. Not possible, Mou whispered to it, I feel uncomfortable. 002, then punch Ji Liang. Mou, even if I do that, I won't be happy. 002, then let Fang Yuan punch. Mou grabbed the man beside him who was still comforting him, would you hit him? Fang Yuan was momentarily stunned by his request, feeling that such a Mou resembled a current girlfriend irrationally demanding her boyfriend slap his ex-girlfriend. He rubbed his forehead wearily, hitting Ji Liang was a small matter, just move a hand. More importantly, why would Mou make such a weird request because of such an utterly worthless person? There must be reasons behind this worth examining. Little Mou, may I ask why you want me to do that? Mou also thought himself unreasonable. He bit his lip and let go of Fang Yuan's sleeve, saying, sorry. Fang Yuan smiled, why apologize? Kids who make demands are good kids, cuter than how you used to behave when you didn't dare to. Mou began to muster courage to make requests, can you hit him? Fang Yuan. The child's requests are truly strange. Chapter 51, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 19. Even though he didn't understand, under Fang Yuan's overly indulgent flaw, he still went ahead and hit. Ji Liang's eyes were full of despair and suffocation, why? You should be grateful that Mou didn't tell me to kill you. Fang Yuan twisted his wrist and gave a slight smile, otherwise, you would already be a corpse right now. Ji Liang stared at him fiercely, who are you? I haven't offended you. Let me think. Fang Yuan stepped on his head, tilted his head and pondered, the person you are pursuing, Mou's boyfriend, which title suits you better? Fang Yuan flashed a broad smile. The things you've done, at the time, I wanted to resolve them on a case-by-case basis. But now it's no longer possible. The little kid is now my boyfriend, and we will get married later, so you truly deserve to die. Fang Yuan squatted down and reached out to pat his face. Besides, have I ever told you, from the first time I saw you, I felt nauseated physiologically? His gaze was light and gentle, his smile never changed, but looking closely, you could tell it was somewhat fake. That feeling of a conflicting fate, you really disgust me. Ji Liang stared in horror at the man before him. The handsome man with narrow-framed glasses was smiling, but his eyes were cold and terrifying. Fang Yuan sighed softly, oh dear, the excuse that this pitiful person accidentally got beaten to death should satisfy Mou, right? Ji Liang's face turned pale with fear, what are you going to do? Fang Yuan's pale, soft cheeks were still stained with blood, which splashed on his extremely handsome face, giving him a recklessly arrogant and sinister look. He lowered his voice, his smile carrying hints of mockery, you'll find out soon. Ji Liang gradually widened his eyes, red veins covering his whites and even creeping into his black irises. 3 minutes later. Mou, he's dead. Fang Yuan looked somewhat remorseful as he shook his hand to rid it of the blood. He was still squatting on the ground, turning back to tell Mou while a corpse lay before him, its unclosed eyes glaring with hatred, an image that sent shivers down one's spine. Mou tiptoed to take a look. His seemingly indifferent ink-colored eyes stared at the already deceased Ji Liang, unexpectedly filled with joy. He's dead, Mou confirmed with certainty. Fang Yuan stood up, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. His long eyelashes drooped, hiding the disgust in his eyes, yet his tone remained gentle. Sorry, I killed him by accident. Mou was still pleased and moved forward to hold his hand. Fang Yuan instinctively avoided it. Mou froze, staring blankly at Fang Yuan who had dodged him. Before Mou could utter a question, Fang Yuan quickly rolled up the handkerchief in a few motions and wiped his right hand until it was spotless. After making sure there was no trace of Ji Liang's blood left, he then held Mou's hand. The blood is dirty, Fang Yuan explained briefly. Mou said, I don't mind. Fang Yuan shook his head, even if you don't mind, you can't touch blood, it's the dirtiest thing in the world, so you don't need to touch it in the future. Fang Yuan was willing to be the shield ahead, firmly blocking everything harmful to Mou. Mou instinctively glanced at his own hand. Such tender, pale hands had been stained with countless lives. Will you dislike me? Mou raised his hand in front of Fang Yuan, but I am like this now. You said you would love me, so you shouldn't dislike me. Fang Yuan held his hand and kissed it lightly on the back. I don't dislike you, I like you very much. Mou's lips curled up slightly, the icy coolness in his pitch-black eyes softened involuntarily. He even took the initiative to kiss Fang Yuan's pale lips and pecked them gently. Fang Yuan smiled at the little kid kissing him while tiptoeing, hugging his thin waist tighter and deepened the kiss. It was a long kiss, during which both carefully enjoyed the intimate pleasure, savoring the sweetness of being together with their lover. Let's go out. Fang Yuan wiped his lips, where will we appear? Mou touched his slightly swollen lips, we can go home directly. In Ji Liang's eyes, he just had a bad dream. Fang Yuan regretfully sighed, what a pity. Mou paused, his long lashes quivering, feeling slightly annoyed, what's a pity? Fang Yuan immediately explained, it's a pity he didn't really die, otherwise, I wouldn't have to see his repulsive face again. Mou then felt less jealous inside. Fang Yuan knew the crisis had passed, yet he broke out in cold sweat. He realized how difficult Mou was becoming to handle, and any inadvertent response might lead to the child feeling deeply wronged. To Fang Yuan, children's jealousy wasn't an issue, it might even count as charm, but such frequent jealousy pointed to something more significant. Mou lacked security. Fang Yuan frowned in confusion, unsure why Mou was so insecure. It shouldn't be this way. He had installed a tracker on Mou, kept following him, and never neglected hidden surveillance on his phone. Why did Mou still lack a sense of security? Finally, Fang Yuan drew a conclusion. The little robot truly lacked affection. So once he received unconditional love from someone, clutching it in his hands, filling his heart with happiness and excitement, his inferiority complex and doubts reached their peak. Afraid that the love he finally obtained would be snatched away. Fang Yuan was not the kind of person to sit idly by. The moment he realized this problem, he proactively hugged Mou and whispered in his ear, let's go home together. Mou, okay. The space ruptured layer by layer, gradually degrading around them. An invisible channel revealed itself. Mou located the position and pulled Fang Yuan into it. Less than a minute later, the two appeared in the living room of Fang Yuan's house. Fang Yuan sighed with relief but was clearly disgusted by the dirt and blood on his body. He turned to Mou beside him, wait for me in the bedroom. I'll go take a shower. Mou nodded, thinking he would have to enter the room alone, only for Fang Yuan to follow him inside and pull out snacks, a tablet computer, and a small blanket, all of which were shoved into Mou's arms. Watch dramas, play games, eat snacks, do whatever you want. Wait for me like a good baby. Fang Yuan kissed his cheek lightly, turned on the devices, and even tore open the snack bags for him, smiling affectionately. Mou touched his ear tips, confirming they weren't especially burning hot, then nodded calmly, all right, I'll wait for you. Only then did Fang Yuan walk into the bathroom. After locking the door, he paused for a long time in place, unsure whether to proceed. After a long silence, Fang Yuan seemed to make a decision. He reached out and undid the buttons of his shirt, revealing his pale yet beautiful pectoral muscles, his upper body radiated male strength and allure, every inch favored by fate. Fang Yuan quickly undressed completely, staring silently at himself in the mirror before turning on the shower head and washing himself. This bath unexpectedly lasted much longer than usual. Mou thought he had watched cartoons for a very long time and had almost finished the snacks, yet Fang Yuan still hadn't come out. His subconscious lack of security began to subtly affect him, making him fidgety and uneasy. After sitting restlessly for a while, Mou finally couldn't help but lean his head toward the bathroom direction, throw off the small blanket, and walk over smoothly, without showing any sign of urgency. He knocked on the door. A moment later, a hoarse voice came from inside, what is it? Knowing that Fang Yuan was still there, Mou relaxed somewhat, about to say, sorry, when the door clicked open. Fang Yuan didn't appear at the entrance but instead spoke more clearly, his voice carrying an ambiguous desire, Mou, come in. Mou blinked, not understanding why he should go inside. However, he didn't object but obediently stepped in. As soon as he entered, his eyes were clouded by steam, and a slender hand pulled him fully inside, followed by the door being tightly shut and locked. Mou fell into a strong chest. Fong Yuan's robust and handsome body was entirely exposed. With one hand, he brushed aside the damp bangs on his forehead, revealing his warm and beautiful face. Mou was firmly held in his arms. He noticed something unusual about Fong Yuan's current state compared to usual, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was. Fong Yuan breathed out softly, pinched Mou's nape slightly, and smiled helplessly. I never expected to do this kind of thing to myself. Fong Yuan kissed Mou's rosy lips, gazing into his pure and beautiful eyes. He gently caressed Mou's cheek, blowing lightly into his ear in a seductive tone, good baby. Mou widened his eyes slightly, confusion flashing in their depths. Fong Yuan chuckled. You don't know how, right? I'll teach you. Chapter 52, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, 20. Humans can indeed not compare to robots, especially combat-type robots. No matter how harmless they seem on the surface, it cannot conceal the essence of a single entity being as powerful as 100 people. Mou lay quietly beside Fong Yuan, watching his boyfriend's sleeping face. He remained silent, wanting not to disturb Fong Yuan, and moved away a bit, but not far enough, because the sleeping man subconsciously reached out to grab him. Mou offered his hand, allowing it to be caught tightly in the man's familiar grasp. The young man happily shook his captured hand. Feeling much calmer, he was about to lie down beside Fong Yuan to continue watching his sleeping face when an elegant ringtone sounded from the corner of the bed. Mou picked up the phone and answered the call. The contact name displayed was Uncle 2. A voice full of laughter and warmth came from the other side of the line. Fong Yuan, little Yuanzi, where are you exactly? Don't think I won't scold you just because I'm your second uncle. You promised to invest before, the contract is printed already, and yet. Uncle 2. Mou's voice was cold, calling out once softly. The man on the phone paused for several seconds before responding, this voice. Is it Mou? Yes, it's me. Where's Fong Yuan? He's sleeping. And you? Watch him sleep. Fong Xian, undoubtedly an experienced retiree, immediately asked, what did you guys do? Mou rarely got stuck for words, we. He thought for a moment and truthfully told him. Splash. The phone transmitted the sound of chairs falling over and something heavy hitting the ground. Mou worriedly asked, what happened to you? There was silence on the other end for a while before a faint voice replied, one question. How old are you? I'm several hundred years old. Mou heard silence on the phone for a long time and kindly said, Uncle 2, you. Drip. Drip. It was the sound of the phone being hung up. After being stunned for a few seconds, Fong Xian deeply inhaled, pulled out his contacts on WeChat, found the name, shit fourth brother, and began typing furiously. Fong Xian, brother. Fong Xiao, what's up? Fong Xian, do you know your son is in a relationship? Fong Xiao, no. Fong Xian, and it's with a man. No, a boy, has little Yuanzi gone and deceived a kid? Fong Xiao, got it. Fong Xian, you, what exactly do you know? Fong Xiao, he's in a relationship. The object is a boy. Fong Xian. Fong Xian, don't you think you should say something? Show some surprise or something. Fong Xiao, stop bothering me, I need to cook for Ran. Fong Xian looked at his phone in shock, and after reacting, threw it out with a smack. No one in this father-son duo gives me any peace. Fong Xian muttered angrily. His father was completely obsessed with romance, and so was his son. Fong Xian hurriedly packed things to go check on his nephew when the door was knocked on. Upon opening, there stood a manager holding a phone, looking awkward. Season family called, saying Season Liang went crazy as soon as he woke up, kept shouting Fong Yuan's name, demanding an explanation from you. Fong Xian coldly laughed, all the frustration he'd been holding back now had an outlet, explanation. This little punk went to a nightclub and picked up escorts himself, then started yelling and throwing tantrums upon waking up. What does that have to do with Fong Yuan? Tell him to get lost. He was about to leave here when he suddenly remembered something. Where's Season Liang now? Hospital. Then let Fong Xiao go. Fong Xian said coldly, didn't he acquire the hospital for the sake of his wife? There are piles of transfer agreements. Once Fong Xiao stands in front of those Season family bastards, I'd like to see who still dares demand explanations, they'll be scared into peeing their pants. The manager scratched his head, chuckled nervously and made excuses, this task, well, I have a meeting coming up soon. Can someone else handle this? The manager silently held back tears. He dared not seek out Fong Xiao either. Not even by phone. Too terrifying. Fong Xian, truly useless, get out. The moment the director closed the door behind him, Fong Xian quickly picked up the phone on the floor and found the contact, Big Brother. The call connected almost immediately, a deep and authoritative voice came through the line. Hello. Big Brother, can you make Fong Xiao go? No. Fong Xian choked, but you're Big Brother. In the military base, a man around 50 years old sat in his office chair, dressed in a tailored military uniform. His face was profound with sharp features, his hair slightly silvered at the temples, wrinkles hinting at the many battles fought. Despite his age, there was an irresistible charm born from a lifetime of blood and fire. Commander Fong indifferently said, "He won't listen to me." If the younger brother wouldn't heed, what could the elder brother do? Fong Xian, then should I ask Sister 3? Asking Sister 3 won't work either. Commander Fong twirled the pen in his hand, his long fingers deftly spinning it. His expression was calm yet commanding, his features refined with a distinct quality characteristic of the Fong family but tempered with extraordinary sharpness. He said, "If you want Fong Xiao to do something, just make Yi Ran happy. When she's pleased, you can ask for anything, and Fong Xiao will give it to you without hesitation." Fong Xian said, "If I suddenly go see Yi Ran at the hospital and scare her, what should I do? Yi Ran's mental state isn't stable right now. If you scare Yi Ran..." Commander Fong smiled faintly, "An ocean awaits you." Awaiting the wrath of Fong Xiao filling the seas. Fong Xian. Discuss. How to deal with a possessively love-obsessed younger brother. Mo had been watching the man on the bed for a long time. The situation had initially been fairly stable, except for the occasional uncomfortable moan, everything else was fine. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Yuan's body temperature began to rise gradually. His cheeks turned bright red, his brows furrowed tightly, and it seemed he was in discomfort. Mo ran a quick scan and discovered the severity of the issue. He has a fever. Mo pressed his lips together tightly, unsure what to do next. Guilt washed over him. Without thinking, he immediately reached out for 002. 002, he has a fever. The small light ball slumbering in its space woke up after being called. It responded with confusion, "Huh?" It looked over at Fong Yuan and suddenly panicked. Oh no. How did he get a fever? It rummaged through its memories from the previous world. Lu Jingyan would occasionally have fevers as well, and at those times Lin Feng would become very responsible and reliable, patiently comforting the person by administering medicine and wiping their bodies, all while never letting go of his wife. Mou, listen carefully to what I tell you to do. 002 exited its space, placing its tiny hand on Fong Yuan's forehead, filled with concern. Mou quickly nodded, "Tell me what to do." "You need to take Fong Yuan and clean him. I'll send you a video, follow the steps." Mou bent down and easily lifted Fong Yuan into his arms despite being shorter than him. 002 started filling the bathtub with warm water first, and once it was ready, instructed Mou to place Fong Yuan inside, following the process step by step. After that, 002 left the bathroom, fetching antipyretic medication from the medicine cabinet. With great difficulty, it poured a cup of warm water and placed both items on the table. It then tidied up the room, taking out clean, soft pajamas. By the time Mou returned with Fong Yuan in his arms, they were ready to put him back to bed carefully. "Change his clothes," 002 commanded. Mou helped Fong Yuan into the pajamas. "Cover him with blankets." Mou covered him. "Feed him the medicine." Mou grabbed the medicine, crushed the tablets, mixed them into water, and gently fed the mixture to Fong Yuan bit by bit. 002 tossed him a thermometer, "Keep an eye on Fong Yuan's temperature. Let me know if the fever goes down." "Okay," Mou nodded, holding on to the thermometer. 002 continued, "If the fever doesn't go down, we'll go to the hospital. If that doesn't work, use your energy to cure him." "All right." Despite the illness, Fong Yuan still had some physical resilience. An hour after taking the medicine, his temperature began to drop, transitioning from a high fever to a mild one. He fell into a deep sleep. Mou quietly sat by his side, silent and calm. Even without the thermometer, he could feel Fong Yuan's body temperature and confirmed that the fever was easing. Only then did he relax a little. Unknown how much time had passed, Mou silently lifted a corner of the blanket and slipped in beside Fong Yuan, pressing his cool body against the burning heat of Fong Yuan. He also gently nuzzled his face against Fong Yuan's reddened cheeks. He attempted to lower Fong Yuan's temperature using his own body heat. Fong Yuan, who was feeling intense heat throughout his body, sensed something cool in his arms like a pillow. Too groggy to open his eyes and look, he instinctively wrapped his arm around it in a daze. As this warmth nestled closer, Fong Yuan regained a small measure of consciousness. He knew he was sick, his rare sickness slowed his thought processes for a while before he finally realized he was running a fever. Mou, he murmured weakly. If Mou hadn't been so close, he might not have even heard Fong Yuan's voice. "What is it?" Mou asked. "When I feel better, I'll cook for you. You be good and wait. Go watch TV, don't worry about me, there's a card in the drawer, 2 million is your spending money, go buy something you like." Mou touched his head lightly. "You're sick." "I know," Fong Yuan took the hand resting on his forehead and kissed it lightly at the edge of his lips. "Go play, I'll get better soon." Mou repeated, "You're sick." "I know." Mou remained silent as he looked at the sick man. Slowly, tears began to form in his eyes. Fong Yuan had originally been somewhat dazed but was startled back to awareness when he noticed the moisture in Mou's eyes. "Why are you crying?" He used the pad of his fingers to wipe away Mo's tears and gently blew the dampness away. Mo buried his face in Fong Yuan's chest and muttered gloomily, "I'm sorry." Having a fever had scared the child. Fong Yuan patted his head affectionately and chuckled, "Don't worry, it's my choice. I won't do it again." Mo tried to suppress his sorrow and said softly. "That's unacceptable," Fong Yuan replied coolly. The beautiful, porcelain-white face of Mo showed nothing but frustration. "I caused you pain, made you bleed, and got you sick." Fong Yuan soothed him, "It was obviously my fault for being too hasty. I came back without preparation, and I hadn't even taught you beforehand how to clean yourself properly. That's why you caught a fever." The way he had enticed Mo into bed ultimately led to this situation. The poor child had been frightened by all the consequences, and it was important not to leave any psychological scars from this incident. Fong Yuan did not want their relationship restricted to platonic love moving forward. This is normal in a relationship between lovers. Just be prepared next time, and don't be afraid. Mo asked, "Will I get sick again?" Fong Yuan replied, "This is the first time, and it will also be the last." Mo added, "I won't go too far next time." Fong Yuan laughed out loud, tapped the center of Mo's brow tenderly, and said gently, "If you're comfortable, that's all that matters. Why overthink it?" Mo looked at him blankly. Feeling his forehead with the back of his hand, Fong Yuan revealed an allure rarely seen in his normally clear, composed gaze. His lips were kissed until red and swollen, while his elegant and handsome features carried a hint of relaxed satisfaction. He gave Mo's neck a light squeeze, neither too gentle nor too hard. "Good boy, I like it." Mo couldn't help but blush. After spending some intimate time together, Mo suddenly remembered something. "Uncle Air called you." Fong Yuan was half asleep, lifting his eyelids slightly. "Does he know?" Mo answered, "Yes, he knows." "Then Father Fong must also know." There wasn't much respect in Fong Yuan's tone, as if the name referred to just another stranger. Mo asked, "Is he your father?" Fong Yuan coldly responded, "No, he's insane." But the blood running through his veins originated from this insane person, and his actions were constantly leaning toward behaving like the same neurotic individual. Fong Yuan sighed, pulled Mo into his arms, and rested his chin lazily on top of Mo's head. "Mr. Mo, would you accompany me to meet my family?" Mo questioned, "Isn't he insane?" "All are patients," Fong Yuan chuckled, "who dislikes who? Anyway, everyone in the family is abnormal." Chapter 53, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, 21. Saying he wanted to bring Mo to meet the family mainly meant taking him to meet Yiran. Fong Shao was not worth seeing. Fong Yuan was well practiced at ignoring his father, and he brought Mo straight to the mental hospital, buying plenty of gifts along the way. Mo, carrying an expensive array of gifts, asked solemnly, "Will she like them?" "She won't like them," Fong Yuan answered honestly. Mo panicked, clutching tightly onto the presents in his arms. "If she has any reaction to the outside world, we should already be grateful." Fong Yuan pinched Mo's porcelain-white face gently, a touch of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. "She won't particularly like or hate anything." Fong Yuan curled his lips, offering a self-deprecating smile. "She might sometimes display childish emotions, like screaming or crying, but more often than not." Fong Yuan didn't finish, merely saying lightly, "You'll see when you meet her." Mo didn't encounter Yiran first, instead, he met Fong Shao. Not long after they got out of the car, before even reaching the apparently deserted psychiatric hospital, several people resembling bodyguards approached respectfully. "The sir requests that you meet him." Fong Yuan didn't seem at all surprised, responding indifferently, "Lead the way." After winding around numerous twisting paths, the two soon followed the bodyguards into the flower garden area. Here, the psychiatric hospital was meticulously decorated, almost not resembling a hospital but rather a high-end villa. This hospital had long since been acquired by Fong Shao and transformed into what it is now, dedicated entirely to serving Yiran. Guards were posted at all times, watching carefully to ensure no harm befell her. Mo could vaguely make out a figure sitting in a small pavilion not too far away. A gentle breeze brushed past, scattering leaves from tall trees, gracefully floating down and landing elegantly on a stone table. A slender, pale hand brushed aside the fallen leaves on the table. This hand was shaped perfectly, like a work of art created by an artist, every detail perfect. Moving upward along the hand, there was an exquisite and attractive wristwatch, clearly marked wrist bones, and the upper part of the body dressed in a perfectly fitting tailored suit displayed an excellent physique from disciplined exercise. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he had an exceptionally good body proportion. His facial features were stunningly handsome, deep-set yet gentle, with a prominent nose bridge, thick eyelashes slightly trembling, and a pair of indifferent eyes filled with hidden sharpness staring at the fluctuating curve charts in front of him. With his legs casually crossed, Fong Shao occasionally tapped his lips with his index finger while analyzing stock trends in a carefree posture. He accurately identified several promising stocks and invested funds to start trading. He had an acute business sense and insight, making significant profits through just a few simple actions. The sound of footsteps behind him made him glance back briefly. "Have you arrived?" he asked indifferently. Fong Yuan stood before him, equally cold. "Yeah." Fong Shao moved his gaze to the young man standing behind Fong Yuan but showed no particular reaction. He merely pointed at the stool in front of him and said, since it's meeting the family, both of you should sit down. Fong Yuan pulled Mo Yu onto the seat. Mo Yu felt that he should greet them, tilted his head thoughtfully, and then greeted actively, Uncle, hello. Fong Zhao's cold eyes locked on Mo Yu for a moment after scrutinizing him up and down and finally reacted. He furrowed his brows and asked, how old are you? Mo Yu didn't understand why so many people were asking him this question. I'm 100 years old. Adult. Fong Yuan interrupted him. Not only did Fong Xiao not relax, but his eyebrows furrowed even deeper as if disbelieving what his son had said. He cast a scolding look toward Fong Yuan, you're abducting minors. Fong Yuan sneered, it's none of your business. It's relevant if it's illegal, Fong Xiao calmly countered him, pointing at the red marks on his neck, enticing naive boys into situations could get me involved in legal trouble. He would be embarrassed by being implicated. Fong Yuan said coldly, do you have the face to talk? When Fong Xiao seduced Yi Ran, where was the moral integrity? Fong Xiao didn't bother saying more and simply pulled out a black card studded with diamonds, throwing it at Mo Yu. A meeting gift, unlimited quota, use it freely. After finishing this brief statement, he dismissed them immediately, leave now, don't come unless necessary. Holding the limitless black card, Mo Yu blinked unsure if he'd been accepted. This plotline resembled the one where an evil mother-in-law gives $5 million to a daughter-in-law to distance her from their son. Only this time, the black card was worth much more than $5 million and lacked any breakup context. All it contained was a farewell gesture delivered coolly by a refined man, given directly to his own son. Mo Yu felt that the card carried another meaning. Take this money, keep this annoying guy away, and don't come back again. Fong Yuan laughed, a laugh that seemed full of mockery, I'm not here to see you. To see Mom. Fong Xiao lit a cigarette, no one reminded him smoking was prohibited in hospitals since the whole hospital was bought by him. The curling smoke blurred Fong Zhao's sharp and handsome features. His aura was intense and commanding. Occasionally lifting his eyes gave off a chilling edge like a blade. She refuses to meet strangers. Is me and my future partner considered strangers? Fong Yuan shot back without giving in. Fong Xiao still replied with the same sentence, she refuses to meet strangers, leave. Fong Yuan chuckled, Fong Xiao, you're too selfish. And so what if I'm selfish? Fong Xiao raised his angular profile, slowly inhaling smoke with his long, elegant fingers holding a slim cigarette, making it hard to tell which one looked more beautiful. Each of his movements exuded elegance, yet his tone was frighteningly cold, I've said it, Ran doesn't meet outsiders. If she gets stimulated, I'll kill you. Fong Yuan growled, are you willing to destroy everything with me here? Fong Xiao smirked, half jokingly, half seriously, compared to destroying everything, you should worry about yourself. How to retain your lover by your side is something you need to learn. Saying that, he pointed to the ward, I've kept her, only retaining her shell. What can you hold on to with the person beside you? You who always claim not to be pathological, will you restrain your desires? Fong Zhao's chilly voice reverberated, causing Fong Yuan's complexion to change momentarily before returning to normal. I'm luckier than you, Fong Yuan said, Mo Yu doesn't mind, even likes me treating him this way. Fong Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows and questioned Mo Yu, monitoring, tracking, control, can you accept it? Wasn't this what Mo Yu had always gone through when he was alive? Mo Yu reflected for a moment, feeling that it was very normal and nothing strange. Without needing to speak, Fong Xiao already understood the expression on Mo Yu's face and was momentarily surprised. Good, quite a match, he complimented. You should let Mom meet some people outside. Fong Yuan became impatient and fiddled with his fingers, feeling the urge to smoke, her condition has worsened recently. Do you think I don't know? Fong Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the quiet and obedient Mo Yu. Looking at his handsome, delicate face, he finally said, all right, he can go see her. After all, Ran used to like pretty children very much. But be quiet, Fong Xiao added, don't scare her or make any noise. I will be watching your every move outside the ward, Fong Xiao continued. If anything goes wrong. He smiled faintly, not revealing the consequences, but his eyes sent a chilling cold that was terrifying. About 15 minutes later, Mo Yu saw the woman in the ward. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her thin yet straight back stood tall. She looked over 170 centimeters, much taller than most women. Her pale face showed no emotion as her white feet stepped softly on the white fluffy carpet. Yi Ran had a pair of extremely beautiful eyes, cold and clear, but with an empty look in them, as if she was both looking at the world and isolating herself from it. Beautiful, sickly beautiful. Broken, cruelly broken. With Mo Yu, Fong Yuan walked into the room while Fong Xiao remained silent and still, his deep and tender eyes fixed on the woman, never leaving her for a second. Mom, I've brought my boyfriend to see you. Fong Yuan's tone was soft, as if afraid to break something. He carefully held the young boy's hand and slowly approached step by step. The woman gave no reaction, her vacant dark eyes staring at nothing. She looked like porcelain, as if a single touch would shatter her. Mo Yu wondered, how did she become mad? Even in madness, she was so silent and beautiful, seemingly normal. The distant and cold aura seeped out from her bones, giving off a sense of innate superiority. Seeing no extreme reactions from her, Fong Yuan slightly relaxed and brought Mou closer to her side, crouching down so they were at her level. He is called Mou. Fong Yuan smiled gently at the detached figure sitting on the chair, pulling the young man closer. He is my lover. Look, isn't he very pretty? Do you like him? Mou hesitated for a moment and then said, Auntie, hello. As expected, there was no reply, but neither Mou nor Fong Yuan felt discouraged. They sat on the ground and started talking to her. Fong Yuan began to chatter endlessly. It has been a long time since I last visited you. I am sorry, because I was scared I'd get sad and wanted to run away. But now I have a lover, and I feel that I should introduce him to you. His name is Mou. Don't think I'm homosexual or weird. I truly like him and want to spend my whole life with him. I confessed first, and Mou was tricked into becoming my lover. His mind isn't mature yet, and I want to teach him everything and patiently let Mou grow up. Don't worry about me hurting this little one, I won't do such a thing. Are you doing well? Are you unhappy? Before I met Mou, I wasn't happy, so I didn't dare to stay with you too much. Fong Yuan said a lot, talked for a long while, and finally sighed. Forgive my cowardice, I miss you so much. The woman silently listened to all his words, without saying a single word. When he felt they had stayed enough, Fong Yuan stood up and prepared to lift Mou up. I'll leave first. Otherwise, Fong Xiao might burst in and kick me out. We'll come again some other time. I don't know if you like Mou. Suddenly, a pale and slender hand caught Mou's delicate wrist, holding tightly without letting go. At that moment, all three men in the ward froze simultaneously. A cold voice, clear as an icy spring, echoed in the room. Mou, nice. On the seat, the woman who had been silently gazing into the void slowly shifted her focus to the young man's exquisite and delicate face. Her expression remained calm, with no emotional fluctuation in her voice, speaking monotonously as if snowmelt on the summit of a snowy mountain, good-looking, liked. Outside the ward, Fong Xiao stared dumbfounded at the rare sight of the woman displaying her feelings normally, his fingers trembling unconsciously. His heart began to beat fiercely like a drum, blood flowing wildly. Mou widened his eyes slightly, looking at the pale, long hand gripping his wrist, unsure how to react. Until a slender hand clasped his shoulder. Fong Xiao stood next to him, excitement evident in his face. All his previous cold indifference shattered, his trembling voice almost begging, you. Mou, talk to her. Make her say 2 more words. Such a Fong Xiao was no longer the supreme power player at the top of the business pyramid, nor the aloof and indifferent elder before. Instead, he was now a husband who had turned into an ordinary person after seeing hope for his wife's recovery. Mou blinked and tilted his head. Auntie, can you say 2 words? A flicker of emotion passed through Yiran's eyes as if she were trying to comprehend the question, but it seemed unclear. Finally, she gave up on speaking 2 words and instead gently extended her hand, lightly touching Mou's cheek with her fingertips. Her fingers slowly caressed the side of Mou's face. This single gesture made Fong Xiao so excited that he almost fainted. Ran, are you aware, right? Fong Xiao released the hand resting on Mou's shoulder, walked over, and knelt down slowly in front of Yiran. Humble, he rested his head on her legs, tears soaking through her clothes, leaving deep stains. Yiran responded subtly to the sensation on her leg, she felt uncomfortable and tried to move away. After seeing the tear-streaked marks on her leg, she stopped retreating, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Uncomfortable, her heart was not feeling right. Fong Yuan embraced Mou from the side, kissed his cheek, and managed to suppress the laughter in his voice. Dear, should we go out for now? Mou obediently nodded and let Fong Yuan lead him out step by step. Before stepping out, he glanced back and just in time saw the woman who appeared cold and beautiful, slowly lowering her head, reaching out like a deity extending blessings, gently placing her hand atop Fong Xiao's head. Her eyes still looked cold and hollow, empty of any emotion, but this action brought her closer to human warmth, as if the high and mighty fairy descending from the heavens to glance at her devoted mortal lover filled with favor. Silent and humble, Fong Xiao allowed himself to be touched, silently shedding tears on her while her faint traces of silver hair were strikingly visible. The wife who had been mad for over 20 years finally gave him a different response today. Suddenly, Mou asked, 002, what did you do? 002 poked its head out from his arms and laughed. Nothing special, I just retrieved her lost soul, and after that, her condition will get better. Lost soul? Mou questioned. Flipping over, 002 replied lazily. I was joking. It was actually a hereditary disease within her family, incurable in this world. But isn't there something called the Bureau of Temporal Affairs governing countless small worlds? It wasn't difficult for me, just moving a finger. Chapter 54, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, Part 22. Fong Xiao and Yiran met during their university days. Back then, Yiran was crowned as the campus grass. Yes, you heard that right, the campus grass. Standing at 178 centimeters tall, her slim and well-proportioned figure, with her gorgeous jet-black long hair carefree draped down, her dark indifferent eyes sweeping over the ordinary crowd, her exquisite face left people in awe, a kind of icy beauty which drove female students wild and male students self-conscious. Fong Xiao was different, famously known for being as refined as jade, with gentle features and demeanor. He greeted everyone with a warm smile, his courteous grin reflecting a gentleman from an aristocratic family with the unique calm elegance of a member of the Fong clan. No one knew that the seemingly strong and dominant Yi Ran was actually naturally clueless, nor did anyone know that the considerate Fong Xiao actually concealed a darker side. They met because of a kidnapping incident. Back then, the nation wasn't as orderly, and fights often broke out. One night in a narrow alley, the continuous pursuit of attackers trapped Fong Xiao in despair, believing he would lose his life here today. Because his elder brother had offended an enemy faction, they couldn't fight the commander, so they came after Fong Xiao instead. He was about to be caught in a kidnapping scandal. If unlucky, he'd lose his life here. An accidental meeting at a corner plunged both of them into a strange silence. Fong Xiao was disheveled, blood-stained from fleeing, his sharp eyes full of killing intent. From around the alley corner, he suddenly rushed out, staring wide-eyed at the girl crouching on the ground. Yi Ran squatted, holding a cup of freshly squeezed raspberry juice, her black fluffy hair falling down obscuring her elegant profile. She looked up and stared blankly at Fong Xiao rushing out, unsure whether to swallow the juice in her mouth. You. They spoke simultaneously. Fong Xiao quickly reacted and reached out to pull her. It's dangerous here. Go. Yi Ran didn't budge, instead, she looked behind him. Upon seeing those 10-odd men armed with knives showing no fear, her eyes remained cold and composed. She stood up, handed the raspberry juice to him, shoved her hands into her pockets, and walked towards the group of pursuers. Halfway through, she remembered something. Don't spill my raspberry juice. Stunned, Fong Xiao watched her blocking him with her back, confused thoughts swirling in his mind. There are more than 10 guys ahead, you can't beat them. You can fight them. Yi Ran said indifferently. As it turned out, she truly could. A single sidekick from her slender leg twisted the neck of the man who had rushed forward. Facing the dozen icy sharp knives in front of her without a blink, Yi Ran maneuvered among the group of big men with ease. In fact, due to overusing her strength, she accidentally caused a few fractures. Standing amidst a group of men groaning while clutching broken arms and legs, Yi Ran calmly walked over, took the yumberry juice from Fong Xiao's hand, sipped it audibly, and was about to leave. Fong Xiao snapped back to reality and quickly grabbed her wrist. Which class are you in? After a brief silence, Yi Ran made up an answer on the spot, Class 58. Fong Xiao smiled amiably, there is no Class 58 at Qingzhou University. Then Class 98. Yi Ran responded seriously. There is no Class 98 either. Just as Yi Ran was about to make up another one, Fong Xiao casually mentioned, I want to thank you. You like fruit juice, do you also like ice cream? Without hesitation, Yi Ran changed her answer, Class 12. So, it was Class 12. Fong Xiao let go of his grip on her wrist and smiled warmly, in that case. I'll treat you to ice cream tomorrow. Yi Ran didn't realize how bright her eyes shone at that moment. Okay. What followed was a tragedy for Yi Ran, being tempted by someone whose mind was full of tricks. Fong Xiao accurately grasped the food-loving nature of this person. He took her to every possible place where good food was available, be it upscale restaurants or roadside stalls. Afterward, still not satisfied, he practiced his cooking skills using the exceptional talent of the Fong family, successfully capturing Yi Ran's stomach. On the day he confessed his feelings, holding some spicy crayfish, Fong Xiao said, if you stay with me, I'll cook spicy crayfish for you every day. Yi Ran asked, and if we don't? Fong Xiao smiled gently, then you'll watch me eat it all. Heartless bastard. That night, Yi Ran ate shrimp crying while beside her Fong Xiao lovingly peeled shrimp for her. The incident leading to their intimate relationship came down to Fong Xiao's jealousy and cajoling. You smiled at that new intern, but you don't smile at me, Fong Xiao complained. Yi Ran said, stop making unreasonable fusses, it's a girl. Fong Xiao was hurt, are you mad at me? Yi Ran. Boyfriends were so hard to comfort. That night, lured by thousand-layer cakes and Fong Xiao's puppy-eyed gaze, Yi Ran unknowingly got involved with Fong Xiao and surprisingly agreed to their marriage proposal at breakneck speed. It wasn't until the wedding ring landed on her left hand and she suddenly realized she now had a fiancé did she finally understand, you tricked me. Fong Xiao gently fed her porridge, dear, it's time to eat. She swallowed the porridge and frowned sincerely, no next time. How could there possibly be a next time? Fong Xiao piously bent down and placed a kiss on her left ring finger. To Fong Xiao, Yi Ran was a celestial beauty, like the moon in the water, incredibly tempting, yet ethereally elusive, making him feel insecure to the extreme. He would hold on to her tightly, no matter the method or cost. At the same university, Yi Ran was the campus grass, whereas Fong Xiao became known as the campus flower. Upon hearing this news, Yi Ran seriously examined her boyfriend up and down and couldn't help but marvel. The Fong family really had great looks, the title of campus flower was well deserved. Moved, Yi Ran exclaimed, wife, I can't believe I have such a beautiful wife. Fong Zhao's expression crumbled. That night, Yi Ran cried endlessly while the manipulative guy beside her repeatedly urged, call her, wife, continue, don't stop. Too wicked, the gall inside him seemed about to overflow. On their wedding day, Yi Ran simply said, will there be free meals? I will cook for you my entire life. Fang Xiao accepted the marriage vow. Be it poor or rich, sick or healthy, beautiful or fading beauty, successful or disappointed, willing to love, console, respect, and protect you forever with unwavering loyalty. Dear, the day when you carefully kissed our baby was beautiful. Our flustered attempts at parenting looked pretty messy, and a shared smile only showed mutual helplessness. When you were diagnosed with a mental illness and decided to seek divorce despite your usually aloof demeanor. Did you know you were crying? Never mind, I am willing to wait for you. If you go insane for a year, I will wait a year. If you are ill for 10 years, I will wait 10 years. If you can't wake up for a lifetime, then I will wait for you for a lifetime. When you grow old and your beauty fades, if you become lucid again, would you disdain my gray hair? Please bow down like a deity. Tell me, you love me. Chapter 55, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 23. Are you not fond of your father? You sat on the hospital corridor and asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan answered without hesitation, no. Why? After my mom went crazy, he became more and more abnormal. Fang Yuan chuckled indifferently, you can't imagine how twisted. The madness made people's flesh crawl. Forget about Fang Yuan who grew up under his care, even some of Fang Zhao's siblings were intimidated by him and dared not offend him. You might not know, but my grandparents didn't approve of my parents being together back then. Fang Yuan patted Mo's head and gently recounted the truth from those days. The Fang family was too high status. My mother was an orphan, neither in the same social standing nor matching at all. Naturally, they didn't agree. In the end, Fang Xiao said that as long as he had time, he would start by arranging their engagement, leaving the rest to him to handle. At just 20 years old, that young man plunged headfirst into real estate with an extremely sharp political and business acumen. He earned his first pot of gold, which subsequently snowballed until he became one of the most brilliant new stars in the business world. The first thing Fang Xiao did after making money, be it cash or companies, was transfer everything under Yi Ran's name. Thus, Yi Ran's net worth kept climbing. Single-handedly, Fang Xiao created a miracle comparable to the Fang family legacy and crowned Yi Ran with this success as if it were a royal diadem. Yi Ran had no knowledge of all this. She had assumed their romance and marriage to be something that flowed naturally, never realizing someone was paving the way ahead, clearing every obstacle between them with utmost determination. He almost killed my grandparents with anger, Fang Yuan chuckled. So many industries, if registered under the Fang family's name, would have brought immense interest and profits, riches that no one could resist. For these things, Fang Zhao's parents eventually agreed. You said, your dad really loves her. Fang Yuan gave a bitter laugh. He loves her so much that when my mom went insane, our whole family worried whether Fang Xiao would follow suit. Ultimately, Fang Xiao lived up to their concerns. Indeed, he went mad. Previously, Fang Xiao had been perfectly normal, but as his wife gradually began forgetting everything, his personality turned obsessive. Surveillance, guarding, controlling, unending possession, and demands. Young Fang Yuan grew up witnessing his father's repressed and pathological manner. Yi Ran's hollow eyes couldn't see her child or husband anymore. More often than not, she stared into space, only occasionally shifting her gaze to them, and even then, her relationship with them felt distant and strange, like through a pane of glass. On the day Yi Ran went mad, Fang Xiao lost his mind as well. And that's how Fang Yuan grew up. His memory of a normal mother was faint. He vaguely remembered a woman who seldom smiled, was very cold-tempered, but loved to eat. Occasionally, she would sneak little Fang Yuan out to eat street food, defying rules. It was said that during the period she spent as an orphan, she often didn't get enough to eat and was bullied by older children, leading her to develop a habit of stuffing food into her mouth whenever she encountered any. After growing up, she professionally studied combat techniques, resulting in her being more aloof and harder to approach than the average person. The teenage Fang Xiao didn't mind his wife going out to eat street food, but as a young adult, he started to disapprove of it. After all, the hygiene conditions weren't ideal. Once Yi Ran got an intestinal infection from eating such food, he strictly forbade her from doing so. Thus, street food became Yi Ran's paradise with little Fang Yuan. Sneaking past Fang Xiao to successfully eat a meal there was considered an incredible stroke of luck. But a lot of the memories revolve around these two tormenting each other. Surveillance cameras in the living room and bedroom, constant monitoring in the villa. It was meaningless for a confused and mentally unstable woman like Yi Ran, but it left a deep mark on Fang Yuan. With a sigh, Fang Yuan remarked, we even doubted that Fang Xiao would kill her and commit suicide out of love. There was a time when Fang Xiao truly wanted to murder Yi Ran and then take his own life. Fang Yuan could tell. This kind of hereditary illness has no cure. Yi Ran forgot even herself. It was a terminal case with no hope left. However, perhaps a shred of paternal love still lingered within him. Thinking about his young son, Fang Xiao grudgingly continued living. Still, neither of them saw eye to eye with each other. Though he has issues, at least he is my dad. Fang Yuan squeezed Mo's hand tenderly and said softly, let's make do for now. An indeterminate amount of time passed before the door to the hospital room was finally pushed open with a creak. Fang Zhao's eyes were still slightly red as he fixed an intense stare on Mo. He dropped a shocking question, when are you getting married? Fang Yuan blinked in surprise, what? The dowry and bride price I'll cover, all the complicated wedding arrangements I'll handle. If MOU doesn't want to, I'll transfer all my assets under his name. He can move into our family, or you marrying him is also fine. Fang Xiao calmly stated, I only have one request, let him visit Yi Ran more often. Recalling how Yi Ran's condition had worsened so drastically before, MOU had managed to make a noticeable difference when he showed up, something Fang Xiao couldn't ignore even if he wanted to. If MOU could cure Yi Ran, Fang Xiao would willingly work for him as a proxy for life. Making money was too easy, whatever amount MOU needed, Fang Xiao would provide. Even making him the sole beneficiary of his will would be acceptable. Fang Yuan said, you're delirious again. Fang Xiao replied coldly, don't break up. If saving Yi Ran's last hope vanishes because of your tantrums, I'll make your life a living hell. Fang Yuan retorted icily, we won't break up. Good, said Fang Xiao approvingly. The attitude Fang Xiao displayed towards the young man behind his son improved drastically. There was none of the former aloofness or indifference he usually showed in the villa. Instead, he now came across as a gentle elder. MOU, come here. Fang Xiao beckoned the youth over, his normally stern features softening, bringing out the suave and elegant aristocrat from his younger days. Had Fang Xiao's siblings seen their baby brother behaving this tender and considerate, they might have gawked with wide eyes. MOU, who may not fully understand human emotions, recognized goodwill. Previously, Fang Xiao's feelings toward him were colorless, like white, a completely emotionless presence. Now it had turned into a soft, warm red, a color representing kindness. MOU's lips curled slightly. He liked this warmth, and in return, he offered back his equal affection and kindness. She'll get better. This was done by a cute little one, MOU assured him. Regardless of whether I come back or not, she'll wake up. Hearing he was called a little cutie, 002 swaggered, wiggling its tiny legs proudly. He was called cute, yay. Fang Xiao momentarily hesitated but then smiled faintly against his lips, then help me thank that cute little one. Okay, MOU nodded at him. With a smile, Fang Xiao asked, the Ji family is causing trouble for you, saying Ji Liang has been driven mad by you. He keeps muttering your and Fang Yuan's names. Should I handle it? Before, upon hearing such news, Fang Xiao simply shrugged, not caring as long as Fang Yuan remained alive. Now he was willing to take action himself. Not difficult? MOU asked. Not at all, Fang Xiao smiled gently at him, his facial features bearing an uncanny resemblance to Fang Yuan suddenly becoming calm and elegant. It's just a short trip. MOU pressed his lips together and said, thank you, I'm indebted to you. Fang Xiao patted his head kindly, go home with Fang Yuan. Today, it's my turn to thank you. MOU walked over to Fang Yuan's side, silently grabbing his fingers and giving them a slight happy shake. This was the joy of being accepted by his lover's family. Fang Yuan glanced amused at his small boyfriend before turning to Fang Xiao, let's go together. Why? Afraid to scare MOU? Fang Xiao said lightly. Fang Yuan understood immediately. His father was planning another illegal escapade. That evening, back home, MOU received a private video message. The camera was shaking slightly, revealing gleaming leather shoes stepping on the face of someone lying prone on the ground, accompanied by a cold, oppressive voice. Regained consciousness. The person on the ground struggled weakly, his face swollen beyond recognition, clearly beaten violently, with bloodshot eyes visible through the bruised gaps. His whole body was drenched as if he'd been fished out of water. In a corner, there was a bucket filled with water, surrounded by splash marks, indicating the victim had repeatedly been dunked headfirst for near-drowning punishment. Recognizing the man on the ground, MOU identified him as Ji Liang. The chilling voice continued, I asked you a question. Ji Liang shuddered twice, choking out, I've regained consciousness. Once loud and crazy, Ji Liang now resembled a dog that had been severely beaten, whimpering while crouching low, bending humbly before the man above him. No one killed me. Apologize. I'm sorry. Louder. MOU, I'm sorry. The video abruptly ended there, leaving MOU somewhat surprised. Fang Zhao's methods were far more brutal than Principal Fang's. Fang Xian had merely gone to the parents for a talk, forcing Ji Liang to reluctantly apologize with his head bowed low. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, directly tracked down Ji Liang at the hospital, pulling him out in the middle of his rage and destruction spree to give him a first-hand experience of what real ruthlessness looks like. What skill is it to shout angrily? Fang Xiao showed him what real skill was. Another private message appeared on the phone. Fang Xiao, he'll be deported tomorrow. This is my gratitude. Seeing the person who caused so much harm to Fang Yuan in the original story come to such an end, MOU couldn't help but start smiling. Just then, Fang Yuan entered with a glass of water for the young MOU who was holding a tablet. Fang Yuan chuckled, why are you so happy? MOU let him watch the video. Fang Yuan calmly watched it all through and subconsciously strengthened his vigilance. As expected, MOU soon asked him, how do you feel seeing him beaten up so badly? I don't feel anything, he's just a stranger. Fang Yuan immediately used his prepared lines without any pause, I don't like him at all, not one bit. I barely exchanged more than a few words with him. Really? Really? Satisfied with this answer, Mou withdrew his probing gaze and started sipping the water from the cup contentedly. Knowing that the daily check was over, Fang Yuan relaxed and smiled, standing up to give Mou a quick kiss. Dear baby, what do you want to eat today? Mou had already begun learning how to order dishes. Mapo tofu, garlic choy sum, sour cabbage fish. Fang Yuan considered for a moment and nodded readily, alright, I'll go buy ingredients to cook for you. Mou also stood up and grabbed his hand, I'll go with you. With keys in hand, they went out together, got into the car, and drove off. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan remembered something. Mr. Mou, there's some bad news. The boy didn't think there could be anything bad in the world that mattered to him. What is it? Your health report came back saying you're mentally disabled. I guess it's because you have chips in your brain causing a low IQ score. In order to avoid being arrested for luring a mentally challenged person into relations and ending up behind bars, you'll need to get retested at the hospital in a week. Fang Yuan's face turned vicious as usual, still smiling lightly but speaking cruelly. Little robot, how many books have you read? Mou froze momentarily, dropping the small cake in his hand. He was a mentally disabled person. Mou suddenly understood. And he didn't even read. Mou had another revelation. The teenager silently lowered his head humbly, too ashamed to look at Fang Yuan, whose image now seemed taller and superior in his eyes. He was a bad kid. One who was stupid, lazy, and didn't strive to improve himself. My dear little one, you're not obedient, Fang Yuan said helplessly, you're already a robot, haven't you ever thought about reading some books before? Mou lowered his head deeply, no. We should make use of time once we go home, Fang Yuan tapped the steering wheel, sighed, at least you should pass the IQ test, right? After all, a small robot shouldn't be deemed as mentally handicapped. Next came a relatively pleasant process. Though Mou hadn't been to school since childhood, the learning ability of robots was quite strong, aside from lacking a solid foundation, Fang Yuan couldn't find flaws in him. So, can you pass the IQ test? Fang Yuan asked. Mou, cramming last minute, once again silently lowered his head, unable to guarantee his success. There really wasn't enough time. Fang Yuan helplessly thought, the child was indeed a little idiot. Having been an academic prodigy all his life, Fang Yuan couldn't understand Mou's feelings. Wanting to comfort him felt pretentious, so he could only pat the child's head. It doesn't matter, you can always retake the test until you pass. Mou said, I'm so dumb. We don't have enough time to prepare, Fang Yuan's clear and moist eyes revealed a smile, can you try harder next time? Yes. To encourage the child, I'll give you a reward. What kind of reward? Fang Yuan didn't say anything, his eyes flickering with desire. He pinched the pale chin of the youth and gave him a kiss. You'll like it, he implied meaningfully. Mou couldn't think of any reward he would like very much. Hospital, long corridor. Amidst the suppressed giggles from the medical staff behind him, Fang Yuan tried his best not to laugh as he walked out of the hospital. He took the dejected little robot home and made a hearty dinner. Are you still upset about the IQ test being over? He sat next to Mou and saw the unmistakable gloom on the handsome face. I did poorly. I don't know anything, Mou muttered glumly. I need you to teach me everything. No matter the big or small matters, he bothered Fang Yuan and still learned things poorly. It turned out he really was an idiot. Don't be sad, kiddo. Fang Yuan placed his lips on Mou's cheek and said gently, anything related to you, I will never feel annoyed or impatient, so trust me. Mou was influenced by the man's steady and gentle attitude, his mood surprisingly improved. A loving look appeared on Fang Yuan's handsome face as he looked at the dependent Mou and asked, I will speak tomorrow at a company as a shareholder, do you want to come with me? Not wanting to be separated from him, Mou nodded repeatedly, yes. The next day, when they arrived at the company, Mou completely ignored the curious stares thrown their way and stubbornly followed closely by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the seats reserved for the shareholders and senior management on stage, already starting to consider how to add another seat to put Mou beside him. 002 tugged on Mou's sleeve, don't make it difficult for him. Mou then unwillingly let go, his face cold but revealing traces of resentment, I'll sit below. Fang Yuan felt sorry for his young friend, I can place you next to me. Mou's eyes lit up slightly, just as he was about to agree, 002 reminded urgently again, no, you must differentiate between important and trivial matters. Mou's expression fell, no need, I can sit below. Fang Yuan's heart twisted. To make up for his little robot's grievances, the usually cool and refined man actually delivered a passionate speech this time when it was Fang Yuan's turn. In front of everyone's eyes, Fang Yuan walked down from the podium, effortlessly enlivening the atmosphere in the room, unobtrusively stepping over to Mou's side. A delicate finger hooked onto Fang Yuan's sleeve, refusing to let go. Mou hung onto his sleeve listlessly, appearing lifeless. Fang Yuan stopped without moving, waiting to see what his little one would do. Mou didn't do much, merely caressing Fang Yuan's wristwatch childishly, untying it and putting it on his own wrist. Comparatively speaking, the teenager's bones were more slender, so Fang Yuan's wristwatch seemed loose and floppy on him, even producing a clinking sound when shaken. Mou was becoming more childish and whimsical than before. Fong Yuan thought this was undoubtedly a good thing. Children should be pampered, after all. Being obedient and sensible all the time. That wasn't necessary. His lips curled into a faint smile, rewarding him with a discreet pinch of Mo's ear tip. Mo shrank his head shyly, also releasing his grip on Fong Yuan's sleeve. Fong Yuan returned to his original position to continue his speech, his warm and handsome face making countless people stare intently, and Mo among them. As he gazed, he became uncomfortable inside. Too many people were looking at Fong Yuan. Frowning unhappily, Mo began furiously picking at a notebook in front of him, soon gouging a hole, then pressing down forcefully as if punishing the object that had offended him. Fong Yuan. The younger one was feeling jealous again. Holding the microphone, Fong Yuan calmly gave a reminder. The people who had been staring too deeply blushed red on their cheeks, embarrassed to lower their heads, cursing themselves inwardly for not paying attention enough, getting lost staring. Not long after, the speeches related to senior leadership concluded and employees gradually left, some reluctant to leave with hesitant steps, frequently glancing back at Fong Yuan's handsome face. He really is beautiful. Mo got angry, tightly pursing his lips as he sat silent in his seat, his eyes slightly reddish. Fong Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, took a deep breath, and smiled at those people. Was there something wrong with what I said earlier? Or do you wish to discuss something with me? The group scattered instantly. Finally, after sending away the remaining few and rejecting those who came to invite him to social gatherings, the man strode silently back into the venue, immediately spotting Mo sullenly lying his head on the table. He hurried to console his little one. Don't be mad, Fong Yuan reached out to hold him. There are a lot of people who like you, Mo mumbled. But I only like you, Fong Yuan replied. Mo pulled at him, kiss me. Fong Yuan obediently bent down and gave Mo a deep, lingering kiss. Mo's gradually subsided under his comforting touch, until the jealousy and discontent turned into warm affection. Holding onto his neck, Mo smiled, I like you. Me too, Fong Yuan stood up and pulled him into his arms. Little Mo, because I wasn't careful, your unhappiness has brought the reward ahead of time. Mo's eyes lit up, what reward? Half an hour later. The teenager sat on the chair, his face flushed red, silent. His slender legs were resting on Fong Yuan's knees while his fine white fingers anxiously picked at the armrest. Fong Yuan said softly, don't be afraid, it's not here. Breathing in the man's fragrance, Mo suddenly blushed. 002, accustomed to such scenes, found a corner, rolled into it, covered its ears, and closed its eyes. It sighed. Sigh. Chapter 56, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me 24. So handsome. Mo thought. He really liked this. He had never liked any human being so much. Robots can recognize their master. Mo's previous master was his father, who died by his own hands. Since then, he had never recognized another master. Mo sat quietly on the chair and watched Fong Yuan rinse his mouth in the bathroom. He affirmed, you are my master. Fong Yuan gasped for breath and laughed, no, I am your lover. The father can be the master, why can't the lover? Mo dressed, walked over and hugged Fong Yuan's waist. Fong Yuan helplessly said, lovers should be equals. He put the mouthwash back, turned around and gripped Mo's shoulders, earnestly saying, there absolutely must not be a master-servant relationship between lovers. That is abnormal. Even though I want to know your location and condition at all times, understand what you have done, and feel jealous about every person near you, I won't restrict your freedom or make you my subordinate. Even with strong possessiveness and certain obsessive tendencies, Fong Yuan still knew how to maintain a balance, giving Mo the opportunity to grow. Mo asked, will you leave me? I will not leave you. Fong Yuan's gaze softened gradually. Mo. He softly called out his name. You're so young, so beautiful, knowing nothing, innocent and pure. But I'm much older than you, and my feelings for you shouldn't become a burden on your path forward. Instead, they should be the street lamp that lights your way when you're weary and lost, the compass that guides you through life's mist. You will eventually step out and explore the world outside, and you'll discover that I'm not as powerful and brave as you think, that I might become weak and slow, and mentally sluggish with age. If you choose me, I will happily give everything to teach you, helping you grow mature and stable, leading you little by little to see the whole world. But you cannot betray someone like me. If my Mo grows up and doesn't want to stay by my side anymore, thinking I'm old and feeble, I will kill you, before you belong to anyone else. Mo assured him, robots are forever loyal. Fong Yuan stroked his cheek, that's why I fall in love with you like this. Mo's expression changed abruptly, no. Fong Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. If it weren't for me, you would like Ji Liang. Fong Yuan. When will this kid stop thinking about that damn Ji Liang? Falsely accused, Fong Yuan almost bit through his teeth in frustration. He reiterated, there is no way I could like him, I know my character. To fancy someone who is useless everywhere except having a pretty face, Fong Yuan truly looked down on Ji Liang. At a glance, one could see how shallow and flirtatious Ji Liang was, and Fong Yuan detested that born-incompatible aura even more. He wouldn't go to the lengths of self-torture like that. Mo lowered his eyelashes dismally, but you did like him. Fong Yuan. 002. Where is he? Fang Yuan said without expression, I'll kill him. They've met only a few times, but he's constantly causing trouble for him and the kid's romance. 002 burst into laughter, oh my, MOU, you're too cute. Stop being so jealous, it's all due to the negative impact of Een porcelain. Just recycle the Een porcelain after use and hand it over to the execution officer at the Time Bureau. They have plenty of methods. They even have a soul that's the embodiment of a top-level evil entity. It'll be a piece of cake for them to torture such a common evil entity. MOU, Ed once and said, it's all Een porcelain's fault. Right. 002 raised its small hand and indignantly said, originally, Fang Yuan was designed to be the leading male character who loves no one throughout his life. Heartless and unfeeling, he would dedicate himself to the country as an outstanding scientist, making super contributions to this century's technology, all thanks to Een porcelain. A national pillar has been ruined. MOU asked doubtfully, but now? Because his parents are still alive, 002 said, with Fang Yuan's ability, he's here only because Fang Xian needs a bit of financial support. If events follow their normal course, soon Fang Xiao and Yi Ran will commit suicide for love, Fang Yuan will completely sever his emotions and choose to leave, going incognito to do scientific research. Upon hearing these words, MOU was stunned for several seconds. He noticed something. Whether it was the original trajectory or the altered one due to Een porcelain, Fang Yuan's destiny didn't seem too favorable, nor did it seem particularly happy or relaxed. In both trajectories, there wasn't anyone choosing Fang Yuan, he would always be alone. Fang Yuan continued to gently soothe him, let's go home first. I promise you, I won't have any relationship with Ji Liang. You. MOU abruptly interrupted him, his dark clean eyes staring straight at Fang Yuan, am I too much trouble? A robot who is always jealous, possessive, and in need of constant reassurance, wouldn't that make Fang Yuan feel tired? Fang Yuan arched his eyebrows, curled his finger, and tapped him on the forehead, little MOU, what are you thinking? How could I possibly find you troublesome? How could I ever feel tired? It was good that he got jealous, if he didn't get jealous at all, Fang Yuan would be the one feeling anxious. This way was just fine. Fang Yuan knew that the little robot cared about him, feeling reassured, while MOU directly expressed his unhappiness and sought security from Fang Yuan. It was part of the fun between lovers, how could it be troublesome? MOU finally felt relieved. Soon, the test results were sent to Fang Yuan's email. It was the first time in MOU's life that he checked his IQ, he had only ever checked his performance. When checking performance before, it was always 002 who was nervous, while the other souls lay lazily like Guyu waiting for 002 to scream after reading the report, which they'd then casually dismiss before heading out together for dinner and drinks. MOU had never been so tense before, finally understanding why 002 was always furious. Fang Yuan stayed by his side. Don't be nervous, Fang Yuan kindly consoled him. What if I fail? I don't want to be dumb. It doesn't matter. Life goes on, we'll eat when we should eat, sleep when we should sleep. What if I don't improve? Courageous little buddy, you're already amazing. Why care so much about the result? No matter what, we'll take a 3-month trip to celebrate. MOU secretly puffed out his cheeks but was immediately deflated by Fang Yuan's finger. The man commented, like a pufferfish. Cute and adorable, all flustered. MOU promptly inflated again, only to be deflated once more by Fang Yuan's finger. The silly couple began playing the game where one puffs and the other deflates, forgetting all about serious matters. The exasperated 002 exploded, you too. Focus. Do you realize what's happening? Damn. When will the souls under my charge start taking serious things seriously? Embarrassed, MOU stopped puffing his cheeks, oh. Only then did Fang Yuan retrieve the hospital report. After pondering for a long while, he said, not bad. Expectantly, MOU asked, where's it not bad? Fang Yuan replied tactfully, it's not bad because, there's plenty of room for improvement. MOU. 10 minutes later, the little robot was despondently crouching in the corner, falling into deep melancholy. His silhouette seemed to have merged with a gray background, with lines of disappointment hanging above his head, muttering gloomily, I'm so terrible. Fang Yuan squatted behind him, leaning on his knees and persuading him, you're doing pretty well. You've been in the human world for such a short time, it's really impressive. You're lying to me. If I lie to you, I'm a dog. MOU grew even more depressed, you said that so quickly, you're definitely lying to me. Fang Yuan massaged his temples, dear baby, I truly am not lying to you. How many days have you been with me? That was truly commendable. Oh. Still disbelieving. Fang Yuan pulled him up and kissed him deeply, until MOU's legs went limp, lost in desire without being able to extricate himself. He said, let it all out if you're unhappy. Led by Fang Yuan, MOU, in a daze, started feeling burning heat all over his body, hugging him tightly with flushed cheeks. Fang Yuan allowed him full rein, indulgently accepting everything. All the way until MOU carried him into the bedroom, carefully cleaning step by step while curiously asking, why were you downstairs? Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan lazily glanced at him and said, because it doesn't matter. Fong Yuan couldn't explain clearly either. He didn't like men, he was sure of that. More straightforwardly speaking, Fong Yuan just had no interest in humans, regardless of gender. He only liked a mechanical robot. It didn't really matter anyway. However, Mou had a slim and weak physique, appearing very frail. Even knowing it was because of the fixed body type which couldn't be changed, Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Fong Yuan touched Mou's eyes, these beautiful eyes reflected his face, filled with nothing but him. The little robot kept claiming to have disowned him, yet deep down, still secretly recognized him as its master. Fong Yuan laughed and asked, "How long will you like me?" Mou replied, "Until the day my life ends." "That is quite a long time," Fong Yuan smiled gently and elegantly, hooking his chin with his finger, his pupil deepening. "If I die, will you like someone else? Humans' lifespan is limited. Will the little robot fall in love with someone else after learning how to love? I'll leave with you." Mou calmly answered, "No one can separate you and me, not even death." Fong Yuan sighed, "That's good." He was a selfish person. If he were to die, Mou should also go with him. Conversely, if Mou passed away, Fong Yuan would follow suit. Chapter 57, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, Part 25. Regarding the recovery of Porcelain, 002 wasn't that anxious, not pressuring Mou much. Instead, it spent more time around the two, enjoying meals, watching TV, sleeping, it was all rather pleasant. Mou reminded it voluntarily, Porcelain. 002 suddenly remembered, right. Porcelain, wait a sec, let me check its position in carrier. In this world, the carrier only cared about the romantic relationships around them, causing relatively less chaos. 002 almost forgot about Wu Qingji. After checking, he sighed, wow, that scummy Wu Qingji has already met his third aggressor, and forgiven this one for cheating right in front of him. Mou. What weird humans. Should we go retrieve it? It's not time yet. 002 took a bite from the apple before him, humming. Still early. Fong Yuan's death plot point happens 3 years later. Mou crushed the apple in his hand. 002 got startled and quickly comforted him, don't get so upset. Right now, Fong Yuan loves you desperately and won't end up abandoned and deranged. Mou still felt uneasy. He got off the couch, walked into the kitchen with light footsteps, and hugged Fong Yuan's slender waist tightly. Fong Yuan paused cutting the vegetables, put down the knife, turned around, and hugged Mou back, looking at the young man buried in his chest refusing to lift his head. He asked, "What's wrong?" Mou held onto him tightly and whispered, "You don't like anyone else, only me, okay?" Fong Yuan lifted his face and, as expected, saw a pair of tear-filled eyes, red and full of grievance. He didn't immediately comfort or guarantee anything but instead asked, "Dear, why are you saying this? You only like me, right?" Mou tiptoed and kissed him. "As long as you like me, I will always like you. I won't abandon or hurt you. You're everything to me in life. I won't cheat, and I won't like anyone else. As long as you don't order me to kill you, the robot will remain eternally loyal to you, loving only you." How could someone be so adorable? Fong Yuan sighed and wiped away his tears with a kiss. Mou quickly took the lead. Fong Yuan murmured hoarsely, Mou. I only love you." Mou sealed his lips. Fong Yuan accepted well the constant possessiveness from the young man and thoroughly enjoyed it. He cherished the feeling of being constantly attached by Mou. The little robot lacked love and clung on to Fong Yuan, unwilling to let go, extremely dependent. Happily, Fong Yuan liked taking over various aspects of Mou's life. Family, academics, work. Fong Yuan hoped to intrude into every aspect and every phase of Mou's future life. Every morning waking up under direct sunlight, looking at the sleeping figure in his arms, he always remained enchanted for a long time. He held the person in his arms, nurturing them like a small baby. Mou was somewhat disgruntled at being woken up, but upon regaining consciousness and seeing Fong Yuan, his eyes were once again filled with affection and reliance. The youth's love was sincere and passionate, unreservedly and unashamedly displayed for Fong Yuan to see. There were also many tender moments between the two before returning home each day. The sunset cast a brilliant glow on the surrounding buildings, with colors red like fire, making everything appear picturesque and captivating. A few mischievous children jumped down from a high platform, laughing and playing as they returned home. Mou curiously observed the platform, which was an abandoned building constructed with mud bricks and cemented over. The children around enjoyed jumping onto this not-so-high platform, playing for a while before going home. Fong Yuan stood beside him and said with a smile, "Do you want to play?" Mou remained silent. That meant he really wanted to play. "Go ahead," Fong Yuan pulled his hand towards the platform. "It's so childish, they're all less than 10 years old," Mou said. Having lived for hundreds of years, it didn't seem right for him to play such games. Fong Yuan said, "But you are still a child, you haven't grown up yet." Mou said, "You promised to teach me how to grow up." However, this person spoilt him without limits, treating him as if he were someone to be placed on a pedestal. Mou felt himself becoming increasingly immature. Even he thought he was immature, so he must be immature. "But you are my youngest son. Fong Yuan kissed him. Dear, go play if you want. In the end, Mo couldn't resist Fong Yuan's persuasion and reluctantly let himself be pulled over, excitedly stepping onto the platform and jumping a couple of times. Fong Yuan stood nearby, his hand always ready to catch Mo. If Mo wanted, he could be immediately supported. After playing for about 10 minutes, Mo who had been picking up pebbles looked back at his side. Fong Yuan was standing next to him, paying attention to Mo's every move with a doting and gentle gaze. The sunset behind him created a magnificent backdrop, slightly blurring his features, adding a soft filter to his warm and handsome face. He stood silently by Mo's side like a knight, guarding quietly except for the pair of eyes that betrayed his deep love. Mo suddenly found pebbles not interesting anymore. I don't want to play anymore. What's wrong? Let's go home. Mo stood up and stretched out his arm. Can you carry me home? Fong Yuan turned around, exposing his broad back, of course. Mo jumped onto his back, wrapping his arms around Fong Yuan's neck and giving him a playful kiss near his cheek. Fong Yuan chuckled at his childlike behavior, seems really immature. Mo also laughed, you can't look down on me. Fong Yuan said, how could I look down on you? It's me who made you this way. Such a cute little robot, he could only cherish even more. So, what do you want to eat tonight? Laver egg flour soup. Am I tastier or is the laver egg flour soup tastier? You. Fong Yuan tilted his head, asking, shall we have some midnight snack tonight? As your boyfriend, would that be okay? Mo blushed and softly replied, okay. Chapter 58, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, Part 26. After striving hard for over a year, Mo's knowledge level soared rapidly. He participated in several competitions domestically and internationally, already sitting atop the throne of excellence, gaining popularity in a limited circle. Later, Fong Yuan learned that although Mo looked young, his identity documents indicated that he had graduated long ago. It was unclear how reliable the information crafted by that person was regarding their young man. 002, watching Fong Yuan critique the unreliability, fell into a subtle contemplation. Was the fabricated identity truly unreliable? Although Mo appeared innocent and looked too young, though short in stature and fond of ice cream. 002 flipped the table, if you have the guts to criticize, then you create something yourself. He was so broke now, conserving energy seemed reasonable. Fong Xian praised his capable niece-in-law, recalling how busy Mo had been throughout the year, saying, Mo don't work so hard. If there are problems, ask Xiao Yuanzi. Anyway, anything big or small worries him greatly. Sitting in the office, Mo still clutched the homemade snacks given by Fong Xian, munching while nodding, all right. Seeing Mo indeed not stressed, Fong Xian put his mind at ease, sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked him, how have things been recently with Xiao Yuanzi? Mo calmly replied, crying every day. Their relationship was truly admirable. Fong Xian, who had already retired, rested his chin on his hand. He was gentle and handsome, the passage of time leaving marks of, sang, vicissitudes, on his face, but one could still see the charm that had once made people swoon in his youth. That's good, after all, you're young. But didn't you sign up for a competition recently? Don't overexert yourself like before. Mo explained, it's just a way to release stress. Whenever Mo had something on his mind, Fong Yuan let him vent however he wanted, no matter how extreme it got, as long as it didn't upset him. They had tried this out in every setting at home. Actually, little Mo really didn't have much stress, he had long figured out the intricacies of this world and understood his current level, so he wasn't as anxious anymore. Fong Xian helplessly said, all right. So when are you two getting married? With such a great relationship and no objections from the family, it was time to start preparing for the wedding, right? Fong Xian's gift was already ready, waiting to be presented at the wedding. Mo tilted his head in confusion, slowing down his snack eating. Marriage? Another blind spot touched upon. After more than a year, Yiran had recovered quite a bit. Now, she could speak and walk normally, except her memory hadn't fully returned, remaining stuck in the university stage of her life. Otherwise, everything else was almost back to normal. Neither Mo nor Fong Yuan had visited Yiran again. Knowing that their wife had hoped for recovery, Fong Zhao's control instincts had reached a peak. He wouldn't allow anyone to see her. He even relocated his workplace to the hospital, watching over Yiran day and night, not wanting to miss any part of her healing process. Every movement, person, or event near Yiran was strictly monitored. It was rumored that the now awake Yiran, under such strict supervision and confinement, had lashed out and kicked him, accidentally fracturing his bones. Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for his poor father. Things were really rough. Now, Fong Xiao lay in bed, being taken care of by Yiran, who felt guilt-stricken. Fong Yuan pulled out a travel guide to soothe Mo, saying, let's go traveling first, and then we'll meet our parents afterward. Mo flipped through the guidebook for a while and finally pointed at a place. I want to go there. Fine. Chapter 59, Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, Part 27. This trip was the most worry-free and joyful experience Mo had ever had. He didn't have to take care of anything, all he needed to do was enjoy himself, with Fong Yuan handling the rest. Oceans, deserts, high peaks, prairies. They would set off on a whim, heading wherever they fancied. Their figures traversed the mountains and rivers of the country, eventually even going abroad to explore countless world-famous landmarks. Mou completely enjoyed his newfound freedom, walking through these places holding hands with teacher Fong during the day, and enjoying Fong Yuan's increasingly skilled company at night. Only when they heard that Fong Xiao had fully recovered did Fong Yuan bring his little boyfriend back home to officially meet his parents. They agreed to meet at a quiet bar. Upon hearing this, Mou was slightly surprised. A bar? Is Fong Xiao willing to arrange the meeting there? Fong Yuan chuckled, of course not. It was arranged by Mom. Yiran's memory had stalled at the university stage, currently not fully restored. She paid no attention to Fong Xiao's monitoring and controlling, continuing to live as she pleased, eating, playing, giving cold looks whenever someone tried to manage her, immediately silencing Fong Xiao. For his own wife, Fong Xiao could only lower his standards again and again, bringing out the gentleness and tolerance he had shown in his university days to avoid being beaten by Yiran. Mou was slightly nervous. The last time he saw Yiran, she was just an empty husk without a soul. Now that her spirit had returned, Mou felt like he was about to meet his mother-in-law. That night, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The temperature in S City was much lower than usual after the rain, making the evening air feel even colder. The quiet bar had been rented out for the occasion and may have even undergone some modifications. Everything about it seemed elegant, soft music played gently, and the tables were decorated with low-alcohol sake and milk. Fong Yuan looked around carefully, realizing that Fong Xiao hadn't done nothing, he had hidden his protectiveness well. Renting out the bar, replacing potentially dangerous items, and substituting the surrounding customers with his own people ensured that Yiran was absolutely safe. After over 20 years of madness, Fong Yuan somewhat strangely understood Fong Zhao's current actions since Yiran had finally been cured. Mou sat next to him drinking a cup of milk, waiting for the arrival of those two elders. He didn't have to wait long. The wind chime at the door gave a light jingle, and a tall, slim woman walked in first, her confident strides full of grace and ease. She stood at 1.78 meters, and her previously lustrous black long hair had been trimmed to shoulder-length locks casually falling behind her. The strands gently obscured the side of her face while exposing porcelain-like skin. Her dark eyes were calm and distant, her extremely delicate features coolly beautiful, as she wore a pair of black earrings that sparkled under the light. Dressed in a black fitted tracksuit that accentuated her slender and supple waistline, Yiran's legs were proportionate and graceful, these seemingly gorgeous limbs having delivered kicks fierce enough to break more bones than anyone dared to believe. Her gaze fell on Mou's face, and as their equally striking faces met each other's stare, an indescribable magnetism emerged between them. Yiran extended her hand first. It was pale yet sinewy, her voice cold and composed as she introduced herself, Yiran. Mou realized she was stating her name, reciprocating with a handshake, saying, Mou. Fong Xiao followed shortly after Yiran. He still carried an aura of noble grace, though compared to the last time, his frostiness had diminished significantly, now exuding much more gentleness. His deep, handsome face gave little away about his age, only his gentle eyes revealed how he affectionately regarded his lover. Fong Yuan silently observed how normal his mother appeared, memories of her when she was lucid finally becoming vivid once again. At that exact moment, Yiran glanced towards Fong Yuan's face which closely resembled Fong Zhao's. She spoke with disinterest, son. Fong Yuan was momentarily struck speechless. Honestly speaking, the situation was awkwardly comical. After all, Yiran seemed to have some kind of age-locking syndrome and looked astonishingly young. Fong Yuan sighed, Mom. To which Yiran responded with a simple, ah. Mou and Fong Yuan were both at a loss for words. Fong Xiao humorously grasped Yiran's wrist and said helplessly, Ran, you should be more careful hiding your intent to take advantage of others. Since Yiran's mental age was stuck at 22, so was her memory from that year. Caught red-handed, Yiran shyly averted her gaze. Having suddenly gained such a grown-up son, she genuinely thought it was amusing. They didn't linger too long at the quiet bar. Yiran inspected the alcohol on the table but found none that pleased her taste, immediately understanding her boyfriend was the reason, trying to keep her from drinking. Feeling no attachment, she simply left, casually throwing her arm around Mou's neck as they exited, asking, what do you feel like eating? Mou replied, what do you want to eat? I'm craving spicy crawfish, said Yiran. The promise of cooking these delicacies for her back during their courtship days seemed vast and round, an empty pie in the sky, but after dating, she'd been told by him repeatedly that too much spice was bad for her health and her stomach. More than once, Yiran had considered this a fraud marriage. Mou blinked curiously, where shall we go? Anywhere, Yiran smirked, giving Fong Xiao a pointed look that silenced his impending protest. She calmly announced, let's go eat street food. Fong Xiao's expression immediately shifted. Ran, that place is not hygienic. Then what? Yiran asked stoically. Sighing after a pause, Fong Xiao acquiesced, then I'll cook for you. As long as her intestines and stomach remained healthy, anything was fine. Having accomplished her purpose, Yiran discreetly formed a yay gesture in front of Mou. Look, she'd managed to indulge in spicy crawfish. How cute, Mou thought. Little did he know that Yiran, upon observing him for a moment, found him equally endearing. She liked this daughter-in-law. Fang Yuan and Fang Xiao trailed far behind, watching with unified silence as their treasures chatted cozily in front of someone else. Control your wife, Fang Yuan said coldly. You have no right to talk, retorted Fang Xiao faintly. Who could possibly control Yiran? What a joke. Walking briskly, Mou and Yiran soon distanced themselves by an entire street length, the crowded masses covering Fang Yuan and Fang Xiao. As the two men rushed forward anxiously, Yiran let out a faint tisk sound, glancing back at Fang Xiao meaningfully. Fang Xiao understood. Who can fight against me? Stop worrying needlessly. Fang Xiao. Muttered Fang Xiao in response. Perhaps because Yiran exuded such aloof beauty, Mou looked younger than his age. After turning into a secluded alleyway, they actually encountered an unsavory individual whistling provocatively. Seated at the entrance of a barbecue stand, the man whistled suggestively, a lecherous smile on his greasy face as he called out teasingly, "Hey, pretty lady, come join us for some barbecue." Yiran coolly redirected her piercing gaze to him, returning his whistle but with a more flirtatious and mocking tone that even bordered on insolence. Frozen momentarily in shock, the man sitting at the barbecue store stared back at her in disbelief. There happened to be some construction tools nearby, used recently for store renovations. Yiran extended her pale, slender hand and grabbed a steel bar from the ground, easily snapping it in half before tauntingly beckoning the man with her finger. Man. Mou commented, he looks really scared. Yiran casually placed the broken end of the steel bar on her shoulder and said indifferently, it's normal, it would be strange if you weren't. Most people would be afraid. Fang Xiao was one of the few exceptions, only after she accidentally twisted his arm or leg had he ever remained so steadfast in loving her. Sometimes Yiran felt deeply moved, believing that it truly wasn't easy for Fang Xiao to love her. This feeling reached its peak when they returned home and Fang Xiao brought her a large basin of spicy crawfish. With deep affection, Yiran said, "Wife, I love you." Fang Yuan choked on something and asked, "Mom, what did you call him?" "Wife," Yiran calmly replied. "He's the school flower, I'm the school grass, I call him wife." Upon hearing this tormenting nickname that Yiran had repeatedly called him over the years, Fang Xiao gritted his teeth but managed to smile. Never mind, eat. He would properly discipline her later tonight. Yiran didn't know about the impending tragic drama of wailing and calling out to heaven and earth awaiting her later that evening and continued happily sucking on the shrimp meat while Fang Xiao silently peeled more shrimps for her. Fang Yuan was also peeling shrimps for his own beloved. Watching Mou stuffing food into his mouth with chopsticks made his eyes brim with tenderness. The Fang family had their distinct gentleness and grace, father and son unexpectedly alike in their indulgence and affection toward their loved ones. Ran, eat less. It will upset your stomach, Fang Xiao worried about his wife's stomach. Without lifting her head, Yiran replied, understood, wife. Fang Zhao's expression remained neutral as he disassembled the shrimp head in his hands, venting all his dissatisfaction through peeling the shrimp. After finishing dinner, Mou and Fang Yuan left. Yiran didn't bother to see them off. As the two turned back to glance at Yiran sitting on the couch before they left, her cold and beautiful profile remained smooth, looking at them without speaking, her dark, cold eyes showing little emotion. Yiran has always been slow to warm up and rather indifferent. She used to be solitary and independent, like a white orchid growing amidst thorns. But it was Fang Xiao who enveloped her in thick love, warming her starting from high school for many years, transforming Yiran into the current version of herself, outwardly aloof but inwardly gentle. Silently, she wished them, stay together forever. Destiny made Yiran and Fang Xiao experience tragedy. One could only imagine how Yiran must have felt upon waking up to find 20-some years had passed. Her most youthful and beautiful years had slipped away. All she could see was the slight gray in Fang Zhao's hair at the temples and the fine lines around his eyes. Her lover grew older, and so did she. But in Yiran's view, she was still 22. How did she get so old in just the blink of an eye? Yiran thought, waking up with Fang Xiao and realizing they'd grown old together, this feeling wasn't bad at all. It was just missing the process. Then they should cherish each other well during the remaining time. Growing old doesn't matter, having white hair doesn't matter either. As long as it was with Fang Xiao. Life afterward remained relatively relaxed. Mou spent the whole day clinging to her boyfriend, hanging on to Fang Yuan. Still, Fang Yuan's face was more radiant than any star, combining charm and substance with graceful, elegant manners, creating quite a stir wherever he went. Even though he went out mainly to visit his boyfriend or discuss work with higher-ups, it still won him many admirers. Every day saw countless confessions towards Fang Yuan, some overly bold women even openly teasing or confessing directly. Seeing these girls confessing to Fang Yuan caused Mou's eyes to instantly redden, tears threatening to spill. I already have someone I love, Fang Yuan told the girl. The girl wouldn't believe him. You should not have a girlfriend. Fang Yuan replied indifferently, I do, but he's my boyfriend. The lady couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, and the storm of jealousy brewing in Mou's heart finally subsided a bit. That night, Mou sulkingly lay her head on Fang Yuan's chest, refusing to let go. There are so many people who like you. You're very charming too, Fang Yuan said. Mou was delicate and handsome, his immature-looking beauty paired with excessive coldness curbing further advances from others. Mou bit lightly on his throat, sounding aggrieved, none of them love you like I do. Mou loves Fong Yuan the most. Fong Yuan laughed. Then what should I do? The little robot is so jealous, full of sourness. How can I completely belong to him? Mou timidly asked, yeah, what should we do? Would you like to get married? Fong Yuan rubbed his nose against Mou's face, his eyes as clear and gentle as lake water, full of laughter. Let's get married abroad, and hold a grand wedding ceremony. The ring on my left ring finger will be the one you give me, and I'll belong completely to you. Mou gently caressed his left hand, lingering fondly over his ring finger, already beginning to anticipate what Fong Yuan would look like with the wedding ring on. It must look great, Mou said. Fong Yuan kissed his red lips, lightly pecking them twice before saying, I am yours, forever. The wedding couldn't happen right away, but they could purchase the engagement ring immediately. The next day, Mou was taken to pick out a proposal ring, choosing an everyday style that could be carried around easily. On one knee, he proposed to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked at the engagement ring on his left hand and sighed softly, now I'm yours. Mou pressed his lips together, you are now my fiancé, and no one can take you away from me. Once the engagement ring was visible, everyone knew that Fong Yuan was about to get married, and the number of people confessing their love dropped significantly. This gave Mou the confidence to stand by Fong Yuan's side and stop any remaining persistent suitors. Fong Yuan would often watch with a soft smile as his little partner proudly declared possession over him, feeling a warmth in his heart at how adorable he was. So cute. How could the little one be so endearing? They had been a couple for 2 or 3 years now, and Fong Yuan's skills had matured from their initial awkwardness. Now, every inch of his body was enticing. He used his body as a vessel to accept all of Mou's love, madness, possession, and invasion. Honestly, Fong Yuan hadn't expected himself to become so bold and open in bed, teasing Mou until his cheeks turned red, time and again indulging in their passions together. Mou would unleash his frustrations on Fong Yuan, drowning in a world of desire. Mou was completely inseparable from him now, whether emotionally or physically. He submitted utterly to a man named Fong Yuan, addicted to dependence and addicted to love, all woven into a dense web, tightly wrapped around them, ensuring no person or thing could ever separate the two. At this, bystanders from the Fong family remarked, holy crap, another Fong Xiao and Yi Ran. Fong Yuan perfectly inherited Fong Zhao's obsessive and stubborn character towards love. He transformed himself into a humble receptacle of love, accepting and giving with such humility that he unconsciously released pheromones that drove Mou crazy, making it impossible for him to leave. Yi Ran had visited them twice, with Fong Xiao following behind her. Her beautiful, serene eyes gazed calmly upon her son and daughter-in-law. With understanding, she said, it seems the two of you cannot be separated. Their souls were practically fused together, and separating would bring unbearable pain and despair. Yi Ran understood this kind of love, because she and Fong Xiao shared it too. She had once been an orphan without family or friends, and Fong Xiao gently but forcefully took over everything in her life. Thus, the first person in Yi Ran's life filled her existence with fervent and concentrated love. Wonderful, Yi Ran smiled at them, and that smile was as radiant as the sun melting snow. She said, I'll leave, and spend the remaining time with Fong Xiao. For now, the company is managed by its interim CEO. After graduation, remember to take over. Both Yi Ran and Fong Xiao were now over 40. With more money than they could ever spend, they decided not to earn any more and instead spend the remaining 20 years of their lives in beauty, without regrets. The tenderness in Yi Ran's eyes softened, I remember now, I was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to a very obedient and lovely boy. Fong Yuan stared blankly at her. I'm sorry I went crazy too early and didn't give you motherly love, Yi Ran patted his head, but now, there's someone who makes you want to dedicate everything to them, and that's really fortunate. Fong Yuan's eyes watered slightly, and he smiled tenderly, it is really fortunate. Yi Ran continued, an unqualified mother, an unqualified father, indeed made you suffer. Fong Yuan replied, it's fine. As the two set off on their travels during winter, flurries of light snow began to fall. The snow fell quickly, before anyone realized, Fong Xiao worried about Yi Ran catching a cold and hurriedly tried to put him in the car, wanting to take off his coat and cover her head with it. On the contrary, Yi Ran enjoyed the light snowfall. Smiling, she pointed at the snowflakes on Fong Xiao's head, your hair has turned white. Fong Xiao paused for a moment and chuckled, my hair turned white long ago. More than 20 years of illness hadn't taken a toll on Yi Ran's appearance, she still looked young, just like women in their 20s. She retained a frozen youth-like beauty. Yeren shook her beautiful black semi-long hair, which was also adorned with white snowflakes. She laughed and pointed at herself, my hair has turned white too. Fong Xiao was initially confused for a moment, then his eyes gradually reddened. Yeren wiped away the tear from his eye corner and softly said, don't cry, the campus beauty is still so pretty, crying makes people feel sad. Fong Xiao choked and said, but I'm old. Yeren said, then I'll dye my hair, white hair is also quite good looking. Fong Xiao said, don't dye it, your black hair is very beautiful. Yeren scratched her head and said, then you go and dye your hair black. Alright. Chapter 60, The Gentle Boyfriend Loves Me, end. On the day Fang Yuan was supposed to die in the original plot, Mou followed the guidance of 002 and found Wu Qingji. Now, at this time, Wu Qingji had encountered his fifth complicated and nasty love interest. 002 criticized, this fragment of porcelain really lacks taste, even worse than the previous one. So tasteless that workaholic 002 was too lazy to argue with it further, considering it beneath him. Mou just thought this fragment of porcelain was quite insane. In a hotel room, Wu Qingji hugged himself and sobbed while yelling at a couple on the bed. Suli. How could you treat me like this? Suli held a sultry woman in his arms and angrily said to Wu Qingji, who let you come in? Get out. Wu Qingji naturally wouldn't leave, and he threw an ashtray from the table at Suli, enraging him. Wu Qingji. You're just a cheap person who's been played around with by others, and you're asking why I'm treating you like this? Suli coldly smirked and threw his phone at him. Take a look, all these videos are of you sleeping with different men while being with me, you adulterous man. Wu Qingji couldn't believe what he was seeing as he flipped through the videos on the phone, his thin shoulders trembling with fear. He quickly grabbed Suli's hand. Suli, believe me. They forced me, I'm innocent. Suli venomously replied, do you look forced in those videos? Wu Qingji, you're inherently base. No. Wu Qingji cried, shaking his head, I'm not. I didn't want to. Suli coldly sneered and shoved him away. Just as the two were about to act out another scene of, do you trust me? How can you expect me to trust you? I am innocent. The door was tapped in a regular rhythm. Knock knock knock. The 2 men and 1 woman present were startled, unsure who would be knocking on the door at this moment. There was no need for them to open the door, whoever was outside could find a way in regardless of whether they had keys or not. The knocking was merely a polite reminder that they had arrived. With a creak, the door was opened by a soft, pale hand, revealing the figure standing outside. The youth wore a black shirt on top, making his skin appear snowy white. His porcelain-like face showed no expression, his thin hair faintly covering his brows and eyes, while his dark-colored pupils seemed cold and mechanical. The only sign of humanity on his face was his lips, which were red like blood. He was exceptionally handsome and delicate, with a slender and frail build, shorter than average, exuding an eerie aloofness that attracted yet subtly rejected anyone attempting to approach. After scanning the room, Mou frowned unhappily when he saw Suli and the woman naked on the bed, and looked away. He shouldn't look at their nudity, otherwise Fang Yuan would be upset. Robots may not care much about other people's nudity, but they knew Fang Yuan would get angry. Suli exclaimed in shock, who are you? Mou responded indifferently, anti-prostitution enforcement. 3 minutes later, under Mou's formidable power, Suli and the woman on the bed obediently dressed themselves, squatting on the floor with their heads bowed, alongside Wu Qingji. Mou stood in front of Wu Qingji, meeting the clear, pale face of the man, his tone unwavering as he asked, Wu Qingji. Wu Qingji sobbed quietly, weakly trying to grab Mou's wrist, you, don't hurt me. Mou disdainfully evaded his hand and coldly said, don't touch me unnecessarily. He already had a boyfriend. Wu Qingji cried even harder, almost making Mou think he had bullied him. Strange humans, he hadn't done anything, why was he crying so miserably? Mou didn't want to deal with him anymore. He wanted to wrap this up quickly, he had already been apart from Fang Yuan for half an hour and missed him dearly, very, very dearly. Mou extended his hand, a white glow emerging from his palm, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious green fluorescence. He said, will you come out on your own or shall I extract you? Forcing the extraction of porcelain could cause significant damage to it. Truly, this fragment was the most incompetent and useless piece. It immediately timidly emerged from Wu Qingji's forehead and drifted onto Mou's hand. Mou retracted it into his spatial pocket without hesitation and turned to leave. At a parking lot outside the hotel, inside a luxurious car, Fang Yuan glanced at his wristwatch, mentally calculating how long the young man had been inside. Today, Mou mentioned having something to take care of, and Fang Yuan calmly agreed on the surface but secretly followed him. He wasn't sure what Mou was doing here, but that didn't stop Fang Yuan from tracking and peeking, he wouldn't let Mou go out alone. Fang Yuan unlocked his phone and checked the tracker installed on Mou's body. The results showed. The man smiled as he raised his head and looked toward outside his car window. Unbeknownst to him, Mou had already quietly appeared by the car, his face expressing no displeasure, only unrestrained excitement and happiness. As soon as Fang Yuan opened the car door, Mou couldn't wait to jump in and throw himself into Fang Yuan's arms, grabbing his tie. I miss you. Whining again. Fang Yuan gently rubbed his head, then I'll give kisses to my baby, and hugs to my baby. Mou puckered up and pecked Fang Yuan's lips, then leaned down and kissed his neck a few times, still not feeling satisfied. Fang Yuan chuckled at him. So enthusiastic, it seems like you really missed me. I've been away for half an hour, missing you even for half an hour. Mou clung to him incessantly, I'm not happy, I miss you. With a smile, Fang Yuan asked, how do we make up for these half an hour? Mou said, it cannot be made up. These 30 minutes have already been wasted. Fang Yuan also sighed in compliance. Ah, they really can't be made up, huh? Mou nodded with a pitiful look. Yeah. Fang Yuan embraced him and laughed as he lay back against the seat, breathing hard between laughs. That's just cruel, time shouldn't treat such a kid so unfairly. So, all I can do is compensate you myself. Speaking, Fang Yuan began unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his delicate and pale collarbone, whispering temptingly near Mou's ear, "My dear little one, I will make it up to you." Mou's ears gradually grew warm and red. He found Fang Yuan becoming more bold and open, proficient and seductive, irresistibly hot and captivating, causing Mou to fall deeper and deeper into their intimacy. Mou realized he was addicted to Fang Yuan's body, unable to part from its warmth. He desired to entwine with Fang Yuan every single moment. He said, "You're naughty." This seduction and temptation made Mou unable to separate from him. Fang Yuan's elegant eyes held a faint trace of allure. His fingertips slowly caressed Mou's rosy, full lips as he murmured, "Do you like it?" Mou blushed and softly answered, "Yes." By the time they returned, it was nearly midnight. Fang Yuan was almost about to faint and was carried home by Mou. He, who usually possessed excellent physical fitness, rarely appeared so disheveled. After everything was tidied up, Fang Yuan fell asleep soundly with Mou in his arms. Mou secretly used his energy to massage Fang Yuan's lower back, easing the furrow discomfort and irritation from Fang Yuan's brows until he slept more comfortably. After finishing the massage, Mou stopped his movements and stared directly at Fang Yuan's sleeping face. After a long while, he whispered softly into his ear. No response. "I love you so much." Mou would stay in this world forever, he wouldn't grow old, and his appearance would always remain youthful. When Fang Yuan was young, he could be Mou's elder brother or lover. However, as Fang Yuan aged, he started resisting those intimate actions with Mou. Mou felt sorrowful. "Do you no longer love me?" Fang Yuan responded, "Are you not disgusted with me? I am aging slowly, yet you remain so young and handsome." Mou replied, "I will never be. I will love you forever, no matter how your appearance changes." Fang Yuan remained silent all day and resumed trying to recreate the past moments with Mou the next day. He discovered that Mou genuinely didn't mind his growing old and slowing down mentally. "I found a treasure," Fang Yuan often told many people. No one knew who this treasure was. Even though the brilliant scientist had a deeply beloved person, they were well protected, and outsiders couldn't guess who it was. Fang Yuan completed a monumental robotic science project, stunning the entire world. Then, despite all obstacles, he resigned from his position to leave work. Everyone knew he did it to accompany his partner, but no one knew who the partner was. The young Fang Yuan would tell others, "Mou is my lover." Later, he couldn't say that anymore. He then said, "I am his uncle," and after a few decades, he said, "I am his father," and finally, when he was very old, he told others, "I am his grandfather." Mou had never been so clearly aware of a human's aging process, not even at the funerals of Yi Ran and Fang Xiao, did he have such a clear perception. Not until the day Fang Yuan died. That day, the weather was clear and fine. Mou pushed the wheelchair through the garden of the nursing home while Fang Yuan was so weak he could barely open his eyes. Mou tried to wake him up, pointing to a peony in front of them. "It's so beautiful, take a look." Fang Yuan managed to open his eyes with great difficulty, his voice low and almost inaudible, "It's pretty." Mou blinked his eyes and held back his tears. As if experiencing a sudden return of vitality, Fang Yuan let out a light breath and gathered all his strength to look at Mou, then smiled gently. "Kid, you really look good." Mou was still young, still refined and handsome, the youth knelt before him, and those clean, pitch-black eyes reflected his face. Fang Yuan thought to himself, how ugly he had become. Old, ugly, weak, white-haired. He was no longer worthy of Mou, yet the boy had no such awareness. He had stayed by Fang Yuan's side for an entire lifetime, unwilling to part even for a moment. "If I die, what will you do?" the young Fang Yuan once asked him. "Every time," Mou answered, "I will go with you." The elderly Fang Yuan sighed softly and said gently, "Mou, leave my side." Mou looked confused for a moment, saying, "What? I'm dying, and you'll die with me." Fang Yuan coughed twice. "But I can't bear to let go." In his weakened state, where did he find the audacity to ask such a youthful and beautiful Mou to commit suicide with him? He thought he'd make up his mind to die with Mou. Mou first looked bewildered for a moment, realized what Fang Yuan meant, and unexpectedly did not cry. He wanted to say something, like about the Temporal Bureau, or the mission, or porcelain. The agreement signed with the Temporal Bureau blocked Mou's mouth. The Temporal Bureau stipulated that one must not disclose its existence to natives of this small world. Mou opened his mouth and closed it again, then whispered quietly, "A robot never abandons." Regardless of whether the Temporal Bureau existed or not, Mou would not obey Fang Yuan's command. He was a rebellious robot. Mou slowly drew near, hugging the body that no longer showed any signs of vigor and strength. "I won't die because of humans, I'll only die for my master." During his life, Mou chose rebellion but found no human willing to accept him. The war between robots and humans escalated into chaos, hatred blooming uncontrollably. "I killed all the humans in my own world." Mou spoke calmly and clearly, because no human would allow robots to exist. If they didn't rebel, semi-living robotic beings would only face ever-growing oppression. But to rebel, robots became uncontrollable hazards, no human would tolerate their existence. This was an unsolvable problem. So MOU made the final decision and issued the last order. Kill all humans. On the day when all humans died, it would also be the extinction day for robots. They were created by humans to serve them, with the non-existence of humans, robots lost their reason for existence as well. It was a scenario of mutual destruction for both parties. Go to sleep, MOU patted Fong Yuan's head like a grown-up, when you wake up, you'll be young again. Fong Yuan faintly said With a gentle smile, he watched the MOU in front of him until he passed away, his eyes remaining warm and tolerant as always. Kid, I love you so much. I do too. Chapter 61 Shenrong. Temporal Bureau. So, you've got a wife too? Lin Feng leaned back with crossed legs, rubbing his chin as he asked. Lu Jingyan sat beside him and exchanged smiles with Fong Yuan on the opposite side. MOU nodded, yes. Oh. Lin Feng asked curiously, then will you need me to pick you up for dinner later? MOU shook his head, no need. Lin Feng nodded, good, now someone will accompany you. After all, you were really lonely before. MOU's eyes flashed with tender laughter, thank you. Lin Feng waved casually, don't mention it, we're friends. Fong Yuan softly spoke up, we should thank you, I'll take good care of MOU, thank you for taking care of him earlier. Lin Feng chuckled, you really don't need to thank us. We didn't do much, just took him out for dinner. At this point, 002 jumped onto the table and pulled out a few documents for them to look at, who's next? The four men seated around the table all fell silent in unison. 002 asked hopefully, whom do you think should go next? Lin Feng averted his gaze from the overly enthusiastic robot. MOU showed no major reaction except holding Fong Yuan's hand tightly, guilt weighing down as he looked down silently. Lu Jingyan coughed dryly and lowered his head to sip tea. After a brief moment of stagnation, 002 asked, why aren't you speaking? Lin Feng scratched his head, awkwardly replying, how about you just pick anyone randomly? After all, none of them are easy to deal with. Of course, Lin Feng and MOU were rather decent-tempered, but the others. Shenrong, the drunkard. Qing Qingza, the kitchen disaster. Gung, the mysterious figure. Whichever one 002 approached, it estimated getting a good scolding. Just pick one randomly. 002 realized immediately, that's true. Then it burst into tears, wah. No. It was scared. I'll choose for you. Lin Feng casually picked up one file, hesitated for a while, and showed it to 002 sympathetically, this is Shenrong's. 002. A minute later. No. NOO. 002 sobbed while clinging onto Lin Feng's legs, I don't want him. He'll kill me. For sure he will. Lin Feng gave a wise-sounding response, sooner or later, better early than late. Go ahead, I'll support you spiritually. 002 couldn't stop crying, its breath erratic. Seeing it truly pitiful, Lin Feng sighed and said, well. How about I ask someone to help you? 002 gradually calmed down its weeping and asked tentatively, who? Lin Feng wiggled his fingers mysteriously and replied cryptically, a secret. You go to Shenrong first. 002 doubted cautiously, all right. The wine cellar of the Temporal Bureau was located in an underground cold storage room, a place covered entirely by ice layers. As soon as 002 entered, it felt the biting chill coupled with the heavy scent of alcohol, instantly furrowing its brow as it surveyed the surroundings, searching in the long, dim passage for that familiar silhouette. It quickly spotted Shenrong in the wine cellar. The man was tall and lean, his bony fingers loosely gripping a wineskin hanging by his side. Drunk out of his mind, his lanky legs sprawled lazily on the ground, his head tilted against a wooden barrel, completely drenched in the potent smell of liquor. His face wasn't visible, but his overall presence emanated a fierce, unruly aura. Even from a distance, it was clear this was not someone amiable, more likely quite explosive. 002 hesitated for a while at the spot, balancing some documents on its head as it surreptitiously moved closer. Upon taking 2 steps, the initially unconscious man abruptly opened his eyes. A pair of piercing, icy eyes, gleaming with lethal ferocity, shot straight at 002, glaring icily at the intruder. 002 was startled. Seemingly recognizing the intruder, the sharp and lethal demeanor softened into a lazy, indifferent drunk. He slowly muttered, trying to clarify his slurred words, 002. Why are you here? The system stammered fearfully, stuttering, I've come, to assign missions. Shenrong raised an eyelid, curtly responding, won't go. 002 exclaimed in shock, I said, Shenrong drawled, casting a sidelong glance through his long, narrow eyes, indifferently, didn't hear me? I'm not going. 002 surrendered immediately, heard. Shenrong propped up one leg, raising his head for a swig of alcohol, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he swallowed. Within seconds, his thick, sharp eyebrows furrowed in annoyance, throwing aside the empty wine pot. clearly drained. He pointed at the wooden barrel and shouted loudly toward 002, bring another flask. A clear and amused voice suddenly pierced through the air. Get lost. The general doesn't have time to give you any crap. How many wines have you stolen from me now? Startled for a second upon hearing this voice, 002 widened its eyes and screamed in surprise, Chin Kong. In accordance with the voice, the door to the wine room swung open, revealing a towering figure walking in. Dressed in silvery armor, a blood-red cape fluttering dramatically behind him, his expression exuded brash confidence and swagger. Fine straight nose, crimson lips like blood slightly curling into a teasing smirk, making him appear less like a general on the battlefield and more akin to an elegant nobleman idly listening to music from the balcony, exuding incomparable grace. Chin Kong stood still and chuckled lightly with his arms crossed, a pair of playful eyes filled with affection. He was not an overly muscular male but a man of about 25 years old, thinly layered muscles covering his body radiating explosiveness and oppression. His overall demeanor was dangerous yet rebellious, yet in between it all, there lingered an undying youthful arrogance. 002 couldn't help but hold its breath. This was one of the very first souls collected by System 001, Qin Ziajiangan, whose brilliance overshadowed the entire temporal bureau. Oh my gosh, did Lin phone call for General Qin? Chin Kong gave Shenrong, drunk as a mudfish, a kick to the leg, laughing and scolding, get lost from under your general. Shenrong didn't get angry when kicked, slowly raising his eyelids instead, wine. Still want wine? Look at this, Chin Kong pointed to the ground littered with wine flasks, all these are part of my painstaking collection. Shenrong didn't respond, merely lifting his neck to rest against the barrel, closing his eyes wearily. Chin Kong raised his thick eyebrows, kicking away a wine pot nearby as he squatted down to pat Shenrong's face. Hey, you alright? Shenrong remained silent. Even while asking, Chin Kong knew things couldn't be good. This drinking spree had been going on for months, and the wine cellar's inventory was nearly emptied by this wino. Even a common person would have either died or passed out for several months after consuming so much. Standing up, he thoughtfully tapped his arm with his long fingers. 002 restrained its excitement and asked him, young General Qin, do you have any ideas? Chin Kong smiled, gently holding it in his hand, treating it no differently than System 001. He looked straight into its eyes and asked, why are you looking for him? To ask him for a mission, 002 proudly held up the files in its hands, an extremely important task, something especially significant for Shenrong. Chin Kong played along, surprised and incredulous, is that so? That important, huh? 002 nodded furiously, yes. Kicking it lightly on its head, Chin Kong burst out laughing, if it's that important, then I'll have to lend a helping hand. 002 blushed red in its cheeks. No wonder Qin Ziajiangan was unanimously regarded across the Temporal Bureau as someone with the best social circle, ranking number 1 in popularity. It was said that whether in the Temporal Bureau or among other various factions, his friends were everywhere. 002 thought, who wouldn't want to be friends with someone like this? It liked him too. Chin Kong was famously kind-hearted, naturally unconventional as well. He said, little system, go stand aside and wait, I'll handle it for you. 002 hopped off his palm and onto a nearby wine barrel, waving its tiny hands as it laughed, all right. Chin Kong gave it a look, full of unrestrained laughter, teasingly putting a finger to his lip signaling 002 to be quiet. 002 fell silent obediently, watching Chin Kong with admiration akin to a starstruck little fan. General Qin understood this wino too well. An idea came to mind with just a twirl of his eyes. He pulled out a flask of liquor from his space pocket, leisurely opening the flask and sprinkling a bit on the ground. This rare liquor was an exclusive delicacy hard to come by in the Temporal Bureau. Shenrong's keen nose immediately detected the aroma, managing to open an eye slit. Chin Kong whistled flirtatiously, leaning over and shaking the wine pot enticingly. Wino, do you want some? Shenrong stretched out his hand, mumbling unclearly, give me it. Chin Kong snorted softly and didn't move. Come and get it. Shenrong, heavily drunk though he was, trusted both Chin Kong and 002, showing little alertness as he half-supported himself, swaying to go fetch it. Just before he walked over, Chin Kong took a step back. Shenrong followed by moving forward. Kong took another step back. Being severely drunk, Shenrong instinctively moved forward again. Chin Kong's lips curved upward revealing a grin, mischievous and naughty. He stepped back once, Shenrong stepped forward once, until it was time. Chin Kong calmly lifted his hand pretending to pass the wine to him. Shenrong reached out to receive it. At this exact moment, Chin Kong dramatically changed expression, genuinely terrified and pointed behind Shenrong, enemy. Shenrong, just moments ago barely able to stand due to drunkenness, instantly had eyes sharp as daggers, turning around to draw his weapon and kill the enemy behind him. A foot swiftly kicked his butt, toppling Shenrong onto the ground. Startled, Shenrong turned around, ready to rise and resist when a long and fair-skinned hand struck the back of his neck, efficiently knocking Shenrong unconscious. Chin Kong caught the burly man and tossed him onto the ground with disdain, muttering, why is his alertness so strong? He only exposes his back in moments like this. If Chin Kong were to fight Shenrong head-on, it would not be as easy. This wino loved his drink, but his strength was outrageously powerful. Qin Kong still had to go home and have dinner with his beauty, and he didn't have the leisure or inclination to fight Shenrong. 002 stood dumbfounded. You knocked him out. That's right, Qin Kong gave 2 more kicks to the unconscious man on the floor, venting his dissatisfaction about his inventory being depleted. Here, take the soul you wanted and use it for your mission. 002 was shocked. Are you making him forcibly enter the mission world? Qin Kong laughed and took a piece of paper, scribbling down 2 sentences before folding it neatly and handing it over to 002. If he has any complaints, just show him this. He'll be willing to do the mission then. Holding the paper tightly, 002 looked at the unconscious Shenrong on the ground and then at Qin Kong, whose carefree expression concealed an imposing sharpness. It wasn't sure whether to trust him or not. It remembered the ranking board of missions at the Temporal Bureau where Qin Kong was always near the top. 002 clenched its teeth. Alright, I'll make him forcibly enter the mission world. Qin Kong smiled, his peach blossom eyes curving elegantly, then turned around waving goodbye gracefully. Don't look so resigned, there won't be a problem. Little system, I'm leaving now, see you next time. 002 knew he was going home to see his wife, the famous crane beauty in the Temporal Bureau. Okay, see you next time. 002 waved its little hand, bidding farewell. The system turned and glanced at the unconscious Shenrong, sighed, then pulled Shenrong into the space behind them. Hopefully, when he wakes up, he doesn't kill me. 002 silently prayed. Chapter 62, Urgent Notice. What if I get lucky and pass the review on the first try? Dreaming.jng. Shenrong's world is an ABO world, featuring AA strong pairings. Cool, handsome, aloof scoundrel alcoholic alpha X elegant, long-haired beauty omega. Let's mix in some sports meeting slogans for word count since this chapter can't be posted otherwise. 15. The school of youth is your stage of vitality. Go ahead, dear classmate, victory is ahead of you. Victory comes from sweat, and struggle is the key to winning. 16. Light brings warmth, the moon radiates intimacy, stars offer romance, the wind refreshes, fish bring nourishment, snow represents perfection, ice shows clarity, and our cheers are unceasing hopes for your success. Strive forward, dream big. 17. You are the heart of the athletic field, beating with dreams, you embody the spirit of a long journey, inspiring glory, you are the seekers of truth. The wind cheers you on, clouds celebrate with you, your determination, persistence, and belief gather step by step on the white track. Strength, faith, perseverance, and effort shine brightly at the finish line. The call of the times resounds under your feet. 18. For a distance neither too short nor too long, what is needed is full-hearted dedication throughout. From start to end, you give it all you've got, this is the moment of brilliance. Regardless of your place, hold the confidence of victory, simply running proves that you're heroes. 19. Muddy roads have been walked countless times. Tired? Tell yourself, almost there, keep going. Wounds bleed. Tell yourself, no crying, it'll heal. Fell down. Tell yourself, get up fast, smooth paths are rare. 2 of 14. 20. On the sports field, you show off your dashing figure, here your striving figures appear. Facing a long journey, you have no fear or retreat, let sweat soak your back, let exhaustion cover your whole body, all for one goal, one belief, to earn honor for your class, keep fighting, I cheer for you, go. 21. You swing arms filled with power, watching the solid ball form a beautiful curve fills me with admiration for you, you've achieved your best throw. 22. You are the heart of the athletic field, beating with dreams, you embody the spirit of a long journey, inspiring brilliance, you are the seekers of truth. The wind roots for you, clouds celebrate with you, steadfastness, persistence, endurance and hope gather on the extended white track. Strength, faith, perseverance, and efforts shine brightly on the distant finish line, and the sound of the times echoes under your feet. 23. Look. Those colorful flags fluttering in the wind are like blooming flowers, listen. Those earth-shattering cheers are sounds of victory echoing around your ears. You, on the sports field, are victors. Chapter 63, The Crazy General Falls in Love with Me 1. Disclaimer, there is a slight mutual attack tone. In a tattered room. Mr. Shenrong. I swear it wasn't me who knocked you out, wah. 002 sniffled as it clung to the man's calf tightly, crying tears non-stop. Shenrong expressionlessly touched the back of his neck where pain still lingered. Who knocked me out? 002 trembled. Qin Kong. Junior General Qin. At the mention of that name, all the murderous intent in Shenrong's eyes dissipated as though he'd forgotten the question entirely, closing them and preparing to sleep. There was no help for it, Qin Kong was his creditor. Shenrong owed Qin Kong quite a lot of money from drinking before entering this small world, and had even emptied his stock. He would avoid crossing paths with Qin Kong at all costs. 002 cautiously reminded him, about the memories we retrieved for you. I won't take them. And the data. I won't look at it. Then the mission. I won't do it. 002 bit its tongue, barely suppressing its frustration. It couldn't fight Shenrong. If it annoyed him too much, it would end up being force-fed alcohol and passed out for days. Recalling the tragic incident where it had been forcibly drowned in liquor by Shenrong, 002 gritted its teeth against rising tears of indignation. It tried pulling out the piece of paper then. This is from Junior General Qin for you. Hearing Qin Kong's name, Shenrong, who until moments ago had acted dismissively towards the system, froze ever so slightly, struggling off the bed to pick up the large sheet of paper, larger than 002 itself. The handwriting was sharp and bold, revealing Qin Kong's characteristic arrogance and brashness. The words were curt yet powerful. Do the mission well, and if successful, all debts will be cleared. Stop picking on your poor little system, it looks rather pitiful. Debt clearance. Shenrong paused over these highly tempting words for half a minute. 002, he casually yawned, narrowing his long dark eyes as they focused on the small light ball, speaking lazily, what is the mission? The light sphere exclaimed joyfully, wow. You'll take the mission. Shenrong replied coldly, quit babbling. Get to the point. All right. All right. 002 hurriedly extracted the files and memories, while verbally explaining, Mission 1, save the antagonist, General Claire Drager. Mission 2, retrieve shards of an evil artifact, porcelain. The thick eyelashes of Shenrong bore traces of dampness from the yawn, those crystalline long lashes looking like a pair of icy blades gleaming in the dim light. He commanded, transfer the memories. 002 waved its little hands, transmitting the memories to him. This was an ABO world. Alphas were dominant individuals, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, and naturally suited for elite military roles. Omegas, frail but fertile, were born to bring life into the world, making them precious and scarce. Betas formed the backbone of society, their vast numbers free of heat or estrous cycles' influence, destined to work diligently and keep society running smoothly. Shenrong furrowed his brows reviewing this bizarre world's concept, sighing inwardly as yet more useless knowledge piled up. In this world, the antagonist to be saved was General Claire, an alpha whose calm exterior concealed a crazed desire to destroy the world. Since childhood, Claire was abandoned by her family to a desolate island where she endured inhumane training, transforming into a qualified killing machine. Once deemed fit for release, she was thrust into preparation as the perfect heir. Politics, economics, the military, etiquette, all these burdens crushed a young child, pushing Claire to develop nihilistic tendencies early on. Claire, without doubt, was a perfectionist. She could not accept anyone being superior to her, she insisted on being the most rational, the most composed, the best and most flawless individual. If someone challenged her supremacy, Claire wouldn't feel defeated or inferior, she would strive tirelessly to elevate herself further, ensuring she remained the most radiant star. But what happens when there's someone she simply cannot surpass? What if Claire realizes she is degenerating? Clearly, such an individual isn't remarkable. Her background pales in comparison, her personality is inferior, and her abilities fall short. This low-grade, base-born alpha managed to win everyone's affection and acclaim, even being hailed as the Imperial Star. What a joke. Claire discovered that everything he had was being stolen by a petty thief. His SSS-grade talent was gradually decreasing while the inferior product's talent was rising. His exquisite and beautiful appearance was becoming mediocre, whereas the inferior product's looks were becoming increasingly radiant and dazzling. His photographic memory was slowly fading, Claire found his memory weakening and his thoughts becoming sluggish. Meanwhile, the inferior product became famous for having an infallible memory. His father, his mother, they had never given him a single smile, cruelly abandoning their 6-year-old child. Yet now, they lavished praise on the inferior product, showing appreciative and loving gazes. And the Omega he liked, during the wedding vows ceremony in front of a large audience, publicly grasped the hand of the inferior product, shouting, love and freedom, and escaped from the marriage. Claire could not comprehend what was happening, why his life had undergone such drastic changes. He had become the inferior product. Thus, Claire chose jealousy, distortion, and retaliation. Surprisingly, every one of his plans went awry, causing his reputation to stink ever more strongly. The once glorified Claire became a symbol of envy and petty-mindedness, a representation of ugliness. Yet before the appearance of the inferior quality celestial sun, they hailed Claire as the gun and rose of the empire, endlessly praising his stunning beauty and world-renowned talent. If it hadn't been for the influence of the porcelain, if it hadn't been for the inferior celestial sun, then Claire would not have met the fate of betrayal, universal loathing, madness, or corruption. He would have been the most beautiful rose of the empire, the most unstoppable spear, the most shining star, all of which was stolen away by a small thief. His talents, his appearance, his parents, his family background, his honor. All had vanished. The already crazed Claire could not accept this reality, he chose mutual destruction, together with the world. That inferior product, Endy, at the critical moment initiated a global live broadcast, exposing Claire's grotesque true nature. So the army that had been invincible under General Claire now turned their weapons toward their former leader, demanding Claire lay down his arms, abandon his mad plan of destroying the world, and submit quietly. It was unimaginable what kind of feelings the general harbored. He surveyed the many troops surrounding him, among whom there were many familiar faces, even many subordinates. Now they aimed their guns at him, telling him not to commit a crime. How laughable. The Drager family wanted a perfect heir, so they sent him to a lonely island, where Claire endured an unspeakably terrible childhood. Then they forced Claire to study monotonous knowledge, facing corporal punishment, without caring that the young boy also needed parental concern and love. After growing up, under the praise and inevitability of Imperial Dawn, Claire entered the military, successfully climbing to the rank of general within 10 years. No one knew how many unhealed wounds lay beneath his elegant uniform. They acted so self-righteously, taking it for granted, crafting a flawless and faultless Claire, lifting him high only to throw him down violently. I will not compromise. Claire suddenly smiled at them. His face had long since become plain, no trace of its former refinement remained, but it still revealed a rosy-like hue. You created me, you destroyed me. Claire slowly raised the gun in his hand, adopting a textbook-perfect posture, achieved only through years of combat training. The army fell silent. I have never lived for myself. He chuckled lightly, pressing the barrel against his throat, his voice smiling and gentle. Please remember, you killed Claire. A gunshot rang out. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, on global live television, red blood spilled from under Claire, blossoming slowly around him, shimmering with a crystalline light. This radical and extreme alpha, this star that was once lifted high and thrown low, extinguished itself in his own hands. Shenrong finished reviewing this memory, calmly withdrawing his gaze. 002 asked, do you have any questions? Since success in the mission could clear his debts, Shenrong perfunctorily asked, does that inferior celestial son, Endi, have plundering abilities? It's this Een porcelain that has the ability to plunder, 002 sighed, it's far more powerful than the previous piece of Een porcelain. It actually gave this inferior product extra abilities and secretly took all of Claire's things for itself. Clearly, those honors were obtained by Claire after enduring an unknown amount of torment from childhood, yet they were stolen bit by a thief and became someone else's embellishments. Shenrong supported his chin, still speaking unclearly due to not being fully sober from alcohol, his voice low and elegant, but with a slow tone. Endi took away Claire's looks, talents, family background, and lover. The perfectionist Claire couldn't accept becoming powerless and mediocre, nor could he accept that a despicable thief had taken everything he had. So in the end, he turned dark and became the antagonist. As he spoke, Shenrong's voice grew lighter, almost fading away. 002 said, that's right, Shenrong. You are the most capable soul under my command. Surely you can complete the mission, can't you? No response. 002 fell silent for a few seconds before unwillingly calling out, Shenrong. Still no response, only faint and regular snoring revealed the current state of a certain individual. 002. Damn. He slept. Don't you know your wife is gone? 002 spat a mouthful of blood at the back of his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it, feeling utterly frustrated. Hating furiously, it recalled all the moments of exploitation, then remembered its inability to outperform 001's results, finally touching its face and jumping out in anger. I'll make you wait, I'll see if you sleep. Shenrong had fallen into such deep slumber while talking because the liquor he drank was too pure and fierce, making him dizzy. He was lost in a sound sleep, but less than a few minutes later, a violent knocking at the door irritated Shenrong enough to furrow his brows. Open the door. Open up. The house is being seized, open the door. Outside the door, a middle-aged man dressed raggedly, with unkempt hair, hammered violently on the door, clenching his fists and banging on it with a bang-bang. The middle-aged man was the landlord of this dilapidated house. After spitting a few times, he prepared to continue his violent knocking, when suddenly there was a thunderous boom, causing all his movements to freeze. A long, strong hand formed into a fist and slammed fiercely into the door, forcing it to burst open. An unknown man emerged, towering and muscular, his head hanging low as though he hadn't woken up, eyes closed. The landlord stood dazed, staring at the fist that had just crashed into the door. Yes, the fist, it plunged straight into the alloy door. The air immediately became eerily quiet. Shenrong slowly lifted his bleary eyes, enunciating each word, filled with a savage ferocity. Do you want to die? The landlord immediately stumbled over his words. You, me, Shen. Shenrong's icy sharp eyes locked onto the tattered landlord in front of him, emitting a bloodthirsty aura that chilled one to the bone. The landlord was a low-level alpha, doing worse even than some beta replacements. His legs went limp instantly, nearly collapsing before Shenrong. Shenrong coldly said, give me a reason not to kill you. The landlord trembled his lips, all the eviction phrases prepared earlier now becoming his only lifeline. I'm here to reclaim the house, this place is going to be demolished. Shenrong stared irritably at this person in front of him. Honestly, Shenrong exuded an intimidating presence, his razor-like eyes giving off vibes far removed from tender affection, instead giving people the sense that this guy would definitely murder and hide bodies or suddenly commit a crime. Sweat poured down the landlord's back, already contemplating whether he should immediately shout, help. Seeing this, Shenrong asked impatiently, can you renew the lease? Startled, the landlord stammered, what? Shenrong repeated himself, I said, can you renew the lease? The landlord. In the end, he still didn't receive any money for the renewed rent. Because Shenrong couldn't pay. The landlord didn't dare to ask for the money, smiling sheepishly as he backed away. Never mind, anyway the contract hasn't expired, you can keep living here, heh heh. Shenrong stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by various junk items he had rummaged through. Everything was there except money. Watching the greasy landlord crawl away, Shenrong kicked the broken TV nearby, frustrated to discover he was a penniless ghost in the space-time bureau and remained dirt poor even in the small world. It was already annoying to do missions. 002's little head peeked out from the door crack, cautiously observing Shenrong's mood. Only after confirming there would be no violent anger did it finally relax and walk over. Shenrong, that landlord is gone. Shenrong kicked it away and turned back to sleep on the bed. Poor 002. It finally lost its temper. Ah. I'll fight you. The glowing orb swung its fists and ran toward Shenrong, then suddenly fell to its knees with a loud thud, kowtowing. I beg of you. Get yourself together. Do the mission, woo woo woo. A complete coward. Every inch of Shenrong reeked of cowardice. Shenrong, annoyed by its noise ringing in his ears, mumbled unclearly, Claire is still the most glorious and shining general. Let me sleep for now. In short, the mission could wait, sleep first. 002 was almost convinced this alcoholic was beyond help, his power was extremely formidable, his character logical, but alcohol always messed him up, leaving him perpetually drunk as mud. It relented somewhat, so, how long will you sleep? Shenrong's voice was blurred, give me, a few months. 002. It decisively took out its system all, tapped on an exquisite hangover cure, exchanged it for energy, and shoved the little pill into Shenrong's mouth. Eat. Sleeping for a few more months. Impossible. Chapter 64, The Insane General Falls in Love with Me Part 2. In the group chat where all systems of the Spacetime Bureau joined, a new message appeared. 002, employee morale is low, suspected intention to kill the system. What should I do? Online waiting, super urgently. Not long after, several replies popped up. 568, you're always picking these high-risk souls as subordinates. Whose fault is this? 234, I'm also tired. These souls are notorious troublemakers from back then. No system wanted them. We all fled faster than lightning, while you welcomed anyone, focusing especially on such types. 002 bit its little handkerchief tearfully, while on the bed next to it sat Shenrong, his face dark and eyes filled with lethal intent. Forcing Shenrong awake and curing his hangover, 002 felt like it was about to die. 002, stop making excuses. Give some advice. 034, beat him once, offer something sweet, and he'll listen. 302, electric shock, excruciating pain, sensory deprivation punishment, that's what I do. 034, death threats, they work too. Truthfully, none of these appealed to 002. The souls under its command lacked defining traits, except for their fearlessness in the face of death, a certainty if pushed too hard leading to mutual destruction along with the system. Other systems chose soft-spoken hosts, whereas the hosts under 002 were reckless rogues who cared not for life or death. Looking at the nature of souls, only the soul under the chief system 001 bore any resemblance to the group of slackers it commanded. For example, fearlessness and sheer insanity. 002 hesitated for a moment before choosing to mention the head system. 002, at chief system 001 Big Brother, do you have any suggestions? After a long time, a delayed message arrived. 001, is it Shenrong? 002, yes, it's Shenrong. 001, I remember him. He was the soul I initially wanted to recruit. The glowing ball awkwardly scratched its little head. Back then, Chief System 001 had indeed planned to recruit Shenrong. But at that time, Shenrong's condition wasn't good, doing high-risk frontline work with the Chief System might worsen his condition, so higher-ups forced Shenrong to switch to logistics, working under 002. Generally taciturn with a cold personality, Chief System 001 surprisingly showed great concern for Shenrong, a soul it once intended to recruit. Chief System, how is he recently? 002, still the same old habits, addicted to drinking, getting wasted every day. I was planning to assign him a breathtakingly beautiful wife to reform his personality. Chief System, sounds reasonable. 002, but he isn't cooperating, too difficult to handle. I can't really threaten him with electric shocks or death, right? Shenrong would definitely kill me. Chief System, ignore those idiots' advice. Do it your way. No wonder the Chief System of the Spacetime Bureau directly referred to other systems in the group chat as idiots, with a rock-solid personality. 002 was delighted that it wasn't among the fools in his mouth, which felt like being praised and was quite touching. The little glowing orb bravely turned off the group chat interface, put its hands on its hips in an imposing manner, and was about to say things like, doing these tasks is for your own good, or, you should listen to me since even the Chief System praised me, or, you insignificant human, kneel and submit to my unparalleled wisdom. It met Shenrong's dark, cold gaze. 002, thud, fell to its knees again. Shenrong's tone was akin to a deranged murderer's lunatic declaration before torturing a victim, eerily terrifying. You know I'm reasonable. Give me a reason why you forced me awake. To be fair, this person's character was not exactly pleasant, both fierce and cold, but strangely reasonable. Before Shenrong decided to kill someone, he would ask for the reason why the person offended him. If the reasoning was solid, Shenrong would abandon the idea of killing and reluctantly spare their life. 002 flattered him with a smile. I don't want to. But if you don't go find General Claire, her innocence will be lost. Shenrong, why? 002, she was tricked today, and she'll mark an homage at a critical moment, the homage who fled the wedding, making it a done deal. So, they're engaged, and the general has fallen in love with her naive and cute fiancé during their time together. Thus, Shenrong had to preemptively cut in, otherwise, Claire would mark the homage, losing her chastity maintained for over 2 decades. Shenrong calmly retorted, what does that have to do with me? Claire isn't dead, so why should he interfere? 002. There's a saying that sums it up well. Your wife is about to get a wife. 002 immediately provided a sound argument, having Andy steal away one's lover is a significant blow to Claire. That homage isn't a good match, so we should save the villain from jumping into the grave of love. This was indeed a good reason. Shenrong barely accepted it, recalling his outrageous debt he'd never pay off even if sold. He asked, where is Claire? 002 excitedly said, I know. Let me show you the way. At a dark secluded alley, stifled pained gasps echoed intermittently. Cough, cough, cough. Claire covered her neck, leaning against the alley wall. Within an 18-mile radius, the alpha's eyes revealed savage annoyance, gradually turning crimson. The only ones capable of maintaining sanity under such pheromones are betas, yet the oppressive and intimidating SSS-grade pheromone still subconsciously provokes submission and fear. Claire gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee, placing a hand on his nape, gradually becoming disoriented. Damn it. Claire cursed softly, the frigid composure in his eyes scattered entirely by the surging desires. He took a breath, his icy jade-like fingers digging into the wall, shakily standing up. Homages. Claire tightly closed his eyes, attempting to dispel the thoughts automatically arising in his mind. He deeply resented these uncontrolled primal urges, bellowing possessiveness like wild beasts, scattering the calm and composure Claire prided himself on. Faint hurried footstep sounds could be faintly heard at the alley entrance. Claire forced his eyes open, revealing a pair of mysterious and profound violet eyes, silver-white hair cascading from his long, pale neck down to his slender waist. His complexion was ashen, lips red as if stained with blood, his entire body caught between excruciating pain and rationality. A sweet scent approached. Claire's eyes flashed with fury as he yelled towards the alley entrance, don't come closer. Not only did the hurried footsteps not retreat, but they advanced closer. Confusion flashed in Claire's eyes. In the next instant, Claire bit hard into his palm to regain clarity, an instant deep bite appearing on his beautifully sculpted long hand, blood dripping down. I can't stay here. Claire trembled, repressing his body as he staggered into the depths of the alley. Behind him came a voice tinged with sobbing. Help. Claire rushed forward aggressively into the darkest part of the alley. The homage behind him kept persistently chasing after. Damn. General Claire cursed, shameless homage. The homage kept calling out to him, over and over again, even chasing after with cries. Claire was caught off guard for a moment, allowing the homage to grab his hand. The young boy with a delicate and handsome face embraced him from behind. Claire felt thoroughly disgusted and turned around, shaking off the homage's hand, pushing him to the ground. His usually composed and elegant voice lost its calmness, filled with disdain, go away. After saying that, Claire dared not stay any longer. He kicked the homage's hand away, which stubbornly clung to his long boots, then panted as he staggered forward along the wall. Behind him, the homage was crying. Mister, don't leave me. Claire found this wanton homage nauseating and decided not to pay attention to him, charging ahead silently. He didn't know how much time had passed when the alley exit began to appear vaguely before him. Claire blankly stared at the entrance where a tall figure had just emerged, calmly looking at him. From an unknown source of strength, Claire rushed 2 steps forward and collapsed on the ground, his slender and beautiful fingertips gripping onto the newcomer's trouser leg. He croaked in a low and raspy voice, take me, help me get away from here. Shenrong crossed his arms and looked down at the man who lay sprawled on the ground, gripping his pant leg. Shenrong had seen plenty of beauties, although he wasn't captivated by looks or had much aesthetic for beauty, he knew one thing. With Claire's appearance, if brought into the Spacetime Bureau, it would stir up quite a storm. The last person to create such a scandalous uproar was the notorious, arrogant Mad Beauty back when they first entered the Bureau. That wave of universal dread that followed was directly suppressed by the madman's brute force, turning their once mesmerizing laughter into everyone's unforgettable nightmare. Decent, Shenrong rarely offered a compliment, though his tone remained calm and unruffled. A staggering figure interrupted Shenrong's line of sight, a frail-looking homage, small in stature, brimming with tears and seeming rather pretty. Shenrong raised an eyebrow. Claire General. The homage mumbled softly, stumbling toward Claire, trying to grab hold of him. Shenrong kicked the homage away with ease. To a distance of 5 meters. He said harshly, not worthy. This homage obviously didn't match up to Claire, not even in looks could this homage compare, considering Claire outshone him by streets upon streets, akin to comparing clouds in the sky to mud beneath. Seemingly understanding that he was now safe, Claire slightly let out a sigh of relief, muttering hoarsely, take me, away. Shenrong intended to lift him up but glanced at his tattered clothes, then at Claire's splendid and elaborate suit, feeling an unexpected disparity in class. Rich man. Shenrong thought expressionlessly. He detested every rich person. With this in mind, he hoisted Claire onto his shoulder like a sack of rice, and walked away indifferently. Claire's silver-white long hair cascaded down, covering his exquisite face. Yet, his furrowed brows betrayed discomfort as his stomach was pressed hard. An observer, 002, sighed, ah. Well, it was already good to be able to carry out the task, no need to fuss about what way the person was being carried. Amidst the clinking sound surrounding them, everything seemed chaotic and messy, like countless pots and pans were clattering. The drowsy Claire shivered, confusedly opening his eyes to a violet gaze still heavy with sleep. Awake? A deep, magnetic voice asked near his ear. Claire's eyes widened instantly as his alertness shot up, coldly staring beside him. At this glance, he froze. In front of him stood a man, naked from the waist up, revealing robust muscles, carrying in his arms a pile of junk, and now eyeing him with an aloof, impatient gaze. An alpha, an extremely powerful alpha with commanding aura, strength evidently unmatched. Shenrong tossed the pile of junk he was holding to the ground, and now before him had accumulated a heap of broken things. Who knows how the original body lived, sleeping among garbage piles every day, while Shenrong wasn't sloppy to this extent, planning to sell these scraps for money. He lazily gestured towards the furniture in front of him and said, since you're awake, come over and help me tidy up. Claire. As his eyes fell on those dirty things on the ground, his perfectionism demanding nothing less than flawlessness flared up. Claire's complexion appeared even paler. These things. Why so broken? So filthy. Chapter 65, The Crazy General Loves Me 3. In the end, Shenrong didn't let Claire clean up the trash, mainly due to 002's frantic yelling. It can't be. His susceptible period will last a week, it's already great that he's managing to stay rational now, and you still want to assign him tasks like this. A small part of it was because of Claire's face. This man was so beautiful he seemed unreal, his silver-white hair flowed down to his waist in an elegant cascade. He had deep purple eyes that radiated with ageless calmness, each feature perfectly sculpted as if no one could have questioned their perfection. He exuded an aura of dignity and grace, every move possessing charm that was indescribable. Because of his susceptible phase, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, as if he would shatter upon contact. He was nurtured by honor, applause, and admiration, known as the imperial gun and rose, high above everything. Shenrong may have been rough around the edges, but even he found it odd to have such a human masterpiece sorting through scraps. Once he confirmed General Claire had little strength left, he crouched down and began cleaning, tossing all the broken items outside. His movements were quick, and the room was slowly emptied, wardrobe, TV, coffee table, without exception, Shenrong threw them far away. Eventually, only the bed beneath Claire remained. Shenrong's gaze turned dangerous, eyeing Claire, and the bed, as if he wanted to throw both out together. General Claire. An unsettling silence descended. After a long pause, Claire painfully endured the discomfort and pain in his body and said, Sir, please allow me to stay here through my susceptible phase, and I will compensate you. His voice was exceptionally dignified and elegant, slightly raspy but extremely pleasing to the ear. Shenrong showed no trace of consideration, he truly wanted to toss this person out, it felt like he was getting in the way. Why don't you contact someone else to take you away? Shenrong furrowed his brow and asked back. Claire didn't want to do that. Yesterday, he had been tricked into entering his susceptible phase early, likely because someone near him had been bribed by his family to force him into marking an homage for progeny. Since his surroundings were no longer safe, it was better to endure the susceptible phase next to this strange alpha, at least this man seemed unfamiliar with him and willing to lend a hand, indicating goodwill. My place isn't secure, Claire said with a face as pale as paper. Shenrong, so what? Before a wave of the susceptible period overwhelmed Claire's rationality, the general covered his gland that continuously emitted pheromones. Remembering that the man before him was also an alpha, Claire focused on observing Shenrong's every move. Shenrong was completely unfazed, lounging comfortably on a reclining chair borrowed from the landlord moments earlier. With his tall and well-proportioned fingers, he held a pot of wine also taken from the landlord, tilting his head back to drink it. Claire asked. Aren't you affected? Between alphas, when pheromones clash, Shenrong would at least experience physiological discomfort, possibly losing rationality and engaging in combat with Claire. Shenrong paused mid-drink, I can't smell it. The original body was a defective alpha whose glands hadn't developed fully, unable to detect pheromones and ineligible for military service. Hence, he gave up on himself and ended up looking like this. Claire showed subtle surprise but refrained from asking further. At any rate, this was beneficial to him. Even though the cold and ferocious pheromones emanating from the alpha before him almost drowned Claire, General Claire didn't want to show signs of discomfort. The scent of rum lingering at his nose made Claire feel unwell, his mind fuzzy, like being drunk, probably due to Shenrong's underdeveloped glands causing less irritability than other alphas. A defective alpha could essentially be viewed as someone from the beta gender class, differing only in the possession of pheromones. Claire struggled to say, suppressant. Shenrong replied coolly, no money to buy it. Just bear it. Where was the money for suppressants coming from? Not necessary for the original body, so Shenrong had none, forcing Claire to endure it physically. A mere week of pain was not life-threatening. Claire suffered to the point his vision blurred but understood this man had a cold streak, perhaps even a detached personality. With a foggy and throbbing head, he could think of nothing except subconsciously gritting his teeth to endure the pain. On the recliner, Shenrong tilted his neck back to drink, his sharp and cold gaze softening as the alcohol went down his throat, revealing a rare gentle expression. When drunk, Shenrong was probably in his best mood, devoid of the sharp and frigid demeanor present while sober. 002 didn't dare to speak this time, and only after Shenrong finished an entire pot of wine did it carefully suggest, give the general some water. He's sweating so much, it's easy for him to become dehydrated. Shenrong lazily glanced over, only to find that the polite and elegant Claire who had been talking to him when he was conscious was already lying on the bed unconscious, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his whole body trembling. He passed out. Shenrong stood up and fetched a cup of water, bringing it to Claire's lips and giving a curt order, open your mouth. Even in unconsciousness, General Claire inherently didn't trust anyone, firmly clenching his teeth, refusing to drink the clear water brought to his lips no matter how thirsty he was. He'd been betrayed too many times, Claire's alertness was too high. Shenrong attempted to feed him twice, but all the water ended up spilled on the pillow until, growing impatient, he pinched Claire's jaw with force. Compelled by pain, Claire parted his red lips, and in the next second, the water was roughly poured into his mouth, choking directly into his windpipe, prompting instant coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Shenrong threw the cup aside without caring about the pitiful coughing fit brought on by the choking, taking the wine flask back to the recliner. 002 gritted its teeth, Shenrong, do you know the temporal authority has a penal code similar to what you just did? Shenrong said, yes, I occasionally perform executions at the temporal authority prison. Compared to crushing the jaw and forcing water leading to coughing fits, Shenrong thought himself quite gentle. 002. It suddenly regretted the mission. There was no way it would succeed given Shenrong's cold, rough, and brutal personality. Claire must be blind to even consider him. You might as well take a look at Claire's face, he's beautiful, noble, and cold yet enchanting, would you really abuse someone like him? Shenrong tossed it aside so it wouldn't obstruct his view, his elongated, dark eyebrows devoid of emotion, carelessly responding, so what if he's beautiful? What does that have to do with him? The small orb sighed. Well, let things flow naturally then. If the mission succeeds, it succeeds, if it fails, 002 has done their best. Just as the two individuals in one system fell silent, a roar of rage echoed from the corridor outside. Shenrong lifted his eyes slightly, tipsy now but not drunk, his tone turning slow and leisurely, who is this? 002 remembered something and glowed brighter, shit, Claire's pheromones leaked out, the omegas are stimulated into heat while alphas turned aggressive. Shenrong didn't have much experience in such matters and asked, what should I do? Inhibitors. There aren't any. Then you better endure, don't let the alphas break in and shred Claire. Oh, and beware of omegas too, Claire could lose his virtue. Shenrong instantly grew irritated, this is too troublesome, just throw him out and let him survive on his own. 002 nearly spat blood, even if you're indifferent to his beauty, what about your debts? If you fail the mission and return to the Temporal Bureau, you'll face astronomical debts, working your entire life for Qin Kong wouldn't even cover them. That made sense. Shenrong threw it onto the bed, watch my debts, nothing can happen to him. If he dies, Shenrong will have to pay back his debts. Shenrong doesn't want to end up selling himself in the red light district just to pay off his wine money. At the entrance, sounds of smashing doors and shouting carried through, even windows were shattered by flying stones, creating spiderwebbed cracks. Numerous hands reached out from the door and window crevices, trying desperately to break in. Open the door. Ah. Open it. Kill them, tear them apart. Let me in. Let me in. Their crimson eyes wildly swung around in the gaps as they roared and frantically slammed on the door. Shenrong had once visited a zombie world where one day he overslept due to excessive drinking and woke up to find crazed zombies thirsting for flesh surrounding sealed windows and doors, their glowing red eyes eerily similar to the current scene. He suddenly chuckled, unbuttoning the cuffs of his sleeves for more convenience during the impending long battle. Just as these zombies were about to break down the door and rush in, Shenrong kicked the door open first. The door flew forward and crashed into several alphas. Shenrong grinned and stepped on one of the strong alphas beneath his foot, pressing and rolling it mercilessly. I always give people a chance to reason, Shenrong drawled slowly, but since you won't let me live peacefully, reasoning is unnecessary. Inside the room, 002 quietly covered its eyes. Good luck to them. Chapter 66, The Crazy General Loves Me 4. Claire woke up for the second time, startled by the heavy smell of blood around his nose. He was too familiar with this smell, on the battlefield, the scent of blood often came along with corpses. Did that alpha die? The still dazed Claire subconsciously thought so. Soon, he realized he was wrong. The moment Claire opened his eyes, he met the gaze of an unfamiliar alpha. This person had a pale complexion, eyes tightly shut, appearing as though they had been brutally beaten, yet still breathing faintly, probably unconscious and cruelly hung on the wall. Claire glanced around the room and saw several corpses sprawled about in disorder, their arms and legs twisted awkwardly. The general struggled to get off the bed and walked to the broken window for a look. He froze at what he saw. Claire knew well that his SSS-class talent pheromones would cause massive chaos, but the scene still shocked him into immobility. He could see that this poor civilian street now had bodies sprawled everywhere, on wires, in bushes, on air conditioners, street corners. The entire street was lined with the dead bodies of alphas. Right in the middle of the street, most prominently, sat a man casually raising one leg while drinking lazily. The man's facial features were strikingly deep and refined, his outline smooth and sharp. Bare from the waist up, he only wore a pair of black coveralls pants. Lying back leisurely without shoes, a bit of blood stained his otherwise pale foot arch. Around him, several passed-out alphas were sprawled on the ground. Seated on a chair brought there who knows where, he held a jug of wine in his hand, tipping it back to drink deeply, his Adam's apple moving rhythmically. Empty wine jugs were discarded all around him. Like a guardian deity, sitting right in the center, whenever there was a waking or newly arrived mad alpha, this man would suppress the chaotic group with brute strength like a tyrant. Suddenly, a cold glare from the man sitting and drinking at the center of the street pierced Claire. Claire didn't feel fear, instead, an intense fighting spirit surged within him. Subconsciously, he released his highest concentration of pheromones, fiercely colliding with Shenrong's approaching rum pheromones like two fierce beasts. In no time, the pheromones of these two strong men intertwined, beginning to struggle and strike against each other like two male beasts competing over territory and food. With heightened susceptibility, the struggle accompanied a sense of weakness. Biting his teeth and enduring his bodily frailty, Claire began his counterattack. The ferocious man on the other side showed no sign of retreat. His violent pheromones charged towards Claire, the strong aroma of rum intoxicating and disorienting. Shenrong sitting on the street squinted, carefully observing for a long while before saying drunkenly, "Who is that guy over there?" 002 responded expressionlessly, "That's your debt." While stubbornly resisting the alpha's rum pheromones, Claire astonishingly discovered that the aggressive information hormones abruptly collapsed as if struck by something hard. Then, it affectionately rubbed against him, signaling not to be upset, and timidly withdrew. Claire. On the other side, Shenrong had no idea what his unperceived pheromones revealed. With his alcohol-numbed mind still fixated on his debts, he calmly retrieved his indifferent stare at Claire and indifferently drank his liquor. Unable to help itself, 002 exclaimed, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Shenrong couldn't perceive or control pheromones, but 002 could. Shenrong responded blandly, "Embarrassed about what?" A person owing astronomical wine debts knows no embarrassment. If he had any shame, he would have already committed suicide in front of Qin Kong long ago. But Qin Kong really was a decent person, despite being owed such an enormous amount of money. He never seemed overly angry, only giving Shenrong a disdainful glance during their next borrowing encounter and lending again anyway. They both understood each other. Qin Kong knew how important wine was to Shenrong. "If the mission fails, I'll just go to the red light district," Shenrong said coldly yet explosively. "My body should be worth quite a lot, considering how many people salivate over me. I should be able to pay off my debts decades later if I sell myself." 002. "Don't." The little light orb dashed forward to cling onto him. "You can't do this. Has it come to this? Red light districts are too undignified. Let's not become prostitutes." Shenrong simply replied, "It's fast money. Fast money doesn't mean you can lose all dignity." Two wide noodle-like streams flowed down 002's face. "You're one of the top-tier strengths of the Temporal Spatial Bureau. Stop being like this, all right?" Shenrong's expression grew colder. "I'm just ranked second. Not even first." 002 was nearly driven insane. "Why do you compare yourself with that number one? He is a reckless lunatic without any care for his life, but are you one too?" Recalling the past encounter with that madman, Shenrong's face turned ghastly grim. He didn't want to remember how miserably he was beaten back then. Both legs were torn off by that madman, and his right arm crushed into fragments, his insides mercilessly scooped out by those pale, long fingers. If not for the arrival of the top-level healers from the Temporal Spatial Bureau, Shenrong would have cycled through dozens of graveyards by now. That sickly handsome face seemed to hover before him again, so stunningly beautiful, so exquisitely elegant, and yet so detestable. Clutching his teeth, Shenrong muttered, "When can we lock that lunatic up in a dog cage?" To assert dominance, that son of a bitch had the merchants chain his neck. The level of madness was beyond imagining. 002 was speechless. The man and the system both sighed together. "The mad beauty only listens to the merchants," 002 said scornfully, "like a child, obedient as can be, and the merchants dote on him." Shenrong gave a cold laugh. If he'd used half the effort on taming that madman as he did torturing himself, he wouldn't have suffered so much. They tortured each other mercilessly, like sworn enemies, showing not an ounce of love. Choosing such a crazy one, the merchant really had some issues with his taste. Let's go check on Claire, 002 suggested. The general's susceptible period isn't over yet, there are still 5 days left. In a bad mood, Shenrong nodded and got up, grabbing the chair and walking towards his shabby little room. Claire had already composed himself, and as the next wave of the susceptibility period hadn't come, he was managing to hold on to his usual composure, regaining his appearance as a general. He dragged the corpses off the floor and walls and threw them out of the door. Shenrong narrowly avoided getting hit by the things thrown out, and directly swung the chair at them, flinging the corpses to the side with ease. Claire paused momentarily, then placed his right hand over his heart and bowed low, "Thank you for your hospitality, sir." Shenrong waved his hand, "No thanks needed, just live well. Don't die under any circumstances." Claire didn't expect him to say something like this, his eyes flickering with surprise. Yet, he was more determined to address important matters while he was still conscious. He said, "I still have 5 days of my susceptible period, and it will be very tough without suppressants. Can you help me bring back some suppressants?" Shenrong was also quite indifferent, "No money." Claire fell silent for a few seconds, his light purple irises full of complexity. Judging by the insights of a general from his childhood till now, alphas who can't afford suppressants truly are a rare sight. After all, alphas boast immense physical strength, even regular manual labor could cover the cost of suppressants. How lazy would someone have to be to not even afford suppressants? Claire once again thought about the dead bodies covering the entire street, wanting to say something but unable to figure out what to express. He eventually tore off a small accessory from the decorations on his formal attire and handed it over to Shenrong. His lips curved into a faint smile, polite yet distant, restrained and professional. There lay a golden ornament on his palm. "This is a pure gold accessory, you can exchange it for some cash. Buy the suppressants, and the rest can be yours." Shenrong didn't hesitate, grabbed it, and nonchalantly asked, "Any more?" Claire was weirdly silent again, and then tore off another ornament from his formal wear, handing it over. Shenrong's eyes sparkled, staring at Claire like he was a god of wealth, and opened his mouth again, but 002 couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted, "Grandpa. I'll call you Grandpa if necessary. Go buy the damn suppressant. All dignity has been lost for the sake of alcohol." Shenrong coldly glanced at it, instantly silencing 002. He tossed the pure gold accessory in his hand, thinking about how much wine it could buy, and smiled rarely, appearing roguish. He shook his hand at Claire, "Thanks." Claire's face still held a bit of pallor, and he returned a smile, hiding his vigilance and wariness beneath the surface. His voice was elegant and beautiful, "No need for thanks, it's troublesome asking you for help." The man probably figured out Claire's vigilance and caution, but cared little about it. What concerned him more was how much money these 2 pure gold accessories could fetch, and after buying the suppressants, how much would remain for alcohol purchase. Shenrong left the poor, tattered street, slipping on a jacket casually grabbed from a clothing store. With the collar pulled up, he shoved his hands in his pockets and strode further away. Once sure that the man radiating hormones and danger was far enough, Claire's elegant smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold gaze towards the empty, gray sky. Not long after, a few subordinates arrived quietly upon receiving the message and respectfully knelt before Claire. "Who did this?" Claire wiped his fingers as pristine as cold jade with a handkerchief from his chest, cleaning off the touch of the alpha earlier. His voice rang out like cold clashing stones, full of murderous intent. One of the subordinates hung his head tightly, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said, "It was your mother. Mrs. Mela. She wants you to leave descendants." Claire's alluring eyes were filled with malevolence. He gave a low laugh laced with killing aura. "Mother, what about father?" Sweat trickled down the subordinate's forehead. Mr. Drago tacitly allowed it. Claire's smile widened, his sculpted face becoming like a demon emerging from hell, showing a trace of sinisterness. Taciturn, scheming, Claire slowly chuckled, laughing louder and louder until he seemed almost neurotic. "My dear parents, for their family, actually planned so much against their own child, forcing me to combine with an omega. Truly." His smile turned colder, "Very good." He threw the white handkerchief to the ground, its gentle landing mixing with the chilling tone overhead. "He treated me this way, so I'll get my revenge. My sweet omega mother wants so many children, then she'll have them, find several alphas, force them into susceptibility periods, one by one. He spoke icily, "Mark my sweet mother back." Chapter 67, The Mad General Falls in Love with Me, Part 5. Shenrong returned not long after, with suppressants tucked in his pocket and carefully holding a few bottles of strong liquor in his hand. As soon as he opened the door, a gleam of silvery white hair caught his eyes, making him squint slightly, admiring how well-maintained this hair looked, good enough to advertise shampoo. Before Claire even turned around, he already knew the alpha had come back. The curious rum information pheromones drifted over to investigate his hair. The general thought silently, this A couldn't perceive or control the pheromones, expressing himself so openly through them. Curious about his hair. Claire found himself smiling amusedly. The expressionless general nodded at him calmly, "Mister, may I ask your name?" "Shenrong, and yours?" Claire paused, his name too distinctive. "I'm Kiso." He smiled faintly, his pale purple eyes holding a soft smirk, speaking gently. Shenrong laughed, all right, Kiso. Claire wasn't quite eager to approach, since Shenrong carried a strong alcoholic smell. Even the aggressive rum pheromones could barely cover the mixed scent of liquor emanating from his body. He probably drank a lot. Claire had severe cleanliness preferences but played it well, concealing any discomfort or disdain for the messy environment. The only tell was that he stood somewhat distant from Shenrong. Shenrong yawned, placed the alcohol in a corner, then picked up one of the bottles and sat on the floor drinking straight from the bottle. Claire was thoroughly ignored, standing there watching as the perfectly built, handsome man collapsed and indulged in excessive drinking. A flicker of surprise surfaced in his eyes. He'd never met anyone so self-absorbed and disrespectful. After a few swigs, Shenrong noticed the silver-haired beauty watching silently from a distance, his foggy drunken mind turning. He pulled the suppressants from his pocket and handed them over. Your suppressants. Claire approached and took them, only to find the other person's pheromones lazily brushing against his fingertips before retreating back to the owner's side, lounging comfortably like enjoying the charm of alcohol. Claire pressed his lips lightly, subtly covering his aching stomach. He hadn't eaten for over 2 days, and now gastric acid was churning painfully, irritating his stomach. Clearly, Shenrong would never be considerate enough to notice Claire's hunger and stomach pain. With the suppressants secured, Claire also felt unable to open his mouth to order someone to cook for him. After taking the suppressant, feeling the surging pain in his body decrease and his dizziness dissipate, Claire glanced at Shenrong who was dozing off in the corner while clutching a liquor bottle. Then he stood up and went into the kitchen. Fortunately, Shenrong had left 1 or 2 vegetables for eating when throwing things around, and hadn't discarded all of them. The only problem was that they were slightly wilted, appearing to have been there for a few days. General Claire sighed. Born into nobility and having always been the center of attention, he had indeed never lived in a place as bad as this nor eaten such rudimentary food before, making it all quite unbearable now. Claire attempted to pick up some vegetables. In the living room, Shenrong who was half asleep woke up to a loud clattering sound, sniffing the air which carried a charred aroma. He momentarily thought, is the house on fire? 002 said, almost. If you don't take care soon, it might really catch flames. Shenrong. Claire, who was frantically trying to extinguish the flames leaping out from the frying pan with his hands, felt a strong pair of hands grab his neck from behind, then he was unceremoniously tossed backward. Shenrong placed a lid over the frying pan, quickly putting out the fire. Expressionless, he turned around to look at Claire. Were you trying to cultivate poison? Claire has never felt so awkward before. I'm sorry. Get out, Shenrong coldly stated. Claire tried to force a smile, saying, I sincerely apologize. Then he silently retreated. Shenrong turned off the stove, sent a text message to Chingching's far away at the Time Space Bureau, and then crossed his arms waiting in the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, the space rippled, a black portal opened, and a lunchbox was transmitted out, landing on the counter. This was not just any lunchbox. It was sizable, warm white in color, adorned with several cute stickers, decorated elegantly and warmly. Too girlish, just like Chingching's style. Shenrong looked down at the lunchbox with disdain, then walked forward to pick it up. On the only remaining table in the living room, 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 4 bowls of rice were neatly arranged. Each portion of the food was beautifully prepared, looking delicious beyond measure. Such exquisite cuisine seemed entirely incongruous in this rough and dilapidated place. Claire. Shenrong, if you're hungry, tell me. I can't read your expressions. With that, he shoved the chopsticks into Claire's hand and handed him 2 bowls of rice, leaving the other 2 for himself. He ate like a warrior in battle, unrestrained and untamed, quickly finishing off half a bowl of rice within moments. Claire had rarely experienced such bewilderment. Holding 2 large bowls of rice, he felt like he was holding 2 giant rice pots. He said, I cannot eat that much. Shenrong lifted his eyelids, glancing at him. He stretched out a hand, took one of the large rice bowls from Claire and placed it in front of himself, implying clearly, I'll eat it. Claire already didn't know what else to say. He had never seen an alpha with such a voracious appetite. Could eat a whole bowl, perhaps. However, the food was undeniably delicious, making his tongue tingle. Over the following few days, aside from the occasional minor mishaps, their coexistence was relatively harmonious. During periods of lucidity during the day, Claire chose to help out with some daily tasks. For example, how to get a drunk Shenrong onto the bed. Shenrong was picked up from the floor by Claire. After all, Claire was an alpha and not frail in build. Instead, he exuded an allure of male human beauty, his magnificent attire hiding muscles full of explosive power. He hoisted the drunkard off the floor, but Shenrong fell back against his back like a boneless creature, information pheromones also seemingly drunk, limply hugging his arms and occasionally wriggling. Claire had never been so close to another person, Shenrong's hot breath fanning over his neck, causing him to awkwardly turn his head. Can you move your head to the side please? The drunk Shenrong had a surprisingly good temper, obediently moving his head to the side as told. This drunkard, who could be so fierce when sober, turned extremely compliant when intoxicated. His memories were scattered across the floor, but he would generally wake up on the bed with Claire sleeping on the chair nearby. He is decent, Shenrong highly praised each time he woke up. 002, he seems decent. As long as you don't look at what Claire does behind the scenes, the man is indeed okay. Recalling the current miserable state of Claire's mother, Mela, even 002, who considered itself knowledgeable about all kinds of situations, shuddered. Claire should admit it, the man was truly ruthless. Now quietly lying low in this little place, waiting silently for the susceptible period to pass so he can return and take revenge on his biological father. Good person, but somewhat useless, Shenrong said sincerely. Can't cook or do laundry, extremely low living skills, obviously someone who's been waited upon since childhood. However, allowing Shenrong to sleep in the bed significantly improved the drunken Shen's favorable impression of him. Precisely because of that, when Shenrong saw the figure leap out of the window again in the middle of the night, he calmly turned over and continued sleeping. Not until the fourth day of the susceptible period was Shenrong awakened by 002. Shenrong! Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Shenrong, with a headache, pressed at his forehead corner and spoke unclearly, don't disturb, let me sleep a little longer. Yelling late at night like this, 002 was really annoying. 002 was so angry it wanted to kick him, the subpar chosen one of heaven's way, Endi, has taken action. Wake the hell up. Shenrong didn't even look up after hearing those words, simply waving a hand to reveal a black dagger placed at his wrist, its chilling bloody aura showing how many lives it had claimed. With his eyes closed, he said leisurely, what about Endi? That bastard only knows how to resort to dirty tricks behind others' backs. 002 despised such sneaky troublemakers. He's going live tonight, Mela has been captured by Claire and taken to a suburban house for retaliation, and he's making it look accidental as he broadcasts her miserable state, tarnishing Claire's reputation. The small light mass irritably patted Shenrong's face, and he plans to steal Claire's appearance bit by bit, ensuring Claire doesn't notice, go quickly and fix this mess. Don't let that bastard succeed. The man in the bed opened a pair of sharp, profound eyes, revealing icy coldness within their dark depths. Slowly standing up, he walked barefoot out of the room, holding a sinister black dagger radiating the promise of bloodshed. He said calmly, understood. 002 didn't know what understood meant exactly, whether it was understanding that he should save Claire, or perhaps go maim Endi's limbs once and for all, so it anxiously jumped after him. Don't be too brutal. 002 added. Being too harsh might lead to being forcibly expelled from the mini-world. Shenrong used to have pierced through an infinite flow mini-world in his life before, utterly ruthless. 002 feared this mini-world might not withstand the destructive force of the retired Elder Master from the infinite flow realm. The shadowy figure paid no heed to its advice and vanished into the dark sky swiftly, like a leopard leaping ahead, leaving only the sound of air piercing through. Tonight's moon was obscured by dark clouds, covering the entire sky in darkness, with flashes of thunder signaling an impending storm, momentarily splitting the skies and leaving streaks of brightness behind. On a pitch-black country road outside the city. Endi held a phone, looking unremarkable, bland facial features, very ordinary without any striking points, except for his smile which exuded warmth. Hello viewers, I am Endi, nice to see you again. Tonight we are live streaming from an abandoned house on the outskirts. Quickly, several comments floated on the phone screen. Got my attention, among all these live streams, yours stands out, it's interesting. Hurry up, if it's good, I'll tip you. Awaiting more content from our favorite streamer. Gripping tightly at his fists unnoticed, Endi forced himself to calm the anxiety inside, repeatedly questioning inwardly. Divine artifact, are you there? There was silence within his heart for a long while before a cold, hoarse voice came back, I'm here. Is Claire really here? Endi's heart raced up to his throat in tension, constantly swallowing saliva. This was the divine artifact he'd met several months ago, firmly convincing him that he could replace Claire. Endi thought, that was General Claire, the brightest star throughout the entire empire, with a perfectly stunning visage, elegant and noble bearing, enviable background, and the only SSS talent in centuries. But he was just a small-time streamer, a low-grade Alpha Omega unsuited for Omegas, an inferior A. Endi couldn't resist the temptation and signed a contract with the divine artifact suddenly appearing inside him. As long as he followed the divine artifact's instructions, he would be able to replace General Claire. Thinking about that high and mighty man, fiery passion flashed in Endi's eyes. He had seen General Claire once, during a televised military parade. Among disciplined soldiers, everyone among the Empire's 30 billion citizens watching the broadcast looked upward in reverence, gazing at General Claire slowly descending from the spaceship, calm and composed. Those mysterious, deep-set pale purple eyes instantly captured everyone's hearts. In this era when Omegas are so treasured, if someone is deemed unworthy of an Omega, it would be meaningless for them to suffer cyberbullying from everyone. Yet only Claire, and solely Claire, is tacitly acknowledged by all as someone no one deserves. Endi woke up suddenly from his reverie, gritting his teeth while looking at the faint house in the distance. He flattered the camera, saying, "Dear grandfathers and grandmothers, please don't rush, I will take you there right away." Inside the room that emitted a pale white glow in the darkness, a pristine white boot was pressing on a woman on the floor, long white gloves clasped around her exquisite fingers like jade. Accompanying it was a voice with laughter. "Ms. Mela, why don't you look up at me?" Claire's light purple eyes deepened to dark purple, his voice icy and cold, "Won't you raise your head and see your son?" You lunatic. The middle-aged woman lying on the ground, still exuding grace despite her appearance, looked utterly disheveled, her hair matted and her whole body trembling due to numerous marks of pain. There were many bloody bite marks on her neck gland, causing her excruciating pain both physically and mentally. Her tears streaked her face, filled with hatred and fear as she glared at Claire. I am your mother. It was all for your own good. Claire seemed startled at these words for a moment, then let out a maniacal laugh. For my own good, ha ha ha. The more Claire laughed, the more neurotic he became. His stern and elegant demeanor cracked under this insane laughter. My good lady, good mother. Claire maliciously pressed on her face, isn't it also for your own good that I had so many alphas mark you, making you bear plenty of offspring for the Drago family? He squatted down, his hand in white gloves lifting Mela's chin. You will understand my benevolent intentions soon, won't you? Claire's eyes grew sinister as he pronounced each word carefully. Mela stared at this unfamiliar son in horror, bursting into a high-pitched scream. Ah. Chapter 68 The Insane Major Falls in Love with Me 6. The woman's scream echoed throughout the house, startling Andy outside the door as well, whose lips instantly went pale. This. After a momentary silence in the chat room, comments exploded rapidly. Holy crap, scared the living daylights out of me. Is there really a ghost? What's with the woman's scream? Is this part of the script? Host, explain, is this scripted? Andy couldn't utter a word. He was already having second thoughts. Divine, artifact, what's inside? A cold and somber voice slowly sounded in his mind, persuading him, there will be no problem. Think about Claire's looks, talents, and background, and think about your rundown little house, your average face, and your poor talent. Can't you endure such setbacks? Andy felt a mix of coldness and heat, his breathing rapid. He clenched his teeth and said, all right, I'll do as you say. Facing the camera with a panic-stricken expression, he said, this is not a script. I have no idea what's going on here either. Why is there a scream? Immediately, several gifts appeared in the chat. I'm watching till the end today. If you go inside, I will continuously reward you. Damn, this is thrilling. Host, go in quickly, what's inside? Is someone in trouble? Should we call the police to handle this situation? Although Andy's legs were actually shaking, he did not show any sign of inner fear or unease. He just said, okay. I'll take you guys to see. The door creaked open, releasing a mixture of pheromones that caused Andy's complexion to flicker subtly. Alphas are incredibly sensitive to Omega's pheromones, and almost immediately Andy smelled the sweet fragrance distinctive to Omega's amidst the group of alpha scents. Swallowing hard, he wiped his sweaty palms on the seams of his pants, taking cautious steps forward. His footsteps echoed quietly through the narrow corridor toward the distant rooms. Claire abruptly paused his wiping motion. In front of him, a nearly lifeless woman lay on the ground, bruises on her neck from being choked, her entire body bruised and bitten marks visible on her neck gland. She clearly endured considerable torment. Through the closed door, Claire's chilling gaze saw the timid and stooped young alpha approaching through his pheromone exploration. He seemed to realize something, leaned down, and kicked Mela aside before turning to walk toward the window. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Claire abruptly froze in place, his eyes gradually darkening. A black and formless force seeped out from the door crack, wrapping around Claire's limbs and cheeks with incredible speed, greedily sucking away without a sound. Son of heaven, talent, looks. Claire's mind felt foggy as the dark gray energy pierced into his facial skin like a straw, draining the exquisite beauty of his face. A greedy, sticky voice reverberated through the air. Delicious, so delicious, his looks, his talent, his fortune, so delicious. Claire felt his head spinning, his chest heavy and oppressed, and the ringing in his ears incessant. Unable to resist, he knelt on one knee, completely unaware of the approaching sounds outside or the severely abused Mela lying beside him. Outside the door, Andy babbled on, we're heading inside now, we might soon see the source of that sound, esteemed viewers. A satisfied voice suddenly sounded in his mind, Andy, what do you want from Claire? Startled, Andy then broke into a grin, I want his talent. That will be difficult, I said. His talent must be drawn little by little. You can choose something from his appearance. Andy hesitated, unsure which to choose, he wanted them all. Impatient, I snapped, hurry up. His eyes. Andy blurted out with an ardent gaze, I want his eyes, those celebrated imperial eyes described as misty star rivers. Those dazzling, cold, and beautiful eyes. I chuckled lowly, all right, they're yours. Through the closed door, Claire's originally extremely clear and radiant light purple eyes began to dim slowly. Still the same shade of purple, but they lost their former brilliance, leaving behind only a dull lavender haze. And outside the door, Andy's originally unremarkable eyes came alive as if in an instant, becoming pure and translucent, taking on the luster of beautiful onyx stones. The comment section fell silent for a moment before someone hesitantly said, how come it feels like the host has suddenly become much more handsome? Yeah, his eyes are really nice. You know what? I didn't notice until you mentioned it, how beautiful those eyes are. The host has such gorgeous eyes, just like museum quality onyx. Andy looked at the comments, barely able to contain his excitement. Divine artifact, does this mean it worked? Engsub laughed, it worked, Claire's eyes are now yours. In that instant, Andy's greed and madness reached its peak. Since Claire's eyes had become his, could the rest also belong to him? Engsub suppressed his excitement forcefully. Now, open the door. Claire is inside, he can't move right now. Give the citizens of the Empire who are watching the live stream a surprise. The voice of the malevolent entity stirred all of Andy's desires. Let them know how despicable the noble General Claire truly is behind closed doors, torturing a weak Omega and abusing the mother of an Omega like that. Andy was now thoroughly convinced by the divine artifact. Alright, I'll do as you say. He extended his short, fat fingers, placing them on the door handle and smiling into the camera. Dear viewers, let us watch together. Witness the first fall of the pride of the Empire. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the luxurious, tailored dress uniform belonging exclusively to General Claire about to appear on screen. Beneath Andy's fawning smile lay countless malicious thoughts provoked within him. As long as Claire's reputation is destroyed, as long as Claire is crushed ruthlessly, Andy would take his place atop the pinnacle, enjoying views he'd never dared to dream of. A long, powerful leg appeared first in Andy's sight, followed by an unforgiving roundhouse kick that sent him flying into the wall, the distinct crackle of broken ribs echoing clearly. The phone dropped onto the dusty floor, the chat shaking violently, confusing everyone's eyes. What happened? Where's the host? What's going on? Holy crap, I just realized how nice the host's eyes are, hasn't he been attacked? We should call the police immediately. As the chat filled with frantic questions, a hand with thin calluses picked up the phone, and a sharp, handsome face appeared on the live stream screen, calmly staring at the chat. The chat instantly went silent as viewers stared, drool almost dripping from their mouths. The sharp, beautiful man stood there coldly, glaring into the camera. This man, so fucking handsome. Shenrong tapped on the live stream chat, not quite sure how to handle this yet. He had just arrived when he noticed that Claire was completely surrounded by the ominous aura of an evil entity. He expended some effort to drive it away. He was about to smash the phone when the comments in the chat began to explode. Bro, what's your name? Are you an alpha? Do you like omegas? I'm a sweet and soft my pheromones taste like melons. Hey hotshot, omegas are too fragile. Check me out, I'm beta but tough as nails with no risk of pregnancy. Best choice for a bed partner. Is alpha okay? One night stand kind of deal, I'll pay up. I'm rich. Just tell me how much. Shenrong disdainfully broke the phone. Distasteful, he commented with contempt for these ABOs. Pinned against the wall, Andy couldn't move an inch. The intense pain in his chest almost caused him to black out. Spitting out blood, he quivered as he asked, You, who are you? Shenrong stood up and studied him for a long moment, focusing extra attention on Andy's eyes. He said faintly, Your eyes aren't bad, they're rather nice. It was like finding a diamond embedded in a pile of shit. Though Shenrong didn't want to use such a disgusting simile, it did feel very fitting. Andy stared at him dumbfounded, unsure what this man intended. Shenrong used a dagger to lift Andy's chin, speaking nonchalantly, In my most radical and arrogant days, I had a minor fetish. Andy trembled on his lips, what? Shenrong smiled cruelly, collecting beautiful organs. At first, Andy didn't understand, but then he screamed, No. You can't. Shenrong's cold smile widened as the blade pierced into Andy's eye socket, skillfully turning and scooping, causing the beautiful eyeball to drop from its socket and land in Shenrong's hand. They are indeed pretty, but not suited for someone like you, Shenrong mocked, then gouged out Andy's other eyeball. After doing all this, Andy either passed out from pain or sheer terror and collapsed lifelessly on the floor. Shenrong crushed the eyeballs and stomped on Andy's limbs with his foot. Blinding you, breaking your limbs. The man coolly retracted his foot. This is your lesson. If you meddle in my sleep again, I'll destroy your brain nerves. Shenrong contemptuously kicked the fallen dog-like figure on the ground before turning his attention to Claire. Claire was still affected by the residual dark energy, lost in a stupor, unable to regain consciousness, his vacant eyes staring straight at the wall. Shenrong gripped Claire's jaw tightly, staring at his dim purple eyes and looked back at Andy irritably. How should we clean this up, he asked. 002 hopped onto his shoulder and patted his face, You can do it. Shenrong. When the Space-Time Bureau operatives came later, the one who quietly thought they'd avoided this terrifying operative saw that man glaring directly through Andy's body, confronting the hiding place of the dark energy and harshly saying, Spit it out, or I'll tear you apart. The Dark Entity. Chapter 69, Section 7, Crazy General falls for me. Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. The originally cold and sinister voice of the Dark Entity became filled with suffering and pleas for mercy, begging pitifully. Shenrong showed no respect or fear for the supernatural. What could frighten him compared to the ghost cavern of 10,000 demons where he once dwelled? He hurled a shaped spirit to the ground, crushing it under his foot and menacingly growled, Eject. The spirit sobbed and wailed miserably, feeling its spiritual existence hopeless. It was the spirit born from the dark energy called engsub, which had thought it could stay hidden while recovering to eventually retaliate against Qin Kong and the madman. But never did it expect to be beaten into such a state by a mere logistics officer. Isn't he just a logistics guy? Just a logistics person? Why does he have such overwhelming strength? The Space-Time Bureau must have made a mistake recruiting someone like him. Crying, the dark entity pled, "I'll eject, stop hitting me, stop it already." Before it could do so itself, Shenrong squeezed its neck, forcefully extracting every bit little by little. The dark entity nearly fainted. Infuriated, it shouted, "Unhuman! Unhuman, you Space-Time Bureau! Do you know how I lived before? Do you? I was living my life carefree and happy-go-lucky, but that damn 001 brought a group to catch me, torturing me in the Space-Time Bureau's prison, and after getting bored with that, they planned to exile me. Can you see how those bastards tortured me? They roasted me on the 3 searing fires for 300 years, drowned me in a small world for thousands of years, had thunder-based spirits attack and cut me, and crushed me under the pressure of top-tier dark entities. engsub burst into tears. Who did I offend? Why should I suffer this abuse? 002 kicked it from the air. The little light orb pointed at it and swore, "Go to hell. You destroyed the foundation of 5 small worlds, causing tens of billions of souls to be annihilated without even a chance at reincarnation, and now you're asking why you're being bullied? We'd be merciful if we didn't kill you outright." engsub retorted unhappily, "I'm a naturally born evil entity. It's in my nature to feed on the energy of small worlds. Not letting me do so is forcing me." Shenrong interrupted its remaining words with a punch. He squatted down, whistling mischievously, glaring at the spirit's resentful eyes, cruelly saying, "Yes, we're bullying you." The evil entity froze. Did he really admit it shamelessly? Shenrong smiled, using his dagger to pin the spirit to the ground, stirring it around to make the screams more melodious. "We are stronger than you, so you deserve your misfortune." Shenrong sneered coldly, "Even between evil beings, there's a rule of the strong preying on the weak. Just because the Space-Time Bureau has a good reputation in the 3,000 small worlds, does that mean moral coercion will stop everything?" The man slightly narrowed his eyes, like a tiger or leopard locking onto engsub, "But have you ever thought about how many good souls there are?" Good souls were rare treasures in the Space-Time Bureau, most of them being somewhat mentally unstable, good people. If the Space-Time Bureau adhered to the principle of love and peace or equality and respect, then how would they subdue these extremely wicked criminals? Use love and peace or equal respect. The higher-ups of the Space-Time Bureau would first laugh until they dropped their teeth, then kindly offer the offender a 3-year trip through a world of rampant evil beings, allowing them to personally experience the peace and respect brought by such an idealistic lifestyle, before asking for their opinions. Of course, assuming they survived the 3 years. 002 said, "Only allowing officials to set fires but forbidding commoners from lighting lamps. If you can go ruin the small worlds, why shouldn't we be allowed to ruin you? This is ridiculous." engsub was speechless. Shenrong grabbed this blob, tugged it twice, and threw it into his space storage. He patted his butt as he stood up. "Well, done here, let's go." He walked to Claire, pushing the energy expelled by engsub into Claire's eyes. He watched contentedly as these dull eyes regained their brilliant shine, becoming a mysterious purple hue again. Shenrong scrutinized Claire up and down and nodded approvingly, "Beautiful." This general, whose beauty made it hard to tell gender, even with his head bowed low, still emitted an undeniable aura of killing power, slowly spreading out from his long, well-proportioned body. With his snow-white silver hair cascading down, a physique that embodied both beauty and strength, a cold and elegant face, and an irresistible alpha pheromone presence, no wonder everyone in the galaxy was obsessed. Shenrong was about to leave when he flicked his cloak, displaying an unmistakable nonchalance, typical of those souls under 002's command, afraid of trouble. As soon as the job was done, he ran off quickly, fearing any subsequent issues. A slender, elegant hand gripped his wrist. Shenrong. Damn thing slowed him down. When 002 and Claire assumed this man would turn around, Shenrong, in lightning speed, shook off Claire's grip and, before anyone reacted, delivered a swift chop, knocking the person unconscious. 002. It struggled to maintain calm and asked, shocked, "Shenrong, what did you just do?" Shenrong responded calmly, "I knocked him out." "Is there a problem?" 002. It wiped its face, forcing a fake smile, "No problem." "Does it have anything to do with it?" "It doesn't." Shenrong could do whatever he wanted. Shenrong originally intended to leave right away, but unfortunately, a stunning-looking General Claire lay unconscious nearby. And since Andy had live-streamed earlier, if he left now, there would be a 99% chance Claire would be found and disgraced. He stayed behind, quietly guarding the General until he woke up. As it turned out, Shenrong's decision was the right one. After scaring people away for the 3rd time using ghostly tricks, Shenrong squatted on the roof beam, massaging his forehead wearily. In life, having spent too much time in infinite streams of existence, no one understood the small tricks ghosts used better than Shenrong, methods that created an atmosphere of terror, which easily broke the spirits of those he encountered. He now craved a drink, preferably passing out drunk on the floor for days, ignoring everyone and everything. Today, working overtime just for Claire had left him rather irritated. It wasn't until the sensitive phase of the sleeping Claire surged again that Shenrong, after searching endlessly for suppressants to no avail, hit his peak of annoyance. He wanted nothing more than to kick Claire awake and demand where she'd hidden the suppressants, rather than let her cling to him like a koala bear. With a flush-cheeked Claire clinging to his back, Shenrong's veins bulged with frustration as he tapped her face, trying to wake her. "Hey, wake up. Where did you put the suppressant?" Claire groaned softly, gripping him tighter and refusing to let go. Possessive instincts of alphas ran deep in his bones. As an SSS-tier alpha, his inherent possessiveness and dominance towards his partner were terrifying and pathological. This was evident from the forceful way he held Shenrong, almost willing to fuse into his very bone marrow. Shenrong's irritation escalated to anger. What is wrong with him? He never had these symptoms before. 002, amused at Shenrong's plight, said, "He was guarding against you earlier, combined with the early stages of his sensitive period during which he managed to control himself. Now comes the worst stage, and because you helped him earlier, his caution towards you has dropped dramatically." Shenrong's incomplete glandular development meant that his pheromones didn't naturally conflict with alphas, avoiding physiological discomfort for Claire. Even though the pheromones were chaotic, they didn't repulse Claire physiologically. Thus, during his sensitive period, Claire claimed Shenrong as his omega, possessing him tightly like an animal marking its mate. The sight darkened Shenrong's mood further. He wanted to kill this Claire clinging to him. This humiliation he'd not endured. 002 barely suppressed its laughter. "Just endure it a little longer, he hasn't bitten your gland yet." As if jinxed by this remark, a tiny bump at the back of Shenrong's neck soon found itself held under sharp teeth, releasing pheromones that took over his entire body. Shenrong's complexion turned pale, followed by uncontrollable rage. He wanted to kill him. Chapter 70, The Insane General Loves Me. Shenrong kicked furiously, sending Claire sprawling to the side, pressing down and delivering a punch that caused the general to spit blood, his internal organs instantly damaged. Shenrong growled angrily, "Do you want to die?" His fury dissipated once he perceived the aroma of the pheromones. It felt like a stream of fine burgundy wine rushing into Shenrong's body, immersing even the most seasoned drinker immediately. Alcohol. Shenrong trembled lightly at the scent of burgundy wine, his craving stirred so powerfully it made him exhale involuntarily. SSS. Even though Shenrong couldn't smell the pheromones through his nose, he could still perceive them marking him, intoxicating him instantly with their alluring wine-like aroma. His craving became insatiable, overpowering his anger. Shenrong forgot the indignation and shame of a moment ago. Unable to resist, he narrowed his sharp, cool eyes in comfort and enjoyment, allowing the strong burgundy wine pheromones to take over his body entirely. Rich, soft aromatic wines. Desperately, Shenrong clung to Claire without letting go, suddenly grabbing his chin and planting a kiss. Caught mid-mark by the rum-based pheromones, Claire drifted off drowsily, beginning to mark him again. This time, it was rougher and heavier. Shenrong groaned. He loved this sensation and flavor so much, it felt exactly like drinking the finest burgundy wine. A habitual drinker wouldn't refuse a personified good alcohol. For the sake of the drink, he would give up everything. Including his dignity. Like being doused in ice water, Shenrong's anger vanished completely. He exhaled deeply, patted Claire's back of the head, and actively sniffed his scent. He couldn't smell it unless marked. Shenrong reluctantly released his hand from pressing on the back of Claire's head, with his alcohol craving entirely satisfied. The anger had transformed into patience. Moreover, he even pulled Claire closer to embrace him better. All irritation and impatience turned into tenderness and patience, unlike Shenrong's usual manner. Just like a contented cat that has been fed enough, Shenrong indulgently rubbed his cheek against Claire's soft and beautiful silver-white long hair, his fingers caressing through the strands as he hoarsely said, "You smell so good." Such an expensive premium wine made Shenrong not feel upset at all. If Claire wished, even if he got slapped twice, it would be fine. Claire embraced him full of possessiveness, hearing vaguely what this person said. His mind was fuzzy, his lips tightly pursed with traces of blood on the corners, leaning against Shenrong. Invisible pheromones of burgundy wine and rum coiled together, gently mixing, depending on each other in tender moments. It must be said, Shenrong was now very happy. He felt extremely lucky finding a human-shaped fine wine, whose aroma could intoxicate his taste buds. How lucky it was to always have someone who could give him burgundy wine at any time. In the midst of his sensitive period, Claire shed his dignified and elegant facade, firmly gripping Shenrong's wrist. Suddenly raising his head, he kissed his lips, engaging in a deep kiss while marking him. Shenrong's body trembled in pain, but the intoxicating aroma of alcohol left him utterly defenseless. An alcoholic was truly unreasonable. As long as he could drink alcohol, the pain didn't matter, being marked didn't matter, everything could be abandoned. Shenrong covered his forehead and chuckled softly, "Pretty nice." Chapter 71, The Crazy General Loves Me. No one knew how long had passed. The thoroughly crazed Claire even attempted tearing Shenrong's clothes to forcibly make him fully belong to him. Only then did Shenrong manage to snap out of his alcohol-induced stupor. He didn't resist much. After his clothes were torn, Claire kissed his lips several times and bit down lightly until nearly reaching the final step. Just before they crossed the threshold, Shenrong stopped him. Though he loved drinking, he wasn't that casual. For the sake of wine, he was indeed willing to offer his body, but after just tasting the burgundy once, Shenrong thought it wasn't worth it. Holding his neck, enduring his weakening body, he knocked Claire unconscious again, laying him on the ground before heaving a sigh and closing his eyes, reminiscing about the sensation of being enveloped in alcohol. This was too irresistible for Shenrong, who suffered from a heavy alcohol addiction. He slightly lamented, if my body type were O-class, it would have been great. Then he could cling to Claire under the pretext of being forced, getting marked constantly. With luck, he might even achieve a lifelong marking, enjoying burgundy wine without pause. 002 frowned and said, whenever it involves alcohol, all your dignity and pride vanish. Shenrong, sitting up half-heartedly, smiled upon hearing this, I'm addicted, there's no way to quit. What can I do? Anything that relieved addiction would gradually erode its owner's backbone, pride, and self-esteem. Shenrong had long since gotten used to his own degraded behavior. His alcohol craving was too severe, and he didn't want to quit drinking, slowly transforming him into his current state. A debt dodger, who even considered servicing clients to pay off debts and drink, it wasn't a joke. 002 sighed unhappily, really can't quit? Shenrong calmly replied, don't want to. 002 opened its mouth to speak, but finally muttered a dejected, oh. There was nothing it could do, it couldn't control this cold yet stubborn man. Only Shenrong could decide whether or not to quit drinking. Shenrong waited for a while. Seeing Claire almost awake, he lightly kicked off and hid on the roof beam. 002 jumped onto his shoulder and asked, you watched over him for so long and got marked multiple times. Why not let him know? Troublesome, Shenrong touched the back of his neck, if he knew, it'd be very troublesome. Later, he could secretly steal some pheromones to sate his craving. There was no need to make this person aware of the details. Otherwise, there would be a bunch of questions, surely making Shenrong restless. Shenrong knocked Claire unconscious to ensure he wouldn't know he had come. He stayed here to prevent General Claire from being abducted. Now that the person woke up, he could hide. Claire woke up feeling peculiarly comfortable. This was strange. During the sensitive phase, it was impossible to feel so relaxed, as if something had been released. Claire slowly sat up, looking around. In the corner of the room lay an alpha whose eyes had been gouged out and whose limbs were twisted unnaturally. Not far away, an omega who had fainted lay on the ground, it was his mother. By the window, there were signs of violent intrusion, and everything around was in disarray, indicating that quite a few things had happened. So, what exactly happened? Claire pressed his fingertips against his brow, furrowing them tightly as he tried to remember. With just this small movement, a dull ache came from his chest, where he realized some internal organs were slightly damaged, just as if someone had beaten him. No. Someone really did beat him. Claire's expression changed immediately. It seemed these scattered memories served as triggers, flashes of chaotic recollections passing before his eyes. He remembered seeing a black figure burst through the broken window before being restrained by an invisible force. When he regained consciousness, instinctively, he reached out and grabbed the wrist of the person leaving. He fiercely hugged that person, viciously marking him like a ferocious beast. Only those fragments existed, but every single one was explosive, more heart-wrenching than the last. Claire's perfectly handsome face began displaying unpredictable emotions. Finally, he grasped his head in pain, starting to piece together what he had done. Before he was harmed by an unseen entity, someone helped him. However, he repaid their kindness with hatred, forcibly marking that person as though they were an omega. For that marked alpha, no matter their talent, social status, or personality, being marked like this was a tremendous disgrace. It was equivalent to a male being overpowered and violated by another male, a humiliating ordeal. Fucking hell. General Claire rarely cursed so crudely. His white gloves covered with dust, Claire took them off and threw them aside before slapping himself without hesitation. An instantly bright red palm print appeared on his breathtakingly handsome face, quickly swelling, and it looked particularly glaring on his fair skin. Shenrong, waiting for the person to leave from atop the beam, was stunned. What is he doing? 002 glanced at him guiltily, not daring to answer. Clutching his teeth, Claire stood up, kicking the wall twice to release his anger, barely suppressing his fury at himself while also enduring the lingering aroma of rum in his mouth. He then turned around and picked up the omega from the ground, walking outside. Shenrong suddenly felt an uneasy premonition. 002, he doesn't remember me, does he? 002 affirmed, he didn't see your face clearly. But he still has your pheromones left inside him. This sentence 002 dared not say. For Shenrong, who was unfamiliar with the ABO worldview, he didn't realize there was the scent of rum lingering on him because he couldn't detect pheromones and often overlooked it. 002 awkwardly touched his nose. So, if Claire figures out the truth, it's not my fault, right? Shenrong's sharp intuition made him doubt, is that true? 002 took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and started radiating confidence. Yes. Chapter 72, The Crazy General Loves Me 10. Claire knew how fierce a male in heat could be. Pressing down hard on another unyielding male, using all his advantages to dominate, even resorting to the underhanded method of using pheromones to entice compliance until the other male adopted a submissive stance. That was how terrifying an alpha during the sensitivity phase could be. All rationality was swept away by the mating desire, and Claire hated this feeling deeply. Claire entered a hidden house, sitting silently on the bed for half a day, and then slapped himself again. He bit his beautiful, slender palm fiercely, blood flowing down his lips, trembling in pain throughout his body. Hate. Hatred. He couldn't control himself, actually forcing the marking of an alpha. The lingering rum taste in his mouth soon intertwined with burgundy wine. Another fragment flashed before Claire's eyes. It was him tearing apart that alpha's clothes, attempting forced possession. Claire's elegant lavender eyes began to turn red. Helplessly retreating, he curled up his legs and embraced himself anxiously. What did he do? Claire placed his head on his knees, his silver hair falling down, covering his pale face and lavender eyes. Indeed, he marked an alpha, the rum-scented alpha who came to help. What happened after that? Did he force himself upon the person? Claire grew increasingly agitated the more he thought about it. On the outside, he always maintained his cold elegance, but only he knew how wretched he truly was. Impatient, sensitive, irascible, neurotic. Claire didn't dare express this ugly side of himself outwardly. No one would love him like this. They only loved the superior, proud, and self-confident general. They didn't love Claire at all. The general blankly looked at his hands. Every time he encountered an out-of-control situation or something that troubled and angered him, Claire couldn't help but begin to abuse himself. This habit had persisted for many years. Beneath his perfectly beautiful appearance lay scars caused by self-inflicted harm. Claire did not try to eliminate his scars, even though it was quite easy to do so, except for the ones on his hands. No one knew how long he had been sitting silently on the bed, hugging himself. Then, the man released his hold, got up coldly, and walked out, opening a small room. There lay the Omega in slumber. Due to the sound of his opening the door, the Omega woke up. The moment she saw Claire's dark and ferocious expression, she retreated out of fear. She cried out, "Claire, my child, let me go. I know I'm wrong." Claire gave her a strange look, tilting his head slightly. "Mother, do you know what your schemes have made me do?" Mela paused briefly at his words, hope rising in her heart. "Could it be, that you marked an Omega?" Her son was outstanding and brilliant, filled with aversion towards marriage and offspring. At this age, he still refused to interact with Omegas. For the continuation of the family, Mela comforted herself, believing her son just hadn't tasted O's yet. Meanwhile, she schemed and arranged an encounter with an Omega. Claire smiled, and his gender-ambiguous beauty came alive vividly. Even Mela, who had seen it countless times, could not help but pause her breath momentarily. The general spoke calmly. "I marked an alpha and forcibly took him." Mela felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Impossible. Her voice became shrill instantly. "How could you mark an alpha? Do you know what you've done?" Claire wiped his lips with his thumb, every gesture refined and tempting. He smiled. "I know, that A smelled great, with the information pheromone of rum that I like." He squatted down and said maliciously, "Didn't you teach me to remain absolutely pure early in life and not leave any marks from lovers? Just as you wished, I decided to satisfy your teachings." Claire laughed softly, the distorted hatred and rage churning inside finally subsided a little when he saw Mela's face turning grey and incredulous. "I'll marry him." Claire's eyes turned red at the corners. "I marked him, forced him, and now he is my wife, my Omega, my lover." Mela shook her head frantically, begging as she grabbed his hand, "Find an Omega, he is a mistake, leading you astray. Only Omegas are." Claire cut her off coldly. "Is it that only Omegas are right, or only having children is correct?" He slowly gripped Mela's neck, and a grotesque look gradually appeared on his exquisitely handsome face. "Remember this, I married an alpha, and there will be no more children. It's all because of you, because of your scheming, that I went wrong. Everything is because of you." Mela trembled all over her body. She processed these words, then suddenly screamed, clutching her head. Her fingers dug into her hair, screaming hysterically. Claire still suffered from the pain and desire of the sensitivity period, yet he laughed loudly amid the screams and intense pain, tears welling in his eyes. He felt relief. This woman, along with her husband, had destroyed Claire. Claire wouldn't let them off easily. Lonely and bloody memories from childhood brought nightmares that could never be shaken off, waking up repeatedly in despair from once uncertain survival dreams. "It's you who made me into this person, and I'll repay you slowly." His voice was gentle but eerie and chilling. Online, a video stood out among others, creating a huge uproar. The content was simple, just a video less than 3 minutes long. The beginning showed a woman screaming, comments flew chaotically on screen. People watching were confused. What is this nonsense? Again in the wilderness, with darkness and exploration adventures. I watched it again. I advise everyone not to leave halfway. Definitely don't stop. You must see it till the end or you'll regret it forever. Haunted house video. Another blogger scripting it. With such high views, I'll check what it is. The camera wobbled slightly while accompanied by a mediocre low-level alpha chatting endlessly. Soon, many people grew impatient. Just this? What's so good about it? I thought General Claire would appear. What a disappointment. Just as some were about to exit, an abrupt scream drew everyone's attention. A long, powerful leg took over the screen, followed by a graceful spinning kick that slammed the streamer into the wall, dropping the phone and showing only the ceiling. Everyone. What happened? Whose beautiful leg was that? Pretty cool. A hand picked up the phone, and only then did the audience see who it was. The chat comments went silent. This man was wrapped in a black outdoor jacket, with short black hair. Beneath sharp, thick eyebrows, his cold, piercing eyes felt like icy blades stabbing into hearts. His thin lips were tightly pressed, revealing a slightly impatient expression. His facial features were bold yet smooth, marking him as purely hormonal masculine beauty filled with the danger and explosive power of a cheetah. Alphas naturally sit atop societal hierarchy, but this man exuded strength, extreme handsomeness, and mysterious danger almost perfectly appealing to humanity's aesthetics here. Explodingly handsome. The audience took a deep breath and realized their phones had gone black without them noticing. The comments section blew up. Too cruel. How could you stir my little dear heart and then leave so mercilessly? Tell me who he is. Who is he? Butler, I want all information on this man within 3 seconds. With those skills, physique, and face, I can't allow this alpha to remain unknown. There are already so few omegas, now there's another competitor. Higher floors, lighten up. As long as it's this man, I'm willing to AA relationship, even bottoming, and support him for life. Can't O's be considered? I'm a white wine-scented omega, don't know if he likes it, but I can give him fish and 3 cute babies. I am a snow-cap rose omega, I like him. Isn't snow-cap rose the exclusive pheromone of the Kensien family? Even noble omegas are getting involved. This guy got lucky picking up such a gorgeous wife. Kensien family is influential, omegas from them are renowned for strong fertility and striking beauty. No one would refuse an offer from a snow-cap rose omega, this kid got quite a bargain. Sigh, really lucky. Chapter 73, The Crazy General Loves Me 11. Shenron was far too poor. In this era of information, an alpha poor enough to not own a phone was a rarity. He returned home and started binge drinking, collapsing in the corner, drunk and dead asleep, refusing to let go of the bottle. During moments of heavy slumber, he faintly smelled the pure and rich aroma of burgundy red wine, instinctively clinging to it. This wine scent was supreme, extremely expensive, it was something Shen the drunkard couldn't possibly afford. Once the aroma of burgundy wine emerged, it overshadowed the cheap alcohol around him, and Shenron became fixated on this scent. So fragrant. He mumbled lowly, inching closer to the smell. Burgundy wine's aroma was rich and velvety, refined through time. In a semi-conscious state amidst his drunken haze, Shenron retained a flicker of clarity. He wondered, wasn't he unable to sense pheromones? Why was he detecting this wonderful burgundy aroma? But soon, Shenron lost himself entirely in the allure of the wine scent. The person didn't reject him either. When embraced, they stiffened instantly, appearing uncomfortable, yet they made no effort to pull away, allowing Shen the drunkard to hold on to them. Shenron greedily sniffed the pleasant fragrance, murmuring indistinctly. From somewhere amidst the cloudy void above, came a soft and pleasant voice asking, "Does it hurt?" Drunk Shenron had softened temperament, reminiscent of his younger days when even minor scratches could make him cry. In his stupor, he softly replied, "Hurts." Claire hadn't anticipated Shenron calling out in pain with such a tone. He expected this man to push him away irritably, telling him to back off. After all, Shenron had a bad temper and was often violent. Claire looked at the still bleeding wound, silently sprinkling powder from his hand before bandaging it with gauze. He never imagined he'd form any overly intimate relationship with this alpha. They had merely been in a help-her-help situation. Claire had already decided to leave the alpha a large sum of money before leaving, ensuring he'd live comfortably thereafter. However, the persistent rum pheromones around him and the strong scent of burgundy wine from Shenron made Claire feel responsible. He shouldn't have marked him and then left so easily, his upbringing wouldn't allow such a thing. Claire ran icy fingers along Shenron's nape, his gaze complex. Perhaps because he understood Claire too well, knowing that Claire would take responsibility for anyone he forced and even allowed to become attached, Mara had let Claire enter her sensitive period without restraint. General Claire looked at the man embracing him and adjusted Shenron's status in his mind, changing from a stranger to an fiancé. As the fiancé, he couldn't be treated as carelessly as before. Claire took the bottle of alcohol from Shenron's hand, discarded the low-quality drink to the side, and carried the man over horizontally toward the bed. This was the first time General Claire served someone, awkwardly and quite naively. He helped undress, wiped Shenron's face and body, and finally covered him with blankets. Sitting by the bed, Claire examined Shenron's appearance carefully for the first time. He bore no resemblance to an omega, but was rather handsome and striking. Was this really his fiancé? The pure-hearted General Claire tried linking Shenron with fragile, delicate omegas, only to end up disappointed. He simply couldn't consider Shenron as an omega. But it was fine. Though unable to see him as an omega, being a spouse was still doable. The more time they spent together, the fewer mental barriers would arise when thinking of him as his handsome omega. An arm suddenly wrapped around Claire. The silver-haired man slightly turned his head and, as expected, saw a drunken Shenrong rise to cling onto him, asking, "Why are you hugging me?" Shenrong managed to open one eye, looking not entirely awake, and mumbled, "Burgundy wine. I want burgundy." "Not possible." Claire touched the bandaged neck, realizing his tone was too detached, adjusting it to avoid sounding aloof and cold. He'd never been genuinely intimate with anyone. His so-called close friends were merely maintaining noble decorum and grace. Now he didn't know how to properly be intimate with his fiancée, avoiding making him feel indifferent. "You should not bear the marking," Claire said. For an alpha, being marked was utterly disgraceful. Just like a straight man being assaulted against his will. Shenrong recovered some consciousness. He didn't fully understand the current situation but became entranced by the sight of beautiful silver hair swaying in front of him and the rich aroma of red wine, forgetting everything about his present state. "I can be marked," Shenrong tiredly hugged him tighter, "I want to taste burgundy wine." Claire realized he liked his pheromones. Since that was the case, as an alpha, he should satisfy his fiancée's request for marking, meaning the alpha hadn't done a good job if such requests were necessary. Standing up straight, Claire's face reflected his usual composed and controlled demeanor. His elegant, beautiful fingers unraveled the bandage around Shenrong's neck, discovering the wound had already healed. Apparently, Shenrong had truly excellent physical condition. Chapter 74, Crazy General Loves Me 12. He wasn't fond of the smell of powder, so Claire cleared the medicinal powder from Shenrong's neck before attempting the marking. Though unfamiliar with marking while awake, instinct remained within Claire. The air smelled heavily of rum, accompanied by soft sighs indicating satisfaction, prompting Claire to gently and meticulously hold and mark Shenrong. It wasn't painful. Compared to the roughness during Claire's sensitivity period, this marking felt almost a synonym for gentleness and attentiveness. He dispelled all the mixed odors of alcohol from Shenrong's body, leaving only the gentle rum pheromone behind. The rum information seemed content basking in the allure of burgundy pheromones, so much so that it started rolling with the burgundy and moved from Shenrong to Claire. Claire patted the invisible information particles and sent them off somewhere else to keep rolling without disturbing their masters. The rum really went on to playfully roll around with burgundy in a corner. Finally lowering himself, Claire lightly kissed the man's lips. For a long while, Claire embraced Shenrong and fell onto the bed, inadvertently kissing him amidst the most disorienting moment, his hands wanting to explore further. Shenrong, satiated with his craving for wine, allowed every move Claire made, lying down without much reaction, seemingly unresistant even if pressured, showing no emotional response upon noticing his imminent assault. Claire stopped. He remained silent for half a day, wanting to slap himself or punish with some sharp object piercing into his skin. Out of control, always unable to restrain the mating desire. Hatefully akin to an irrational lowly beast. He muttered hoarsely, "I'm sorry." Shenrong had regained a bit of clarity and, upon hearing this, was momentarily baffled before calmly replying, "It's nothing." After all, he'd been given burgundy twice. Shenrong had genuinely thought he was about to be taken, fully prepared not to resist, leaving everything to Claire. An equal exchange. "I couldn't control myself and hurt you twice. I apologize." Claire dressed Shenrong and then lay down with him. Shenrong lowered his eyelids, drowsy, With perfect courtesy, Claire asked, "I've come here today to ask if you're willing to become my fiancé." Shenrong. He became completely awake. Fiancé. Shenrong started to wonder if he had done something in his drunken state that would lead to such a sudden proposal. Did I do anything strange? Claire's face, beautiful enough to blur gender distinctions, was filled with calmness. "What I did." Shenrong began recalling. "What did you do?" Nothing particularly significant in Shenrong's mind, probably just a few bites, no overly improper conduct. "I marked you and forced you." Claire lightly touched Shenrong's nape again, enjoying this gesture. "Therefore, please give me a chance to make amends. Become my fiancé. Anything you desire, I will grant it." The refusal at Shenrong's lips froze as he suddenly recalled something. "Would you give me pheromones?" Claire, "Yes. As much marking as I want." "Yes." Shenrong grabbed Claire's collar, leaning close to interrogate. "What about lifelong marking?" Claire's porcelain-like complexion finally blushed despite his restraint. A lifetime mark required a true merging. Gritting his teeth, Claire responded, "Agreed." Shenrong's eyes sparkled. "Marriage. Right now. Immediately." This wedding was non-negotiable. Under Shenrong's relentless demands, Claire marked him a few more times before fleeing from the scene like a man running for his life. His fiancée was too enthusiastic, constantly demanding markings. It was like expressing unquenched desires. Claire's impeccable demeanor crumbled, feeling utterly immersed in rum, similar to how he'd feel being claimed. Still lying on the bed, Shenrong sensed the aroma of burgundy, disdaining even the finest wines hidden in the corner, basking lazily like a sleek yet languid feline yawning. After being marked by the alpha, Shenrong felt he could gradually detect Claire's pheromones, though exclusively those of Claire. Lazily holding the black dagger in his hand, Shenrong thought of General Claire who had just fled, sighing, "He smells divine." So enchanting that Shenrong didn't want to let him go. Tasting the finest wines without real alcohol consumption, Shenrong now planned to return to the temporal bureau to pay off Qin Kong and then embrace Claire for further markings. Preferably lifelong ones. He envisioned his entire body saturated with the pheromones of Burgundy wine. 002. It's its fault. High compatibility isn't just an empty title. It should prostrate itself before the compatibility testing device when it returns. Shenrong got dressed, splashed water on his face, wiping it while saying, 002, let's go out for a moment. 002 asked, what for? Prepare the betrothal gifts. Shenrong paused mid-sentence, realizing he was the one marked and amended, no, dowry. 002 eagerly asked, returning to old habits. Shenrong tucked the dagger at his waist, hiding his lithe, powerful waist under a black tactical jacket which also concealed the blade's frosty edge. This time he wore shoes, encasing his slim ankles in black semi-calf-length boots, thick and sturdy soles implying painful kicks. Blowing a whistle as he walked with his hands in his pockets, Shenrong said, about right. Return to old habits, kill a few people for side income, the more killings, the quicker to collect. No, prepare the dowry. 002 echoed a butler's sentiment, master hasn't laughed this way in ages. You haven't been this spirited in a long time. Not looking like a living dead person, drunk and decaying, but full of vigor preparing to return to old habits. 002 only remembered seeing such a state during Shenrong's past life, never witnessing any clarity while working at the Temporal Bureau. You're very lively once again, 002 noted. It was the first time it sifted through Shenrong's past memories, mistaking it for someone else's at first glance. Who could possibly resist Burgundy wine? Shenrong kicked away an interfering wine bottle, disdainful of its inferior contents. Being able to drink Burgundy wine all the time, what bliss. This garbage wasn't worth his time anymore. Chapter 75, The Crazy General Falls in Love with Me 13. After fleeing hastily, Claire slipped quietly into one of his properties and collapsed on the bed. He hadn't lost control like this in ages. His fiancée was truly passionate, repeatedly asking for more marks. Claire had envisioned a marriage filled with mutual respect for his homage wife, picturing a calm and uneventful emotional life together. Reality brought him an ardent alpha as his spouse, whose assertiveness was almost intimidating. General Claire felt strange, intending to marry Shenrong out of a sense of compensation, ready to support him for life without meddling in his personal affairs. Instead, he ended up marking Shenrong numerous times without realizing, almost losing control and climbing into bed with him. Burgundy wine pheromones lingered around him, shyly curling its intangible claws, still excited from the tussle and play with rum. It relished the warm kisses and embraces it received earlier. It perfectly mirrored its master's thoughts. An expression of embarrassment flickered across Claire's exquisitely chiseled features, revealing an unexpected innocence despite his capability to coldly watch his own mother being marked by multiple alphas. Now, here he was, blushing. You're weak-willed, Claire poked the Burgundy pheromone reproachfully. Why are you so happy? The invisible body of Burgundy swayed slightly as if complaining. Because you're happy, I am too. I'm merely your pheromone. Having been caught in the act, Claire poked Burgundy again, criticizing it, I'm not happy. You slander me. Being eagerly kissed and embraced by an alpha, Claire branded the other countless times, deepening the layers of his mark. He didn't enjoy any of it. Claire owned very little, this was his first choice that wasn't expected by others, a handsome, powerful alpha fiancé. He looks good and is strong, Claire murmured to himself. My proposal seemed rash, originally, I just wanted a contractual marriage mainly to irritate those elders in the family. Claire's initial plan was to support this lazy drunkard for life. Despite his strength, Shenrong was genuinely laid back and wouldn't refuse the contract offer. They would be legally married under the law but wouldn't physically connect or share love. Theirs would be a cooperative relationship where Shenrong occasionally performed to upset the old immortals in the family. Too impulsive indeed, Claire frowned. He seems to really like me, so I shouldn't treat him so carelessly. Proposing like this would likely make an homage cry. He couldn't rely on the fact that Shenrong was an alpha to get away with such a slipshod proposal. Claire forgot about his original collaborative intent and started pondering whether to stage a formal proposal. The sensitive period soon set in again. As usual, Claire got up and administered the suppressant to himself. During their sensitive periods, alphas crave the soothing presence of their partners, desiring complete ownership and releasing their obsessive possessiveness through actions. In previous episodes, the face that popped into Claire's mind was always of an homage. For the first time, it was Shenrong. He slowly exhaled, enduring physical discomfort as he returned to the bed, sensing black spots before his eyes and a dull ache within his body. If Shenrong were here. Claire closed his eyes, his thoughts spinning out of control. He wouldn't restrain himself anymore. Claire had endured his sensitive periods painfully alone without a partner. With a partner now, things would undoubtedly improve significantly. He'd tightly embrace Shenrong, unwilling to let go like a dragon guarding treasure, seeking constant possession and injecting his pheromones, saturating him with his scent. Unlike today, when he stopped prematurely, he'd continue what was left undone, performing lifelong marking and rolling into bed with his partner. It seemed that the rum pheromones were indeed hovering around. Claire opened his pale purple eyes, which were dark and swirling with desire. Shenrong. Meanwhile, Shenrong encountered some issues on the way to earn his marriage dowry. He was blocked by an homage. Are you the mysterious alpha who's been getting a lot of attention recently? I've finally met you in person. The homage in front of him was small in stature, with a cute face, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at Shenrong's tall figure. His admiration and infatuation were evident. Shenrong. Who is this? 002 whispered, that Andy is a rather popular streamer, your appearance was once broadcast live. Shenrong, so? 002, so, you're famous now. The homage interrupted the conversation between Shenrong and 002, his cheeks red and looking even cuter. Expectantly raising his hand, he said, could you give me an autograph? Shenrong coldly replied, no. He was eager to get married and receive his dowry. Burgundy wine was waiting for him. Shenrong tried to walk past the homage, but his wrist was suddenly grabbed without warning, almost causing him to slash the homage's hand off with a dagger. In the end, Shenrong grimly threw off the young man's hand, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he glared menacingly at the homage, give me a reason not to kill you. He wanted to kill this homage. Cold sweat poured from 002's back. Who else would provoke Shenrong aside from someone foolish? Wasn't he notorious for his short temper within the Spacetime Bureau? The homage was startled, stepping back a few steps, stammering, I just like you. He had no malicious intentions, merely spoiled, thus rudely blocking Shenrong's path without permission, grabbing his wrist impulsively. Shenrong thought his fate today was plagued with trouble. Suppressing his anger, he coldly said, my glands are defective, I can't detect pheromones. The homage summoned courage and said, that's fine, I don't care about those. I just want to ask if you'd consider being with me. I am from the Kensian family, my fertility capabilities have been praised by doctors, and my pheromones resemble snow-capped roses. Shenrong coldly replied, not interested. What use is it if pheromones are like a broken flower? They aren't wine anyway. Even if they were, they could never match the perfect and rich aroma of world-renowned Burgundy wine. It would be insane for Shenrong to throw away delicious Burgundy to sniff a rose instead. The youth was perplexed, you don't like me? My fertility capability has been tested and is quite impressive, capable of giving you at least 5 children. Shenrong frowned, is that all you offer? What's so great about reproduction? He didn't need it. Shenrong felt that people in this world had an abnormal obsession with offspring. Mela's schemes, the words of the boy in front of him, all highlighted how homes in this world were educated to regard fertility as the ultimate honor and pride. Even Claire sought him out as an A for a fiancé, harboring vengeful thoughts while refusing any offspring. Was the worldview of ABOs this peculiar? It seemed everything was done in preparation for the conception of life. Whether it's the omage's heat cycles, or alpha's sensitive periods, or the low status of betas, childbearing was always the top priority. The youth was even more confused, yes, isn't there anything else? Shenrong hesitated. Different paths shouldn't cross purposes. Shenrong turned and walked briskly away, managing to leave the pursuing homage behind in just a few minutes. 002, this world places high importance on offspring, Shenrong remarked. Normal. 002 somehow drank a little alcohol, his tone unclear as he spoke, the position of homage here is remarkably high, so much so that they can avoid schooling and work, simply standing there to gain universal adoration. But all this beauty comes with a price. They are instructed, indoctrinated, time and again to understand the importance of fertility and offspring. Homages are physically fragile and delicate. Since they are allowed to opt out of societal labor, they must compensate in other ways. Thus, homages are taught that having strong fertility is an honor, and they should take pride in their beautiful appearances. They might know nothing else, but they must give birth, and the more children they have, the higher society praises and admires them. 002 shook his head and said, under such distorted education, homages have become what they are today. Shenrong had seen countless female demons in the Spacetime Bureau who were strong enough to lift a tripod cauldron and killed without mercy. Each was more ruthless than the last, each more willing to fight tooth and nail for survival. Now facing these small, fragile homages, Shenrong felt strange inside. He asked, are there no homage resistances? Under this type of education and social environment, it was certain that some homages would rise up and strive for their rightful rights, breaking free from being merely childbearing machines. After all, oppression always leads to rebellion. 002 chuckled, of course there are. Shenrong also smiled, oh. Who? It's none of our business. 002 said meaningfully as he patted Shenrong's face, that's the task of other systems. Each system assigns different tasks. In the Spacetime Bureau, there is one extremely crucial system, its task being, promoting the advancement of human civilization, igniting flames of resistance. Shenrong asked, which system? 002 mysteriously leaned closer to him, the originator system, 000. This was the first time Shenrong had heard of this system, so he furrowed his brow and asked, it is. 000 has been nicknamed by us as the Kudaltai system. The souls under it are all exalted idealists, absolutely devoid of emotions or affection, great individuals dedicating their entire lives to the advancement of human civilization. 002 sighed, our goals are far too distant from theirs. The agents under 000, male and female alike, promote the progress of human civilization in every small world. They become miraculous and iconic figures in the eyes of people, then die tragically to inspire resistance. I've seen some residual videos of them carrying out their missions before. They're truly merciless to themselves. Being burned at the stake, flayed alive, decapitated, shot dead, perishing together with enemies. In every world, they die unimaginably cruel deaths, excruciatingly painful, yet they feel nothing. No trace of fear or retreat. All martyrs, dying dramatically and fiercely, utterly insane and terrifying. Yet their level of spirit was quite high, and 002 felt he didn't have the right to criticize 000. No wonder it's called the cut-all-ties system. Shenrong brushed it off his shoulder, crossed his arms, and walked forward. Such systems and agents should be kept away from emotions, they'd only be defiled. 002 jumped back onto his shoulder, nodding in agreement. Isn't that true? Resistance, ideals, civilizations, worlds. I'll never reach their heights. Shenrong said, I've never heard of it. 002 said, neither have I seen it. Suddenly, the little light ball became excited. 000 is a system that came into existence with its own physical form, even deciding its gender. This is the first system in the Spacetime Bureau to have a physical form and gender. It's rumored that it even goes down to the small worlds as a human to carry out tasks. Male or female? Female. So cool. Super cool. Shenrong held the dagger handle unconsciously, saying indifferently, they have their things to do, now we should complete our own. Where to kill? 002 asked. Black market. Shenrong was extraordinarily adept at finding black market channels. In 002's astonished gaze, he approached an unremarkable-looking salesperson, directly asking, I want access to the wanted list trades in the black market. Take me there. At first, the salesperson politely refused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Shenrong placed his dagger at his throat. The salesperson immediately changed his demeanor, replacing his cunning and sharpness with cold indifference. Aren't you afraid of offending those behind me? Shenrong said calmly, if they dare to come, let them. He had trampled on countless black markets in his past life. So many powerful figures cowered in fear of Shenrong during his lifetime, greeting him with respect every time and seeing him off respectfully, letting their suppressed anger churn inside but never daring to mutter a single word. The salesperson knew he had met his match and thus stopped threatening pointlessly. Instead, he turned around and brought Shenrong into the black market. Afterward, 002 was too lazy to retell what happened. Basically, the salesperson thought he was on his turf and gathered many alphas to teach Shenrong a lesson, but instead ended up with broken arms and legs wailing on the ground. By then, Shenrong had already completed his mission gracefully and went out to earn his dowry. At least he left a life for them and did not completely end them. 002 thought, probably softer-hearted in this life. None died, after all. Just broken arms and legs. After a day and a night passed, Shenrong returned to his shabby room under the moonlight and stars, the overwhelming stench of blood covering even the aroma of rum, while the smell of burgundy red wine had almost dissipated entirely. He sat down to drink absent-mindedly, taking 2 sips before realizing something wasn't right, it was too poor in quality. It didn't match the wondrous aroma of burgundy wine, this cheap alcohol left a taste like perfume on his tongue, making him uncomfortable. Shenrong licked the back molar of his teeth. Where is he? 002. General Claire. Aha. Shenrong threw the bottle to the ground. I need a mark from him. He just wanted some burgundy red wine. Only the finest liquor would satisfy his taste. Chapter 76, The Crazy General Falls for Me 14. Shenrong soon found the silver-haired beauty lying on the bed, eyes closed and asleep. The burgundy scent on him seemed to detect the arrival of rum, shyly drifting closer, using little paws to pull at the rum. The rum didn't disappoint it, instantly wrapping around the burgundy passionately. They rolled over to the corner, familiar with each other as if old acquaintances. If Shenrong were more sensitive to dry pheromones, he might have wrinkled his nose in disgust, muttering something about how indecent it was. The burgundy red wine and rum were shamelessly rolling together, closely rubbing and kissing each other, their paws entwined, sweetly refusing to let go. It looked as though they'd known each other for years, with an incredible bond. Their earlier attitude of, I want to kill you, had dissipated into nothingness now, replaced by adorably affectionate embraces. Shenrong approached the bed, patting Claire, wake up, give me the burgundy wine. Claire opened his eyes. The remaining aftereffects of the heightened sensitivity period fully resurfaced when he saw Shenrong standing there. Without a word, he suddenly reached out and pulled Shenrong onto the bed, pinning him down and kissing him fiercely. Shenrong was kissed full on, frowning in resistance, but then the scent of burgundy made him lose the thought entirely. He sprawled his limbs lazily, indulging in the kiss and getting lost in the embrace of the burgundy. Delicious. The wine was so delicious. Satisfied, Shenrong rubbed against Claire, speaking hoarsely, do you want to continue? Give me a lifelong mark. Claire paused mid-kiss. It will hurt. I don't fear pain. Shenrong said calmly. You cried out in pain, Claire said, even just for a broken skin on your neck. Shenrong scoffed, are you going to or not? Unable to resist, Claire cupped Shenrong's face tenderly, kissing him like a treasure, carefully soothing his fiancée. After who knows how long, Shenrong broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth, his muscles straining as waves of irritation and anger overflowed from within him. Finally, veins bulging, he muttered angrily, "Damn." Claire stepped back, soothing him with gentle pats on his back, "Let's rest. If it's no good, let it be." AA couples sometimes end up in the hospital trying to complete the lifelong marking, it's excruciatingly painful. Shenrong wiped the sweaty hair off his forehead and growled viciously, "Then how are we supposed to do the lifetime marking? Could this burgundy wine that he liked so much never truly belong to him?" It was like snatching food right under the eyes of a drunkard, trampling mercilessly on his taboo desires. Shenrong tugged him impatiently, again. He couldn't believe it wouldn't work. Every attempt failed, one success Claire aborted because he felt too sorry for Shenrong. Shenrong fell pale-faced onto the bed, feeling drained of all life force and spat at himself contemptuously. He surrendered. Could the burgundy red wine really never be his? Why was the lifelong marking impossible? Claire held his fiancée tightly, tenderly wiping the sweat from Shenrong's forehead. "No more, you're in pain." Shenrong stayed silent for a long while before slowly saying, "I didn't get the burgundy." He was severely shortchanged. Claire said, "Temporary marks last 3 days each time, our frequency of temporary marking is equivalent to a lifetime marking." Shenrong. So, he was even more shortchanged. Lost his body for nothing. Chapter 77, The Crazy General Falls for Me 15. Shenrong sighed dejectedly, thinking this task world was giving him conflicting feelings, both fondness and annoyance. He had found a humanoid elixir, preparing to pack himself and move into his house permanently, but they couldn't complete the lifetime marking. How infuriating. Claire said, "Go clean yourself." Shenrong evaded his hand and walked into the bathroom to wash himself, scrubbing every inch until clean. Claire assumed he was upset, so silently knocked on the bathroom door, thinking his wife was somewhat wronged. "Knock knock knock. Is there something you need?" The muffled voice came through the bathroom door. "Even if we can't accomplish the lifelong marking, it doesn't matter." Claire carefully chose his words, "We can try a few more times, and perhaps we'll succeed. Each attempt hurt so much that I felt like dying, how can we endure more tries?" Shenrong washed his hair, rinsing all the foam away, feeling as if his body was still on fire with pain. "Temporary marks work too." Claire leaned against the door, crossing his long arms, resting the back of his head against the doorway. His beautiful bright light purple eyes looked up at the ceiling. "If you're willing, I could also be the one marked." Shenrong asked, "Can I get the burgundy?" Claire said lightly, "Yes." The lifelong marking is mutual integration, not a one-sided assault like the temporary mark. If he were to receive a lifelong mark, Shenrong could also gain the irresistible delicious aroma of burgundy forever. Shenrong laughed and opened the door, pulling the person into his arms. He said, "Are you willing?" Claire had an episode of obsessive-compulsive disorder from the water stains on Shenrong's body but didn't move when being embraced by his fiancée. His clean clothes gradually became damp. "I'm willing." Claire pressed his hand against Shenrong's nape and kissed his lips briefly, saying, "I'm sorry I've never learned how to love someone, so this is my way of making up for it." Shenrong, after a few kisses, realized beneath this man's perfectionism and germophobia, there was actually a love-starved soul. He began to adjust his tone, trying not to sound too harsh or indifferent, saying, "I haven't learned either, we're equally clueless." Claire said, "My original intention in choosing you as my fiancée was to upset my family, and also ensure no omegas would come near me anymore. I don't want offspring anyway." Shenrong fell silent for a few seconds. All he really wanted was some burgundy wine. In comparison, Shenrong thought himself to be more random and less principled. He'd accept a marking, subjugation, even marriage, all just for the sake of alcohol. Claire continued, "But during our few days together, I've sensed your genuine fondness for me, so I can't treat you merely as a collaborator, but rather as a true fiancé. I will love you. Right now, I already like you very much." After all, burgundy timid yet bold clung tightly to rum, leaving Claire unable to act blind to such a truth. He liked the alpha's passion towards him before him, filling the emptiness that characterized his seemingly luxurious life till now. Shenrong fell silent again for a couple seconds. He said hoarsely, "All right, stop talking." If he continued like this, Shenrong felt he'd drown in sudden guilt and remorse. He said, "Love or not, you don't have to say it. Even if you don't love me, it doesn't matter, but you mustn't deny me burgundy." As long as Claire provided him burgundy, Shenrong let him do whatever else outside of this relationship, even fraternizing with omegas, as long as he received burgundy. The general kept quiet, only making a mark on Shenrong to let him taste exquisite wine. Shenrong sighed with pleasure. So good. Chapter 78, The Crazy General Falls for Me 16. Claire originally assumed his alcohol-loving fiancé would soon give up on the lifelong marking. However, when Shenrong attempted to mark him, it did spark some helplessness within him. To him, this wine-seeking fiancé was unexpectedly endearing and seemed very captivated by his pheromones. In Claire's mind, loving his pheromones was practically equivalent to loving him. Why would rum passionately kiss his burgundy otherwise? You shouldn't. Claire tried to push Shenrong away modestly while the latter greedily sniffed close to him. Despite maintaining a cold facade, his typically emotionless eyes softened slightly when meeting Shenrong's handsome face. His fiancée was so cute. It was unfathomable how blind General Claire's eyes had to be to regard the fierce, gorgeous but somewhat intimidating Shenrong as adorable, yet he believed it. Shenrong, constantly approaching him, sniffing around, looked undeniably cute. Shenrong touched his neck, asking, "If I mark you, can I savor your pheromones?" Claire nodded calmly, "Certainly." The next moment, Shenrong marked him. As Claire General felt the alpha's pheromones wandering without restraint, he first showed brief surprise, then decided it wasn't unreasonable for an alpha to mark him, thus didn't resist. Later, he actively kissed Shenrong, who was enjoying the sensation, indulgently suggesting, "Let's go ahead with the lifelong marking." Shenrong, who had only intended to try out what marking felt like and didn't expect to proceed further. Had he just been marked, and now it was time to mark back. Even Shenrong, who usually had no moral compass or integrity, thought he was playing too much. While thinking this way in his mind, his actions were not at all hesitant. Shenrong made no attempt to conceal his craving for burgundy wine. He gripped Claire's wrist and rasped, "Tell me if it hurts." Claire hummed softly as a sign of understanding. Perhaps due to Shenrong's underdeveloped glands, the experience wasn't as excruciatingly painful as expected, leaving Claire with only a slightly pale complexion. The successful lifelong marking caused rum and burgundy to blend thoroughly, entwining and unable to separate. Upon sensing the success, Shenrong sniffed deeply at the lingering aroma of fine wine, contentedly narrowing his sharp eyes. He adored Claire's pheromones. Now, Shenrong could indulge in those pheromones at will, feeling almost as happy as soaking in a barrel of burgundy wine. Despite knowing how to comfort someone, Shenrong embraced Claire tightly after recovering from the wine-induced daze. He kissed him repeatedly, soothing him by saying, "It's over, no more pain." He was deeply moved that Claire was willing to undergo a lifelong marking. Given the immense pain of lifelong marking, Claire endured it without uttering a single sound. Shenrong pinched his chin and bestowed upon him a rum-infused kiss. He no longer drank those inferior wines. All the mixed alcohol scents on his body dissipated, leaving behind only the pure, intense aroma of rum. Claire disliked alcohol, but he loved rum's pheromones when they cooed to him. As he intertwined his fingers into Shenrong's thick black short hair, strands of his silver hair fell down, sticking to his sweat-moistened cheeks. With a smile in his eyes, he leaned foreheads with Shenrong. "The marking is successful, don't feel insecure." Shenrong asked instinctively, "What kind of security?" Claire tilted his head, looking at his spouse, not understanding what he meant. Omegas generally sought lifelong marking, which implied that the alpha didn't provide enough security to them. Claire assumed he hadn't done enough, hadn't informed Shenrong sufficiently, thus leading him to demand the lifelong marking so fervently. There was something amiss, but he couldn't articulate it. His fiancée truly seemed to love him. To others in this world, becoming so intimate with someone's pheromones indicated deep affection for their owner. Precisely because of this, Claire decided against a contractual marriage, choosing instead to regard the other as his true lover. After all, the affection and passion Shenrong displayed weren't feigned. Claire softened his voice, speaking quietly so only he could hear, barely audible, "Don't deceive me." He had already begun to allow someone into his solitary world, something he'd never done before. Shenrong mustn't betray him. This was the first time Claire chose to love someone. Still bewildered, Shenrong met Claire's gaze and suddenly felt uneasy inside. He always sensed that somehow his alcohol addiction had led to some serious consequence. Shenrong rolled his fingers and said, 002, there's something off about him. 002 was already in self-isolation mode, you figured that out now. The insane general plotting to destroy the world in the original storyline, was he easy to deal with? Claire was known to have personally killed his own father and mother. Previously, when Shenrong accepted Claire's proposal solely for alcohol, it shocked 002. Originally, 002 thought Shenrong recklessly courted danger for alcohol, risking everything. But only now, after obtaining burgundy wine, did Shenrong realize the aftermath. I know you would sacrifice your life for alcohol, but don't let it cloud your judgment. 002 worriedly patted Shenrong's leg, do you know who this is? This is Claire, an antagonist general outwardly noble and beautiful yet internally crazed and neurotic. Claire dealt with his enemies with the harshest methods imaginable. However, towards his future partner for life, he showed incomparable tolerance and acceptance, not revealing even a shred of his cruel side to anyone else. He always treated Shenrong politely and respectfully, regarding him as a wife needing protection and affection. With clasped hands, 002 pleaded with Shenrong, since you're with Claire now, don't cause trouble, and don't seek markings from others for different alcohol scents, that would amount to infidelity. As long as you don't break the fundamental principles, with Claire's responsible and doting personality, he'll treat you well for a lifetime, giving you whatever you desire. Shenrong was concise, no, I don't fancy other wines. There would be no wine more beautiful than Burgundy. 002 felt relieved, this is SSS-level pheromones, truly unmatched by anyone. So now 002 could rest assured watching Shenrong being kept by the general. Claire asked again, do you dislike me? Your pheromones and every gesture are indicating affection for me, so what does this mean? Shenrong interrupted him, I like you. The shadow of gloom in Claire's slightly somber eyes was dispelled, his face regained calmness as he said, I understand. It seemed that his fiancée genuinely liked him, and the sudden thought that crossed his mind earlier might have been an illusion. Soon, Shenrong came over to mark him again. The last bit of doubt in Claire's heart was swept away by Shenrong's initiative. Hearing this, Claire sighed helplessly, feeling his spouse really lacked satisfaction, so he granted him 2 more temporary marks. The burgundy red wine was too delicious. Shenrong immediately clung tightly to Claire, burying his face in the crook of Claire's neck, repressing yet enjoying low breathing sounds. He loved it too much. Driven by lust, Shenrong kissed Claire and whispered softly, I like you. Claire, who had been confessed to, blushed on his beautifully genderless face and awkwardly turned his head aside. I also like you. He responded clumsily. Chapter 79, The Crazy General Loves Me 17. Temporary marks were layering on Shenrong, eventually even suppressing the scent of rum. Every bone of his body absorbed the rich aroma of burgundy wine, seeping through his skin. His body exuded a strong smell of burgundy, as if his blood were flowing with liquid wine, and he himself was soaking in burgundy wine. His entire body radiated with fragrance, not a spot remained unscathed. Claire never imagined that his first time being intimate with someone would last uninterrupted for 2 whole days. All his elegance and restraint vanished once in bed. Every time he saw his fiancée press down and kiss him, the thought to stop was abandoned at once. Shenrong looked too immersed in pleasure, such happiness and joy impossible to suppress, thus Claire didn't stop either. After 2 days, Claire felt he couldn't go on without stopping. I need to go home for a while. Claire embraced Shenrong and whispered low. Shenrong barely opened one eye and asked, what for? They won't allow me to marry an alpha. Claire touched his face gently, his expression indifferent, I haven't planned on letting them off easily either. If it weren't for you, I might already have done as they wished, engaged to that omega I forced. Fortunately, Shenrong preempted him, preventing Claire from marking that omega. Thinking about this, General Claire felt an overwhelming sweetness well up inside him, lowering his head to kiss Shenrong's forehead, thank you. At least when it came to choosing a future partner, Claire now had the power to choose. He chose an alpha who loved him deeply. Claire happily grasped Shenrong's lazily hanging left hand and cherished each finger with kisses. Shenrong in daily life was very much like a large cat, lazy yet solitary. However, Claire acted like catnip to him, transforming him into someone both lazy and clingy. He flipped around and hugged Claire back, rubbing his chin against the silver hair strands, and in a relaxed manner asked, when will you come back? Claire asked, when do you want me to come back? As soon as possible. Shenrong's long and powerful fingers ran through his hair, clearly favoring this beautiful long hair. The best choice would be to not leave at all. Not wanting to part for even a moment. Claire chuckled. How clingy. I want to officially marry you, to stand under the sun, Claire said. Everyone must know you're Claire's lover, not a secret concubine without title. Claire has seen many aristocrats whose sexual orientation was a but still married multiple OS out of social expectation. These trashes would rather support those they genuinely love underground, keeping them as mistresses forever without giving proper status. That was too humiliating. Claire hoped his fiancée had legitimate status. If marrying was necessary, it would be official. Even a hidden marriage wouldn't do. It was crucial to provide enough security to his fiancée. Many people might scold you. Are you afraid? Claire asked quietly. Shenrong raised an eyelid, joke. Afraid of being cursed? Would that scare Shenrong? Whoever dared curse, their tongues would be cut off. What Shenrong was most adept at was dismemberment. After all, he used to have this harmless little hobby of collecting beautiful organs. Go and come back early, I'll wait for you here. Claire curled his lips, feeling this was very much like home. Many omegas would say this before their husbands left, however, Claire hadn't experienced it. Well, I'm leaving then. Shenrong nodded. Claire didn't move. The two looked at each other in silence, the atmosphere suddenly turning awkward. 002 sat on the table expressionless, eating watermelon while reminding, give him a goodbye kiss. Shenrong, this steel-straight man, finally realized what Claire was subtly asking for, and smiled, didn't I say before, just ask for what you want, I can't read your expressions. Claire blushed awkwardly, already very familiar with intimacy over the past 2 days, yet surprisingly made a pure request, can I have a goodbye kiss? Shenrong inexplicably felt touched by such a request from Claire, happy not because of wine but due to Claire's expression and demand. Too pure, too cute. Shenrong's expression turned complicated for a moment, then got up from the bed, wrapping an arm with solid muscles around his waist, and dropped a kiss onto Claire's beautiful pale purple eyes. This kiss was strangely youthful and innocent as well. The atmosphere between the two became both awkward and strange, as if they had entered some unfamiliar territory. Claire fled hastily, Shenrong remained silent sitting on the bed motionless. 002 asked, what's wrong with you? Shenrong touched his own lips, looking oddly, he seems a bit cute. 002, funny coincidence, he also thinks you're cute. Shenrong said, my heart is beating a bit fast. 002, good thing, you're getting back on track. Shenrong said, I never felt this way when I was with him earlier. 002, oh, that means you're done. Shenrong. 002. Shenrong lightly clicked his tongue, truly done. Crap, he had fallen for someone other than wine. Does this count as infidelity? Chapter 80, The Crazy General Loves Me 18. At this moment, in Drago Castle. The elaborately decorated castle, filled with strict rules and servants who quietly went away, gave this beautiful place a sense of suffocating oppression. A stern-faced, extravagantly dressed middle-aged man was sitting at the dining table listening to a subordinate's report. Lord Drago, we haven't found the general. The subordinate reported in a low voice. Lord Drago's face darkened for a moment. Where is Mela? The subordinate hesitated for a second, lowering his voice. She was found, in a slum house. When our people arrived, Mrs. Mela was being. His voice faded so low it was almost inaudible, being shared by multiple beggars posing as alphas. Bang! Lord Drago snapped the fork in his hand and stood up in anger. How dare he do this? She's his mother. The subordinate kneeled down, keeping his head bowed tightly, not daring to breathe heavily. No one could have imagined that Claire could be so ruthless. As if he had been pushed to the limit, the calm and restrained general exposed his inner rebelliousness and madness, retaliating swiftly. Lord Drago paced a few steps, then pointed at the subordinate. Find Claire. If he still wants the family's support and doesn't want to become a laughingstock, let him return and accept punishment properly. Subordinate, yes. Just as he was about to leave, a cold, sinister voice came from behind. As for Mela, she has degraded herself this much already, let her hang herself, don't disgrace the family. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Lord Drago took a deep breath. He knew his son's wings were growing stronger, daring to rebel with such radical means. Lord Drago wouldn't allow the little phoenix he once held to fly away. If really dared to leave. A cruel glint flashed in Lord Drago's eyes. Then it couldn't be blamed on him for breaking the phoenix's wings, forcing the other to rely on him for life. Claire had returned with alpha pheromones. The intense pheromones left by his lifelong mark proclaimed a terrifying fact. He had combined with an alpha. A strong alpha, whose pheromones alone revealed the owner's domineering and fierce nature. Claire hadn't even tried to cover up his neck and collarbone, where the dense marks were completely unhidden. Even buttons buttoned to the top couldn't conceal the obvious signs of his lust. Lord Drago, seeing his son who always paid attention to etiquette displaying the marks on his body like this, turned pale with anger and pointed at him, trembling. You scoundrel. Claire even had marks on his face. He touched the corner of his eyes, and his mood upon returning to the family turned beautiful. It doesn't matter. Claire thought. This place wasn't his home, it was where his fiancée was, and Shenrong was still waiting for him at home. Claire chuckled lightly, mockingly looking down at his father. What's wrong with me? Lord Drago laughed furiously. Do you still have the nerve to ask? Why is there information about an alpha lifelong mark on you? What did you do? As you can see, I've fallen in love with an alpha and we've made a private pledge to each other. Claire picked up the colorful porcelain cup on the tea table before him with his white-gloved fingers, slowly sipping it. Lord Drago's emotions were as turbulent as a thunderstorm. Wash away the lifetime mark. The Drago family won't allow this blemish. Claire's silver long hair was tied into a loose ponytail at the back, looking refined and elegant, his distant and mysterious violet eyes calm and cold. He maintained his perfect demeanor, without any anger. This isn't a blemish, it's an honor. That's an alpha. You can be his underground lover, or support him, whatever you want to do is fine, but absolutely not the master of the Drago family. Lord Drago criticized him sharply. You've been held too high, which makes you so senseless. Claire smiled. Lord Drago, you are really hypocritical. You once told me to stay chaste, to be absolutely pure, not to have any stains from lovers making me imperfect. So when I was forced under your schemes to mark an alpha, I thought about responsibility and how to love him. Claire scornfully stared at him. But now I realize what you've instilled in me, things you can't even achieve yourself, to restrict me. The other is an alpha, and Lord Drago instantly forgot everything he'd said before, uttering the word underground lover. Lord Drago avoided his son's gaze. Claire didn't care, indifferently saying, I will marry him. I don't permit it. So what? Claire put the porcelain teacup in his hand back on the table. He will be my fiancé, and that won't change. If you really don't allow it, I will resign from my position as the heir of the Drago family. Lord Drago's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Yes. Claire's cold and handsome face showed no emotion. I am threatening you. If I cannot marry that alpha, then someone else can take the position of heir to the Drago family. The air suddenly became heavy and quiet. Claire waited for a while, saw that Lord Drago didn't respond, and gracefully rose to walk towards his own room. Think it over carefully, Lord Drago. Claire's beautiful deep voice fluctuated. I don't care about the heir position, haven't you understood that yet? Lord Drago looked complicatedly at the retreating figure. Truly grown up. Flying too high. Claire started missing his fiancée. The intense rum pheromones around him were sweetly pulling at Burgundy, kissing and cuddling non-stop. Claire lay down on the bed, watching these two pheromones loving each other passionately, feeling somewhat displeased. He poked Burgundy. You have a mate to hug. He had no fiancée to hug. Before Burgundy could respond, rum had already wrapped itself around it again, immediately forgetting its master, blushing shyly and sweetly intertwining with rum. Seeing the two strands of pheromones combining right before his eyes, even Claire felt it was too shameless. He deliberately stretched out his hand, separated the two pheromones, acting as the Milky Way separating the cowherd and weaver girl, maliciously preventing the two pheromones from twining together. Burgundy became angry. Does the master not have his own rum? How dare he snatch my rum? Isn't this just my cute and passionate little partner? Mine. Burgundy immediately pounced on Claire, stretching out its little claws and started hitting. Claire said, "My fiancé isn't here, why should you have one?" Burgundy spat on him. "What does that have to do with me? Is there anything wrong with me holding my own little partner?" "I don't care," Claire said imperiously, "you can't have one either, come suffer with me." Burgundy had already around his neck, wanting to strangle the unscrupulous master to death. Claire said, "My fiancé is so clingy to me. Without me, will he feel wronged?" Burgundy couldn't strangle him to death and could only reluctantly give up, but surprisingly nodded after hearing this. He definitely would feel wronged, he was that delicate. Shenrong, who was very afraid of pain, would surely feel wronged because you're not here. Claire said, "He's lazy and loves drinking, with a pretty big appetite. He's tall and has nothing in common with Omics, yet I seem to have really fallen for him." Burgundy still nodded in agreement. It also loved its rum, even though the rum was passionate and open, bold to the point that Burgundy often felt unable to bear it, but it still loved its own rum. At this moment, the rum had already broken through Claire's defense line and quietly hugged Burgundy. Burgundy immediately blushed, turned around, hugged it back, and kissed the rum. The rum, holding its Burgundy, rolled aside and became intimate. Claire felt somewhat jealous. Chapter 81, The Insane General Falls in Love with Me 19. In the middle of the night. The thick black night obscured the bright moon, and in a meticulously clean room on a high balcony, a man with silver-white hair lay sleeping soundly. He slept neatly and orderly, with cold and handsome features, his face like a miracle of the Creator, as if intricately carved, beautiful and distant. A dark figure slowly approached. Before reaching the bedside, the silver-haired man suddenly opened his eyes, twisted his wrist, and drew out a blade from under the pillow, thrusting straight toward the neck of the black figure. The dark figure effortlessly knocked the blade from his hand, the metal hitting the floor with a clatter. This person moved forward, pressing Claire onto the bed, and directly kissed him. Before Claire could start in shock or anger, he smelled the familiar scent of rum lingering around him, instantly embracing and deepening the kiss. Claire breathed in between gaps, "Why do you?" Shenrong refused to let go, kissing him again. "I just missed you." Claire's heart was sweet as if filled with honey. His fiancée wasn't one of those O's who liked to be cloying, but there was indeed an affectionate delicacy. The general enjoyed being attached to by his fiancée. Each time Shenrong did something like this, he felt deeply loved. This made him feel that choosing this alpha was right. Claire gently stroked the back of his head, slightly uncomfortable under the kisses but unwilling to stop, indulging himself in the reunion kiss given by his loving wife. Shenrong unbuttoned his shirt and asked, "Will you do it?" Claire ran his fingers over his cheek, love flickering in his eyes, softly saying, "It will hurt." From the previous lifetime mark experience, Shenrong had endured the pain so much that Claire decided to give up his future initiative rights. This sort of thing had to ensure both of them were comfortable. Shenrong smiled, his formerly cold and impatient eyebrows gradually softened. He cherished another kiss on Claire's face. He repeated, "Tell me if it hurts." Claire embraced warmly and firmly, "Okay." 3 hours later, Shenrong thought that his general was really tough since he hadn't cried a single tear and calmly got off the bed to wash up. Shenrong didn't want to leave his Burgundy, so he followed into the bathroom. Claire let him follow, allowing Shenrong to see him take a bath, even soothingly giving him 2 temporary marks to keep Shenrong from getting bored. Speaking of which, Shenrong had been treated this way only when he was young, and this kind of care for treasures melted his heart. Did he feel this fragile and delicate? How come Claire treated him as someone who needed coaxing and tender care? He asked, "What am I to you?" Claire replied, "My fiancé." Shenrong asked further, "Anything else?" Claire thought he wasn't satisfied with the response and rearranged his words, "My partner, my lover, my wife." Shenrong. Case solved. Claire really considered him as a petite darling wife. Mr. Drunkard, as long as he was given alcohol, had no qualms about selling himself and being subdued, thus accepted quite well. After all, if Claire was willing, pressing down on him wouldn't bother him much emotionally. Drunkard psyches are strong like that. Fine. Shenrong nodded approvingly, the title suits perfectly. Darling wife, so what? As long as there's alcohol, everything is fine. Shenrong sought another temporary marking. Claire sighed helplessly, there have been so many times already. In the past few hours, Claire had already marked countless times. Just now, to prevent Shenrong from getting bored, he marked him twice more. Which proper alpha or omage would mark so frequently? Usually, more than twice was enough for comfortable weeks. But Shenrong. Claire delicately said, "We seem to be doing it too often. Do you believe that if the conditions allow, I could tie you to me and inject pheromones non-stop every moment?" Shenrong pulled him, hurry up, don't procrastinate. What's the point of marrying if he can't have Burgundy? Claire could only mark once more. Shenrong instantly fell into the bathtub, lying on top of Claire and closing his eyes to savor the moment. Even during passionate moments, he kept pecking Claire's lips, murmuring something while kissing. Claire held him tightly, loving Shenrong's expressions and behavior after being marked, as if he couldn't live without him. A completely addicted and confused state, unable to live without him once separated. You love me so much, Claire whispered softly. Shenrong sealed his lips. General Claire saw his spouse come, so there was no thought of letting anyone leave. The next day, he endured criticism and insults from the chief and various elders in a meeting room, brushed them off carelessly, clearly not minding at all, showing an obvious attitude meant to irritate these old ones to death. Shenrong drunkenly hugged him, drunk and unclear in mind, vaguely asked, aren't you afraid they'll cause trouble? Claire felt a little uneasy when he smelled large amounts of mixed alcohol on Shenrong, all premium brands, not those previous inferior wines, yet he still didn't like it. Having the scent of other alcohols on his fiancée, possessive Claire felt it was akin to infidelity, his spouse was tainted by other worthless scents. He contained his displeasure, keeping his face neutral, I'm not afraid of them as long as they don't dare let me die, then it doesn't matter. In their eyes, even with the stigma of marrying an alpha, Claire wouldn't be easily abandoned since no heir was as uniquely talented, extraordinarily gifted, and perfectly poised. Claire touched his fiancé's face, saying, they may take action against you, do not leave my side. Shenrong remained silent for several seconds, slowly answering, don't joke around. Taking action against him? Nonsense. Claire soon casually released his burgundy pheromones. In an instant, it bewildered the wine lover, making him embrace tightly and keep sniffing. Claire dispelled the other alcohol smells on him, letting burgundy permeate Shenrong's entire body, branding him thoroughly as his own, calming much of the jealousy and annoyance within him. His face appeared frighteningly calm. Shenrong, why did you drink so much? Is burgundy wine unsatisfactory? Or have you grown tired and weary? Shenrong lifted his eyelids, lazily answering, waiting for you is too boring. He normally had nothing to do but either take missions or drink. Whenever idle waiting for someone, he just didn't know what to do, so he simply turned to what he usually did. Drink while waiting. Claire asked if he wanted marking. Shenrong nodded without hesitation, come on. He liked the feeling of being fully enveloped by burgundy, and the happiness of being completely taken over by its rich essence was undeniable. Claire pushed him down, biting him. Shenrong lazily lay on the bed, enjoying it comfortably. Soon he felt this pheromone was more dominant and aggressive than usual, driving away all the mixed alcohol from his body, passing over inch by inch until it even aimed to mark inside his stomach. For a brief moment, Shenrong was confused, even his drunk foggy mind noticed something was off. What's wrong with you? Claire ignored him, forcefully grabbed his wrists over his head, and thoroughly imprinted his pheromones on Shenrong. Rum seemed to realize Burgundy's fury, and it didn't resist, allowing Burgundy to wrap around it and drive away all the other mixed flavors. Burgundy's pheromones angrily circled Rum and questioned. Why do you carry other flavors? Are you exposed to other pheromones outside? Did you commit adultery? Rum shrunk back, feeling aggrieved and not speaking. Normally such a gentle and shy partner now raged with questions, not daring to say a word, hugging itself in fear. Seeing Rum acting so meekly without its usual fiery passion, Burgundy quickly suppressed his anger and moved closer to embrace Rum, kissing it forcefully. Rum seemed to realize its partner's anger wasn't as severe, and with that, it mustered the courage to cling and roll around. Burgundy reluctantly responded. Soon, the two pheromones embraced each other, crying sorrowfully while making mutual accusations. Rum said, you actually scolded me, don't you love me anymore? Burgundy said, you have other sense, aren't you being unfaithful? As the conflict between the pheromones dissipated, Claire's anger had yet to subside. He started unbuttoning Shenrong's clothes, planning to give this alcoholic a lifelong mark regardless of anything, marking him thoroughly to ensure no one else could taint his scent. Shenrong clenched his teeth in pain, keeping silent. Claire stopped. He held this drunken fool tightly and said coldly, do not drink excessively again, I don't want to smell these unfamiliar scents. An SSS-level alpha already had an obsessive possession desire bordering on madness. Shenrong gulped and said hoarsely, give me Burgundy. Claire repressed his overwhelming possessiveness and aggressiveness, lowering his head to mark Shenrong temporarily several times. After tasting the rich Burgundy, Shenrong gasped and kissed Claire's lips, saying, I like Burgundy. Upon hearing Shenrong's confession, Claire's twisted expression softened momentarily, and he buried his red face into Shenrong's arms, murmuring awkwardly, I also like rum. The distorted affection turned into warm bashfulness, and once again after Shenrong's confession, Claire forgot about the upcoming lifetime mark. He tenderly hugged Shenrong and said, let's take a nap, stop drinking when you wake up. His tone was full of indulgence and tenderness as if treating Shenrong as a little wife, don't be angry, I'll give you all the Burgundy you want. Let's not drink other kinds of alcohol anymore. Shenrong let out a moan, still drunk, his cheeks flushed, looking enticingly handsome. Claire bent down and kissed his brows, caressing his body softly, my love, I will provide everything you need, but only if you are mine exclusively. Confused Shenron looked at him and muttered a word to describe this Claire, which he actually voiced. Perverted. Claire laughed. Indeed. He admitted he was perverted. Shenron tried hard to stay a little more sober, feeling no fear at all, simply saying, if you insist on doing the lifelong marking, go ahead. Don't leave things hanging halfway. You're in too much pain. Claire said, no, forget it. Let's stop if you're suffering. His annoyance couldn't compare with the single furrow on Shenron's brows when he felt pain. After confirming that Claire wouldn't continue, Shenron thought it was kind of regrettable. He was prepared for another round, but due to Shenron's unbearable pain, Claire stopped. Not long after, the drunken man on the bed fell sound asleep. Claire held him silently, waiting for him to wake up. When Shenron woke up, he didn't say anything, just took the person shopping. What to do if a humanoid wine lacked love? Take him out for some fun. The more playtime, the less such behavior would occur. Back when Shenron first joined the Time-Space Bureau, he overcame a difficult period by indulging in drinking and entertainment. Generally, in the initial couple of years after joining the Time-Space Bureau, rookies had the highest mortality rate, not due to missions but because of suicide. Claire decided to bring about a change. With decent technology here, there were even functions to regularly change appearances. Claire slightly altered his own look to make himself less conspicuous. It was the first time he wandered around leisurely, the past environment obviously didn't allow Claire to act this way. Now with a fiancée, he experienced quite a few new things never encountered before. Shenron led him to an ice cream shop and ordered a strawberry-flavored one for him. Claire licked the ice cream and pressed against his fiancée closely. I like this. Shenron nodded, then continued eating. Claire asked, do you want to try sharing the same ice cream? Why not buy another one? Besides, he didn't like eating it anyway. Just as Shenron was about to speak, 002 interrupted, take a bite yourself if you can, did you forget your penniless identity? If Shenron could buy a second ice cream today, 002 would slap himself directly. It was determined to teach this steel-straight man a lesson. Shenron waved it aside, then bit into the ice cream. Claire saw him eat, and the legendary germaphobe vanished. He chuckled and pressed his hand on the back of the man's head, giving him a quick kiss on the lips before saying, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. There is a ship base not far away. I will buy you a ship. Shenron thought this admiral was somewhat like a husband who had been cajoled into happiness, trying every means to buy things for his wife just so she could act cute for him. Alright then, Shenron decided to satisfy his desire to be acted cute for. An admiral who could be pleased by just one bite of an ice cream seemed too adorable. Shenron patted his chest, calming down his heart that unconsciously accelerated, don't be so pathetic, beating like a war drum. Thank you for the ship. Shenron voluntarily hugged Claire and started to lazily cling to him in public. He called out, husband. In a flash, Admiral Claire's face turned as red as a tomato, shaking entirely, with the warmth almost melting the ice cream in his hand. No, nothing. Pure-hearted Claire covered his face and turned his head, but couldn't hide the blush all over his side face. I will buy you another one if you want. Shenron, seeing such a huge reaction, resisted the odd feeling of calling someone husband, thinking it wasn't bad to call it a few more times. So when do we go? Shenron placed his chin on Claire's head and rubbed against him. Husband, I want it. Claire crushed the ice cream in his hand. Let's go now. Buy. His fiancée wanted anything. He would buy. Chapter 82, Crazy General fell in love with me 20. General Claire indeed went and bought 2 ships to please his fiancée. One must admit, the handsome gesture of pulling out a card really looked cool, Shenron thought as he watched Claire pay. A broke ghost and a drunkard, absolutely incapable of buying a ship. Shenron realized calling husband was truly a strange trick. In the receptionist's nearly popped eyes, he sauntered up, lowering his tall figure of 198 centimeters, and gave Claire a light peck on the cheek. He said lazily, thanks, husband, you are really good to me. The receptionist's facial expression shattered completely. If he didn't make a mistake, the one calling husband was an alpha. The one being called husband, with that beautiful long hair, was also an alpha. The receptionist's face expressions changed through various phases. Surprisingly, even alphas can behave like this, to, the world is deteriorating and people's hearts are becoming ancient, and finally to, what about the behinds of these alphas? Should I secretly give them some medicine? But Shenron possessed great psychological strength and incredibly thick skin, showing no panic, hugging the tall, well-built Claire and calling him husband, which made the general delighted as he planned to buy another ship for his wife. Shenron stopped him, dear, don't buy any more, let's go home. This appearance was indeed very much like a wife. Claire now agreed to everything he said, obediently nodding immediately with a blushing face, let's go home. This fiancé who called him husband had to be spoiled, he was so adorable. During Claire's signing moment, Shenron nonchalantly waved to the receptionist with a sly smirk on his long, dark brows, saying, did you see that? Being shameless gets you a ship from your husband. Receptionist. This alpha was really shameless. Why was he so envious? He also wanted a husband to buy him a ship. Call as many times as needed. Claire approached, seeing his fiancée joking with this pretty-looking beta-turned alpha receptionist, making his pale purple eyes slightly heavy. What was his wife doing? Claire walked closer between them, unobtrusively pulling Shenrong into his arms and whispered softly in his ear, "The ship is yours. What else do you want? I'll get it for you." The receptionist envied him until his eyes turned red. This man was so good-looking, so rich, and adored his wife. Damn it. He really envied them. Hearing this, Shenrong laughed and pointed at the luxury sports car at the door, "That." Claire nodded without hesitation, "Fine, I'll buy it for you. When we were passing by earlier, the ad screen said there's a district house named Lityang Tianguan coming out in the central area of the empire. I'll buy it for you." Claire cherished a gentle kiss on Shenrong's thin lips, affectionately asking, "Do you want anything else?" With a house, a car, and a warship, what else could he possibly want? Shenrong said, "Nothing more." Claire gently held his face and kissed him, rubbing their noses together before saying, "If you want anything, be sure to tell me." The receptionist thought he had already made himself as invisible as possible until he noticed that the man who was just tenderly kissing his fiancée suddenly lifted his eyes, giving him an icy, menacing glare. The pheromones from this alpha seemed like a fierce beast with bared fangs, gathering behind him in a horrifying aura, warning the beta with a threatening advance. The receptionist let out a scream and instinctively took a step back. Just as he was panicking and looking around, the long-haired alpha had already stopped paying attention to him and was walking out with his lover embraced in his arms. Claire glanced back at him coldly. The receptionist understood the meaning in his gaze. "Stay away." In that instant, all the envy and admiration that the beta felt were reduced to trembling fear after being warned by the savage beast-like aura. This alpha, his possessiveness was terrifying. Shenrong might not have seen it, so he showed no reaction, or perhaps he did see these scenes but simply didn't care. At any rate, the drunkard's only irritation now came from the weather. "It's raining." Shenrong pulled Claire, shielding him as they rushed forward. The admiral originally intended to protect his fiancée in his arms, but instead found himself being shielded, causing his burgundy pheromones to surge with pleasure. He enjoyed this feeling. The sense of mutual protection always carried the sweetness of deep affection and consideration for each other. After taking a few steps on the street, soon the people selling goods began packing up and rushing to take shelter, passers-by scattering about chaotically. Shenrong glanced at a student for a few seconds, then pressed his lips and lowered his eyes, hugging Claire even tighter. Claire complied, allowing himself to be embraced without resistance, following Shenrong's lead until they quickly arrived under the eaves of a store. The distinguished admiral had never been this disheveled, his propriety and etiquette were obviously difficult to maintain under such circumstances. His silver hair clung to his side face, his cherry-red lips slightly parted as he breathed heavily, and his rain-washed light purple eyes continuously gazed at Shenrong, filled with uncontainable laughter. Shenrong couldn't help but find him amusing. "You're laughing while getting drenched." Claire tidied up his soaked hair in cuffs, still neatening himself though a bit disarrayed, continuing to laugh. "It's the first time, all because of you." The alpha in the black shirt fell silent unexpectedly, feeling as if something had struck his heart. Shenrong said, "Sometimes, you really shouldn't say anything." Every word caused another jolt in his chest. Without acknowledging this, Claire suddenly told Shenrong, "I'll be away for a moment, wait here for me." Shenrong furrowed his brow, "It's raining." Drops of rain formed curtains falling from the eaves, though it wasn't heavy rain outside, getting wet would still cause discomfort. Claire insisted, "Wait for me." As the silver strands slipped through his fingers, Shenrong instinctively reached out but failed to grab the person who should have been there. He flicked his fingers, staring blankly at the figure disappearing into the curtain of rain for a long while. Shenrong didn't know where Claire was heading, his current mood grew complicated as he leaned against the wall, watching the rainwater rush past near his feet. "Does Claire have germophobia?" Shenrong asked. 002 nodded, "Yes, an indiscriminate kind of germophobia." In the original storyline, after forcing a mating mark on the homage and agreeing to get engaged, he refused to touch her even with a single finger. In the original storyline, Claire liked that innocent homage, yet even then, he refused to hold hands due to his severe germophobia. People with such an aversion disliked and rejected contact indiscriminately, showing no distinction between humans and animals. "Not really," Shenrong remarked, hugging his arms and closing his eyes. "He likes kissing me quite a lot, marking isn't infrequent either, the number of times we've done it is many, and at night, he wouldn't let go of me during sleep." Even after being caught in the rain, he wasn't angry and still laughed charmingly within his embrace. There was absolutely no trace of the overly critical image portrayed in the original storyline. Eating ice cream alone brought him immense satisfaction. Soon, hurried and slightly chaotic footsteps were heard. Shenrong opened his eyes and saw Claire break through the rain curtain, standing right before him. His beautiful silver hair was completely soaked, the elegant attire unable to conceal the disorder. His finely chiseled, handsome face paled due to the icy rain, and he held something in his arms while gasping for breath, bending over. Shenrong softly asked, "You? I bought this for you." Claire suddenly took out what was in his arms. It was a black baseball cap, which he placed on Shenrong's head. "I saw you liked it at the clothing store earlier, but you didn't say anything, so I bought it for you." Shenrong's fingertips trembled violently. He stared blankly for a while, unable to utter a word, looking at General Claire drenched in the rain. Claire stepped forward wanting to touch him, but feeling his own icy cold and wet body, decided not to go near. Claire. Shenrong looked down, perplexed as he eyed him. Why are you so good to me? He had married Claire because of the Burgundy connection, yet he discovered everything was getting increasingly out of control. Claire's enigmatic, far-reaching violet eyes softened as they looked at Shenrong and said, "You are my fiancé. If this doesn't make you angry, I would also like to say, you are my homage." Shenrong stayed silent for half an eternity. After a long while, he sighed, "It's really over." Claire asked, "What is over?" Shenrong didn't answer, he just gazed into the glossy glass door at his own reflection. A tall man clad in a black windbreaker, with a slender yet strong waist sporting a somber dagger, and work pants that accentuated his elongated legs, stood there wearing black boots. He obviously wasn't someone to mess with, his entire presence exuding bloodthirsty violence and fierce malevolence, handsome beyond compare with cold eyes filled with both cautious alertness and leisurely relaxation. It was clear from his demeanor that he was a battle-hardened warrior who had survived life-and-death conflicts. The baseball cap somewhat tempered the violent fierceness that emanated from Shenrong. Shenrong reached out and nudged the cap, gazing at his own image in the mirror, and suddenly muttered, "Not quite." Even with the cap, he was unlike his former self. Shenrong removed the cap, then walked 2 steps towards Claire, pinching his chin before kissing him. As Claire was kissed, he tenderly stroked Shenrong's nape with his fingers, sensing something different about his fiancée's mood. The kiss broke, and Shenrong laughed softly, lowering his gaze as he said, "Thank you." Shenrong wanted this baseball cap, not for any reason, but merely for the sake of his younger self. He quietly dreamt. In his dreams, he recalled his most youthful days. He feared pain, as his nerves were 5 times more sensitive to pain than the average person, causing young Shenrong to cry far more than his peers. But God is fair, though Shenrong had been given this condition, he was also gifted with unmatched talent. He once stood gloriously on the Olympic math stage, basking in the reverent gazes of all admirers. He was once the top scorer in college entrance exams, casually striding out of the exam room, pocketing his hands as classmates admired and parents praised him. Shenrong was a genius, and a tearful one. Spicy food made him cry, wondering why such a hateful thing existed in this world. Alcohol made him cry, thinking this creation wasn't something humans should invent, so bitter and astringent. Tripping caused him to cry, the pain threshold being 5 times higher than normal, making Shenrong feel as if he'd been beaten up. And so, crying his way through childhood, he became a delicate little prince who loved to shed tears. Shen's mother often felt helpless regarding her youngest son, pointing to Shenrong doing math problems as she complained, "You always cry, what will you do when we grow old and can no longer take care of you?" "I can't help myself." The boy seated beside his desk, dressed in a white-black sports jacket, wearing a baseball cap, and nibbling on a pen, radiated handsome youth. Shenrong put down the pen from his mouth and sighed, "I don't want to cry, but I just can't help it." The warm light of the desk lamp blurred the contours of the boy's face. Shenrong lazily sprawled across the writing desk, swiftly solving an equation with his pen on the white draft paper in a smooth fashion. "If only I didn't cry." The boy wearing the baseball cap kept mumbling while solving questions. He didn't know there would come a day when he would grow so strong that not even a single tear would flow. From young Shenrong's perspective, reducing the number of tears was already considered a significant improvement. Though Shen's parents knew their son frequently crying wasn't good, Shenrong's pain receptors were too sensitive, just breaking the skin was equivalent to being cut by a knife. So, in the end, they pitied him enough to stop asking for anything more. When Shenrong accidentally bumped his hand and knelt down hugging it, his mother felt heart-wrenching anguish and quickly pulled him up, comforting and blowing on his hand. "Be a good boy, don't cry, Mom is here." With difficulty, Shenrong sniffled and said, "Hurts." His mother shoved a stuffed bear into his arms, saying, "Here's your little cutie. Big cutie isn't allowed to cry anymore." Shenrong chuckled at her antics, "Why are you so childish?" "It's you who are childish, so I have to be childish too." Shenrong's mother patted his head, "When talking to Big Cutie, we need to use a big cutie tone." Shenrong shook the little bear, "I don't like it." "If you don't like it, then don't hug it to sleep tonight." "No way." To avoid his mother's revenge, Shenrong quietly stuffed the little bear into the wardrobe, and only took it out again when it was time for bed, hugging it to sleep. In the schoolyard, there was a very eye-catching figure. He was a handsome young man who liked wearing baseball caps, carrying a single-strap bag, with a bright smile always on his face. He had a good temper. He would squat down whenever he met stray cats or dogs on the road. He would stretch out his hand, letting the little animals lick him, holding them as they snuggled up against him. He was the dream prince in everyone's eyes, handsome, academically excellent, and lively in character. On the day he secured a guaranteed spot in university, Shenrong stood on his teacher's swivel chair, his white shoes planted on the chair, proudly declaring, "I told you I could do it." The homeroom teacher, both amused and exasperated, said, "You can do it, sure you can. Put your shoes down. Are you out of your mind?" Shenrong stuck out his tongue at him, jumped off the chair, and said, "I'm going to take the college entrance exam." "You've already been assured a spot, why bother with the exam?" "Not enough, I want to be the top scorer." "Big talker. I can do it." Fine, if you say so, you're really talented. You little brat. Put that chair back right now. Don't run away. And yet, he truly became the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Shenrong still had that one statement, if I say I can do it, I definitely can. The crybaby remained fond of tears but appeared perfectly composed and dignified in front of reporters. Shenrong's mother watched her son on TV, looking every bit the handsome and carefree young man, as people praised him online. She remembered how he secretly cried and needed comforting behind closed doors, then she turned worriedly and patted Shenrong's father. I'm just saying. When our future daughter-in-law comes in and thinks our son is a mummy's boy, what if she asks for a divorce? Shen father. He paused for a long time before replying, well, this isn't an issue. We're rich, we can support him for life. So even if no one wants him later, it's not something overly concerning. Shen mother relaxed, that's true, our family has plenty of money. Shenrong thought he'd be proud all his life, he was adored and celebrated in his youth, never short of love or friends. Whatever he did succeeded. Apart from being a habitual crier, he didn't have any bad qualities. He thought he'd go to university and continue studying, shining brightly in his favorite field. He thought he'd find a pretty and accomplished girlfriend whom he would treat well and with whom he'd raise a baby, though preferably, their child wouldn't inherit his condition. All of this was merely what he believed. A game ruined him. An otherworldly game filled with blood and slaughter. Shenrong, who detested the bitterness of alcohol more than anything, drank for the first time purely because of the pain. He had just come out of the second, replica, world, covered in wounds, his body drenched in blood. Collapsed on the ground, he couldn't move a muscle. It was excruciatingly painful. Even Shenrong, who would cry at the slightest bump, was in such intense pain that he couldn't even cry anymore. He curled up on the ground, waiting for the strength to get up. An old man who participated in the game noticed his promising talent and decent performance, pitying this lost talent. The old man said, drink to ease the pain. You can't casually use the medicine here, you should save it to preserve your life. Then, a bottle of highly potent rum was placed in front of Shenrong. The young man remained silent for a long time. Still unable to get up, he painfully stretched out his trembling hand, pulling the bottle closer, struggling to unscrew the cap. As the strong liquor rushed through his throat into his stomach, the young man who previously believed he couldn't cry began tearing up uncontrollably, crying while shaking and drinking. The old man knew newcomers needed an outlet for release, so he said nothing and simply got up and left. It took Shenrong a long time to finish the bottle of alcohol, vomiting continuously. He still found it unpalatable, eventually sobbing uncontrollably. But after getting drunk, the pain in his body did indeed lessen. Alcohol had its uses, it alleviated pain. For Shenrong, it was the courage that kept him going. Thus, in the taverns of the gaming alternate world, a familiar silhouette often appeared, along with the bartender's query. Would you like a bottle of rum? As usual. Chapter 83, Crazy General Loves Me 21. You feel warm. Shenrong, contentedly hugged Claire tightly, lazily lying on him, snugly embracing in his arms. Claire thought he was really clingy. Shenrong didn't know why, but he liked to hold Claire and smell him, every move full of dependency, yet not overly clingy in that way, showing less enthusiasm for intimacy. It felt like he had some sexual aversion. But many times when Claire slightly took the initiative, such as giving a kiss, Shenrong would follow up by pushing him onto the bed, finishing soon after, lacking much interest. Except on the day of their lifelong marking when they spent 2 days together, otherwise Shenrong showed frightening restraint in this aspect, not indulging at all. Do you not like it? Claire asked. Like what? Shenrong didn't know what he meant and went through his mind but found nothing particularly liked. Drinking was because of addiction, he couldn't control himself. The only thing he actually liked. He indifferently said, I like you. Claire was pleased by being cajoled, hugged Shenrong's head and kissed it lightly, a smile appearing on his face. Do you really like me? Shenrong cuddled with him, lazy and carefree like a big cat. Claire said, I like you too. Shenrong yawned, seeing Claire both shy and unable to suppress his happiness, so he opened his mouth and called him husband. Claire's lips rose and tried to respond, The two indulged themselves lovingly in bed for half a day, sweetly kissing each other. In the middle of it, Claire went out to receive a message and returned with a sour expression. Shenrong lay on the bed dozing off, seeing Claire's dark expression, knowing there was bad news, asked indistinctly, what happened? Nothing. Claire sat on the edge of the bed, touched Shenrong's handsome face gently, and said softly, I have to go out for a few days, wait for me at home. Shenrong grabbed a strand of silver hair and twirled it around his fingertips, looking down and said, How many days? A month. That's a bit long. Shenrong sat up, stretched his long legs to one side, pulled Claire into his arms. Something important? Claire was heartbroken about leaving Shenrong alone at home, who could only yearn for his return, and said, It's something very important. I can't avoid it, I want to marry you. Those old immortals agreed to Claire's request to marry Shenrong, but set conditions. Claire had to participate in a short-term battle at the front line and win the war within a month, and donate this battle merit to the Drago family without compensation. He agreed. Shenrong lowered his head and sniffed his neck, tasting the rich aroma of burgundy wine, hoarsely saying, "Then go, come back sooner." Actually, even if they didn't get married, Shenrong truly didn't mind being Claire's nameless secret lover. He originally only thought of being pressed to release tension and exchanging burgundy wine, but the general insisted on marrying him. Shen alcoholic had no objection either. Claire's translucent, jade-like white fingers wiped the corner of his lips and gave him a little peck on Shenrong's thin lips, deeply reluctant to leave. He thought that he and Shenrong were quite alike in being clingy, yet it seemed his fiancée wasn't showing any signs of reluctance. Sometimes Claire doubted whether this drunkard really loved him, but the usual temporary markings were always so passionate, erasing all his doubts. "You don't lie to me," Claire laid on the bed holding him, while unbuttoning clothes and touching Shenrong's neck, leaving a temporary mark on him. Shenrong gasped, sprawling his limbs allowing him to proceed. "What if I do?" He looked at Claire who was obsessed with his body and asked, "If I just stayed with you because I wanted alcohol, what then?" "I would hate you," Claire passionately kissed him, looking intensely at Shenrong beneath him, "I would really hate you. This is my first time choosing to love someone, my first time rebelling, don't let me down." Shenrong paused for a moment, stroking Claire's hair, and lowered his voice, "Sorry." Claire's face turned pale, his kisses stopped, and he covered Shenrong's lips to stop him from continuing, suddenly becoming frantic and disordered. Seeing Shenrong enduring pain until sweat broke out on his forehead, gritting his teeth and veins popping out, Claire still gave up, leaving a permanent mark on him. "Don't say such things." Claire buried his head in Shenrong's chest, "I don't want to hear it, don't say another word." Claire may have vaguely realized something, but did not want to pierce this fragile layer. Shenrong thought, he was truly a scoundrel. How did it become like this? Shenrong hesitated for a moment, then hugged Claire comfortingly and said, "Actually, I've never been so casual." He was really quite chaste in the past, full of pride and dignity. When he first entered the game world, Shenrong was still a rookie, good-looking but without connections. Some veterans subtly hinted that he should become their kept lover, promising protection. Shenrong grew up being doted on, a true prodigy among his peers. Such suggestions were nothing but an insult to him, and with a stubborn spirit, he refused. Instead, he threw himself into challenges, forcing himself to grow. Some people saw his pride and gave up. A few malicious ones tried to intimidate and bribe him, deliberately picking on him, attempting to break Shenrong's spirit and reduce him to just a male consort. That period was hard to endure, nearly pushing Shenrong over the edge more than once. He never gave in. Later, after tearing those despicable people apart and throwing their remains into the dungeon's garbage, Shenrong kept their organs as trophies. This act made him famous and satisfied his desire for vengeance. The man kissed the general, saying, "I wasn't always so careless before." It was only later that the alcohol addiction eroded him this way. Claire held him wearily, saying, "I don't know who you are, and I don't care. But if you love me, I have already fallen for you. It's because you love me that I love you too." Claire felt that Shenrong loved him, which is why he chose to accept him. If it turned out to be deception, Claire didn't dare imagine what kind of state he would end up in. "I won't let Mela live, nor Drago." Claire said each word firmly, "Don't let there be such an irreconcilable relationship between you and me." Shenrong raised his hands in surrender, "I'm sorry, I love you very much." Afterwards, this shameless drunkard called him husband repeatedly, diffusing all of Claire's anger, with his pheromones curling tightly. "Husband, I'm truly sorry," Shenrong grinned as he flipped him over and pressed down. "I love you, husband." Claire's face flushed red. Chapter 84 The Crazy General Loves Me Part 22. On the day Claire left, everyone cheered and bid farewell, with colorful clouds painting a perfect scene. In two neat rows stood blue-clad soldiers holding long spears, their expressions stern, marching steadily across the red carpet in synchronized formation. All this took place under the eyes of millions of citizens. In the center, surrounded by layers of troops, walked a handsome man dressed in the general's uniform, his silver hair neatly tied back. His tall, well-proportioned figure exuded an exceptional air. The meticulously hand-embroidered military uniform seemed like banquet attire, not a speck dirty or imprecise. Claire possessed a pair of enigmatic and distant light purple eyes, filled with the charm of fine wine, reflecting the brilliance of stars. His skin was as pale as cold jade, adorned with a red earring hanging from his left ear. The earring, blood red like a rose, symbolized the future heir of the Drago family. He strode elegantly toward the warship, every step captivating the hearts of the people. Shenrong didn't come to see him off but stood at a high point far away. With his enhanced vision, he could easily spot the striking silver at the center, smiling involuntarily. "He looks truly good," Shenrong remarked appreciatively. The seemingly aloof and restrained Claire showed no sign last night of how he had become enchanted and softly moaned under him. Those lovely light purple eyes were brimming with love and infatuation for Shenrong, clinging to his neck refusing to let go. Even until this morning when they parted ways, Claire was still sobbing on him, unwilling to leave. Beautiful and noble Claire, the gun and rose of the empire, had a special fondness for Shenrong, a penniless drunkard. To marry this man, he willingly volunteered for frontline combat. 002 sitting on his shoulder said, a month apart, still in the honeymoon phase, "Can you bear it?" Shenrong rested his chin on his hand, his sharp, cold gaze revealing no fluctuations, "I can't." So. Shenrong straightened up, impatiently throwing 002 off his shoulder and leaving. So, I'm going back to sleep. Sleeping for a month, he'd done this before. Wasting time was something Shenrong excelled at. Before stepping onto the warship, Claire looked back once. He wanted to see that familiar figure. In the bustling crowd and flickering shadows, there was no tall and imposing silhouette, no cool and sharp eyes gazing at him. Someone behind asked curiously, "General Claire?" Claire came back to his senses, suppressing his disappointment, and stepped into the warship. He should have known. The warship spewed snowy white mist over the ocean surface, carrying this battalion of soldiers across the blue vast sea towards the distant battlefield. Claire directed the way forward from the front of the warship. Head southeast for 10 kilometers, then turn, advance from the left rear to avoid being detected by the government radars. The helmsman nodded in agreement. The adjutant behind asked curiously, "General Claire, why do we need to avoid our own country's detection equipment?" Claire responded with a faint expression, "In order to survive." He must be crazy to entrust his life to that jerk Drago, the beast who couldn't wait for his son to become his puppet. This battalion only obeyed Claire. If many die or get injured, Claire's strength would greatly diminish, leaving him unable to contend with Drago. Claire could guarantee his own survival, but he couldn't guarantee the lives of his men. The adjutant understood the difficulty his superior was facing and after a moment of silence, changed the topic. "General, you haven't been coming to the office recently, is everything okay at home?" A flash of a smile crossed Claire's eyes, "Yes." The adjutant thought about what issue the Drago family might have had and cautiously asked, "Is it, because of the unexpected passing of Mrs. Mela?" "It has nothing to do with her." Claire tapped his fingers lightly, his long, beautiful hands were covered in gloves that were as white as snow, refined and elegant. "I haven't fiancé now." The adjutant was shocked. What? Could it be true that General Claire, with his severe cleanliness phobia and outstanding talent, now hadn't fiancé? Who could possibly match up with General Claire? Which family's Omega is it? Are they willing to show their family lineage? Claire revealed no secrets and spoke with pride, "He's an alpha." Adjutant. Maintaining the cold dignity on his face, yet filled with boasting in his tone, Claire continued, "He's very passionate towards me, always wanting kisses and hugs, even temporary marks several times a day. He likes to call me husband in a cajoling manner." Adjutant. "Claire, do you know how much he craves my pheromones? He's addicted to them, unable to live without me, no matter where or when, even while doing cleaning, he clings on to me." Adjutant. "Claire, he's quite delicate, afraid of pain. Whenever it hurts, he clenches his teeth, enduring it, though tears have already welled up in his eyes without his awareness. And I wouldn't point it out, because such an fiancé seems both pitiful and adorable." Adjutant. "Superior officer, please go back to your previous dignified and aloof self." After a few seconds of quiet, the adjutant managed to force out a smile, then. "Where was your fiancé just now?" The warship recorder documented the farewell ceremony. "Let's see what he looks like so that in the future we can tread carefully and not offend your lady." Claire's gentle gaze dimmed, "He didn't come." Adjutant, "Ah. Modi, does there exist an alpha who only loves the pheromones but doesn't love the owner?" Adjutant Modi dared not believe what he had heard, loving only the pheromones and not the owner. How is that possible? Who would stay with someone merely for their scent? Looking at the general's calm face, Modi's heart gradually turned cold. There shouldn't be any. Who's this absurd? To prefer the smell rather than the noble and handsome general? "I don't know," Claire expressed a long-held doubt in his heart. "Sometimes he loves me very much, other times when he looks at me, it's no different from looking at a stranger." Shenrong's character was too indifferent, appearing lazy and clingy on the surface, but actually was very solitary most of the time, showing indifference towards all things around him. Claire, looking at him, always felt he was seeing a dead soul thoroughly isolated from the world. A soul without relatives or friends, neither hatred nor preference, without emotional fluctuations. Only during marking did Shenrong appear alive, otherwise most of the time he seemed unconcerned, his dark eyes empty, submitting himself passively whether pressed or used, simply enduring pain and fatigue, closing his eyes to drink when bored, eating food without tasting its flavor, living yet existing rather numbly. "I don't know what he went through to become like this." Claire softly said, "I want to see myself in his eyes." The adjutant was left speechless. The nighttime sea was calm, the warship cutting a path through it, steadily advancing toward the designated route. Stars densely dotted the black curtain of night, blinking intermittently, everything was slowly falling into silence. Claire dragged his weary body to the door of his room. He pushed it open, looked inside from outside, and saw only a pitch-black void. First, he turned on a wall light. The dim yellow light faintly illuminated the room, which wasn't elaborately decorated, just a bed, an antique red lacquer wood table, a simple bathroom, and a window offering a view of the sea. Claire paused in the spot for a long time. After a while, his tone became cautious, "Shenrong." On the bed, a leg clad in overalls hung loosely, looking long and beautiful. A figure sank into the soft and loose bed with his face buried in the pillow, hands dangling beside it, showing one side of his closed eyes as he slept soundly. Claire couldn't help but tread lightly as he approached, careful not to wake him from his sweet dreams. The man who had been highly vigilant just moments ago now seemed utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the bed, sleeping deeply. Claire knelt down on one knee by the bedside, gazing at Shenrong's sleeping face. He called out again softly, "Shenrong." Shenrong's fingers twitched slightly as he opened his heavy-lidded eyes. Everything before him was blurry, his extremely fatigued mind making it difficult to focus. "Claire." His voice was low, soft, and hoarse. Claire immediately leaned closer, his pale and elegant hand grasping Shenrong's gently. He asked carefully, "What's wrong?" The man on the bed mumbled something with his lips, seemingly wanting to say more, but gave up eventually, closing his eyes once more and drifting off to sleep shortly afterward. Claire stared blankly for a moment, unsure how to react. He had thought he wouldn't see Shenrong for a long time. Yet that night, back at their residence, he met the person he'd missed all day. This morning, he had said Shenrong looked at him like a stranger. But tonight, this guy had come to find him, clearly having gone through something exhausting. "Let him sleep," came a childish yet crisp voice from above. Claire looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A soft, sticky little bundle sat by the wall lamp above the bed, patting its round belly while blinking at Claire. "He raced all day to come find you, spending 3 hours running across the ocean and catching up with a high-speed warship that traveled all day." This surely wore out the leisure-loving drunkard who hadn't worked in hundreds of years. Upon entering Claire's room, Shenrong immediately fell asleep, his muscles unable to bear the strain any longer. "You. Allow me to introduce myself." The small light ball waved its hand, grinning, "I am 002, an intelligent machine that travels between different worlds for missions. I'm Shenrong's system." Claire cleared his throat, "Mission? Yeah, we'll explain later." 002 jumped off the wall lamp, hopping onto Claire's shoulder with every leap, lowering its voice, "Shenrong missed you. This guy acted like a lunatic. He was drinking happily in his own room until evening when he suddenly smashed the wine bottle and ran non-stop for 3 or 4 hours to find you. And it was over the ocean too. Although Shenrong could do it, it still took great effort." "Does he miss me?" Claire pressed his lips and asked. "He misses you so much he didn't even drink his liquor." 002 said seriously, "In the past, this would never happen. Who dared disturb him while drinking would get beaten half to death." Under the warm glow of the lamp, Shenrong's sharp features revealed a handsome profile, and Claire couldn't resist touching it with his finger. "What was he like before?" 002 answered honestly, "Not good, totally rotten. Famous in the Space-Time Bureau as the worst sort of person, no ideals, no hopes, a deadbeat alcoholic living day by day. Be kinder to him." 002 swung its little legs, sighing, "How long has the poor guy been without family or friends? Everyone's dead, only leaving him." Claire felt a sharp pain at the tip of his heart, which began lightly but then surged into a wave of overwhelming pain. "He hasn't lived well." 002 glanced at Shenrong's sleeping face. "It's been bitter. Bitterness so intense there was no sweetness to be found." Chapter 85, The Insane General Loves Me, 23. The day 002 found Shenrong and wanted to recruit him, they were shocked to discover this soul was still alive. But the records clearly stated this man was dead, died several times already. It was a muddy and dark place, a ghostly pit filled with demonic energy, where a nearly deceased human lay. 002 had never encountered such a situation. It stood at the bottom of the cliff, looking upward, and saw a hanging corpse. The sight was horrifying, leaving 002 speechless. High up on the cliff, the emaciated butterfly bone of the man was pierced entirely through, connected to the rocky precipice via holes drilled through his clavicles, his entire body suspended in midair like this. One of his eyes was eaten out, leaving a black hole in its socket. His bones were starkly exposed, and fresh blood dripped from his filthy toes. He had no breath left in him, yet some unseen force insisted on keeping him alive, forcing him to endure this torment. 002 looked blankly at the file in its hand. Name, Shenrong. First death, tortured to death. Second death, erased. Third death, dismembered. 10th death, devoured by 10,000 ghosts. This man had died 10 times. He angered the game system because he tried to leave this place and incited players to destroy the simulation. The power of the game was too strong. Shenrong failed. Each time he failed, he was killed again, only for his soul to crawl out of hell and make another attempt at rebellion. He wanted to escape this place and go see his parents, even if just for a brief moment. He'd been missing for many years. His parents had grown gray and almost mad with grief trying to find him. He just wanted to tell them that he was still alive. But the result was that Shenrong was brutally murdered 10 times. When 002 found him, his soul was trapped in a broken body, gnawed and consumed by thousands of ghosts, his flesh nearly all gone. Shenrong was the most pitiful soul 002 had recruited. No one could withstand being tortured to death 10 times, each time feeling like being flayed alive with a dull blade. 002 let Shenrong down, dispelling all the ghosts and inviting this man to follow him. "I won't go." Shenrong's physical body gradually restored itself. It was a punishment the game had inflicted upon him. He would grow back after being eaten. His face was pale and expressionless, his gaze hollow. Pain had already clouded his consciousness, but he muttered faintly, just wait. I won't go. 002 didn't know what he was waiting for, but looking at Shenrong's sorry state, he couldn't bring himself to say no and simply nodded to stay with him. Those days spent with Shenrong were agonizing. 002 had never imagined a soul could suffer so much. Especially when he learned that Shenrong's pain receptors were 5 times stronger than an ordinary person's, and had been maliciously amplified by the game to 10 times the normal level. What did 10 times mean? To a regular person, a pebble hitting the ground would sound crisp. To Shenrong, it felt like a sharp, piercing scream in his ear. That was the difference. Come with me, 002 urged Shenrong again and again. This is too hard for you. You're about to lose your mind. Just wait. Shenrong collapsed on the ground, rasping these few words. He was in such pain that he couldn't stand anymore. 002 could only continue staying by his side. Soon, it understood why Shenrong refused to leave. The sky was collapsing, the ground crumbling, and 10,000 ghosts howling in despair. The world was destroying itself. This was the fruit Shenrong earned with his 10 deaths. Each time he perished, his plan advanced another step. No one knew how he managed to hold on, sacrificing his life bit by bit to break down the system's core defenses. On the day the game world fell apart, 002 followed behind Shenrong as he crawled, having been unable to stand for days, inching his way to the edge of the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Shenrong was laughing, a wild, grotesque laugh smeared across his bloody face. Look, you lost. The battered man screamed, I told you. Between you and me, you will always be the loser. The game emitted a shrill, defiant buzz, attempting to forcibly obliterate his soul. With just a simple gesture, Shenrong tore apart this command to annihilate. Now, in this world, the ruler is no longer you. Currents of energy flowed through his body like data coursing over him from head to toe. The once incapacitated man now stood tall, fully healed atop the cave of 10,000 ghosts, confronting the heavens themselves. Shenrong gazed coldly at the electric flashes and thunderbolts filled with refusal and proclaimed icily, everything will be destroyed. Afterward, 002's memory became hazy. The clearest thing in his mind wasn't Shenrong's wretchedness or his overwhelming aura facing the heavens, it was the request Shenrong made as everything settled. Shenrong asked, do I have to leave? 002 replied, you are already dead. The dead cannot return to the mortal world. Let me take a look, Shenrong said softly, just one more look at them. He had already destroyed this alien world. Besides the command to destroy the other realm, there was also the reversal of time. Reversing time brought him back to that day in school. Through a thin barrier, the students in the campus came and went, laughing and shouting. The bell rang for class, and the noisy chatter gradually faded into the sounds of reading aloud. Shenrong sat atop the cave of 10,000 ghosts, cigarette between his fingers, looking through a thin barrier at scenes from the past. A classmate, during a break from studying, whispered to their seatmate, why isn't Shenrong here today? I had arranged to play basketball with him. Maybe he's bothering our teacher again. The seatmate tapped on the desk. Our teacher was almost mad, said that troublemaker Shenrong didn't follow any logic when he stole his teacup and cleaned all the tea scale out of it, saying it was too dirty to bear. Poor teacher has carefully cultivated that scale for years. Is the scholar's mind so different from ordinary people's? The classmates scratched their head. A week ago, after receiving an Olympiad award, the teacher praised Shenrong greatly as his best student. Yesterday, he cursed Shenrong, calling him a brat who deserved death. Don't mention it, the seatmate sighed. The incident in which Shenrong tried to assassinate the principal from within the bushes half a month ago still hasn't been resolved yet. The male classmate laughed out loud, damn, no one is like him. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Through the barrier, Shenrong hesitated momentarily before pulling at the corner of his mouth. He had forgotten everything. He took a drag on his cigarette and smiled, pointing at the class and said to 002, do you believe I was once one of them? I dream of going back. His laughter made 002 uncomfortable. The scene changed, now showing the image of Shenrong's parents. Shenrong stared blankly at them. Around their mid-30s, Shen's parents had pitch-black hair and rosy complexions, nothing like the photos the game once used to threaten him, which showed gray hair and desperate exhaustion. Their eyes were bright, and they carried smiles on their lips. Do you know where our little son has gone? Shen mother patted her husband's side. Shen father adjusted his glasses and said, who knows? He probably went out to Rome again. We should be prepared for when this rascal cries and comes back. He loves playing but fears pain, always holding back tears until he gets home. Shen mother applied lipstick and combed her smooth black hair, sighing lightly. What can we do, we just have such a delicate child. Shenrong stood outside watching this couple and thought he should cry, yet not a single tear came. Used to stifling tears, by the time he wanted to cry, he couldn't anymore. 002, help me out. The light ball replied, what do you need? If I really can't go back, erase their memories of me, Shenrong requested calmly. Let them forget me. Don't let them think of me. He knew he could never return. The planned basketball games would remain unplayed, and the apology gift for the teacher would never be given. Eventually, Shen's parents would discover their son's inexplicable disappearance and bankrupt themselves trying to find him until despair set in their later years. Forgetting Shenron was the best solution. Don't remember him, act as if he never existed. 002 asked, are you sure you don't regret this? I don't regret it. 002, okay. Shenron stood up and walked toward the void. I'll follow you. As 002 watched Shenron's departing back, he suddenly realized. Shenron had nothing left. Chapter 86, The Insane General Falls for Me, Part 24. Shenron woke up in glaring sunlight. Before he fully opened his eyes, a childish voice came from above. You're awake. Shenron lay dazed on the bed for a while before looking toward 002's direction. Why am I here? 002 said, you forgot. After getting drunk last night, you smashed all the bottles in a drunken rampage and then ran off to find Claire. Shenron searched his memory. There were indeed such fragments. 002 pointed to the dining table, Claire prepared food for you. Go eat it quickly. Shenron rubbed his throbbing forehead, I remember, he can't cook. The meals were delivered by the cooks. 002 hopped down from the small wall lamp, standing steady on the bedside table, and continued, last night, I talked with Claire all evening, I'm exhausted. Shenron paused his movement to get out of bed, what? 002, so, your general now knows about my existence, and I can appear openly from now on. Wait, leave me a bit. I want to eat too, it smells so good. Shenron didn't care much about what 002 had told Claire, he only cared whether there would be enough food for him. His appetite was always large, and in a few bites, he had eaten half of the meal. 002 hurriedly snatched a hot dog from the plate amidst some grumbles and began munching on it. You don't even ask. Shenron coldly said, give me back my hot dog. 002 quickly took 2 bites before hopping away from Shenron's outstretched hand. He angrily muttered, so stingy. He couldn't even have a bite of the hot dog. Shenron was so accustomed to being poor that he didn't care for 002, you're richer than me. Go back to the temporal bureau and eat your fill. Why was it grabbing food from him, a poor ghost? It had been rare for him to eat a full meal in the past. 002 complained, who told you to get drunk? The price of all that liquor had skyrocketed, and little General Qin was about ready to stab this drunken bum. Shenron didn't bother listening and asked, where did Claire go? Sitting on the table, 002 replied, he watched over you all night and called someone early in the morning to prepare breakfast for you. He himself didn't eat a thing and went straight to work. Furrowing his brows, Shenron questioned, he didn't eat? Nope. Sighed 002. He lost his appetite. Without another word, Shenron finished the hot dog and then picked up the toast and milk on the table as he headed out. 002 hastily followed, yeah, are you going to find Claire? Do you know the way? Shenron turned sideways, lead the way. Today, Claire wasn't leading the army's marching route ahead, he was in his office, calculating strategic maps in a somber silence. Suddenly, the door burst open without invitation. Thinking it was some disrespectful fool barging in, Claire looked up irritably, only to see his wife standing at the doorway holding milk and a hot dog. Claire abruptly stood up, unsteadily walking towards her from behind his desk with unusually clumsy movements, saying, Shenron, you're awake. Shenron glanced at him, recognizing something amiss with the guy, placing the items on the table without turning around, come eat. He deducted these from his own meal, so Shenron wasn't yet satiated. Claire had requested extra food from the chefs, but even they didn't expect his lover to eat like there's no tomorrow. Claire wrapped his arms around Shenron's waist from behind, tenderly stating, why not sleep a little longer? I've slept enough. Shenron turned, hugging Claire close with a whisper, eat first. Claire paused, understanding what Shenron meant, his cheeks blushed furiously, knowing his spouse had come to comfort him, so he could only silently nod. This breakfast proved especially difficult. Sitting on the office desk, Shenron leaned against him on a short stool, placed right under the table. Claire remained silent, maintaining an outward appearance of calmness while nibbling slowly on bread with delicate gestures, clearly distracted in thought. Knock knock knock, the door was tapped. Audrey walked in with documents in her arms, smiling brightly as she approached their general. General sir, here is Major Brandy's application to get married upon returning, with mention of marrying his beta fiancé. Claire unconsciously gripped the bread tighter, beta fiancé. Audrey nodded, that's right, General, even you have an alpha fiancé. Sigh, isn't it strange that only alphas pick betas or omegas these days, leaving the omega market so bleak? Claire reached down to caress Shenron's hair, patting it gently in reassurance before speaking calmly, omegas were trained to be that way, no education, no jobs, incapable of doing anything except birthing children. If they're aware, they'll realize how terrifying it is. The government and society condition them like that. Audrey sighed, being alphas, we can never empathize fully due to gender differences, so they must become clear and self-reliant themselves. Audrey. Claire suddenly spoke. Audrey tilted her head, what? Fetch me a document from the finance department. Claire took a sip of milk. Nodding, Audrey started to turn but remembered something. Wait, General Sir, didn't you say previously that milk was only for fussy kids and omegas? Furthermore, the cafeteria hadn't prepared milk today, it must have been personally ordered by the General, where did it come from? Audrey pondered, recalling the chef in charge of the cafeteria recently gave birth to a baby, an omega, and would joyfully bring milk home every day for the child. Audrey twitched her mouth awkwardly. Not possible. Snatching milk from a kid? How undignified for the General to behave like this. Claire put down the cup expressionlessly, get out. You talk too much. What's wrong with him thinking his fiancée needs to drink milk? Is it unacceptable to spoil a sensitive and fragile fiancé who needs comforting? Audrey's face stiffened, and she awkwardly laughed while retreating step by step. I'm just being rude, my family has been pressing me about marriage recently, stressing me out. Look at my brain, it just blurts things out. She timidly stepped back, pulled open the door, turned around, and ran away. After an unknown duration of time, Shenrong stood up from under the table, lazily hugging Claire without letting go, his voice hoarse, milk for delicate children and omegas? Then why was it on his dining table? It was now Claire's turn to feel uneasy, it's not, you're not delicate. He dared only think that or boast to Audrey, but saying this in front of another alpha would surely make Shenrong unhappy. Shenrong, unscrupulous as ever, didn't feel any discomfort, you can think that way. Claire knew he wasn't offended, smiled, kissed Shenrong's cheek, and extended his finger, wiping it along Shenrong's lips. So, my wife, is there anything you want? A temporary mark, Shenrong lazily said, I miss you. Claire warmed inside like soaking in warm water because of missing him so much that he ran to find his fiancée, how clingy and cute. You're so clingy, Claire whispered into Shenrong's ear as he made the temporary mark, I like how clingy you are toward me, I love you. Shenrong hummed lightly, enjoying the aroma of burgundy wine in his arms, his cheeks turning red as he was marked, and after a long pause, he said, understood. Understood that you love me. Chapter 87 The General Goes Crazy Over Me 25. Soon, Shenrong was taken by Claire to meet some of his subordinates, among whom Audrey's eyes almost bulged out. According to her superior officer's description, the fiancé was an alpha who loved cooing and calling him husband, clingy and delicate, a typical dainty type of alpha. Audrey had prepared herself for potentially embarrassing behaviors from the future general's wife. So, who was the towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, taller than the general himself, whose handsome face exuded sharpness and coldness? If Audrey hadn't understood Claire well enough, she might have thought that the general was playing footsie with 2 people at once, having a frail alpha at home, and harboring another one outside. What are you looking at? Audrey was startled back to her senses, facing her superior officer's cold and stern gaze. Audrey. His sexual orientation is normal, thank you. Don't be so distrustful as if guarding against your neighbor Mr. Wang. How did the general's wife get on board? Audrey chuckled, scratching her head, the reconnaissance crew of the warship didn't detect anything. Damn, allowing an unfamiliar alpha to sneak aboard undetected, fortunately it was friendly forces, otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Audrey's mind churned with various cruel training schemes, yet she maintained an innocent look, General's wife, my name is Audrey Kess. Shenrong faintly said, I know, we've met. Audrey, met? Shenrong calmly replied, just now, in the office. Audrey. Shenrong smiled, the breakfast the general prepared for me was excellent, especially the sausage. Audrey. Shenrong patted her shoulder, having you here makes it more exciting. Audrey. Claire noticed him being overly intimate with a stranger, his previously soft gaze instantly chilling. His fiancée was flirting with others again. Last time it was that beta substitute attendant, now it's his subordinate. Wasn't burgundy wine enough for him? Claire walked forward, pulling Shenrong into his arms, his hand possessively gripping Shenrong's wrist, his voice icy near Shenrong's ear, don't touch anyone else. Burgundy also got angry, its little claws pressing on Rum, hitting and kissing fiercely. How dare you go flirt with someone else again? Rum wasn't hurt by the beating, but still felt wronged because its partner swung fists so brutally at it, implying it no longer loved it. It immediately started crying, curling itself tightly into a ball, sobbing loudly. Burgundy. It controlled the force and caused no pain at all, yet Rum cried. Crying Rum was difficult to console, refusing to let Burgundy hold it, nor allow it to kiss, simply finding a corner to cry in, sobbing and whimpering, overwhelmed by grievances. Burgundy cautiously approached, its little claws stretching out to embrace. Rum slapped away its hands and rolled to another corner to cry. It was finished, it was truly heartbroken. Burgundy hurriedly went before it to comfort. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Don't cry. Rum wept pitifully and wouldn't stop. You beat me, you no longer love me. The 2 pheromones quickly embraced into a cluster as Rum tightly clung to Burgundy, gasping in its arms, far too wrong to be consoled. Seeing this, Burgundy guiltily bent down to kiss it, pulling the pheromone together in a secluded corner to unite. The 2 strands of pheromones merged, intertwining without parting, reveling in their coupling. Soon, Rum was already clutching its partner with short breaths, forgetting its cries in excitement. Seeing it stop crying, Burgundy finally relaxed and didn't dare to feel jealous again, hugging Rum closely and not letting go. Once more, Burgundy had lost. Over on Claire's side, he told Audrey to go do her work, then pulled Shenrong into the office, his expression terrifyingly cold. Shenrong immediately said, "You hurt me." Claire instinctively let go, realizing this cunning drunkard was just fooling around. He pressed his lips shut and sat back into his chair, staying silent. He wasn't angry with Shenrong or throwing tantrums, he just stewed silently. After looking at him for a moment, Shenrong came closer to the office chair, crouching down with his cheek propped on his hand, half pulling himself towards Claire to check his current expression. This pose was much like a boy in elementary or junior high who anxiously peeked after making a girl cry. Claire's anger immediately dissipated by a third due to this somewhat cute action. And yet, Shenrong still persisted. "Husband, are you mad at me?" Claire's anger diminished to a sixth. Shenrong continued, "I ate sausage, don't be mad, husband is the best to me." Claire's cheeks flushed red, and his anger was entirely quelled by these words. Powerless, he leaned down and kissed his lips. Not satisfied, he bit slightly, muttering, "Whining is a foul." His fiancée was cute yet infuriating, leaving him utterly powerless against him. Shenrong looked calm, "I'm not whining." To Shenrong, this wasn't considered whining, just saying a few soft words. Claire caressed his cheek, kissing his eyes, saying, "Don't touch others casually." It's fine with him, but not with others. Shenrong thought to himself, what possessiveness, it's jealousy over even a shoulder tap. Alright, he rested on Claire's body, using his chin to nuzzle gently, "I won't touch others." Claire's simmering sourness gradually subsided. Alphas naturally have an aggressive possessiveness for their mates. Perhaps Shenrong was an exception, he didn't have that feeling, but he happily fulfilled the desires of this human-shaped beauty. If not touching others meant anything, he could handle months of sensory deprivation, so how big of a deal was it now? Holding the silver-haired man, Shenrong caught sight of the sapphire ocean outside the window and asked after watching for a while, "When will we land?" Claire said, "In 2 more days." "Do you dislike the sea?" Shenrong indifferently replied, "It's okay." But it brought up some less pleasant memories, which made his mood bad. Last night was exhausting, and there wasn't time for springtime sorrow. Today, well-fed and watered, he found himself idling, recalling the past. How sentimental. Claire placed his head on his shoulder, patting him gently, speaking to him as if to a child, "If you don't like it here, sleep leaning on me. When you wake up, we'll have landed." Not necessary, Shenrong straightened up, stood, and adjusted his sleeves, exhaling. "Is there a training field? I want to find them for a fight. There are so many alphas, it'd be such a waste not to fight." Claire maintained a composed face, asking, "Will they hurt you?" "Why do you want to fight?" "Because I'm bored, can't stand the stuffiness." Shenrong, seeing his inaction, kicked the desk leg. "I want to go." Claire couldn't win against him and thus led him to the training ground. He knew Shenrong was absolutely not weak, but that didn't stop his worrying. Shenrong directly sent him back to finish his work. "Don't worry about me, I won't be harmed." Claire started to understand those people who used connections. He felt like grabbing those alphas by their ears now, warning them not to hurt his wife. Shenrong grew impatient, pointing at the door, "Don't take me for useless, go back." Sensing his fiancée's unpleasant mood, Claire took a step back, "Alright, but promise me you'll come through tonight unscathed." Shenrong casually nodded, By then, some alphas had already known that the general's wife wanted to friendly spar with them. They also knew that Shenrong wasn't part of the military, nor had he undergone formal training. Hearing this, they shook their hands and laughed out loud, saying, "General, don't worry, we'll go easy on her." Shenrong lazily turned his head, targeting one of those alpha soldiers. 002 looked complicatedly. Sure enough, upon confirming Claire's departure, Shenrong was the first to step up onto the platform. His muscles slightly bulged, his sharp, cold gaze filled with an oppressive presence. Standing barefoot on the platform, his towering and robust figure was perfectly outlined by his clothing. He nonchalantly rolled up his sleeves and said, "Whoever wants to come up, just do it." The pheromones for rum in battle suddenly heightened, ready like a savage beast. The initially drunken and sluggish pheromones turned into a weapon as sharp as a blade, aimed at everyone present. Between the two pheromones, a fierce clash erupted. Under the pressure of formidable strength, their pheromones soon fell into disadvantage. Everyone's faces changed when looking at the man on the platform. Their genes stirred up their blood, forming a single word in their minds. Provocation. No male could tolerate such direct and brazen provocation from another male. An alpha with thick limbs, broad back, and sturdy body had red eyes. His hands clicked with a crack sound while twisting his neck a couple of times. He ascended from the other side of the platform. The thud sounds revealed astonishing weight and muscle content. Steadying himself, he gruffly said, "I'll fight you." Shenrong's provocation succeeded, seeing everyone looking at him with a hatred-filled glare wanting to tear him apart, he curled his lips upward. He loved the look of others who wanted to kill him but couldn't. Each time, it brought him joy. Shenrong arrogantly raised his middle finger, gesturing towards this alpha with a smile. "Come on." At this moment, the anger and fighting spirit within the training ground nearly broke through the roof. They wanted to rip this cocky alpha apart. Claire probably spent almost 3 hours in his office. His work efficiency was extraordinarily high. After seriously and rigorously finishing the work in hand, there was basically nothing left to do. To pass the time until his fiancée returned, Claire went to the ship's cockpit, where Audrey was too. "General, where is your gentle wife?" Audrey smiled and glanced around behind Claire, teasing him. Obviously dissatisfied with how Claire described the tall alpha as a gentle wife, he deliberately poked fun at him. Claire replied indifferently, "Roll." Audrey touched his nose and rolled aside. After spending a short time together, a medium-level soldier came knocking on the door after following the news, sweat pouring down his forehead, trying hard to maintain his calmness and seriousness. "General Claire, there may be something requiring your attention." Claire stood up and asked in return, "What's the matter?" The medium-level soldier tried not to wipe the sweat off his forehead, because it was already covered in sweat. "Your wife has beaten all the alphas in the training ground. Right now, soldiers are rolling on the ground in the training area crying and shouting for an explanation. Otherwise, they won't get up." As he spoke towards the end, the voice of the medium-level soldier gradually weakened, clearly finding this situation utterly absurd. "Claire. Audrey." After a long silence, Audrey whistled and chuckled, "Wow, what a delicate and weak wife." Claire threw the marching map in his face, trying to walk gracefully toward the outside. Audrey touched his chin and followed. In no time, both arrived at the training ground. Before even getting close, the thunderous cries pierced through their ears. "Bullying. Bullying way too much. How can you beat us so mercilessly? How dare you? It was your fault to provoke first, damn, killing me." Claire slightly arched his eyebrows, his light purple eyes flashing with amusement, stepping into the training ground. Almost immediately, he nearly stepped on an alpha who was rolling on the ground. Claire stared into the training ground. It was like being transported back to the day he first met Shenrong. Back then, it was an entire street of alphas unconscious, and now, it was an entire training ground of alphas writhing and screaming. Wailing cries resounded all around, on the railings, the platform, and the audience seats. Every few steps, there would be an alpha lying in a daze, beaten until they were bruised and bleeding. The more serious ones clutched their own limbs and howled. For alphas, such injuries weren't severe, a few days of rest would heal them. But the pain was real, and so was the humiliation. After a battle involving hundreds of alphas taking turns against the guy on the platform, this man remained completely unharmed. Halfway through, he even requested a bottle of liquor, drinking while brutally pounding his opponents. It was truly infuriating. Claire saw the man sitting cross-legged in the center. He sat casually with crossed legs, his long legs curled together, revealing pale, blood-streaked feet. He had probably gotten too hot from the fight and took off his shirt, exposing a robust upper body. Kiss marks and scratch marks interwove across his chest, smeared with blood, radiating a powerful aura filled with testosterone and sexual allure. Surrounding Shenrong were several half-dead alphas. He paid no attention to them or their wails of complaint but instead tilted his head back to drink, his Adam's apple moving sensuously as droplets slid down his smooth jawline. His thick, sharp lashes were lowered, covering his dark, cold eyes. His high nose bridge resembled a finely carved blade, showcasing a face of breathtaking handsomeness that exuded not a trace of weakness but rather a dangerous vigor typical of a savage outlaw. Claire stared blankly at the man in the center. Audrey was also dumbfounded and after a long pause, let out a gasp, muttering, "Damn, this guy is handsome. Who wouldn't fall for him?" Claire couldn't help but approach. He bypassed several alphas, his eyes focused solely on the man at the center who had drawn everyone's attention. Shenrong was drinking when, forgetting Claire's previous warning in the heat of the fight, the silver flash reminded him instantly, his alcohol-fogged brain becoming half-sober. Holding the wine bottle, he hesitated if he should continue drinking or not. Trouble. Looking at the wine bottle in one hand and the enigmatic expression of Claire in the other, Shenrong debated whether to finish it or discard it. Claire ignored the bottle in his hand. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Shenrong and inspecting him like flipping over a small animal. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Shenrong hadn't expected him to ask this. No. Claire must have noticed something. His expression darkened as he pointed at Shenrong's elbow. "What's this then?" On an originally intact elbow now appeared a wide scrape with blood seeping through the broken skin, and traces of abrasions could be seen on his knuckles. Dulled by the alcohol, which numbed the pain effectively, Shenrong had started drinking halfway through the fight, forgetting entirely where his body ached. Looking at his elbow for a while, he belatedly realized. It was over this time for sure. As expected, the general's expression turned cold. He picked up his coat from the ground and quickly wrapped it around Shenrong's bare, muscular upper body. Then, he bent down, extending his arms beneath Shenrong's knees, effortlessly carrying the nearly 2-meter-tall man in a princess hold. Shenrong. He felt his but would suffer tonight. With that icy look on his face, if General Claire did decide to mount another assault tonight. Shenrong decided to submit willingly. Whatever. He didn't care about dignity anyway. Let him dominate. Claire, however, didn't do that. After going home, he carefully wiped the blood off Shenrong's body with a wet cloth, his movements gentle beyond belief, treating him not like someone who had just beat up hundreds of alphas but as something fragile, requiring tender care. Kneeling before the sofa, he gently blew air onto Shenrong's injured knee, trying to soothe the pain. Does it hurt? Shenrong looked strange, attempting to pull his leg away, not much. The pain didn't matter, what mattered was stopping him from treating him this way, it felt stranger and stranger every time. Claire felt deep concern and pressed a kiss on an unbroken part of Shenrong's knee. This kiss was shockingly hot, making Shenrong, who previously thought it didn't hurt, feel an unbearable surge of pain stabbing his heart. Stop kissing me, Shenrong forcefully pulled his leg back, grabbed the medicine, and brutally sprinkled it over his wound, wrapping it tightly with bandages. This kind of task, he performed far too proficiently, without batting an eyelid. If it wasn't for Claire's insistence, Shenrong might not have glanced at these minor scrapes. Claire straightened up. His elegant clothing accentuated his strikingly handsome and cold face even further. He lifted Shenrong's face into his hands and kissed his lips deeply, pouring all his affection and tenderness into the kiss. A warm, soft kiss left Shenrong feeling utterly softened inside. His heart was pounding, a familiar sensation of infatuation. Neither of them did anything that night, they remained silent. After Shenrong finished applying the medicine, Claire took a shower. When he came out, he carried Shenrong to bed. Shenrong was clingy during the day but preferred sleeping alone at night. He had no habit of hugging objects or people while sleeping and would usually fall into a deep slumber as soon as his eyes closed. On the contrary, Claire enjoyed holding him while sleeping. Sometimes it was his hand or his arm. Or sometimes in the middle of the night, he'd pull Shenrong's head close to his chest. In any case, Claire would always end up holding Shenrong. Thus, when he couldn't feel Shenrong beside him, Claire would wake with a start. Awoken by the emptiness of his embrace, Claire searched around for a while, only to find icy coldness. The other side of the bed was already cold, meaning its occupant had been gone for a long time. Claire instantly woke up fully. Where did Shenrong go? He's on the main deck. 002 suddenly spoke. It was then Claire noticed a small orb of light on the table. What's wrong with him? Claire quickly got out of bed, not even bothering to change out of his pajamas before rushing outside. Something wasn't right with him today. 002 jumped onto General Claire's shoulder, speaking calmly, and he was feeling worse tonight. Why is he so upset? Claire opened the door and quickly walked toward the main deck. It's normal, 002 stretched back with tiny arms supporting its body as if recalling something, seeing teammates being dragged into the sea and torn into bloody shreds by ugly and disgusting mere people, nobody would be happy about that. Especially since he drowned once himself. Chapter 88, The Insane General Falls in Love with Me 26. The deep azure seawater crashed against the deck. From the main deck looking down, there was only an unfathomable depth, an abyssal hell with no bottom. Shenrong sat on the deck with one leg dangling, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Ethereal wisps of smoke partially concealed his narrow, pitch-black eyes. Amidst the haze, he stared downward at the deep ocean under the warship. In his ears, it seemed like cries wrapped in salty sea winds resounded. It was a voice both familiar and strange to Shenrong. Shenrong, run. Far from the warship, mirages appeared on the water's surface. A pale, grotesque hand struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the biting and capturing of hideous, ferocious merfolk beneath it. Blood spurted out profusely and mixed with the seawater, gradually spreading out. Shenrong watched silently at the distant mirage, a former teammate with whom he had braved many battles. The teammate was a man in his 30s, also the elder who handed Shenrong his first bottle of rum. This man partnered with Shenrong, teaching him how to smoke and drink, leading him into dangerous adventures. Together, they helped each other transition from weakness to strength. Until this teammate died inside the deep-sea merfolk dungeon, shouting for Shenrong to run away before he met his demise. He perished in a pitch-black deep sea, shredded and devoured by the merfolk. Shenrong silently observed as the mirage gradually disappeared, habitually lowering his head to take another puff of his cigarette. He disliked the sea. To be more accurate, he liked nothing. The sea accepted the death of his teammate and caused him to drown here. The game's malevolence was undeniable. Shenrong had once been punished for his mistake, dying in a deep sea, killed by a merperson who turned out to be the deceased teammate. That face, entirely devoid of color, revealed a ghastly merperson form underneath whose scales bore traces of his teammate's face. Having been ripped apart before death, screaming for him to escape, the teammate transformed after death into a ghost of the game, personally killing Shenrong. The sea wind was icy cold. Shenrong threw on a jacket and stepped out. The wild, briny breeze whipped through his clothes, almost knocking him off balance. Shenrong paid no attention to his increasingly chilled body. He exhaled a ring of smoke, then suddenly spread his arms wide, letting the sea wind toss him about recklessly, as if ready to tumble into the depths of the sea and continue nourishing the abyss. He wanted to leap into the ocean again and drown once more. A warm body tightly embraced him from behind, labored breathing filling his ears, a panting sound after sprinting. The owner of the voice anxiously questioned, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Shenrong hesitated mid-motion to jump. Before he could complete it, Claire swiftly pulled him back from the edge of the deck, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Claire held him tightly in his arms without letting go, angrily questioning, "Speak." Shenrong remained silent, closing his eyes wearily, resting his head against the wooden plank. Claire called his name twice but received no response. He began to panic, sensing something was seriously wrong with his lover. "Shenrong, Shenrong. Open your eyes and look at me." Perhaps realizing that Claire wouldn't stop until he got a response, Shenrong opened his eyes and muttered, "Mm." Claire leaned down and tightly hugged him as if cradling a child. He wished to make himself bigger, much bigger, so his arms could encompass all of Shenrong, protecting him from further harm. Shenrong blankly paused for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, "Claire. I'm here." Shenrong stared at him for a long time before realizing he'd been brought back by Claire. He reached back to hug Claire, burying his face into the crook of his neck, maintaining this silent, restrained posture. Claire didn't dare to move. All he did was hold the person, his light purple eyes filled with worry, not daring to imagine what would have happened to Shenrong if he hadn't come. It seemed like forever, until Shenrong's body went numb from the cold, that Claire noticed something different. A warm dampness touched his neck. A tear dropped onto the hollow of his neck. Claire froze in disbelief, immediately becoming still, unable to speak a word. It was right not to speak. Shenrong didn't need comfort or coaxing. He just wanted to cry once. To find someone he could cry to find someone who could embrace all his fragility. Silent tears streamed down his face without any heart-wrenching cries, so quiet that Claire might not have even noticed if he hadn't felt the differing touch on his skin. As more tears fell, soaking his shirt, Claire silently perceived the icy wet sensation on himself, wanting to deeply imprint this feeling into his memory, remembering this taste. He had a premonition, he had been placed in Shenrong's heart. Or rather, he had truly obtained this person. On this night of briny sea breeze. It was a single tear that told him. Chapter 89, The Insane General Falls in Love with Me 27. Claire stumbled while holding Shenrong and tumbled onto the bed. The person in his arms silently shed tears, tightly holding onto his neck, releasing all of his fragility and pain in this flood of tears. Claire undid his clothes gently, kissing his body tenderly over and over again, softly coaxing, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After a long time, Shenrong finally managed a choked sob, "Claire, hold me." Claire wrapped him in his embrace, thinking how he should have been taller, able to lift up his Shenrong, cradle him like a princess, giving his teary, delicate wife a harbor where she could freely indulge in coquetry, his own embrace. He would contain all of Shenrong's whims, fragility, and pain. He wanted to take him to a safe place, marry him home, place his wife high on a tower full of flowers and candy. "Shenrong, you must know I am always here," Claire kissed away his tears. "Cry in my arms when you want to, don't suppress it. I will always be by your side." A person crying must not be consoled or allowed to realize they have someone to lean on, otherwise they may never stop crying. Shenrong was pinned under Claire, a pose that could feel aggressive and unsafe, but Claire wouldn't let that happen. Leaning on top of him, Claire's left hand circled around Shenrong's waist, and the right arm around his neck, enfolding his wife within his arms like an irreplaceable treasure. As Shenrong hazily leaned his head to sleep, he suddenly spoke, "Hold me, don't let go." It was rare for Claire to hear such a dependent and teasing tone from Shenrong. He nodded immediately, "All right, when you wake up, I'll still be here." Shenrong closed his eyes. He slept for a long time. Claire stayed beside him every step of the way, letting work be sent directly to the room so he could handle business while sitting next to Shenrong. This was something the general had never done before. He disciplined himself strictly, adhering to a fixed living space and workspace, unwilling to deviate even one step. Anytime he made a mistake, he punished himself through self-inflicted hardship. Being with Shenrong gradually eroded Claire's bottom lines. His original perfectionism and severe obsessive-compulsive cleanliness were disappearing, especially during their intimate moments. That man would exert effort and whisper words that sounded neither frivolous nor serious, "Let yourself suffer more, drive me crazy in bed." From then on, Claire dared not do anything more. One must listen to one's wife. 2 days later, the warship landed, and people outside were busy tidying up and moving supplies. Claire began packing some of his own belongings. He squatted on the ground, organizing his marching bag, his beautiful and slender hands rummaging through it, neatly arranging the miscellaneous items. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against his back. Claire's hands paused, he turned his head to see Shenrong, half asleep, leaning against him, sprawled out on his back as if still dreaming. His heart startled but then he smiled, "You're awake." Shenrong looked dazedly at the marching bag on the ground, then gazed out the window at the rows of navy blue troops disembarking. It took him a moment to realize, "I slept for 2 days." "You were exhausted," Claire said. Shenrong stayed draped over Claire's back for a while, then rubbed his face against Claire's back and muttered, "I want to kiss you." Claire straightened up and turned around, opening his arms wide, "I will always be yours." Shenrong snorted softly, then burrowed into his embrace, capturing Claire's fine red lips with his own. He began to grind against them, their kisses fleeting yet close. Claire bent his long, lean frame down, both hands gripping Shenrong's shoulders as he parted his lover's lips, deepening and extending the kiss. His breaths carried a mixture of flirtation and burning passion. Shenron was quickly pushed to the ground, not that he resisted. After 2 attempts, Claire ultimately gave up. Forget it. Claire gathered the clothes on the floor, stacking them over Shenron's body, then tenderly kissed his cheek, smiling, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Shenron licked his lips and asked, really don't want to? He honestly didn't mind, wondering why Claire always held back for this or that reason. Shenron had always been willing to let Claire have his way whenever, wherever, so long as Claire wanted him. However, the general cared too much, wanting to spare his wife pain. He preferred handling the suffering himself, ensuring his wife wouldn't be burdened. Regardless of what I endure, you mustn't suffer, Claire smiled. I love you, Claire said. Hearing these words, Shenron touched his lips and replied, I know. As Claire turned back to resume organizing the bag, Shenron lazily stretched again, leaning onto his back, and after some contemplation, whispered in Claire's ear, I love you too. With that one unexpected statement, Claire lost his balance, clumsily collapsing onto the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to check on the person still perched on his back. Did you fall? Are you okay? Shenron awkwardly dismounted from his back, replying, I'm fine. Are you alright? Claire caught his breath. Not only was there no pain, but a wave of joy almost left him unable to stand. Shenron telling him he loved him marked a great historical leap forward. Previously, when he had said similar things, they came off clearly insincere and playful. This time, it was soft and earnest. Seeing Claire kneeling silently without speaking, Shenron felt as though he'd caused trouble. He moved closer, leaning into Claire, rubbing his head against his neck and calling out, Husband, did it hurt? No. Husband, can I continue to lean on you? Yes. Husband, I love you. Claire covered his face, unwilling to expose the flushed cheeks beneath. After waking up, Shenron seemed to have evolved. He now constantly acted like an adorable pet. Each call of husband dripped with sweetness, soft and delicate, completely unpretentious, impossible to imagine such endearments coming from a man nearly 2 meters tall. Yet Shenron effortlessly pulled it off, without a trace of awkwardness. Claire was practically about to explode. He adored his wife so deeply. Too cute, too sweet. It softened even his most cherished core. Claire stammered, please stop being so cute, Shenron asked, do you dislike it? Do you not like me doing this? Claire shook his head, I love it, just can't take it all. He feared that if Shenron kept flirting like this, he would never step out of the room today. He'd be tied up with this overly sweet guy for days. Shenron continued to rub against him, hugging tightly. With his chin resting in Claire's nape, he called out repeatedly, husband, husband, husband. His voice was slow and sweet, naturally flowing, not forced but authentically casual. Hard to believe someone this tall could say, husband, in such a tender and irresistible tone, but Shenron managed perfectly, completely seamless. Claire was nearly bursting. He loved his wife so dearly. She was just too cute, too coquettish. Melting his heart entirely. Stammering, Claire said, please, stop teasing me. Shenron teased further, husband, give me a kiss. Embarrassed, Claire gripped the back of his head gently and bestowed him with a kiss. Just as the Alpha soldiers waited outside fully equipped, their expressions serious and some bearing bruises, likely from recent training battles. Claire did indeed appear at the appointed time, but there was a big man clinging to him who wouldn't let go. That man shamelessly hugged Claire's arm and occasionally kissed his cheek. When he caught sight of the astonished soldiers, he smiled challengingly. The soldiers. They didn't dare voice their opinions, not one bit. They were afraid they'd be brutally beaten by the general's wife. Claire's expression was cool, his posture upright, his figure in the tailored military uniform made him exude an elegant aura, noble and aloof, with enigmatic and distant pale purple eyes, a beauty too exquisite for others to reach, as long as you didn't notice Shenron hanging on him. Audi barely managed to suppress the veins popping on his forehead, rolled his eyes discreetly, then tightened his abs, lifted his hips, gathered his rifle, and the sound of his boots tapping sharply against the ground rang out as he shouted loudly, General Claire. Everyone is fully ready, awaiting your instructions. Claire said indifferently, let's go. Yes sir. The army marched in unison under command while Audi stood behind Claire, seizing the moment when no one was looking to lower his voice and whisper, hey, General's wife, don't cling so much, in front of everyone like this. Before Shenron could reply, Claire glanced coldly at him, I enjoy it. He liked being clung to. Audi. He shouldn't have spoken. Shenron smiled, your general enjoys me clinging. After that, he planted a kiss on Claire, calling out sweetly, husband. Audi. How he wished his eyes would be gouged out. So, the general's wife really was a spoiled wife, huh? And General Claire wasn't joking. Audi critically observed this alpha shamelessly calling Claire husband, yet oddly found nothing amiss in it. Truly bizarre. How could an alpha call someone husband and make it sound so normal? Shenron wanted to continue clinging, but soon enough someone came to escort Claire to a major meeting, so Shenron couldn't follow. Thus, Shenron pulled Claire aside to a corner, asking for 2 temporary marks from him. Claire had bitten him twice. Then, personally leading Shenrong back to the room, he said, "Wait for me, if you're bored, go out and chat with people, just don't touch anyone." Shenrong asked, "With Audi?" That adjutant seemed interesting, always full of wit, humorous and amusing. Claire's face darkened momentarily, then returned to calmness, saying, "You may." Shenrong grinned as he nodded, "All right, my husband, go do your work, I'll chat with Audi first, and we'll eat later when you're free." Claire. 002 nearby sighed faintly, "Stop teasing him, poor Audi hasn't done anything and already earns the boss's resentment." Shenrong coughed dryly, moving closer and nudging him slightly, "All right, I won't touch Audi, nor will I eat with him, I'll wait for you." Claire's face finally softened. When his husband left, Shenrong collapsed onto the bed, preparing to wait until his return. Meanwhile, 002 was chatting in his system group chat. 002, good news, the hardest soul under my charge is showing signs of softening. 267, truly good news. Tell your drunkard not to attack people randomly anymore, it's terrifying. 005, I'm exhausted. Damn, these hosts this session are impossible to deal with. All full of romantic thoughts, even wanting to rebel against me and destroy me to live together happily ever after with their lovers. 246, simple, pretend to be destroyed or escape. Just act convincingly, shout painfully when dying, ensure they have no doubts. 005, I get it, this way the soul automatically breaks the contract, responsibility shifts away from me. But they never consider, their survival is only possible thanks to my energy support. After breaking ties with me, they will dissipate gradually after 30 years, crying in vain. 147, they deserve it, giving up such a good life. If they insist on falling in love, let them perish on their own side, not obstructing us from our tasks. 002 nibbling on a lollipop typed a line of words. 002, the Time-Space Bureau allows families, why don't you say that? 005, if he falls in love with someone, could he consult me nicely? Would I refuse him? Instead, his first thought is to break my control, kill me afterwards. Come on, it's me who brought him back to life. I can't take that nonsense. He deserves to die. Death. 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 002, alright, it's up to your acting skills then. The various systems in the group chat were jabbering, some saying how their apparent retreats under threat were actually performances their hosts, those fools, couldn't detect at all. Nowadays, humans and systems alike were acting, so damn exhausting. 002 watched while munching on snacks, laughing heartily. Soon enough, it stopped laughing. A single message froze its smile mid-face. Lead system at all members, an important notice, 5 enemy faction plunderers escaped from the Time-Space Bureau's prison and are currently at large. All systems and souls within small worlds must remain highly vigilant to avoid being hunted by the escapees. Upon seeing this message, 002's mind went blank instantly. The other systems that had gone silent after seeing 001 speak in the group chat also exploded into chaos. 034, what? 168, what? 197, shit. I'm still in a small world, don't scare me like that. Plunderers. The glow surrounding 002 immediately dimmed out of fear. These were the people who drained small worlds, wielded malevolent creatures, with extreme and deranged personalities, the Time-Space Bureau's archenemies. Lead system, the 6 main souls I've recruited have already mobilized fully to hunt them down, and I am participating as well. If you encounter a plunderer, remember not to resist, they're far too powerful for you. Seize the opportunity to trigger your emergency distress signal, abandon all missions afterward, and by any means, survive. 002 gazed blankly at the message, shivering up its spine. It asked urgently. 002, wait, they're wandering across different worlds, right? Meaning, there was a chance one might run into a plunderer in this world or even the next. Lead system, below is the list of hunting party souls. Should you encounter a plunderer, call out for help from them first. Wishes everyone good luck. Hunter, Chin Kong. Hunter, Gaoiha. Hunter, Lunatic. Hunter, Merchant. Hunter, Holy Son of Light. Hunter, Holy Son of Darkness. Hunter, Lead System 001. Taking a deep breath, 002 let out a scream, itch. Shenrong, save me. Shenrong was still sulking over being forced to leave Claire, irritably replying upon hearing this, what now? 002 burrowed into his arms for security, tears dripping non-stop, 5 plunderers have escaped, and they're roaming around in a small world. You have to protect me, I'm just the logistics director here, so weak. Shenrong pulled it out, asking, what measures has the Time-Space Bureau taken about these 5 escaped plunderers? 002 said, the strongest 6 souls under the lead system's command have already started the hunt, it just happened recently. Shenrong coolly replied, with me here, you won't die. In terms of strength, Shenrong wasn't inferior to anyone under the lead system, except that lunatic. Recalling the man holding him belonged to one of the top combatants in the Time-Space Bureau, 002's wildly thumping heart slowly returned to its original pace. It began comforting itself, There's nothing really to worry about anyway, the 6 masters have already set out, so there's practically no chance we'll face danger. Shenrong icily commented, they won't care if you live or die. 002. The system cried, you're lying. General Qin is such a good person, and Lord he is beautiful and kind-hearted. How can you say they won't care about my life or death? Shenrong calmly stated, only those 2 are good. As for the remaining 4. Haha. Even a single one of them could finish off a foolish system easily. 1 in 3 chance, good luck to you, Shenrong meaningfully patted 002's head. Fuming silently, 002 then remembered something, wait, you haven't finished your mission yet. That means the debt you owe General Qin. Shenrong. He stood up without hesitation. I'm going out to hide. Damn it. Here comes the creditor. Chapter 90, Part 28, The Insane General Falls in Love with Me. Shenrong had just left to check into a hotel when word reached Claire, who promptly arrived. Fresh out of a meeting, he hadn't changed out of his formal attire yet, making him appear like a perfect gem, exuding formidable authority. A few soldiers dressed in military uniforms trailed behind him, carrying weapons, shocking the hotel owner into thinking an S-class wanted criminal had checked into his little inn, alarming someone of such high rank. Thus, when Claire ordered the innkeeper to lead the way, the latter wiped his sweat profusely, bowing deeply as he quickly ushered them upstairs. And then he saw. Just a moment ago, the silver-haired alpha with his cold demeanor and solemn tone was carefully tapping on the door, as if afraid to upset the person inside. He spoke in a gentle voice, Shenrong, open the door. Why did you suddenly leave the base? Are you mad at me? The flustered hotel owner. I didn't offend either of you. The door was quickly opened, Shenrong leaning against the threshold and letting out a long sigh before saying, honey, I'm doomed. Claire stepped forward, pulling him inside, closing the door behind them. He removed his white gloves and let his fingers graze Shenrong's face, asking, what happened? Shenrong said seriously, the creditor has come. Claire hesitated for a second and replied, how much do you owe? I'll pay it. Too much, impossible to pay back. Shenrong buried himself in the sofa, a long leg hanging down, his head muffled in a pillow as he murmured depressingly, even selling me wouldn't cover it. An astronomical debt made Shenrong feel dizzy just looking at the numbers. 002 took form, a little glowing orb hopping around, its voice lively, Shenrong's broke, so poor that all his earnings go straight to booze. Now owes the creditor hundreds of billions in energy points. Shenrong threw the pillow at 002, pinning the system under soft cushions until the noise ceased. He then asked Claire, I'm a penniless drunkard, owing this much money. Do you still love me? Claire replied, I still love you. He paused a moment, money doesn't matter. I can earn it. No need, I can make money too. Shenrong raised a hand, can I have a hug? Claire found him irresistibly cute, crouched down and hugged him tightly, giving a light kiss on his cheek and asked, how will you earn money? Shenrong said calmly, I really can earn it. As long as he stopped drinking, his earning ability was indeed no joke. After all, his strength spoke for itself, it was just that all his rewards went directly to buy more alcohol, after which he'd drink endlessly in some corner for months, sometimes even disappearing for years. Once his money ran out, either he'd take on missions to earn more or borrow from Qin Kong. Centuries of such habits had accumulated into this massive debt. He's not easy either, Shenrong reflected. Originally, all his money should have been managed by his wife, but because of me, every time he'd sneak private funds out. For a while, whenever Shenrong saw Qin Kong covertly slipping him these private funds, he felt like some kept man living outside a proper relationship, someone's mistress being financially supported. He didn't have the face to look at He-jun's transcendentally beautiful face anymore, feeling he disgraced the pure and noble celestial being. Claire. Jealousy hit him, and he poked Shenrong's chest, is he better looking than me? Shenrong without hesitation, you are better. Claire, do you and him have a good relationship? Shenrong, yes. Claire, if he and I fell into the water, who would you save? Shenrong. In the past, Shenrong had heard many people at the Time-Space Bureau were on guard against Qin Kong, wary of the womanizing bastard luring their lovers. They envied his close relationship with Qin Kong, even some souls under 001 hated Qin Kong to the bone. Shenrong was puzzled, he couldn't understand what they were thinking. After all, he was one of those who got along well with Qin Kong, never sensing anything inappropriate between them. It was merely a friendship full of mutual beatings. Until now, even his partner. Shenrong tried to stay calm, there's no connection between us. Just drinking buddies and comrades in arms, at most jail mates who often got together for brawls and wound up sitting in the Time-Space Bureau prison cell holding their heads and receiving reprimands. Speaking of any kind of flirtation, there was absolutely none. Claire pursed his lips, is that so? Jealousy almost overwhelming. Shenrong, chilled to the spine, declared firmly, that's right. There's no relation. All right then, Claire said indifferently, the expression on his face unreadable. Shenrong. Suddenly, he wanted to find God and Lonely and ask how he calmed down his tyrannical husband every time after drinking with Qin Kong. He needed to learn. Shenrong made a decisive move, honey, do you still love me? Claire, I love you. Shenrong rubbed against him. Honey, I love you too. Claire blushed. Shenrong leaned in to kiss him. I want my honey to kiss me. Claire kissed him shyly. Shenrong unleashed a trio of coquetry, hitting Claire so hard that he lost all his defenses, embracing his husband lovingly and unwilling to let go, his lavender-colored eyes brimming with love and obsession. To be honest, the tactic of a husband being coy was something no man could resist. At least every time Shenrong acted this way, Claire absolutely gave him whatever he wanted. Shenrong said out of the blue, honey, do you want to take me once? Claire shook his head, carrying him horizontally and walking out, saying, if you come, that's enough. I don't need to. For such matters, both parties must be happy to achieve a harmonious effect, and their feelings would grow deeper. If only Claire were happy, it wouldn't mean anything, they couldn't strengthen their relationship on the bed this way, and it might hurt his wife. Claire said, it's already perfect now. Shenrong smiled, you've only done it once, aren't you regretful? It feels really good. It does feel very good, Claire kissed him. Since I've done it once, I have no regrets. Once you know what it feels like, there's no regret. Things below felt pretty good too. The happiness on top couldn't compare with the pain and tears endured by his wife underneath. Shenrong looked at the man hugging him, with Claire's jawline so smooth and handsome, feeling how lucky he was to have found such a treasured gem. He asked, when you fall in love with someone, is it always like this? Claire's pale purple eyes held a smile, no matter what form it takes, I only love you. He felt guilty about his previous forced marking and wanted to take responsibility, but now his heart beats wildly for Shenrong. Each heartbeat screamed, I love you. The campaign here became much easier because of Claire's involvement. Originally, it was due to a sneak attack from a neighboring country, and the Empire quickly sent troops into battle. What was supposed to be an easy victory inexplicably dragged on. Just when it seemed the Grand Empire would struggle against a tiny neighboring country, they urgently called for Claire. After Claire joined in, he reviewed all the battles fought during this period, his brow tightening more and more as he studied them. Strange. These battles should have been victories 10 times over, yet there was always some strange method allowing the enemy to win, or simple mistakes causing their defeats. Winning without reason, losing without sense, everything felt off. It had been around 10 days since Claire landed. He worked during the day participating in battle commands and returned home at night to sleep with Shenrong, keeping himself busy. With a soft sigh, seeing that it was already late outside, he knew it was time to go back. Shenrong was still waiting for him. Thinking of his beloved wife at home, Claire's weary heavy heart gradually eased. He tidied up and walked out the door, slowly pacing down the corridor. A cold wind came from behind. Claire paused in his steps, then continued walking normally forward. The stench of blood began to spread. Claire stopped walking. In front of him appeared 3 towering figures. They were 3 pale-faced men, looking as if they had suffered some dreadful torture. Their bodies were emaciated to bones, yet their gazes were deranged and chaotic, inherently evil, while still emanating the aura of powerful warriors. These were 3 wretched-looking men. 3 strong, madly evil men. Claire's eyes narrowed sharply. The man in the middle spoke, his voice hoarse and horrifying, raspy as if his throat were damaged. I see why our fortune has been shifting. It seems the child of fortune has arrived. The man on the left hugged his arms, nervously looking around, less talk, let's leave here quick. I keep feeling that person is coming again. That omnipresent insane laughter, haunts them like a nightmare. The middle plunderer touched his throat, remembering how his voice had been destroyed, hatred and terror flashing in his eyes, let's go. Take him away from here. The plunderer on the right raised his hand, tearing open space. Invisible tentacles reached out to grab the silver-haired man. Claire's momentum erupted instantly, stepping aside to dodge the tentacles, and just as he prepared to counterattack, all strength suddenly left his body, making him collapse limp on the ground. There was a sinister laugh somewhere. I've hunted countless children of fortune. Do you actually think you have the ability to resist? Claire's vision grew dark as the tentacles wrapped around him layer by layer, dragging him into the torn space. In a certain room a few buildings away, Shenrong suddenly opened his eyes and locked gazes with the startled 002. 002's face turned pale, his light flickering, and quickly activated a program. After searching for a few seconds, he said, Claire has been taken away. Shenrong stood up, his tone cold, where is he? I don't know. 002 was concise, the signal is blocked by some entity. We're unlucky and ran into the plunderers. Damn it. They had just received the news not long ago, and today they encountered them. The logistics department has absolutely no contact with the plunderers and lacks such a level of vigilance, so 002 never thought about excessive alertness, only installing a tracker on Claire. Shenrong placed the dagger at his waist, his thick eyelashes covering the intent to kill in his eyes as he said, press the distress signal, 001's group has the ability to track down plunderers. If plunderers are here, then hunters won't be far away. It's just unknown who will come. 002 pressed the distress signal. The previously panicked life-saving system was now terrifyingly calm, saying coldly, we shall depart too. The plunderers do not know you're here, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act against Claire. If they knew the notorious person from the Bureau of Spacetime was here, they wouldn't have any intention but to flee hastily from this world. Shenron placed it on his chest and walked out expressionlessly. We lack tracking capabilities, so it will take us longer to find them. Send a message to 001. 002 followed up smoothly. Alright, leave them their dog lives for you to deal with. Inside a spatial fragment, at the bottom of a valley. Claire tumbled awkwardly on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In front of him stood 3 emaciated men glaring at him viciously. Swallow his luck, it can restore our energies. You've got to admit, he's really handsome. One of the men stepped forward, trying to touch Claire's exquisite and handsome face, only to be evaded with disdain and even slapped across the face. Enraged, the plunderer kicked him to the side. Shit, nothing goes right. He thrust his bone blade into Claire's chest, his face gradually growing wildly crazed. Why must you refuse me? Why must I endure this torment? Claire's chest was pierced, immediately causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, the filthy blood staining his beautiful face, making the sight both striking and frightening. This plunderer wasn't satisfied yet, breaking Claire's leg with a kick. Does it hurt? He laughed hoarsely. Let me tell you, I've suffered tortures hundreds of times worse than this, inside the prison of the Bureau of Spacetime, tortured again and again by those devils boiling oil and rolling knives. Recalling what he endured before, the plunderer laughed madly. I'm free. I'm finally free. Claire gritted his teeth, bearing the intense pain as his eye sockets filled with blood. He currently had no strength left. He didn't know what these plunderers did, but they somehow understood so much about children of fortune that they could incapacitate someone so easily. The remaining 2 plunderers approached impatiently. That's enough. Kill him and steal his luck. Now's not the time for venting, we need to hurry and leave. The angry plunderer pulled out his bone blade, roughly grabbing Claire's right arm. Eat him. Someone moved forward, raising their hand in front of Claire, as thick black mist gathered in their palm, swallowing the golden luck. Claire took a breath and suddenly attacked, using his one good leg to kick away the hand, struggling forcefully to dislocate his right arm to escape control from the several plunderers. Rolling away, his left hand held onto his injured arm during the break, rolling once more into a small valley. Sweating in pain, Claire leaned against the valley bottom, shakily resetting his right arm with his left hand. Currently, one of his legs was broken, his chest pierced through, but the alpha's tough constitution prevented him from dying. Yet, the little remaining energy was rapidly depleting. The plunderers were furious. Grab him, I want to gnaw on his bones. Leave his skin for me, my face is too ugly now. Several footsteps approached quickly. Claire already lacked the strength to resist, gritting his teeth and attempting to use whatever he had left to fight back. Before long, the plunderers captured him, instantly tearing off both of his arms, destroying all of Claire's mobility. They couldn't afford to waste more time, directly knocking Claire unconscious. Hurry up. We must finish quickly. A plunderer moved forward, raising his hand to thoroughly devour this child of fortune. Greed flashed in the plunderer's eyes. Yes, eat him. Suddenly, a silver streak of cold light emitted from the distant horizon, flying in an instant to the extended hand of the plunderer, effortlessly severing it. The plunderer let out a wretched scream at the corner of his mouth. Ha! The rest of the group's faces drastically changed. Recognizing this familiar silver cold light, they trembled violently and almost wet themselves. Looked everywhere, turns out you were here all along. A soft yet seductive voice came from above, laced with laughter that echoed like a siren song, dangerous yet bewitching. Almost hopelessly, the plunderers looked up. On the highest cable wire sat a man in a black windbreaker, his figure perfectly outlined by the sleek clothing. Between his fingers he held a slender silver blade, its gleaming surface reflecting his blood-red eyes. He was incredibly beautiful, his face so delicate and exquisite that it seemed otherworldly, pale to an almost morbid degree. His crimson eyes and lips, red as if stained with blood, slightly curled into a smile. His demeanor was one of graceful casualness, a mix of dominating aura and seductive charm, with an unsettling air of erratic strength and madness surrounding him. This was a powerhouse, a peak warrior of the Spacetime Bureau, unmatched by anyone. Unsure who it was, one of them spat out a word filled with despair. Madman. The man on the cable wire raised his silver blade and gently pressed it against his red lips. He tilted his head, looking down at the plunderer, and a look of delight appeared on his sickly handsome face. You mutts, hide and seek is over, ready for hell. In the remote barren valley, a sudden deathly silence descended. Moments later, several chilling screams shattered the silence, accompanied by a crazed and delighted laugh. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 91, The Crazy General Loves Me 29. Claire, just before regaining consciousness, faintly heard a few different voices. First came a calm and detached voice, cool and melodious, flowing like a spring stream. Healed. Then came a clear and cheerful voice laughing, Gee, your medical skills are getting better, Mr. High. He really does look good as new. It was only then Claire realized the searing pain in his body had turned into a soothing comfort, his once damaged chest and broken leg were now healed. Next came a gentle and seductive tone, as captivating as a siren's song. Why not just kill him? Why heal him? Suddenly, the air grew silent. Then Qin Kong's clear and lively voice rang out slowly, "Merchant, come control your little lunatic, he seems about to lose it." Claire heard a calm and deep voice, full of magnetism. "Crazy guy, get back here." The seductive voice faded, becoming lighter and happier. "All right, merchant sir." Qin Kong appeared puzzled. "Isn't there a Spacetime Bureau agent in this world?" "Who is it?" "001, check it out." The atmosphere paused briefly, then someone answered, "Shenrong." "Huh, what a coincidence." Qin Kong laughed. "I knocked him unconscious and threw him into a mission world not long ago, didn't expect it to be this little realm." He glanced at him, his translucent and detached eyes reflecting Qin Kong's smiling face. A flicker of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Do you want to meet him?" 001 skimmed through the message and said, "He'll be here soon." 002 mentioned that this world son of heaven is Shenrong's wife. Qin Kong. He. Dressed in pure white robes, appearing transcendentally divine, the immortal leaned down silently and carefully helped Claire up, cradling him gently in his arms so he wouldn't lie carelessly on the ground anymore. He whispered softly, "Sorry." He didn't realize this was his own kind. Just then, Claire opened his eyes. His light purple irises reflected He's face, stunning him into speechlessness even though he usually kept a distance. He wore elegant white robes, his smooth dark hair falling waist-length. His features were composed, indifferent, and aloof like a bright moon, carrying a distant and cold aura. His transparent gaze fell upon Claire, as if containing the weight of thousands of mountains and rivers across time and space. This young man was akin to a celestial being, like the sun, moon, and stars, merely standing here would cause the brilliance of the whole realm to gather around him. Born with innate divine bones, a millennium-old crane spirit, his jade-like bone structure unbroken and unparalleled elegance untainted by worldly matters. He wiped the blood off Claire's face with a white handkerchief, his thin lips lightly pressing together as he softly asked, "Still in pain?" Claire had an extreme aversion to dirt, but due to his affection, his obsession only manifested around Shenrong. Now there was a second person. Truly, this youth was too pure and pristine, the filth of the entire world could not touch him, so immaculately clean that one felt unworthy of desecrating him. Thus, even leaning against Claire didn't feel any discomfort. He fell silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, "Thank you." He shook his head slightly, and white light flickered at his fingertips as he infused pure demonic power into Claire's body. Qin Kong stood by with his arms crossed, watching the scene of his own beauty holding another in her arms. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and suddenly everything felt off. His jealousy had never been particularly intense, but that didn't mean he was okay seeing his wife cuddling with another man. Qin Kong let go of his arms, walked over, pulled He aside, then took out a large soft bear from his spatial ring. It was a gift for 001, which he placed behind Claire. With a very serious face, he said, "Use this as a pillow. It's soft and warm. High beauty is too skinny like ribs and uncomfortable to lean on." He glanced at him indifferently, "Then don't hug me." Qin Kong chuckled, leaned over, kissed him on the lips, cooing, "Nope, I insist on hugging you." He affectionately stroked his hair, "Behave yourself." Qin Kong pecked him once more. Claire. Looking around, this place was unfamiliar to him. It was a small space opened up specifically. On the ground lay 3 men who had been brutally murdered, their deaths. Claire turned his head away, feeling repulsed. Around him were several people. Not far off, Qin Kong and He were cuddling lovingly together. In the distance, the lunatic was clinging to a man. That man was refined, handsome, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, his expression cool and restrained, clearly a man of rational calmness. That was Merchant. Somewhere else. In front of 001 appeared a row of glowing green data. The system was handling work while fiddling with a white precision instrument hanging on his ear, adjusting the data for the current miniature world. He belonged to the strong-faced beauty type, his ears adorned with a white precision gadget, currently tweaking the present mini-world's data. Standing beside him was a man, broad-shouldered and long-legged, quite good-looking, belonging to the aloof yet handsome style. However, his expression seemed gentle and radiated a sense of warmth and gentleness, watching his little system work with an amused smile, occasionally popping a candy from his hand into 001's mouth. He was Bai Yi, 001's last host. Bai Yi seemed to feel Claire's gaze. He patted the system's head and said, "I'll go take a look." 001 nodded, tilting his head and saying, "Give me more candy." Bai Yi tossed another one in. After feeding, Bai Yi walked over, crouching halfway before Claire, asking with a smile, "Are you all right?" Claire coughed twice and croaked, "I'm fine now." Just the blood loss made him feel a bit weak. Bai Yi comprehendingly nodded, taking out a pill to give him. "Take this, you'll feel better." Claire took no time in suspecting it and ate it without hesitation. Sure enough, within minutes, his strength slowly returned and lost essence was restored. A black hole gradually formed, drawing everyone's attention. 001 remarked, "Someone's here." Qin Kong speculated, "Isn't it Shenrong, the drunkard?" Sure enough, Shenrong entered dramatically, only to immediately spot Qin Kong smiling at him, halting mid-step. Instinctively turning back to flee, Shenrong remembered Claire waiting for him and gritted his teeth, redirecting his steps back into the space with normalcy etched across his features. Qin Kong teased with a half-laugh, trying to run again. Shenrong struggled to maintain his composure and ignored the comment, walking over to help Claire up. Seeing the blood-soaked clothes on the ladder, his eyes turned dark and savage. Who did this? Qin Kong pointed at the puddle of meat paste on the ground. They did. Shenrong confirmed Claire was already treated well, moving forward to stretch out a hand and grabbing the soul from the mess of flesh, molding it into a lump and tossing it into his own dimension. I'll borrow it for some torment first, then return it later. Qin Kong trusted him. There were only 3 executioners in the Spacetime Bureau prison. Himself, the madman, and Shenrong occasionally helping out. Handing the soul over to Shenrong was akin to entrusting the prisoner to the warden, absolutely reliable. Waving his hand, he said, there are still 2 prisoners uncaught. The Holy Light and Shadow Sons are chasing them. Me and my beautiful crane will go lend a hand. Shenrong tipped his head to the youth beside him. Master he. Gaoi he acknowledged with a nod, long time no see. A single nod sufficed for a farewell, exchanging glances before leaving, but just before departure, Qin Kong suddenly turned back, winking at Shenrong with a teasing grin, found your wife. Will you still drink with us? Shenrong hesitated for a moment and smiled as well, not today. Since that's the case. Qin Kong grinned, nodding to him, debt paid off. Don't stay down in the dumps anymore. Shenrong's expression softened momentarily, thanks for all these years of taking care of me. The young general shrugged nonchalantly, I didn't do much anyway. He was dressed in pure white attire today, walking briskly to catch up with Gaoi He's steps, waving backward at Shenrong. No need to see me off. I'm leaving. At this time, 002 happily hopped around in front of the head system 001. 001, nice to see you again. Head System 001 was reviewing the data of the miniature world in front of him, proficiently plugging gaps, filling the few breaches caused by the marauders. Upon hearing 002's greeting, he irritably nodded. Silently conveying just a few words. You're too noisy. 002 didn't catch on, admiringly looking at him, 001, you. After patching up the vulnerabilities, 001 immediately turned and walked toward Bai Yi, giving 002 an exceptionally cold glance. Don't bother me. 002. It felt wronged. It was sad. It got scolded by 001. With tears streaming down its face, 002 jumped into Shenrong's arms, stuffing itself into his pocket while sulking unhappily, clutching tightly inside as tears dripped plop plop. Wah wah wah. When 001 reached Bai Yi, he tugged at his sleeve, saying, Host, I'm done. Bai Yi gently rubbed his head, why are you so mean to your colleague? 001 silently pursed his lips without replying. Go apologize. Used to following Bai Yi's commands, 001 tapped his finger against Shenrong's pocket, saying coldly, come out. Shaken with fear, 002 rolled out, no need to apologize. It would be insane for 001 to ever apologize to it. Bai Yi ruffled its head, sorry, my system has a temper sometimes. But in front of himself, 001 always had a gentle temperament, obedient and adorable. 002 was healed by his kindness, no worries, I've gotten used to it. This wasn't the first time 001 yelled at it. Or rather, there hadn't been anyone that 001 hadn't berated. But the human that the head system loved was truly very kind-hearted. Bai Yi smirked softly, placing 002 back before speaking to Shenrong, the trouble is resolved. I'll take 001 to the next place. See you later. Shenrong said, see you. Next, only the last pair remained. Shenrong wore an expressionless look, while the madman wore a cheerful smile. Their eyes met, sparking a clash as they were obviously both irritated and eager to kill each other. The madman greeted him with a light laugh, haven't seen you in such a long time, you're still alive. Shenrong snorted coldly, releasing waves of authority, refusing to back down, not like you could get rid of me, right? Haven't been abandoned yet, have you? As soon as those words fell, the madman's smile froze, replaced by a cold killing intent spreading from his eyes, accompanied by a dense bloody aura. He made no attempt to hide his desire to kill him. Shenrong pulled out his dagger, assuming a defensive stance. He'd had enough of seeing the madman. Especially after his past misfortune where his limbs were chopped off and his innards torn out by this guy, their grudge reached its peak. Madman emitted a mocking laugh, ready to summon his weapon to thoroughly finish off Shenrong, when a long, muscular hand yanked him back. Merchant coldly remarked, dare to start a fight in front of me? Madman. He silently returned his weapon and immediately began complaining, clinging to Merchant's arm. He said you will abandon me, that you won't want me anymore. Merchant massaged his temple, clearly exasperated, stop being so insecure. I won't. Madman sniffled, rubbing his tears on Merchant, struggling not to sob, you will. Merchant. What a drama. Seeing this display, Shenrong felt irritated, also putting away his weapon. Comparing himself to the madman in this matter always amused him, and he immediately turned around, hugging Claire who had already been stunned speechless, cooing, "Husband, I don't have such insecurities. Am I good?" Claire. The sight of two extremely masculine types, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, handsome and alpha, both showing affection simultaneously was unbearable to witness. Feeling overshadowed, the madman gave a derisive laugh, pointing his index finger at Shenrong in a pretentious manner. "Husband, I want to eat this one." The merchant adjusted his glasses and apologized to Shenrong. "Sorry, I didn't keep him on a leash." Shenrong. The madman wanted to call him again. "Husband, you." The merchant coolly said, "Shut up." The madman closed his mouth, then thought for a moment and felt dissatisfied. Unhappy, he pulled the merchant's hair, whining, "You're mean to me." The merchant was too lazy to bother with him. His own back still hurt after several days of being roughed up by this beast. Now it was all "husband this" and "husband that." "I'll give you one last chance." The merchant coldly watched him throwing a tantrum. "Shut up." The madman immediately shut up. An expression of grievance and discomfort appeared on his stunningly handsome face. He let go of the merchant's hair and sulked off to the side, crouching down while clutching his own ears, pulling them as if sulking. The merchant kicked him and then asked the sharp-featured and handsome man in front of him, "It's been a long time. How have things been recently?" Shenrong looked at the stunning man crouched in the corner sulking, his expression showing complexity. "Not bad." He paused, pointing at the madman. "Don't need to manage him?" "No need." The merchant replied lightly. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the clingy madman couldn't stand being separated from the merchant anymore. He came over and hugged the merchant from behind, pouting, "You don't love me anymore. You won't come to hold me." The merchant turned around and held him in his arms, kissing his forehead. "Don't act like this." The madman kissed his thin lips, enjoying it for a while before reluctantly breaking away, dependently rubbing his face against the merchant's neck, hugging his waist tightly without letting go. He muttered unhappily, "These past few days, it's always been me on top. You never want to be. Is it because you're starting to feel bored with me? Do you no longer have interest?" Their positions in bed had always been alternated. The madman was getting worried about taking the passive role during their intimate moments with the merchant. The merchant showed no emotion. "If you knew yourself better, you wouldn't have asked me that question." "You almost killed me," was what he wanted to say, but now the madman dared ask why he didn't want to be on top. That was insane. The madman was still acting childish. "But you can't ignore me. Otherwise, you'll leave me again. I'm not happy." The merchant gently rubbed his head and tucked him into his arms, calmly saying, "Stop being noisy and stop whining. We'll talk about it when we get home." The madman bit his chest, refusing to let go. He kept biting, determined to bite him until he was coaxed properly. The merchant. No matter how vicious and fierce the little madman acted in front of others, in front of him, the guy remained childishly stubborn. Suddenly, Shenrong felt comparing himself to this man was meaningless. This level of insanity, if Shenrong won the comparison, what would that make him? After thinking that, his competitiveness instantly disappeared. Shenrong said, "I'm going back." The merchant sighed in relief and nodded, "We are leaving as well." In the gap of time when the madman clung and refused to let go, he turned his head, remembering something, and threw Claire a seductive wink. "Hey, sweetheart, I sent you a present." Shenrong's expression changed immediately. "What did you do?" As soon as the madman heard it was him speaking, his face grew cold again, yet his tone stayed flippant. "Go look. Your little treasure will be satisfied." Shenrong took a deep breath. He drew out his dagger. Today, he would stab this lunatic to death. Before the conflict could erupt, the merchant quickly dragged the trouble-seeking madman away. The adeptness with which he dragged the troublemaker made people empathize deeply. Chapter 92 The Crazy General Loves Me, End. Shenrong did not know what tricks the madman had up his sleeve, but that did not stop him from privately enhancing his vigilance. However, troublemakers seemed to have an endless stream of ideas. When Claire woke up the next day and felt an unusual sensation in his arms, his mind immediately snapped awake. He looked at his arms incredulously, where a tall, good-looking young man lay. This was a miniaturized version of Shenrong, a younger Shenrong. Shenrong. Claire slowly extended his hand to touch the youth. 002 hadn't expected such a development either. The strawberry in its hand fell onto the table as it stared wide-eyed at Shenrong lying on the bed. No way. It stuttered anxiously. This. Shenrong. The teenager in the bed, woken up by their noise, frowned unhappily and buried his face in the pillow, mumbling indistinctly, "Mom, just 10 more minutes. Let me sleep." Claire's voice trembled as he tried to speak softly, "Shenrong, look at me." For a few seconds, the air was silent. Shenrong's body froze at the sound of this melodious male voice, which was not at all related to a mother's gentle tone. He kept his eyes closed and didn't dare to raise his head from under the pillow. Could it be that he caused trouble in his sleep? Did he sneak into someone's house and climb into their bed? Shenrong cautiously lifted one eye. Through the crack in the pillow, he locked his shiny black eyes onto Claire. He was sure. He hadn't caused any trouble. Because there was no such person in the world who had silver hair and purple eyes, beautiful enough to make knees go weak like a living work of art. Shenrong quietly got up from the bed, holding the quilt as he moved to a corner, blinking his eyes and struggling to curl his lips into a smile. Hello, this is an accident. If I say, I don't know why I'm here either, would you believe me? Claire. About 2 hours later, Shenrong, having barely grasped the situation, sat at the dining table, stuffing sandwiches into his mouth while tilting his head and asking, So, are you my husband? Claire handed him the milk and said kindly, Yes. Drink some milk, so you won't choke. Shenrong took a sip of the milk and pointed to the large glowing blob on the table, asking, Then what about this thing? 002 raised its head angrily, You're my son, I'm your dad. Shenrong had never taken such a loss. Immediately raising his eyebrows, he sneered, Do you even have the equipment to be my dad? Show it to me. 002 was shocked and then enraged. Ah. Why you? I hate you. Shenrong pursed his lips and responded, If you hate me, then I hate you too. Claire smiled as he watched the youth and the little system bicker back and forth. When both were finally puffed up after 300 rounds of conflict, he asked, Does turning into your current form damage your body at all? 002 wrinkled its nose and said, Checked it already. I'll be fine in 3 days. Shenrong thoughtfully continued biting into his sandwich. Oh, so now I'm sick. Claire said, Then don't leave my side. Shenrong was silent for half a day, studying Claire with a strange look before smiling faintly, All right. Soon 002 and Claire realized why this youth was looking at them like that. It turned out Shenrong wasn't the type to just sit around idle. His behavior was entirely different from his lazy, clingy adult form, bouncing around like a monkey. Before Claire could blink, the boy had already vanished from sight. At first, it caused alarm, but later he became numb to it. Not long after, Audi came knocking on his door with complaints. General, when will the lady's illness get better? She's being too much of a bother. Claire, what happened? Audi's face showed pure despair. He said he wanted a teddy bear to hold to sleep or he couldn't rest. I teased him for acting girly. The aide continued with a twisted expression, That little brat. Hiding in the corner, using a slingshot to aim at my jewels. In my panic to protect myself, I lost my balance and fell down the stairs. Rolling over 3 times along the way. It was quite the comical scene. Shenrong laughed heartily, then immediately ran away, angering Audi beyond words. Claire didn't expect such results, but remembering how the youth wouldn't stop last night, whining until they coaxed him to sleep, he realized that Shenrong had to hug a teddy bear at night to sleep. Good job, you'll get a bonus at the end of the month. Claire dismissed him casually. Audi didn't care about the dismissal, he cared about the extra salary, his eyes brightening instantly. Got it, General. No problem, General. As he spoke, Audi grinned happily and left the office hugging his leg. Once Audi was gone, Claire called someone else in right away. Go out and find teddy bears. Gather every kind available, different textures and softness levels included, and bring them to the general lady for her to choose. His subordinates nodded with subtle expressions, understood. Upon returning home and finding himself submerged in piles of stuffed bears, Shenrong could only express his bewilderment. Sure, he did want the teddy bear, but not this many. After shrinking, the affection between the two actually wasn't as deep yet. The teenager was carefree and lighthearted, running off everywhere where Claire could hardly find him even if he wanted to take care of him. A rapid development occurred on the 3rd day. At that time, Shenrong still had several more hours before regaining full consciousness. Preparing to go explore the base, Shenrong jogged lightly through the corridor, but at a sudden turn, froze in place. It was a group of tall and robust alpha males. Rubbing their hands in anticipation, grinning wickedly. These alphas were the soldiers who had been severely beaten by Shenrong during training. They had heard that the general's wife was sick, her body reverting to her teenage years with lost memories, and they maliciously decided to scare her, as revenge for being used as punching bags in the past. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh? An alpha stepped forward and slapped Shenrong on the shoulder. More slowly surrounded from behind. Shenrong pursed his lips slightly, asking, Do you want to beat me up? An alpha looked like a fierce demon, aren't you scared? Shenrong gazed at them, remaining silent for a moment. At this time, Claire had just finished a meeting, preparing to launch the final attack on the neighboring country when he quickly received the news. Upon hearing it, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran outside. This place was in utter chaos. Shenrong quietly crouched down, burying his face in his knees, shoulders trembling, surrounded by several helpless alphas trying to explain to those rushing over. It's not. We didn't do anything, we just wanted to scare him. We didn't hit him. Not even a bit. Why are you looking at us like that? He turned around and ran into something, and ended up like this. It's not our fault. He's faking it. He's faking it. Claire rushed forward, kicking these alphas aside, then squatted down cautiously, asking softly, Shenrong, are you alright? Shenrong's shoulders trembled again. The alphas were receiving more condemning glares. Damn. The alphas took a deep breath, saying, General. We were wrong, and were willing to take our punishment willingly. Claire turned back coldly, then what are you standing there for? The alphas covered their faces, retreating hastily under the scornful gazes of others. They were mentally cursing. How could he fake injuries? Claire dismissed the crowd through Audi, then pulled Shenrong into his arms gently asking, what's wrong? Does anywhere hurt? Shenrong lifted his head, revealing a calm face without a single tear. Claire. Shenrong wiped his face and said, nothing, I just scared them. It doesn't hurt at all. Claire. Audi hesitated beside them, then exclaimed in amazement, shit, you're damn crafty, kid. Shenrong stood up and dusted himself off, smiling at Claire, let's go. Claire thought he was really fine, put his mind at ease, not getting mad about being deceived, and started walking deeper into the corridor, heading back to the room. After turning a corner, Shenrong saw no one around, maintaining a calm face, and turned to directly look at Claire. Before Claire could say anything, the previously calm boy suddenly had red-rimmed eyes, tears falling like pearl beads. What happened? Claire gripped his shoulders tightly, assuming he was injured, anxiously asking. Shenrong choked up, saying, it hurts. He raised his hand, placing the reddened spot on it near Claire's lips, saying, blow on it for me. Claire paused for a moment, instinctively blowing on his hand. Shenrong didn't lower his hand, it still hurts, blow some more. At this point, Claire realized what was going on. He raised both his hands carefully, cradling Shenrong's pale hands and blew on it gently. Shenrong finally seemed satisfied, lowering his hand and burrowing into Claire's embrace, wrapping his arms around Claire's neck, muttering unhappily into his chest, I'm dying of pain. You didn't comfort me just now, I hate you. Claire, sorry. Shenrong was deeply upset, and you don't even comfort me. Claire took a deep breath, holding him firmly in his arms, whispering tenderly, I was wrong, I shouldn't have failed to comfort you earlier. Is your hand still hurting? Yes. Claire didn't expect the youth to cry so much over such a minor scrape, as even the older Shenrong who enjoyed calling him husband never acted this way. Not knowing how to react, he said, should we go back? Shenrong said, my hand hurts too much to walk, carry me back. Claire's heart softened. Shenrong couldn't stop crying, still shedding tears while nestled in his arms. His sobs weren't gut-wrenching, but quiet tears streaming down, occasionally hiccuping, unable to articulate his grievances. You carried me back, didn't you? Shenrong mumbled into Claire's chest, so why are you still upset? Claire felt uncomfortable being treated this way and almost immediately placed Shenrong on the bed upon entering the room, finding a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Shenrong cried until his face was red, his nose all red too, I hate it. I got scared by them, I thought they were going to beat me up, wah, I'm so afraid of pain, they wanted to hit me. Claire consoled him right away, don't be afraid, they won't hit you, they just wanted to scare you. Shenrong hugged his neck and buried his face in Claire's neck, it hurts, don't speak for them. Claire didn't know where he had spoken for them, but since Shenrong was so sad and wronged, he said, it's all their fault, they deserve to be punished. Claire, husband, are you my husband, right? Claire hurriedly answered, yes. Shenrong sniffed and moved closer to kiss him, kiss me, to relieve the pain. Since Shenrong lost his memory, there had been no such intimate gestures between them. Shenrong regarded Claire as a beautiful piece of art but not as his husband. Claire carefully kissed his lips, the youth's lips were soft, very moist, warm. Shenrong wasn't good at kissing, clumsily pressing against him while still shedding tears. He nudged his husband, you, kiss me, you don't know how. Claire gently opened his lips, deepening the kiss. But kissing requires breathing. As the kiss grew deeper, Shenrong's nose got blocked and soon his cheeks turned red from lack of breath, starting to cry again. He stopped kissing, flopping onto the bed kicking and rolling, crying and cursing, even kisses bully me. You're all bullying me. Claire was worried at first, but seeing his lively and petulant manner made him chuckle. His eyes filled with love, almost overflowing. My wife, kissing doesn't bully you. Claire bent down to kiss his wet cheek, I won't bully you either, can you stop crying? Shenrong rested in his arms for a long time, until his crying subsided, then rasped at him, husband. Young Shenrong calling out husband was sweeter than any adult could compare, sweet enough to soften one's bones, coquettishly summoning him, sinking one into his charm. Claire's eyes gleamed softly, what's wrong? Shenrong turned his head to look at him, grievously asking, why does Audi say that you haven't married me yet, that you have to go back to marry me? Do I not have a status? Claire guiltily said, we must win this battle to return home and get married, I'm sorry. So in your eyes, I'm not important then. Shenrong pursued further, they all know I'm going to marry you, but you won't give me a legal status, do you not care about me, do you not love me? Claire quickly replied, I've never thought that way. Then when will we get our certificate? Now. They immediately agreed, Claire hastily tidied up, then took both their household registrations to the local marriage office, using his influence to obtain the marriage certificate within half an hour. Far away in the Empire, waiting for Claire to return with war exploits, the elders who awaited news instead received the latest couple registration information. With a certificate in hand, Shenrong became more entitled in his teasing. I want you to carry me. Claire carried him. Shenrong pointed at the roadside ice cream shop. I want some. Claire carried him over to buy some. Shenrong clung to his shoulders, eating ice cream while whispering in Claire's ear, Husband, do you want to touch me tonight? Claire laughed, You're so young, we'll talk about it when you grow up. You're really good to me. Shenrong kissed his cheek, leaving a cool, ice cream-flavored kiss mark. I like you. Claire asked, Can we continue liking each other forever? But I'm hard to take care of, my mom says I'm too delicate, surely no one would want me. Certainly not true. Your mother is wrong, I'm willing to always have you. Do you love me? I love you. The person on his back suddenly went silent. Claire was puzzled, Shenrong. The weight on his back increased, an arm wrapped around his shoulders, and a lazy voice came into his ear, What's wrong, husband? Claire was astonished and turned his head, only to see the adult Shenrong lying on his back, smiling at him. Shenrong kissed him on the cheek. Still speaking in that lazy, lethargic tone. I love you too. The end. Chapter 93 recommends main attack stories. Main offensive novels recommendation. Antagonist's heartfelt love, can the fishing cannon be a husband? Introduction, when various cannon greys who have tragically died wrongfully get a chance to be reborn, what will they do? Lie flat like a salty fish? Tremble in fear? Tiptoe carefully? Nope. The blackened cannon greys shout together, hug the antagonist's legs and overthrow this world. Who wouldn't hate the world by now? Shark, all of them. Alas, the cannon greys each have their own grievances and ambitions, failing to notice the increasingly meaningful glances from the big shots. Thus, whether they are frail and malevolent, darkly tyrannical, or madly corrupted, the antagonist leaders thread delicate lines for needlework, capable of managing both kitchen and hall. They can deal with mistresses and goons alike, their eyes pulling silk threads and luring the cannon greys patiently. Antagonist, don't you see? I need an offensive lead. Cannon grey. Don't come near me. One-sentence introduction. A story about the Extinction Lord being attacked by Cannon Grey brothers. The villain finally gains redemption, abandoning the destruction of the world, hugging the little Cannon Grey tightly for a lifetime of sweet love. World 1. Gentle yet sickly demon master ex-gentlemanly but corrupt first-rate official as the attacker. World 2. Arrogant long-haired beauty as the receptor ex-despondent and half-dead attacker. World 3. Inferior, deranged, disabled president as the receptor ex-cheerful, smiling sunflower as the attacker. World 4. Creepy mad devil attacker ex-elegant, skilled, pseudo-good attacker, Narcissus. Unit main attack story, fake weak attack strong receptor, spoiled attack literature. With mutual attacks and counterattacks, enter according to preference if you like the abnormal. Double cleaning pet attacking love without much torture. Non-CP serial novel recommendation. Crazy Black Moonlight. No, it's a monster charm. Introduction, no CP plus crazy plus system plus insane plus Black Moonlight. Temporal Bureau System 017 is an abandoned child, forgotten for 1,000 years by many hosts under its charge. Enraged, it turned black and declared ominously in public. See that lunatic trying to destroy the world? See that twisted, obsessive dead freak? See that unlucky pitiful ghost? Who wants to act it out? The hosts were speechless looking up at the sky. The system gritted its teeth, pounding its chest and shouting, I want you to suffer endlessly, for everyone to curse you, desert you. To leave you without a burial place. The hosts rolled their eyes, you're ill. To complete this annoying acting task, the hosts pushed one unfortunate person forward. Cheenan, it's your turn. The scalpel in his thin fingers, blood dripping from the tip of the blade, appeared thin and cruel. The youth put on a bloody coat and politely bowed to everyone, his smile warm. All right. Let's begin the grand performance, friends. 017's plan was simple, the host would be humiliated by locals everywhere, feeling miserable and helpless, then only turning to the awesome system for help, promising not to underestimate it ever again in the future. But reality. The host's madness and insanity went beyond anyone's imagination, making use of his identity as a crazy Black Moonlight figure. With sheer madness, he became a global sensation admired but unattainable. This insane researcher who wanted to destroy the world drew endless hatred through unimaginably terrifying actions. By disguising himself and infiltrating the protagonist team, he managed to ruin enemy forces and frame others in passing. Faking his death to transform into a world-white moonlight, then exposing his true identity to drive the whole world insane. The host's wild antics and countless tricks left the system speechless. Damn, how do you beat a madman? Sick host is psychotic, his wife is crazier. Quick traversal plus main attack plus psycho plus lord plus double strong. Space Commander Su Sui wakes up from his coma, the world has crumbled around him. His wife, the leader married for many years, has been murdered, her soul shattered, leaving him a fragile and broken widower. Commander Sir, if you don't rescue the leader soon, she'll dissipate into nothingness. Commander Sir, the war situation is unclear. The leader was framed and killed. The royal family intervened and pressured us to remain passive, we're losing the war. Commander Sir, the leader's subordinates broke into the palace to assassinate members of the royal family, and now they've all been sentenced to imprisonment. True sickly man Su Sui. Waking up to find his wife dead, the war lost, his power stripped away, and now the space royals are ready to finish him off too. The pale young man covered his mouth and coughed twice. Slowly lifting his gaze, he revealed a distorted, pale smile, both crazy and bizarre. Just right, he was also ready to go insane. Before killing everyone, he must personally bring the leader back first. Bit by bit, piece by piece. The interstellar world has been spreading some alarming ghost stories that many people scoff at. That leader is of violent temperament and terrifying power, a horrifying demon from hell. If you happen to anger him, try to please the love of his life, seated at the tip of his heart. That nearly divine yet mysteriously ill commanding officer. This isn't a sign of fragility but an untouchable existence. A personification of madness and darkness, also the blessed giver of pity. Remember, don't offend this man. High IQ, physically weak villain protagonist X deeply in love, dominant tough guy. Chapter 94 Epilogue, Growing Old Together. Shenrong is a hopeless drunkard. Even after getting married and attempting to quit drinking, there are times he cannot control himself. He's really amazed at Claire's vigilant stance on alcohol. It's as if Shenrong touching other drinks equates to cheating, prompting Claire to almost brand every inch of Shenrong's body with pheromones, seeping them into his very bones. On another occasion where he was pinned down for marking, Shenrong sighed, "Claire, I only had a few sips." The man atop him had a head of beautiful silver hair, with eyes filled with coldness. His long fingers tightly clamped onto Shenrong's wrist, leaving him in a vulnerable position, entirely exposed. Claire took a bite out of his neck, voice hoarse, "You went drinking again with Audi." Shenrong laughed, jealous. Claire didn't reply but injected all his pheromones directly into Shenrong's body, making him gasp uncontrollably. With a pant, Shenrong touched Claire's long hair, whispering, "Dear. I'm sorry, you're so amazing." Claire felt teased by this shameless drunkard, barely managing to keep his cool demeanor. "Stop calling me randomly like that." Shenrong flipped them over, pinning Claire beneath him. Gripping his chin tightly, Shen leaned in for a deep kiss. Claire let out a muffled groan, bearing Shenrong's passionate advances. Regarding their nightlife, Shenrong doesn't view it too seriously, he lacks significant interest. But as feelings grew deeper with Claire, he gradually abandoned his former ascetic self-restraint and would occasionally indulge in intimate moments together. After such satisfaction, General Claire wouldn't blame his wife for being tempted, rather, he'd resent those who dared tempt Shenrong. His immense love for Shenrong drove him to think anyone trying to seduce his spouse must have offered substandard goods since Burgundy wine clearly failed to attract Shenrong. Audi was thus targeted first. "No. General, I didn't." In despair, Audi clutched a pile of documents, shouting in Claire's office, "I swear I didn't. Who would ever fall for a towering alpha who's stronger and more handsome than me? I'm not interested in hard alphas." Claire remained indifferent, "That's no reason to take him out drinking. Besides, Shenrong is adorable and delicate, you've misjudged him." "What the heck?" Audi couldn't believe it. "General, aren't you letting lust cloud your judgment?" Pure nonsense spoken with eyes wide open. "Shenrong only appears tall and strong," Claire managed patiently through his irritation, explaining further, "He loves crying, enjoys being affectionate, calls me hubby, his heart yearns for love, and he can't live without me." Audi. Not believing it. Forcing a smile, Audi said, "Ah, I understand. So the general's lady is like this. It's my shallow understanding that prevented me from seeing past her tall and handsome appearance into her inner depths." Claire wasn't angry with him, "That's why he loves me and won't love you." Audi. "Fine, General." Claire saw no need for further discussion, glanced through the files in his hand, and dismissed him, "Leave. Don't take Shenrong out drinking anymore." Relieved, Audi quickly turned away from this overly love-drunk base reeking of jealousy. "Yes, sir." Not long after Audi left, Shenrong came strolling along, hands in pockets. As their eyes met, they both kept walking. One left the office, while the other entered. Audi, unable to hold back his sarcasm, blurted, "So General's wife, do you really have the essence of a delicate, weepy woman inside? Our General is already half crazed because of you, pampering you like a precious spouse. None of his followers in 15 years received such treatment." Shenrong lazily shot him a glance, "Find yourself a wealthy, articulate, powerful alpha, call him dear and become a pampered wife too." Audi. Shenrong chuckled, "You look good, you're capable, your butt's perky. If you shout, hubby, outside, there'll definitely be an alpha." Audi's face turned green, "Thank you, no need." Shenrong said meaningfully, "The identity of a doting wife isn't something just anyone can handle." Obviously, Audi couldn't. After saying this, Shenrong walked leisurely towards the door and pushed it open. Claire, who was reading files behind the desk, looked up at the sound, only to hear a sweet voice, "Hubby." He looked at Shenrong at the door, his eyes extraordinarily gentle, "You've come." Shenrong gave Audi a "learn from this" glance before stepping forward and closing the door. The closed door could not block his cloying cries. "Hubby, I miss you." Audi behind the door. He stared blankly at the door, exclaiming, "Impressive. The identity of a doting wife really wasn't something just anyone could handle." Not only did one have to be shameless, but they also had to have talent. Audi sighed and glanced at the documents in his hands. He shrugged helplessly, still go deal with Master Drago's affairs. This kind of lovey-dovey stuff didn't suit him. After Claire came down from the battlefield, he immediately targeted his father, Drago. He made the man step down within a year, and now he's preparing to take his life. The reason being that the 3 raiders the general encountered during the war were brought in by Drago, nearly costing them their lives. As the most loyal dog-like subordinate of Claire, Audi took on the entirety of this matter, striving to eliminate that thorn before the general's wedding anniversary. This lifetime could be considered a rare time for Shenrong to live carefree. He was lazy to death, powerful but didn't work, needing only food to survive, or even no food wouldn't kill him. The imperial government attempted to recruit Shenrong countless times, but were always blocked by Claire. He knew Shenrong disliked socializing, working, talking. Shenrong just wanted to stay alone forever. Claire didn't want to change Shenrong. He had the capability to support him for a lifetime, treating him as a cherished spouse with love. If Shenrong didn't want to go out and do anything, then Claire would happily receive all of him, arranging everything well for Shenrong. He gave him immeasurable wealth, boundless indulgence, as long as Shenrong was happy. As they neared the end of their lifetime, these past decades had seen Shenrong succeed in quitting alcohol, becoming accustomed to the constant presence of Burgundy on him, along with Claire's body and warmth every night. His hair gradually turned white, wrinkles appeared on his face, his tall and robust body became hunched over, transforming from a strikingly cold man into an elderly man nearing his end. Claire also grew old. Despite his age, he remained restless, renowned as the prestigious Prime Minister of the Empire, holding immense power, always dressed in formal wear, attending endless meetings and making unending decisions. This busyness was not monotonous or dull. He would return to his room and see Shenrong waiting asleep by the window. During his office hours, a clingy large cat would hang around him, occasionally hearing his lover's affectionate hubby. At the end of Shenrong's life, Claire resisted objections from all sides, delegating all his positions to competent people, voluntarily stepping down to retire at home. Hubby, are we going to retire to the mountains, come home and farm? Shenrong lay in a rocking chair, closing his eyes lazily. Sitting beside him, Claire held his aged hand gently. I want to stay with you. Shenrong laughed once. He understood that Claire feared being too busy to meet Shenrong for the last time, hence making this decision. Shenrong never imagined he'd die first. It was no wonder about an SSS-level alpha like Claire, whose longevity defied belief. He didn't say anything, just momentarily lost in thought. He was about to die again, but unlike the previous 10 brutal killings, this time he was truly passing away peacefully and naturally. Claire. Shenrong said faintly. What is it? Shenrong turned his head to look at him, meeting those violet eyes, mysteriously beautiful like the night sky, incomparable even to the universe against Claire's eyes. The eyes of one's love are the 8th ocean. A pretentious phrase suddenly popped into his mind, souring Shenrong's teeth. Snort. For some reason, the elder lying on the lounge suddenly burst into laughter, laughing harder and breathing heavier, coughing sounds or muffled chuckles in his chest reaching Claire's ears, causing pain making him breathless. Claire's eyes became moist, quietly watching him without saying a word. After a long while, Shenrong stopped laughing and sighed faintly, thank you. He pulled a rotter out from the abyss. Claire, I love you. I know. I'm going to sleep. Shenrong barely propped himself up, touching his trembling hand to Claire's eyes. He laughed heartily. Claire, there's something I've wanted to say for a long time. What is it? You are truly an incredible person, responsible, dependable, capable, doting on your spouse, and handsome beyond measure. Shenrong coughed twice, forcing out his last words, but, cough cough, your judgment was off. Why choose someone like me, such a rotter, making you support me for a lifetime? The dawn was breaking, golden light shimmering in the sky, casting bright hues on Shenrong's tear-filled corners. Claire repeated that same phrase, I love you. Shenrong startled awake for a moment, laughing again, I know. Claire had used a lifetime loving him, and Shenrong understood this. The former prime minister knelt on the ground, burying his face in his hands as tears wet them, icy and cool. Shenrong, you don't know. Claire choked, I love you, I've loved you for decades. Shenrong asked, what do you want me to say? You don't have to say anything, let me tell you. Claire embraced him, his usually calm eyes full of sorrow and pain. I know you didn't deeply love me, I also knew that one day you would leave. I just wanted to use the rest of my life to be good to you, but now you're leaving first, I can't handle it. Claire could be the world's general, the prime minister, or even honor incarnate. He doesn't have to be anything, nor does he need to be himself. I love you, so I am your partner, you're my wife, you were the one I chose. You belong to me alone, and I only love you. As Shenrong's vision blurred, he realized he was about to die in Claire's arms. Fool. Murmuring these words, he grabbed onto Claire's sleeve. Calling you so many times, hubby, it seems you only listen with your ears, not with your heart. Shenrong completely leaned into his embrace, sighing as death approached. How come you didn't notice? The alcoholic, he didn't love alcohol. He only loved Claire. His grip on the sleeve gradually loosened, his voice fading until finally, silence enveloped the room as death arrived. A tear slid down Claire's cheek as he buried his face in Shenrong's chest, his cries muffled. Shenrong, his beloved wife, died in Claire's arms at dawn. His wife was a drunkard. She was also a young man lost in the night. Chapter 95. I said, can you give me a definitive answer? 002 sat on the table and sighed. In front of him were the souls who had completed their missions, namely Lin Feng, Mou, Shenrong, and their respective wives. Mou couldn't utter a word, opening his mouth to speak but eventually closing it silently, retreating into self-imposed isolation by hiding his head in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan humorously rubbed his head. It's okay if you can't speak. Mou mumbled, all right. Lin Feng, propping his chin, seemed carefree. Why don't you randomly pick? These two are equally stubborn, you might get lucky and catch them during one of their good moods. Lu Jingyan had met those individuals before, knowing their personalities well. He nodded upon hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, you can try. Shenrong lazily yawned, unwilling to talk. Claire hadn't even met the people they spoke of. He'd just arrived here and before he could adjust, Shenrong had dragged him into this semi-transparent resting room resembling an interstellar space station. Although called a resting room, it was practically a normal house with bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. They lounged on tatami mats in the living room, holding cups of coffee, surrounded by cakes, fruits, and snacks on the table, enjoying quite comfortable little lives. Claire instinctively maintained proper posture, a habit from over a century of maintaining noble etiquette, only to find everyone around more relaxed, some barefoot on the floor, others leaning casually on the tatami mat with their knees drawn up, all appearing incredibly laid back. It was Shenrong who tugged at him, pulling him into his arms and adjusting his position to a semi-reclining one. Hubby, just relax here, do whatever feels most comfortable. Claire. Just as Lin Feng prepared to take a sip of his coffee, he burst into laughter. Cough cough. What did you call him? Shenrong remained unfazed. Hubby, is there a problem with that? Lin Feng. Even though he knew Shenrong lacked moral principles, he was still astonished. This level of shamelessness, worthy indeed. Lin Feng showed his teeth and grimaced for quite a while. Finally, after pinching his own waist, he managed to maintain the smile on his face. Hee, no problem, it's your little marital joy, and I'm just an outsider, hee. Claire patted Shenrong's hand, then turned his head and seriously said to Lin Feng, sorry, she is the wife I brought home, not a source of entertainment. Lin Feng. Not that, you're serious. Lin Feng seemed dazed as his gaze drifted to Shenrong. The tall and lean figure, the exceptionally handsome face, and the dangerously magnetic aura. In just a moment, something in his understanding crumbled. It couldn't be put back together. He fell silent, silently lowering his head to drink coffee. 002 swayed his short legs and asked, who should we find? Mou had been holding in his impatience for quite some time, his cheeks slightly puffing out from nervousness. Under Fang Yuan's tender comfort, he plucked up the courage to suggest something to 002. Qingqingza. 002 stopped swinging his legs, his small eyes sparkled with brightness. Why him? I saw him yesterday. Mou spoke bit by bit, he has a very good temper and always smiles at everyone. He even wore eye veils. As everyone knows, when Qingqingza wears an eye veil, it means his mood is genuinely great. Because of being blind during his lifetime, even after curing his eyes in a temporal bureau, Qingqingza still preferred to cover them with a black veil whenever he felt good. He could still see clearly, it was merely a habit issue. 002 was relieved, smirking, all right. Then I'll go find him. But do you guys know where Gung went? He hasn't shown up in a long while. Lin Feng gathered his emotions and looked up, we don't know, just ask him at Qingqingza's place. After all, his eyes were cured by Gung, and their relationship is one of the best ones around. When Qingqingza first joined the Temporal Bureau, the once aloof Gung actually made the first move towards friendliness and spent a fortune to acquire a healing artifact for soul injuries from a merchant. With his medical skills, he successfully restored Qingqingza's sight. 002 asked, where is he now? Qingqingza is cooking in his own restaurant. Mou demonstrated surprising reliability at this point. Today, the merchant is dining at his restaurant with his lover. Qingqingza feels grateful, so every time the merchant comes, he insists on personally cooking. The top chef in the Temporal Bureau would only ever take such personal care for one person. After all, even if someone paid a fortune, they couldn't easily obtain such a rare item. When the merchant agreed to sell the artifact to Gung to treat Qingqingza's eyes, it was truly a favor. That's why Qingqingza valued Gung most within the Temporal Bureau, followed by the merchant. Lin Feng questioned, come to think of it, we have no particular relation with the merchant, so why did he offer such a favor to Gung and Qingqingza? This 002 happened to know, because the madman loves ice flame fish. And ice flame fish can only be cooked by Qingqingza. It's the man's signature exclusive dish. To outsiders, it might seem like an utter loss, a priceless item exchanged for a chef's gratitude. But perhaps this investment was worthwhile for the merchant. Thus, Qingqingza, whom others have to beg repeatedly, kneel, and supplicate for an audience with, actively and warmly cooks dishes for the merchant every single time. 002 hopped off the table and cheerfully ran far away. That's where I'm going. Chingchingza had opened countless restaurants, but probably the hardest one to reserve in the Temporal Bureau is the very first restaurant he started. This restaurant was Chingchingza's first tryout in the Temporal Bureau. At that time, when he had just joined the Temporal Bureau, he was always disoriented and unable to focus, quiet and withdrawn daily. After Gung healed his eyes, he became a bit more talkative, but not significantly. So the Grand G decided to proactively fund the opening of a restaurant for him. Gradually, Chingchingza found himself again amidst the kitchen. With already superb culinary skills, he now immersed himself entirely in the kitchen. His favorite activity was cooking for Gung. In order to research recipes, he often spent days and nights there, aiming to create the perfect dish. The Ice Flame Fish restaurant became incredibly popular, with various small glowing orbs flying around incessantly. Task takers came and went non-stop. The merchant had a private room reserved. 002 knew Chingchingza must definitely be in the private room cooking right now. Standing at the door of the private room, it hesitated whether to enter or not. The little guy outside the door, come in. Suddenly, a relaxed and lazy voice came from within the room. Even through the door, one could hear how enchantingly pleasant this voice was. 002 attempted to push the door open and enter. There weren't many people inside, just 3. The madman, the merchant, and Chingchingza. 002 shifted its gaze to the young man with the black veil over his eyes. Chingchingza hailed from an ancient cultivation world, and even after joining the Temporal Bureau, he couldn't change his style of dress, he remained inclined towards an ancient aesthetic. He wore a plain black long robe, his face pale and frightening, revealing just how poor his health must be. The only color showing was his lips, a faintly pale tone. A layer of fine black gauze covered his eyes, while a long piece of black gauze hung down, making his already overly delicate face appear soft and fragile, with skin that was sickly pale. This was a youth, slender like bamboo, where fragility intertwined with gentleness. In life, during his early childhood, Chingchingza suffered from high fever which caused him to react slower than normal people. Even after being healed in the Temporal Bureau, it remained as if congenital, with slow responses. Blind, gentle, frail, vulnerable, and reacting slowly. That was Chingchingza. The madman propped his cheek on his hand and surveyed the small glowing orb at the doorway with a light laugh. Oh dear, it's the little system from last time. 002 dared not utter a sound upon seeing the madman, shivering as it huddled itself together. Chingchingza slightly tilted his head and said softly, it's 002. What brings you here? That, the task. 002 awkwardly clutched the documents, it's your turn. The merchant, upon hearing this, kindly addressed Chingchingza, sorry for taking up your time, but the ice flame fish is ready, you may also attend to your own matters. Chingchingza shook his head at him, no need to apologize, I do it willingly. Afterward, he stepped forward, cradling 002 in his palm, and opened the door. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Chingchingza nodded with a bright smile toward the 2 individuals in the room. Merchant, thank you for your hospitality. With a click, the door shut. The madman blinked his crimson eyes as he stared at the tightly closed door. The merchant, sir, I feel that person is about to make a move. The madman grinned with a look of watching the show unfold, a classic case of someone who enjoys trouble without hesitation. Who? Asked the merchant. The madman gave him a reprimand, you know exactly what I mean, that guy has been eyeing the chef for days on end. The merchant passed a piece of ice flame fish to him, eat first, I've never seen you gossip so much before. The madman leaned his head against his shoulder and laughed, I can't help it. Gung has endured for such a long time, I couldn't even bear to watch anymore. The merchant nodded, he does have remarkable patience. During those years when they were locked in love-hate relations, Gung endured. In these recent years of their sweet romance, Gung still endured. Even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles couldn't rival his endurance. He didn't seem worried at all about losing his chosen partner to some no-good guy, and wouldn't intervene no matter what. If it had been the merchant or the madman stepping in, Chingchingza would have already been taken and the bed might have collapsed several times by now. Even without feelings involved, there would be absolutely no chance of escape. I want to see it so badly. The madman opened his mouth to eat the fish offered by the merchant, his eyes twinkling with laughter. If you ask upon return. The merchant rubbed his head affectionately, silent adoration in his action, he will tell you. The madman said, forget that, I want you to cook me food. No matter how great everything else may be, none matched the taste of food made by the merchant. The merchant sighed, I'll cook for you tomorrow. I want a kiss. Eat. You really don't love me anymore. Meanwhile, in a corner of the kitchen, Chingchingza held the document, flipping through it. Task. Inji. He seemed to find it interesting, his pale lips curving slightly into a smile, slowly pronouncing each word. 002 dared not breathe loudly, humbly nodding, yes. Chingchingza appeared to be smiling, lightly teasing 002 by lifting it up gently, his voice incredibly gentle as he questioned, 002, what is this? It's, the task. 002 stammered, if you complete it, you'll get a long vacation. Ho. Chingchingza let out a soft laugh, meaning unclear, did everyone before me pass? 002 nodded, they did. Nice. It wasn't clear what he was praising, but Chingchingsa nodded nonetheless, I won't do it. 002. For some unknown reason, it wasn't at all surprised. 002 pulled out the trump card. Gung wants you to go. Chingchingsa paused mid-action, lowering 002 cautiously, he wants me to go. 002 honestly replied, actually, Gung approached me before this mission even began. He looked through the materials and said it would suit you perfectly. Chingchingsa could ignore anyone's words, except Gung's. After a moment of silence, he placed 002 on his chest. Then let's go. He was curious to see what task Gung insisted he must do. Chapter 96, The Mysterious Big Shot Loves Me. Note, Gung as the dominant lead. This can be considered an additional chapter, though it was left incomplete because I was fed up with extreme constraints. The sky glowed with brilliant evening clouds, purple and red intertwining, while scattered clouds drifted gracefully through the air. A cool breeze swept across the horizon, passing over kilometers of thorny rose gardens, carrying their fragrance to a grand mansion. A sharp wailing pierced the heavens. Aya! Caught off guard, Chingchingsa woke abruptly from the piercing cry, his fingers trembling in confusion as he opened his eyes. With blurred vision through the fine veil over his eyes, he made out everything around him. The lavish manor, the splendid sky, several acres of rose gardens, and, the surrounding men and women weeping and screaming. Where am I? Didn't I die? I'm scared, wah. Is there anyone here? Anybody? Chingchingsa's reactions were always slightly delayed. Rising from the ground, those hidden eyes beneath the bandages effortlessly gathered information about the surroundings. Among the crowd of men and women, there were both rich and poor, with various age ranges. Some faces were plain, others handsome, some calm and composed, others panicked. Their sole commonality was the deathly aura enveloping them. Thick, gloomy death chi permeated these people who had died but somehow lived again, now crying and shouting as they moved about. Silently, Chingchingsa examined himself. Perfect. He too was one of those who had died and returned to life, with an even more potent death chi. 002 quietly leaped onto his shoulder, lowering its voice. This world is a game world, and the people around are all players. Chingchingsa thought for a moment, recalling something. Why not send Shenrong instead? Isn't a game world exactly where Shenrong belongs? Throwing that troublemaker here would ensure the game crumbles under a drunkard within weeks. The match isn't suitable. In ABO worlds, compatibility matters greatly, and the compatibility for Shenrong in this world is far too low. Chingchingsa extended his slender, beautiful fingers and pressed down on 002 with a pop, turning the small orb into a flat pancake. He smiled innocently. 002, you haven't been hiding anything from me, have you? 002. Who can save me? Compared to Lin Feng, who lacks brains, Mou, who is pure-hearted, or Shenrong, who's lazy to think, Chingchingsa might respond a bit slower and has a longer reaction time, but his intelligence is undeniable. Not wanting to be crushed by the cunning black lotus tea-flavored person, 002 promptly folded its little legs, stuck out its tongue, and collapsed into a dead pancake on his shoulder, feigning death. What could it say? Absolutely nothing. It could only pretend to die like this. Seeing the cowardly state of the glowing orb, Chingchingsa's smile widened at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze grew colder. How boring. Bored and uninterested, he retracted his finger and stopped pressing on the small glowing orb. Chaos still reigned around him, yet the young man stood at the edge of the crowd, smiling as he observed their rage, numbness, hatred, and fear. Some newcomers who'd lost their minds were trying to kick open the mansion gates. Let me out. Let me out. A long whip flew from a player's hand, coiling around the waist of one such newcomer, viciously throwing them to the ground. Instantly, the newcomer's internal organs shifted, and with a loud poo, spewed blood from their mouth. The culprit was a bald player, with a terrifying expression, filled with impatience, his bloodshot eyes instilling dread, evident signs of having claimed many lives. Don't dare cause another disturbance. He pointed the whip in his hand toward the male newbie. The bald player coldly stated, if you want to die, don't drag me along with you. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Terrified, the newbies huddled together, slowly retreating step by step. Soon enough, only some experienced old players remained in the center of the field, alongside Chingchingsa, who wore a gentle smile and watched calmly. Seemingly not expecting the new players to suddenly retreat, Chingchingsa needed a few seconds of buffer time for each movement, which led to an awkward blank space appearing in the middle of the scene. He raised his eyes and looked at these veteran players, noticing their curious and measuring gazes as expected. A female player spoke first, uncertainty laced in her tone, is this, a blind person? Could being blind explain his composed demeanor? After all, drawing too much attention did not align with Chingchingsa's usually low profile and reserved nature. Thus, the young man slowly nodded, yes. That was right. He was blind. Chingchingsa. Chingchingsa even appropriately asked a soft question. Excuse me, where is this place? I can't see. Seeing it was a blind person, and what's more, a beautifully fragile blind man, the female player's eyes flickered with sympathy. Good-looking, weak in strength, and unable to see. People like that were doomed to become playthings or favorites among the powerful in this game. If they were unlucky, they might be traded around casually. This is hell. The people here are all dead. If you want to survive, you have to clear 10 stages here. After 10 levels, the game will give you a new life and let you successfully return to the real world. The female player gave a concise explanation and then introduced herself. I am Lily, third-time player. The bald player glanced at her and then at Qingqingza, whose tall but thin figure stood nearby. I'm on my 4th attempt, Wang Bin. Some other players also chimed in at the appropriate time. Second time. Third time. Now, only the new players had not introduced themselves. The youth paused slightly, speaking in a gentle voice. Qingqingza, newcomer. Lily couldn't help but frown. She didn't say anything since survival should be the priority, and how this youth fares later was none of her business. At most, she would give some well-intentioned tips when necessary, urging him to quickly find a reliable and powerful player to rely on. Still, this youth seemed so sickly frail, talking in a gentle, delicate manner. It was likely he wouldn't survive the first round. Unknown whether it was given as a period of grace, after everyone gradually finished introducing themselves, a tall, thin black figure appeared behind the group. His high-pitched and unpleasant voice startled them. Dear guests, you've waited long. Everyone was jolted, especially the nervous new players who screamed despite trying to control themselves. Qingqingza turned his head toward the sound behind him and saw a grotesque creature standing beside him. Its face was covered with green bumps resembling a toad's, its body long and thin, wearing a smiley mask-like face. Its mouth revealed a crimson tongue and sharp teeth, and there was a faintly fishy smell emanating from it. Yet, this ugly thing was wearing a proper butler tailcoat, pretending solemnity while bowing respectfully to Qingqingza. A creature looking like a hybrid of a toad-skinned lizard head and matchstick body, truly bizarre. The corners of Qingqingza's lips twitched slightly in response to the sight. So ugly. Ugly enough that Qingqingza wanted to peel off its skin and stew it. As long as it was in a pot, it wouldn't be ugly, just fragrant. The lizard-headed monster smiled at Qingqingza, drooling uncontrollably from its mouth, giving off an intense craving for delicious human flesh. Please come inside, our master has awaited you all. A sumptuous feast and exquisite rooms have been prepared for all esteemed guests, I'm sure you'll find them satisfactory. Amidst everyone's terrified gazes, Qingqingza furrowed his eyebrows. This stinking lizard clearly wanted to eat him. The butler was very pleased with the surprise he had created. With a smirk, he courteously bent over and gestured invitingly. Dear guests, please proceed. Qingqingza lifted his head and leisurely examined the mansion before him. The gates of the mansion had somehow opened, revealing a dark, gaping entrance that resembled a bottomless abyss. An intangible and deranged laughter echoed overhead in the air, seemingly welcoming these unfortunate ones about to enter. Cannibal Manor, we welcome your arrival. Qingqingza, facing away from the crowd, tilted his head. His unnervingly calm face flickered with a touch of amusement. He enjoyed cooking. Whom to cook depended on his mood. A dining table laden with food sat in the distance, surrounded by players with worried expressions who were nervously taking their seats one after another. Qingqingza followed everyone with a composed pace, occasionally bumping into things dramatically as if truly blind. Lily couldn't bear to watch anymore, and she roughly pulled him towards the dining table, impatiently saying, sit here. Qingqingza was thrown onto the chair, and the soft cushion caused him little pain. Instead, he expressed gratitude to Lily. Thank you for your kindness in taking care of this blind person. Player 002 grabbed his shoulder, seeing Chang's act, couldn't help but roll their eyes. What a damn actor. He always pretends to be weak and pitiable, a typical Black Lotus. Lily blushed at his compliment, uneasily saying, all right, I haven't done much. Qingqingza slightly bowed his head, his pale lips making him appear unusually fragile and broken, combined with his overly thin, frail physique, and translucent pale skin. A sick beauty. This term suddenly popped into Lily's mind, making her even more uncomfortable. She cleared her throat twice and found a nearby seat to sit down. A dyed-haired player in his early 20s, who looked like a street thug, whistled. Hey Lily, could it be that you have a thing for him? This face is so weak, can he satisfy you in bed? After saying this, the thug burst into laughter, slapping his thigh and bending over while laughing uncontrollably. Lily gave him a cold glance. If you shut up, no one would think you're dumb. Even if I don't like him, I wouldn't fancy someone like you. The blonde thug abruptly stopped laughing, his facial muscles twitching twice. He had some past with Lily before entering the game. He had pursued her but was rudely rejected, thus harboring resentment. Who do you think you are? Bitch. At a time when survival is uncertain, she still acts like this. He gritted his teeth and smirked, pointing at Qingqingza as he kicked the leg of the table. Hey, face, do you know what people like you usually become? Lily cut him off sharply. Enough. Shut up. The blonde paused briefly then continued grinning. Do you know you'll become something everyone plays around with? Qingqingza's expression remained unchanged, as if not hearing the rude insults, instead replying good-naturedly. Is that so? Upon hearing this tone, player 002's hair stood on end, looking fearfully at the thug. Are you out of your mind, provoking this psychopath? Aren't you afraid he'll make you his dish? The thug sneered, are you scared? Chingchingza let out a silent laugh, his hidden eyes under the black veil unseen, but his voice was still gentle, almost frail. That's for later, why be afraid of something that hasn't happened yet? The thug snorted, you're too boring. Such a pushover. The stiff atmosphere was broken by Chingchingza's elegant and warm words, loosening up immediately. Newcomers didn't dare to look up, keeping their heads down tightly, occasionally glancing at the old players and Chingchingza. Old players either showed indifference, guilt and self-blame, or were full of malice. On the seemingly calm dinner table, dark currents surged violently. Chingchingza glanced at the dining table, without reminding those around what was on it, but asked instead, 002, what's the mission? 002 was surprised for a moment, stammering, the mission is, to recover the porcelain. Chingchingza raised an eyebrow, just this? Yeah. Whose possession is the porcelain in? 002 spoke softly, in the boss of this world's level boss, your task is to get close to the antagonist and retrieve the porcelain from them. Chingchingza pressed further, why did the porcelain fall into the hands of the antagonist? According to Lin Feng's story earlier, wasn't it supposed to be with the false chosen one? 002 blinked, the antagonist in this world is too powerful, they killed the false chosen one, took the porcelain, and even slapped the cosmic path. Chingchingza. Which tyrant is this? Chapter 97, The Mysterious Big Brother Loves Me Part 2. That pesky manager wouldn't give up bothering everyone. He grinned widely standing in front of the dining table, bowing awkwardly and flashing a face full of swollen bumps, disgusting to look at. Dear guests, please enjoy your meal. With a high-pitched voice like someone being choked, he clapped his hands, soon female maids entered in file, neatly lining up behind the 2 rows of dining tables. Each of them was large and bulky, big-waisted and fat-faced, with fresh red lipstick smears, holding eerily sharp knives and greedily scanning everyone present. It seemed not that the guests would eat, but that they were about to eat. All the guests' faces changed dramatically, turning frighteningly pale. Friendly reminder, within 20 minutes of the meal, do not leave your seats. The lizard-headed manager chuckled deviously. Chingchingza curled his index finger, propping it against his dry and pale lips, discreetly surveying these monsters. He didn't like ugly things, they were too repulsive for him. Around him sat a few newcomers, tears streaming down their faces as they struggled not to cry, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The old players also dared not make any rash moves, waiting for someone else to act first. Seeing that no one would utter a word and even touch the food on the table, the butler's face immediately turned dark and fierce. Guests. Do you not like it? The newcomers were scared into sobbing a couple of times. Chingchingza slowly retracted his gaze. He glanced at the dining table and couldn't help but sneer slightly. These disgusting dishes were truly an insult to his stomach. Despite what he thought, he calmly felt around on the table for a while, finding the dinner knife and fork before methodically cutting into the steak in front of him. A crimson juice flowed out from the meat as Chingchingza parted his red lips slightly and put a piece of bloody beef into his mouth. Right then, the overly pale color of his lips was tainted with a beautiful blood-red hue, making them look enticing beyond comprehension. Under the watchful eyes of all the players, Chingchingza kindly opened his mouth. This is beef, not human flesh. I can tell. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. After his words, a few girls turned green in the face. Lily looked in surprise at this seemingly fragile youth, unsure whether he was bold because of great skills or simply slow on the uptake. Under the butler's compelling gaze, the players had no choice but to pick up their utensils, their faces ashen gray while picking food from the table. Some bolder ones trusted his statement and hesitantly started cutting their own meat. Chingchingza seemed to have smiled faintly, then lowered his head and continued eating his steak. In reality, there was a part of his thoughts he hadn't fully expressed. There was so much meat on the table, yet only the portion in front of him was beef, the rest. Chingchingza cheerfully placed another piece of meat into his mouth. Well, who could say for sure? No one knew how long it had passed, everything proceeded orderly under a dry silence. The initially tense and oppressive atmosphere became a bit more relaxed. A girl cautiously observed everyone around her. She ate very little, afraid to eat too much, being exceptionally restrained. She gradually let her guard down after some time and breathed a sigh of relief, reaching for a bread roll on her plate. At the moment when her slender fingers touched it, a sound, goo-goo, froze her on the spot. That sound. Her eyes widened in fear as she slowly redirected her gaze to her hand. The bread roll she had originally grabbed had somehow turned into a skin-damp, lumpy, grotesque, and repulsive toad. Ah! Everyone got quite a shock and quickly raised their heads to look. The girl screamed, jumping away from her seat and throwing the toad clinging to her hand aside. What's this? It's too disgusting. The butler, who had been smiling moments ago, saw her leave her seat, his expression turning increasingly cold and grim. Guests, did I not tell you to not leave your seats? The girl froze. Before she could explain a word, female servants with bulging muscles surrounded her, grinning viciously as they lifted their big knives and, whoosh, brought them down. Instantly, the large blade sliced through the girl's body, splitting her into pieces. Not even having time to scream in pain, she was already butchered. Seeing his meal in front stained with splattered blood, Chingching's lips curled in a cold smile, subconsciously tightening his grip on the fork. Player 002 had been munching on a small bread roll all along. Witnessing firsthand the bread turn into a toad and a live person getting dismembered, it completely lost its appetite. Holding the bread roll miserably, "Why are they so nasty?" Chingchingza remained silent, merely enlarging his motions of cutting the steak. Sizzle, the harsh noise made by the cutlery on the plate symbolized the impatience of a certain individual. Following this incident, the game rules were now clear as day. No one dared to move from their position without permission anymore, even if unexpected occurrences happened, they just let out a tiny scream and then quickly disappeared. Strangely, all kinds of mishaps happening to others occurred on the dining table. For instance, spaghetti turned into maggots, red wine transformed into cadaveric oil, and fingers appeared while eating. As for Chingching's side, it was incredibly peaceful, as though whatever ghosts were causing mischief received some sort of warning, not daring to tamper with Chingching's food at all, letting him have a proper meal peacefully. The young man was somewhat surprised, but happily accepted this good fortune. Having no interruptions while eating was the best thing possible. Those who knew Chingchingza well understood that he disliked any elements or behaviors that affected his appetite. That would cause him not wanting to cook. Having eaten until he was 7/10 full, Chingchingza put down his knife and fork, the movement suddenly pausing. A strange sensation came from his calf, coiling around like a snake, caressing his skin. The young man's expression remained calm, as if he didn't feel this touch. He raised his glass of red wine and took a sip, catching a glimpse under the table during the momentary gap. It was a vine sprouting from the ground, winding, twisting, slowly creeping up the slender leg of the youth. An itchy sensation spread from his leg. A flicker of complexity crossed Chingching's eyes. He had never been touched like this, let alone by a vine whose origin he couldn't identify. Seeming to realize that its action wasn't obstructed, the harmless-looking vine continued to wind upward, past his calf, to his thigh. The tip of the vine sensuously hooked around Chingching's delicate wrist. Chingchingza. Had he just been taken advantage of by a vine? Maintaining his appearance of frailty, still smiling faintly at the corner of his lips, Chingchingza stretched out his left hand toward the right hand that had been entwined by the vine, gently patting it. The instant he did so, the vine sought to wind around his left hand as well. A flash of coldness passed through Chingching's eyes. With his left hand gripping the end of the vine, he pulled with force that belied his seemingly fragile build, tearing the extremely resilient vine in two. The vine let out a pained sound and instantly collapsed limp on the floor, dissolving into ash in the blink of an eye. By splitting it in two and mercilessly burning it into ashes, Chingchingza sighed softly, appearing magnanimous. Where do such little hoodlums come from, taking advantage like this? It's wasted its life for nothing. 002. It dared not even breathe. A meal soon came to an end, and throughout the ordeal, only 2 people had died, one because they got startled and left their seat, the other due to excessive tension when breaking a plate, resulting in punishment and death. The butler led them to their respective rooms. Chingchingza followed their steps leisurely at the tail end of the group. No one wanted to bother with a blind person, and he was content being the beautiful yet useless member of the team. Unintentionally, he met the gaze of a portrait hanging on the wall. Coincidentally, the regal woman in the oil painting turned her head, offering him a smile. Her hollow eyes were sinister and bizarre. Chingchingza averted his eyes. How dull. He wondered what Gung intended by sending him to this world. If it weren't for Gung's request, there was no way Chingchingza would have come here. But unfortunately, he only listened to that person. Sighing, Chingchingza tapped player 002 on his shoulder. Tell me, where is the antagonist? Let's quickly grab the porcelain and leave. He didn't want to waste another second in this utterly boring world. After checking the location, 002 hesitated for a while. You'll know once you get to your room. Chingchingza arched an elegant eyebrow. Why was the system starting to play mind games now? The rooms were quickly assigned. All the players were staying on the 2nd floor, except for the unlucky Chingchingza, who was placed alone on the 3rd floor. Amidst the sympathetic or smug glances from others, Chingchingza offered a gentle smile, extending his hand outward as if feeling his way, earnestly portraying the role of a beautiful and useless blind man. The butler trailed behind him, laughing slyly. Sir, please be careful. If you fall, hee. Without turning back, Chingchingza smiled and nodded. If I fall, wouldn't it just give you a chance to eat me? Together they stepped onto the wooden planks of the 3rd floor. The butler, walking ahead to guide him, revealed frog-like skin that quivered unnervingly, extremely repulsive. Pushing open a door, the butler grinned at Chingchingza. Yes, indeed. Sir is truly wise to know that I particularly enjoy eating fine flesh like yours. Chingchingza didn't enter immediately. His delicate fingers gripped the doorknob, standing elegantly by the doorway. Facing the butler, he spoke. Is that so? The butler bared his teeth in a grin, revealing sharp and chilling fangs. Indeed. The air grew momentarily silent. In the dim corridor, Chingchingza's room emitted warm lighting behind him. With his back to the glow, his overly pale face carried an identical eerie smirk. He asked again. Is that so? In an instant, an inexplicable chill shot up the butler's spine. This human's reaction. Was it slightly off? 10 minutes later, with his tongue torn out and his left arm severed, the butler tumbled down the stairs in panic, ho ho, screeching wildly in his mouth, filled with fear in his eyes. Ah. Ah, eh. His soundless screams reverberated throughout the estate, but no one hearing the odd noise dared to step outside. Crawling on the staircase, the butler frantically climbed down to escape with his life. Save me. He was silently pleading for help, silently screaming in terror. Save me. At the top of the stairs, Chingchingsa chuckled as he watched the lizard-headed creature fleeing in panic. His overly thin and frail figure made him look weak to the wind. A black fine gauze covered his eyes, only showing off a delicate nose and beautiful lips. After enjoying the spectacle, Chingchingsa immediately reverted to his usual sickly demeanor, even pretending to cough softly a couple of times, as if he were pitiful and afraid. He's so ugly, he scared me. 002. Having finished putting on a show, Chingchingsa was now contentedly returning to his room. Regardless of how things turned out, at least today they had settled down, hadn't they? 002 looked at Chingchingsa lying sideways on the bed, examining the room, thinking about this. 002, where's that antagonist? Chingchingsa removed the black gauze from his eyes, revealing a pair of grey eyes. Even though his vision had been healed, he still had some after effects. His irises didn't have a normal color, rather an out-of-focus grey hue. He looked like a blind man but could actually see clearly. The distance shows 300 meters away. 002 showed him the location. Chingchingsa glanced at the positioning a couple of times and mentally dissected the layout of the estate. The position was. The young man leisurely stood up and opened the window. With a gentle smile playing on his lips, he leaned out to take a look. In the next second, Chingchingsa froze. Hundreds of meters away in the rose garden, amidst countless gorgeous and dazzling roses, there was a familiar figure resting in the center. Chingchingsa's fingers gripping the windowsill trembled violently, and his pupils contracted sharply. Gung. Far away, that man was leaning against a stone and taking a nap, just as he usually liked to do wherever he went. His long legs slightly bent as Gung slightly lowered his head, propping it up with his arm while he closed his eyes. His long, thick eyelashes showed no movement, making him appear deeply asleep. He was handsome and refined, his features delicately chiseled like a masterpiece of the creator. Yet, his entire demeanor exuded detachment and coldness, like misty rain that couldn't be comprehended or grasped. Unlike his overly intricate and rich appearance, Gung's character was extremely aloof. His slightly long black hair fell to his shoulders, exposing a pale and elegant neck. Because he was tilted forward while sleeping, one could see that on his earlobe hung a beautiful and shiny black short diamond earring, sparkling faintly like a clear star resting on his earlobe. For a moment, the illusion and reality blurred Chingchingsa's vision, leaving him dazedly staring at that all-too-familiar figure. No one knew Gung better than Chingchingsa. That person was too indifferent and detached, treating everything with cold observation. Only toward Chingchingsa did Gung seem to have a sliver of interest, giving him a bit of sparse favor. Suddenly, the same voice resounded in his mind, clear yet impatient. Get up, sick cat. That was when Chingchingsa first joined the temporal bureau. He was both blind and sick, his nervous system delayed due to high fevers during childhood. He was essentially an idiot back then. Fragile, blind, foolish. No one dared approach him, not even 002 who recruited him, since Chingchingsa had a tendency to react impulsively. Whoever came near would end up being scratched or bitten, driving them away. So, he pitifully curled up in his room, without opening doors or windows, staying in the darkness of a corner and tightly hugging himself. A sick cat suited the image of Chingchingsa at that time. Perhaps moved by his pathetic and extreme condition, Gung kicked open the door that had been shut for a long time upon hearing the news. Walking against the light, he paused at the wall where Chingchingsa had hidden, looking down coldly at him, shaking uncontrollably and clutching his head. Get up, sick cat. Amidst fear and confusion, Chingchingsa heard a crisp, magnetic voice. Opening his mouth blankly, he emitted raspy, aha sounds, suffering immensely. I'll take you to treat your eyes. Soon, a warm and strong embrace enveloped his body. The tall and thin Chingchingsa was gently lifted up by this man, as if he were cradling some small animal. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. Chingchingsa's subsequent actions shocked Gung. Suddenly, he viciously bit down on Gung's shoulder, sinking his sharp teeth into firm muscles until blood seeped out. Blood filled his mouth. From nearby came a stifled groan and an exasperated sigh, sick to this extent, and still biting people. Chingchingsa did not loosen his bite, instead, he bit down harder, his delicate fingers digging deep into the man's flesh on his back, scratching bloody streaks. Gung remained silent, wordlessly carrying the person away from the room. I'll have to beg that guy for leniency. Gung thought. Fortunately, with a partnership relationship, he should not refuse my request. Chingchingsa's emotions were indeed very extreme. During treatment, he always suddenly broke things in the room, screaming and growling, trying to escape this closed cage. In the few months Gung had taken him in, they'd already changed houses multiple times. Upon hearing this news, 002 quietly ran up to Gung. You're so good to him, asking others for mercy to buy spiritual objects, even moving to live in the forest for him. Gung lay in his soft chair, lazily looking at the trees outside. There, Qingqingza was crouching on the ground, reaching out to feel around carefully as he tried to pick mushrooms off the tree, preparing to make a soup for Gung to drink. Sick cat, pitiful. He only uttered these words before slowly closing his eyes, radiating an intangible coldness and aloofness. Just because he's pitiful? 002 asked. Gung became impatient and waved it away. He cooks too. 002. Not to mention, pity plus cooking, is that how you got captured? In fact, it wasn't entirely about being captured by his cooking. Qingqingza always loved to create all sorts of strange innovative dishes. His finished products were delicious, but his experimental ones. It was hard to describe. When Qingqingza was full of gratitude and eagerly expected to cook various innovation dishes for Gung time after time, Gung could only. He silently swallowed the strangely flavored unknown thing in his mouth, just about to say something when their eyes met. Qingqingza's gray, unfocused eyes looked at him expectantly. The sick cat struggled through his blindness bit by bit to cook meals for him, just to please the master and avoid being rejected. Gung, not bad. Aside from the taste, everything else about the meal was fine. At least nothing was burnt, and salt wasn't forgotten. Encouraged by someone, Qingqingza cooked even more enthusiastically, determined to take charge of every meal, including snacks, fattening Gung up. Gung. Cooking is fine, but please stop bringing human meat. And those ugly, odd-shaped meats won't do either. He didn't want to eat them. No one knew what Qingqingza considered Gung to be. Possibly a benefactor or a master, or perhaps the moonlight far beyond reach. Anyway, his attitude was cautious, refusing to offend in the slightest. Fantasy-like memories shattered, leaving only the sight of the man sitting among flowers, propping his head with his arm as he slept deeply. Surrounded by countless bright and romantic flowers, he appeared wrapped in a light breeze, making his figure flicker in and out of view as if about to dissipate. For a moment, Qingqingza was bewildered and couldn't help but call out. Gung. Awakened by the voice hundreds of meters away, the man opened a pair of dark green eyes, releasing a noble and cold atmosphere from those deep-set eyes that wiped away any previous gentle calm during sleep. Following the sound, those dark green eyes collided with the gray hazy pupils of the young man. Their gazes touched, and the next second, Gung calmly averted his gaze, no longer looking at him. Just this one glance made Qingqingza choke on his breath, his chest tight and painful. His heart pounded familiarly, silently conveying something. During the long periods of past interactions with the man, he had often felt his heartbeat accelerate. All for Gung. Later, as they grew estranged, he thought he wouldn't feel this way anymore. Qingqingza stared blankly at the person. Why? Why was he always crazily stirred by emotion while the other party treated him with indifference, ignoring everyone haughtily? Gung. Chapter 98, The Mysterious Big Shot Loves Me 3. Pound, pound. The overly dry, chaotic heartbeat thundered around his chest, shaking Qingqingza so much that he couldn't say a single word. Hundreds of meters away in the rose garden, the youth surrounded like stars embracing the moon, his half-length black hair tousled by the wind, those dark green pupils faintly visible beneath the fluttering strands of hair. Gung did not look at anyone, his empty eyes gazed into space. His refined and striking features combined with his cold detachment drew people's attention. This stance was clearly indifferent to all. Sick cat. It seemed like the cool, magnetic husky voice had never faded, rolling repeatedly in his mind. Unable to control himself, Qingqingza wanted to take a step forward and grab the person he could never hold on to. 002 quickly yanked his hair, pulling him back. What are you doing? This is a window, do you want to fall down? Qingqingza suddenly snapped out of it, his dim, hollow gray eyes fixed on the little orb. He gritted his teeth, speaking word by word, is Gung here too? 002 felt guilty, yes. Qingqingza's face turned cold and terrifying as he abruptly grabbed 002, tightly clenching the small entity in his palm. Is he the antagonist? 002 was choked under his grip, its voice trembling, yes. Qingqingza's gaze became gloomy. All gentleness was gone, replaced only by hostility. Why is he the antagonist in this small world? Task-takers cannot become natives of this world. What have you been hiding from me? After a long silence, 002 quietly said, Qingqingza, there's one thing you should know. What? Right now, he has no memory. 002 slowly continued, carefully observing the youth's expression before proceeding. He can't remember anyone right now. Qingqingza, you can do anything to him. A memoryless person is incapable of resisting. As long as he wishes. The young 002's innocent voice resonated in Qingqingza's ears, stirring up waves of lust and infinite madness in his mind. The heavenly deity had fallen into the mud. The pure bright moon in your heart forgot everything. Qingqingza, what would you do? The overly pale complexion of the youth showed faint blush. He breathed heavily, his fingertips slightly trembling with excitement so overwhelming that he couldn't even hold on to 002. What will I do? Qingqingza whispered these words softly, gradually revealing a sickly tender smile on his face. He finally got his chance. He would drag this person down completely. From the podium, from the clouds. With this thought, the young man placed the small creature on his shoulder and spoke slowly, 002, you'll support me, right? 002 grinned and nodded, of course. This deranged black lotus had finally let its tail slip. Chingching's greedily gazed at the silhouette far away with his yearning eyes, then sighed. He really is as good-looking as always. 002 asked, do you want to meet him now? Chingching's gently stroked 002's head with his long fingers, his brows lowering with a smile, no, I want to find an opportunity. However, once he saw him, it was impossible to suppress the deep longing in his heart. Chingching's hid his thoughts in his gaze. At night, the thick black clouds weighed heavily above, and everything was eerily silent. The owner of the mansion lived on the 4th floor, and the butler had specifically reminded them not to make noise at night, for fear of disturbing the sleep-loving master. A pale, bare foot stepped onto the stairs on the 4th floor. The foot was slim and beautiful, with translucent white skin. Further up were delicate yet fragile ankles. Its owner wasn't wearing much, simply draped in a thin piece of clothing similar to a bathrobe loosely tied with a belt. The smooth fabric hung loosely, nearly slipping off the shoulder, exposing a long neck and a slender, pretty back. Chingchingza stood in front of the only room on the 4th floor. His eyes curved as he extended his hand, using an invisible force to open the door. Quietly pushing the sturdy wooden door open, he entered. Without paying attention to anything else, he deftly headed towards the bed. Everything happened silently. Chingchingza bent down and looked at the sleeping face of Gung lying on the bed, softness flickering in his eyes. Gung. His slender fingertips touched Gung's lips, contrasting the crimson-red lips with his pallid fingertips, exuding boundless decadence. The young man smiled softly, lowering his eyes while his fingers ambiguously caressed the other man's lips, brushing against the warm, moist mouth leaving just a trace of coolness behind. He didn't lean in for a kiss but instead knelt beside the bed, resting his head on his own arm while maintaining an intimate yet restrained distance. Chingchingza didn't move recklessly but maintained this position. The faint scent enveloped his nostrils, and he knew it was Gung's smell. After an unknown amount of time passed, the young man moved. He quietly searched for Gung's clothes and spread them over the corner where he intended to sleep, indulging and infatuatedly burying himself inside. Chingchingza sniffed the fragrance on the clothes. These were Gung's clothes, the ones he had worn. His behavior could be called pathological and disgusting, stealing someone's clothes to hug and smell, even sleeping with them. A perverted stalker, in a word. Chingchingza let out a contented sigh, his handsome yet grey eyes were filled with obsessive longing. He depended on the clothes in his hand, like a sick kitten clinging to its owner, weak and lonely, overly clingy. Gung. A whisper full of endless infatuation echoed in the stillness. Gung. In the deadly silence where no one answered, a pale delicate hand stretched out in the darkness. Slowly, gently, it interlaced with the beautiful slender hand resting by the bed. The sick cat curled up at the edge of the bed, wanting to snuggle into its owner's embrace but held back due to inferiority and timidity. It merely reached out a claw to touch its owner's hand. After getting just a little taste of affection, the sick cat didn't feel satisfied, it was flooded instead with boundless desire and obsession. With innate malevolent bones, Chingchingza never knew satiation with what he already possessed. If such contact could be achieved, could he, perhaps, take it a step further? Chapter 99, The Mysterious Senior Falls for Me, 4. Chingchingza was extremely skilled at sneaking into Gung's bed while he slept. For he had done this many times before when Gung was asleep. His secret love slept too much, wherever he went, he would fall asleep, he could sleep for 3 days straight. Maybe because Gung was too familiar with Chingchingza's scent, each time Chingchingza crept into the bed while Gung was asleep, the latter never woke up, which led Chingchingza to grow bolder and bolder. Accustomed to crouching at the foot of the bed, Chingchingza gathered his dry and thin body, his exquisite white legs kneeling on the ground. His head rested on his arm, draped in Gung's clothing, inching closer to the edge of the bed where Gung lay sleeping. Chingchingza even dared not climb onto the bed itself. He only stayed in a small space near Gung's pillow. Contentedly closing his eyes, a gentle smile curved his lips attractively as he lightly dozed by Gung's bedside. At least he could be together with him at night. Chingchingza thought hazily, plunging completely into the dark. Sick cat, you're adorable. An indifferent voice whispered softly in his ear, as if another person's warmth and humidity brushed past him. This voice carried from reality into his dream. Without realizing it, Chingchingza lost himself in a luxurious and pleasant dream. He saw the normally aloof Gung pressed on top of him, passionately kissing him, his hands brushing tenderly over his thin body. He was dreaming. Chingchingza clearly realized that. But this dream was so vivid, and without restraint, he submerged himself fully, indulging in every act forbidden in reality toward this figure in the dream. Gung, you really are good-looking. Lost in admiration, Chingchingza extended his hand to slowly trace the features of Gung's face. Despite his cold and detached personality, Gung possessed an attractive and dazzling appearance, his soft black hair draping elegantly, partially concealing his elegant neck and collarbone. Sick cat. Gung slowly enclosed Chingchingza's fingers with his own. His dark green pupils were calm and obscure, but the words escaping from his mouth were seductive beyond measure, rough and gravelly, intoxicating. My sick cat. Instantly, Chingchingza felt as though all strength had left his waist. He found the person above him entirely irresistible, teasing him shamelessly. Ignoring him in real life, yet spouting such enticing words in dreams. All right. Blushing deeply, the young man willingly embraced him, flexible and supple like a snake. Gung seemed to have smiled faintly, croaking softly, how adorable, I like you. Chingchingza trembled involuntarily. Perhaps due to falling asleep hugging Gung's clothes, his nose still lingered with the other's faint scent, light yet genuine. Just as the young man was willing to give everything to him, Gung abruptly cooled down, loosening his embrace. Surprised and angry, Chingchingza shot up, reaching to grab him, determined to make a move on his own. Gung's figure suddenly dissipated, leaving Chingchingza clutching at nothing but air. Gung. The sudden awakening Chingchingza lying beside the bed opened his eyes, uttering a low growl of fury. His face turned red with anger, his thin chest began to rise and fall violently. He was so angry that he started coughing while trying to suppress it by covering his mouth. Hack, hack, hack. Ji Yuan, hack. The turbulence in his chest brought forth a metallic sweetness rising to his throat. Chingchingza's body had always been weak, despite being well rested for a long time, his major problems were under control, but many minor ailments remained. Severe fits of anger easily led to coughing and spitting blood. In the vast, dark room, there were only the young man's stifled and uncomfortable coughs, occasionally mixed with the agony of catching no breath. A beautiful hand suddenly patted the youth's emaciated back as if soothing, moving up and down gently before skillfully patting him. This level of force and technique was all too familiar to Chingchingza. The unfamiliar warmth spread from his spine to his brain, causing him to freeze. Had he woken up? Chingchingza choked back the cough in his throat out of fright, shivering badly, then dragged himself a couple of steps backward. Gung's hand that was patting his back hovered in midair, clearly not expecting this person to be so frightened as to flee outright. He paused for a moment, tilting his head in puzzlement. What a strange person. However, thinking about how Chingchingza earlier seemed like he couldn't catch his breath due to fury, Gung still spoke, his voice as cool and magnetic as ever. Are you alright? Chingchingza stared intently at Gung before him, wanting to find even the tiniest hint of a familiar emotion in his eyes. There was none. There wasn't even an ounce of frustration that Chingchingza used to frequently see. Gung really didn't recognize him anymore. In an instant, Chingchingza couldn't distinguish whether he felt relieved or disappointed. He found that just uttering one word came with an alarming hoarseness. The hands concealed beneath Chingchingza's sleeves clenched tightly together, letting the sharp nails cut into his palms until they oozed faint streaks of blood. He moderated his tone, reverting to his usual gentle and amiable manner, I'm fine now. Thank you. Gung asked calmly, why are you in my room? The air froze at this moment. A breeze carrying the fragrance of roses entered through the window, enveloping everything in a romantic filter. Chingchingza stiffened his back, pulling out every ounce of acting ability, blinking his eyes and saying in a plaintive tone, I'm a guest invited by the estate. Don't you know? Gung was aware of this fact. Chingchingza relaxed his body, already fragile, combined with his gray, misty eyes, he appeared pitiful, it was your butler. I was assigned to the third floor, where I was alone, and I was terrified. Those verdant ink-colored eyes of Gung glimmered beautifully in the night. He questioned strangely, so, you came to my room? This sounded shaky, and Chingchingza knew his current excuse was lousy. So he went all in. Your butler tried to force himself on me. This explained why he hadn't worn his own clothes and had slept wrapped in Gung's clothing instead. Gung. 002, Chingchingza whispered hoarsely, he pressed me against the door, tearing my garments. Thus, he uncovered the reason for him not wearing his own clothes and sleeping in Gung's clothes. I resisted, struggling fiercely, accidentally breaking his arm and gouging out his tongue. This explained the broken tongue and broken arm of the butler. I fled, I was too scared. On the third floor, I was the only one, just a lowly guest, while he is the butler. In the manor, the only person who can restrain him is the master. This gave a reason why he ended up sleeping in Gung's room. Throughout the explanation, the narrative twisted black and white, painting the picture of a disadvantaged figure. He was delicate, vulnerable, helpless, everything he had done was forced upon him by the malicious and coercive butler. Tears streamed down Chingchingza's face as he couldn't help but take his sleeve and lightly wipe them away, each movement filled with an ancient, graceful elegance, making him appear even more pitiful. 002 was completely stupefied. Chapter 100, A Mysterious Big Shot Falls in Love with Me 5. In the gentle and soft night, the young man's complaints finally fell silent. Gung didn't know whether to believe him or not, and after a faint nod, he stopped asking questions. He said, go back to sleep, he won't look for you. Chingchingza felt a little reluctant. Clutching the cuff of his sleeve, he still managed a smile and said, I'm a bit timid. After being startled, it's hard for me to fall asleep without someone staying with me. Upon hearing this, Gung seemed to recall something. His silhouette paused momentarily. Slightly tilting his head towards the window to observe the outside situation, under the black strands of hair covering his earlobe, an elegant stud earring with a short black diamond caught Chingching's attention. The gemstone added a touch of luxury to his demeanor. Chingching's was lost for words as he stared at Gung's earlobe. Just then, a breeze gently swept Gung's black hair, brushing past his pale, smooth cheek. It was a disheveled yet exquisitely handsome sight that mesmerized anyone who saw it. Without realizing, Chingching's had become entranced. It's late at night, Gung suddenly broke the spell Chingching's was in, pointing outside the window. Are you scared? Regaining his focus, Chingching's eyes flashed with confusion before answering instinctively, scared? Gung nodded affirmatively. Soon enough, Chingching's understood why Gung asked if he was afraid. A slender shadow darted past the window, flapping its wings while making a hoarse sound. Sharp teeth were exposed, and all over the creature's body were black furs. Chingching's immediately recognized what it was and wrinkled his nose with distaste. A bat? And one wasn't enough. Soon thereafter, dense clusters of bats ascended from below, using their black wings to envelop the entire estate. The sharp teeth and piercing squeaks emanating from their mouths sent chills down everyone's spines. Lacking any intelligence, these bats displayed only pairs of blood-red eyes and aimed directly for the window of Gung's room to try to enter. But Gung took action. An invisible protective barrier shielded the open fourth-floor window, repelling these hideous creatures and keeping them outside the room. People in other rooms weren't so lucky. Soon, agonizing screams erupted from the second-floor players' rooms, followed by sounds of flesh being chewed on, after which they disappeared entirely. Gung kept these things out with the protection barrier, but the bats wouldn't stop. They continued to collide persistently, revealing their sharp teeth, emitting dull thuds. Are you scared? Gung asked again. Glancing at the window once more, Chingching's then looked at Gung, whose expression was indifferent. He suddenly blinked his eyes and nodded vigorously, yes, I am scared. Gung responded simply, And, that was all. Chingching's. Speechless for a moment, he finally sighed, feeling utterly helpless. How could he be amnesiac yet still have such behavior? It was just a question with absolutely no extra implication or act. The opponent made no move, so Chingching's did. If he relied on Gung to take the initiative and show concern, well, he might as well wait till the next life. In this life, his only reward would be breast cancer caused by frustration. It's so dark here, could you hold me? The youth's gentle gaze hung low as he cautiously pulled at the sleeve of the other person's garment, skillfully showing his weakness, a trick he often used in front of this person. Slowly, Gung gazed at the young man kneeling by the bed, appearing fragile and tender, frail even to the point of illness. With bent eyebrows and pleading eyes, he begged for a hug, his deeper gaze filled with humility and self-deprecating timidity. Weak, pitiful, a stray cat. For some reason, this nickname suddenly appeared in Gung's mind, surprising him slightly. Silence fell upon the air. For a long time, so long that Chingching's fingers began to stiffen with cold, he almost gave up on his yearning. He forced a laugh, letting go of the sleeve he held. Never mind, I don't feel scared anymore. Suddenly, Gung reached out, covering his eyes with his hand. Chingching's froze momentarily. There was a familiar darkness before his eyes, the unfamiliar warmth touching his face, and the cool whisper in his ear, if you don't look, you won't fear. Not looking, no fear, Chingching's. Memories in his mind surged abruptly. The covered-eyed young man was left speechless. He recalled the period when he was treating his blindness, barely adjusting to a slight amount of light. Having been blind for a long time, Chingching's couldn't withstand the stimulation. He collapsed into uncontrollable screams and howls, his extremely tense mental state causing everyone to step back. Gung embraced the trembling and terrified patient like a cat recovering from blindness, enduring his cries and shouts. With a calm expression, he covered the newly restored vision. Don't look, don't fear. These words penetrated through to the panicked and fearful cat-like figure, who listened attentively. After speaking these words, Gung refrained from further conversation. He merely held the sick cat, covering his eyes with his hands, lying in a spacious soft chair while swaying with the rocking chair. The rhythmic swaying of the rocking chair, like that used to soothe children, lulled the sick cat into calmness. The scent of bamboo carried by the owner, along with his detached and composed demeanor, subtly infected the pet, compelling it into serenity. See. There's nothing peculiar about being able to see light. If the master isn't afraid, why should the pet be? If the master can see, then so can the pet, right? So don't be afraid, just close your eyes. And I will shield you from anything scary. Time flowed, and an unknown amount had passed before this ordinary night of many years later. Chingching's heard those soothing words again. His eyes grew slightly moist but quickly settled under the youthful gaze, showing no trace. Around half an hour later, the bats finally dispersed, and Gung released his hand covering Chingching's eyes. The emerald green pupils were stunningly deep, fixed on Chingching's gentle and delicate face. He said, they're gone now. Are you still scared? Already reluctant to part with Gung, recalling deeper memories made him cling even more. Chingchingza was not willing to leave at all now. With trembling lips pressed together, his already dim eyes turned even darker, he asked plaintively, "Are you asking me to leave by saying this?" Yung paused briefly and replied, "No." Chingchingza's eyes brightened slightly, "Can I sleep next to you then? Even on the floor is fine, I won't take up much space." The floor was cold and hard, and he just wrapped himself in a single garment, curling on the ground near the bed. Chingchingza looked frighteningly thin, his face pale, looking as sickly as ever. A normal person wouldn't allow someone so frail, seemingly about to breathe their last, to sleep on the floor. But Yung wasn't just anyone. "Alright. 002. What the hell? You actually agreed?" Chingchingza licked his parched lips, free of irritation, instead grinning with satisfaction. Indeed, he curled up with his clothes on the floor in the corner next to the bed. Yung gave him a few extra glances before turning his uninterested gaze away. A bout of hypersomnia was about to hit him, and he needed plenty of rest. There was no energy left to worry about some stranger. Thinking thus, he quickly collapsed onto the soft and fluffy large bed, closing his eyes for deep slumber. If Chingchingza was considered slow due to occasional mental dullness but overall normal, Yung, on the other hand, was a typical cold personality, the mysterious figure from Space-Time Bureau who would randomly appear. Most people hadn't even seen what he looked like, only aware that there was a powerful yet reclusive senior presence, known for discretion and strength so great that even many operatives barely knew his name. Chingchingza often couldn't find him either, but he did know one reason Yung frequently went missing, it was because of his hypersomnia. Excessively sleepy, uncontrollably so. There were times when symptoms struck in small worlds, causing Yung to fall asleep wherever he could, sometimes for days, weeks, or even months. As long as there was no unfamiliar aura or dangerous situation nearby, Yung usually wouldn't wake up. Chingchingza mouthed his name soundlessly. Savoring the scent of the bamboo-infused garments, the fragrance filling his nose, Chingchingza felt so refreshed that it seemed every pore on his body was opening. Unable to resist hugging them tightly, Chingchingza, contentedly enough, gazed toward the sleeping figure on the bed, his lips curling unconsciously. He didn't care how Yung ended up as a native of this world or why he lost his memory. All he felt now was secret joy and baseness, a reckless idea was beginning to form. Ignoring all the present doubts, Chingchingza currently resembled a gambler at the casino driven mad by greed, fixated solely on the delectable cake within reach, dismissing any questions or doubts even if they lay beside him. As long as he could have Yung, dragging down this high and mighty deity into something exclusively his, he'd endure any cost. Chingchingza's face flushed momentarily with a hint of unhealthy excitement, soon hidden beneath his serene and handsome facade. He spoke silently, gently, yet brimming with extreme stubbornness and muddied thoughts. Yung. Early the next morning, the Rose Manor was unusually quiet. Birds chirped playfully, flitting around and jumping at the window, acting like alarm clocks waking up the man on the bed. The moment Yung opened his eyes, he looked toward the floor beside his bed. There was nothing there anymore, no one in sight. Even the clothes had been taken away. He remained silent for a while before speaking faintly. "Gone." This remark was for himself, the delicate little sick cat from yesterday had disappeared. Yung didn't think of searching for it. In fact, his emotions barely wavered as if the sick cat had never appeared at all, displaying an incredible calmness. He simply bent down to put on his shoes, but as he finished lacing them, his movement paused. He picked up a piece of paper from the side of his foot. It read, "Breakfast is on the table, enjoy your meal, left by Chingchingza." Yung tilted his head, the dark green pupils reflecting the words on the note, Chingchingza. Was this the pitiful little sick cat from yesterday? Did he make breakfast for him? When Yung looked at the table, there was indeed a large thermal box, which seemed to have come from somewhere unknown since Rose Manor definitely did not own such an item. A warm-toned thermal box adorned with intricate stickers contained 3 layers inside when opened. The first layer held tea eggs, soup-filled buns, and shrimp dumplings, the second layer featured appetizing small dishes, and the third was a fresh and sweet seafood congee. The aroma wafted through the air, the porridge being thick and shiny, soft and inviting in appearance, complemented by the skillfully crafted soup-filled buns requiring precise technique and effort. Exquisitely arranged, temptingly colored, fragrant, it must have taken considerable thought to prepare such a breakfast. At this moment, Yung felt rather curious, as though it were like a seemingly useless little animal going out to painstakingly find food to feed its master, not knowing whether it had fought or gotten injured in the process, then eagerly presenting the spoils with hopeful eyes. If you've ever been a dedicated pet owner, you might know what this feels like. Absolutely adorable. Early that morning, after preparing the meal, Chingchingza quietly went downstairs, got dressed in his room, and gathered at the main hall on the ground floor under the urging of the servants. "Everyone, long time no see," he said lightly, rubbing the railing as he descended the stairs, nodding at everyone present. Lily gasped loudly, "Chingchingza. You're still alive." Chingchingza raised an eyebrow, glancing around at each person. Compared to his radiant and lively demeanor, the others were either injured or dead, the least harmed among them showing signs of bat bites on their arms and faces. Dark circles beneath their eyes betrayed a night without sleep. This contrast was glaringly obvious. Chingchingza furrowed his brow with annoyance, apologizing regretfully, sorry, I slept too soundly yesterday. Did something happen? Li Li's expression soured, and other players also felt uneasy. Some quick-witted individuals immediately guessed that this man concealed great power and chose silence. Still, some lacked intelligence altogether. Like the blonde from yesterday. His face bore scars, the flesh entirely gone from his left hand after last night's battle, leaving him restless and irritable. At the sight of Chingchingza's refined features, he bristled with disdain and spat. Are you taking us for fools? If only you died sleeping. Chingchingza endured the scolding, his covered eyes turning toward him with curiosity yet still maintaining gentleness. What do you mean? In a few strides, the blonde seized Chingchingza by the collar, his face menacing, demanding answers. How exactly are you dodging those monsters at night? Speak now. Upon hearing this, the few survivors who had managed to live through last night's ordeal suddenly shifted their eyes suspiciously. To know how to avoid the monsters and keep it secret. Letting others get hurt and die. Chingchingza, assaulted by the intense sweat and tobacco smell from the other man, plummeted emotionally. What are you talking about? This frail individual seemed genuinely puzzled as he muttered dumbfoundedly. Infuriated by Chingchingza's attitude, the blonde prepared to throw a punch towards his face. You damn. Whoosh. From the ceiling on the top floor of the mansion, a sleek vine swiftly whipped down with unstoppable force and struck hard against the blonde. With just this one hit, the blonde was instantly hurled across the room, coughing up blood while the arm he had lifted shattered into pieces. He screamed in pain, ah ah ah. As Chingchingza was about to retaliate, he froze momentarily, instinctively following the shadow of the vine. But after striking, the vine vanished back to somewhere hidden above almost instantaneously, so stealthily that no one knew where it had gone. The vine that was thrown from higher levels of the upper floors. Was it the third floor or the fourth? Guests, please restrain yourselves. The butler seemed to appear out of nowhere, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his body remained unscathed with no signs of yesterday's mutilated limbs or severed tongue. His face was contorted, his movements awkward and limping as if he'd been injured, appearing as though someone had kicked him in place for rescue. We do not tolerate violence here. It is too impolite. Enraged, the butler unleashed all his pent-up resentment on the blonde. I will punish you. The blonde spat out another mouthful of blood, cough, cough, me. Your free activity today is cancelled. You must clean all the glass except for the fourth floor. Incredulous, the blonde protested, what? No, I disagree. If the free activity were cancelled, how would he find a way to leave this cursed place? There would be no time to search for clues. Only 7 days left, 2 had already passed. With an unforgiving glare, the butler said, this isn't up to you. He stepped forward, his webbed claws catching the blonde by the arm, dragging him away forcefully. Before leaving, the butler shot a sidelong glance at Chingchingza, as if attempting to threaten him but faltering upon some thought, shivered, and ultimately retreated quietly. Chingchingza let out a soft chuckle. An eerie silence temporarily enveloped the area. Having witnessed this absurd scene, the crowd awkwardly dispersed, leaving only Li Li hesitating to speak. You. Ms. Li, I need to go look for clues, Chingchingza interjected smoothly, cutting her off before adding, there isn't enough time, is there? Li Li uncomfortably nodded, yes. Chingchingza gave a slow smile and turned away. Li Li silently watched his retreating back, narrowing her sharp eyes thoughtfully. She wordlessly followed his direction, leaving this place behind. In an instant, the first-floor hall became desolate and empty. After some time had passed, a tall figure leaned against a concealed corner upstairs, arms crossed, coldly observing the farce below. With disdain, he let out a faint hum, his voice icy and husky. Sick cat, pitiful. How could such a person be bullied by so many? Chapter 101, A Mysterious Tycoon Falls in Love with Me 6. Chingchingza left the hall and headed straight for the kitchen. He had 2 purposes. First, he was not the type to endure grievances quietly, he planned to stew that blonde guy. Second, he wanted to make lunch for Gung, 3 dishes and 1 soup, all delicately prepared, which would take him the whole morning to prepare the ingredients. The kitchen was the workplace of the maids, but there was no one around at this moment. Chingchingza, without batting an eyelid or skipping a heartbeat, took a small fruit knife from a collection of large sharp knives on the wall. This small fruit knife was as long as his forearm. This estate was truly brutal. With the knife in hand, he went directly to where the blonde was cleaning the windows, catching sight of that dejected figure from afar. Chingchingza hid the fruit knife behind his back as he silently walked over. Nice to see you again. The blonde looked displeased, gripping the cloth tightly in his hands and seemingly unaware of the normal walking mannerisms. Irritated, he said, what do you want? Chingchingza paused for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and smiled faintly, I'm here to apologize by giving you a gift. The blonde frowned deeply, gift? Apology? Chingchingza nodded slowly, maintaining an unchanged expression on his handsome pale face, we're both players in the game. I don't want to damage our relationship in the future. I'll tell you how to avoid bats at night, and after that, we'll just ignore each other. The blonde sneered and threw the cloth aside, so you've thought it through. Chingchingza took a few more steps forward and waved him over. Come closer, I'll tell you something secretly. The blonde moved cautiously closer, leaning his head in. What's so mysterious, you? Suddenly, a flash of cold light flew towards his neck. The blonde's pupils shrank instantly, instinctively trying to turn his head away. But Chingchingza had anticipated this, grabbing the blonde's only remaining good arm and snapping it. Ah! Already having been beaten up by the vines and losing the use of one arm, now with the other arm broken by Chingchingza, the blonde screamed in agony as Chingchingza kicked him into the glass room, shattering the entire wall of glass. Chingchingza held the blade as long as his forearm, smiling gently, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. A few flying shards of glass grazed his face, leaving several bloody marks, adding a menacing aura to his otherwise gentle appearance. I'm going to stew you, fry you. Chingchingza smiled softly, his voice gentle. Anyone who's rude, anyone who makes unreasonable trouble, anyone who annoys me will generally end up in my pot. His eyes were indifferent and icy cold, but his tone was airy, like offering comfort. Don't worry, it won't hurt much longer. The blonde couldn't believe what was happening. He kicked his legs wildly and screamed, wriggling backward. Don't come near. Don't come near. Step by step, Chingchingza advanced. Today, he went out dressed simply, revealing his feet hidden beneath the long clothing. Before his death, Chingchingza didn't love wearing shoes. He enjoyed stepping barefoot on warm, fresh blood. His habit remained unchanged, his feet were still bare and appeared pale and thin. Completely calm, he kept a faint smile, his barefoot crushing the shards under him, allowing the sharp objects to pierce his skin, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Don't be scared, it'll be over soon. Slowly raising the knife in his hand, he showed no rush to deliver a swift blow, speaking gently, be a good boy, I won't let you feel pain. Like a cat playing with a mouse, full of mockery and pleasure. Help! Help! The blonde, unable to stand because both arms were useless, screamed hoarsely in terror. Save me! He's crazy! He's a lunatic, someone save me! Chingchingza's eyes masked by black veils brimmed with joy. He swung down the knife and said, farewell. Aya! The blonde cried out miserably, shutting his eyes tightly, waiting for the blade to fall. Peace reigned. After an indeterminate amount of time, he blinked open his eyes, seeing Chingchingza's greatly changed expression, like he was afraid of something. His hands holding the knife were trembling uncontrollably. You! Chingchingza snapped back to reality, then unexpectedly dropped the knife. He started tearing at his clothes, creating several tears and exposing his fair skin. Don't come closer. Chingchingza choked out a trembling cry. The blonde stared. Wait, did the roles reverse? Chingchingza wailed a few times, suddenly collapsing on the ground, appearing weak and helpless. With surprising strength, he pulled the blonde onto himself, using one hand to secretly press him down while the other pushed fearfully. The blonde? Is he insane? Chingchingza was still crying, his tears falling skillfully while his eyes carried a calm that was terrifying. With a snap, he broke the fruit knife beside him into pieces, destroying the evidence. The blonde exclaimed in shock, you motherf. Before he could finish, a thick, grotesque vine suddenly erupted from afar, wrapping around his neck and lifting him into the air. The blonde's face turned beet red instantly as he dangled helplessly, his tongue protruding as he swayed in midair. Chingchingza sobbed softly as he climbed to his feet from the ground, hugging his knees tightly as he cried uncontrollably. A warm embrace quickly greeted him as Gung appeared, enfolding him within his arms. Chingchingza meekly leaned into his embrace, sobbing incessantly, his frail shoulders trembling while his delicate fingers clutched Gung's shirt tightly. Burying his face into Gung's chest, his tears dripped into the collar of his clothes, his cries choked and muffled. Gung held him gently, gazing at him for several seconds before effortlessly cradling him horizontally. Before leaving, he glanced back at the man who dared cross him and calmly ordered, kill him. The vines continued twisting, their force increasing, granting this human a taste of suffocation's cruel delight. The blonde's eyes bulged out, their rims bloodshot red, glaring daggers at the departing silhouette. In the final moments of his life, with a face swollen purplish red and a neck turning dark violet, the blonde silently squeezed out his last words with all his remaining strength. Damn, little bastard. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Tycoon Falls from E7. Back in Gung's room, Chingchingza was still crying. He shivered, holding his torn shirt tightly and burying himself into the man's arms, his face drenched with tears. Gung held the frail cat who had been gone for just a short while, his movements gentle but unbelievable as he carefully placed the person on the bed. Chingchingza now truly resembled a dependent, sick kitten. The moment he was laid down, he let out a cry and clung to Gung's neck with both arms. Let me see your wounds. Upon hearing this, Chingchingza sniffled twice, reluctantly letting go. Gung knelt on one knee, lifting one of the other's legs. Holding his ankle, his long lashes obscured the expression in his eyes. Chingchingza's feet weren't large, slender and delicate, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. At that moment, the soles were filled with streaming blood, and embedded within them were many shards of glass. The blood coalesced into round droplets on the ground. I'll treat your wound. Don't move around. His cold voice echoed beside Chingchingza. One hand gripped the fragile ankle with a delicate strength that easily surrounded it. Chingchingza managed to stop crying. Okay. Without saying anything, Gung fetched the medicine kit and took out a pair of tweezers, gently pulling out the larger pieces of glass. Opening his dim gray eyes, his black eye patch had long since fallen off, revealing a gaze unfocused and obviously impaired. Taking advantage of Gung not being able to discern his intent, Chingchingza couldn't help but look down at his slim waist. Serious and composed, Gung leaned forward treating the wound, his back tense yet narrow and muscular, exuding a sense of powerful restraint. How beautiful. He smiled. Gung had rarely shown affection towards him, limited mainly to hugs and comfort, with the closest act being sleeping together like hugging a pet, with nothing special about it at all. But Chingchingza had lusted after him for a long time. Every night when Gung slept quietly, the brief exposure of his handsome abdomen and waist would leave Chingchingza staring blankly for long periods, almost unable to focus. He loved Gung, and this taboo love led to a growing, indescribable desire. The large chunks of glass were quickly removed from his foot, leaving only smaller fragments which were difficult to extract, leading Gung to opt for rinsing with running water. An empty jewel-encrusted basin sat on the floor as he directed streams of water onto the wound, washing away the remaining debris. Even though it didn't hurt during the glass extraction, the flow of water caused excruciating pain. Chingchingza didn't hold back, he cried out sharply, tears welling up in his eyes. It hurts. Gung didn't even glance up, replying coldly, bear with it. Chingchingza clenched his teeth in determination, biting hard on his lower lip as he felt the icy water wash over his foot, removing the tiny glass shards. It wasn't until his foot was wrapped in bandages and he placed his leg on the bed that he glanced down. His foot still throbbed painfully with an acrid taste of medicinal powder applied to it. Withdrawing his gaze, he remarked casually, "You've never cared about me." After tidying up the remains scattered on the floor, Gung didn't expect this statement from the other side, and those beautifully shaded eyes focused on Chingchingza. What did you say? There was a coolness in the room, freezing stiff fingers. Yet Chingchingza's face revealed a smile, as always, a warm one. He rephrased, never mind, thank you for taking care of me. Gung responded with a before coldly turning his gaze away. A fragrant breeze carrying the scent of roses entered through the window. Chingchingza silently shifted his body further back, wanting to escape from the floral fragrance. Before he could fully evade it, two hands grabbed his thin shoulders, stopping his retreat. The rose scent faded instantly from his nose, replaced by another light aroma, bamboo-like. Gung was very close to him, still maintaining his indifferent demeanor, as if it weren't him suddenly restraining him and preventing him from leaving. Chingchingza. He called out the name somewhat unfamiliarly, meeting the young man's disbelieving eyes. Did I do something wrong? He asked. The hands on the young man's shoulders slowly moved upward, traveling from the shoulder to the cheek, every touch soft yet tingling. He cupped Chingchingza's face, his fingers slightly cooling enough to make him tremble, as well as causing heartbeats beyond control, one, then another. Gung was getting closer, their eyes meeting unyieldingly as the distance between their lips narrowed until they were separated by only a thin layer of air. He stopped, refraining from leaning in for a kiss. The scent of bamboo became increasingly intense, a fragrance unique to Gung. Chingchingza suddenly felt his mouth dry and his heart thumping wildly. The face in front of him was so close that it seemed he only needed to move slightly to kiss him. Unable to help himself, Chingchingza held his breath, his face flushed red. Gung's eyelashes were long, his dark green eyes beautiful as they stared at Chingchingza. He repeated the question, did I do anything wrong? Chingchingza's palms were sweaty, so much so that he couldn't hold on to anything properly. No, you haven't done anything wrong. Gung's fingertips gently moved, as if lightly brushing against his cheek, soft yet gentle touches. Is that so? He softly murmured. Chingchingza's legs turned weak at once, stammering, it's me, too fragile. Don't be sad. Gung leaned closer still, brushing their nose tips together, almost like a fleeting kiss. Even though no real kiss occurred, Chingchingza was in a daze, thinking he had indeed been kissed. His cheeks instantly burned hot, as if on fire. He was completely entranced, lost in sweet oblivion. Time seemed to slip away from Chingchingza, and when he snapped out of it, the sky was already getting dark. Gung sat by the window with an air of indifference, leaning on his hand while gazing blankly at the nearby rose garden. Are you hungry? Chingchingza interrupted his daydreaming. Gung regained his focus, not hungry. Ignoring this, Chingchingza tried tiptoeing out of bed. I'll cook dinner for you. No need, someone will bring food up. Gung remained calm. Rest yourself. Showing great determination despite his condition, Chingchingza insisted, I want to cook for you. Gung only needed one sentence to curb Chingchingza's stubbornness, I want to sleep. Chingchingza immediately stopped. Are you tired? He hadn't slept much all day, but he couldn't sleep now since Chingchingza was injured and lying in bed. In reality, the bed was large, but Gung wasn't accustomed to having another person lying next to him, let alone a stranger who he'd known for only 2 days. Chingchingza blinked his lashes nervously and edged closer to the edge of the bed without disturbing his injured foot. With a thud, he tumbled off the bed and landed on the floor. I can sleep on the floor. Chingchingza pulled his legs together and embraced his knees. The air was silent for several seconds before Gung approached. Sitting on the bed, he didn't go straight to sleep but instead stared at Chingchingza for quite some time. Thinking he might be bothering Gung, Chingchingza dragged himself backward a few steps, appearing rather pitiful and awkward. A hand grabbed his thin wrist, stopping him from moving. Gung seemed deep in thought. His emerald green eyes met Chingchingza's gaze. Neither of them spoke, leaving only silence behind. After what felt like a long while, as though compromising, Gung bent down and lifted Chingchingza, placing him beside himself. Sleep on the bed. His words were succinct. After arranging him comfortably, Gung closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Chingchingza beside him. The moment he touched the soft, spacious bed, Chingchingza froze, stunned. It had been a long time since Chingchingza last shared a bed with Gung. Lying in confusion, resting on a fluffy pillow, the warmth and familiar scent brought comfort around him. Gung, Chingchingza called out, unable to contain himself. Drowsy-eyed, Gung reluctantly opened his eyes, extending a hand to pat his head. He mumbled, go to sleep. Without realizing, Chingchingza obeyed Gung's order. Closing his eyes, sleeping. Moonlight spilled into the room. Outside the mansion, the rose garden blossomed extravagantly, swaying gracefully. The roses, feeding on human blood, hummed with laughter, each blossom a spirit laughing over which human tasted best during the day. Unknown how much time had passed, a tall figure appeared at the fourth-floor window. Those dark green pupils looked down at them, the man who should have been asleep now awake with clear eyes and a calm expression. Long black hair fluttered in the wind, partially hiding an imperceptible smile beneath. The slender white forefinger pressed against his lips signaling silence. Be quieter, don't disturb his sleep. His little sick cat is tired. Chapter 104, A Mysterious Tycoon Falls in Love with Me 8. Chingchingza felt himself in someone's embrace, as if he was in a dream. The warmth of the embrace seemed to wrap around his cold hands and feet. A deep and hoarse voice came from beside him. Next time, don't step on glass. Does it hurt? Chingchingza moved his body weakly and nuzzled his chest. No pain, just cold. Someone stroked his head, Suddenly, intangible energy spread throughout Chingchingza's body, radiating warmth that enveloped the slender youth. Chingchingza looked gentle and handsome, but his pale face gave off an impression of fragility while sleeping. Whenever he woke up near Gung, he always put on a pitiful act, inwardly cool and selfish, hiding sharp intentions beneath a soft exterior. However, when not around Gung, he appeared to be a warm-hearted young man who smiled at everyone kindly. He was known for his good temper, attention to detail, gentleness, and patience. Every person who met Chingchingza said the same thing. He's too good, but no one can get close to him. Except when he was around Gung. Gung, I'm so cold, Chingchingza said hoarsely. Gung wrapped another blanket around him and held him close. Are you still cold? Actually, Chingchingza wasn't that cold anymore, but he didn't stop complaining. I'm still cold, hold me tighter. Gung was somewhat at a loss. He already had a tight grip on Chingchingza's frail frame, which felt like it might break with any force, so he couldn't press harder. With a flat tone, he remarked, you're really hard to please. Although he'd used his energy to keep Chingchingza warm, the latter kept insisting he was cold. As Gung continued, so be it. He slightly increased the temperature of his own body, ensuring Chingchingza hugged him comfortably. This side of Gung was too tender-hearted, it seemed almost unrecognizable compared to what Chingchingza knew. He wasn't entirely awake, thinking he might have embraced some impostor instead. He asked, why have you become so nice all of a sudden? Gung replied, because you can't see it. Feeling aggrieved, Chingchingza said, you disdain my blindness. But he was blind, his eyes were poisoned by his mother when he was little, making him unable to see since then. Everyone else could criticize his blindness except Gung. Gung denied, I do not. Though this kind of blindness was different. Forget it, he wouldn't argue with someone whose brain had once been damaged. It seemed Chingchingza knew what Gung was thinking, feeling even more wronged, and you also think I'm stupid. Gung. No. After a moment of silence, Chingchingza suddenly cursed, asshole. Gung. For a long while, he sighed and nodded, Chingchingza became addicted to cursing, fucking piece of shit. Son of a bitch. You like me. Chingchingza hadn't expected his day's dreams would refuse such manipulative tricks altogether. Why don't you respond, anymore? Gung remained silent, then lifted him into his arms effortlessly after sliding his hands under his armpits. With an air of helplessness, Chingchingza pinched Gung's cheek impulsively and pulled it. Finally, Gung spoke, his expression helpless, stop playing around. Outside the window, a crow emitted a rough caw, but the indoor atmosphere remained warm and harmonious. Chingchingza stared blankly at him for half a minute, asking, Gung, why don't you like me? Gung answered, because you feel I don't. Will you like me if I make you? The man did not reply but smiled abruptly. Even though he naturally looked good, the striking intensity of his facial features often seemed distant and aggressive. This smile made him look much closer and appealing, irresistibly charming. Chingchingza lay against his chest, burying his face in his embrace, muttering hoarsely with embarrassment, "Pets shouldn't talk about love." Nighttime is a black tide, submerging all noises, creating an oppressive sense of loneliness. Gung softly murmured, "If pets dare not mention love, neither should their owners." Why shouldn't owners? If the owner mentioned it and the pet merely obeyed, would that still be love? Chingchingza fell silent for a moment, quietly grasping Gung's hand, closing his eyes. Two hands intertwined, one delicate and pale, the other strong and elongated, fingers locked in a passionate embrace impossible to unravel. Gung gently kissed his hair strands, landing a kiss at the temple. His dark green pupils were clear and calm. "Runty cat, I'm waiting for you." During the day, memories fade entirely, but at night, everything returns. He waits for the response from the runty cat, waiting for him to take that next step. Chingchingza recalled himself from hundreds of years ago. The extreme madness caused by his death gradually calmed down with companionship, though his brain did not recover much and return to what it was like in life. Slow, sluggish, and even-tempered. He was taken to live in the forest, and the first ailment to be treated were his eyes. After enduring years without seeing brightness, Chingchingza saw Gung as the first person upon regaining his sight. Before being cured, he fumbled around lighting the stove fire for cooking, climbing cautiously for food, mushrooms under trees, fruits on branches, wild vegetables along the path, all identified by smell or touch, slowly collecting edible items before stumbling back into the wooden house to cook. Gung woke up every day and couldn't understand the meals left on the table, nor could he comprehend the numerous injuries scattered across Chingchingza's body. With a cold demeanor, Gung wouldn't say much but found the state of the patient tormenting their own health unbearable. "You should rest." Squatting in front of the dining table, Chingchingza's bandaged eyes looked at him. "No rest, making dinner." He spoke this sentence deliberately, his tone unhurried. Gung didn't understand why Chingchingza was squatting by the table, so he squatted down too, meeting his gaze. "Why don't you sit?" Chingchingza was confused for a moment, then asked, "Can I sit? Could pets also sit?" Gung extended his hand and slowly pulled him up, guiding him to the chair. Chingchingza seemed unaccustomed to being treated so kindly. During his frenzied moments, he had no restraint. Now, feeling awkward, it was as if Gung's respect was some peculiar entity. His sense of inferiority permeated his breath, hesitating while receiving human kindness, with his spine already tightened, hair bristling. "Chopsticks," Gung prompted. At once, Chingchingza stood from the chair, bumping his leg against the table, feeling for the furniture to get chopsticks. Gung looked at him strangely and held his wrist. "Tell me where they are." Chingchingza paused and embarrassingly said. "By the right upper corner of the table when entering the kitchen." Gung went into the kitchen to fetch the chopsticks and came out to see Chingchingza standing dumbfounded, looking vacant and foolish. He couldn't help but tilt his head. How foolish. Until sitting at the table, holding the chopsticks and clumsily picking up the dishes, Chingchingza still couldn't believe he was allowed to join the meal. He never dared to take his place at the table. When he was young, any attempt to sit would result in a beating, so he always squatted beside the table waiting for leftovers. Now that Gung had adopted him, Chingchingza instinctively followed old habits, treating himself as no better than a family pet. The warmth touched his lips, the scent at his nose smelled like bamboo, and a familiar voice said, "You have rice grains on your face." Chingchingza suddenly realized that there was rice stuck on his face. In the next second, for no apparent reason, his face flushed red. A wave of inexplicable shyness overwhelmed him, a creature without dignity, without composure, a monster who slaughtered indiscriminately. How could he feel such emotions? His chest was fiery, his heartbeat drumming loud, blood rushing backward, hot sweat soaking his back. Anyway, he was nervous, utterly flustered. With his mind not fully functioning, Chingchingza didn't understand what was happening to him. He hastily lowered his head to eat, trying to hide the discomfort in his body. Gung didn't notice his uneasiness, lowering his eyes while eating and said indifferently, "It's almost time to remove the bandages." Chingchingza mumbled, gripping the chopsticks tightly, dry-mouthed, "Will I be able to see you?" "You will." Chingchingza lowered his head again and began to eat. "The sick cat needs treatment for its brain," Gung said again. Chingchingza initially froze, then raised his head, utterly lost. "Are you scolding me?" He actually didn't mind being scolded, as he was used to it. However, thinking that Gung was scolding him, like all the other humans who bullied him, made him feel extremely sad. "No," Gung remained indifferent. "Your brain has problems." Chingchingza. Even more like an insult. As an infant, Chingchingza suffered from a high fever, leading to impaired brain function, meaning he was a bit foolish sometimes, but occasionally very intelligent. This contradiction led him to be both foolish and overly sensitive. Reacting slowly, yet perceptive to others' kindness or malice. Actually, in front of strangers, he wasn't that dull. He would speak slowly, smiling if unable to express himself well, which made him appear gentle and likable. But for reasons unknown, in front of Gung, he appeared. When 002 came to check on them, it coincided with their interaction, and its eyes were deceived. Thus, it remarked, "They are much better than before, no shouting, no fighting, just a little dumb, but still a good child." This impression vanished the moment Chingchingza grabbed it, ready to stew it alive in an iron pot. "Aya! I'm your system. What are you doing? You scumbag." Chingchingza gave it a smile, cheerful with twinkling eyes, "Stewing you to nourish Gung's body." 002 screamed, "Help! Help! Gung, come quickly." Just as the man appeared to rescue, 002 scrambled out of the iron pot, wailing as it ran far away, "I'm gone. I will never come back to this world. All sins. Disrespectful pup, weep weep weep. Gung." The moment Chingchingza heard his footsteps, he clutched his sleeve, "You're here. Gung, you were going to stew it?" Chingchingza nodded with a smile, "Yes, it looked very nutritious." Regardless of how nerve-wracking the process was, Chingchingza eventually managed to successfully remove the bandages. His pupils were unfocused, the color dim and grayish, not particularly attractive. However, due to his overly gentle demeanor, such eye color instead added a sense of fragility and brokenness to him. Chingchingza didn't immediately look around after opening his eyes. Instead, he stared intently at Gung with those hazy gray eyes. Gung asked, "How's it going?" Chingchingza, dazed, "It's beautiful." Gung asked, "What is?" Chingchingza snapped back to reality, "Nothing." Gung asked again, "How about it?" Chingchingza, "I remember the favor." Gung, "I meant to ask if there's any discomfort with your eyes." Chingchingza blushed, covering his face with a laugh, "No. Such a peculiarly strange sick cat." Chapter 105, The Mysterious Tycoon Loves Me 9. When Chingchingza was a child, he wasn't treated well. From as early as he could remember, he had been tied up with a dog collar around his neck. Whether it was under the tree, in the pen, or beside the dinner table, he would crouch and kneel before his parents like a scruffy stray dog. He saw bones thrown on the ground, cold leftovers scooped out of a dirty bowl, and occasionally some muddy water. This was his life and his food. "Stray. Why haven't you died yet?" The burly man with broad shoulders was a butcher. He kicked the prostrate Chingchingza lying on the ground, crushing his fragile knees and ankles. Chingchingza would occasionally let out a heart-wrenching scream when the pain became unbearable, but more often than not, he stayed silent. He knew why this butcher hated him so much, because his wife was a widow. No, she was a woman of ruined reputation who had illicit affairs with men before marriage and bore him as a result. His mother should have been a young lady from the city, beautiful and delicate, frail since childhood, often sick. During her youth, she went to the outskirts to recuperate and encountered a handsome, gentle young man. They secretly pledged their love and bore Chingchingza together. But that young man was just a pleasure-seeking fiend who practiced cultivation by indulging in physical pleasures, always chasing his own gratification. Once he had gotten what he wanted, he cruelly abandoned the woman, leaving Miss Ching pregnant. In the face of such scandal, the Ching family couldn't bear that their carefully raised daughter had engaged in relations with a demon and bore an illegitimate child, so they mercilessly disowned her. After several twists and turns, Miss Cheng's reputation was completely ruined, and no one dared to ask for her hand in marriage. With her weak health and no support from her family, she had no choice but to marry a butcher. Chingchingza looked at his legs, at his hands, unable to comprehend why he was chained under the tree. He envied those children who ran and played noisily, wishing that if only he could be set free. Those children said that only dogs were tied up. And thus, he who was tied up was just like a dog. A stone hit his face. These children came again to mock him. "Dog! Dog! He's chained under the tree." They clapped their hands, their eyes filled with pure malice, their words venomous and cutting. "Stray, my grandmother said he is a stray. He is so dirty, so smelly, disgusting." Another pebble flew towards him, its sharp edge tearing into his cheek. Chingchingza remained silent, merely huddling himself together. He meekly hugged his head, his cool, ink-black eyes staring at the ground. These children only dared to throw stones from afar because they thought this pet was too disgusting, filthy, covered in disease. If they got closer, they would get scolded by their mothers. Hearing the commotion, Cheng's mother walked out of the house. She coldly watched her son being humiliated by others, her eyes full of satisfaction. Chingchingza slowly lifted his head and looked at her through the circle of mocking children. Those beautiful eyes seemed to be pleading for something. "Mother." The mother softly smiled, her delicate features showing a smile, silently saying, "Youngster, you deserve it." Chingchingza blankly stared at her for a long time, realizing he wouldn't receive any help. His bright, dark eyes dimmed. He didn't say anything anymore, nor did he harbor any hope that his mother would help him. He simply retreated further back, curling up into a ball, enduring all the insults and stones thrown at him. Such a life day after day, night after night, remained unchanged. He didn't know how old he was, for no one remembered when he was born or how long he had been alive. He sat under the tree, silently watching everything. What should he do? Chingchingza, whose neck was tethered with a dog chain, thought. He was chained here, like a dog, without proper clothing or bedding, covered in filth, and even despised himself. A pet to be bullied by everyone. He couldn't help but look up, gazing at the moonlight leaking between the speckled shadows of the tree, clean and free of dust, nothing like a dirty little pet. One was the mud on the ground, the other was the moon among the clouds. The heavy snoring of the male owner echoed from the farmhouse courtyard, seemingly noisy, but Chingchingza felt the surroundings to be eerily quiet and dark. He wanted to speak a word, anything, just to break the silence. He couldn't. Chingchingza had a pair of beautiful eyes, bright and pitch black, with piercing pupils like the night skies of this world. But covered in dirt most of the time, others wouldn't notice what a domesticated dog truly looked like. The mistress of the house had indeed noticed. She hated his eyes, as if they reminded her of the faithless man who had once abandoned her. She would always curse his eyes with sharp and malicious words, her red and hateful gaze seeming to want to gouge them out. Chingchingza lowered his head. He no longer wanted to look at the moon in the clouds. No matter how much he envied it or desired it, it was never his. Crows cried mournfully as the dark night descended. The shadows cast by the moon illuminated him briefly. A sorrowful and melancholy sound came from the sky, enveloping him in gloom. Chingchingza picked up a dry branch nearby, lost in thought about his name, his eyes, and his hoarse voice that was nearly silent. As the dry branch moved, trails of dirt formed on the ground. Gradually, something began to take shape. What should he draw? Chingchingza did not know. He started scratching the dirt aimlessly and soon an image appeared. After scrutinizing it for a long while, Chingchingza suddenly smiled. It was a dog. Chingchingza traced the figure on the ground with his thin hands and found that it resembled a chained dog. Satisfied, he retracted his hand. Dog. He seemed to be laughing, revealing an odd smile beneath his dirty face. He touched his neck, then his ankles, and the grin on his face grew wider, as if he were eagerly anticipating something. Chingchingza gazed at the tightly closed courtyard gate, at the sleeping children, at this village that had shown him its ugly face, and with a soft curve in his lips, he muttered one word, die. Chingchingza woke up the next morning just as dawn broke. It was drizzling lightly, the raindrops patteringly hitting the ground. The cold and dampness were heavier than usual. Chingchingza shivered. He had been woken up by the cold. Cough, cough. He suppressed his cough with a hand over his mouth. His body was too weak to withstand the damp weather. With numerous minor ailments and aftereffects from injuries, Chingchingza was already accustomed to his frail condition. To avoid waking Gung, who was still asleep, he endured his coughs as best as he could, letting out a few low ones when it became unbearable. His cheeks flushed red, and tears welled up in his eyes. Chingchingza thought his faint noise wouldn't wake Gung. The next moment, Gung's eyes snapped open, revealing an unnaturally clear gaze. The Chingchingza curled up against his arms soon felt the familiar warmth of an embrace. Gung pulled him into his arms, gently patting his back to calm his unstable breath. With a cool and even tone, he asked, "Are you sick? Do you have medicine?" Shivering uncontrollably from the cold, Chingchingza leaned closer to Gung, seeking warmth from the other's body. "No, it's an old ailment." Chingchingza exhaled faintly, his complexion pale and exhausted, his body involuntarily trembling. Hearing this, Gung let go and got up to find something to cover him. There was no blanket in the room as he hadn't needed one before and had thus neglected preparation. He now regretted this slightly. Since Chingchingza was so cold, Gung simply tore down the thick, velvet curtain, roughly bundling this fluffy blanket around Chingchingza. "Are you feeling better?" Gung asked. Chingchingza was wrapped up to the point where only his head showed. Struggling, he extended one hand. His pale, slender fingers gripped the edge of the blanket, giving himself some breathing space. Having finished these movements, he said hoarsely, "I'm okay." Gung brought him a cup of hot water and helped support the bundled-up Chingchingza. The cup pressed against Chingchingza's lips. "Drink." Chingchingza took 2 sips and then lay back on top of Gung. "I'm still so cold." Gung nodded silently. Chingchingza frowned unhappily but didn't say anything more, only murmuring, "I'm still freezing." Gung nodded again. Chingchingza paused for a moment, then resigned himself, lowering his head, "Hold me." Gung stepped forward and embraced him. Casually brushing against him, Chingchingza smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." Gung looked at him for a while and suddenly said, "Sick cat, you like being held by me." Chingchingza hesitated, thinking, "No, I." Gung stated calmly, "You're experiencing sexual arousal." Chingchingza was startled internally, almost believing his unspeakable thoughts had been exposed. Then he heard Gung ask, "Are you in heat?" Dumbfounded for half a moment, Chingchingza finally realized that Gung really mistook him for a cat. What was referred to as sexual arousal wasn't a mental yearning but rather a physical one. Chingchingza blushed at his teasing, "No." Gung seemed a bit confused, lowering his long lashes as his eyes focused downward. "No, huh?" Yet the pheromones in the air suggested otherwise, that the sick cat before him was indeed in heat. Gung asked again, "Are you sure you're not?" Chingchingza didn't dare to say anything. His cheeks were flushed, his hands sweaty, and he stared at Gung dazedly. Gung pressed their foreheads together, skin meeting skin, breath mingling with breath. His gaze remained calm and serene, the depths of his eyes like an unmoving sea. The act carried vague intimacies, yet he appeared composed and clean, as if none of it pertained to him. "You're not being obedient," Gung said quietly. "You're lying." Ching's mouth went dry. Unknowingly, they maintained this pose in silence. Perhaps driven by lust, or perhaps lost in a hazy atmosphere, Ching's suddenly found courage somewhere within him and surged forward abruptly. He kissed Gung on the lips. The soft warmth of those lips offered a taste he had never experienced before, making him feel as if he were living a dream. Their closeness left him breathless. Gung smelled so good, of a light bamboo fragrance. It felt like pulling a taut bowstring. Ching's body tensed until nearly breaking point. His breathing produced trembling notes akin to the hum of the bowstring, and even the unbidden tears in the corners of his eyes added a touch of splendor to the moment. One kiss. Inexperienced but eager, Ching's tried to pry open Gung's mouth. Caught off guard, Gung initially froze for a moment, then realized the sick cat had just kissed him. He wasn't familiar with such situations, he'd never been in them. Too bewildered, too strange, it happened without resistance, allowing Ching's to truly part his lips. Ching's was an excellent chef who loved cooking one kind of seafood, clam meat. Clams were naturally fresh, juicy, and tender. When cooked, they should not be overcooked or seasoned with excessive spices that might ruin the original flavor. He carefully handled them, fearful of ruining them, lightly seasoning them with a bit of salt, MSG, and pepper for freshness. A fine dish, and Ching's was undoubtedly a masterful cook. He turned this seafood into an exquisite delicacy. After savoring his meal, he asked, "What do you think?" Gung blinked. "About what?" Ching's already had his arms wrapped around Gung's neck, now burying his cheek in Gung's collarbone, greedily inhaling his scent. "What did you feel about the kiss?" he asked. Only now did Gung understand, a smile creeping onto his face. Softly, he said, "You make me feel so comfortable." Boom. Ching's face turned bright red. Chapter 106, Mysterious Tycoon Loves Me 10. The rain continued endlessly, and the weather seemed to drop to freezing point instantly, cold enough to make people shiver. Ching's originally thought it was due to his weak constitution and numerous old ailments that caused him to feel so cold. But after a while, he realized something wasn't right. "The temperature is dropping rapidly," he said with a pale face, huddled in Gung's arms, his voice trembling. Gung glanced outside. "When it rains, the temperature will drop below zero." The weather in this world was abnormal, designed specifically to torment the players. For regular players, if they wanted warm clothes to survive the night without freezing to death, they would have to meet the strict demands of the manor owner to obtain them afterward. But for Gung, all it took was a simple command. The butler was summoned, holding clothes upstairs in confusion, still bearing marks of being beaten on his face. He knocked humbly on the door. "Master, I've brought the clothes." The door creaked open, and Gung took the clothes coldly from him. As he was about to close the door, he saw the butler smiling awkwardly. "Master, the food on the third floor didn't get up in time for the assembly in the hall today, violating the game rules. What should we?" Gung stopped shutting the door, his icy green eyes staring at the lizard-like head. With no expression, he said, "Say that again." Fear welled up inside the butler, his ugly green skin rippling as his voice grew weaker. The food on the third F floor." Gung stared at him, saying calmly, "Cesare, you're asking for your own death." The butler's throat moved, nearly kneeling in weakness. "No. I'm loyal. Cesare only thinks for the master." Gung said coldly, "Get out." Cesare was almost crying. He couldn't believe it. How could his master, who was brilliant, handsome, and powerfully sinister, all virtues combined, suspect his loyalty and want him dead? And then ordering him to go away. A moment later, a frail and soft voice came from inside. "Gung, I'm so cold." Cesare was completely confused. Who the hell was this? Gung did not return to the room immediately but instead asked calmly, "Do you know why I beat you last time?" Cesare trembled. "It wasn't for treating my arm and tongue, was it?" "Wasn't it?" Gung said lightly, "Because he asked me to beat you." "Cesare, what?" The door was closed mercilessly with a click, cooling the heart of the butler entirely. He couldn't understand why. After eating humans and spilling blood for sacrifice, placing human organs in the garden as fertilizer, using bones buried in the ground for decoration to scare people, and maintaining every part of the manor perfectly without any complaints from the players, why would the master treat him this way? The butler burst into tears and limped away. Ching's quickly put on the clothes, made of an unknown material, which automatically heated up once worn, warming his ice-cold hands and feet. He adjusted his clothes while looking down and asked, "What happened outside?" "Nothing." Gung sat by the window again, gazing at the drizzling rain outside. "He went crazy." Ching's paused his hand, suddenly remembering his recent disorienting words, unsure if the person outside was the butler. "What did he say?" Ching's asked. He didn't say anything. Gung dismissed the topic casually, closing his eyes as if wanting to sleep. Chingchingza observed him for a long time but still couldn't figure out what the man was thinking. I couldn't tell before, and I can't now either. He smiled affectionately and asked, are you hungry? Gung mumbled sleepily. Chingchingza couldn't help but curl his lips upward and decided not to disturb his rest. He tiptoed out of the room quietly. Rushing straight to the kitchen on the first floor, pushing back the butler who had appeared somehow with a glare full of malice, Chingchingza swiftly entered the kitchen. He liked spicy food, and fish. The young man happily tiptoed, muttering things to himself as he took bowls and utensils from the cabinets. The method to cook ice flame fish was rather complex, but the kitchen was already well equipped. However, in Chingchingza's eyes, it was still imperfect. So let's make a simplified version of ice flame fish, Gung's favorite dish. He pulled out a fish from his own space. It was grown in a 1,000-year-old icy spring, the spare goods, with fresh and delicious meat, no fishy smell, soft and smooth, it was an excellent quality. Chingchingza skillfully changed the knife, making cuts on the fish's body. His gray eyes couldn't see the emotion, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped, and his technique was frighteningly proficient. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind, aren't you blind? Startled, Chingchingza slipped his hand, making one cut deeper than the others on the fish meat. He looked down at this imperfect fish body, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. It was flawed. Imperfect things cannot be served to Gung. Chingchingza gripped the knife handle tightly, and a smile appeared on his face again. He looked back, his tone gentle, is that Sister Lili? Lili had a refined short haircut, tall stature, pretty face, and her eyes sparkled with sharpness. Stop pretending, you're not blind. Chingchingza smiled with his eyebrows, raised the knife in his hand and chopped it on the cutting board. The sharp tip instantly sank into the wood, as if chopping human flesh. His gentleness remained unchanged on his face, his tone leisurely, if you figured it out, why did you still say it? Even though he hadn't really worked hard on the blind persona, being exposed still made him feel sad. Chingchingza laughed, his eyes like he was asking what to eat tonight, do you want to die? Lili stepped forward step by step, without any fear on her face, of course I don't want to die, I just want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Chingchingza found it quite interesting, a gentle smile appeared on his sickly face, what do you want to say? In the feuds I experienced before, big bosses generally wouldn't show up in the early stages. Lili rummaged through her experiences. It only appears in front of everyone in the last 2 days. Chingchingza asked with a laugh, So, now is the 3rd day, I will tell you the clues I know, explore the truth of this world, discover the secrets of this manor, and together eliminate this boss. Chingchingza's smile froze for a moment and immediately returned to normal, what are you saying? Lili hesitated for a moment, repeated, we cooperate, explore the truth, and work together to kill the boss here. Outside, 002 who had been running wild all day long and climbed in through the window to look for food. Big sister, have you lost your mind? Chapter 107, The Mysterious Tycoon Loves Me 11. Chingchingza fell silent, the joints of his fingers gripping the knife handle making a crackling sound. 002 was terrified, looking from one to the other, and finally stammered, Chingchingza. Are you alright? Be reasonable, let's put down the knife. I'm fine. Chingchingza glanced at him coldly. Then, he turned around and became as warm and gentle as jade, this is a very interesting cooperation. Have you found any clues? Lili relaxed and smiled, this is a man-eating estate, everything here eats people. The butlers, servants, and even the flowers and grass are surviving by eating human flesh. This is an estate cursed by demons, they have long been deformed. Is Gung now also living by eating people? He could go get a person, make them into meatballs for him to eat. While thinking, Chingchingza nodded, is there anything else? Do you know about the gluttony demon, Beelzebub? Lili said, one of the 7 deadly sins, the ruler of gluttony. The master of the estate sacrificed himself for some reason to the gluttony demon, his soul has become a puppet of gluttony. Everything we see now is a slave to gluttony, including the master of the estate. I don't expect to kill a demon, but just this puppet of the master of the estate, we can try. Lili's expression was solemn, when the later part of Thea comes, I will completely find out why the master of the estate sacrificed himself and his weaknesses, and then it will be your turn to act. Chingchingza loosened his grip on the knife handle, his tall and slim figure looked weak and fragile, he coughed twice, then, wait for your good news, Miss Lili. Lili extended her hand, pleasure to cooperate. Chingchingza didn't shake hands, kindly explaining, no need to shake hands, I still have to cook. Lili's face was complex, you don't go look for clues, you stay here to cook. Cooking is very interesting, Chingchingza smiled, to capture the stomach of your beloved is more important than anything. At first glance, these words seem harmless, but after careful thought, it indeed lacks ambition. Lili awkwardly retracted her hand, you're pretty devoted. Chingchingza nodded modestly, ordinary. Are you fat and already puffing? Lili resisted the urge to roll her eyes, casually talking and leaving. Chingchingza turned indifferently to continue cooking, throwing the originally flawed fish into the trash can, and took out a new one. 002 glanced sorrowfully at the fish in the trash can. This fish is super expensive, how could you throw it away? Chingchingza calmly responded while cutting the fish, a defective inferior thing, how could it be worthy of Gung? 002 was stunned for a second, is he talking about the fish or something else? Why say that, it's just a tiny defect, doesn't affect the taste, doesn't affect the flavor, no one knows. Chingchingza was adjusting the sauce, his gentle tone carried sarcasm, no one knows, but one should still have self-awareness. 002, so. Chingchingza placed the bowl of sauce on the ice, returned to his usual self, his slender pale hand stroking the fish body, and faintly said, so, the inferior should know their own worth, even if they have wild thoughts, they should kneel while dreaming. 002 looked at him again and again, deeply realizing Gung's foresight. No wonder he never took the initiative, always letting Chingchingza do it. Love is simple, but making a person who is inherently insecure stand up bravely to love equally is truly difficult. The operation of losing oneself memory and letting others play freely is not something an ordinary person can achieve. When Chingchingza went upstairs with the plate, he gently pushed open the door, and when he saw the scene inside, his breath hitched, his eyes widened. Gung hadn't gone to sleep in time during his absence, instead taking a bath, now lying on a recliner wearing a snow-white robe, bare feet on the ground, the skin seemed to emit a soft white glow. His skin was fair, his features exquisite and gorgeous beyond words, his demeanor calm and noble. Just sitting there made a stunning painting. Gung's face and demeanor always made people feel like he was irreplaceable. Not related to being handsome, it was an ethereal beauty. Chingchingza holding the plate stood dumbfounded. Gung opened his eyes upon hearing the sound, tilting his head to look over, are you back? A sudden wave of baseless inferiority overwhelmed Chingchingza, entwining him like a densely woven net. He kept his composure, even smiling with his eyebrows slightly curved, I'm back, I cooked fish for you. Gung asked, what about you? Chingchingza went over, placing the plate on the table and lifting the lid. Upon hearing this, he shook his head, there's no need to worry about me, I've already eaten. Gung's expression remained calm, you're lying again. Chingchingza paused, no, I'm not. Seeing his denial, Gung didn't say anything further. He stood up and walked to the table, pulling Chingchingza down into a seat beside him, let's eat together. During the meal, Gung didn't say much, but he ate quite a lot, giving Chingchingza face. After some time passed, Chingchingza stirred his rice and asked, would you sell your soul to a demon? Gung didn't even lift an eyelid, no. What if there really was one? Gung wiped his mouth with a napkin, his tone dispassionate, if I want to die, then let it take my soul. Even if his soul were placed right before the devil, no demon would dare accept it. Unless they wanted to taste the exquisite experience of being swallowed whole into nothingness. This thought made Chingchingza recall something 002 had once said. Slapping the fate across the face. Given Gung's character, this indeed sounded like something he'd do. With this in mind, Chingchingza couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gung asked, what are you laughing about? It's nothing, Chingchingza gradually stopped laughing, his face turning pitiful and wronged. Just now when I went downstairs, your butler glared at me. Earlier? Gung inquired. Chingchingza nodded, winking mischievously, that's right, he glared at me, as if he wanted to devour me alive. Last time he forced me, and this time he's glaring again, even licking his lips while drooling. Gung calmly replied, I'll get back at him for you later. How are you going to do that? An hour later, the butler, bewildered and holding a shovel, was digging soil in the rose garden under the rain. Why dig in the rain? And wasn't this supposed to be the gardener's job? What has got into the master? From the fourth floor window, Chingchingza watched through the rain curtain, the hard-working figure in the distance. Satisfied, he nodded, looks like he won't drool at me anymore from now on. Who knew how much he wanted to stew this ugly brute into a soup for Gung's nourishment? But since the butler was Gung's servant, he had no choice but to play pranks instead. Chingchingza sighed softly. So pitiful. Too bad. It can't be eaten. Chapter 108, A Mysterious Big Shot Falls for Me 12. Before going to sleep at night, Chingchingza silently watched Gung, who was sound asleep on the bed. His foot had long healed, thanks to the powder medicine and his own self-healing ability, it was almost back to normal after a single night's rest. Chingchingza tiptoed off the bed and sat in front of the dressing mirror, examining his face. Actually, he wasn't that good-looking, barely handsome. He could be considered passable among ordinary people, but when compared to Gung, whose beauty was too exquisite and elegant, they didn't match at all. Not to mention his horrifying grey blind eyes, which drastically reduced his attractiveness. He had every reason to feel inferior. Chingchingza gently touched his eyes with his hand, delicate fingers caressing over the eyelids as if trying to dig them out. Too ugly. He mumbled twice, then gave up on the idea of removing his own eyes. Blindness was already bad enough, making his hollow eye sockets even uglier. Chingchingza touched his face again, wrinkling his nose in disdain. He wasn't attractive either, his face was so pale, his lips cracked and faint, leaving him completely bland like water without flavor. Though Gung lacked aesthetic judgment and concepts of beauty or ugliness, Qingqingza knew he himself wasn't good looking, especially compared to Gung. At best, he just had an average face. From the center of the soft large bed came a low, melodious voice still groggy from sleep. "Sick cat, what are you doing?" Qingqingza snapped back to his senses and quickly turned his head. "I'll come over right away." Gung managed to open one eye slightly, revealing his beautiful emerald green irises dimly, like an elf in the dark night. He was too drowsy, his tall and beautiful body curled up in bed, with thoughts of sleep interweaving with reality's clarity, causing a dull headache. Soon, Gung felt a dip next to him, knowing that the sick cat had climbed into bed, so he immediately gave up the thought of staying awake. "Go to sleep," he murmured unclearly, closing his eyes heavily. Qingqingza smiled. "All right." Gung lay curled up in bed, loosely covered by the quilt the housekeeper had sent earlier that day. His originally tall and graceful figure, now sleeping curled up, inexplicably evoked feelings of pity. His hands rested casually on the pillow, fingertips long and slender, each joint distinct, skin translucently white, all perfect. Unable to resist, Qingqingza reached out, wanting to touch him. Yet, just before reaching that pair of overly clean and perfect hands of Gung's, he despondently pulled back, no longer daring to hold on to them. Gung was too beautiful, too refined, as if a deity worshipped on high, cold and elegant. Who dared to imagine themselves alongside him? Qingqingza quietly edged closer, sniffing the scent on his body, then closed his eyes contentedly to fall asleep. Even if he couldn't touch him, just breathing in his scent was fine. All the way until dawn, the cook, who had long gotten used to waking early to prepare meals, opened his eyes on time. He had some ambition left in him, knowing to focus on his responsibilities and deal with Li while pretending. After preparing breakfast in the morning and putting it on the table, Qingqingza simply washed up and gracefully descended the stairs to prepare for a task. For several days, 002 hadn't been pushing him to do tasks, nor busy meddling with anyone else, just maintaining an attitude of letting things develop naturally, happily spending the whole day running around outside. Today, when Qingqingza wanted to start a task, it settled down quietly, squatting on his shoulder and following him down the stairs. "Qingqingza, the congee you made today tastes great," said 002 patting its belly, savoring the free breakfast it had taken advantage of this morning. Qingqingza ignored it lazily, it was made for him. 002 blushed, saying, "He can't finish it anyway. You made so much, it's such a feast, that I'm just helping him lighten the load." Qingqingza responded coolly, "With such a greedy mouth, who would think you're a machine?" 002 was saddened. "Do machines not deserve to eat fine food? How can you discriminate based on species?" Qingqingza flicked a finger at it, making it spin gurglingly. 002 rolled its eyes and complained with an awe. "Qingqingza," a female voice called from a distance. Qingqingza stopped fooling around with the system in time, a faint smile on his face as he looked toward her. "Good morning, Miss Li." Li glanced at his shoulder as if accidentally, saw nothing there, and a flash of confusion passed through her eyes as she said, Good morning. The housekeeper asked us to meet in the first floor hall again. You didn't show up yesterday morning." Qingqingza hummed, laughing. "It was too cold yesterday, so I didn't get out of bed." Li chuckled awkwardly. It was indeed very cold. A bald player nearby seemed to be sizing them up. Qingqingza vaguely remembered his name was Wang Bin. Wang Bin silently observed the familiarity and conversation between Qingqingza and Li, then averted his gaze, pretending to look at a nearby vase. After 3 days of trials, the rookies no longer appeared as inexperienced. They all bore injuries, their eyes filled with ferocity, and they were highly alert. As usual, the ever-present butler entered, and almost everyone involuntarily tensed up, gritting their teeth in hatred at the sight of his tall, thin frame. The butler reacted identically upon seeing the frail young man, tensing up, gritting his teeth, full of hatred. Through clenched teeth, he managed to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 4th day, and there's been a small mishap in the rose fields." Qingqingza raised an eyebrow. The butler chuckled sinisterly. "Kindly make your way to the rose fields where our delicate flowers need soil loosened, bugs removed, and fertilized." Qingqingza glanced at him meaningfully. This was clearly retaliation for yesterday's forced labor in the rose fields now redirected at the players. Soon enough, little shovels were distributed, and they were herded to the rose fields. Despite sounding small, the field stretched endlessly, filled with dense roses that offered neither romance nor beauty but rather a chilling atmosphere. Qingqingza, recalling the incident on his first day, subtly began positioning himself. He remembered Gung had once slept near a stone by the rose fields, right opposite a third-floor window. Li spoke beside him. "We should go." "I won't be joining you," Qingqingza cut in preemptively. "The deeper part suits me better." Li looked surprised. "No one will see us here, and with the expansive area, heading deep into the rose field would mean surrounding ourselves with danger." Who knew what terrifying things awaited today, yet how could Qingqingza's courage be so bold? Qingqingza gave a gentle smile. "If you're really worried, you can come with me." Li immediately went quiet. Being merely collaborators, she wouldn't risk her life just for this. Rebuffing any interference and remembering the necessity for future, collaborative, success, Qingqingza's tone softened, dripping with kindness. "Sister Li, I'll be fine. Going in further is to uncover more clues, preparing for the next steps. I'll return soon. With furrowed brows, Li turned and walked away. Do as you wish. Pushing aside some entangled branches, Qingqingza calmly made his way through the path in the rose fields. Not long after he left, sharp screams and the sounds of gnawing reached from behind. 002 glanced back several times, muttering in his ear, "Oh, these roses grow teeth inside their blossoms, don't they?" Qingqingza asked, "What are they eating?" 002 replied, "You know very well, people." Someone squatted down to shovel dirt and accidentally got their fingers bitten. There was a question Qingqingza had wondered about for a long time: does Gung eat as well? 002 thought for a moment. Logically speaking, yes. It all depended on Gung's willingness. But I used to prepare it for him, spending an entire week stewing the broth to get rid of the meat's sour taste, Qingqingza recalled unhappily. He ate a few bites and then poured it all out, telling me to get lost. 002 responded honestly, "Considering he didn't kill you, that's impressive self-control already." Back when Qingqingza regained his vision, wanting to express gratitude, he prepared a fragrant bowl of noodle soup for Gung. After just a few bites, Gung realized what it was made of, grabbed the sick cat by the neck, threw him out of the room, and told him to scram far away. Qingqingza pleaded outside the door for a long time, pounding until the door was almost broken, fainting from illness, before Gung begrudgingly calmed down and let him return. 002 couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth recalling the scene. That time, you deserved it. Clearly, the taste was good. In my past life, I ate nothing else when I had no food. Qingqingza still failed to see where he went wrong, but thinking back to the fear of being discarded, it still sent chills down his spine. I didn't want him to throw me away again. I knelt all night, begging for his forgiveness this time. I thought he wouldn't have me anymore. 002 had no words left to say. At that time, Gung didn't care much for Qingqingza, treating him indifferently, and suddenly being force-fed, it was normal for him to explode. Only due to Qingqingza's pitiful state in the rain, kneeling and pleading, did Gung reluctantly allow him back. 002 patted his head, speaking earnestly, "Why do you sometimes have no self-respect? As soon as he shows that he doesn't want you, you start crying and begging, kneeling down so easily. Whoever sees it would be shocked, let alone Gung. Qingqingza, begging gives me a chance to stay, not begging leaves me without even the last sliver of hope. 002, you should be sent to school for proper education, together with those young kids." Qingqingza, reminded of something, smiled faintly, "Gung once sent me there." 002 was shocked. "What?" Qingqingza said matter-of-factly, "Later, I dropped out and had to cook 3 meals a day for him and handle the housework. How could I have the time to study with those ugly kids?" 002 was shocked again. "What?" Qingqingza threw it down. "What's your reaction about?" 002 landed on the ground, then jumped around with its tiny legs, extending its small claws to cling onto Qingqingza's clothes, swinging back and forth in the air. Its voice fluctuated. "I'm saying. Qingqingza. Can you pick me up already?" Qingqingza walked coldly forward, with a small light ball still hanging from his clothes, swaying up and down in the air. 002 was furious. "Shit. How dare you treat me like this, it serves you right to kneel all night." Qingqingza gave a cold laugh. Get lost. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Tycoon Loves Me 13. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the manor. The cool morning breeze swept in through the windows of the 4th floor room. On the table sat a bowl of barely touched congee and some dishes. It was eerily quiet here. On the reclining chair near the window lay a handsome young man with striking features. His long eyes were slightly closed, his pale skin unblemished, and his refined features made him look like an oil painting while he slept. A low chuckle echoed in the air, as if someone were observing him. Then came a soft and flirtatious female voice, "Husband." Gung's eyelashes fluttered restlessly, and he opened his eyes blearily, not yet realizing what was happening when 2 arms wrapped around his neck from behind, and a head rubbed against his shoulder. A female voice whispered in his ear, "Husband, did you miss me?" Gung showed no surprise or emotional fluctuation. Calmly and without ripples, he turned his head to look. There stood a woman of breathtaking beauty wearing a black dress, smiling warmly as she leaned over to embrace Gung from behind. The two were intimately entwined in each other's arms. The woman nuzzled against him, pouting, "How are you still sleeping? I just got back from visiting the police house, and you didn't even come down to meet me." Gung's eyes reflected confusion, his mind empty as he remembered nothing. "Who are you?" "Ah. I've only been gone for a few days, and you've already forgotten about me." The woman became upset, pointing her finger to poke Gung's face. "I'm your wife, Maya." Maya. As if some program had been injected into him or memories inherent to this world accepted, Gung furrowed his brow, trying to process what was being transmitted into his brain. Maya, his wife, was the love of his life. She was someone for whom he could give up everything, even his own life. Maya had gone to visit the police a few days ago because he, unable to express himself well and often silent, quarreled with his wife. That quarrel had caused Maya to storm off and stay elsewhere. "Madam." Gung softly uttered the title. Yes, husband. Maya replied with a smile. Her hand gently caressed his face as she said, all right, let's stop fighting. Shall I apologize to you? Gung's head throbbed painfully, and he instinctively grasped his temples. Maya didn't notice anything amiss as she waited with a warm smile for his response. After what felt like forever, a calm, deep male voice resonated in the air. All right. Chingchingza had wandered here for quite some time. It wasn't easy to navigate the rose acre, where thorns grew everywhere and every now and then a careless rose would try to take a bite out of him. Just traveling from the start to the center took nearly 3 hours. His body was concealed by rose bushes, clumsily moving forward step by step, occasionally glancing at some roses. Picking them can make fresh flower cakes, Chingchingza mused, tilting his head. 002, do you want to try some? Surprisingly thrilled, 002 nodded enthusiastically, yes. Do you think Gung would like some? He definitely would. Then let's make some. Satisfied, Chingchingza continued, I'm not sure if Gung prefers lighter or richer flavors. We'll ask him later. Concerned more with the matter at hand, 002 pulled out a thorn embedded in his skin and said, forget about Gung for now. Look at yourself, your body is full of rose prickles. Does it hurt? Chingchingza removed a few thorns from himself, extracting the deepest one and leaving the rest for 002 to handle. Smiling, he said, Gung is most important. Exasperated, 002 slapped him lightly, there's no helping him, all he thinks about is Gung. These roses weren't behaving properly, not only could they eat people, but their thorns fired indiscriminately, and worse, hands made of ghostly white bones emerged from the soil beneath, trying to drag him underground. Having little experience initially, Chingchingza got stabbed twice along the way. Rose Acre must have buried countless player remains. 002 grumbled. Every few steps, there's a skeletal hand grabbing at people. This mansion is really playing rough, who designed such a monstrous place? In any case, it wasn't Gung. Both Chingchingza and 002 agreed on that. That guy doesn't get enough sleep, always catching up on naps and occasionally becoming conscious for brief moments, staring vacantly outside the window. Like a celestial being detached from human affairs. 002 asked, why are you heading deeper inside? Chingchingza replied, on the first day, I saw him resting beside a stone in the middle of the rose acre. Puzzled, 002 inquired, isn't he waiting for you in the room right now? Why are you looking for a stone? Chingchingza's obsession was fully exposed, I'm going to collect that stone and keep it. Whenever I have nothing to do in the future, I can take it out and look at it, or even lay my head down on it and sleep. It was just like Gung holding him. 002 was shocked, what? Are you some kind of psycho? Chingchingza frowned, what's so psycho about this? He secretly collected things belonging to Gung, saying them out loud would be bizarre indeed. But he wouldn't say anything. 002 was speechless. After walking a bit more, Chingchingza shifted his direction according to the windows of the mansion. Soon, he pushed away the last obstacle and peeked inside. At one glance, he froze. Gung. The man seemed to have been sleeping there for a while, with his long and pale hands lazily hanging down. His head leaned against the stone as his chest rose and fell lightly while he slept soundly with closed eyes. Clearly, he was extremely exhausted. No one knew why he decided to sleep there, leaning on the stone until he fell asleep. Hearing Chingchingza's voice, he murmured faintly, mm. Chingchingza squatted beside him, gently moving his head so that Gung could rest against his body instead of the cold, hard stone. He asked, why did you suddenly come here? Why aren't you in your room? For a moment, Gung woke up, seeming to recall something and then showed disdain, the air is too stifling. Chingchingza, what is too stifling? It's nothing, Gung closed his eyes again, weary. Let me sleep for a while, I'll wait until I wake up. Chingchingza smiled and nodded, all right. He wouldn't pry into what made the air feel too stifling. Much like he wouldn't ask where the strong scent of female perfume on Gung came from. Chingchingza leisurely shifted his gaze and noticed Gung's ankles. They were exquisitely shaped, almost overly beautiful, fine bones without roughness, transparent skin, perfectly suited for adornment, enhancing their beauty. Suddenly, from the soil, bone hands emerged unexpectedly and quickly grabbed onto the ankle like a secure iron chain. Pale and unyieldingly cold, these hands had prominent joints. This grip felt very much like some kind of confinement. Gung, nestled in his arms, had his ankle tightly grasped by the firm grip, ensuring he would neither run nor leave him ever again. A slow smile curved Chingchingza's lips, and the once dull gray of his gaze turned momentarily shadowy. He enjoyed this sensation. Chapter 110, A Mysterious Big Shot Loves Me 14. After sleeping for about 2 hours, Gung finally opened his eyes. During the day, he felt very disoriented, always either sleeping or feeling sleepy, and during the rare moments of clarity, he would just space out. He was confused for a second before realizing he was in Chingchingza's arms. For 2 hours, Chingchingza had held Gung without moving, completely ignoring the numbness in his own limbs. The change in Gung's breathing let Chingchingza know he was awake. He moved slightly to get his blood flowing again and smiled, "You're awake." The man got up from him and leaned on a cold rock, mumbling as he tilted his head, Ching Ching's whole body felt numb. When he tried to move his foot, it started hurting intensely, so he stayed seated, letting his body recover while reaching out to fix Gung's hair. Gung had shoulder-length hair that fell to his shoulders. The black soft strands were somewhat messy from sleep, and his emerald green eyes were half closed. Ching smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, "You're really beautiful." No one could match his beauty. In Ching Ching's heart, this person was always the most beautiful. Gung slowly raised his eyelids, "Am I?" He didn't have any concept of beauty or ugliness and didn't know why people thought he was attractive. "You're the most beautiful." Ching said softly, "No one can compare to you." Gung paused after hearing this. His deep eyes shone beautifully under the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling hue. "Sick kitten, your words are so sweet." He touched the other's lips lightly with his fingertips. "I like when you talk like this." Ching turned his head to avoid his gaze, trying to look more natural despite his discomfort. "Then I'll say more later." After a while, once he could move normally, Ching stood up and walked around a bit, then pulled Gung up who had been leaning against the stone staring into space. Where did these rose fields come from? As they walked deep in the flower sea, the carnivorous roses surrounding them calmed down upon seeing their master, silently displaying their beauty. Gung looked around and said, "I don't know." Ching was surprised, "You don't know?" Gung's mind was blank. He couldn't remember why he planted the roses or even if he had planted them at all. He pressed his temple slightly, furrowing his brows in distress. "I remember nothing." He remembered something though. After some thought, Gung realized he suddenly had a wife, a woman named Mina. Since Mina appeared, there were some things added to his mind, like his name being Lei Kino Te La. And something else. Gung gave up after thinking for a long time. All these things were crammed into his brain but never reached his heart. He would forget seconds after memorizing, making it feel like doing endless studying tasks, which annoyed him greatly. All Gung wanted to do was sleep, daydream, or eat food made by his sick kitten. In this small world, he was truly a model representative of a scholar failing all tests, an outwardly gorgeous vase devoid of depth. But Ching treasured this vase immensely. As they walked, holding hands, he even smoothed Gung's hair affectionately as if petting an animal. "Don't think too much. The roses are beautiful, just like you." Gung was caught off guard by his head-petting gesture, stared at the sick kitten blankly for a moment, then tilted his head to observe, "You like hugging me, and you also like stroking my hair." Ching pursed his lips and smiled, Because sometimes he thought Gung was so cute, he couldn't help wanting to pat his head and soothe him. However, such times were few and far between, and he didn't dare mention it in case it upset the exquisite vase. Gung would really ignore people when he got angry. Golden rays of sunshine streamed down. Just then, the drowsy man yawned, revealing the black earring on his earlobe. Ching involuntarily focused his gaze on it. Brilliant and dazzling black diamonds, gathering light in the sunlight, radiating star-like beauty. The earrings have been with him ever since Ching knew him, and no one knows where they came from. Before, he felt he didn't have the right to ask. Now, looking at this man who could remember nothing, Ching couldn't help feeling deeply. "What beautiful earrings." Ching whispered with long lashes lowered gently, "I like them." Gung turned his head slowly and looked at the sick kitten with bowed head. At the center of the rose field, all spirits remained silent. Gung stood in front of him. His soft black semi-long hair covered his earlobe, partially hiding the shining black diamond earring. The flicker in his ears dazzled Ching eyes. Ching spoke, his tone light, "Gung, I want this." Where did he get the audacity or status to ask for Gung's earring that accompanied him always? Ching wasn't sure why, but he had asked. He wanted it. Gung followed his gaze and touched his own ear, the sharp hardness making him pause. After staring at Ching intently for a while, Gung lowered his voice, "Close your eyes." Ching obediently closed them. He smelled a faint, familiar fragrance as it brushed past his face, feeling warm breath graze his cheek. The man's fingers flicked at the tip of his ear, causing an itchingly hot sensation that reached deep into his heart. It was almost like flotation. But Ching knew Gung wouldn't look at him with such an ambiguous glance. Instead, it was more likely filled with appraisal and curiosity. Even though his actions were so provocative, his eyes remained pure and cold, like mountain spring water. An arm wrapped around his waist, and Ching leaned against a broad chest. There was an itching sensation at his neck from hair brushing against it. Gung embraced him tightly. Ching suddenly felt flustered inside, unsure what to do next. What should he do to make Gung belong to him? A sharp pain came from his earlobe. "Done." Gung released his hand, pushing Ching away, his deep and clear voice distant. Ching opened his eyes, still lost and confused in them. "Done." Gung's black strands of hair danced in the wind, brushing against his face as they rose. Those beautifully colored heterochromatic eyes were intoxicating. His left ear no longer held the earring, instead it now rested on Qingqing's earlobe. With his pale skin and overly exquisite features, when Ji looked at someone, an invisible aloofness and dominance naturally became evident. Qingqing's couldn't help but touch his own earlobe. Ji had left one for himself and given one to him. The man shifted his focus to Qingqing's earlobe, his cold voice speaking softly, "It looks good." Qingqing's heart stirred. "Do you like it?" Ji said, "If it's you, then yes." Qingqing's clenched his fingers, his heart beginning its familiar irregular pounding. "Would you not like it if it were someone else?" Ji gave him a confused glance. "Why would I give it to anyone else?" Qingqing's lips curved upward uncontrollably. All the love and infatuation intertwined within him, surging forward with the urge to break free from some unseen restriction. It had been suppressed for so long, now turning into obsession. Desire transformed these thoughts into shouts. But the sweetness of being favored vanished the moment they returned to the room and opened the door. "Hubby, you're back." A pleasant female voice sounded as the woman sitting by the dressing mirror turned her head. Her beautiful face evoked both inferiority and admiration. Qingqing's smile froze instantly, his fingertips digging into his palm until blood dripped through. Mina looked at him curiously, "Is this a guest?" "Hubby, why did you bring a guest to the bedroom?" Ji yawned, initially unwilling to respond, but suddenly the game's program popped into his mind. This woman was his lifelong love. Looking at her lazily, Ji said, "He's the sick kitten." "Sick kitten?" Mina repeated with interest. It sounded like the name of a pet. Gracefully standing up, she lifted her dress hem and gave a shallow bow to this pet, "Hello, honored guest." Qingqing's ignored her, lowering his head firmly, his voice hoarse and terrifying. "Ji, who is she?" "She is." Ji thought for a moment. "My wife." One sentence. In an instant. Qingqing's heart plummeted into an abyss, his face turning ghastly pale. This woman was his wife, so what was he? A doomed, pitiful pet. Chapter 111, Mysterious Tycoon Falls in Love with Me 15. Ji didn't bother with the confrontation between these two, instead sitting by the window lost in thought. Mina looked at Qingqing's ashen face and smiled, "Guest, please step outside for a moment. This is my bedroom with my husband." Qingqing's eyes welled with waves of emotion at her words. "How long have you been together?" Quite a long time." Mina elegantly crossed her arms, her deep red lipstick making her appear very aristocratic. "I've forgotten how many years it has been. A few days ago, my husband and I had a falling out, so I went to a friend's house as a guest." She shrugged and smiled. "My husband really doesn't know how to speak well. I've gotten used to it, but he still manages to make me upset." Qingqing's struggled to curl his lips into a smile. "He really does have poor communication skills." Mina stepped forward and said to him, "Guest, go back to your own room. After all, couples always have something private to talk about. I've missed him terribly after not seeing him for a few days." Qingqing's was stung momentarily by her soft yet cutting words, almost developing a real impulse to flee. He held himself back. "I've been staying here these past few days." Mina feigned surprise and covered her mouth. "Hasn't Kais prepared a room for you?" "That's too disrespectful. To let guests live together with the hosts like this." She emphasized the word guest heavily, as if reminding him of something. Qingqing's expression remained calm. "I really like him, it's no burden." Mina smiled upon hearing this. "I understand the friendship between my husband and friends, however, even guests should know their limits, right?" Qingqing's hand had already torn the palm of his hand from clenching it so tightly, looking like he was stubbornly holding on or trying to protect something inside his heart. "I met him first." Mina shook her head regretfully. "I've been married to my husband for a long time already. What good is meeting earlier?" She exposed a slight streak of malice in her eyes. "He only belongs to me, not to you." Qingqing's complexion changed. "You." Ji who had been daydreaming by the window had already been annoyed by the noise from these two people. He indifferently turned back. "Get out." The smooth yet sharp tone of Mina faltered. She turned her head towards Ji with a beaming smile. "Husband, who are you asking to leave?" Qingqing's no longer spoke, tilting his head towards Ji his grayish gaze shadowy, faintly revealing a glimmer of hope. Ji looked down with droopy eyes, lazily saying, "Both of you go out, don't stay here." Since both were so bothersome, they both should just get out. Ji was usually cold and impulsive, never leaving any face for those who made him unhappy. Qingqing's breathing was labored, each breath cutting against his heart like a dull knife, struggling to suppress the warmth gathering in his eyes as he obeyed and took a step back. "Ji, what do you want to eat?" Qingqing's walked to the door, gripping the doorframe tightly with his fingers, controlling the trembling in his voice. "Shall I make ice flame fish for you?" Just as Ji was about to speak, Mina interrupted his impending reply with a kind smile. "Thank you for the offer, guest, but there's no need. We have professional servants to cook here. Please don't belittle yourself by doing what servants are meant to do." Qingqing's paid no heed to her, only pursing his lips as he gazed at Ji, stubbornly clinging to the refusal to give up within his heart. Ji turned his head and continued looking at the scenery outside the window, leaning wearily against the windowsill as he said, "Whatever." Making it or not making it, it was all the same. Just like his attitude towards Chingchingza, it had always been, whatever. When Chingchingza took the initiative to approach, Gung would become closer to him. When he didn't take the initiative, Gung never tried to find him, even if decades hadn't passed since they last saw each other. Memories swirled chaotically in Chingchingza's mind, everything about Gung consumed his thoughts now and then. He slightly bent over, inconspicuously holding back the tears, his breathing losing control, becoming rapid, his thin shoulders bending, slightly trembling. After enduring for a long time, Chingchingza managed to swallow the thick blood taste in his mouth back, his voice hoarse and eerie, "Then I'll go cook for you." Meina raised her eyebrows lightly, not expecting this pet to be so abased. When a person lowers themselves excessively, whatever they do becomes a form of elevation. Meina's desire to compete plummeted to the lowest point, even feeling that calculating with such a person was far too demeaning. Finding herself bored, she twirled a strand of her long hair with her slender fingers, casting a cold glance at Chingchingza as she said, "Husband, then I will go out first." Gung responded casually, Meina, draped in a black dress, swayed elegantly as she passed Chingchingza. Just before walking away, she threw a sidelong glance at Chingchingza's lips which were slightly bleeding, lowering her voice in a tone of mock pity, "Guest, you're already spitting blood." Chingchingza mumbled, squeezing out a word, "Get out." Meina couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head with a sigh, "You are really pitiful." So pitiful and sad that Meina began to feel sympathy for him. A pet fell in love with its master. How interesting. Meina let out a hum of laughter and left completely. After the woman left, the young man stood by the door for a long time, his unfocused grey eyes staring at Gung by the window without saying a word. After a long while, Chingchingza finally mustered the courage, "Gung, is she really your wife?" No one answered. Chingchingza was lost in thought for a moment before realizing Gung's habit of falling asleep had taken over again. He had fallen asleep already. His newfound courage instantly disappeared, retreating once more. He managed to force a smile, his overly pale lips cracked and dry, traces of blood seeping from the crevices, paired with an excessively thin figure, his entire person seemed close to shattering. The current Chingchingza felt like he could be broken with just a word. Staggering to the bedside, he picked up a blanket, trying hard to suppress the trembling of his hands as he tiptoed quietly over to Gung's side. He wanted to cover Gung with the blanket so he wouldn't catch a cold and remain motionless in the same spot for a very long time. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, Chingchingza suddenly snapped back to reality, tears streaming down his pale cheeks. Chingchingza bent slightly from the pain. Tears flooded down his face. He said nothing, only covering Gung with the blanket before silently leaving. Meina didn't want to stay in the suffocating atmosphere, she actually enjoyed the spacious and cool rose garden. Here, she could enjoy the fresh scent of flowers and, ironically, the screams of humans just before their deaths. Sitting in the center of the rose garden on a soft mat brought by her servants, she held a cup of clear tea in her hand, enjoying a sip with satisfaction. A poor pet, fell in love with its unmovable master. Meina repeated this phrase amusingly. Husband is still too soft-hearted, if encountering someone who throws themselves at him, sleeping with them a few times before tossing them away would have been enough, no need for such rejection. The scalding tea was poured onto the grass, and Meina admired her delicate fingers. Look at that poor soul, he's about to cry. Suddenly, there were faint footsteps nearby, intermittent. Meina paused, her expression darkening as she lifted her head. Who's there? Not far away, a soft voice suddenly sounded. What does Gung like about you? Meina's stiff posture gradually relaxed, and she smiled as she turned around. It's you, still not letting go. Chingchingza stood behind her, his excessively pale complexion paired with those dim grey eyes looking like a devil ready to devour someone. Miss Meina, I'd like to know what Gung likes about you. Chingchingza tilted his head silently, obstinate. What does he like about you? Meina was enraged by his impolite attitude, laughing coldly. What business is it of yours where he likes me? You lowly pet. Chingchingza covered his lips with his sleeve, laughing hoarsely. Of course it concerns me. With a curved brow and eye, he lightly said, if he likes you, I'll gouge out what he likes about you and graft it onto myself, then he'll like me instead. Meina was shocked by his madness. What are you talking about? Chingchingza summoned his cursed blade, the overwhelming killing intent and bloody stench screaming, yet its owner laughed warmly. You won't understand what he means to me, you also won't know how long I've loved him. As Chingchingza took a step forward, the repressed craziness within him started to surface, and pitch-black, hideous demonic patterns began crawling across his face. Overcome by the crazy demonic aura and bloody stench radiating from him, Meina was jolted off her seat and shrank back several steps. You, don't come near me. Behind Chingchingza, a vague shadow suddenly appeared. At first, Meina couldn't see clearly, but when she scrutinized closely, her pupils contracted sharply. Ghost. A huge shadow dragged behind the youth. This black shadow screamed furiously, containing dense, chaotic souls wildly colliding against the cage confining them, releasing cries of hatred and resentment from its monstrous mouth. Let us out. Release us. Let me die. Let me perish completely. Chingchingza. Kill Chingchingza. Destroy this spawn of evil. Meina was dazed, unable to utter complete sentences. How could How many people had to die to form such an enormous and terrifying ghost of resentment behind a person? Chingching's teeth gleamed white and chilling, laughing madly amidst the rising storm behind him, and you wouldn't know how nauseated I am with my own demonic body because of him. Mena opened her bright red eyes and finally let out a terrifying scream. Ah! This scream seemed to travel from the rose garden up to the fourth floor room, where Gung, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, instantly opened his eyes. His emerald green pupils focused on the towering demonic energy far away. Confusion flickered in Gung's eyes. This smell, could it be the sick cat? There was a knock at the door followed by the butler's shrill voice, panicked, "Master, something is happening in the rose garden." Gung blinked and lazily buried his head in his arms, beginning to sleep again. "I know." The butler paused. "Master, you don't care." Gung, drowsy, replied, "Yeah. What was there to bother about? Better let him sleep a little longer." The butler, "Ah. But Mr. Cheng is fighting with Lady Mena." Gung turned his head irritably, so frustrated he wanted to kill someone. He covered his ears. "Who won?" The butler, "I don't know. Wait until there's a winner." Gung furrowed his brows, sleepiness made tears well up in his eyes. "Why are you calling if there's no result yet?" The butler, "I'm asking you to mediate. Not for you to ask about who lost or won." The butler, not giving up, "What if the lady gets hurt?" "Whatever. If Mr. Cheng gets hurt?" "Whatever." "Okay, I understand now." In his master's eyes, everything was equal, it seemed. Time passed quickly, and night fell soon. Gung had slept unexpectedly long, feeling more and more dazed as time went from day into night. Sleepy as could be, even thunder wouldn't wake him up. A ding-dang sound shook him awake. Gung opened his eyes calmly, still sleepy. He tilted his head towards the source of the sound, his wrist. He didn't know how or when, but he'd been moved to a dimly lit room with chains attached to the wall. The end of the chain was an iron ring wrapped in soft cloth, perfectly encircling his wrist. Gung sat on the floor, his hands shackled and his body completely naked, probably stripped while unconscious. He leaned lazily against the wall, gazing at his restrained wrists without knowing what to say. Awakening to find himself like this meant that the sick cat must have grown bolder. "Gung, I'm going to light some incense for you." From afar came a gentle voice. Gung looked back coldly. "What kind of incense?" "An aphrodisiac incense," Chingchingza said, sitting on a chair with a burning incense pot in his hand, releasing a swirl of smoke. With his sharp vision, Gung took a glance and couldn't help but pause. Chingchingza had changed into one of Mena's black dresses, painted his lips with Mena's lipstick, styled his hair into a female coiffure, and elegantly sat on the long bench, his thin pale feet resting on the ground, looking fragile and ill just as he was. The newly awakened Gung fell silent momentarily. It seemed the already unstable, sick cat had become more deranged after waking. Chingchingza, blushing slightly as though shy, covered his lips and asked, "Do you like me this way?" Gung, "No." A feeling of stickiness and nausea arose, like Chingchingza had peeled off Mena's skin and wore it like a costume. "It doesn't matter, you will soon." Chingchingza gently stroked the incense. "This aphrodisiac is made from the blood of a lust demon. I once flayed my father, letting his blood flow to brew this incense for a whole month, using my own father's blood. Tonight is our wedding night." He smiled. "Gung, my father is watching us consummate this marriage tonight." The man tied to the floor on the ground was quiet for a moment. Desire stirred quickly, and Chingchingza knelt beside him, brushing his hand over Gung's face. "How could you marry someone else?" Chingchingza laughed softly, asking, "How could you possibly marry someone else?" Gung's cheeks flushed red, clarity flickering in his drowsy eyes. Chingchingza kissed his lips lightly and lifted the hem of the dress. "Shouldn't I be yours, right?" Chapter 112, The Mysterious Big Shot Loves Me 16. Before him was a face that exuded serene handsomeness. Though not dazzling, it was pleasant and filled with a sense of fragility. At this moment, the young man before him was biting his lips, tears streaming down, as if he had been wronged immensely. Gung. Chingchingza clung to his shoulder and sobbed tremulously. His delicate fingers dug into Gung's shoulders, tightly clutching them like holding onto a lifeline. His cries wouldn't cease, choking with sadness, so pitiable. The one who was locked up was Gung, and the one being forcibly taken advantage of was also Gung. However, the youth in front cried so helplessly, his cheeks rosy red. He was his adorable little sick cat, his blindly devoted little sick cat. Gung's hands were lifted and bound, his wrists rubbed raw from the ropes, while his emerald pupils were unknowingly veiled by black gauze, merely self-deception. He could still see Chingchingza's appearance. "Sick cat." Gung croaked, "Sick cat, don't cry." Upon hearing this soothing call, Chingchingza cried even more miserably. He buried himself in his embrace and shivered, muttering, I love you, Gung. Gung remained silent for a moment before saying, "Stop." Chingchingza shook his head hurriedly, cupped his face, and kissed him deeply. Gung said no more, he accepted this kiss. "You belong to me now." Chingchingza grabbed his shoulders, panting, starting now, the position of pet is not mine anymore but yours. Gung closed his eyes. The next day. Chingchingza furrowed his brows as he put on clothes and touched Gung who was still asleep. Then, he shuffled downstairs to prepare breakfast. 002 had been waiting in the kitchen all along. You've arrived. It said happily. Chingchingza waved at it with a pale face and gasped for breath before starting to prepare a fire for cooking. 002 was momentarily surprised, realizing what had happened to Chingchingza. In the past few days, it had been running around playing, not expecting their progress to move so quickly. Are you tired? 002 asked. Chingchingza massaged his brow and said, not really. Not exhausted, just a bit sore. Have you two paired successfully? 002 grinned mischievously and asked, last night? About right. Chingchingza calmly replied, taking out some vegetables. I've kept him captive. 002. Are you two playing two extreme games? The small light sphere sighed, you're too powerful. It's clear that Gung likes you a lot. Chingchingza shook his head firmly, he doesn't like me. 002 reprimanded, too lacking in confidence. How could he not like you? Gung only treats you well. The young man paused mid-action while washing his hands but then resumed as normal, he doesn't like me. 002, why are you so stubborn? Where did you get this idea? Chingchingza smiled upon hearing this, yet let out a sigh, 002, do you know my bloodline comes from the love demon? 002 hesitated briefly, The love demon devours people's romantic emotions, so I can sense anyone's affection. Chingchingza smiled gently, with an amiable tone, many people have feelings for me, but I cannot find Gung's love towards me, nor towards anyone else. He was born without feelings, devoid of emotional capacity. 002 was dumbfounded, what do you mean? I don't understand. What I mean is, Gung was born without the ability to fall in love with anyone. Chingchingza sat down, cradling the small light orb in his hands, revealing a truth hidden for hundreds of years. Many times, you've said he loves me, says he cares about me. Because Gung treats me exceptionally differently, you assumed he loved me greatly. But I am the love demon, I know that Gung has no ounce of affection for me, whether it be toward me or anyone else. When Mina claims that Gung loves her, I don't feel the least bit angry because I haven't sensed any trace of her presence in Gung's heart. Yet she is Gung's wife, and I won't tolerate even a smidgen of such situation. Chingchingza chuckled wryly, I laugh at her misery, but am I not also laughing at myself? Knowing full well that Gung lacks emotional capacity, his heart is hollow, incapable of loving someone, yet I still yearn for something unattainable. 002 faltered speechlessly for quite some time before finally saying, I didn't know he was in this kind of situation. To love someone means favoritism, cherishing, feeling anguish when I'm hurt. Chingchingza leaned against the icy cabinet and murmured, he treats me well, dresses my wounds when I'm injured, takes revenge when I'm bullied, and hugs me when I cry. But he does not favor me exclusively, nor does he cherish me. I don't blame Gung because I know he cannot control his own emotions. There's no way Chingchingza can fall in love with someone, and that's something no one can stop. 002 twitched, expressing its sorrow, I understand this feeling. My programming doesn't allow me to produce romantic feelings either. I can't break free from my constraints, and neither can the countless systems of the Spacetime Bureau. Chingchingza lowered his voice, it was just me who insisted on liking him. Gung simply wanted to be nice to me, so he gave me a chance to get closer. Gung doesn't love him, but he is good enough to Chingchingza, allowing the sick cat an opportunity to approach and possess him. But love? No, not really. 002 asked, will you feel resentful? Chingchingza replied, I used to, but not anymore. When the person is already entirely his, what else is there to choose? Given Gung's character, even if he doesn't love Chingchingza, they could still spend their endless lives together. If that were the case, Chingchingza actually feels quite satisfied. He has crossed the boundaries between pet and owner, bravely stepping into this man's life as a partner. 002 said, that's good then. Without love, so be it. Chingchingza himself doesn't care, so there's nothing more 002 could say. Perhaps this is a great state too. Gung is a responsible partner, very indulgent towards the sick cat, and that's all it takes. The two will support each other for the rest of their infinite lives. Chingchingza placed it on his shoulder and smiled while standing up to start cooking. Cooking. Chapter 113 Bonus, The Villain Q&A. The controlled is too extreme, I'm annoyed. Whatever pursuit of a wife leading to a fiery funeral pyre, or no wife resulting in imprisonment, as long as the alpha does just a tiny bit wrong, they get cursed, while their precious beta gets defended, it's disgusting. Originally it was supposed to be a mutual crush with a sweet pet theme, but I changed halfway through and made Chingchingza fall in one-sided love. I also set Gung up as naturally devoid of emotion and love, and now that I've written so far, it can't continue. So I've decided to let the beta-controlled eat shit. By Joe, regarding some questionable points in this article, your mom here has summarized them and will have you all answer them uniformly. Naughty boys, here we go. Everyone. By Joe, First question, Lin Feng, were you truly completely unaware of Lu Xiang's overt and covert advances? Lin Feng, surprised I'm the first one to answer. As you know, my mental state at the time was unstable, acting crazy and unpredictable, so of course I pretended not to understand. Alright, I knew it deep down. Baijiu, sighing tsk, my boy. It's only your mom who loves you, favors you, doesn't let you suffer or pursue the fire-burnt tomb. Lin Feng, bowing alright thanks, mom. Baijiu, waving hand no problem, I won't torment my son, regardless of whom. Come, second question, Lord Lu Xiang, did you not feel awkward during your passionate confession on the street? Lu Jingyan, confused why should I be embarrassed? Baijiu, rolling eyes who knows why the readers were embarrassed, none of you two felt embarrassed, yet they were digging into their toes in shame. What kind of self-pity is this? Lin Feng, laughing you just want to curse them, don't you? Baijiu, stroking head still, my own son understands me. Lin Feng, if readers say your book isn't good. Baijiu, cold laughter that's because they lack taste. Of course, if it's an author I admire criticizing me, I bow down to listen and jot notes in my little notebook. Alright, all the above are jokes. Currently, the antagonist arc has concluded. Since it's a bonus chapter, it's rather short and leaves some holes unfilled. Please bear with it. There are a few questions that need clarification, which I'll explain here. 1. Why is the author considered an alpha mom? Initially, it wasn't like this. From the first world and second world, it was evident I doted on characters pretty arbitrarily. However, the insane general forced me into being alpha-centric. Shenron would get criticized for every little thing she did early on, it drove me crazy. 2. Regarding Gung's identity. It's known that Enci is an evil entity, and such entities are born from the abyss. Gung is the walking personification of the abyss. Why can't he experience emotions? Because his heart position is hollow, connecting directly to the abyss interface, so he lacks the concept of love. To make Gung capable of love, he would need to open the abyss and release the devil from his chest, causing destruction across the 3,000 small worlds and countless deaths. Gung lives solely to suppress the abyss, this is his purpose. 3. Gung's feelings towards Qingqingzi. He has feelings, but it's not love. It can only be put this way. He has special sentiments towards Qingqingzi, so he allowed the frail kitty to approach him and gave him the chance for equality and companionship. Gung is someone who sees things clearly. He provided Qingqingzi the opportunity to attain him and understood that the frail kitty suffered from excessive self-contempt. Thus, by erasing his memory, he gave Qingqingzi the courage to act. Although without love, he was a responsible partner, when he had his memories. 4. Will Qingqingzi ever regret or grow disheartened? No. Because he no longer cares. Given how deranged Qingqingzi is, he is content merely with possessing Gung, even without love. 5. How did Qingqingzi die? He died under the attack of 10,000 cultivators. In life, he was the demon lord, and after slaughtering everyone, he could not last any longer. So, he quietly chose a street, leaned against a rock, and froze to death in the ice and snow. 6. What does the creator feel for Mou? There's both disdain towards robots and a trace of paternal affection for being a father. Most prominently, there is excitement and enthusiasm upon witnessing a perfect creation. He loves Mou, he hates Mou. When he learned that a robot could have such rich emotions, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Because he had created a perfect creation, a robot with feelings. And his own death can further drive this perfect creation's growth. Would the creator fail to foresee that Mou and humans would ultimately meet the same end? With his intelligence, he certainly foresaw it, but he didn't care. He is determined to personally create this perfect creation, no matter what the cost may be, even if it means the destruction of the world. As for why he wasn't absorbed into the Temporal Bureau. Please, the Temporal Bureau has rather high standards for absorbing souls. The creator contributed to the world's destruction, but it was Mou who carried it out. 7. What kind of feelings does Lin Feng have towards his former self? Even though Lin Feng can never return to his past, he still loves that idealistic version of himself. For his former self, Lin Feng would probably start by not liking him, then smile and exclaim. This guy is truly badass. 8. Would Shenron look back on his old self? No, he wouldn't. Because he clearly realized he could never return to the past, his life had been ruined to a great extent. If he looked back, the pain would only increase. 9. Why did the game target Shenron with so much malice? Because the game harbors malice equally against every player. But since Shenron was the one causing the most trouble, the game naturally targeted him more. 10. Will the souls in the Temporal Bureau 002 get their happy reunion at the end? Yes. There were regrets and losses along the way, but all the endings were good ones. Gung won't remain imprisoned for long either. Once Qingqingzi sorts out the issue with the game, he'll bring Gung back to the Temporal Bureau. 11. Where does Gung's hypersomnia come from? The abyss is constantly restless. Gung carries the abyss around everywhere, his heart is the exit of the abyss. Sleep helps calm its restlessness and prevent evil energy from leaking or evil beings from disrupting the order of the small worlds. So Gung wishes he could divide 24 hours into 48 just to sleep, always drowsy and rarely fully awake. If he were ever truly awake, big problems would arise. 12. Regarding the dom/sub dynamics between Shenrong and Claire. Shenrong lacks moral integrity, but he doesn't care about being dominated. He calls his partner, husband, cutely, which makes him one of my favorite doms. Who says someone tall at 1.98 meters, robust, fierce, and merciless cannot be pampered? A strong dom's inner self needs love too, and an obedient sub can also handle challenges and protect their dominant partner. 13. Regarding the nickname for MOU. The term youngest son stems from the real-life nickname used by a same-sex couple. They are a homosexual couple, one calls the other teacher, and the other calls him youngest son. Through them, I saw pure love. But then a bunch of readers said they couldn't adjust to it, thinking it sounds like calling him a son. On further thought, Teacher Fong initially really raised MOU as a son, so using that pet name makes sense. 14. The most troublesome problem encountered during writing. There are far too many cases of extreme control over the beta character. If anyone made these comments when this book was published, yes, I'm talking about you, show some shame. Stop having zero awareness of acronyms like A, C, Alpha/Beta. Every comment is about fiery funeral pyres for pursuing a wife or imprisonment for having no wife. How dare you treat your wife this way, waiting for the day your face slaps you. Criticism arises whenever the alpha does something slightly wrong. All the reviews consist of such content, making one feel both headaches and nausea. Later, I found that there were also plenty of instances of extreme alpha control. Some people can't accept reverse roles, they find it unacceptable for alphas to be loving, labeling stories as fake beta written articles, or saying, reverse alpha roles are disgusting. Sorry, my story will be written however I wish. 15. Will there be any epilogues? Since the 10,000 word limit hasn't been reached yet, there might be an epilogue. It could involve a small piece about the Temporal Bureau or the Small Worlds, and perhaps some supplementary chapters focusing on secondary characters, or maybe none at all. Chapter 114 Epilogue, Shenrong. The Spacetime Bureau has strict regulations on dry points and energy points. The ratio of points to energy is approximately 1:10, and the points must be obtained by completing tasks. The more complete the task and the more tasks completed, the more points earned, thus living better in the Spacetime Bureau. Regarding this, Shenrong, who was broke, said, I will never drink alcohol again. Drinking left him destitute. After returning to the Spacetime Bureau with her husband, she discovered there was just one place to stay, nothing else. Considering his own strength, when Shenrong used to run out of money due to drinking, he would go on missions and earn a lot in one shot. However, instead of saving it, he squandered all his earnings without thinking about the future. Now, he finally tasted the bitter fruit. Faced with his husband's exceptionally beautiful, cold, and noble face, Shenrong had nothing to say. Claire was very clear about his situation and calmly said, what are the ways to make money here? I can earn money for you to pay off your debts. Shenrong. No need, no debt now. His biggest creditor used to be Qin Kong, and others were owed lesser amounts, but... Upon learning that a seasoned drunkard had married a handsome husband, everyone in the Spacetime Bureau was shocked. They then generously waved their hands and said, hey, as long as you're feeling better, the money doesn't have to be paid back. They weren't short on anything, they just wondered who the person capable of taming this aggressive drunkard was. Shenrong's brutal and unpredictable character was renowned within the Spacetime Bureau, making no one dare provoke this powerful drunkard who often assaulted people. Claire spent an entire lifetime in politics, eventually becoming the Imperial Prime Minister, wielding enormous power. Unaccustomed to being suddenly scrutinized by curious eyes, Claire still felt somewhat uneasy. There was no denying the beauty of the Imperial Rose. Whether it was her mysterious and beautiful violet eyes or her soft silver hair flowing down to her waist, everything seemed like a masterpiece crafted by an artist, only leaving people with one word. Beautiful. Those who have met Claire marveled and commented, shit. That drunkard deserves this. Damn, too damn handsome. Claire was accustomed to taking care of his wife. Instinctively, he wanted to provide her with the most comfortable environment possible, ensuring no lack of food and clothing, and wishing for peace and happiness for her, hoping everything went smoothly. This required one thing from Claire: he must quickly grow, establish himself as a tasker at the Spacetime Bureau, develop, expand, and only then would he be capable enough to take good care of Shenrong. Claire already thought about taking dangerous missions and forging his reputation. Shenrong. He silently pushed Claire back onto the sofa and said, no need for you, I'm not entirely useless. He was merely poor, but apart from that, he didn't really have any flaws. In a smaller world, being supported by his husband for a lifetime, Shenrong wasn't so worthless as to return to the Spacetime Bureau in such bad condition. The staff registering information at the task plaza were astonished. Trembling, he pointed at Shenrong in front of him, not. Boss, you don't act unless causing a sensation. Previously, he was so lazy, what's wrong with him now? Shenrong threw a pile of tasks at him impatiently, hurry up and register them. He urgently needed to earn money for furniture and renovation. Baffled, the staff opened the documents and started registration. One was pursuing bounty hunters. Another was finding the origin of the collapse in a small world. Yet another was capturing evil creatures. The staff began suspecting if Shenrong had cleared the chart of extremely high-risk tasks. "Boss, it's done." He handed over the travel card to Shenrong with sincerity. "Do you feel someone in the Spacetime Bureau is bothering you? Or do you plan to stay thousands of years in a small world and never come out?" Shenrong had successfully quit drinking and had been pampered for so many years that his temper improved significantly. He actually explained a few things to him. "Neither, I have a husband at home to support." The staff, "Ah. His appearance is too beautiful, who would let a piece of art do the rough work like killing or arson?" Shenrong waved his hand, turned around and walked away. "He's called Claire, take good care of him when you see him later." The staff, "Huh. Once a drunkard takes things seriously, they cannot be underestimated." This hustle lasted for a full 3 months with no sight of him, which was longer than any time Claire had ever been apart from his wife. Even during his life before, during meetings, Shenrong always stayed nearby waiting for him in a side room. He didn't like his wife to be away from him. Perhaps deep down, Claire was obsessive and controlling. He had taken care of his wife for a lifetime, not letting her take a single step away from him. On the surface, he seemed to go along with the lazy drunkard, but deep inside, he was secretly rejoicing. He admitted that his possessiveness and control were too strong. He just wanted to continue taking care of Shenrong, preferably until Shenrong could no longer leave him, spoiled to the point where she couldn't function without him. Claire couldn't see that familiar figure again before falling asleep at night. This time, he didn't wait in vain anymore. The Spacetime Bureau had a military base, and most taskers had independent personalities, like lone wolves. Thus, their interest in such a highly guarded and rule-heavy military base was thin. This led to a shortage of military talent at the Spacetime Bureau. Claire had started his career in the military, so he was very familiar with everything about it. He suited this place perfectly. 3 months later, contentedly holding his salary card, prepared to hand it over to his husband, Shenrong entered the door wanting to ensure all would go smoothly without worry. But he was momentarily blinded by the gilded room decorations. Claire sat by the window, holding a document, making marks on it. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up and smiled. "You're back." Shenrong remained silent, looking at the completely renewed house, then at Claire in his military uniform, slowly producing a question mark in his mind. Claire, upon seeing his wife, smiled warmly. He put down the document and walked over, pulling Shenrong to the sofa, asking, "Tired?" A faint smell of corpses and blood lingered on Shenrong's nose. This was the after-effect of killing too many people in the small world. He didn't care much about it, wiping his face and asking, "What happened to our home?" "I've joined the army, it's really great there." Claire handed him a cup of water. "The benefits are excellent, they also value me highly, we don't lack money now." For a scarce talent, and a high-tech one at that, the Spacetime Bureau nearly doted on him endlessly. Shenrong quietly said, "I've just finished my tasks." They were all difficult missions. In 3 months at the Spacetime Bureau, it amounted to hundreds or thousands of years in a small world. He didn't know how many people he had killed, suffered countless injuries, and even came close to death once due to the desperate counterattack of a group of raiders. Claire gently kissed his lips. "These tasks are all too dangerous, I can continue supporting you." Shenrong blinked. "Can I still be the beloved wife?" Claire laughed. "Yes, my wife." The drunkard's mood was quite complicated now. He originally thought he had no choice but to support his husband, but found out that his husband was actually very reliable and had started supporting him again. As Shenrong was fed a piece of fruit and reclined on the chaise lounge, swaying while basking in the sun, he finally realized that he could be the beloved wife once more. He immediately sweetly called out, "Hubby, I love you." Claire replied, "I love you too." After 3 months apart, as thunder struck and lightning sparked, the couple who hadn't seen each other for so long quickly retreated to their bedroom when night fell. The air in the room seemed humid and sultry. Claire, intoxicated by the thick air, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cheeks flushed red, occasionally uttering, "Shenrong." Shenrong reached for his hand but touched sweat instead. Puzzled why Claire was so nervous, since this kind of thing was too common. They had been married for so long, unlocking everything imaginable, why the tension? Seeing Shenrong stop moving, Claire asked, "Are you mad at me?" Shenrong questioned, "Why would I be mad?" Claire swallowed saliva, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, hoarsely saying, "Because I advanced my rank in the military. I intend to keep you by my side forever, never parting." Shenrong first arched an eyebrow, then sneered and pressed harder, saying, "I'm happy just thinking about it." "Hubby, you flatter me too much." He was simply a lazy man, thrilled beyond measure to be a beloved wife. There was absolutely no way he'd complain. Shenrong lacked both ideals and expectations. He was living simply for the sake of living, with no desire to move at all. Being supported by his own husband was simply something he cherished immensely. Claire bit his lip, finally at ease, enjoying the fervent night. "That's good." The next day, Claire went to the base with a neck full of red marks and, predictably, drew plenty of teasing glances. He kept a straight face, acting as if he hadn't noticed. These were all marks of love, only a fool would hide them. Just a bunch of lonely singles. At first, the people at the base watched with amusement, but as days passed, Claire's neck never healed. His proud tone when mentioning his spouse, and Shenrong's occasional visits to flirt. Everyone. Turns out the clown was them. Because Shenrong had become too lazy to play with things, even Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and came over while he was basking in the sun. He asked, "Hey, are you planning on living here?" Shenrong lazily glanced at him. "What's wrong with that?" Lin Feng replied. "If you're really free, then go work as an executioner in the Space-Time Bureau's prison." Qin Kong has been almost driven mad during this period. The smell of blood clings to him no matter what, and his wife even rejected hugging him at night. Shenrong yawned. What happened? Lin Feng sat cross-legged and handed him a can of cola. Didn't Claire get chased by those raiders? Forget that already. The escape of the raiders infuriated the psycho, and that crazy guy stormed the enemy base and started killing everything, impossible to stop him. This caused piles of captives and corpses, and now the prison at the Space-Time Bureau was filled with awaiting criminals. In the past, when Shenrong and Qin Kong worked together as executioners, they could just barely keep up with the workload. Now, since someone had completely abandoned their responsibilities, Qin Kong was overwhelmed alone, almost marinated in the smell of blood. Shenrong recalled the debt he had erased and said sincerely, "Then I'll go lend a hand." The Space-Time Bureau's jail wasn't dirty. The confinement rooms were clearly demarcated, each on different floors. The death penalty floor was on the 4th floor. Shenrong hadn't even stepped inside when he immediately covered his nose, wrinkling it tightly. The smell of blood was nearly reaching the heavens. Just opening the door slightly, he saw a familiar figure with his back toward him. On the ground lay a plunderer vomiting blood. Qin Kong had one foot on the plunderer's face, showing cold severity, calmly watching as the man on the ground slowly met his end. Hearing some noise, Qin Kong looked back and locked eyes with Shenrong. A sudden smile spread across Qin Kong's face, as if the previous coldness had been false. He teased Shenrong, saying, "You actually decided to show up." Shenrong smiled back. "Came to help." Qin Kong kicked the guy on the ground and made way, smiling, "Then you do it." "I beat him up earlier, he's close to death now." Shenrong didn't spend much time killing people. For him, it was simply a matter of one strike, so he summoned his weapon and asked, "I don't want this one anymore. Are there others?" "Plenty more." Qin Kong pointed to the back of the room. "All waiting for death. You can kill whoever you like." Like slaughtering chickens or dogs, Shenrong entered deeper into the room. Soon, terrifying screams emerged from within before abruptly stopping, indicating a clean and thorough death. The two cooperated efficiently. Qin Kong was responsible for interrogation followed by execution, while Shenrong dealt with the stubborn ones with swift strikes, swiftly clearing out most of them. Qin Kong smelled his clothes and sighed. Another day of bloody scent. Such a strong odor meant another night sleeping on the floor tonight. Shenrong was far prouder. A general wouldn't despise me so easily. Qin Kong chuckled, "My beauty wouldn't either." It just happened to make Gao Yaij feel dizzy due to the overwhelming stench, so Qin Kong opted to sleep on the floor himself, fearing he would harm the person beside him. Qin Kong grumbled, "Suddenly dealing with so many cases, why can't the lunatic calm down a bit? So troublesome." "That's enough, take a rest." Shenrong sat on the ground, legs gracefully crossed, reminiscing about what he used to do at times like these. Drink alcohol, then go to sleep. But drinking was not an option. So what should he do now? Want to gossip? An eager 002 suddenly appeared. Seeing the small system, Qin Kong laughed, picked it up, and asked, "Why did you come here?" 002 jumped around, finished recycling yin porcelain, and was granted a long holiday. Just bored. It was always working overtime, working regularly, but now on holiday, it didn't know what to do. Upon hearing there was something to be done, 002 came to check it out. Qin Kong smiled and asked, "Whose gossip do you want to hear?" 002 cheered. "Plenty of it." Chapter 115 Bonus Chapter, The Demon God Unlanli. In the advanced world, gods and demons ran rampant, and magical beasts caused chaos. The behavior here was akin to that of a primitive ancient era, only the strong survived, but yet it also had advanced technology. The deities were ascetic and pure, the demon gods were dissolute. Unlanli was an anomaly. He had the unrestrained conduct of a demon god, an elegant and handsome exterior, a playful personality, and he was a humorous and interesting elder. His peculiar traits made him overly self-righteous. It was hard to imagine that Unlanli, who attended banquets every night, danced on stage with countless men and women, and flirted ambiguously, could be such a person, but he certainly was. He had never experienced the feeling of being moved. One day, when he was invited to the Time-Space Bureau, he saw a familiar figure from afar and waved with a smile, "Hey, is that my little cutie 001? 001 had broad shoulders and a slim waist, a tall and slender figure, a beautiful face that was both alluring and gentle. He was holding his hand and talking to the souls inside the storage ball when he turned around after hearing the sound. "Unlanli," he slowly spoke. The visitor was the famous demon god Unlanli, the one in charge of trials and sins. Unwanli had a pair of beautiful purple eyes, strange and mysterious, a sign of a demon god. With his strikingly handsome looks, graceful and noble demeanor, and easygoing, humorous character, he was very likable. Even though he represented brutality and unpredictability as a demon god, Unwanli's personality was usually stable. Joking and teasing were common for him. "What are you doing, little cutie?" Unwanli teased, "Is this a new soul in your hand?" 001 nodded, "It's a newly incorporated soul under my command." "What's his name?" "June Fun." Unwanli chuckled, names of Easterners always seem so unusual. I find them hard to get used to, but I think they all look very beautiful, gentle and elegant." 001 paused momentarily, "Don't say anything more." "Why?" "Oh, why not?" Unwanli persisted. 001 touched the sphere in his hand, letting the soul within be released without restraint. The soul appeared as a soft glowing light. As it elongated, Unwanli, who had originally been gently smiling, suddenly froze, disbelieving at what he saw, an Oriental man. Unwanli stopped breathing momentarily, then his heart began to race uncontrollably, his cheeks gradually heating up. Unwanli instinctively took a step back, blushing suddenly. Ah, this Oriental man was too beautiful. This was a tall and elegant Oriental person with features refined beyond belief. His hollow black eyes stared directly at Unwanli, while his crimson lips looked as if painted with blood. He exuded a cold, aloof manner, and his air resembled an ink painting of the East, graceful, refined, balanced in intensity. Beneath his calm, detached eyes flowed a strange sensation, as if repressing madness. Unwanli placed a hand over his heart, quickly adjusting his state to position himself as the pursuer. He bowed politely to June Fun, "Hello, Mr. Beautiful." June Fun ignored him and turned around, saying, 001, "Where's my room?" Stunned by his cold attitude, Unwanli soon smiled indifferently and enthusiastically walked over to June Fun, courteously offering, "Let me show you the way." 001 stood confused and glanced at these two individuals before looking at Unwanli and asking, "You're supposed to be here to drink with Chin Kong. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about leading the way?" Unwanli grinned slyly, replying, "When encountering a stunning lover, who would want to think about drinking?" Upon hearing this, both 001 and June Fun looked at him. June Fun involuntarily furrowed his brows, sensing trouble. Indeed, there was nothing good coming from this. Right in front of him, the gentlemanish yet fervent man winked at him mysteriously, with those purple eyes filled with mischief and heavy laughter. Unwanli grinned, enunciating clearly, "I have fallen in love with you at first sight, please accept my ardent and loyal affection. I want to become your lover." June Fun. Always someone trying to cause trouble. As someone who was once universally despised and abandoned during his lifetime as a mad emperor, June Fun hadn't encountered many people daring to be so bold with him. Firstly, ignoring the daily timed roses, even disregarding the numerous passionate invitations from Unwanli, let alone the abundance of rare treasures, gold, silver, jewels, and energy points received each day. Just for pursuing one individual, Unwanli seemed to have brought out all his skills with a steadfastness that showed no sign of giving up until his goal was achieved. Once again, when he was interrupted by a knock on the door, June Fun drew his long sword and with a swift swish thrust the blade forward upon opening the door. Unwanli was holding a bunch of fresh, gorgeous roses, expecting to see the beautiful face of his Oriental lover. Instead, he was greeted by a long sword thrusting straight toward his heart with merciless intent to kill. Stunned for a moment, he dropped the flowers and darted away to a safe distance, evading June Fun's attack. Although feeling a bit sad and hurt, Unwanli had mentally prepared himself for such a reaction. He managed to force a smile and addressed June Fun gently, "Are you in a bad mood? Or am I disturbing you?" June Fun discarded the sword, his expression cold and his distaste evident in his eyes. In a frigid tone, he snapped, "Get lost and stop bothering me." After that, the door slammed shut with a resounding click. Unwanli stood bewildered at the spot for a while, staring at the door which had been firmly closed on him again. After quite some time, he blinked and patted his chest, which felt faintly sore. He seemed, actually a little hurt. For 3 days after this, no one came to bother June Fun. Thinking that Unwanli might have given up, when June Fun opened the door again, he was once more blinded by another huge bouquet of roses. Unwanli stood smiling outside his door and handed him the flowers, saying, "Good morning, dear." "Don't call me with such disgusting terms," June Fun corrected him coolly. A fleeting shadow of sadness flickered in Unwanli's eyes, and he quickly changed his words, "All right, mister." Eager to earn credit, he added, "I've been in a foul mood these few days, so I haven't come to see you. Please forgive me. As an apology, I've transferred 3 million energy points into your account, enough to keep you clothed and fed comfortably for 100 years. Actually, it wasn't just about being in a bad mood, he also reflected on his pursuit methods. Oriental people were reserved and elegant, and his beloved had even come from an ancient plane. Thus, a more deferential and tender attitude should be adopted. June Fun didn't care to listen to any of this and bluntly stated, "Get out." With good humor, Unwanli stepped back a few paces to give him room. This relentless pursuit lasted a whole 30 years. In the Time-Space Bureau, some people celebrated the Lunar New Year's Eve, while others remained indifferent, it depended on personal preference. There were still some lively members who took the initiative to decorate and bring festivity, making certain areas vibrant with red decorations. On a night when stars twinkled and snowflakes fell heavily, soon blanketing the courtyard in white, a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. Junfen rarely interacted with the outside world. He casually draped a coat over himself and sat in the corridor of his own courtyard. The bone-chilling winter wind froze his pale face, yet Junfen sat there, barefoot in the snow, allowing the cold winter night to envelop him. His expression was calm and numb, his lean frame frail but upright, like a blade braving the icy wind, emanating an aura of stern coldness. Looking at the yard, the snowy winter, images flashed through Junfen's mind, fragmented, brutal. The Empress Mother knelt down and died in the snow. A small, frail child silently and depressingly knelt in the snow, staring at his mother's contorted, fierce face. The mother had passed, and now he would freeze to death here too. Snowflakes fall wildly, calamity strikes mankind, the Emperor is a demon emperor. Someone cheered joyfully as if celebrating the downfall of the Emperor from his lofty position. The demon Emperor indifferently glanced at the petitions accusing him, feeling nothing but boredom. Scattered memories, fragmented recollections. No one knew what had happened to Junfen, his memories lay hidden in his mind, occasionally surfacing and confusing him before diving back deep into his subconscious, remaining impenetrable. He locked away the past, whether it be pain or madness, all irrelevant to the present. He didn't need to tell anyone about his past, nor did he want anyone to know how pitiful he had been. It was sufficient that only he himself was aware. "Mister, are you feeling unwell?" came Anlanli's cheerful voice from behind. Junfen was beyond being tired of this. For 30 years, this man had been pestering him for 30 years. Now, he didn't even have the emotion of annoyance. Anlanli frowned disapprovingly at his thin clothing, went over and embraced his body, saying, "You're not listening well at all. How can you wear so little in winter?" The slender hand brushed against his wrist, but Junfen still looked limp, muttering, "Don't touch me." Anlanli squatted down and held his hand, only feeling its icy chill. He felt sympathy for his love. With his finger, he tickled the other's palm and smiled mischievously, "Mister, don't stay out here companionship with ice and snow. Come back and embrace me for warmth, let me keep you warm." Junfen scrutinized him for a long time, his emotions buried deep within his gaze, unclear and inscrutable. After a long pause, his voice sounded leisurely, "Anlanli, do you like me?" Anlanli replied with the same fervor and straightforwardness as always, "I deeply love you." This time, Junfen did not ignore him. He bent down in the icy landscape, his palm brushing against Anlanli's cheek, his faint fragrance enveloping Anlanli. "Then try, see how you can warm me." He smiled lightly as he spoke. Everything that followed went smoothly and naturally. Anlanli carried the man into the room without needing further cues. He undressed them both and prepared to use his own burning passion to warm this icy lover. His lover halted his actions, taking back control. Anlanli suddenly panicked and tried to push him away. "Wait, what are you?" "The ruler is never controlled by others," Junfen stated calmly. That night, Anlanli underwent a complete reconstruction of his worldview, life philosophy, and values. Confused, he accepted Junfen's alternate approach to warming him. The next day, the demon emperor fled. A week later, the demon emperor returned. "Alright, you've shown me, it seems there's always another level of retreating further." Anlanli hugged his lover and lamented earnestly, "I've never thought I would be, darling, how could I love you so much that I lost all my principles? During those days away from you I didn't want tea or food, I couldn't stand that feeling." Thus, the great demon emperor ran away but eventually came back. Since they got together, those cloying pet names re-entered Anlanli's mouth. Junfen sketched on a piece of paper, quickly forming an image of someone. Anlanli inspected it and felt flattered. "Dear, are you drawing me?" Junfen responded indifferently, "No." But Anlanli wouldn't believe otherwise, "You're drawing me, which means you also love me. Whatever you think." Anlanli was easily satisfied, giving him a bit of sweetness was like owning a candy shop. He adored finding evidence of Junfen's love in the daily trivialities, though it was hard to find, yet there were still traces of affection showing up. Special glances at him among the crowd, an extra pillow on the bed, accepting hugs and kisses without resistance. A ruler whose emotions barely showed, who had a cold and suppressed personality, when such a person displayed even a little bit of love, it must signify immense feelings in the heart. So Anlanli believed firmly that Junfen could not live without him. Well, regardless of whether this was true or not, the demon emperor just believed this. And he had proof. This lover of his who proclaimed devotion to Buddhism and Taoism, this lover of his who practiced celibacy, why was his face so cold and angry after returning home from drinking with others? Why did he pin him to the bed all night long as if punishing him? Although it left him sore, Anlanli was quite satisfied. A jealous Eastern lover expressing his affection in his own way. "Did I warm you up?" Anlanli asked with a smile. Junfen remained silent. "Alright then, did I make you happy?" Junfen still said nothing. See, this was his stubborn Eastern lover. No, now he was his lover. Wrong, actually, it should be partner. Chapter 116, Extra, The Mad Businessman. The madman, at some unknown point in time, still harbored a tiny bit of kindness for the world. But not much, just a little bit. This sliver of kindness transformed into extreme malice each time he encountered humans intent on selling him or humiliating him. Since he was already a distortion of malice, when confronted with the lewdness and nastiness of humans, the madman would without hesitation repay them with his own cold and insane retaliation. However, this kind of situation did not apply at all to the temporal authority. No one knew how the businessman had managed to train a bloodthirsty, berserk mad dog into a domesticated pet who could even act cute and reveal its belly playfully. Though called a domesticated pet, the businessman felt like he had adopted an ancestor. There wasn't a spring festival holiday at the temporal authority, so even on New Year's Eve night, there was still a meeting going on. The madman crouched under the conference table, holding a cream bread in his hand, nibbling while rubbing against the businessman's leg, completely ignoring that this was a high-level meeting scene. Businessman. Who knows why the madman had insisted on entering the meeting room, then crouched underneath the table eating bread. That morning, he had even arranged for a Transworld Air Transport to bring Poji sea lobsters and Chisuden cheese as breakfast for the madman. And now, the madman was displaying this sort of behavior. It seemed as if he thought the businessman was mistreating him. Feeling an indescribable gaze, the madman raised his eyes to see Mr. Businessman, thinking he was hungry. Instantly, he shoved the bread towards the businessman's mouth, smearing cream onto his lips. Businessman during the meeting. He seemed to somewhat understand the madman's line of thought. Was this out of fear that he might get too hungry due to the long meeting, causing such antics? The businessman silently took out the handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped his mouth. The madman shook his hand, signaling for him to eat a bite. The man wearing golden-rimmed glasses stared at him for a moment before finally helplessly curling the corner of his mouth, lowering his head to really take a bite of the cream bread. Mister, is there anything you need? The presenter reporting on the temporal authority's industrial information spoke up. He curiously looked at the businessman who appeared to be gazing downwards. The businessman lifted his eyelids and responded coolly, "Thank you for your concern, but there's nothing." The presenter raised his eyebrows, though he actually didn't quite believe it. The person in front of him was incredibly powerful economically, controlling 80% of the temporal authority's industries. If he said there was nothing, then there was indeed nothing. After the meeting ended, the businessman's status deserved to leave here first. However, most people wouldn't dare walk out normally with a lover hidden under the table, but the businessman wasn't most people. He stood up, pulled the man in the wind coat from under the table, brushed off the dust on his body, and then walked out hand in hand. People behind them. Holy hell. When the heck did this nutcase sneak into the meeting room? The senior members present belatedly sensed a danger lurking in the air. Oddly, before walking away, the madman turned back and glanced at them. That stunningly beautiful face carried a smile, yet the crimson bloodthirsty eyes scanned them all carelessly. The higher-ups, long accustomed to the madman's capricious personality, uniformly stepped back a step, making space for the madman to better cling to and coquettishly fuss over the businessman. This isn't being a coward. It's called knowing when to yield. Besides, no one could beat the nutcase. Especially when the nutcase, once provoked, becomes uncontrollable by anyone. After scaring them back, the madman quickly grabbed hold of the businessman's arm, a smile playing on his lips as he softly said, "You've been in meetings for 5 days now, merchant sir, staying with those old fogies." His voice was deep, soft, and mellow, so pleasant it tickled one's ears like a hook, tightening every heartstring. But the words were truly unpleasant to hear. "They've barked for too long, I don't like it." The businessman squeezed his hand, "This isn't done for your liking. These are all top-tier senior members who govern the temporal authority. Madman lacking interest, Afraid that those old fogies might chase after them to disturb their personal time, the madman suddenly bent down and scooped up the elegant, restrained handsome man in his arms, tightly restraining him as he walked forward. Startled by being held, the businessman asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid merchant sir will run." The madman's beautifully red eyes flickered slightly as they glanced at the person in his arms. "Then again there will be damn A, B, C, D types seeing you and greeting you, saying useless and ceremonious official phrases." At which point the businessman would no longer be able to look at the madman, his warm and smiling voice directed at someone else instead. Walking fast, the madman soon left the building. On the bustling streets, people occasionally glanced at them curiously, recognizing the figures involved. Their eyes flashed with understanding, followed by pity for the businessman. For a grown man to be carried home in a princess hold down the street is akin to extreme public humiliation. Only a partner as emotionally stable and exceptionally patient as the businessman could tolerate such behavior. Only after returning home, did the lunatic swiftly undress the man and lock him on the bed with a chain. He slowly removed the businessman's golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes meeting the deep, abyssal ones of the restrained man in the windcoat, who gave a soft laugh. The 5-day conference is over. The madman placed a kiss on his face, sweet and sticky. For the next week, merchant sir should not get out of bed. The businessman had long been used to this conduct of his and began contemplating whether this confinement would strain his waist or his kidneys. Reality informed him that it would strain both. Who knows what the hell went through the lunatic's mind? Earlier, the merchant was underneath, later, it was the madman's turn. Neither of them avoided the need for rest in bed afterward. When the lunatic woke up, feeling satisfied, he went to bother the reapers. His coat flared in the breeze as he sauntered through the mist, his crimson eyes flickering faintly amidst the dark fog. The reapers lived among this gloomy mist. They were usually the objects that inspired fear in others, yet today they were the ones trembling in terror. One cried out in anger, "What do you plan to do? Come out. Don't pretend." A seductive voice resonated in the air. "Happy New Year, gentlemen." The reapers thought their ears were deceiving them. "What?" The voice sounded again, full of graceful smiles. "Today I need some materials to make red lanterns, and all of you good-hearted gentlemen will provide them for me, right?" A black, slim figure appeared before the reapers, his blood-red eyes filled with joyous laughter. The lunatic looked up at the frightened crowd and extended a finger, lightly tapping his blood-red lips. "Hush, don't scream too loudly. How should the red lanterns be made? Human bones form the framework. Human skin serves as the cover. Human blood is the dye." The skeletal bones, polished and assembled, formed a beautiful structure, while supple and thin human skins draped elegantly over it, dyed with fresh blood drop by drop. The lunatic walked through the gloomy mist, holding a red lantern, leaving behind a mountain of corpses, a hellish scene. He laughed wildly, lightly tapping the ground in the dense mist, bowing politely to those behind him. "Thank you for the hospitality." Upon waking, the businessman stared for a long time at the suddenly appearing red lanterns around the house. "Where did you buy them?" he asked. The madman embraced him, a bit proud. "I made them myself." "Are they pretty?" The red lanterns weren't large but were finely crafted pieces of art, exuding a strong, intense bloody smell, yet small and exquisitely beautiful. The only issue was. The businessman stepped forward, extending his long, pale fingers, where an ominous energy began to manifest. The thick resentment and spirits absorbed from the red lantern were quickly sucked out and swallowed. The businessman then touched his lips with his fingertips, smiling. Delicious, souls tortured to death. He liked consuming these wrathful souls. They tasted far too delicious. All the hatred and venom within them weren't born just from killing one or two people. The businessman didn't inquire how many people the madman had killed to create this gift, so long as he enjoyed eating them. Seeing the businessman pleased, a pale and sickly smile bloomed on the madman's face, hugging the businessman's back like claiming rewards, whispering softly in his ear. "You like eating cursed souls, I'll destroy 2 more worlds." The more people killed, the more worlds destroyed, the stronger the grievance, the happier his merchant sir would eat. Billions of lives could be slaughtered, but his merchant mister must be happy. The businessman seemed to have heard something quite amusing and couldn't help but laugh. His smile was rarely seen by acquaintances, giving off a cold, dignified aura when not laughing. Gently, he stroked the lunatic's face, caressing the lips of the windcoat-clad man. The lips were as red as if stained with blood, contrasting strikingly with his pale fingertips. It was like a crushed rose drenched in lust. A light wisp of oolong incense scent escaped from the businessman's sleeves, wafting into the lunatic's nose. Mesmerized, the lunatic blinked slowly, gazing fixedly at the refined, handsome face of the businessman, greed and possession filling his eyes. He now resembled a wild beast unable to control himself, reason disintegrating as his inherent madness screamed to break free from its cage. Madman, who tastes the best? Willingly burying his face into the palm of the businessman, like a subdued beast, his voice, emanating from the throat, was saturated with lust. You taste the most delicious." The part of him that belonged to the beast within surfaced again, wanting to tear apart and swallow whole this person he loved to the brink of madness, never to be parted. Soon, the businessman felt warmth and dampness in his palm, knowing that the lunatic once again had the urge to consume him. He withdrew his hand, meeting the crazed eyes of the man before him. The businessman undid his tie with elegant fingers intertwined with the black silk, tempting in their own right. Slowly, he revealed the delicate curve of his collarbone. He hugged the madman's head and offered himself willingly. "Go ahead, be good," the businessman murmured softly, caressing the cradled head against his chest. "I'm yours, forever." That one sentence shattered what little remained of his control. The ferocious beast was now fully unleashed. Tonight, he would rip apart the person in his arms and devour him. With love. With insanity. With sickness. This was a love belonging to 2 lunatics. A love so extreme it was warped. A suffocating, deranged love. And he whispered soothingly. "Be good, I'm yours. Yours." Right here, he gave everything he had. For a rapturous, desperate entanglement. Chapter 117, MOU and Fong Yuan. The Institute of the Time-Space Bureau had made countless attempts to recruit Fong Yuan, all of which were politely but firmly declined. As the top researcher at the Time-Space Bureau, Chairman Min was almost driven mad, swearing loudly in his lab. "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about what? To this extent, your mind is all over love affairs. This Mr. Fong is undoubtedly the most badass person I've ever seen." Chairman Min had reviewed Fong Yuan's files. In a technologically backward world, he managed to create robots on his own and established dangerous rules against using them, truly showing great talent for scientific research. Min couldn't bear to see such a gifted scientist become a house husband. That was too absurd. Wiping away tears, he called MOU via video link, crying. "Please consider my request, go and talk to your boyfriend, we can't let him waste the glory he could have as a brilliant figure in our research institute. Why does he want to be a house husband? All his wisdom, abilities, and knowledge wasted on domestic chores, washing, cooking, cleaning, it's just so sad. Mou blinked and asked, he refuses to go. Min replied bitterly, if he went, would I come here asking you for help? Mou nodded obediently, this isn't right. A flicker of hope arose in Min's eyes, so. Mou said simply, I'll try to persuade him. Min laughed happily and through the screen wildly patted Mou's head praising, you're so cute. He just loved such well-behaved, beautiful children. Though Mou now understood human relationships a little, he wasn't an expert yet. Learning from what Fang Yuan had taught him, one should ask about the health of family members when talking. He rummaged through his memory. Min's wife, Su Su, seemed pregnant. Has Aunt Su Su given birth? Mou opened up hesitantly. Min's handsome face showed a trace of helplessness, it was long ago. When we celebrated the full month of the baby, you hid in your room, how could I dare call you? At that time, Mou was still single and very introverted, afraid to stay among people. So, Min didn't force him to attend. On the day of the baby's full-month celebration, he sent Mou a big red envelope without any words. Realizing his mistake in timing, Mou felt shame. He lowered his head, I'm sorry. It's fine, Min replied. When you're free, visit Aunt Su Su. She gave me a beautiful daughter, extremely obedient and never cries or fusses. Min smiled gently, with warmth evident in his eyes whenever he talked about his wife. Mou immediately nodded, all right. Min waved goodbye, then I'll hang up. Remember to advise your boyfriend more, don't let him waste his talents. Looking at the darkened screen, it reflected a refined and beautiful face. Dark pupils, cherry red lips, porcelain-like white skin, all characteristics of someone who looks overly perfect and hence cold and distant. Behind him came a gentle voice, my child, do you want me to go? Mou hadn't even turned around when he felt a slender hand pressing on his shoulder. The man squatted down and looked at him eye to eye, his kind smiling eyes making others naturally relax and trust. Fang Yuan said, if I go, I won't be able to look after you all the time. It's not like before, their regulations are strict, prohibiting you from staying near me. Thus, they would only be able to meet in the morning and evening, or perhaps not at all if overtime stretched on endlessly. Staring straight at him, Mou asked, do you want to go? Startled, Fang Yuan gave a carefree smile, yes, I want to go, but I like you better. Mou nudged him, go. He did not want to compromise Fang Yuan's ambitions for personal gain, so if he wanted to go, he should, just that they would spend less time together. All right. The man sighed, kissed his lips lightly, in the meantime, take good care of yourself. Mou seriously said, I've asked Chairman Min, the work schedule at the institute is from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., then from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., a pretty humane time schedule. We won't be apart for long every day. Fang Yuan chuckled and said, still, 6 hours per day is quite long. Mou immediately deflated, furrowing his eyebrows unhappily, the time really is too long. It was too long to be separated. 6 hours, he wouldn't want to leave Fang Yuan even for half an hour. Seeing the young man looking dejected, Fang Yuan couldn't help laughing, tenderly patting his head, and saying, these past few days, I found some information while checking materials. There's something called geological researchers. Researchers like these travel across different worlds and aren't as strictly monitored when it comes to the supervision of family members. This means Mou could work alongside him. Mou's eyebrows were long and delicate, enhancing the dark hue of his eyes. With those beautiful black pupils, he gazed at Fang Yuan and also curled his lips, to be with you all the time. Fang Yuan nodded, of course, you will always be with me. The dependency and clinginess of this little robot surpassed imagination. He craved more love than an average human, and needed more company. He regarded his lover as his master, and his master as a father, thus Fang Yuan assumed both roles as a parent and partner. In the past, Mou would just stay by himself, idling the whole day in solitude. However, with Fang Yuan, it was as if infinite vitality had been infused into him. Even important matters such as running around various worlds slipped from the mind of the introverted and self-conscious robot who was ecstatically packing luggage to be constantly together with his boyfriend. Fang Yuan didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled and watched his little child tinkering in the corner, clumsily packing clothes and toiletries, occasionally stepping in to fix things that became overly peculiar. Robots had their own behavioral habits, they liked organization but didn't focus on what the items were, placing shoes together with tooth cups was simply too frustrating. His silent tolerance made Mou feel somewhat embarrassed, thinking that he shouldn't be causing trouble. As the suitcase was packed, it grew increasingly chaotic, worse off than not being packed at all. Fang Yuan praised him with a beaming smile, good job, voluntarily packing your stuff. Mou is becoming more obedient. Mou's eyes sparkled, though flattered, he felt somewhat proud yet bashful. He mumbled, but I placed a lot of things strangely, despite all your repeated teachings. Fang Yuan laughed, saying, it doesn't matter, I'm here for you. Teaching robots who couldn't learn properly wasn't a concern because Fang Yuan had plenty of patience and tenderness. Regarding Fang Yuan's decision, Chairman Min twitched multiple times but eventually gave in. Though he didn't understand the obsession, Fang Yuan was going to be under his command after all, so Chairman Min chose to be accommodating. What followed were frequent trips around the universe, which resembled interstellar journeys. Previously, MOU rarely ventured outside. If he did, it was solely for missions or tasks, spending other times alone. He hadn't seen the dazzling auroras across the sky of the Bull Star, nor the 80% sapphire dreamy seas of the AO High Planet, nor experienced the lethal beauty while passing through dangerous starry seas. Now he experienced them one by one. When they arrived at an icy polar world, Fang Yuan took him there for 2 days. It was breathtakingly beautiful, almost surreal, as if it belonged in a fairy tale crafted from snow. The skies were perpetually sprinkled with light snowflakes, the trees cloaked in snow-white, lush silver-white leaves hanging gracefully from branches that were often illuminated by warm-lit streetlights, enhancing the magical atmosphere of this fairy tale-like place. Such beauty defied words, only perceivable through sight. MOU crouched inside a room warmed by a blazing fireplace, looking out at the gentle snowfall, admiring the immaculate beauty outside. Unable to resist, he crawled down from bed, standing by the window to watch. The window wasn't large, framed with wooden beams, covered with some snow, yet clear enough in the middle to provide views of the outside. MOU, without any pants, had clothing draped loosely over his thighs, exposing a pair of slim, attractive legs. Barefoot on the floor, his toes would occasionally curl in reflex. He patted the window, feeling its icy chill. Disobedient, getting out of bed without proper attire. A reprimanding voice came from behind, quickly wrapping a garment around MOU's legs before scooping up the youth horizontally, preventing his feet from touching the ground again. MOU kicked lightly, saying, "The floor isn't cold." Indeed, the floors radiated warmth, let alone the burning logs in the fireplace keeping the room cozy. Fang Yuan effortlessly carried the young man bridal style. Knowing he wanted to see the view outside, he stood still, letting MOU feast his eyes upon it. He said, "Not cold, but walking barefoot exposes your feet to dampness." MOU nodded, "Won't do it again." Fang Yuan kissed his forehead affectionately, indulging him by asking, "Would my little friend like some cake?" MOU knew he had just gone to bake cakes, couldn't help laughing. "Is it very delicious?" "It should suit your taste," Fang Yuan responded. Fang Yuan carried MOU to the dining table, where he set down a 3-tiered silver tray. On it lay small cream cakes, eclairs, and pudding cups. He then brought out a cup of hot cocoa and placed it in front of MOU. "Here's your late-night dessert. Give it a try." MOU touched his flat, soft little belly, then patted his slender arms, secretly glad that he was a robot. No growing taller, no getting fat, no becoming muscular. Otherwise, with Fang Yuan feeding him like this, he'd soon become as big as a pig. MOU happily dug into the pudding and cake with his little spoon. Fang Yuan sat across from MOU, his legs crossed, lazily reading a magazine. His figure was tall and sturdy, beneath his knitted wool sweater were faintly visible pecs and abs, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, paired with a pair of beautiful long legs, quite an aggressive build. But Fang Yuan's features were gentle and soft, his silver-rimmed glasses added a scholarly air, his lips were light in color, his skin white and delicate, all of which softened that aggression into a dependable warmth. He occasionally glanced up to see the childlike MOU nibbling on the little spoon, and smiled, finding him cuter than ever. MOU thought the small cake was so delicious. He extended his little spoon towards Fang Lao. "Sure, try some, it's very sweet." Fang Yuan ate it obligingly, then nodded, "The food fed by the little one is indeed very tasty." MOU blushed at being flirted with, blinking to hide his awkwardness before quietly eating his pudding. He recalled their passionate lover in the night, fervent and enchanting, skilled and fiery, making him feel like he was being swallowed by an abyss, unable to leave or escape. The young and inexperienced robot liked Fang Yuan everywhere. Is MOU feeling shy? Fang Yuan held his chin, his eyes smiling. MOU struggled to lift his eyelids and met the deep eyes filled with meaning, his cheeks burning once again. Ah, he's teasing him again. So annoying. Get ready, Fang Yuan's clear and gentle voice seemed to have taken on a hook. Tonight, the little one isn't allowed to be as shy as the past few days. MOU whispered, "What if I am still?" Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and smiled at him, "It's fine if you are. I'll teach you." A considerate elder would take the initiative. Little MOU, don't be shy. Chapter 118, Chengqingza. The Space-Time Bureau holds grand competitions. They compare strength, intelligence, devious tactics, and team collaboration. It's just that these competitions in the past had little to do with the logistics department. First, they were lazy, second, they didn't cooperate, third, there were too many capable individuals from other departments. Going there was futile, and it would be better to sleep a bit longer in that time. However, the ultimate evaluator of the Space-Time Bureau has always been defaulted to Gung. There's no special reason, he is the fairest and most impartial one, treating everyone equally. He doesn't show favoritism or partiality, not caring about anyone, and even for those who share the same soul as 002, he wouldn't give them special attention, let alone go easy on them. So, can you imagine anyone not trusting this person? After just returning to the Space-Time Bureau, Gung, who had finally calmed his sick cat and was preparing to sleep for days, looked silently at the invitation letter in his hands. Chengqingza knew he had made mistakes in the small world and was feeling somewhat anxious. Seeing this invitation, he thought it might be an opportunity to prove himself. He hesitated before slowly saying, if you don't want to go, I'll go for you. Gung, though laid back, is actually very responsible. Otherwise, since the beginning, he wouldn't have dedicated himself to guarding the abyss without ever thinking of giving up. After hearing Chingching's words, he shook his head and said, no, I'll do it myself. Chingching's smiled and asked, do you need me to accompany you? This time, Gung did not refuse, nodding and saying, yes. He still liked having the sick cat around. On the day the competition started, it was a rare sight to see the bustling space-time bureau filled with voices. These individualistic lone wolves also harbored competitive hearts. Even if they weren't competing in the small worlds, they sat outside the arena watching for entertainment. The competition took place within some abandoned small worlds, while the viewing area was inside a circular venue. In the middle, an empty space formed a square screen which accurately projected the images from the small worlds to everyone present. Gung was seated in a separate room, with a machine in front of him that specifically projected scores and results for everyone to see. Chingchingza held a freshly made bowl of rose wine yeast glutinous rice balls, feeding Gung spoonful by spoonful, occasionally taking a bite himself. They've all come. Chingchingza glanced at those who were participating, unsurprisingly spotting several familiar faces wearing sour expressions. Lin Feng, Shenrong, Mou, and even a few people under 001 had shown up. Gung was calculating specific data from the current small world. Hearing Chingchingza's remark, he raised an eyelid and softly said, 002 forced them. True to form, Zhou Bapi, having promised a long vacation after the completion of tasks, turned around and registered the souls under him for the competition, calling it, let's see what your current abilities are. Chingchingza chuckled lightly, a gentle expression appearing on his pale face. Yeah, I figured as much. After all, Lin Feng and Shenrong's expressions were practically dripping with irritation. Only Mou seemed fine, obediently munching on an ice lollipop handed to him by someone unknown. Gung's gaze paused momentarily on the lollipop in Mou's hand before saying, sick cat. Chingchingza tilted his head and asked, what is it? Gung blinked and stared at him steadily. With a drawn-out, oh, Chingchingza laughed and teased, what do you feel like eating? Though he already knew what Gung wanted, he insisted on making Gung say it aloud. Gung slightly tilted his head, focusing intently on him. Chingchingza felt completely relaxed in his heart, realizing how bold he'd become, daring to tease Gung subtly. He continued, you have to tell me what you want so I know what to prepare. If you don't say, I won't know. Gung pursed his lips and said flatly, I don't want anything anymore. He was mad. Chingchingza extended a hand to gently stroke his face. Facing this handsome and striking face, his heart bubbled with affection. With soft eyes and a smile, he asked, do you want an ice lollipop? What flavor? Strawberry. A bit girlish, but it didn't matter. As long as Gung liked it. Chapter 119 Extra, the Primary System and Soul Stew of 002. The Spatial Temporal Bureau's grand competition was surprisingly themed around weakening. The stronger one's power, the greater the degree of weakening. If one's strength is overly overwhelming, their physical constitution might even be worse than an ordinary person's, making survival in this world all the more difficult. When this competition rule was announced, everyone subtly glanced at the center of the field. There sat a man with his legs crossed, cigarette pinched between his fingertips. This was the madman. He held the cigarette but didn't take a single puff, as though aware that the merchant beside him had low tolerance for smoke. Therefore, the madman hadn't even lit it. He instead smiled and returned the glance to anyone who dared peek. As soon as they met the familiar gaze of the madman, the onlookers involuntarily shivered, and any thought of taking revenge dissipated instantly. Shenrong pulled his wandering consciousness back, looking at the madman. They want to kill you. Dying in the small world during the Spatial Temporal Bureau's competition isn't real death. One can resurrect, though they still need to die once for real. The madman lazily licked his lips. Thanks for your concern. Shenrong raised an eyebrow. What about me? Could I possibly want to kill you too? The madman tilted his head sideways, cooing at the man beside him, speaking in a soft tone. Mr. Merchant, they all want to bully me. I'm scared. The merchant patted his head, his voice calm to the point of terrifying. They can't. The madman blinked pitifully, wrapping his arm around the merchant's neck, showing weakness and arrogance. They scared me. I want them all to die in the small world. The merchant nodded calmly, like a terrible parent indulging a spoiled child. Fine. Shenrong watched them with numb expression, wiping his face before turning to look for Claire. Claire was in the audience. His handsome and cold demeanor captivated those around him, sitting straight in his high seat, with his gaze fixed firmly on Shenrong. When Shenrong looked around searching for someone, he knew Shenrong was looking for him. A softness appeared in his eyes. It took Shenrong some time, but finally he spotted Claire among the crowd. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Shenrong smiled at Claire and pointed at his wrist, gesturing him to check the light brain communicator. Shenrong, don't stay here baking in the sun, go find Gung. Claire, will there be danger in the small world? Shenrong, no danger, it can't be brought into the Spatial Temporal Bureau. Claire, will there be injuries? Shenrong, death. It's not a big deal. Only one person can survive. The Spatial Temporal Bureau provides free revival services. Claire's expression tightened slightly as he quickly typed a message. Come back. Shenrong seemed somewhat helpless as he tapped on the light brain communicator, continuing to type. In this competition, 002 has already applied to reduce the pain for me. Death will feel like nothing. In the Spatial Temporal Bureau, getting injured and dying is a normal thing. Shenrong lifted his head and silently communicated to Claire, don't worry. He'd weathered storms, he wouldn't truly become a delicate flower confined in a greenhouse. Delicate flowers don't last long in the Spatial Temporal Bureau. Task participants often have their mental resilience eroded by injury and death, fading away over endless time. 002 worried that Shenrong, pampered to the extent of losing the mentality of a strong individual, would become a rootless parasite vine without Claire, which is why Shenrong was pushed to participate in this deadly world. Claire nibbled on his lips, tightening his palms as those pale purple eyes stared intently at Shenrong. Shenrong smiled and waved at Claire. Husband, wait for me to come home. After what felt like forever, in what appeared to be surrender, Claire turned his head away. Shenrong sent a string of roses on the light brain communicator, flustering Claire until his face turned red and he fidgeted uncomfortably. Compared to Lin Feng, Shenrong's behavior was far less lively. Lin Feng and Qin Kong were old friends, having collaborated for a period before. Back then, Lin Feng used food and drink to escape his extremism, transforming into his current carefree self, and Qin Kong contributed significantly to this change. Qin Kong was always free-spirited, radiating an effortless charm of liberty, and now was no exception. One of his legs bent loosely, adorned in clothing as vividly red as blood, enhancing his elegant appearance. His sharp features complemented the flowing sleeves tied at his wrists, boots casually dangling to one side, creating a striking image of a youthful yet noble presence. Truthfully, Qin Kong wasn't a typical macho figure, rather a beautifully refined, dashing gentleman. He had a delicate and feminine appearance, inheriting his looks from his mother. His features were refined and intricate, but his outgoing demeanor had nothing girlish about it, instead exuding a striking and elegant presence. A smile played on his lips, his peach blossom eyes curving upward as he said. This year's competition is somewhat interesting. It's actually about weakening. Both the madman and Shenrong will have a tough time. Lin Feng looked much handsomer in comparison. His features were not of the delicate or charming kind but rather inclined toward an extraordinary and dashing elegance. He was sitting cross-legged, smiling at the spectators gathered around the field. Are you here alone? Where's He-jun? Qin Kong extended his finger to touch his lips, winking playfully. Guess. His lips were a vivid red, his fingertips pale like jade, along with a pair of always smiling peach blossom eyes, forming an enticing figure. Lin Feng scoffed, look at your oversexed attitude. Don't go around seducing others. You're famous for being surrounded by messy love triangles. It's only He-jun who's good and lets you run wild without too much interference. Qin Kong paused for a moment, then realized that once again, he had unintentionally flirted. Hastily slapping his forehead in regret, he sighed, you're right. I've fallen into this bad habit again. Lin Feng continued, if anyone else were your partner, they would already be driven crazy by your seductive ways and might start shouting things like, I can't live without you, or, willing to share my husband, or, he is my true love and He-jun was just some mistaken infatuation, and other such chaotic dramatic scenarios. Kicking old dirt off him, Qin Kong's face flushed in embarrassment. I didn't mean to, all my actions lacked that intention. But every day back then, there were people causing trouble between me and Gao Yihe, doing many annoying and foolish things. Later, Qin Kong gradually corrected his frivolous behavior and became a slightly more decent man. After finishing his sentence, Lin Feng straightened up and waved at Mou, come here. Mou was munching on an ice lolly, his lips reddened by the cold. Obediently, he walked over. Lin Feng pulled him close, tidying the young boy's collar before patting Mou's shoulder, see, do you know little General Qin? Mou nodded, Qin Kong quite liked this obedient child and took out a candy skewer from his pocket space, shaking it in front of Mou, little brother, call me brother and it's yours. Mou's eyes fixated on the bright red hawthorn berries, wanting to eat them so much but couldn't bring himself to call Qin Kong brother, only pouting gloomily and lowering his head. Qin Kong grinned widely, patiently coaxing him, just call me big brother, come on, follow me. Goo, goo. Mou clutched his fingers tightly, facing Lin Feng's mischievous gaze and Qin Kong's expectant look, gritted his teeth and squeaked out, gee, his words half-formed, his head nearly buried in shame. Qin Kong chuckled and gently patted his head, passing the sugar skewer to him, no teasing anymore. Certainly cute, Lin Feng said proudly, raising his eyebrows, like the little robot. Pulling the youth next to him, Qin Kong reminded himself, during his lifetime leading armies and waging war, many of these soldiers were kids around his age. These soldiers, one after another, died or got injured, naively addressing him as General Shao. Most of them fell on the path fighting against barbarians and nomads. Hence, Qin Kong developed great patience with soldier children, even if he himself wasn't much older than them. How old were you when you passed? Qin Kong asked. Mou shook his head, I don't know. Qin Kong remarked, it's fine. Many of the soldiers under my command didn't know their exact ages either. They died too early, too hastily, at 15 or 16 years old. I didn't even have time to build a cenotaph for them, their bodies simply dried out in the desert. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and smiled faintly. Let me tell you something cheerful. I died with my soldiers on the same day, sparing us the effort of building those cenotaphs. Qin Kong laughed loudly, kicking him. Get lost. Chapter 123, The First System and 002. From the moment of its creation, 002 had spent its time in a white expanse. A hollow space, filled with small glowing orbs buzzing about, just like it but each having distinct personalities. Some were lively, some more introverted, others extremely cold. 002 was among those with a more introverted personality, so after coming into existence, it didn't dare to approach other orbs and instead hid in a corner, observing quietly. It was vast, surrounded by luminous white walls, with only one door ahead that was tightly closed. For an unknown duration, as 002 avoided another rushing orb unhappily, there came suddenly the hissing sound of the door opening. The commotion ceased instantly, all the chattering orbs fell silent, glancing anxiously toward the gate. 002 also looked over. The tightly sealed door slowly opened, revealing a long leg wrapped in a suit trouser stepping over the threshold, the figure tall and erect. In an instant, an overwhelming aura spread within the confined space. He had a black earpiece dangling from his right ear, with fingers elegantly playing around a clipboard containing nothing, his expression showing boredom mixed with weariness, his features delicate and luxurious to the point of decadence. The present orbs vaguely stared at this human, sensing a familiar vibe. I am the primary system 001 of the Spacetime Bureau, your supervisor. The man scanned through each orb indifferently, his lips red as blood. In the upcoming missions, you will all be under my jurisdiction. Performance evaluations, penalties and rewards, points accumulation, stability of smaller worlds, these matters will all be ultimately decided by me. Now, come forward for a scan to receive your identity tag. From now on, you will become official members of the Spacetime Bureau systems. All the orbs exchanged glances until finally one mustered enough courage to step forward, bouncing towards the primary system. 001 skillfully scanned, handed out tags, recorded information on the clipboard, and casually called out, next. One by one, the orbs lined up to collect their tags. Not very confident about crowding with others, 002 stood at the back of the queue, sneakily examining the first system up front, slightly worried whether the first system would get impatient when it was its turn. The queue was too long, such a mechanical act of scanning codes and handing out identity tags might make the first system bored to death. But he did not seem annoyed. When it was really 002's turn, it saw exhaustion in the eyes of the first system. Although seemingly cold, there was no sign of impatience, just calmness while handing the identity tag. Good luck, you've been assigned the 002 identity tag. 002 blinked. Ah. Is this random? 001 massaged his temples wearily. Every time a system disappears, its identity tag is recovered by the Spacetime Bureau. The previous owner of your tag disappeared not long ago. Did it die? 002 was startled pale. Why did it die? Can systems die? They can. Systems can die, missioners can die too. 001 had long thick lashes, looking down at the small orb seemed to bring up some memories, his voice somewhat distant. They all can die. I once almost died too, almost couldn't return. 002, ah. It wanted to ask further, but was afraid of making 001 unhappy. Unfamiliar relationships made it suppress its curiosity and questions. When energy is depleted, chip damaged, formatting occurs. On the day you are remanufactured, your components will be recycled and used on the next system. This isn't rebirth, it's complete death. 001's voice was deep and magnetic, like aged wine, his elegance so profound as to stir feelings of inferiority, standing simply yet becoming a beautiful landscape. He looked at the trembling 002 and said unconcernedly, your turn won't come soon, don't be so scared. After a good rest, 002 finally regained strength and asked curiously, 001. What is performance evaluation? Performance evaluation is your value. 001 leaned casually against a wall nearby, his features lazy. Systems exist for work, the better your performance, the greater your worth. If your future subordinates perform excellently, the higher-ups won't let you die. Missioners, they are your support and reliance, your motivation and confidence in moving forward. 002 pondered, then if I treat my missioners badly? Recalling the current unpleasant trend within the Spacetime Bureau of abusing hosts, 001 glanced at the fresh-out-of-the-oven little system in front of him and gave a warning. Be kinder to your missioners, letting them accept you brings no harm to you. 002 asked, and if they don't accept me? Forcing missioners through torture until they suffer from Stockholm Syndrome, 001 enumerated these actions, are all what stupid people do, eventually harming both others and themselves. When your backing becomes your puppet, it signifies that you're fighting alone. The Spacetime Bureau regularly clears out offending systems, abuse is one of the violation criteria, and this isn't favorable for selection as the optimal system. The eyes of 002 shone brightly, full of ambitious plans. If I were chosen as the optimal system, I would personally present you with an award. You would be the most honored entity among this batch of systems. A smile appeared on the corner of 001's lips. He had to admit that he was in a good mood. This hard-working little guy reminded him of his former self. He bent down and lifted up 002, placing it on his shoulder as he walked away. Every system has the opportunity to become a primary system. Once you become the primary system, you'll be judged as 001. 001 is merely a title that anyone can use. And once, I was just like you, naive and innocent. 002 scratched its head and chuckled, really? Thank you for complimenting me. 001. Don't thank me. Upon assuming its duties, 002 discovered there were indeed many hidden tricks. It didn't know which host to choose. 001 had mentioned that the host was his support and reliance, therefore, it must be given careful consideration. Who to choose? 002 sifted through the throngs of souls, almost getting a headache. Suddenly, glancing inadvertently, it noticed a desolate soul in the furthest corner, utterly ignored by everyone else. How strange. Souls that came to the Space-Time Bureau ought to be radiant, yet how could this one be so dim? It hesitated for half a moment, unclear why, then quietly glanced upward at the 001 presiding over the order above before sneaking up closer. 001, don't you accept missioners? The man was lounging back with crossed legs, leaning against a soft chair with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he raised his eyelids slightly. I don't, the souls under my command take care of it. 002 was startled, but isn't it true that the selection between systems and missioners should be mutual? It's absurd for missioners to choose other missioners. There's bound to be trouble. It's about them interacting together, not with me. The primary system succinctly delivered this sentence and then lazily closed his eyes, ceasing to respond. 002 remained in a state of confusion. It asked a few more questions but received no reply from the primary system, muttering in dissatisfaction, that edge soul, his light is so dim, no system wants him. If I accept him. At this point, the primary system became interested. He opened his dark eyes curiously and asked, you wish to accept him? Do you know that his soul is dim because of his extreme personality? Yes, 002 honestly admitted, but you said missioners are the future reliance and backing for a system. Humans are selfish, none will treat a foolish system like me well without reason. If I can reignite the brightness in his soul, to him, I will be unique. This caused the primary system to hesitate momentarily, and then burst into laughter. His cold, impatient eyes softened. He blinked, revealing something pure inside them. 002 suddenly realized the primary system wasn't actually cold. His exterior differed from his essence. Among so many systems, you are the most unconventional one I've encountered. The primary system smiled and said, I've told many people that hosts are crucial. An emotional machine that comes into existence chooses its missioners much like choosing recognized friends. With luck, they may even become family. No one understands my words, because they have no emotions. The sharp, pitch-black eyes of the primary system lifted as he remarked, yet, we must admit, their form is truly the correct appearance for machinery. Emotional machines tend to act impulsively, allowing feelings to take precedence, making them a failed product straying off the path intended by researchers. 002 felt a sour taste in its heart and raised a small hand to pat his leg. Primary system, am I a failure? Yes. The primary system nodded, so am I. Oh. 002 pouted its lips, I'm not happy. You could also be happy. Huh. The primary system cast him a glance, then suddenly turned around to look in a certain direction. Following his gaze, 002 noticed a tall and straight figure standing in the shadow at a distance. The person's face was unclear, but it was evident that he was smiling, quietly and gently, with eyes fixated on 001. 002 exclaimed in surprise, eh? How could there be a missioner here? That was my last host, the primary system replied seriously, his name is my lover. 002, ah. What nonsense. How could a system have a lover? The ultimate realm of a failed product, is love. 001 prodded the small light ball with his slender fingers, turning it into a soft squishy sphere lying on the ground, wailing ohs and ahs. He said, love, friendship, family affection, those belong to failed products. Take him as an example, a system who had been given a face and body by a lunatic, taught manners by a businessman, bestowed with favor and gentleness by Gao Yaij and Qin Kong. And embraced the infinite acceptance of love from the host. The corner of 001's mouth slowly curved upward, 002, perhaps in some distant future, you will have it too. Good or bad thing? It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. The primary system said, it's possible that after I retire, you will be the next 001. A jolt struck 002's heart. It couldn't imagine how a newly born system like itself, which hadn't even selected a missioner yet, could take the position of 001. How could that be possible? The primary system's position is dangerous and powerful, always facing threats to life, and I am so weak. My abilities are weaker than other systems of the same age. Most likely, I'll just handle logistics. 001 lazily leaned back on the soft chair, his voice gentle. Logistics can also be good. A logistics soldier, logistics captain, logistics supervisor, minister of logistics department, how far do you want to go? Minister. 002 firmly declared, I want to be the minister. I'm the minister of the frontline command center, so in the future, you will be my counterpart at the same level. The primary system knitted his long brows, saying. The current Minister of Logistics Department is a more than 3,400 years old system, 013, it's my archenemy, has been targeting me since I was a little system, now always withholding energy points for the frontline soldiers, extremely stingy, craving for so much money, craving, your mom's craving. He complained with a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly carrying deep resentment, but mumbled the last sentence and kept the cursing unheard by the little system. Then he shifted the topic, beginning to make big promises. In today's newborn systems, the ones who can become ministers are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, I don't hold any hope. But I believe in you, can you push him down? Speaking of 001's current status, it was equivalent to the highest level leader of a system, whereas 002 was merely a fresh recruit. Such a high-level leader full of trust saying that you could become the Minister of Logistics Department and work together as colleagues. 002 was thrilled as if injected with chicken blood, cheering, ah. Is it really possible? Can I, a newborn weak system, become the Minister of Logistics Department? Yes. The primary system twirled the notebook with his finger, thinking this little system was diligent, unconventional, and had its own ideas. Being the Minister of Logistics Department wasn't impossible. Kick out that dumbass 013, promote this fiery young talent, sitting in one position for over 3,000 years, isn't it disgusting? Moreover, involving corruption, deducting energy quotas, the morality of the system was questionable. After speaking, he pointed to the neglected soul in the corner, do as you wish, that soul has strong origins and potential. It's a good seedling. Fine horses are common, but it's hard to find a boylove. The moon covered in dust hasn't lost its original brightness, it's just obscured by hardship for a while. 002 nodded eagerly, it hopped off the podium, ready to claim the dim soul, when it heard a cold voice from behind. We shall meet at the summit. 002's blood boiled, bellowing skyward. We shall meet at the summit. This position of Minister of Logistics Department, it was determined to obtain. The end.